Family, Qianren is going crazy. During the day, I, the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, paid respects to the Emperor Shui, and with a sweep of my golden finger, my relationship value was -100 enemies. This cheat came to me while I was soaking in the bath last night, and it even gifted me the Eye of Fate and a second martial soul. With the Eye of Fate, I discovered many secrets, and now I'm faced with a choice between two divine positions. It's so thrilling. I'm telling you, this situation is simply outrageous beyond belief. I, Qianren, wearing the skin of the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, just paid respects to my cheap old man, the Emperor Shui. On the surface, it looked like a loving father-son relationship the way he looked at me. Oh my, it was as if he had the future KPIs of the Empire rely on you written all over his face. But then I scanned with my newly acquired golden finger. Good heavens, relationship value, -100. Enemies. It was clearly labeled as enemies in parentheses. Who understands this, family? One moment, they were praising me as the king of competition, and the next, they wanted to scatter my ashes. This class is all about extreme tension. This thrilling cheat has to start from last night. Let me tell you, living this double life is downright mentally exhausting. During the day, I am the cultured and refined Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, handling state affairs until I'm about to go bald. At night, when I return to my own place and tear off that human skin mask, I am the saintess of the spirit hall, Qianren. Last night, I was also exhausted and just wanted to relax in a bath. Just as I lay in the tub, my mind suddenly dinged, and an emotionless electronic voice stunned me. Time-space inheritance system, trial version, binding completed. I exploded at that moment. Who opened a membership in my head? I jumped up, pulled out the angelic holy sword, so embarrassed I was about to ascend on the spot, but that voice kept repeating like a tape recorder. Host, you have a trial version newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? Damn, I told you to come out. Would you like to open the gift package, dear? Me, what the hell are you? I am the time-space inheritance system. Unbelievable. Arguing with an AI customer service is not this exhausting. I thought, since I couldn't find anyone, clicking it wouldn't hurt, so I whispered open. The next second, I was dumbfounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Eye of Fate. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the second martial soul. Timing angel. I didn't care what the Eye of Fate was at first. A second martial soul. What a joke. Aren't martial souls supposed to come from the womb? They could be obtained later too? I felt like I was being played, and then a beam of light directly drilled in my body, unleashing a completely unfamiliar power. I instinctively summoned it, and voil, a brand new angelic martial soul, appeared in front of me. This angel was even more exaggerated than my original six-winged angel, with 12 large silver-white wings on its back, engraved with Roman numerals, like a freaking clock face. There was also a phantom of a river of time behind it. The special effects were off the charts, and I forgave it for being a tape recorder at that moment. I could feel that this thing's quality was definitely above my original six-winged angel. Dual martial souls? Haha, that woman has one, and now I have one too. Just wait, bye-bye dong, I'll outshine you. As I was pondering, the bathroom door opened, and the snake spear doll and the porcupine doll, like door gods, stood there with anxious expressions. Young master, are you okay? We just heard some noise inside. What could possibly be wrong with me? I just have an extra app in my head. I waved my hand, telling them to go about their business. But then my Eye of Fate automatically scanned for enemies, and with a ding, the panels for the two old men appeared. Shilong, level 92, loyalty 60, luck gray. C.I. Xue, level 92, loyalty 60, luck gray. Good heavens, isn't this the legendary tool person panel? But this Eye of Fate is indeed powerful. It can see through everything about others, which is a divine assist for my upcoming infiltration plan. The next morning, I put on the skin of Xue Qinghe and went to pay respects to my cheap parents. My cheap younger brother, the spoiled brat Xuelang, was also there. I was curious, so I casually scanned him with the Eye of Fate. I was shocked by what I found. Emperor Shui, relationship 65, father-son bond, 100 enemies. Empress Tiando, relationship 100, mother-son bond, 100 enemies. My eyes almost popped out. These people seemed to love me deeply on the surface, but the moment my identity was exposed, they chop me up and feed me to the dogs. This love is too damn toxic. It reminded me of my biological mother, that woman bye-bye Dom. Awakened my martial soul at 6 years old. I, the six-winged angel with innate level 20 soul power, made the entire spirit hall cheer for me. I thought I was amazing, and when I took my report card to show her, her gaze at me was no different from looking at trash. Never call me mother again was all it took to leave me speechless. So, I took on this undercover mission in Tiando to prove to her that I could be more outstanding without her recognition. It'll drag her down from the position of Pope. As I was lost in thought, I scanned the others again. Prince Xuexing, luck, purple. That way Xuelang, his luck is actually light orange. I check my own. Qianren Xue, level 56 luck. Blue? Wait, why? I have a divine, martial soul, the angelic god reserve, the chosen one, and I only have blue luck? That spoiled brat Xuelang, who indulges in gambling and debauchery, has higher luck than me? Is this system bugged? The more I thought about it, the more it felt wrong. When did Xuelang start being a spoiled brat? It seems it was right after I secretly dealt with his two biological brothers. Good heavens, this is terrifying to think about. This kid is faking it. He's much scarier than his two dead brothers. I returned to the Crown Prince's residence and directly called for the snake spear doll. My eyes icy. Uncle Shilong, I have a task for you. From now on, keep a close watch on Xuelang for 24 hours. I want to know which hand he uses to go to the bathroom. This kid definitely has issues and must get to the bottom of it. Just as I finished arranging this, a guard came to report that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had sent an invitation, and the sect master Ning Fengji wanted me to pay a visit. All right, he'll go. Ning Fengji is my nominal teacher. I have to give him face. When I arrived at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I met Ning Fengji and the two door gods beside him, the sword Douluo Qinshin and the bone Douluo Guro. My eye of fate automatically activated again. Ning Fengji, level 79, relationship 40, master disciple 35. Sure enough, the identity of the spirit hall still attracts hatred. But his luck is actually orange. Does he have a future opportunity? At that moment, Ning Fengji called out, Rong Rong, come out and meet your big brother Xue. And then, the protagonist made her entrance. A 6-year-old little girl bounced out, beautifully carved and adorably cute. She is Ning Fengzi's daughter, Ning Rongrong. I instinctively scanned her family. I'm blind. Ning Rongrong luck, pink, pink. If my blue luck is a small stream, then her pink luck is an ocean. At that moment, I realized that the future rise of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hinges on this little girl. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo, those two old geezers, saw Ning Rongrong come out, and they lost their minds. To compete for their granddaughter, they started bidding on the spot. Rongrong, come to Grandpa Jian, he'll buy you 100 lollipops. Don't listen to him. Grandpa, Gu will buy you 1,000. I stood by, dumbfounded. Are you guys auctioning off your granddaughter? Ning Fengji called Ning Rongrong over, saying that today happened to be the day of the sect's martial soul awakening. I took the opportunity to suggest, how about we guess Rongrong's innate soul power? I also want to verify if my cheat is accurate. Ning Fengji guessed level 7, sword Douluo guessed level 8, and bone Douluo, wanting to win, bragged that it was full innate soul power. Looking at the data displayed on my panel, I smiled slightly and said, then I guess Sister Rongrong has innate level 9 soul power. What happened next? As soon as the awakening ceremony began, Ning Rongrong placed her little hand on the crystal ball, and it buzzed, shining brilliantly. The deacon in charge of the awakening shouted until his voice broke. Innate level 9. Sect Master. The young sect master has innate level 9 soul power. Ning Fengji and the others went crazy, excited as if they had just won 500 million, hugging Ning Rongrong, laughing and shouting. As for me, I congratulated them on the surface, but inside, a huge wave was raging. Everything the Eye of Fate saw turned out to be true. Let me tell you, at that moment, I was completely stunned. Ning Fengji was still celebrating with champagne, while I was smiling on the surface but already calculating in my mind. This ability is indeed impressive, but the problem is, as a prince of an empire, I can't be absent from work every day, going around the world to scout for talents, right? That would be too unprofessional. This matter could only be set aside for now. Let it be. As a result, that night, right after I returned to the prince's mansion, dealt with a bunch of trivial matters, ripped off the human skin mask from my face, and prepared to sleep, the voice in my head sounded again. Host, hello. The system experience time for today has ended. How did you find our trial version? 5-star rating, dear? I was stunned and instinctively asked, who are you? It said it was the system's spirit. My heart skipped a beat, and I got straight to the point. What do you want? Why do you want to bind me? It no longer kept things hidden and revealed directly that it had a super big boss behind it who saw my unique bone structure and wanted to choose me as the heir to inherit its divine position. I was taken aback, thinking, wow, is there such a good thing? But then it changed its tone. However, there's a prerequisite. You must give up your family's angel god position. Good grief, it was a choice between two options. Either choose it, or it would unbind me on the spot and take back all my cheat abilities. At that moment, it has become quite a topic of discussion. Are you jesting? The divine position of the angel is my grandfather's lifelong obsession and a source of pride for our family. Can you simply suggest that I abandon it? I retorted with fervor. Do you wish for me to betray my grandfather? The system's response silenced me instantly. It posed a question. Do you believe the divine position is more significant than your grandfather? I was momentarily taken aback. It continued. Your grandfather is a servant of the angel deity, and the greatest value of his life is to sacrifice himself to open the door for you to ascend to divinity. This revelation struck me like a bolt from the blue, shattering my composure. The price of inheriting the divine position of the angel was, indeed, the life of my grandfather? Who among my family could comprehend this? The notion of the divine position suddenly felt venomous, and I no longer wished to pursue it. If this were the case, I would rather forsake it. Throughout my life, my grandfather has been my only benevolent relative, and my relentless efforts were solely to bring him joy. Yet, to realize that my success would rest upon his sacrifice? What kind of absurdity is this? Unable to contain my agitation, I implored the system for a month's time. The following day, I requested an extended leave from the Emperor of the Snowy Night and hurried to the Wuhuan Hall. This matter required my personal confirmation. Upon my return to Wuhuan City, a chill seized my heart. Using the Eye of Destiny, I surveyed the entire Elders' Hall. From the moment I laid eyes on Shilong, I noted that each elder was shrouded in a bleak aura, some even emanating a pitch-black hue. My own faint blue fortune stood out starkly amidst this darkened assembly. I dashed toward the offering hall, where I discovered my grandfather fervently praying before the statue of the angel. I hastily approached him, greeting him as grandfather and conducting a scan with the Eye of Destiny. Douluo, level 99, six-winged angel, fortune gray. Gray, the pinnacle of the continent. A limit Douluo, and yet his fortune was gray. My heart sank instantly. Upon seeing me return, my grandfather assumed I had reached a resolution and urged me to abandon the schemes within the Tiando Empire and hurry back to inherit the divine position, assuring me that the entire continent would bow before me. I shook my head, feigning innocence, and began to subtly probe. I led him to observe the bas-reliefs depicting the glorious achievements of the angel deity's ancestors, listening to tales of how our Wuhuan Hall has stood firm through faith over the years. Afterward, with a face filled with yearning, I inquired, Grandfather, you believe I will surely inherit the divine position, right? He affectionately ruffled my hair. Of course, you possess innate soul power of level 20. Who else could inherit if not you? The opportunity arose. I pressed further. Given the long life that comes with divinity, it must be quite dull, right? Grandfather, you will always accompany Shui heir, won't you? In that fleeting moment, I distinctly observed my grandfather's smile falter. Though he quickly regained his composure and assured me he would always be by my side, I had already captured the truth. I understood then that the system's words were completely accurate. At that moment, my heart shattered. I am sorry, ancestor of the angels, and I apologize, grandfather. To hell with the angel deity. My dearest kin have been lost. Who would I showcase my divinity to? I would rather forsake this divine position to ensure my grandfather lives well. Overwhelmed by emotion, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the Pope's hall. I yearned to confront that woman, my biological mother, Bai Dong. To be honest, I was quite apprehensive. Her gaze had always regarded me as if I were refuse, and our relationship had long since descended to an icy abyss. Yet now, I sought to understand what I truly represented in her eyes. Summoning my courage, I cast a glance at her seated upon the Pope's throne through the Eye of Destiny. Bai Dong, level 98, twin martial spirits, status, chaotic relationship, 60, fortune, black. I was utterly bewildered. The relationship degree with Douluo and Guizhou was merely 20, yet this woman, who had scorned me since childhood, held a degree of 60? That was a passing grade. Moreover, her fortune was the lowest, black, and her status was chaotic? The implications were staggering. She dismissed Douluo, leaving only the two of us in the Grand Hall. The atmosphere was so frigid it could have frozen the very air. She approached me step by step, her presence suffocating. The first words out of her mouth were, "Speak quickly if you have something to say." Had I not seen the data, I would have believed she loathed me. I held back a surge of emotion and tentatively called out, "Mother." Her eyes flashed with anger, and she took a deep breath to restrain herself, coldly retorting, "I've told you not to address me that way. Don't bother me if there's nothing." Her words pierced my heart like daggers, unleashing years of pent-up grievances and fury, and we erupted into a heated argument. I provoked her with the question, "In your heart, am I merely a mistake?" This incensed her beyond measure, and her formidable soul power manifested as a tangible pressure, forcing me several steps back, causing blood to seep from my lips. Yet, in that moment of bloodshed, she froze, her fierce demeanor dissipating. revealing a hint of panic and sorrow I had never witnessed before. She appeared to age a decade in an instant, wearily gesturing for me to leave. I turned to depart, but cautiously left the door ajar. What I witnessed next was astonishing. Alone, she seemed to lose all strength, collapsing into a chair, covering her face, weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, tears streamed down my face as well. It turned out she cared for me. With this newfound clarity, I returned to my room and declared to the system, "There is no need for further consideration. I choose you. The position of the angel deity, I relinquish." The system promptly upgraded to the formal version, and a novice gift package struck me in the face. My head spirit bone was upgraded to 100,000 years, enhancing my disguise capabilities to the maximum. I received a new martial spirit form called the Angelic Holy Sword, finally providing me with a martial spirit I could wield openly. Most remarkably, I was gifted with an emotionless work puppet, identical in appearance to me, capable of managing trivial matters using my own thought processes, primarily serving as a companion. This was my cybernetic hand replacement. In the future, I would focus on my career while I would attend to matters in the Tiando Empire as the prince, attending court sessions tirelessly. Finally, I posed my greatest question. System, why is it that everyone in the Wuhuan Hall, from my grandfather to my mother and all the elders, possesses such low fortunes? The system revealed a shocking truth. Quite simply, your fortunes have been stolen. I was taken aback. What? By whom? A deity you cannot contend with. The system casually explained that this being had pilfered the fortunes of the Wuhuan Hall to cultivate a chosen child of destiny, a protagonist of fate. In an instant, I comprehended. The avalanche I encountered and Ning Rongrong, their extraordinary fortunes were evidently siphoned from us. It seems we, the Wuhuan Hall, are mere NPCs, existing solely to support this individual, correct? How could I swallow this indignation? The system informed me that my new task was to target this so-called child of destiny. Direct assassination was prohibited due to his protective fortune. Any attempt on his life would result in backlash. My goal was to suppress him, restrict him, and seize his opportunities, gradually reclaiming the stolen fortunes for our Wuhuan Hall. All right, I accepted this task. After spending only a few days in Wuhuan City, I returned to Tiando City with my cybernetic hand replacement. Upon my arrival, she long presented me with a document. "Young master, this is the record of Avalanche's movements for this month." I took it and perused the contents. On the surface, the boy continued his usual indulgent lifestyle, reveling in vice and luxury, embodying the archetype of a debauched prince. However, upon closer inspection, beneath these seemingly absurd actions, I detected an unusual scent. I must tell you, this scent intertwined to form a vast web. On the surface, Avalanche appeared to be merely leading a life of excess with his entourage, claiming to be one of the 4 notorious playboys of Tiando. Indeed, I found myself thinking, what a troublesome fellow. Upon closer examination of this list, it is evident that this is not merely a gathering of frivolous elites. Rather, it resembles an intricate map of power dynamics within Tiando City. Consider this assembly. At the helm stands the Prince Xuebeng, flanked by 3 others, one being Wei, the son of the military commander Galong, who brazenly rides through the streets without consequence even after causing fatal accidents. Another is Zhang Fugue, the wayward son of the left minister Zhang Xianrong, who can effortlessly liquidate his father's assets for gambling. And lastly, there is Chun Hai, the son of the royal steward and the red-robed merchant Qin Xiao, who is nothing short of a scoundrel, having caused the demise of a husband for the sake of another man's wife. I must say, the convergence of these 4 individuals brings together the most notorious figures from the military, political, and commercial spheres. Initially, I perceived them as mere kindred spirits of vice. But upon further reflection, it becomes apparent that each of their fathers is a loyal supporter of my esteemed uncle, the Prince of Xuesheng. The formidable General Galong, a titan within the military, remains beyond my influence. The left minister Zhang Xianrong, a fickle ally, hedges his bets on both sides. And Qin Xiao, the royal merchant, wields control over the imperial treasury. These cunning old foxes, while outwardly respectful, covertly encourage their precious sons to associate with Xuebeng. Is this mere coincidence? This is a calculated move to align the next generation. My dear uncle, the Prince of Xuesheng, is indeed orchestrating a grand scheme. Right beneath my nose, he has discreetly assembled a faction for Xuebeng. At that moment, a murderous intent surged within me. I contemplated eliminating the duo. However, I reconsidered. Having just dispatched 2 of my brothers, targeting Shuabing now would only reveal my hand, signaling to everyone that I am in trouble. Ah, so you wish to play the shadows? Very well, then remain as fools for all eternity. I dismissed Shilong and returned to my study, confronted by a mountain of bureaucratic affairs, my head spinning. You might think being a crown prince is delightful, yet it is as exhausting as being a mere dog. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I still possessed the puppet granted by the system. I promptly summoned the puppet, and to my delight, it proved to be an adept assistant, navigating the administrative tasks with remarkable fluidity, perfectly aligning with my thoughts. At last, I could liberate myself and dedicate my energies to cultivation. I dashed into the training chamber, activated the system interface, and commenced my tasks. I instructed the system. I wished to initiate a quest and procure some soul rings. The system interface lit up, revealing that the main trial comprises 3 segments: the soul ring trial, the soul bone trial, and the domain trial. The system informed me that my new martial soul is formidable, and unlike ordinary individuals, I cannot hunt soul beasts for soul rings. I must unlock them through completing tasks. This sounded promising, yet upon further investigation, I was taken aback. The soul ring trial requires 1,000 points, and the soul bone trial demands 2,000. But my current point balance stands at 0. I was left in utter bewilderment. How can I commence the trials without points? And how can I earn points without initiating the trials? It is a classic conundrum of needing experience to secure a job, yet lacking experience due to the absence of employment. The system, unfazed, advised me not to worry, as there are phase tasks available to earn startup capital. I hastily opened the phase tasks. The first task elicited a chuckle: establish a genius battle team. I am to recruit 7 designated geniuses within 8 years to participate in the Soul Master competition and secure victory. Each recruit grants me 1,000 points, along with various additional rewards. The second task was even more outrageous: establish a sect. Within 6 years, without the aid of the Spirit Hall, I must build a sect of the upper 3 sect level from scratch, with a super Douluo at the helm. Where am I to find a super Douluo? This task was a definite pass. With no alternative, I was left with the battle team mission. The system further divulged that, according to the original narrative, 8 years hence, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would be vanquished by the protagonists, losing the championship and resulting in Po Bibidong's 3 soul bones being delivered as gifts to the opposing side. If I could reverse this outcome, it would restore the fortunes of the Spirit Hall. Very well, let us proceed. I promptly accepted the first task. In an instant, a bracelet adorned with 7 crystals materialized in my hand. The system explained that this is a sensing bracelet. Any targets within a 10-kilometer radius would cause the corresponding crystal to illuminate. I mused that, given the vastness of Douluo continent, 10 kilometers might as well be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. To my astonishment, upon donning the bracelet, one of the crystals lit up with a vibrant hum. Remarkable, it was as if fortune smiled upon me effortlessly. Without hesitation, I followed the bracelet's guidance and dashed out of the Crown Princess residence. After navigating several twists and turns, I found myself before the opulent Tian-Do Royal Auction House. Accompanying the steward inside, the bracelet's signal intensified, ultimately directing me toward the storage room where slaves were confined. My heart sank. The designated genius was, in fact, a slave? The steward, aware of my intentions, was hesitant to obstruct my entry, as I was the prince. Upon opening the door, a wave of despair washed over me. Within the cage were several slaves, some apathetic, others struggling, and a few weeping in the corners. The steward eagerly pointed out a trembling girl with fox ears in one corner, saying, "Your Highness, feel free to choose any of these slaves, except for that fox girl. She is reserved for the prince." I cast a glance, suppressing a cold laugh. My depraved uncle has a peculiar taste. What use is saving one fox girl? Tomorrow there may be a cat girl or a leopard girl. The very roots of this empire are thoroughly rotten, unless these nobles are uprooted. This vile trade shall never cease. I ignored his suggestion and surveyed the slaves. Suddenly, my gaze was drawn to a specially reinforced iron cage, sturdier than those housing adults, yet containing only a frail little girl, as thin as a twig. Noticing my interest, the steward quickly approached, exclaiming, "Your Highness has a discerning eye. Do not be fooled by her size. She possesses incredible strength. Several of our iron cages have succumbed to her might. She is the descendant of a noble house. Clumsy and unfortunate. After breaking her master's vase, she was to be killed, but we, the slave hunters, took pity and bought her. I approached the cage, observing the gaunt figure of the little girl, her eyes radiating a fierce determination. She is the first individual I seek. I brought her back to the crown princess residence and instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast. The girl gazed at the spread with longing, and when I invited her to eat, she devoured the food with the fervor of a starving ghost, bending the chopsticks and eventually resorting to her hands. Upon finishing the meal, her favorability soared from 15 to 30. Indeed, a hearty meal can win a heart. It is evident what sort of life she has led. Seizing the moment, I inquired if she had any family left. She shook her head, revealing that she had never met her father and that her mother passed away during childbirth. Witnessing her eyes dim with sorrow, I decided to make a bold declaration. If you are willing, I shall be your family from now on, and you will be my sister. The light returned to her eyes in an instant. I personally drew her a bath, scrubbing away the grime. The little girl's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly murmured, "Brother, the headmaid said that boys and girls cannot bathe together." I paused and chuckled. Indeed, such matters of identity must be addressed in due time. I said to her, "Sister, there is something I must confess." In her astonished gaze, I radiated a brilliant light, transforming into my true form, Qianringshu, with cascading golden hair that was both divine and exquisite. She gasped, calling out, "Brother." I playfully pinched her nose, teasing, "Still calling me brother?" Though she was half convinced. Her joy was palpable. "Then may I call you sister?" Favorability increased once more. I adopted a serious demeanor and instructed her, "Yes, but in public. You must refer to me as brother. This shall remain our secret." After her bath, dressed in fresh attire, I styled her hair beautifully and said, "Your past name signifies your former life. Allow me to bestow upon you a new name, heralding a fresh beginning. How does that sound?" She nodded obediently. After contemplating, I declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as Gu Qingying. What do you think?" She repeated the name with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously, "Yes. I shall be Gu Qingying from now on." I settled Gu Qingying comfortably, and soon Elder Tsishue approached me, his expression one of bewilderment as he inquired, "Young master, is it truly worth your effort to invest so much in a slave girl of unknown origins?" I was acutely aware of his thoughts. In his eyes, I, Qianringshu, only gathered people based on their worth. I merely smiled, refraining from a direct answer, and instead replied, "Whether she possesses value. You shall ascertain once you prepare the materials for awakening her martial soul." Elder Tsishue appeared even more perplexed, questioning, "You intend to awaken her martial soul? Young master, do you truly believe that the offspring of a slave could awaken anything of merit?" Observing his expression, which adhered to the continent's common knowledge, I provocatively asked, "Elder Tsishue, what level of innate soul power did you possess in your youth?" He replied, 8. A smirk graced my lips as I proposed a wager. "I wager her innate soul power exceeds yours by 2 levels. Do you believe it?" The incredulity on Elder Tsishue's face was palpable, almost as if he wished to question my sanity. "Innate full soul power? Is it as simple as picking a cabbage?" He muttered, though his words were laced with disbelief. Just then, Qianringshu ushered Gu Qingying into the room. The poor girl, recently granted her own chamber, was fraught with anxiety, fearing that this newfound reality might be a mere illusion. After all, having once been sold like cattle, she could hardly trust in fortuitous happenings. Qianringshu, however, was straightforward. "You are 6 years old. Do you wish to awaken your martial soul?" The girl's eyes sparkled with hope. "Can I really?" "Of course." Qianringshu gently ruffled her hair. The two then proceeded to the secret chamber, where Elder Tsishue had already arranged the formation in anticipation. I must say, the scene was reminiscent of an arcane ritual. Elder Tsishue, with a stoic demeanor, commanded, "Stand in the center and feel with your heart." The girl, visibly anxious, stepped forward, and, as the formation activated, the room illuminated brilliantly. Yet, once the radiance dissipated, nothing remained. Neither a trace of a beast martial soul nor the essence of a tool martial soul appeared, and the silence was awkwardly palpable. Elder Tsishue was momentarily stunned, glancing at Qianringshu, his eyes questioning, "Young master, has it failed?" Qianringshu furrowed her brow, yet she remained assured, for she understood the quality of the system's creations. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that, despite the girl's frail appearance, the scars from her previous beatings had vanished. Her skin had improved significantly. Furthermore, Elder Tsishue sensed a faint pressure, as his esteemed Sitten martial soul was inexplicably restrained. Qian Rengshu grasped the girl's hand, revealing a golden soul mark on the back of her hand, depicting a little girl adorned with a crown. While awakening had indeed occurred, its nature was perplexing. Elder Tsishue, now donning a benevolent expression, inquired, Gyuqing, tell uncle, what do you perceive your martial soul to be? The girl timidly responded, I feel that my martial soul is my body. Your body? I tell you, at that moment, Qian Rengshu and Elder Tsishue seemed to have synchronized, exclaiming in unison, an original martial soul. Those familiar with the intricacies of martial souls would comprehend that this phenomenon was far rarer than any Haotian hammer or blue electric tyrant dragon. This martial soul was an intrinsic part of the body itself, much like the nose, eyes, or other features, but this girl was even more extraordinary. Her entire being constituted her martial soul. Such rarity was scarcely mentioned in Yuxiagang's dilapidated tome, yet Qian Rengshu and Elder Tsishue, as high-ranking members of the Martial Soul Hall, were well aware of its significance. Elder Tsishue, now invigorated, swiftly produced a soul power crystal ball. Come, let us measure her innate soul power. The moment the girl placed her hand upon it, the crystal ball erupted with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the chamber as if the sun itself had burst forth. The astonishment on Elder Tsishu's aged visage mirrored that of someone who had witnessed a miraculous spectacle. Shock daze, followed by sheer ecstasy. He turned abruptly to Qian Rengshu, his face transforming in a manner akin to a Sichuan opera face change, bowing deeply in admiration. Young master, you are indeed correct. Innate full soul power. Your discernment is unparalleled. Remarkably, Qian Rengshu possessed the Destiny Source Eye, a gift that allowed her to see through a child's talents as if they were laid bare before her. If only this ability were bestowed upon Xian Tao, the Martial Soul Hall would have long unified the continent. Elder Tsishue trembled with excitement. Innate full soul power. If nurtured, her ascension to an elder in the Hall of Offerings is all but guaranteed. Qian Rengshu understood well that should this potential be fully realized, becoming a second elder would pose no challenge. My penchant for collecting formidable talents stirred within me, envisioning the prospect of personally cultivating an unparalleled powerhouse. What an exhilarating thought. The girl, still innocently curious, asked, what is innate full soul power? Perhaps she envisioned it as a source of light in the dark. Elder Tsishue patiently explained, and upon understanding, the girl gazed at Qian Rengshu with sparkling eyes. Then I can help my sister in the future, right? Observe this child. She had grasped her value and was genuinely pleased, eliciting a pang of sympathy. Qian Rengshu playfully pinched her cheek. Of course, but you must first take care of your health and nourish yourself until you become plump and strong. Soon, however, questions arose regarding the divine strength princess, Martial Soul, a concept she had never encountered. Qian Rengshu's imagination conjured an image of a muscle-bound princess, the thought too delightful to bear. At that moment, the system chimed in. To my astonishment, the system promptly provided the manual for the divine strength princess. In summary, it was a super martial soul of the gold attribute, predominantly characterized by immense strength, capable of breaking through myriad laws at its peak, and capable of evolving into the divine strength queen. The system also cautioned that the physical quality of a martial soul with a body type was unparalleled, and absorbing soul rings could not adhere to conventional methods, lest one squander their innate talent. Additionally, it included a technique titled Divine Demon Body Refinement Method. Upon reading Gold Attribute, Qian Rengshu immediately thought of the second elder of the Martial Soul Hall, Jingyulong Douluo. That elder's martial soul, the Golden Crocodile King, also belonged to the Gold Attribute. Without hesitation, she quickly penned a letter, handing it to Elder Tsishue. Elder Tsishue, deliver this letter to the second elder with utmost speed. My friends, imagine a titled Douluo serving as a courier. Such grandeur was truly remarkable. Once Elder Tsishue departed, the underground chamber was left with just the two of them. The girl, filled with curiosity, asked, Sister, what is your martial soul? Qian Rengshu smiled, and in the next instant, a resounding explosion of golden light filled the chamber. I tell you, the spectacle was breathtaking. 6 pairs of wings unfurled with vigor, radiant light enveloping the space, while 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black danced around her, as if a divine being had descended. Gyuqing was utterly entranced, tears welling in her eyes. Sister, are you an angel? In that moment, her favorability soared to 60. Qian Rengshu could only smile wryly. An angel? One whose hands were stained with blood? Yet, she chose not to elaborate. as summoning her martial soul was merely a test of Gyuking's physical strength. Come, little sister, let me impart some strength to you. She began applying pressure. Starting from level 10, the girl appeared unaffected. At level 15, she began to strain slightly. At level 17, she was compelled to summon her martial soul to endure. When the pressure reached level 19, Gyuking swayed precariously, prompting Qian Rengshu to relent. She immediately queried the system. So, does this mean her physical quality is currently at level 19? For the first soul ring, I can provide her with a premium configuration, correct? The system responded, irate yet exasperated. Host, one must possess a spirit of adventure. Look at Bibidong, who challenges monsters beyond her level, configuring soul rings that defy the odds. And then there SU, with innate level 20 soul power, a top-tier talent. Yet your grandfather has arranged everything so meticulously that your first soul ring is merely 400 years. What a waste. Qian Rengshu felt helpless. Her grandfather, Qian Douluo, sought stability in all matters, fearful of any potential mishaps. Yet now, she longed to abandon that path of caution. Over the next half-month, Qian Rengshu diligently provided Gyuking with nourishment from 100-year soul beasts to bolster her health. Do not underestimate her. This little girl is akin to a bottomless pit, devouring her meals with such fervor that her lips glisten, her vitality being perfectly absorbed, and her health improving day by day. Half a month later, C.I. Shui returned, accompanied by an elderly man exuding an aura of formidable power. I must tell you, this elder is no ordinary individual. He is the JinBao, a top-tier figure who only emerges from seclusion when the martial soul hall faces annihilation. Yet, a single letter summoned him from his retreat. Upon seeing Qian Rengshu, JinBao eagerly inquired, Xiao Shui, where is that prodigy with innate golden attributes and full soul power? When he encountered Gu Qingying, this level 98 title Douluo, he behaved like a benevolent grandfather, engaging the little girl in conversation. After a pleasant exchange, he finally laid bare his intentions. Qingying, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you know who I am? I am the most powerful title Douluo in the continent. The little girl innocently asked, Are you stronger than Uncle C.I. Shui? I assure you. The regal aura of JinBao nearly spilled from the screen as he cast a disdainful glance at C.I. Shui and replied, Him? He isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. C.I. Shui nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, not worthy at all. At that moment, Gu Qingying's perception of strength shifted. JinBao capitalized on the momentum. So, will you take me as your master? The little girl glanced at Qian Rengshu, saw her nod, and obediently called out, Teacher. JinBao was overjoyed and immediately intended to take her back to the hall of worship. However, Gu Qingying clung tightly to Qian Renshu's leg, exclaiming, I don't want to leave Sister Shui. Amused, Qian Rengshu raised her hands in surrender to JinBao, grandfather. How about you stay here at my prince's mansion to teach her? After some consideration, JinBao agreed. Qian Rengshu then handed him the tome titled Shun Mo Liantiju. Initially dismissive, he casually practiced it, only to find that the long stagnant bottleneck at level 98 had loosened. At last, fortune smiled upon him, overwhelmed with excitement. JinBao immediately bowed deeply to Qian Rengshu, exclaiming, Xiao Shui, your benevolence in imparting knowledge cannot be repaid. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. There is nothing in this world I cannot resolve. His favorability soared from 60 to 90 instantly. With JinBao as her elite mentor, Gu Qingying's physical prowess soared, transforming her from a frail child into a graceful young lady, reminiscent of a serene princess when clad in her gown. With everything prepared, it was time to hunt for her first soul ring. Qian Rengshu suggested, Grandfather Tian, given Qingying's physique, comparable to a level 20 soul master, I recommend she hunt for a 700-year-old soul ring. JinBao was taken aback. Did not the master say that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years? You are exceeding the standard. Qian Rengshu scoffed. What nonsense theory? A genius is meant to defy norms. Just consider His Majesty, the Emperor. Were any of his soul ring configurations conventional? JinBao burst into hearty laughter. You are absolutely right. This girl possesses far more audacity than your grandfather. A genius must continuously transcend themselves. It is settled then. With Gu Qingying's matters arranged, Qian Rengshu turned to her own pursuits. She promptly spent 1 000 points to unlock her exclusive trial dungeon. In an instant, a portal through time and space appeared before her, and upon stepping through, she found herself on an island suspended in chaos. The island boasted an indescribably magnificent castle. At its center stood a colossal statue of a time angel. Just as she intended to move, a force whisked her away, placing her in the palm of the angel's hand. Immediately, 12 indistinct shadowy figures materialized around the statue on 12 dials, introducing themselves as the 12-time messengers. Only through the trials set by each of us shall you behold our true forms. And at that time, we shall pledge our loyalty to you. A female shadow, codenamed I, stepped forward, chosen trialist. I shall be your first examiner. Another shadow posed a philosophical query. Before we commence, ponder this. How do you comprehend time? Before Qianren could respond, the trial began. The first assessment, termed the Accelerated World, essentially entailed casting Qianren into a space to battle monsters. The most outrageous aspect was the disparity in the flow of time between enemies and allies. In a simple mode, for every second you experience, the enemy experiences 2. In the difficult mode, for every second you experience, the enemy experiences 6. This equates to you moving at a rate of 0. 5 times slow motion, while your opponents strike at 2 to 6 times their normal speed. How could one possibly contend with that? It was not merely unplayable. In difficult mode, should you fall, it would be game over, with no opportunity for resurrection or recreation. The system presented me with 3 options: simple, normal, and difficult. The disparity in rewards was staggering. Completing the simple mode grants a soul ring of 40,000 years. The normal mode offers 80,000 years, while the difficult mode begins at a staggering 100,000 years, with all future soul ring durations permanently increased by 1,000. Was this not a direct passage from the novice village to the 18th level of hell? The AI even elaborated that, by completing the trials, one could gain points and continue to challenge different difficulties. However, if one chose to complete the trial, they would receive a grand reward. And the first trial would conclude there, with subsequent treasures being beyond their reach. Was there any need for contemplation? My mother had set my KPI at a minimum of 3 soul rings each of 100,000 years. Could I possibly settle for a mere 40,000-year soul ring? Ridiculous. I set myself a modest goal: to conquer all trials in difficult mode, securing all 9 100,000-year soul rings. Of course, I was not foolish. With only 1,000 points, I lacked even enough to attempt a single difficult mode trial, so I had to test the waters first. Thus, I opted for the simple mode. In an instant, I was transported to an expansive dojo. The system AI informed me that there were 3 layers: speed, defense, and strength. The first layer had 1 enemy. The second had 2, and the third had 4. Defeating them all constituted success. In simple mode, the enemies were level 51 Soul Kings, weaker than me. I thought this would be a straightforward task. However, the first challenge imparted a lesson. An agile attack type, Soul Master wielding the spirit of an arrow sparrow, posed no initial threat, but he was operating at double speed. That fellow darted around me like a phantom, and I could only activate my shield and endure his strikes, unable to lay a finger on him. However, I quickly discerned the flaw in his speed. He could not change direction. Each attack followed a straight line, akin to cannonball. Wasn't this reminiscent of those background characters who only know to charge forward? An opportunity arose. I activated my second soul skill, Angel's Eye, and clearly mapped his flight trajectory in my mind. Anticipating where he would charge next, I hurled a holy sword, striking true and impaling him. With the first challenge completed, I pushed open the second door, entering the defense chamber. Inside stood 2 twins with the spirit of a diamond tortoise. Their defense was impenetrable. I initially intended to wear them down with divine power, but midway through, they suddenly joined hands and unleashed a spirit fusion technique, restoring their full health. Those who understand the situation can empathize. My mindset nearly crumbled, yet my keen eyes caught the revelation. They could not activate other defensive skills while using their fusion technique. Seizing the moment, I unleashed a full barrage, sending those armored shells packing. Finally, I entered the assault chamber. 3 formidable men stood within, one wielding a gun, another a bow, and the last a sword, all pure offensive weapon spirits. Without uttering a word, they launched a relentless assault on me, particularly the one with the soul-breaking spear, whose ferocity unleashed an oppressive force akin to a soul emperor. I shall no longer conceal my intentions. I abandon all defenses and confront them head-on in a dazzling display of swordplay. Sparks flew as we clashed, and while the encounter was somewhat chaotic, I ultimately triumphed over the 3 adversaries, thanks to the extraordinary foundation of my divine martial soul. After completing the simple mode, I certainly could not proceed directly to the next level. I claimed my reward of 3,000 points and swiftly departed. These points resemble Q coins, which can be utilized for future purchases. Thus began my journey of accumulating wealth in simple mode, repeating the process so often that I could navigate it with my eyes closed, eventually amassing over 40,000 points. Feeling quite capable, I boldly ventured into the normal mode. However, upon entering, I was taken aback. Quadruple speed. My dear friends, quadruple speed. I struggled against the first speedster opponent, and when I reached the defense stage, those 2 turtles were almost evading like agile attackers. Ultimately, in the attack chamber, I was caught off guard and struck down in a single blow. That sensation was truly unbearable. For the first time in the trials, I tasted the bitterness of death, only to be unceremoniously expelled by the system. Disheartened, I had no choice but to exit the trial space and return to the Imperial Palace. Upon my return, several days had passed. Just as I had finished absorbing the memories conveyed by my puppet, I received disheartening news. The Kaveli province in the southern part of the Tiando Empire was suffering from severe drought and locust plagues, leaving the populace in dire straits. On the brink of starvation, my father, the Snow Knight Emperor, planned to convene a meeting in 3 days to discuss this matter. Upon hearing this, I recognized it as an opportunity. I promptly visited the right minister, Zhao Tian, under the guise of Crown Prince Shui Qinghe to gauge the situation. To my astonishment, the circumstances were even graver than I had anticipated. Local nobles were hoarding grain to profit from the disaster, while the common folk were fleeing in search of refuge. 3 days later, in the court, my father, the Snow Knight Emperor, directly inquired about our proposed solutions. I stepped forward and presented 3 recommendations. Firstly, to request grain support from surrounding provinces. Secondly, to utilize the military's reserve supplies. And thirdly, to seek assistance from the JinBao Liuli sect and the Spirit Hall. To my dismay, my uncle, Prince Shui Xing, immediately voiced his opposition, declaring that military provisions are the foundation of the nation and should not be touched. He further claimed that the Spirit Hall harbored ulterior motives, warning against inviting them into our midst. I was infuriated and retorted, "People are on the verge of starvation, and you still engage in such calculations?" You wouldn't believe the astonishing statement he made. Letting the common people live in misery is the essence of our successful governance. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. In the eyes of these nobles, the common folk were not even human, merely livestock providing tax revenue. Ultimately, my father decreed that we would not seek assistance from the Spirit Hall, and instead, we would use the stockpile of stale, spoiled grain for disaster relief. I was utterly exasperated. These individuals were rotten to the core. After the meeting, Right Minister Zhao Tian lamented to me about how these nobles failed to grasp the significance of public sentiment. I could only pat his shoulder in consolation, reminding him that having moldy grain was better than letting people starve. Observing his loyal demeanor, I shook my head internally. It was a pity he was a good official, but had aligned himself with the wrong leader. I then made a visit to the JinBao Liuli sect, where my teacher, Ning Fengji, readily agreed to provide grain for disaster relief. After securing this matter, I hurried back to the secret chamber of the Crown Prince's residence to write a letter. To whom, you may ask? Naturally, to my mother, Bibi Dong. I detailed the situation here, informing her that the Tiando Empire's relief efforts were nothing short of a farce, once the grain was transported after layers of deductions. Even 30 reaching the disaster victims would be considered fortunate. This was an unparalleled opportunity for the Spirit Hall to win the hearts of the people. I advised her to swiftly mobilize all food-type soul masters from the Spirit Hall to directly provide meals in the disaster-stricken areas. Additionally, I urged her to leverage the Spirit Hall's influence across the continent to purchase grain in bulk from regions with low prices, ensuring a continuous supply. The decayed nobles of the Tiando Empire looked down upon their flesh and blood subjects, so let us bind the Spirit Hall's lifeblood closely with these common folk. As I concluded the letter, I hesitated momentarily at the salutation, initially addressing her as sister, but then crossed it out and replaced it with mother. I immediately summoned Sishue and Shilong, entrusting the letter to the swiftest serpent spear Da Shilong, urging him to deliver it to the Spirit Hall with utmost haste. Upon receiving the news that members of the Elder Hall wished to see her, my mother instinctively considered refusing. However, upon realizing it was one of my guards, she promptly changed her mind and allowed him entry. Upon receiving the letter, her gaze was immediately drawn to the crossed-out sister and the newly inscribed mother. I assure you, those two words shattered her defenses. A rare smile, warm as spring, graced her eternally icy visage. As she perused the contents of the letter, she fell silent. It is noteworthy that her true desire was for the Spirit Hall's reputation to crumble. She aimed to dismantle everything. Yet now, this proposal originated from her daughter, and the letter commenced with the affectionate term mother. Who could withstand such an appeal? Ultimately, maternal love triumphed over hatred. She folded the letter and promptly altered her stance. Without delay, she issued a series of papal decrees mobilizing the entire Spirit Hall to embark on a grand rescue operation. Thus commenced an unprecedented grassroots relief effort, circumventing the imperial authorities in a resounding manner. The Spirit Hall's greatest advantage lies in its branches scattered across every corner of the continent. With a single command from BB Dong, an influx of intelligence converged, enabling them to effortlessly procure grain in abundance from cities experiencing bountiful harvests and low prices, subsequently transporting it to the disaster area for relief. Even more astonishingly, a food-type Soul Master, if tasked merely with providing standard military rations, could sustain only a single army. However, if the standard is lowered to merely filling stomachs, a single food-type Soul Master can fulfill the nutritional needs of tens of thousands. I must tell you, BB Dong's response was remarkably swift. With the issuance of administrative orders, the entire Spirit Hall operated as if turbocharged, moving at full speed. Meanwhile, I had just completed the final grain handover with Ning Fengji and was preparing to personally assess the disaster zone when the elder Tian returned with my little apprentice. Gu Qingying. Oh dear, this little girl had become quite clingy after several weeks apart. It took considerable effort to coax her away. I quickly inquired of elder Tian, Grandfather, what soul ring did you obtain for Qingying? The elder chuckled, an 800-year-old metal gorilla. 800 years. I was taken aback. I had thought her limits would be capped at 700 years. Instead, she had leaped a whole century. Elder Tian waved his hand dismissively, explaining, there was nothing to be done. It was hard to find. I managed to locate two. One was 500 years, the other 800 years. That girl insisted on trying the latter, and since I was there to supervise, I allowed it. Who would have thought she would successfully absorb it? I thought to myself, as long as you understand what you're doing, that's all that matters. I turned to Gu Qingying and called out, come here, little Qingying. Show your sister your first soul skill. Let me tell you, the soul skill of the metal gorilla was astonishing. When Gu Qingying demonstrated it, the skill was named Metal Body, which directly enhanced her overall strength by 30. Moreover, it allowed her to envelop any part of her body in a layer of metallic armor. If her soul power was sufficient, complete coverage would not be a dream. The defensive capabilities were remarkable, and it could even ward off ice, fire, and toxins. Truly impressive. Initially, I envisioned her transforming into a hunk of scrap metal. But that was far from the reality. She concentrated her soul power in her fists, enveloping them in a semi-transparent metallic film, maintaining her small fist's appearance while glistening with a metallic sheen. When I approached and squeezed one, it felt as hard as iron. Elder Tian stood nearby, beaming with pride, proclaiming, this girl's physical prowess now surpasses that of many great soul masters. Once she reaches the second ring and absorbs a 2 to 3,000-year-old soul ring, it will be a breeze. With 3 rings, I believe she can manage 7 to 8,000 years. This is the advantage of surpassing levels in soul ring absorption. Who among you understands? Once the potential of the body is unlocked, the subsequent journey becomes one of unbridled success. However, the elder also cautioned that reaching the 4th ring and obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring would prove challenging. It requires not only physical capability, but also mental fortitude to withstand the soul impact of soul beasts. I couldn't help but smile inwardly and said no. I believe her 4th ring will certainly last for thousands of years. As for her mental fortitude, it can be cultivated gradually. After conveying these thoughts, I prepared to set off for Kaweli province. When I bid farewell to Xiao Qingying, the little girl seemed quite reluctant to part ways. I had to crouch down and explain that I was going to save countless people, and only then did she obediently nod in understanding. Exiting the prince's palace, I embarked towards the disaster-stricken area, carrying the first batch of supplies sent by the JinBao sect. Just as I entered the disaster zone, a significant event unfolded across the land. The Wuhuan Dian officially intervened. Bibi Dong directly procured grain from affluent regions, even sourcing from the Xinghua Empire, continuously transporting it into the disaster area. Remarkably, she adopted my suggestion and assembled all food-type soul masters into a disaster relief team, who immediately arrived on-site to prepare meals. This move caused great concern for Zhao Tian, the prime minister of the Tiando Empire, and it was indeed a formidable strike, capturing the hearts of the people. When I received the news, my spirits soared. As my transport team entered Tiannan City in Kawali Province, my wristband beeped, illuminating with a notification. Those in the know would understand. This meant another system-certified SSR-level genius had emerged nearby. I immediately halted my horse, preparing to leave the convoy in search of the individual when suddenly a commotion erupted from the rear of the convoy. I rode over to inquire, and a soldier pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Your Highness, one cart has broken down, and grain has spilled everywhere." We were in the process of cleaning it up when this little beggar dared to steal our disaster relief grain. Following his finger, I saw two soldiers restraining a filthy little girl, who was as thin as a twig, tightly clutching a small bag of grain despite their punches and kicks. A surge of anger ignited within me, and I shouted, "Stop!" The soldiers were startled and ceased their actions. I said, "She is merely a starving child. You need only mend the grain bag and spare her." With the prince's orders, they dared not disobey. Once the soldiers departed, I dismounted and approached the little beggar. Upon inspecting the system panel, I nearly burst into laughter. Chu Xinglian, age 6, martial soul, tree of life, not awakened. Innate soul power, level 10, not awakened. Another with full innate soul power. I felt as if I had opened two hidden variants in a blind box. I endeavored to smile warmly and asked her why she had attempted to steal the grain. The little girl, devoid of light in her eyes, replied, "There is no food at home. My mother and sister have starved to death. It is just me and my brother now. My father was taken away by the estate owner and has never returned." Hearing this, my heart ached, and I asked, "Would it be convenient for you to take me to your home?" She hesitated for a moment, perhaps sensing my harmless demeanor, and surprisingly nodded, leading me to her dwelling. The place was so dilapidated that calling it a house was an exaggeration. It was merely a crumbling mud brick shack, with the wind blowing through the cracks in the walls. Upon entering, an even smaller boy dashed out, cheerfully asking, "Sister, you're back. What are we having for dinner tonight?" Chu Xinglian joyfully raised the bag in her hands, exclaiming, "We have meat today, and rice too." Meat? I wondered where she had procured meat. In the next instant, I discovered the answer, and my entire being felt unwell. The family situation was dire. As she opened the bag, I was horrified to see a mix of grain and animal carcasses, dead rats, dead frogs, and various insects that constituted her idea of meat. I nearly retched at the sight. Watching her expertly select the plumpest rat from the bag, toss it into a broken pot, add some water, and prepare to light a fire, I could no longer bear it. I quickly said, "Do you know how to cook? Perhaps I can assist you?" "Thank you, big brother." I used my soul power to shell the grains, revealing the rice within, and summoned my angel martial soul to ignite the heavenly fire for cooking. The siblings gazed at me in astonishment. Chu Xinglian stammered, "Big brother, are you a soul master?" I nodded. Her pot of meat soup began to boil, and as she prepared to retrieve it, I interrupted, "Hold on, it's not fully cooked yet. Eating it could make you sick." However, there was not enough firewood. Sighing, I approached the stove, crouched down, and channeled my soul power to intensify the flames with my angelic sacred fire. After a while, the meat was thoroughly cooked, and I even helped them singe off the fur from the rat, ensuring every inch of the meat was roasted to perfection. I couldn't help but think about how my grandfather would react if he knew I was using angelic sacred fire to roast a rat. Would he be furious enough to storm over from the elder hall? When the meal was ready, a bowl of rice and a roasted rat, the two children stared at the sumptuous lunch, nearly drooling. I could hardly bring myself to eat it, claiming I had already dined, and watched as they devoured their meal. Once they finished, I finally asked, "Xianglian, would you like to become a soul master?" The little girl's eyes sparkled. "If I become a soul master, can I ignite fire without firewood like you?" I replied, "That depends on your martial soul. However, if you awaken a food-type martial soul, you could conjure your own meals in the future. You can conjure food." Upon hearing this, she immediately resolved. Then I must awaken a food-type martial soul. Seizing the moment, I said, "Come with me. I will take you to awaken your martial soul. And your brother can accompany us as well." The prospect of her brother joining thrilled her, and she readily agreed. I marveled at the innocence of these children, fortunate to have encountered me. I I pulled 2 lollipops from my pocket and handed them to them, thus securing the future SSR. Upon returning to the city's relay station, I summoned the elder Sishua, who had been secretly protecting me. He gazed at the 2 little beggars following me, utterly bewildered, as if questioning, "Young master, is this peculiar preference of yours? First, it was purchasing slaves, and now it was rescuing beggars?" I instructed the relay station to prepare the most lavish feast, something the 2 children had never experienced. They devoured the meal with astonishing speed, leaving the table spotless. After their bellies were filled, Chu Xinglian inquired when she could awaken her martial soul. I exchanged a glance with Elder Tsishue and said, "Tsishue, I would appreciate your assistance." Elder Tsishue looked at me in shock and asked, "Young master, do you perceive anything special about these 2 children?" I smiled mysteriously. "You shall find out shortly." He remained perplexed, inadvertently frightening the children. I instructed him to prepare the awakening ceremony, specifically requesting, "Tsishue, I hope you can use your soul power to isolate this room from the outside world. Is it truly necessary?" Elder Tsishue appeared even more confused and jested, "Young master, you cannot possibly mean that this little girl is also endowed with full innate soul power?" I can assure you he spoke in jest, for there are only a handful of recorded instances of full innate soul power across the continent. It cannot be that I simply stumbled upon one. I merely smiled and remained silent. Although Elder Tsishue thought I was overreacting, he complied. When Chu Xinglian stood at the center of the hexagram formation, the array illuminated. In a towering tree's phantom appeared, ultimately shrinking into a 2-meter-high sapling. Just from its aura, one could discern it was extraordinary. "Now, let us measure her soul power." Elder Tsishue handed over the crystal ball. As Chu Xinglian's small hand pressed against it, a blinding golden light erupted from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire room as if the sun had descended. Elder Tsishue was instantly petrified, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg, his voice trembling. Could it be another child with full innate soul power? As the brilliance faded, Elder Tsishue's gaze towards me transformed, filled with disbelief. He murmured, "Young master, I concede. Your discernment is remarkable. In this vast sea of humanity, you truly possess the ability to casually discover geniuses with full innate soul power." I thought to myself, this is not merely a matter of discernment. It is as if I have been granted a cheat. I could not articulate my thoughts, and simply inquired of Chu Xinglian, "Xinglian, would you kindly share what your martial soul is?" The little girl, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "My martial soul is called the Tree of Life. It seems capable of bearing fruit, though I am currently unable to produce any." Bearing fruit? Elder Tsishue was taken aback. A food-type martial soul? Yet, is there an existence of innate, full soul power within food-type martial souls? I smiled faintly and replied, "The absence of such in the past does not imply its impossibility in the future." No sooner had I spoken than information surged into my mind from the bracelet on my wrist. This Tree of Life is nothing short of extraordinary. It belongs to the food category, yet its potential rivals that of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Each additional soul ring can yield a corresponding fruit. Hunting a healing-type soul beast produces healing fruit. Hunting a toxic soul beast yields detoxifying fruit, and when cultivated to perfection, it could even produce the life fruit, capable of resurrecting the deceased. I handed Elder Tsishue the body refinement recipe given by grandfather Tianyi, urging him to nurture this child diligently. Elder Tsishue was exceedingly cordial, for this child could become a future food-type title de law, a status far superior to his combat-type rank. And failing to cultivate a good relationship now would render future alliances impossible. After arranging for Chu Xinglian's care, I proceeded to meet with Prime Minister Zhao Tian regarding grain supplies. Upon arriving at the granary, I found Zhao Tian in a furious uproar, brandishing his sword and vociferously berating the soldiers. "How am I supposed to consume this?" he shouted. "Out there, thousands perish of hunger daily, and those avaricious nobles dare to meddle with the relief grain. Did they not realize that the Spirit Hall was striving for the people's hearts?" I approached him to inquire about the situation. His face was a ghastly shade of blue as he brandished a handful of what he termed grain, revealing a mixture of half rice and half sand. Still not satisfied, he moved to another grain sack, slicing it open with his sword, and outpoured nothing but sand. "Your Highness, do you see this? This is our relief grain," Zhao Tian demanded. What was my response? I was nearly overwhelmed with laughter. "Marvelous job, my friends. Continue in this manner, and the hearts of the entire Tiando Empire will gravitate towards our Spirit Hall." Of course, I maintained a facade of sorrowful indignation, sighing. What a complete loss of conscience. I feigned surprise once more and asked, Prime Minister Zhao, is this truly all the supplies we have gathered? Zhao Tian sighed deeply. The lords of various provinces are lamenting their poverty. To gather this much is already commendable. Yet, it is riddled with layers of corruption. Without the Spirit Hall, the people of Kawali province would likely suffer tremendously. Subsequently, the matter escalated, and the scandal of disaster relief in the Tian-Do Empire spread like wildfire, with accusations of governmental inaction and noble corruption tarnishing the reputation of the entire empire. In stark contrast, the Spirit Hall emerged as a benevolent savior, their prestige soaring in the disaster-stricken areas. They were particularly cunning, deliberately mixing sand into the porridge. True disaster victims had no choice but to swallow it. And should anyone dare to be picky, they would be promptly expelled. Later, I followed the trail and uncovered the truth behind the incident. It turned out to be the machinations of Prince Xuexing and Left Minister Zhang Xianggui, who intentionally instructed the nobles along the route to withhold grain supplies, aiming to sabotage Zhao Tian's disaster relief efforts and unseat him. Once this information surfaced, it sent shockwaves through the court, and the reputations of Prince Xuexing and the Left Minister plummeted. I had intended to seize this opportunity to topple Xuexing's faction entirely. However, guess what happened? The Emperor Xuya, my dear father, forgave Prince Xuexing lightly, citing brotherly affection. As for the Left Minister, his only punishment was a verbal warning, not to be repeated. In the end, those two culprits faced merely a tarnished reputation with no substantial repercussions. Elder Xixue, watching from the sidelines, was left laughing in disbelief, ruthlessly mocking. The political landscape of the Tian-Do Empire is truly grotesque. Emperor Xuya is utterly foolish. I shook my head in resignation. No, he is not foolish. He merely fears the immense power I wield as the crown prince. I must tell you, the art of imperial strategy is played with remarkable finesse. Over the years, my authority has grown increasingly formidable. Apart from the military, I have nearly monopolized all other power. Could my dear father sleep soundly? Certainly not. Hence, he elevated my uncle, Prince Xuexing, to challenge me, believing that the fiercer our rivalry, the more secure his reign would be. Should either of us decisively defeat the other, his position would be jeopardized. Elder Xixue, in a moment of naivete, asked if we were not father and son. I could only chuckle. In the face of the throne, familial bonds dissolve into mere KPIs and competition. My uncle, Prince Xuexing, was undoubtedly furious. Upon returning to his residence, chaos ensued. He reportedly smashed anything that could be broken and cursed me, claiming I was ruthless, even betraying my uncle. His reputation as a virtuous prince lay in tatters. And that was most distressing for him. In the midst of his fury, his cherished son, my cousin Xuebeng, stumbled in. My cousin is quite the performer, acting under my uncle's orders to flaunt a life of debauchery, excelling in all vices. However, today he caught the brunt of his father's wrath, receiving a scolding for his idleness and lack of ambition. Xuebeng, nearly in tears, protested, "Uncle, was it not you who instructed me to act this way?" To which my uncle retorted, "I told you to act, not to become a complete waste." Oh, how family dynamics can be perplexing. This workplace manipulation had been thoroughly grasped by him. My uncle promptly enrolled Xuebeng in a comprehensive curriculum on imperial studies, decreeing that failure to pass would result in sleepless nights, as he endeavored to push him towards the throne. Let's set aside their trivial family matters, as they are quite vexing. I, on the other hand, have been diligently focused on my first trial for a month since returning from the disaster zone. I had exhausted both the simple and ordinary modes, yet the hard mode was an entirely different beast, truly unplayable. With but a single life, death meant the end. I dared not approach recklessly. In desperation, I had a sudden inspiration and teleported directly back to the Spirit Hall. I entrusted this matter to my grandfather, Qiandao, Lu, and a host of elder worshippers, instructing them to suppress their power and bombard me with a speed exceeding mine by 6 or 7 times. You cannot fathom the scene. I was utterly thrashed, akin to a one-sided beatdown, lasting less than 10 seconds each time. Even my grandfather could not bear to watch, and asked why I subjected myself to such self-deprecating training. Could I confess? Certainly not. Eventually, it was my grandfather's compassion for his granddaughter that illuminated a path forward. He advised, "Schwerer, eyes can deceive, but your instincts will not. Close your eyes and fight with your angel's perception." Remarkably, upon uttering those words, the world transformed before me. I closed my eyes, and within the entire space, the movements, trajectories, and even the murderous intent of everyone became crystal clear, as if I held a divine perspective. Although I initially still lost, I could now exchange several blows with them. Through this training, I honed my reaction speed and spiritual perception to their zenith. Finally, I succeeded in a simulated battle, triumphing over the ensemble of sparring partners my grandfather had assembled. To be cautious, I also borrowed several of the fastest titled Douluo from the Elder Hall, even recruiting ghost Douluo for practice, simulating every conceivable scenario. My mother, Bibi Dong, was left utterly astonished in the Pope Hall, likely bewildered as to how her sheltered daughter had suddenly become so driven. Fully prepared, I inhaled deeply and activated the true hard mode trial. I assure you, this was no jest. The enemies within not only moved at 6 times my speed, but were also of higher rank, equipped with top-tier martial souls. What could be more ludicrous than the 3rd level, where I faced 3 formidable foes, each wielding the 7-killing sword, the Haotian hammer, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon? Surely, the continent's most potent offensive martial souls had convened. Fortunately, I had long been accustomed to the rigorous intensity of battles, thanks to the doting affection of my grandfather and his esteemed companions. In the end, I fought valiantly, risking my very life to vanquish those 3 adversaries. At the moment of triumph, a spectral figure emerged, congratulating me on passing the trial. Subsequently, the main event unfolded. The rewards. 8,000 points were credited to my account. And then, a blood-red soul ring descended from above, enveloping my second martial soul, the Tian Shi. You heard correctly. The first ring was a staggering 100,000 years. This soul ring bestowed upon me an extraordinary soul skill called Acceleration Dimension, which essentially grants me control over time itself. I can accelerate my own time flow, increasing it by several folds without any limit, as long as my soul power suffices. But that was not all. The second reward elevated the age of all my soul rings by 1,000 years. My soul ring configuration transformed immediately into a dazzling array of purple, 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 and black. The third reward was even more astonishing, a level 96 titled Douluo summoning card. The fourth reward was an item known as the Seal of Acceleration, allowing me to open a trial secret realm for others to use, though it holds no utility for me at present, so I set it aside for now. As soon as the trial concluded, I promptly exited. The next trial, named Stagnation World, would slow down my time, completely opposite to the first one. There was no rush. My mind was wholly occupied with that summoning card. A level 96 Super Douluo, entirely loyal to me and with no ties to the Spirit Hall, felt akin to a divine weapon bestowed upon me. Upon returning to the underground chamber of the Prince's residence, I eagerly crushed the card. In a flash of golden light, a teleportation array manifested, and a woman stepped forth. I must say, she was striking, with long black hair, crimson pupils. Clad in dark attire, her hands resting in her pockets, the floor beneath her feet bloomed with black roses. Using my fate source eye, I discerned her identity, Hua Chong. Title Rose, a formidable level 96 assault-type soul master, with her martial soul being the Hell Rose. More importantly, her relationship status indicated unwavering loyalty. This woman, towering above me, scrutinized me momentarily, a smirk gracing her lips as she uttered her first words, nearly leaving me speechless. I am Hua Chong, Title Rose. You are my elder sister, correct? I was momentarily dumbfounded. Elder sister? I am merely 14 years old. To which she furrowed her brow, observing me intently. Is there a problem? You are my acknowledged leader. If you are male, I shall refer to you as elder brother, and if female, elder sister. It matters not your age. Well, I found myself unable to refute her logic. I instructed her to address me as His Highness the Prince in public, while permitting her to call me as she wished in private. Just as I led her out of the underground chamber, we encountered Grandfather Tian E. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere crackled with tension, almost leading to a confrontation. After considerable effort, I managed to clarify matters, and Grandfather Tian E reluctantly accepted this wild Rose Douluo. With a new ally by my side, I promptly introduced her to my other 2 subordinates and encouraged her to take Chu Xingling as her disciple. I then activated the Acceleration World Trial Secret Realm, allowing them to enter and gain experience. Hua Chong proved to be a combat prodigy, completing all modes within mere days, with her soul ring age skyrocketing by 1,200 years. A new year dawned, bringing with it fresh opportunities. Hua Chong and I deliberated. It was time to establish my own power. My plan was to first create an academy, gradually evolving it into a sect. However, establishing an academy requires funds, land, teachers, and recognition from the Soul Master community, which is exceedingly troublesome. To my surprise, upon hearing my frustrations, Hua Chong casually remarked, "Is it truly necessary to complicate matters? Why not simply seize an existing academy?" I was momentarily stunned. Seize an academy? Indeed. Why should I toil over infrastructure when I could simply take one that already exists? Her statement opened the door to a new realm of possibilities, and I clapped my hands in excitement. You are absolutely right. Which academy shall we target? In Tiando City. The most renowned institution is the Royal Do Academy, yet to seize it would equate to an outright declaration of war against the Empire, which is unnecessary. However, aside from the Royal Do Academy, there lies another academy eligible to participate in the Soul Master competition, Lamba Academy. This institution is entirely different from the ostentatious Royal Do Academy. It prides itself on inclusivity, welcoming commoners and nobles alike, fostering a refreshingly humble atmosphere. Just as I was preparing to scout Lamba Academy, a messenger arrived directly from the palace, summoning me urgently at the behest of my father, the Snowy Night Emperor. Very well, the client is paramount. I had no choice but to heed his call and discern his intentions. Upon entering, I found him burdened with the weight of national affairs, his expression fraught with concern. As he launched into a tirade about how our Tiando Empire had been utterly humiliated in the last Soul Master competition, being thoroughly trounced by the Spirit Hall and the Xingluo Empire. Thus, he issued a KPI. I must secure victory in the next competition. To this end, the Royal Do Academy had spared no expense in recruiting a gifted mentor, urging me to meet him, with hopes of bringing him under my wing. Internally, I scoffed. Could a mere change of instructors rectify the fundamental issues plaguing Royal Do Academy? The problems ran deep. However, I maintained my facade, exclaiming how wise my father was and inquiring about this illustrious talent. Qin Ming, the Snowy Night Emperor's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. At 26 years old, he is a level 56 Soul King, a future title Douluo without a doubt. A Soul King at such a young age? His potential was indeed remarkable, and my interest was piqued. Such a promising asset must be brought under my banner. And as for serving the Tiando Empire, that was a fanciful notion. I assured my father with utmost sincerity, "Rest assured, father, I shall fulfill this task." Upon exiting the palace, I made my way directly to the Royal Do Academy. However, upon arrival, I was met with a rather chaotic scene. A red-haired young man, looking as if he had been wronged, was being obstructed at the entrance by a group of ruffians. Leading the charge was none other than my incompetent younger brother, Xue Bong. I overheard Xue Bong derisively taunting, "A teacher from Shrek Academy? What a joke of a school. I've never even heard of it. Sounds more like Shit Lake Academy." Those words ignited a powder keg. The red-haired young man, Qin Ming, erupted with soul power, shouting, "You may insult me, but do not insult my alma mater." Xue Bong, emboldened by his foolishness, leaned in provocatively. "Oh, you want to fight? Come at me. If you do, tomorrow, there will be no one left to remember your name in Tiando City." Qin Ming's face turned a shade of green with anger, his fists clenched tightly, yet he refrained from striking, aware of the royal lineage of his opponent. I found such demands to be incredibly absurd. Very well, I would indulge him. With a swift stride, I delivered a resounding slap to my younger brother, sending him airborne. Blood spilling from his mouth, several teeth knocked out. Xue Bong was momentarily stunned, and as he attempted to rise and roar in protest, upon seeing me, he instantly wilted. Resembling a chastised puppy, "Brother, you struck me, but it's no matter." I adopted a serious demeanor, delivering a stern reprimand. "This individual is a distinguished guest invited by our father. Are you seeking to have him report your misbehavior to our father? This slap was for your own good. It was meant to awaken you. Now leave." The group of ruffians scurried away in disarray. I then turned, donning a warm smile for Qin Ming. "You are Qin Ming, correct? I apologize for the unfortunate circumstances you have encountered." Yet, to my surprise, Qin Ming's demeanor remained lukewarm, clearly maintaining a degree of distance. A glance at his relationship status revealed a moderately favorable disposition towards my princely identity, but a starkly negative 35 towards my identity as Qianren Xue. Furthermore, his fortune manifested as orange. This was undoubtedly a figure who might one day stand opposed to me. Upon examining his soul ring configuration, I was at a loss for words. A genius with innate soul power at level 9, yet his soul ring ratio was lamentably poor. Squandering his potential, a true pity. As I strolled through the academy with him, engaging in conversation, I managed to rekindle his fondness for Xue Qinghe with my eloquence. However, this fellow, despite his many admirable traits, exuded an undeniable arrogance that was impossible to conceal, treating every interaction with an air of superiority, as if he were a chosen one, which irked me somewhat. I feigned curiosity and inquired, "Teacher Qinming, what does Shrek Academy signify?" Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if electrified, and he launched into an explanation. "Shrek is a type of monster. Our academy is a school for monsters. We only accept monsters, no ordinary people. You must be under 13 and possess a soul power of at least level 20 to enroll." Quite an impressive claim, I must admit. Then he boasted that their academy, established 14 years ago, produced extraordinary talents, with the most remarkable one now serving as an elder in the Spear Hall, holding a status comparable to that of the Pope. I nearly laughed aloud at that. Who among my kin would not understand? I, the Holy Maiden of the Spear Hall, was completely unaware of any 26-year-old title joining our ranks. If your school has been operational for 14 years and you're 26, then you're merely from the first cohort. A 26-year-old title Douluo? What a farcical jest, painting illusions for me. So far ahead, indeed. Instantly, my interest in this so-called monster academy evaporated. It appeared to be nothing more than a school catering to the sensational, a mere breeding ground for wasted talent. On the other hand, the avalanche I had dismissed returned to the royal palace, causing a commotion. Upon discovering that this young man had been performing for me at his uncle's behest, Prince Xue Xing, it became evident that his uncle had intended to annoy Qinming, hoping to drive him away so that I, the prince, would not gain another formidable ally. Little did they anticipate my swift arrival, leading to the immediate collapse of their plan. At the Royal Combat Academy, Qinming encountered the three major Soul Douluo instructors, fervently promoting his monster team training model, ambitious to enhance the reputation of his alma mater through the Soul Master competition. My interest in these matters had waned. I returned to the prince's residence and promptly concluded my duties. In a flash, I bid farewell to Xue Qinghe, and the resplendent Qian Rinxue returned. To facilitate my movements, I assumed a new identity. Henceforth, I shall be known as Xue, the young master of the time and space hall, wielding the angelic holy sword as my sole weapon. Having arranged everything, I set off with Huachong straight to Lamba Academy. Compared to the Royal Combat Academy, Lamba Academy resembled a rural enclave, nestled in the outskirts of the civilian district amidst a forest, with a markedly inferior environment. Yet, one cannot deny the distinct academic atmosphere. The individuals at the Royal Combat Academy were there for socializing, whereas the students here were genuinely committed to their studies, each aspiring to defy their fates. Upon our arrival at the entrance, we were halted by two soul masters. I promptly offered a bag of gold soul coins to pave our way, expressing my desire to meet the principal. The two gentlemen accepted the payment and kindly cautioned us about their principal's fiery temperament. Huachong chuckled beside me, reassuring, "Fear not. If she becomes furious, I can help cool her down physically." As we ventured deeper, we soon heard a haunting melody emanating from the depths of the bamboo grove. A heart-wrenching song that clearly belonged to a classmate with a story to tell. Upon emerging from the bamboo, we were greeted by a serene lake, a humble cottage, and a beautiful woman tending to her flowers. I casually activated my celestial eye and was astonished to discover Lu Erlong, aged 39, a soul sage of level 71, with the sole weapon of a fire dragon. The most crucial detail was her luck aura, a deep orange, another individual connected to the fabled child of destiny. It was imperative that I secured this academy today. Even Jesus could not prevent it, I declared. Upon noticing our presence, Lu Erlong displayed her impatience. "What do you want?" I directly addressed her. "We wish to acquire your Lamba Academy." She responded with a cold laugh, shattering her water jug with a fierce grip. "Leave this place before I lose my temper, or you shall meet the same fate as this jug." I couldn't help but chuckle at her bravado in front of my title Douluo at level 95. Huachong stepped forward, and Lu Erlong unleashed a fiery punch, only to have Huachong effortlessly grasp it, rendering her strength as futile as a stone cast into the sea. Lu Erlong's expression shifted drastically as she attempted to retreat, but her hand was firmly ensnared. In the next moment, countless black rose vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring her from head to toe, even binding her fire dragon soul weapon into a twisted mass. Huachong's 9 spirit rings, 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, descended gracefully. At that moment, Lu Erlong surrendered to despair, casting aside any hope of resistance. I hear you wish to teach us a lesson? Hua Chong teased, gripping her chin with a playful smile. Do you possess the strength to contend with me, Hua Chong? Transfer ownership of the academy to us, or what? You may do as you please. Lu Erlong maintained her defiance. Ah, quite spirited, aren't we? Hua Chong's words dripped with sarcasm. Killing you would be too mundane. How about I cripple your soul power and sell you to a brothel instead? Just as it seemed Hua Chong was about to take drastic measures, I quickly intervened. Adopting a conciliatory tone, Principal Lu, we harbor no ill intentions. Why are you so adamant against selling this academy? Lu Erlong took a moment to compose herself, explaining that her purpose in establishing the academy was to provide opportunities for civilian soul masters, fearing that if we acquired it, the students would be left without a place to go. I raised my hands in surrender. Who says we intend to expel anyone? I greatly admire your educational philosophy. We shall continue your legacy, and you may remain as principal. We merely seek ownership of the academy. Lu Erlong had little choice but to acquiesce, and Hua Chong finally released her. As I pondered the name Lamba Academy, I casually asked, are you affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Her expression changed. But after glancing at Hua Chong, she begrudgingly replied, no. That is well. I nodded. The academy is now ours. It requires a new name. After some contemplation, I decided that this institution, which bore the hopes of the common people, would one day shatter the constraints of the old world. Thus, I proposed the name Dawn Academy. Lu Erlong inquired about its meaning. I smiled gently. The twilight of the gods heralds the dawn for all beings. Next, I convened a grand assembly for the faculty and students, announcing the change of ownership. I painted an optimistic vision to soothe their concerns, assuring them that all would remain as before, with Lu Erlong still serving as principal, thus ensuring a smooth transition. Ultimately, this event did not create significant ripples in Tiando City, as the major powers regarded Lamba Academy as a mere small enterprise. Its acquisition was hardly surprising. However, I must emphasize that this matter was far from straightforward. My interest in Lu Erlong extended beyond the academy. I sensed she harbored significant secrets, likely intertwined with the so-called child of destiny. Consequently, I instructed my newly acquired ace, Hua Chong, to unearth her background. Remarkably, within a mere 2 days, a steaming report landed on my desk. I must say, the revelations were indeed explosive. Lu Erlong was, in fact, the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Her scoundrel father, Yulongyan, had, in his reckless pursuits, impregnated a girl during a fleeting encounter and had fled without a second thought. Those who comprehend the sordid affairs within these grand sects understand the gravity of such matters. They enforce bloodline protection, demanding that children be either brought back to the sect or disposed of, fearing the leakage of their elite soul powers. Lu Erlong's mother, however, was a formidable woman who raised her single-handedly. It was fortunate that Lu Erlong's soul weapon mutated into a fire dragon, lacking any characteristics of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, thus allowing her to evade disaster. Given this context, it became evident why she exhibited such kindness towards civilian soul masters. She had grown up amidst hardship, and my impression of her shifted considerably. Then, a more staggering revelation emerged. Hua Chong informed me that in her youth, Lu Erlong had formed a trio with 2 others, known as the Golden Iron Triangle, which had achieved considerable renown in the soul master community. One was named Flander, known for his incredible speed, dubbed the Flying Horn. Lu Erlong, with her fiery temperament and formidable combat prowess, was the Killing Horn. The remaining member, can you guess who it was? Yu Xiaojiang, renowned as the Wisdom Horn. He served as the intellectual core of this Iron Triangle. Upon hearing that name, I felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Was this not the individual who claimed to be the foremost master in theoretical knowledge within the realm of soul masters? To my surprise, Hua Chong shot me a disdainful glance, declaring that this master's reputation was nothing but a farce. He too belonged to the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, and was actually the son of the current sect leader. However, his martial soul had mutated into an unrecognizable form, possessing only a meager innate soul power of 0.5. He relied solely on his family's wealth to forcibly elevate himself to the 29th level, before stagnating there for the rest of his life. His sole redeeming feature was his ability to perform a martial soul fusion technique with 2 others, in which he took the central role. Was this not a blatant case of coasting on the laurels of others? Hua Chong further remarked that Yu Xiaojiang authored a miserable book titled The Top 10 Competitiveness of Martial Souls, which made her want to tear it apart on the spot. Beside me, the bodyguard she longed to awe could no longer contain himself and burst out, labeling this master as a jester unworthy of his position. I was puzzled. If he was so incompetent, why did he have such a grand reputation? Hua Chong then revealed an astonishing piece of information. This title of theoretical master had received official certification from the Spirit Hall, complete with a verification mark. Moreover, it was personally mandated by my mother, Bai Dong. I was left utterly speechless. My family, I truly cannot express my gratitude. My mother, that woman, had never even spared me a glance. Yet she mobilized the entire Spirit Hall's resources to elevate such a useless individual. She had artificially raised him to an undeserved height, rendering him a laughingstock among all soul masters. What could possibly be the motivation behind this? I felt a surge of bitterness and jealousy that distorted my features. Suppressing my displeasure, I urged Hua Chong to continue. The ensuing narrative, I assure you, was even more outrageous than a melodramatic soap opera. This iron triangle entangled itself in a love triangle. Both Fanda and Yu Xiaojiang were enamored with Lu Erlong. Yet Lu Erlong, despite having a promising future with the equally powerful Fanda, chose the 29th level Great Soul Master Yu Xiaojiang instead. Hua Chong scoffed, stating that it was akin to choosing between a piece of gold and a pile of refuse. Even more absurd was the fact that Fanda, the unfortunate soul, voluntarily withdrew from the competition, even offering to officiate their wedding. On the day of the wedding, Lu Erlong's long-absent scoundrel of a father suddenly reappeared and publicly declared that Lu Erlong was his daughter and Yu Xiaojiang's cousin. And guess what happened next? Our esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang fled on the spot. He was terrified of being associated with the stigma of incest, and thus he ran away, disappearing for a full 15 years. As for Lu Erlong, she seemed bewitched, waiting for him all those years. Fanda, unable to let go of Lu Erlong, also waited alongside her for 15 years. I couldn't help but exclaim that Yu Xiaojiang was undoubtedly a scoundrel. Later, she long enlightened me, explaining that it was all due to that wretched martial soul fusion technique. Apparently, there were primary and secondary roles involved. Yu Xiaojiang was the primary, while Lu Erlong and Fanda were secondary. This meant Lu Erlong was as if under mental control, making her fixated solely on him. Fanda, in turn, could only play the role of a humble admirer, too afraid to assert himself. Yu Xiaojiang was fully aware of his position, exploiting it to enjoy the love of both, all while evading the responsibilities of marriage, leaving both of them in a state of limbo. My goodness, I was utterly astonished. This martial soul fusion technique was nothing short of a psychological manipulation tool. In the future, should one discover a potential fusion partner, it would be prudent to ascertain who holds the primary role. If one finds oneself in the secondary position, I would advise them to sever ties before unwittingly inheriting an unwanted paternal figure. After hearing all this nonsense, I immediately instructed Hua Chong to investigate the current whereabouts of the two men. Fanda had established the Shrek Academy near Soto City, the very institution from which my former subordinate Qin Ming had graduated. It seemed this place held some intrigue. I must make time to visit. As for Yu Xiaojiang, he was nowhere to be found. I issued a strict order to ensure he was unearthed. I was genuinely curious to see what kind of person could garner such attention from my mother. I was indeed intrigued and went to a market stall to procure a copy of his book, The Top 10 Competitiveness of Martial Souls. Little did I know that upon reading it, my blood pressure would soar. The entire text was filled with nonsensical drivel. What nonsense it was to assert that a son's martial soul inherits the stronger traits of the parent. What evidence do you provide for such a claim? And that line about there being no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, was pure poison. Was he not the epitome of a useless martial soul? Why did he not continue his training? After finishing, I promptly disposed of that wretched book, along with its cover, into the trash bin, for it had truly sullied my vision. Having vented my frustrations regarding the scoundrel, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. I conferred with Hua Chong about establishing a new sect to form my own cadre. With Hua Chong, a super Douluo, at the helm, our top-tier combat prowess will be capable of contending with the three major sects. Hua Chong suggested that we create a facade of sect to attract those neutral small families, while discreetly spreading the rumor that we had a formidable hidden organization known as the Shirkong Dian backing us, thus deterring any reckless actions against us. We assessed the factions we could potentially ally with. The Awakens8th-Rank family, renowned for their healing prowess, was far too sought after for anyone to recruit. The Longgong Shipa family possessed a martial soul fusion technique, allowing them to stand toe-to-toe with titled Douluos, which was worth considering. The most challenging nut to crack was the three major families from Element City, the Wind, Water, and Fire families, who were tightly knit, and even the Spirit Hall struggled to manage them, having allied with the JinBao Long sect to counter us. I inquired of Hua Chong how we could possibly contend with such formidable adversaries, whom even the Spirit Hall could not subdue, given our current limited manpower. To my astonishment, Hua Chong simply took a sip of tea, her smile enigmatic, and said, "Element City is akin to a game of three kingdoms. Our Spirit Hall is the fiercest tiger, while the three elemental families are but trembling lambs. They fear being devoured by me, so they have foolishly invited a wolf, namely the JinBao Long sect, hoping for the wolf and the tiger to clash, allowing them to scurry about and preserve their own little territories. I must say this strategy, known as leading the wolf to drive away the tiger, sounded quite impressive, yet in my view, it was utterly foolish." She paused, her eyes glinting with calculation. "But have you considered a different approach? What if we, as the tiger, were to simply withdraw?" Good gracious! It dawned on me in an instant. Yes, we would pull out. The Spirit Hall would no longer participate, and we would completely vacate Element City. Just think about it. Once the tiger departs, those little lambs would face the hungry wolf head-on. Would they still be able to huddle together for warmth? That would be inviting the wolf into their home. The greed of the JinBao Long sect was no less than ours. Over time, as tensions escalated, they would inevitably turn against each other. By then, would the three elemental families be able to seek external aid? Who would they turn to? Would they invite our fierce tiger back? Are they foolish enough to believe in the adage that it's easy to invite a deity, but hard to send them back? Would they seek assistance from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect? Even less likely. The cunning old fox Ningfengji would never risk tearing apart the fragile alliance with the JinBao Long sect over a few scraps of meat. Thus, we should be the first to exit, allowing them to engage in a brutal dogfight, and once they are mutually weakened, we would return with a vengeance. At that point, it would not be a matter of balance, but rather an overwhelming force, swallowing the entirety of Element City in one fell swoop. My dear family, who understands? This maneuver is known as extreme pulling, and in high-stakes games, this is how one plays. In addition to these three families, there was another tough opponent, the four single attribute families that previously aligned with the Haotian sect: the Leaf family, the Puff family, the Yu family, and the Min family. Their hatred for our Spirit Hall was etched deep within their bones. Yet, interestingly, they also despised the Haotian sect for abandoning them. Therefore, my plan is to adopt a new identity, refraining from using the Spirit Hall's name, and instead operate under smaller guys to engage with them. Once we have successfully deceived them into submission, we will incorporate them into our own ranks, and when the time is ripe, I shall reveal my identity. Surprise! I am the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. You can only imagine their reaction. By then, the die would have been cast, and there would be no escape for them. The more I contemplated this, the more exhilarated I became, and I promptly penned a letter to Bai Bai Dong, outlining the entire plan from beginning to end. After finishing my task, I summoned Shilong. I must say, the expression on Uncle Shilong's face was nothing short of spectacular. A grand title Douluo was reduced to a mere courier, and I could only imagine the torrent of complaints swirling in his mind. However, there was no alternative, for I am a young master. He still respectfully accepted the letter, assuring me it would be delivered swiftly. Just as I dismissed my personal courier, a messenger arrived from the Tiando Royal Academy, announcing that the members of the newly formed Imperial Battle Team had gathered, and I, as the Crown Prince, was requested to meet them. Very well, I thought. Let's see what they are about. Upon entering the hall, I was met with a striking sight: 7 individuals standing in a row, reminiscent of a talent show. Leading the group was an elderly man named Ji Lin, one of the 3 great teachers, who proudly introduced me to the first member, Yu Tianheng, a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, who wore an expression that suggested the world owed him a great debt. Ji Lin extolled his prowess, proclaiming him to be the strongest assault-type beast martial spirit in the world. I extended a polite handshake while discreetly activating my fate source eye to gather data. The results were satisfactory, though I noted with some concern a negative value in his relational metrics. The second member was a striking young lady with purple hair and green eyes, named Duguyen, the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. She possessed an alluring beauty, which piqued my interest. However, upon scanning her with my ability, an alarming red alert flashed before me. Poisoned. I was taken aback, for she appeared vibrant and full of life, seemingly unaffected by any affliction. My lingering gaze, however, seemed to overstep the bounds of propriety, prompting her to darken in countenance, and her favorability towards me plummeted. I coughed awkwardly to alleviate the tension. The third individual was a significant figure, Yi Lingling, a descendant of the Nine Hearts Begonia. Clad in black and veiled, she exuded an air of aloofness, adorned with the unmistakable aura of a high and mighty goddess. When I greeted her, she merely acknowledged my presence with a curt phrase, having met the Crown Prince before, and that was the extent of our interaction. Remarkable indeed. The remaining members, including the Xuanwu Turtle Brothers, the Ghost Leopard, and the Wind Chime Bird, were relatively unremarkable, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. After surveying the group, I discerned the Imperial Battle Team, while seemingly formidable, was riddled with flaws. Their output relied solely on Yu Qianheng, while the two agile attackers merely served as fillers. Dugu Yan's venomous abilities, purportedly for control, functioned more as an area of effect attack, posing a risk to allies and enemies alike, though Yi Lingling's healing was commendable. Her abilities were limited to restoring health, neglecting mana or buffs, rendering her functionally narrow. This configuration resembled a fragile glass cannon, shattering at the slightest touch. After our introductions, I exchanged pleasantries and encouraged them to train diligently for the glory of the nation. Yu Qianheng, overflowing with confidence, pounded his chest and assured me that the championship of the Soul Master Tournament 5 years hence would undoubtedly be theirs. A sidelong glance revealed his gaze frequently darting toward Dugu Yan. I understood immediately. This young man harbored ambitions of courting Dugu Yan, hoping to bind the poisoned Douluo to their blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. Quite the ambition, indeed. However, if he could conceive such a plan, could I not as well? Dugu Bo, a man of great loyalty and sentiment, had been indebted to Prince Xuesheng for saving his life, thus aligning himself with Xuesheng and causing me no small amount of trouble. If I could alleviate Dugu Yan's poisoning, the favor I would gain would far outweigh any trivial matters concerning Prince Xuesheng. In such a scenario, even if he did not ally with me, at least he would remain neutral, allowing me the freedom to orchestrate my schemes against Xuesheng and his accomplice. Without delay, I sought an opportunity to invite Dugu Yan to a secluded pavilion. Somehow, this news reached Yu Qianheng, and I could see the darkening of his expression, as if he had cursed me 1,000 times in his mind. Dugu Yan arrived, maintaining an air of indifference. I got straight to the point. Dugu Yan, may I inquire if you have been feeling unwell recently? She furrowed her brow, suspiciously asking, "Why do you ask?" I hastily clarified, "Do not misunderstand. I have a formidable advisor, a skilled physician, who suspects you may be afflicted by poison." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yan's demeanor soured, as though I had personally insulted her. Coldly, she retorted, "If you summon me merely to proclaim my poisoning, I assure you, I am perfectly well. Excuse me, I must take my leave." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Very well, the probe had failed. However, it was evident she was oblivious to her own condition. In the following days, I observed her closely and confirmed that her poisoned state persisted. This was peculiar. Could it be that the poisoned Douluo herself was unaware of her affliction? Meanwhile, Yu Qianheng intensified his pursuit of Dugu Yan, showcasing his supposed kingly ordaily on the training grounds. Amusingly, my foolish brother, Xuebeng, also entered the fray. His methods of wooing women were laughably outdated. Flowers, rings, love letters, and an endless stream of cheesy compliments. He clung to Dugu Yan like a lovesick puppy, a sight that was almost unbearable to witness. How could he even dream of winning over the granddaughter of a titled Douluo? One day, Xuebeng arrived with 99 roses, kneeling in a theatrical display of affection. Dugu Yan rolled her eyes dramatically. Just then, Yu Qianheng, descending like a deity, unleashed a thunderous punch that sent my hapless brother flying, knocking several teeth loose in the process. Standing protectively before Dugu Yan, Yu Qianheng declared with commanding authority, "I warn you, stay away from her, or I shall confront you each time I see you." Xuebeng fled, utterly cowed. It was a classic tale of hero saving the damsel. Leaving the surrounding young ladies utterly entranced, Dugu Yan gazing at him as if he were a shining star. I watched from the shadows, my thoughts crystal clear. Behind Xuebeng lay Prince Xuesheng, while Yu Qianheng was backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, both vying for Dugu Yan and thus the support of the poisoned Douluo. Yet, regrettably, their aspirations were far too narrow in scope. I paid little mind to these two clowns and quietly followed Douluo Yin home with Huachong. I was determined to witness firsthand the true nature of the renowned poison Douluo. Upon arriving in the outskirts, I observed JinBao come to greet his granddaughter. Habitually, I activated my fate source once more. What I discovered was shocking. My gaze fixated on the crimson script hovering above JinBao's head, rendering me momentarily speechless. This was no renowned poison Douluo. He himself was gravely poisoned, on the brink of death. I realized then that although this old man was nearing his end, the fortune radiating from him was nothing short of dazzling. The system informed me that such a person was destined to be a conduit of fortune and a valuable ally in the future. My mind raced with two options: A, eliminate him outright, or B, recruit him as my enforcer. Option A was the most straightforward approach, effectively crippling Prince Xuexing's principal ally and severing a potential arm of the future protagonist. However, I knew that such individuals were notoriously resilient, and if I struck too hard, he might escape with his life, leading to a bitter enmity that would be impossible to resolve. Thus, I opted for B. Consider this. Why would JinBao associate with the protagonist? Likely, it was the protagonist who had aided him in overcoming his poison. If I could intercept that opportunity, not only would I weaken the protagonist's fortune, but I would also gain a title Douluo as an ally, an unmissable stroke of fortune. However, I knew I had to proceed cautiously, first discerning the nature of his affliction before taking any action. With matters here settled, I penned a letter to my mother, Bibi Dong, the supreme leader of the Spirit Hall. I shall tell you, this letter was designed to strike at the very core of the matter. I refrained from engaging her in frivolous chatter and immediately recounted the tale of the dragon-slaying youth who ultimately became a dragon himself. I remarked that our Wuhuan temple is currently perceived as a malevolent dragon by others, and everyone longs for a hero to vanquish us. Yet, is that so-called hero truly virtuous? I cited the example of Yuanshi City. Our Wuhuan temple seeks to annex the three prominent families, and in their fear, they have summoned the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as their ally. Now, as we tighten our grip, they cling even more desperately to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. And in the end, after all our efforts, we would merely be sewing garments for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. An act of pure folly, is it not? I told Bibi Dong, do you believe that if our Wuhuan temple were to withdraw, those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon would swiftly transform into a new malevolent dragon, seeking to devour the three families? At that point, they would turn on each other. Therefore, I advised her to promptly issue an order for our people to withdraw from Yuanshi City, entrusting the mess to me. At the end of my letter, I delivered a decisive blow, signing it, your superfluous daughter, Qian Ringshu. I asked her if this would breach her defenses. Quite remarkably, this tactic proved effective. Shilong Douluo, the unfortunate messenger, reported upon his return that the Pope was unable to maintain composure upon reading the letter, shedding tears. It seems the phrase, superfluous daughter, struck a chord deep within her heart. Without hesitation, she consented to my plan and even replied with a letter. Alas, poor Shi Jiao Douluo, a title Douluo, was reduced to our messenger, becoming the most premium courier of 2025. Bibi Dong exhibited impressive efficiency, promptly dispatching Gui Dao to notify the Elephant Armor sect of their withdrawal. Initially, the sect leader, Huyan Jun, was vehemently opposed to leaving, having invested considerable time in Yuanshi City. However, Gui Dao painted an enticing picture, promising that if he complied, assistance in breaking through to a title Douluo would not be out of the question. Upon hearing this, the rotund leader's face brightened, and he quickly took his leave with his followers. As our Wuhuan temple withdrew, chaos erupted in Yuanshi City. The sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Yi Yuanjin, initially believed he had achieved victory, thinking our Wuhuan temple was driven away by them, and he prepared to celebrate. However, he quickly realized this was my mother's stratagem, designed to incite internal conflict among the three families. He underestimated the three families, believing the cunning old fox, Ning Fengji, would not intervene, and he planned a swift and decisive assault to consume them all. The three families were left dumbfounded, having just sent the wolf away, only to find that a tiger had arrived to feast upon them. In a panic, they attempted to employ the same strategy, seeking to involve the seven-treasure glazed tile sect to create a tripartite alliance. However, Ning Fengji simply read their message and chose not to respond, indicating that for the sake of peace among the three sects, he would not wade into this murky water. Consequently, the three families were left with no alternative but to band together and confront the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, leading to a tense standoff in Yuanshu City. Meanwhile, I observed the unfolding events from Tiando City, remaining silent and amused. The game had only just begun, and it was not yet my turn to play. I needed to address the situation with JinBao first to bolster my own hand. I dispatched individuals to thoroughly investigate his lineage, and to my surprise, I discovered that his family was plagued by a history of untimely deaths. None had lived beyond 50, save for the old monster himself. I was perplexed. JinBao possessed innate soul power at level 9, a top-tier martial soul, and yet after decades, he remained at level 91. Overtaken by younger generations like Douluo and Douluo. This was perplexing. I suspected that the toxicity was likely hereditary. To verify this, I summoned Yang Wushuang, an expert in poisons from the Pazhi family. Testing for poison requires a sample, so I seized an opportunity to obtain a strand of hair from his granddaughter. Duguyen. Acquiring a sample directly from JinBao proved more challenging, so I sent my ace, Hua Chong, to stealthily procure a hair from the old poison master. After a thorough examination, Yang Wushuang approached me, his expression a mix of astonishment and intrigue. He reported, "Young master, I have uncovered the truth. The poison afflicting JinBao and his granddaughter originates not from others, but from their own martial soul, the emerald-scaled Serpent King." At that moment, I exchanged a stunned glance with Grandpa Tiani. Who could have imagined that the renowned poison Douluo, having spent a lifetime mastering toxins, would discover that the greatest source of poison lay within his own lineage? This toxin, inherited through generations from their martial soul, relentlessly eroded their bodies, explaining the family's short lifespans and JinBao's stagnation despite his immense talent. Now that I had identified the issue, the question remained, how to resolve it? I turned to my subordinate, Yang Wushuang, asking for his insight. To my astonishment, he proposed a rather audacious solution: to acquire a soul bone and forcefully channel the toxins within the body into that soul bone. Upon hearing this, I realized the implications. It was akin to implanting a ticking time bomb within oneself. Soul bones have their limits, and with the emerald-scaled serpent's toxin continuously produced, it was only a matter of time before the soul bone would explode, returning the toxins with a vengeance. Particularly alarming was the fact that JinBao possessed a head soul bone. I was taken aback, contemplating the absurdity of introducing toxins into his brain. Was this not akin to carrying a gas canister wherever he went, ready to detonate at any moment? This approach seemed excessively reckless. Moreover, it would only address his own condition, leaving future generations to endure the same fate. It appeared that generational poisoning was the name of the game. I found this method highly dubious and inquired if he had any alternative suggestions. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered 2 words: immortal goods. I chuckled at the absurdity of it, questioning how he could still be speaking of cultivation in this day and age. However, he elaborated that immortal goods referred to the most remarkable treasures within the world, some capable of neutralizing all poisons. For instance, there existed a type called Yoshiang Chilo immortal goods, which could render one immune to all toxins. I promptly dismissed this idea, exclaiming that I required a poison Douluo, not someone who would be rendered harmless by neutralizing his own poison. That would be like hiring a chef only to find that he was allergic to cooking. It was utterly nonsensical. However, I discerned that the Yang family held a strong desire for such items. I jested, asking if I were to possess an immortal good, would his brother not come crying to seek my favor? His silence spoke volumes, revealing his implicit agreement. As for JinBao's predicament, I decided there was no rush. I would set it aside for now. I then gathered my people and proceeded to our next destination, the Balak Kingdom. I aimed to investigate a place known as Shrek Academy. Upon arrival, I was taken aback. This was no academy, but rather a shabby village. At the entrance stood a rickety wooden gate, with a sign reading Shrek Academy, accompanied by a grotesque, green-headed monster portrait that was both comical and endearing. The conditions were abysmal. The accommodations were dilapidated, with meals at one's own expense. Those with means dined in the city, while the less fortunate subsisted on cornbread alongside the villagers. I wondered what kind of education could possibly emerge from such an environment, fearing that promising talents might go to waste. Disguising myself as a villager using a soul bone skill, I infiltrated the place to gather information. To my surprise, this humble establishment was indeed a hidden gem. The principal, Flinder, was a soul sage of level 73, while the vice principal, Zhao Wujuan, was a level 69 soul emperor, and remarkably, a wanted fugitive from the Wuhuan temple. What a fascinating turn of events. The teaching staff appeared competent, but the students were in dire straits. Many possess considerable innate talent, with soul power levels ranging from 6 to 8, yet a substantial number had been squandered. Some students had soul rings barely over 100 years. Was this a joke? This school incessantly indoctrinates its students, instilling a particular ideology that claims we are not ordinary individuals, but rather monsters, urging the students to embrace this notion as a form of honor. At that moment, I felt compelled to voice my criticism, remarking that if anyone resembled a mere charlatan, it was their dean. Unable to provide top-tier resources, they resort to psychological manipulation, proclaiming that a challenging environment fosters talent. Such rhetoric would surely be met with disdain by netizens in 2025. Coincidentally, I found myself attending their graduation ceremony. The dean, Falanda, lavished praise upon a few graduates who had reached the soul master level, exclaiming that they were little monsters and the pride of our Shrek Academy. Yet, as he turned to those who had yet to attain level 40, his expression shifted faster than turning the pages of a book. He dismissed them brusquely, stating, "You may leave, and do not refer to yourselves as Shrek students in the future." Zhao Wuji, standing nearby, cruelly added, "We cannot afford to lose face for Shrek." I was utterly astonished. One fellow, merely one level short at 39, desperately pleaded for another chance. Zhao Wuji unleashed a tirade, declaring, "You had 8 years and still did not break through to the Soul Master level. How can you blame others for your own shortcomings? Who among us understands this? Devoting the prime 8 years of one's life to this wretched institution, enduring hardships, and ultimately being denied a diploma for falling short by a single level? Such an act is utterly outrageous." My frustration only intensified. Were these students not diligent enough? Those who persevered in such a dismal place for 7 or 8 years. Which of them was not a fierce competitor, lacking resources and a conducive environment? If they ventured out to hunt soul beasts and perished, the academy would not take responsibility. I witnessed Zhao Wuji casually chewing on a blade of grass, bullying the grieving relatives of the deceased, brandishing his martial spirit to intimidate ordinary people. I was truly enlightened. This academy only accepts geniuses, exploiting them like mere crops, claiming credit for the successful while discarding the failures, all while glorifying their so-called cultivation of monsters. I found myself mentally critiquing the situation, only for my internal system to emit a sound, notifying me of a mission titled Suppress Shrek Academy. The system even informed me that this mediocre institution could potentially supplant our Wuhuan Palace in the future. I was flabbergasted. It turned out that the Blue Tyrant Academy, which I had inadvertently acquired, was destined to become their future campus. Essentially, I had stolen their future right under their noses. The system rewarded me with a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Now I was invigorated. Reforming Shrek was not only a righteous endeavor, but also a chance to achieve KPI. I had to seize this opportunity. I promptly reported to the headquarters of Wuhuan Palace, alerting them to this fraudulent institution masquerading as a legitimate academy under our name. Thus commenced the new enrollment season at Shrek, a spectacle to behold. Their enrollment officer, Li Yusong, arrogantly collected fees, openly stating that if one paid and was not admitted, the money would not be refunded. At that moment, my designated personnel arrived. A family of 5, exuding the air of affluence, accompanied by 3 children. I assure you, these 3 children were my golden generation sent to disrupt the proceedings. Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu. I instructed them to disguise themselves, adopting the names Nana, Yin, and Yeya. Nana approached first, extending her tiny hand. The teacher assessed her bone age, and upon discovering she was 12, he approved. Then, she revealed her martial spirit and soul rings. When Nana summoned her martial spirit, the enchanting fox manifested, displaying 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple. The teacher's eyes nearly bulged from his head as he stammered, 10, 12 years old, 32 levels. My people feigned great difficulty, saying, "Alas, this child qualifies." But my other 2 children are 13 and therefore overage. What a pity. Li Yusong, upon hearing this, could not let the opportunity slip away, eagerly saying, "Let them try as well." Consequently, Yin and Xiaoyu revealed their soul rings. One was 13 and at 34 levels, the other also 13 at 33 levels. All were soul elders. The teacher was left dumbfounded, disregarding all rules and age restrictions, fearing we might leave, and promptly declared, though they are overage, they surely met the standards at 12. I announced their exceptional admission. All 3 are accepted. Upon hearing about the arrival of 3 super geniuses, Falanda and Zhao Wuji hurriedly came over to personally welcome them. My people began to act, feigning dissatisfaction as they inquired. Does your school lack a proper simulated training room? What are the living conditions like? Is accommodation and meals included? Falanda's face turned a ghostly shade as he frantically painted a picture of grandeur, assuring them that they would indeed provide meals and accommodation, boasting of delicious farm-fresh meals with daily variety. He further expounded his flawed rationale, claiming that flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. We cultivate monsters that can adapt to their environment. He concluded by thumping his chest with pride, declaring himself a soul sage at level 73, and Zhao Wuji, nearly a soul sage as well, asserting that their faculty was unparalleled. I stood nearby, disguised as a villager, nearly bursting with laughter. Goodness, even a pyramid scheme leader cannot spin tales like you. Just wait, Falanda, those so-called prodigious monsters you take pride in are all my people. Next, you shall experience what true home invasion means. Just as I was contemplating this, Falanda commenced his performance. He cleared his throat, adopting an air akin to that of a product launch, and began spinning his elaborate tales. Though Shrek Academy is impoverished, we specialize in elite education. Better to have fewer than to compromise quality. Over the past 15 years, we have only admitted 36 students. Graduation requirements? By the age of 20, one must reach level 40. The parents nearby were taken aback, one even chiming in, a soul master by 20 should not be difficult for my child, right? Falanda, invigorated by this, thumped his chest in affirmation. Of course. Entrust your child to me, and I guarantee they will reach at least level 45 by 20. Moreover, let me share a secret. Every graduate from our academy is a true dragon among men. The most exceptional among them is now the youngest elder of the Wuhuan Palace, second only to the Pope. Upon hearing this, my arranged middle-aged woman, known as Judah, burst into laughter, and the other children, Nana and her companions, struggled to contain their amusement. Falanda, bewildered, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Douluo waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I just recalled something amusing." At this juncture, my little undercover agent Nana chimed in, her eyes sparkling with naive admiration. "Dean, do we truly have an elder from the Wuhuan Palace as an alumnus? Is he a title Douluo?" Falanda, taken aback, replied, "That is indeed the case." Nana's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Wow. An elder from the Wuhuan Palace. Aren't they all titled Douluos? Our academy has been operating for 15 years. And if we consider enrollment at 12, then we have produced a 27-year-old titled Douluo. We are far ahead." The expression on Falanda's face resembled that of a CPU overheating, completely frozen. Jude Douluo seized the opportunity, leisurely adding, "Yes, Dean. Could you explain what this 27-year-old titled Douluo's title is? I've never heard of it." Falanda, coughing, blushed as he stammered, "Honorary elder. Honorary elder." Now, the boastful facade had crumbled. Juto offered him no respite, directly revealing the truth about the Wuhuan Palace and its elders, ultimately exposing the reality. Currently, there's only one elder in the Wuhuan Palace who is not a title Douluo, namely Ning Fengji. Are you implying that the head of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, is a student of your Shrek Academy? The faces of Falanda and Zhao Wuji turned ashen, resembling a painter's palette, rendering them speechless. Yet, this was not the end. Douluo unleashed her full fury, continuing her assault. "You admitted 36 students, graduated 12, so what became of the remaining 24? Did they perish during soul beast hunts under your negligence? Or were they unceremoniously expelled for failing to meet graduation requirements? This wretched place you inhabit offers a cultivation environment that resembles excrement, and the living conditions are inferior to those of a pigsty at the village entrance. What gives you the audacity to demand that others meet your perverse graduation standards? The same talents flourish at the Wuhuan Temple Academy and the Royal Academies of the two great empires, where 20-year-old soul ancestors are abundant. Yet here, it has become an unattainable dream? Pray tell, are you nurturing monsters or relentlessly destroying lives?" Those who understand know that these words pierce like daggers, stabbing directly into the heart of Flander. Beside him, Zhao Wujia, a brash man, could hardly endure this. Unable to win the debate, he resorted to flipping the table. He stepped forward, his fierce demeanor resembling that of a debt collector. "It dawned on me. You are not here to enroll. You are here to disrupt." He advanced with aggression, declaring that in this territory of Sutawa City, he could disrupt anyone's affairs, but if it were to land on Zhao Wujia's head, he would not hold back. Julie Douluo chuckled, arms crossed, asking with keen interest, "Oh, what form of rudeness do you intend to exhibit?" Zhao Wujia responded, "Let me first teach you a lesson. He bellowed, summoning his Dolly Golden Bear Wuhan. The 6 soul rings glimmered in hues of yellow, purple, and black, as his enormous fist hurtled towards Douluo's face. He pondered how a soul emperor could falter in such a small venue. But what transpired? Douluo did not even flinch, extending a delicate hand to catch the blow effortlessly. It felt as if an elephant had stepped onto cotton, remaining utterly unmoved. Zhao Wujie was left dumbfounded. Then, an iconic scene unfolded. Behind Douluo, a massive purple chrysanthemum blossomed, followed by a dazzling display of 9 soul rings illuminating in vibrant colors. The ominous middle-aged man, known as JinBao, also activated his 9 soul rings simultaneously. The combined pressure of 2 tidal Douluos left Zhao Wujie trembling, his legs weakening. Douluo, delicately poised, smiled at him. "You just mentioned you would treat us rudely? Look at our soul rings. I grant you a chance to rephrase your words." Zhao Wujie's sweat poured forth, and he stuttered, "Your Excellency, it's a tremendous misunderstanding." Flander hastily interjected, pleading for leniency. Douluo waved his hand, saying, "Rest assured, we do not seek his life. We only wish to teach him a lesson. Perhaps leave him half dead." The next moment, Zhao Wujie's agonizing screams echoed through the air, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I dared not watch, but when I glanced back, he lay on the ground, questioning his existence, bruised and battered, with a crooked nose. After dealing with Zhao Wujie, Douluo turned to Flander, revealing his true intent. "Principal Flander, your Shrek Academy has brazenly misused the name of our Wuhuan Temple, severely tarnishing our reputation. This matter requires discussion." Both Flander and Zhao Wujie felt their hearts sink. Douluo coldly pronounced the verdict. All involved teachers are to be apprehended and subjected to labor reform for 3 to 10 years. As for you, Flander, as the principal offender, do not expect to emerge for at least 30 years. Flander, nearing tears, pleaded, "Your Excellency, is there no alternative solution?" Douluo replied with a smile. "Certainly, monetary compensation. 500,000 gold soul coins, and this matter shall be considered resolved." 500,000? Flander's eyes nearly bulged from his head. This was more agonizing than death itself. The final outcome was that Shrek Academy was entirely dismantled. The teachers either signed agreements or were taken away. One food system teacher named Xiao Xian immediately signed a contract to join the Wuhuan Temple. Initially, the students blamed us, but upon discovering the truth of Shrek's dire state, they turned against Flander, berating him mercilessly. As Douluo prepared to take away the 6 promising students, I emerged from my disguise among the villagers. "Elder Julie, hold on." Upon seeing me, Douluo and Fei were momentarily taken aback, then immediately bowed. "We greet your highness, the holy maiden." I waved my hand, pointing at 3 of the students. "I shall take these 3. Although Douluo felt a twinge of reluctance, he dared not object. As they were serving the Wuhuan Temple, he departed with the remaining individuals and the prison cart. I observed Flander being escorted to the prison cart, muttering something in a muffled voice towards a corner. Following his gaze, I spotted a chubby little boy hiding there, who upon meeting my gaze, promptly turned to flee. Using the Fate Source Eye, I scanned the boy, Ma Hongjun, with the evil fire phoenix Wuhuan, and his fortune was surprisingly a deep pink. He was nearing the status of a child of destiny. Additionally, due to Flander's capture, my favorability with him surged by 25. How delightful. Truly an extension of hatred towards Flander. I had initially thought this operation would effectively cripple Shrek Academy, expecting my system rewards to arrive. But guess what happened? Out of nowhere, Ning Fengji, my nominal teacher, encountered the escort squad, and, due to his past acquaintance with Flander, he casually wrote a check for 500,000 gold soul coins to redeem them. I was left in a fit of laughter, incredulous at his meddling. However, Flander's return was futile. The academy had become a shell of its former self, with 6 promising talents, 3 claimed by the Wuhuan Temple, and 3 with me, leaving not a single student behind. Ultimately, Flander had no choice but to bring in his little disciple, Ma Hongjun, to maintain the academy's facade and stave off closure. Yet, after this incident, Shrek Academy was thoroughly disgraced. The 27-year-old elder of the Wuhuan Temple became the annual joke of the Soul Master community. Those so-called monsters who graduated previously no longer dared to admit their affiliation with Shrek. At this moment, the system rewards finally arrived, presenting me with a 5,000-year-old sea-poisoned beast left arm bone. Combined with my previous 2 toxic soul bones, I had just enough to reward those 2 old fellows, Shi Miao and Si Tun. After resolving these matters, I prepared to return to Tiando City with my newly acquired 3 talented students, Hailan, Niu Ba, and Chun Ming. To ensure their unwavering loyalty, I had Hua Chong showcase the prowess of a titled Douluo, thoroughly impressing these 3 youngsters. On our return journey, we avoided the main road. As we passed through a desolate mountain range, my sensing bracelet began to resonate once more. I immediately halted the carriage, my heart brimming with anticipation. The first 2 had been innate, full soul power. What divine talent awaited me this time? Following the guidance of the bracelet, I arrived at a dilapidated, thatched hut. The yard was overgrown with weeds taller than a person, and the interior appeared to have been abandoned for ages. Puzzled, I noticed the bracelet's signal growing stronger. I cleared the weeds from the bed, revealing 4 skeletons, 2 large and 2 small, suggesting a family of 4 who had perished long ago. My heart raced, and just as I prepared to leave, the bracelet emitted a chime, illuminating one of the small skeletons which clutched a blue-silver grass tightly in its hand. Gaining courage, I picked up the blue-silver grass, noticing it bore faint golden threads. Strangely, the grass appeared as fresh as if just plucked. When I aligned the bracelet with the blue-silver grass, they fit together perfectly. I was left in shock, mentally questioning the system. Are you telling me that the 3rd genius I searched so hard for is merely a blade of grass? The system prompted me to use the Fate Source Eye. Skeptically, I complied, nearly dropping the grass in disbelief. An ethereal, translucent little girl's figure hovered above the blue-silver grass, her expression one of despair, with a gaping wound in her chest. Upon inspecting the panel, I was taken aback. Name, Alan, status, vengeful spirit. All remaining data was filled with question marks, causing my CPU to overheat. The vengeful spirit named Alan seemed to perceive my gaze, her hollow eyes flickering with a hint of emotion as she timidly asked, "Can you see me?" I nodded, inquiring about what had transpired. The little vengeful spirit appeared to have endured solitude for far too long, finally finding a person to confide in. Tears streamed down her face as she began to recount the tragic massacre of her family. It was a rainy night, a night that irrevocably altered the course of my life. My family resided at the foot of a mountain, far removed from the village. My father was a herbalist, while my mother had once been a midwife. Our family of 4 lived a frugal, yet manageable existence. That fateful evening, torrential rain poured outside as my parents chatted, discussing my impending 6th birthday and my forthcoming awakening of martial spirit at the Wuhan temple. Both of them possessed martial spirits. My father had a medicine basket, and my mother wielded needles and threads. Neither had any soul power, rendering them utterly inept. They pinned their hopes on me, wishing for a miraculous transformation of my martial spirit that could turn our fate around. My father even cited the example of Wang Ergu's son from the neighboring village, whose martial spirit had evolved from a sickle to a scythe, propelling him into the ranks of soul masters. My mother, however, poured cold water on their dreams, dismissing it as mere fantasy. How could anyone understand the disheartening feeling of parents weaving grand dreams? Just then, there was a series of knocks at the door. When my father opened it, 2 figures stood drenched on the doorstep. One man, robust and bearded, bore numerous injuries, with blood mingling with rain cascading down his body. Exudino intimidatinho. He was supporting a woman whose beauty was striking, her pale complexion reminiscent of paper, and her pregnant belly indicated she was about to give birth. The man frantically inquired if my mother was indeed a midwife. My father quickly ushered them inside, and upon seeing the expectant mother, my mother exclaimed in horror, realizing she had arrived too late. She promptly led the couple into the inner room. The man, later known as Tang Hao, was pacing anxiously outside. My father attempted to offer him a cigarette to calm his nerves, but he ignored the gesture, fixated on the door. Moments later, the wail of a newborn pierced the air. My mother emerged with a basin, ready to declare the mother and child safe, but before she could finish her sentence, Tang Hao forcefully pushed her aside and rushed into the room. What unfolded next was astonishing. The entire room blossomed with radiant blue grass, resembling a fairyland. As a child, I marveled at its beauty and impulsively plucked a blade to stash in my pocket. Inside, the stunning woman, named Aine, cradled her newborn weakly, while Tang Hao erupted in joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Tang Hao, have become a father." When his wife asked what they would name the child, he simply replied, "Let's call him Tang-san." My mother, ever kind-hearted, offered Aine a bowl of sweetened water, but to our surprise, the couple was preparing to leave. My father urged them to stay for the night due to the downpour, but Tang Hao curtly declined, thanking us twice before disappearing into the rain with our umbrella. Just before departing, he introduced himself, promising to return to express his gratitude. Gratitude? He was actually bidding farewell. What followed was even more horrifying. After my parents had fallen asleep, my father suddenly recalled that Tang Hao was the very person wanted by the Wuhan temple, with a bounty of 50,000 gold soul coins. My mother questioned his intentions, and after some contemplation, my father hesitated, fearing the notorious reputation of the Haotian clan for being fiercely protective and vengeful. He believed that as common folk, we could not afford to provoke them. After all, money could be earned, but lives were not expendable. Alas, had he mustered the courage to report Tang Hao, our family might have survived. Then came the most terrifying moment. As our family of 4 slept soundly, a shadow clad in a raincoat stood ominously beside our bed. With a flash of lightning, I saw a knife in his hand. In an instant, it plunged into my father's heart. My mother awoke, and upon seeing my father's lifeless face, the blade found its way into her chest. With her last breath, she pleaded with the shadow, "Spare my children. They know nothing." Can you guess what that scoundrel replied? "Spare your children? Who will spare my child?" He retorted, and then he swung the knife towards me and my sleeping brother. That butcher was Tang Hao. After committing the heinous act, he wiped the blade clean and disingenuously muttered an apology. Did you think it was directed at us? No, it was for his wife, Ian. I know you wouldn't want me to do this, but for you and our child, I must. I don't want you to witness this cruel side of me. But he was oblivious to the fact that I had been clinging to that blade of blue silver grass I had stolen from his wife. And I bore witness to everything. Thus, I sought out Qian Renxue, imploring her, "Do you not harbor hatred for Tang Hao? Help me. I seek vengeance. But not through mere murder. I aim to seize control of his wife's body. You kill my family, and I shall take what you cherish. Is that not fair?" I desired to use her body to exact my revenge. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, deeming my plan as the best creative idea of the year and readily agreeing. She too wished to witness Tang Hao's downfall. I could sense Ian's essence. And together we traversed several provinces, ultimately locating her in a dilapidated water-curtained cave outside of Notting City. To my astonishment, Tang Hao had discarded the essence of a yin's life in such a desolate place, devoid of sunlight, which explained her frail condition. We even stumbled upon a 10,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone, a relic from a yin sacrifice. Tang Hao, unable to utilize it, had carelessly left it behind. Who would refuse such a gift? Qian Renxue gleefully accepted it, declaring that she would use it in the future. Next came the crucial task. Qian Renxue possessed a miraculous card that could aid me in seizing control. Once activated, I plunged into a yin's spiritual realm. I assure you, my 8 years of resentment were not in vain. Her spiritual strength crumbled before me like fragile paper. I showcased a live stream of Tang Hao's massacre of my family. She collapsed, her disbelief manifesting as she muttered, "Impossible. Hao Ge would never." In her despair, she pleaded with me, saying her child was innocent and imploring me to spare her son, Tang San. I chuckled at her naivety. My mother had once made a similar plea to her husband. Did he spare us? Without uttering a single superfluous word, I crushed her soul, devouring all her memories in the process. The possession was a success. From this day forth, I am both a Lan and Ian. Thus, I adopted a new name for myself, Lan Ian. I must tell you, though my new identity was established, leveling up was akin to a hellish ordeal. To develop normally, I would require thousands of years of grinding to regain my human form. Who has the patience for that? The only shortcut lay in seeking out Tang Hao, extracting the 10,000-year soul ring from him. Yet therein lay the dilemma. If I stripped him of his soul ring, he would perish. My rebirth sought vengeance. But if my enemy were to vanish, what would that accomplish? Can anyone comprehend this cycle of despair? At that moment of frustration, Qian Renxue, who is now me, revealed an external solution. I proposed, "Sister, I have a way that doesn't require waiting thousands of years or extracting Tang Hao's gold coins." I presented a ring and a pill, bluntly informing her, "This ring contains an immense amount of experience. In 3 years, it will elevate you to 2,000 years of cultivation. After consuming this transformation pill, you will reincarnate as a human, roughly equivalent to a soul master of level 30. Naturally, I made it clear that this operation equated to a job change, meaning you would lose the innate racial talents of the Blue-Silver Emperor, and it would be impossible to grow to 10,000 years in a relaxed manner again. But what was the advantage? Plasticity. A 10,000-year soul beast that transforms into a human is bound to become a tidal Douluo, with soul rings predetermined, leaving no room for growth. However, starting from a soul master opens a future filled with infinite possibilities. Upon hearing this, Lan indecisively agreed. I swiftly extracted her seed and transplanted it into my precious ring. Once inside, Lan felt as if she were immersed in a life-giving spring, fervently absorbing experience and leveling up. After resolving this matter, I gazed around the water curtain cave and an audacious idea emerged. Tang Hao, being unforgetting of Ayin, would surely return. Turning to my formidable subordinate, Hua Chong, I instructed, Hua Chong, I have a task for you. Stay here and keep watch. When that individual known as Tang Riqian returns, do not engage in any other activities. Simply focus on undermining him. Give him a thorough setback. Of course, I have also advised caution. That fellow is exceptionally formidable. When he first ascended to the rank of title Douluo, he swiftly defeated my father and his companions. If you sense any danger, flee immediately. Safety is paramount. Understood? I meticulously conveyed to Hua Chong all the intelligence I procured from my grandfather Qian Douluo regarding the Haoyan hammer, fearing she might underestimate the situation and face dire consequences. Having arranged everything, I set out, and suddenly a notification resonated in my mind. What a surprise, the system has issued rewards. It proclaimed the discovery of a third teammate and granted me a skill named Six-Winged Sword Dance, along with access to a system marketplace. I promptly clicked to extract it. Instantly, an elegant yet lethal sword technique surged into my consciousness. I then realized that the sword technique my grandfather had taught me was merely a subpar imitation. This was the genuine article. Next, I opened the second reward, the system marketplace. I must tell you, the moment I clicked on it, I was nearly taken aback. To my astonishment, the starting offer was a level 1 divine position, the Wind God. I rubbed my eyes. Indeed, it was a divine rank. Moreover, it was half price for the first week, only 50 million points. I glanced at my meager balance of less than 100,000 points. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Moving on to the next offer, level 2 divine position, the War God, half price at 25 million. Well, on to the next one. The third option, an emotionless work puppet, priced at 500,000 points. The description dazzled me, claiming it could simulate my thoughts and assist in managing all my troubles. An absolute boon for skiving off work. Wasn't this the legendary AI substitute? Alas, it was not yet applicable. Continuing through the offerings, I found a divine soul ring, priced at 20,000 points. This was impressive upon absorption. It would grant the most suitable and maximally aged soul ring tailored for me. A splendid find. I had to acquire it. The Tian poison technique was priced at 50,000 points. I realized this was tailor-made for JinBao. Although I hesitated at the thought of spending my hard-earned points, I immediately recalled that my mother, Bibi Dong, could also benefit from it. It was a case of getting 2 uses from one purchase, thus it was worth it. Purchase confirmed. There was also a 5,000-year external soul bone, the Claw of Yomi, priced at 50,000 points. While it wasn't suitable for me, external soul bones are rare treasures. I decided to buy it, emphasizing the idea that while I might not use it, I certainly could not do without it. The final item was the divine position of the God King, the God of Radiance. Upon seeing the price of 250 million points, I sighed. My poverty truly limits my imagination. However, a thought suddenly struck me. If I could secure a divine rank for my grandfather, helping him realize his dream of divinity and allowing him to confront his old rival Tang Chun, the imagery of that encounter was simply too tantalizing to fathom. Well, dreaming aside, it was time to get to work. I purchased everything I could, then sought out a city to seclude myself for 7 days, fervently engaging in trials to earn points while diligently honing my new sword technique. After 7 days, I had amassed enough points to acquire the external soul bone and swiftly returned to my main base, the Taizi Mansion. Upon my return, I found Hua Chong waiting for me, her visage marked by the traces of battle, clearly indicating she had just emerged from a fierce confrontation. Has Tang Hao returned? I inquired. Hua Chong nodded, gritting her teeth. He arrived on the 3rd day after you left, visibly injured. I pondered seizing the opportunity to strike while he was weak, but to my surprise, even in a weakened state, he exhibited astonishing combat prowess, nearly overwhelming me. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of an interloper, he would surely have claimed victory today. Intrigued by her account, I urged her to recount the events in detail. It turned out that on that day, a scruffy, disheveled man, none other than Tang Hao, returned to the water curtain cave. Upon entering, he was stunned to find his wife gone, along with her soul bone. Stumbling to the spot where he once cultivated Ayin, he discovered an inscription on the ground. Tang Ri Tian, your wife was truly remarkable. Tang Hao instantly lost his composure. A heart-wrenching cry for Ayin echoed through the valley, filled with anger, regret, and hatred. In a frenzy, he brandished the Haotian hammer in a wild assault. But his reckless fervor aggravated his old wounds, causing him to cough up blood. With eyes blazing, he vowed to seek retribution from the spirit hall. At that moment, Hua Chong intervened, summoning countless black vines that erupted from the earth, instantaneously ensnaring him. Upon seeing her plant-type martial spirit, Tang Hao mistakenly concluded that she had taken Ayin from him, and his hatred shifted to her. You, return my wife, he bellowed. Hua Chong sneered, casually plucking a stalk of blue-silver grass from the ground, suspending it with her sole power. Tang Hao, consumed by rage, could no longer discern reality from illusion, screaming for her to return it. What followed was a display of sheer brilliance from Hua Chong. In full view of Tang Hao, she chewed on the grass a few times, spat it on the ground, and licked her lips, delivering an explosive critique. You have quite the taste, liking a mere blade of grass. But I must admit, it's quite moist, albeit a tad bitter. In that instant, Tang Hao's sanity fractured. He unleashed his martial spirit's true form in the domain of the god of slaughter, a crimson aura enveloping the area. Yet, unexpectedly, this domain unleashed Hua Chong's sealed memories. Her background was astonishing. She was not of this era, but hailed from the future. In her time, the spirit hall had long been eradicated, and the city of slaughter was destroyed by a hypocrite named Tang San, leading to rampant evil soul masters and a populace in despair. Her entire family perished at their hands. Upon realizing the root of this calamity stemmed from the glorified god king, Tang San, who had obliterated the city of slaughter and annihilated the spirit hall for his selfish desires, she was filled with both new grievances and old. Gazing at Tang Hao, her eyes sparkled with a fiercer killing intent than his, the god of slaughter, a domain forged from the blood of the most wicked. You are the spawn of that bastard, aren't you? Today, I shall send you to hell. As her words fell, Hua Chong unleashed her own domain. The black rose garden, one side exuded a blood-red ferocity, while the other presented an eerie black rose. The two domains clashed violently. Tang Hao, oblivious to her words, was consumed by a singular thought: vengeance. He detonated his spirit ring, the colossal Haotian hammer, descending with apocalyptic force. Hua Chong, opting not to confront him directly, employed her control abilities, utilizing various vines and pheromones to create chaos. She deftly evaded Tang Hao's lethal strike, countering with a hell whip that sent him crashing into the mountainside. Tang Hao emerged like a war god, bursting through the rock with the Haotian hammer raised high. The crimson glow of his 100,000-year soul ring igniting as he prepared to fight to the death. Hua Chong let out a cold laugh. Behind her, a colossal black rose blossomed, her own 100,000-year soul ring igniting as well. Who among us lacked a red ring? Ninth soul skill, heavenly strike. Ninth soul skill, withering beam. The immense Haotian hammer and the destructive black death beam collided with tremendous force. Tang Hao surged forward against the onslaught, but he was ultimately spent, his strength waning. With a thunderous explosion, the Haotian hammer shattered, and he was sent reeling, blood spilling forth as though he were a ragged sack, a mere puppet severed from its strings. He understood well that if he continued this battle, he would not survive. He was not afraid of death, but the thought of his son Tang, since still being a mere child, compelled him to survive and witness his vengeance. His survival instincts surged, prompting a tactical retreat as he turned to flee. As Hua Chong finally regained her composure, she noticed, the renowned Haotian Douluo is retreating. I must pursue. Countless vines, akin to a GPS system, shot forth to ensnare him. Just as Tang Hao was about to be bound like a zongzi, suddenly, a flash of sword light, I must tell you, was astonishingly swift, slicing through all the vines in a single stroke, etching a deep line upon the ground. No one was to pass. Immediately following, a 7-tiered pagoda descended from the heavens, shimmering with golden light, illuminating Tang Hao, whose health bar miraculously replenished by a significant portion. As I focused, I realized that Ning Fengji of the JinBao Liuli Zone, along with his ace bodyguard, the sword Awakens8th-Rank, had arrived. Ning Fengji, always sporting a genial smile, approached with a conciliatory tone. Ah, dear friends, grant Ning a favor. Is there not a way for us to resolve this amicably? Hua Chong's face darkened. What discord? A life and death conflict. And you expect me to treat this as a mere courtesy? Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji discerned that the rift was insurmountable. After some contemplation, he aligned himself with Tang Hao, declaring that as members of the three sects, we must not stand idly by in the face of danger. Those who understand family ties know this to be a classic case of companionship. Seeing the situation unfold, Hua Chong realized that a sword Douluo was already a counter to her, and with a seemingly endless source of healing beside him, while Tang Hao was still recovering. What chance did she have? She could only utter a harsh warning. Very well. This is your JinBao, Liu Lizong's choice. I hope you do not come to regret it. With that, she departed. Tang Hao exhaled in relief, expressed his gratitude, and hurriedly left, dragging his nearly lifeless body away. The scene shifted, and I followed Hua Chong back to Qian Renxue. Upon receiving the report, Qian Renxue crushed her wine glass in her hand with a sharp crack. I must tell you, her expression at that moment was one of utter fury, as if she had just seen that it was Ning Fengji again. She erupted in anger, recalling how the last time they captured the Shrek children, it was also Ning Fengji who insisted on a favor. How could he be so brazen? Qian Renxue fumed, regretting not bringing a more formidable enforcer from home. Nevertheless, she first consoled Hua Chong, saying that it was never expected that she would certainly defeat Tang Hao. What mattered most was her safe return. Then, Qian Renxue elucidated why Hua Chong could not prevail. The three of them were akin to a game of rock, paper, scissors. Consider, Hua Chong wielded vines, yet Tang Hao's massive hammer was a formidable adversary against them. Thus, she could counter him. However, the sword Douluo, with his 7-kill sword, could sever vines with ease. Thus, he countered her. Yet, when a sword Douluo faced Tang Hao, it was like pitting a flimsy knife against an 80-kilogram hammer. Foolhardy. Thus, Tang Hao countered the sword Douluo. The relationship chain was simply astounding. Therefore, with a sword Douluo and Ning Fengji, it was no wonder Hua Chong chose to flee. Qian Renxue inquired about Tang Hao's current condition. Hua Chong replied that he had overexerted himself and now barely reached the level of an ordinary title Douluo, unable to stir any significant waves. Qian Renxue nodded, stating that the remaining matters could be entrusted to Lan Yin. At that moment, Hua Chong suddenly recalled something explosive. She was, in fact, a time traveler. She possessed foreknowledge of all future events, including Tang San's ascension to godhood and his plan to dismantle the Spirit Hall. Just as she was about to reveal this to Qian Renxue, a voice in her mind warned her, "Do not speak. Spoiling the plot will bring doom to your family." With no choice, she swallowed the words that lingered on her lips, silently vowing, "Sister, we must defy fate and crush the hypocritical Tang family dynasty in its cradle." After dealing with Tang Hao's situation, Qian Renxue began distributing year-end bonuses. She presented the acquired Tian Du Gong secret manual and 2 pieces of 50,000-year-old soul bones to her loyal elders, Shi Long and Si Shui. The 2 elder gentlemen, upon receiving the treasures, were nearly brought to their knees, swearing allegiance to her. Qian Renxue waved her hand, saying, "Enough, enough. I acknowledge your loyalty. Hurry and absorb the soul bones." She then had Shi Long deliver a copy of the manual to the Pope. Once they had all departed, Qian Renxue took out the external soul bone, the Yuming Jizhua. While it was indeed beneficial, not occupying a soul bone slot, its attributes clashed with her angel spirit, rendering it less effective for her. She hesitated to give it to her subordinates, feeling it would be a waste. I must tell you, the most remarkable aspect of external soul bones is their potential for growth. Bestowing one upon a low-level genius could cultivate a divine artifact in the future. However, for a seasoned powerhouse like JinBao, the law, that growth potential would be nullified, making it a mere waste. After much contemplation, Qian Renxue decided to store it away for the time being. In the days that followed, Qian Renxue balanced her burgeoning career with intense training. After several days, donning the guise of the crown prince Shui Qinghe, she attended supplementary lessons in a place called Yuxian, learning noble etiquette. Upon arrival, she encountered a captivating woman of elegant demeanor, rivaling only her mother, Bibi Dong. This lady was the pavilion master, Tang Yuehua. Qian Renxue, filled with suspicion, activated her external fate source, Eye, to scan the woman's information. To her astonishment, she discovered that Tang Yuehua, bearing the surname Tang and possessing a mutated Haotian hammer as her martial spirit, had a relationship degree of -80. Was she not a member of the Haotian sect? Qian Renxue instantly understood that this Yuxian was merely a spy organization established by the Haotian sect in Tiando City. She recalled that this woman was Tang Hao's younger sister, whose martial spirit mutation had rendered her a pariah, thus remaining obscure. Qian Rinxue let out a cold laugh, scoffing at the so-called reclusive existence while extending her reach so far. Anger flared within her, and she vowed that once her level increased, she would be the first to obliterate the Haotian sect. For now, she would keep a close eye on Tang Yuehua, following the trail to uncover their stronghold. In the ensuing days, Qian Rinxue monitored Yuxian while preparing to enhance her own strength. Her soul power had reached level 55, yet she still lacked sufficient high-end combat capability and needed to gather allies. How to gather allies? Naturally, through her golden finger system. Thus, she resolved to commence the second trial of the Time Angel. Should she succeed, obtaining the second soul ring would afford her the chance to evolve her six-winged angel martial spirit into a 100,000-year level. Who could resist such temptation? Without hesitation, she entered the trial space. The second trial, named the Stagnation World, imposed a debuff of deceleration, causing all actions to slow. However, who was she? She had already conquered the accelerated world in the first trial. This minor inconvenience was no challenge. With a mode akin to a rampage, she breezed through the basic and normal modes as though she were slicing through watermelons. Yet, being the ambitious individual she was, she disregarded the normal mode's rewards, opting instead for the hard mode. I must tell you, the hard mode was no trivial matter. The initial stages were manageable, but upon reaching the third stage, the Power Arena, she faced formidable foes, the Golden Saint Dragon, the Golden Crocodile King, and the Haotian Hammer, top-tier martial spirits, 4-against-1. Yet, Qian Rinxue, displaying her prowess, relied on her skills and understanding of their weaknesses to defeat them one by one. The most formidable challenge awaited her in the final stage, the Control Arena. The Blue-Silver Emperor, Hell Rose, and Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox, 3 premier control-type spirits, each wielding their own domain. As those 3 domains overlapped, the scene became a net of entrapment, leaving Qian Rinxue nearly devoid of refuge while dodging mental assaults. I observed as she was about to be ensnared by those vines, a fate that would spell her end. In that moment of peril, a voice resonated in her mind, asking, "What is the essence of an angel?" Instantly, Qian Rinxue comprehended. It was to guide and protect, to guard those whom she cherished. Her grandfather, her mother, and the spirit hall. With a resounding explosion, golden flames erupted from her body, incinerating all the vines to ash. Her 6 pairs of wings unfurled, instantly unleashing a golden domain that consumed all opposing domains. My dear friends, she had a breakthrough in the heat of battle, awakening her angel domain. The tides of attack and defense shifted dramatically, crushing the 3 opponents beneath her domain's might, reducing them to mere remnants. After the battle concluded, a virtual figure emerged from the system to applaud her, exclaiming, "You are remarkable," turning the tide of despair. Then, rewards began to flow forth. 8,000 points. A blood-red soul ring that has existed for a staggering 130,000 years, with the skill known as Stasis Dimension, which allows the designated target's perception of time to slow down, standing in stark contrast to the first skill of acceleration. In addition to these remarkable attributes, her total soul ring age has increased by 1,500 years. Most crucially, I was bestowed with a summoning card capable of conjuring a Super Douluo of levels 95 to 97 as a formidable ally. Upon shattering this summoning card, the spectacle that ensued was nothing short of dazzling. A flash of golden light erupted, revealing a teleportation array through which emerged a strikingly tall woman, approximately 1.70 meters, with an air of dominance. To my astonishment, she possessed pink hair, one eye of vivid red, while the other was concealed beneath an eye patch. Dressed impeccably in a crimson military uniform, complete with a flowing cape, her expression adorned with a subtle, enigmatic smile. At that moment, I sensed that my fortunes had shifted dramatically. Upon gazing through my fate source eye, I discerned that her name was Meng Lingxian, and she stood at level 97, wielding the martial soul nightmare demon, a master of mental manipulation. I had struck the jackpot. The system thoughtfully noted that she hailed from the future, and due to the peculiar nature of her martial soul, she had been branded as an evil soul master by the denizens of that time, ultimately meeting a tragic end at their hands. I pondered, is this truly a dilemma? Whether she is deemed evil or not, I hold the authority to decide. The spirit hall is rife with peculiar martial souls. My mother, Bibi Dong, and the Ghost of Awe are prime examples. By their standards, wouldn't they all deserve a public denunciation? This is nothing short of blatant discrimination against combat prowess. Moreover, as a product of the system, my relationship with her was already maximized to 100, ensuring absolute loyalty. Meng Lingxian, understanding the gravity of the situation, immediately knelt on one knee, addressing me as young master. I briefly outlined my public persona as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, advising her to exercise caution. I then summoned the titled Douluos, Huachong and Jin Yi, hidden within my princely estate, for introductions. I even granted Meng Lingxian and her companions the opportunity to venture into the trial space to gain experience, resulting in Meng Lingxian elevating a Millennium Soul Ring to one of 10,000 years, enhancing her capabilities further. Having settled the newcomers, I was reminded of my somewhat cantankerous mother. I dispatched Elder Shilong to deliver a meticulously transcribed supreme cultivation method, Tiandu Gong, to her. Initially, Bibi Dong maintained an air of superiority, feigning annoyance at my intrusion, her tone dripping with sarcasm, while inwardly she likely felt elated. Upon perusing the cultivation method, however, she was rendered utterly speechless. I assure you, this method was so formidable that it could propel her strength to new heights, even allowing her to contend with my grandfather, Qian Douluo. The transformation in her gaze as she studied the technique was palpable. I could only imagine the emotional turmoil unfolding within her, contemplating whether to temper her plan to annihilate the Angel clan for the sake of her daughter. This twisted form of maternal affection is truly a double-edged sword. Once familial matters were addressed, I convened a meeting with the core members of my time in Space Hall for our inaugural internal assembly. The sole agenda was to devise a strategy to persuade the poisoned Douluo to wholeheartedly serve me. The primary obstacle was his obligation to Prince Xue Xing. One of my subordinates, Huachong, a ruthless character, suggested a rather audacious plan: simply assassinate Prince Xue Xing. Either he would perish, nullifying the debt of gratitude, or Douluo would have to rescue him and repay the favor. I was taken aback by her audacity. While her perspective was indeed expansive, the risks involved were insurmountable. Should anything go awry, we would become public enemies. At that moment, my newly appointed general, Meng Lingxian, interjected. She inquired whether my half-brother, Xue Bing, had failed in his pursuit of Douluo's granddaughter, Yin. I confirmed her suspicion, noting that the boy was merely a toad dreaming of courting a swan. Meng Lingxian then offered a mysterious smile, assuring me that she would resolve the issue within 3 days. Impressively, she devised a scheme targeting my reckless brother, Xue Bing, using her nightmare ability to infiltrate his mind. The following day, she presented me with a recording stone, akin to watching a film, showcasing Xue Bing's vivid dream. In that dream, he transformed into a paragon of power, seizing the throne, imprisoning me as the crown prince, and demanding that I bark like a dog. I was both infuriated and amused. While the boy possessed some wit, it was hardly substantial. The absurdity escalated when he effortlessly defeated Yu Tianheng, claiming Yin as his wife, and subsequently unifying the continent. He even had the audacity to deem the Xing Luo emperor as Duke of Delusion, a blatant mockery. The pinnacle of absurdity arrived when he vanquished the Spirit Hall, audaciously flirting with my mother, Bibi Dong, proclaiming, "Tonight, I await you in bed." I crushed the wine glass in my hand out of sheer outrage. How dare he presume to act as my father, even in a dream? I restrained my fury and demanded to know Meng Lingxian's intentions. She unveiled her cunning plan, an exquisite machination indeed. She explained that dreams are inherently truthful. Xue Bing harbored such base desires deep within. Her strategy was to utilize the dream realm to instill constant psychological suggestions, enticing him towards nefarious actions, coercion, drugging, and forcing his hand, until he ultimately sought to claim Yin. Once he dared to make a move, Douluo would surely retaliate, extinguishing any lingering debt of gratitude. This plan was nothing short of brilliant, a lethal combination of psychological warfare. I was astounded, yet I still harbored questions, inquiring why she didn't simply control him directly. Why resort to such convoluted methods? Meng Lingxian chuckled, her expression akin to that of one observing a fool. She explained that while overt control might be straightforward, it lacked nuance. Should he awaken one day, he could break free. I sought to employ a subtler approach. My aim was not merely to manipulate his actions, but to implant my desires into his subconscious, transforming them into his most primal urges. I wanted him to willingly leap into the pit I had prepared for him. To those who comprehend, this profound sense of control is the zenith of mastery. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon me. This was no ordinary mental manipulation. It was akin to a psychological maestro implanting foundational code within a subject's psyche. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Xue Bing awoke the following morning, utterly disoriented. He lingered in bed, dazed, and for good reason. The previous night's dream had been overwhelmingly intoxicating. In that dream, he was a paragon of invincibility. His martial soul, the swan, had evolved into an unparalleled combatant. Even the Hao Ian hammer would bow before him. His brother, Xue Qinghe, lay beneath his feet. Yu Qianheng was sent flying with a mere slap, and the goddess Yin fell into his embrace. The absurdity did not end there. Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, and Xue Binger all became part of his harem. In the most ridiculous twist, even the Pope of the Spirit Hall had become his clandestine lover, embodying the notion of drunkenly nestled in the arms of beauty, awake to wield power over the world. Yet, as he opened his eyes, the harsh slap of reality hit him. The swan martial soul remained the same pitiful creature. His brother still towered over him as the crown prince. And Yin had long since been claimed by Yu Qianheng. The stark contrast nearly left him breathless, prompting a desire to retreat to his dreams. While he wallowed in despair, the boisterous voice of his uncle, Prince Xue Xing, echoed from outside. "What time is it? Still sleeping? Have you forgotten the decorum of paying respects to your father?" Reluctantly, Xue Bing rose, embarking on the grim reality of his day. Later that morning, at the Royal Fighting Academy, fate conspired against him as he encountered the royal fighting team flaunting their prowess. Yu Qianheng, resembling a peacock in full display, stood at the center of the arena with Yin by his side, a perfect pair, strikingly radiant. The flames of jealousy ignited within Xue Bing, his gaze burning with envy. To his astonishment, Yu Qianheng seemed to sense his ire, turning to him with a disdainful smile, mouthing the words he had uttered in his dream. "Women are only worthy of the strong. I must tell you, this is simply an official jest, utterly lethal." Xue Bing was so enraged that he felt as though his lungs would burst, wishing fervently to charge forth and tear apart Yu Tianheng's visage. However, upon considering the formidable Lan Dianbao Wang Long of his adversary, and then glancing at his own petite Bai Tian, he instantly shrank back, silently chanting, "You are magnificent, while I am a fool," retreating in dismay. The afternoon proved to be even more disastrous. He was out gallivanting with a group of rascally friends, having intoxicated an innocent woman and preparing to commit untoward acts, only to be caught red-handed by his brother, Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe approached with 2 resounding slaps, commencing his admonishment. "Oh, my foolish younger brother, you are a prince. How could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? What will become of our royal family's reputation?" Xue Bing, still defiant, retorted, "Isn't she just a commoner? Does it truly matter?" This response earned him yet another slap. Xue Qinghe was profoundly pained, turning to comfort the victim, offering apologies and compensation, prompting the onlookers to exclaim, "My goodness, the crown prince is truly wise." In stark contrast, Xue Bing appeared as nothing more than a pile of refuse. Listening from the sidelines, Xue Bing clenched his fists tightly. Was this a performance directed at him? He would bear the villain's role while his brother reaped all the accolades? This display was textbook-level White Lotus behavior. Yet what could he do? Upon hearing that Xue Qinghe intended to report the incident to their father, he immediately donned a smiling facade, nodding and bowing, promising to retreat for introspection. Upon returning to the princely residence, he could no longer contain his frustration and began to smash things indiscriminately with a stick. His uncle, Xue Xing, witnessed the chaos and inquired about his outburst. With a mournful expression, Xue Bing lamented, "Uncle, am I to be oppressed by Xue Qinghe for a lifetime?" Xue Xing sighed, patting his head and offering a bowl of chicken soup. "To achieve great things, one must first endure. The grievances you face now are merely stepping stones to your future success." Whether Xue Bing absorbed this wisdom is uncertain, but one phrase echoed in his heart: "I am filled with resentment." Meanwhile, in the crown prince's residence, Xue Qinghe, also known as Qianren Xue, sat leisurely. Meng Lingxian beside her flashed an okay gesture, smilingly announcing, "Young master, the script for the 2nd episode is ready. Tonight, we shall ensure he has an even more thrilling dream." That night, the sequel to Xue Bing's dream series commenced promptly. This dream, however, was not as delightful as the previous one. It took on a darker tone. In it, he remained the useless pawn, mercilessly tormented by his brother and rival. Yet, he erupted. At his uncle's birthday banquet, he cunningly lured Yin to a secluded corner and incapacitated her with a special drug designed to subdue soul masters. Dragging her back to his chamber, administering an aphrodisiac, and forcing himself upon her. Afterward, he recorded the entire ordeal with a viewing stone. Upon awakening, Duguyen's gaze could have pierced him with daggers. Shui Bang, unfazed, waved the viewing stone, stating, "Do not gaze at me so. You are now my woman. I have several copies of this recording. Should anything happen to me, what do you suppose will unfold? The entire Tiando Empire shall behold your splendor." Duguyen, utterly devastated, realized that despite her grandfather being a titled Douluo, if this information were to leak, her life would be irrevocably ruined. Ultimately, she was compelled to acquiesce, ending her relationship with Yu Tianheng and becoming Shui Bang's clandestine lover. And guess what? With this newfound connection, the poisoned Bo naturally became his ally. With a titled Douluo backing him, Shui Bang no longer needed to play the fool. The following morning, upon waking, Shui Bang fell into deep contemplation. Though the dream was base, it seemed somewhat feasible. Unable to confront Yu Tianheng head-on, why not resort to underhanded tactics? During breakfast, he casually inquired of his uncle, "If I were to be with Duguyen, would it not make dealing with my brother much easier?" Shuexing's eyes brightened at this. "Of course. Only in this way can Bo truly become one of us. Alas, you, my lad, have been remiss, allowing Yu Tianheng to snatch her away." Shui Bang disregarded his uncle's grievances, his mind already whirring with plans. Remarkably, he did not skip class that day, sitting beside the academy's arena, fixating intently on Duguyen. Observing her graceful figure, he recalled the scenes from his dream, his heart ablaze with fervor. Yet, considering Bo's notorious temper, he faltered. If successful, he would triumph. If not, he feared he would be turned into a puddle of green liquid by the following day. At the Crown Prince's residence, Meng Lingxian discerned Shui Bang's inner turmoil and smiled at Qian Renxue, saying, "Young master, the fish is beginning to contemplate, though his courage remains insufficient. Fear not. Tonight, I shall provide him with more compelling incentives to envision a brighter future." Thus, the third episode of the Dream series commenced. In this installment, the scope widened. Within the dream, bolstered by Bo's support, he finally showcased his talents in the imperial court, outshining his wise brother and leaving all in astonishment. Who knew this debauched prince had been hiding his brilliance all along? Yet, this was not sufficient. To completely sever Shui Qinghe's avenues, he resorted to the same tactics, extending his manipulative grasp toward the diminutive Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, executing a plan to raise her as a child bride, and upon her maturation, claiming her. Now, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would become his family. Ultimately, he uncovered evidence of Shui Qinghe's schemes against other princes, utterly dismantling his brother's facade of virtue. With Shui Qinghe ostracized, Shui Bang ascended to the throne, successfully claiming the title of emperor. When Shui Bang awoke again, his demeanor had transformed entirely. He had achieved enlightenment. Fully grasping the essence of the dream, it was a meticulously tailored strategy for seizing the throne. Though each step was precarious, success would yield all. On this day, while dining, he suddenly queried Shui Xing, "Uncle, how many days remain until your birthday banquet?" Shui Xing, surprised, replied, 3 days. Why do you ask? 3 days? A jolt of realization struck Shui Bang. That was too soon. He quickly followed up, "Will Bo be in attendance?" Of course, Shui Xing beamed with pride. "And what of Duguyen? That is the crux of the matter." Shui Xing shot him a glance of disdain. "Our elder generation's friendships hold no relevance for the younger. She has never attended." Shui Bang was in a state of urgency. His grand ambitions hinged upon this banquet for longevity. He immediately donned a heartfelt expression and addressed his uncle. "Uncle, I know I am not as distinguished as Yu Tianheng, yet I refuse to succumb to despair. The world perceives me as a wastrel, but that is not the genuine me. I implore you to invite her. Grant me an opportunity to reveal my true self to her." Shui Xing was moved by this heartfelt declaration and nodded in agreement. A profound smile crept across Shui Bang's face. At that moment, within the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng knelt on one knee, holding 99 roses before Du Guyan, surrounded by a throng of jeering students. "Yin Yin, will you be my girlfriend?" Du Guyan blushed deeply and whispered, "Tianheng, my grandfather has always opposed our relationship." Yu Tianheng, with earnest affection, replied, "It matters not. I shall wait for you, regardless of how long it takes." This romantic tableau pierced Shui Bang's heart like a dagger from a distance. His fists clenched tightly, eyes bloodshot. He ground out through clenched teeth, "Just wait. Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, you will eventually belong to me. Meanwhile, at the Douluo residence, Douluo Yan was relaying the news of Yu Tianheng's confession to her grandfather. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's expression soured. Yan, do you believe that lad is sincere? Grandfather, I can't feel it. Douluo Bo sighed, thinking to himself that she was still too young. This old fox saw clearly. Yu Tianheng was not merely enamored with his granddaughter, but was undoubtedly scheming to leverage his title as a Douluo to bind him to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. That old coot, Yu Yuanzhen, was calculating indeed. But guess what? There were others who wished to enlist me on their chariot. Just then, a formal invitation arrived from Prince Xuexing, explicitly requesting that I bring Yan to his banquet. My heart sank at once. My precious granddaughter was on the verge of being swept away by that pig, Yu Tianheng, and now another threat emerged? My granddaughter was immediately displeased and declared her unwillingness to attend. But what could I do? Xuexing had saved my life in the past. Refusing the invitation would be a grave insult. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and comply. Let me tell you, this entire affair was a trap from the very beginning. The true hunter had already set the bait, waiting for us unsuspecting prey to arrive. That hunter was none other than Xuexing's inept nephew, Xuebong. This lad was a quintessential simpleton, perpetually daydreaming of unifying the continent and claiming all the beautiful women. He regarded this banquet as his singular chance for redemption, believing that if he won my granddaughter Douluo Yan, he could also claim me, the Douluo, and then challenge his brother, Xuexing. To realize this whimsical plan, he had spared no expense. He had procured all manner of tools, enchantment incense, soul-binding powders, and compliance elixirs, awaiting my granddaughter's unwitting submission. He must have thought to himself, dare to take a chance, and a bicycle may become a motorcycle. If I fail, I can always try again in 18 years. On the day of the banquet, upon arriving at the prince's residence with Yan, Xuexing greeted us with Xuebong, as though welcoming the god of wealth. The moment I caught a glimpse of Xuebong's avaricious and unmasked gaze upon my granddaughter, I comprehended that today's scheme was all about her. Xuexing, that old fox, pretended to express hopes that the friendship between our families would carry on to the next generation. I retorted immediately, "You saved my life. I shall serve you without hesitation. However, the debt I owe you has no bearing on my granddaughter." Seeing that our conversation had soured, the old rascal quickly shifted tactics. He pulled me to a pavilion, claiming he wished to finish a game of chess we had left incomplete months prior. I knew this was merely a ploy to delay me. Halfway through the game, he suggested that Xuebong take Yan on a tour of the princess residence. Those who understand would recognize this as a classic diversion. I was reluctant, but I couldn't express my displeasure openly. I thought to myself, with Xuebong's foolish nature, he wouldn't concoct anything too devious, so I allowed them to go. Before they left, I issued a stern warning to Xuexing. If anything were to happen to my granddaughter, you know the consequences. What happened next? I was far too naive. Xuebong, leading my granddaughter, attempted to make an unwelcome advance, but Yan deftly pushed him away, her disdain evident in her gaze. Almost as if she were saying, "Do not touch me." They wandered into a garden where Xuebong began his earnest confession. He spoke of his facade, claiming his heart was akin to the stars and the sea, that his ambition was to unite the world. Seriously, was he auditioning for a role in a spy film? He even dared to declare her as his future queen. Yan laughed at his audacity, retorting with a demeanor like yours, "You think you can compete with your brother? Don't be ridiculous." With that, she turned to leave. At that precise moment, the most revolting incident unfolded. As Yan turned away, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness. In horror, I watched as Xuebong, that beast, triumphantly scooped her up in his arms. He rushed into a prearranged room, hastily disrobing, resembling a pig ready for slaughter. While setting up a recording stone, he sneered at the unconscious Yan. "You wish to maintain your dignity. Soon, you will belong to me. What can you Tianheng do to compete?" He then seized a vial of gold fly and consumed it, his eyes gleaming with madness as he lunged toward her. But at that critical moment, unexpectedly, a mysterious figure on the roof merely breathed gently, awakening the unconscious Yan. As she opened her eyes, she was confronted by a bare figure frantically tearing at her clothing. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. Then, an ear-splitting scream shattered the silence of the entire prince's residence. I was in the midst of my chess game when that scream reverberated through my mind, causing an explosive reaction. The pieces in my hand crumbled to dust. I shouted at Xuexing, "You had better pray that my granddaughter is unharmed." my entire being transformed into a streak of green light as I rushed toward the source of the scream. I kicked the door open, and the sight before me sent my blood pressure skyrocketing. The naked Shui Bong was atop my disheveled granddaughter, who was desperately struggling, having bitten him fiercely. In retaliation, that beast slapped my granddaughter across the face, cursing her as a wretch. You are courting death. In my life, I had never felt such a murderous impulse. I smote Shui Bong from atop my granddaughter, sending him crashing against the wall like a rag doll. I hurried to shield my granddaughter, noticing her dress was torn, her face flushed, and her soul power sealed. On the table, the recording stone glimmered, alongside unfinished pills. The evidence was irrefutable. I picked up the recording stone, which clearly documented all of Shui Bang's heinous acts. My killing intent surged, and I advanced step by step toward the crumpled figure on the floor. Shui Bang, you have dared to plot against my granddaughter, Douluo. The cowardly Shui Bang was terrified, wetting himself in fear, pleading for mercy, claiming he was a prince, and that killing him would bring the wrath of the entire Tian-Do Empire upon me. Bah, you dare to bully my— Don't think that just because you are a prince, you will escape my wrath. Even if your father, the Emperor Shui, were to arrive, he would meet the same fate today. Just as I was about to strike him down, Shui Xing rushed in, arms outstretched to block my path. Knowing he couldn't dissuade me, he revealed his trump card. Douluo, I will exchange the favor I owe you for his life. Fine, you are ruthless. I shall repay the debt. From this day forth, you shall walk your own path, and I shall tread mine. We are done. I took Yin Yin and left without looking back, leaving Shui Xing in a furious uproar against his incompetent nephew. And what do you suppose happened next? Shui Bang, under the influence of the drug, became delirious, and, seeing his uncle Shui Xing, lunged at him. Ah, what a scene. It was the epitome of absurdity for the year 2025. Uncle, I truly cannot hold on any longer. The situation has escalated significantly. To preserve the dignity of the royal family, the Emperor of the Snowy Night had no choice but to impose a year-long house arrest on both Shui Lang and Shui Xing. On the surface, it appeared to be a punishment, but in reality, it was a protective measure. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, who is also Qian Renxue, observed everything keenly. She recognized an opportunity. Having severed ties with the royal family, she saw this as the perfect chance to recruit allies. Swiftly, she established a new organization called the Shikong Xingdian, which appeared quite legitimate, complete with golden and silver decrees. Her first target was none other than me. One of her subordinates, Hua Chong, pinpointed my stronghold in the Sunset Forest and mysteriously commented that I was guarding a great treasure. As for me, having shed the burden of Shui Xing, I felt an immense sense of relief. I even returned the residence that Shui Xing had gifted me, liberating myself from any debts. However, my joy was short-lived. My old affliction resurfaced, and the toxins within me began to react, causing excruciating pain. I had no choice but to hastily return to my sanctuary in the Sunset Forest with Yin Yin to suppress the toxicity. Just as the two of us departed, Qian Renxue and her companions stealthily made their way into the Sunset Forest. Upon entering my toxic array, they immediately sensed something was amiss. As they traversed the toxic mist and peered down into the valley, their expressions turned to disbelief. In the valley lay a hot spring, half a milky white and half a magma-like crimson. The stark contrast of ice and fire coexisted in that small pool, a divine creation. Even more astonishing was the array of extraordinary flora surrounding the spring. Utilizing her unique abilities, Qian Renxue was rendered speechless by the sight. The area was filled with miraculous herbs, such as the golden Buddha mushroom, which granted invulnerability, the 8-angled Xianbing grass that provided immunity to both ice and fire, and the Qilua tulip, which could evolve martial souls. All heavenly treasures. This was no ordinary valley. It was akin to a treasure trove for cultivating immortals. Qian Renxue, taken aback, inquired how her subordinate knew of this place. Hua Chong merely chuckled disdainfully, implying that Douluo was not protecting this land. He was utterly unworthy. To put it bluntly, he was the living embodiment of a fool, sitting atop a mountain of gold while begging for scraps. The ice and fire eyes were filled with life-saving herbs that could enhance his toxic abilities. Yet he merely survived by suppressing the toxins with the yin and yang energies of this blessed land. A complete waste. Eventually, a character named Tang San arrived and introduced a method purported to prolong his life. Douluo was deeply moved and instantly forged a bond with him. However, Tang-san proceeded to treat the abundant celestial herbs as a buffet, leaving not a single one for the original inhabitant, Douluo. Ironically, this so-called method was a ticking time bomb. When the toxins erupted years later, even the soul bone would be of no assistance, leading to the annihilation of the Douluo family. From that point on, the land would bear the name of Tang. As I lamented the misfortunes of that unfortunate elder, my attentive system activated with a pleasant chime, presenting me with a task: occupy the ice and fire eyes. Essentially, it required either to subdue Douluo or to physically eliminate him in order to claim this auspicious land. The rewards were enticing, diminishing the fate of the future chosen one while amplifying the fortune of our spirit hull, along with a soul master summoning card. How could I possibly refuse such an opportunity? Just as I was contemplating my next move, a chilling voice echoed from all directions. Foolish intruders, dare to trespass in my medicinal garden. Ah, the main character had arrived. Upon glancing up, we saw an elderly man with green hair standing on the cliff, his gaze icy and predatory. In the next moment, he leaped down while summoning his soul rings, complete with an accompanying soundtrack. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings cascaded down like thunder, and the pressure of the titled bore down upon us. He proclaimed, "Today, let you witness the wrath of a titled Douluo." However, Hua Chong and Meng Lingxian barely lifted their eyelids. The meager toxic pressure was effortlessly dispersed by Meng Lingxian with a mere wave, and soon both of them revealed their own soul rings. Purple, 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 black, 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 red, purple, 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 black, 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 red, red. At that moment, Douluo was utterly petrified, suspended in midair. His expression shifted from daunting to that of a clown upon spotting the 2 red rings. His eyes widened in disbelief. As soon as he landed, Hua Chong casually cleaned her ears and cheerfully asked, "Old man, what was it you just said? You wanted us to witness the wrath of a titled Douluo, correct?" Douluo's face contorted into an awkward smile, and he frantically waved his hands. No, you misheard. Absolutely misheard. Oh, so we have your problems then?" Hua Chong continued to tease him. Douluo's complexion turned green, and after a moment of hesitation, he switched the topic. Ahem. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to my humble abode?" Hua Chong cut straight to the point. "This place which you discovered first rightly belongs to you. However, in the realm of soul masters, there exists a principle: the strong shall occupy. Now, we from Shirkong Xingyan are claiming it. Do you have any objections?" Douluo's face changed colors like a painter's palette, and finally, he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Fine, it belongs to you now. I shall take my leave. A true man knows when to yield. If he cannot provoke, he can certainly retreat." Just as he attempted to flee, I interjected, titled "The Law. The ice and fire eyes belong to us, and so do you." This statement infuriated the elder, causing his entire body to tremble as he shouted, "You are being excessively oppressive." I chuckled and replied, "Oppressive? We are offering you an opportunity. What I seek is not merely your person, but also your fervent loyalty." Upon hearing this, Douluo was initially taken aback, then erupted into a fit of laughter. "Dream on. Douluo would rather die than join you." A classic scene unfolded before us. I leisurely remarked, "You may not fear death, but what about your granddaughter?" "Are you threatening my granddaughter?" He exploded, nearly ready to act, had it not been for the 2 super Douluos standing beside him. "Calm down," I said. "Even if we do not seek her out, she will not survive much longer. The poison from the Bailin snake has already begun to take effect. How long do you think she can last?" My words struck a nerve, leaving him deflated. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "How do you know all this?" "I have 2 solutions for resolving your family's hereditary affliction." I raised a finger. "For a temporary fix, the ice and fire eyes will belong to us, and I will teach you a method to prolong your life. For a permanent solution, this land will belong to us, and both you and your granddaughter must join our Shirkong Xingyan." He hesitated briefly before asking, "Let us hear about the temporary solution first." "It's straightforward. Find a vessel to contain the poison in your body, like a soul bone." I explained Tang-san's theory. Upon hearing this, Douluo appeared enlightened, filled with regret for not having thought of such a simple solution himself. I observed his reaction and doused his enthusiasm with cold water. But don't get too excited. This method has a fatal flaw. The capacity of a soul bone is limited, and once it is filled, the toxins will erupt, and even the gods cannot save you. I believe that particular soul bone is from your head, right? I estimate it will last no more than 20 years. How old is your granddaughter? In 20 years, she will be at her peak, and then, boom, she will be gone. Think about it. Hua Chang added, exactly by then, your granddaughter will be poisoned by the soul bone, and her boyfriend, Yu Tianheng, will likely have already found someone new. These words drained all color from Du Gubo's face. After struggling for a long time, he finally relented. So, what is the permanent solution? The permanent solution is to learn how to control this power. I took out a manual I had long prepared, Tian Du Gong, a secret art of our sect that can transform the deadly poison within you into your most formidable weapon, providing a permanent solution and enabling inheritance to future generations. However, it is only to be passed on again. Faced with the dilemma of freedom versus the life of his granddaughter, he had no choice. Very well, I consent. Du Gubo appeared as though all his strength had been drained. I joined him. I handed him the manual, and he immediately began his cultivation beside me. To my astonishment, green poisonous gas began to swirl from his body, emitting a foul stench, quickly forming a new toxic barrier within the setting sun forest. When he emerged from the barrier, he appeared revitalized, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade, his eyes filled with awe and gratitude. The favor of imparting the art would be eternally unforgettable. From this day forth, my life is yours. He knelt sincerely. I nodded in satisfaction, introducing him to Hua Chang and Meng Lingxian, and then threw him a silver token representing his elder status. Just then, I discovered that the system task was still incomplete. The system indicated that Du Gubo's loyalty was to my disguised identity, He Shui, rather than the true identity of Qian Renxue, and the relationship level was still lacking. A thought crossed my mind, and I devised a plan. Dealing with someone like Du Gubo required honesty rather than deception. Candor was the true ace. I gazed at him and slowly began, Mr. Du Gubo, we have met before. In his astonished gaze, a holy light flashed around me. Transforming from the girl, he Shui back to the form of the prince of Tiando, Shui Qinghe. His eyes nearly bulged out. You are His Highness Shui Qinghe? I gestured behind me, where the six-winged angel martial soul suddenly unfurled, its divine radiance illuminating the entire valley. Du Gubo's mind short-circuited, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside. I smiled and reintroduced myself. I am the Holy Maiden of the Time and Space Hall, the Holy Maiden of the Martial Soul Hall, and also the Prince of Tiando, Qian Renxue. I laid out my plans, and, as Du Gubo listened, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Ultimately, not only did he not feel repulsed, but he also developed even greater respect for my honesty and boldness. And the relationship level abruptly increased to 65. The system notification chimed, signaling the task's completion. My fortunes surged, and I obtained a Soul Master summoning card capable of altering the tide of battle. It was an incredible victory. Next, it was time to distribute the treasures. I called for Du Gubo's granddaughter, Du Guyen, who initially seemed reluctant but was soon coaxed into compliance with a few words, sweetly addressing me as Sister Schwerer. Du Gubo rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation as he watched me. I smiled and approached the Liang Yi, plucking a crystal-clear purple celestial herb. Rest assured, I have already prepared a celestial-grade herb for your granddaughter. This purple poison dragon grass, gentle in its medicinal properties, will be perfect for her. I explained the method of usage to Du Guyen as I handed her the purple herb. To my delight, the girl was straightforward. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Before long, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from her, causing her to emit soft sounds of comfort. I did not need to wait for her to announce it. A glance revealed her attribute panel had refreshed before my eyes. Age, 14, soul power, level 30. Most crucially, her innate soul power had skyrocketed from the previous 7.5 to a perfect 10. This signified a momentous transformation. It meant that her potential had broken through the level of her grandfather's Soul King status, paving the way for her to aspire to the rank of title Douluo, perhaps even surpassing her grandfather. Even more astonishing was her martial soul. Previously an ordinary Bai Lin snake, now she had evolved into a Bai Lin snake emperor. This was no simple addition of two words. It was a leap from a high-level martial soul to a top-tier martial soul, on par with the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Du Gubo stood by, utterly dumbfounded, rushing over to grasp his granddaughter's hand, examining her for a lengthy moment, tears of joy streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Excellent! Such a splendid evolution!" At that moment of heartfelt connection between the grandfather and granddaughter, I observed Hua Chang casting a disdainful glance at the old poison master, as if looking at an unparalleled fool. The old poison master bewildered, asked why she regarded him so. Hua Chong chuckled coldly. Now you realize the importance of providing your granddaughter with celestial great herbs? I understood her implication immediately. She was mercilessly mocking the old poison master. Now you think to give your granddaughter treasures? How is it that when that man named Tang nearly emptied your family's coffers, you did not consider this? Who understands the plight? In the previous timeline, the old poison master had been led astray by that man named Tang, who merely offered him an antidote and in gratitude. He gave away the entirety of the ice and fire Liangyi, oblivious to the true value of the celestial great herbs, let alone requesting one for his granddaughter. Ultimately, his family wealth was depleted, and the auspicious land became another S-garden, akin to being sold while assisting in counting the money, rendering him the most foolish figure in the Douluo continent. Thus, seeing his sudden awakening, Hua Chong could not resist the urge to deliver a sharp retort. As I contemplated this, I realized there was yet another matter to address. When JinBao was preparing to take his granddaughter to hunt for soul rings, I called out to him directly, "Elder Douluo, let your granddaughter wait aside for a moment." I got straight to the point. "I have heard that your granddaughter has been getting quite close to Yu Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" The old poison master nodded, acknowledging that the two were on the verge of breaking through that barrier. I smiled. "Since it has not been broken yet, let's keep it that way. That young man has ulterior motives regarding your granddaughter." Hua Chong chimed in, "Old poison master, on the basis of camaraderie. I advise you as well. Yu Tianheng is certainly no suitable match." She knew even more than I did. The young man had abandoned Du Guyan at the time of her poisoning, clearly a scoundrel. JinBao, being an astute individual, understood immediately and nodded. "I comprehend." After sending off the grandfather-granddaughter duo, I took out the Soul Master summoning card and crushed it. Shimmering light coalesced into a magical array before me. And an elderly man with glasses, his hair in disarray and wearing a faded lab coat, emerged from within. Upon examining him with my fate source, I was astonished to find he was Wang Yuan, a level 91 title de law, and more importantly, a 9th-tier soul master who understands the rarity of this profession. Long since considered obsolete, I had just summoned a hidden SSR. The elderly man named Wang Yuan immediately adjusted his glasses and prepared to bow, but I quickly stopped him. "Senior, no need for formalities." As I scrutinized him, I discovered he had not achieved a title. Upon inquiry, I learned he held such titles in disdain, considering them mere illusions. Well then, the mindset of a technical expert is indeed distinct. When he lifted his gaze and beheld the endless celestial herbs and the yin-yang spring in the center, his eyes widened in astonishment. I briefly educated him about the ice and fire Liangyi. However, this old man, disregarding the abundant celestial herbs, began rummaging through his soul guide, producing a small shovel and exploring the surroundings. Before long, with a resounding duong, he unearthed a block of ice-like mineral, trembling with excitement as he muttered, "Eternal frozen ice, the finest material for high-tier soul guides." He then became utterly enamored, treating the area as a mine, digging pits and stuffing all kinds of rare minerals into his soul guide ring. As he became increasingly engrossed, he even attempted to excavate beneath my medicinal garden. I hurriedly rushed over to stop him. "Senior Wang Yuan, halt. You may dig around, but not a single hair from beneath my medicinal garden shall be disturbed. These herbs are of great importance to me." He appeared regretful, saying, "Young master, you do not understand. There is undoubtedly a rare mineral vein beneath. If unearthed, I assure you I can craft the legendary 10th-tier soul guide." I roll my eyes, thinking to myself, am I to sacrifice my entire garden of strategic resources for your 10th-tier soul guide? Dream on. Not long after, JinBao returned with his granddaughter. Upon seeing the scene resembling a battlefield with its pitted ground, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Just as he was about to bellow about who had ravaged his medicinal garden, he held his tongue, likely recalling that this place had already changed hands. Spotting Wang Yuan, he wore a face of curiosity. I promptly introduced him, stating, "This is Senior Wang Yuan, a revered member of our time and space hall." Revered member? JinBao was taken aback. Wasn't he only at level 91? I chuckled. Senior Wang does not rely on soul power. He is one of the rare 9th-tier soul mentors on the continent. Soul mentor? The old poison master's eyes nearly bulged out. ISNT, that technique lost the time? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan became incensed, puffing up his cheeks and retorting, "Nonsense. As long as I am here, how could it possibly be lost?" I waved my hand, signaling both to calm down. Uniqueness enhances value, does it not? To broaden their horizons, Wang Yuan extracted a plethora of components from a soul-guiding device. With a cacophony of clinks and clatters, within minutes, he had fashioned a technologically impressive long-barreled cannon. "This is a 5th-tier soul-guiding device, a soul cannon," Wang Yuan proclaimed, handing it to me. "Young master, care to give it a try?" I accepted it, feeling its weighty presence. Aiming at a distant cliff, I infused it with soul power and fired. A resounding explosion echoed as a golden energy projectile erupted forth, creating a bottomless crater in the cliffside. Douluo rushed over, dumbfounded, stammering, "The power of this shot rivals the most advanced soul techniques of a soul king." I, too, was shaken. The strategic value of this device was utterly terrifying. I immediately grasped the crux. This meant that anyone with soul power could wield it, even an auxiliary-type soul master. Wang Yuan adjusted his glasses with pride. "What the young master mentioned is merely its basic function. This cannon can also be precharged, storing up to 10 shots. This means that as long as I charge it in advance, even an ordinary soldier can wield it and unleash 10 soul king-level attacks." At this revelation, Douluo and Yin gaped in astonishment, their eyes filled with reverence as they envisioned the continent's balance of power being utterly transformed by this invention. I quickly inquired, "How much would it cost to manufacture 1,000 of these cannons?" Wang Yuan shook his head, wearing an expression that suggested I was being too mundane. "Don't mention money to me. I have no interest in it. Furthermore, as a 9th-tier soul mentor, asking me to produce such low-tier items is a gross underutilization of my talents." With that, he shifted gears and pulled out a note from his wisdom book, Martial Soul. "However, here is the material list. You can figure out." Upon glancing at the list, I was astounded. It was densely filled with various strategic-grade ores. Rough calculations revealed that the cost of manufacturing 1,000 cannons would approximate half of the annual military budget of the Tiando Empire. Yet, that was not the most troublesome aspect. Having Wang Yuan labor as a factory worker would indeed be a waste of his capabilities. An even grander plan instantly formed in my mind. He should not be a worker, but a principal, tasked with cultivating an entire legion of soul mentors. By dusk, Meng Lingxian, along with Tian, Yi, and the others, arrived. I commenced the official distribution of treasures, or rather, celestial items. For the titled Douluo, such as Tian, whose potential had mostly peaked, I selected items that could directly enhance their combat effectiveness, such as providing Meng Lingxian with a Wanchuan Xiushui Du, an enhancement akin to wings on a tiger. Finally, it was time for my 2 precious apprentices, Chu Xinglian and Gu Qingying. Chu Xinglian, a food-type martial soul, had a slow cultivation speed, so I presented her with an 8th-petal fairy orchid, the most gentle in medicinal properties, ensuring her growth up to level 70. However, Gu Qingying was a fierce one, possessing an assault-type martial soul. I offered her 2 choices: a safe path of absorbing the wondrous Qitong Tantian mushroom to steadily cultivate an indestructible body, or a perilous bridge of consuming the 2 highly toxic celestial herbs, Bajiao Xianbing grass and Lihua Xingjiao vegetables. Plunging into the ice and fire yin-yang, I for body tempering. The process was fraught with danger, but should she succeed, the world would open up before her. Without a moment's hesitation, her resolute gaze met mine as she declared, "Sister, I choose the ice and fire body tempering." I led her to the spring, forcefully using soul power to pluck the 2 celestial herbs. Let me tell you, those things were no joke. One hand was frozen purple from cold poison, while the other turned red from fire poison. I stacked the 2 herbs together and handed them to her. "Understand this clearly. This is what you must face. Go on, let me witness your determination." She accepted the celestial herbs and swallowed them whole. In an instant, one half of her body emanated a terrifying chill while the other radiated scorching heat. She trembled in agony, yet gritted her teeth in silence. I shouted, "What are you waiting for? Jump in." She leaped into the juncture of ice and fire. The heart-wrenching screams echoed, making one's heart ache. Gradually, the sounds diminished, and she became tranquil amidst the mist, unconsciously activating the divine demonic body tempering technique I had taught her, voraciously absorbing the energies of ice and fire to refine her physical form. When she opened her eyes again, one was transformed into an ice blue hue while the other blazed a fiery red, and her soul power soared to level 20. She surfaced, catching her breath, and swam to the shore as if nothing had happened. Douluo stood nearby, awestruck, murmuring, "Young master, where did you find such a monster? I wouldn't dare approach that pool." Yet she just jumped in for a bath. Before he could finish his sentence, Yin quickly tugged at him, whispering, "Grandfather." Gu Qingying's clothes have dissolved. She coming up. The old poison master's face instantly flushed crimson as he hastily turned away. I handed Gu Qingying the prepared clothes. Upon reaching the shore, Tian eagerly inquired about her gains. Gu Qingying replied that she had acquired 3 divine abilities: immunity to ice, fire, and poison, along with a complete enhancement of her physical attributes. Seeing both young ladies benefit, they turned their concern towards me. Sister Shui, aren't you going to absorb any celestial items? My heart warmed as I patted their heads, assuring them, rest assured, I absorbed mine long before you came. In truth, I didn't absorb anything. My talents have already peaked, and any ordinary celestial items would be a waste. At that moment, the old fellow Tian shuffled over, rubbing his hands with a fawning expression, inquiring, Little Shui, do you have any celestial items suitable for our golden crocodile martial soul? He was indeed a doting grandfather, wanting to procure something for his granddaughter, Tian Yao. I pondered for a moment. Tian Yao's golden crocodile martial soul was too distinctive, making it unsuitable for inclusion in my core battle team, as it could easily expose my connections with the Wuhuan Temple. Yet, I needed to show courtesy, as this was a potential top-tier combat force in the future. Thus, I produced a golden yin dragon fruit and handed it to him. Grandfather Tian, this fruit is most suitable for metal-type martial souls. It may enable your martial soul to evolve into a golden crocodile king. Upon hearing this, Tian beamed with joy, accepting the fruit and thumping his chest in promise. Thank you, young master. In the future, should you require anything, just command me, and I shall face any danger without hesitation. The expedition to the Sunset Forest resulted in Qian Rinxue reclaiming Douluo, securing the ice and fire yin-yang eye, obtaining celestial items within, and gaining a valuable soul mentor as an ally. The journey was a resounding success. On the way back, Qian Rinxue instructed Douluo to remain at the ice and fire yin-yang eye to guard it, while they proceeded to the Sunset Forest to prepare soul rings for Gu Qingying and Chu Xinglian. After absorbing the celestial items, the medicinal potency had not fully manifested, and their soul power remained capped at level 20. Through an examination of their physical prowess, Huachang determined that Gu Qingying's physical strength had already reached the threshold for absorbing soul rings, equivalent to that of a 40-level soul master. Consequently, Qian Rinxue defined the soul ring's age limit to be between 4,000 to 5,000 years. Chu Xinglian's physical prowess has indeed reached the realm of the soul sect. Naturally, her physical attributes cannot be compared to those of Gu Qingying. Thus, Chu Xinglian opted for a soul ring from approximately 2,000 years ago as her second ring. The group hunted souls in the Sunset Forest for several days. They first addressed Gu Qingying's second soul ring, a 4,500-year-old soul ring from a thunder dragon soul beast, classified as a subdragon species. This formidable and ferocious soul beast can be understood as a lower-tier counterpart to the blue lightning tyrant dragon within the realm of soul beasts. Not only does it possess immense physical strength, but it also wields the power of thunder. Upon absorbing the Thunder Dragon's soul ring, Gu Qingying acquired her second soul skill, Thunder Body. This skill not only enhanced the Princess of Divine Power's formidable strength, but also bestowed upon her the ability to envelop her body in thunder. Conversely, Chu Xinglian's second soul ring was derived from the Sunset Forest, a plant-type soul beast known as the 2,000-year soul-absorbing flower, granting her the soul skill, soul-absorbing fruit. Consuming this fruit replenishes soul power, with her soul-absorbing fruit capable of restoring 30% of the soul power of a soul master of the same rank. It is indeed a remarkable skill. Having acquired their second soul rings, the effects of their respective elixirs were unleashed. Chu Xinglian absorbed the 8-petal immortal orchid, elevating her soul power to level 26. Meanwhile, Gu Qingying's absorption of the immortal grade body refining essence provided greater utility beyond mere soul power enhancement, allowing her to reach only level 24 alongside her soul ring. Regarding the publication of this work, I have just returned from the hospital, feeling somewhat dazed, and during that time, I did not even consider the release of VIP chapters, for which I apologize. Why did I choose to write this book? It is not a mere whim. I initially intended to begin this narrative after the success of my previous work that astonished me, following which I planned to pen this very tale. However, concurrently, I was also engaged in writing the work Reversal of Douluo, Rebirth of Qian Rinxue. I felt that the latter was already sufficiently exceptional, and my contribution would not bring anything new. Thus, I experienced a surge of creativity and opted to rewrite the narrative of Douluo's second round. During the period of writing the second round, the results were promising, but my mindset was somewhat disordered. At that time, I was genuinely reluctant to continue writing fan fiction, compounded by a series of events occurring during the new year, leading me to abandon this particular book. Subsequently, I penned another work on the platform, titled The Fourth Catastrophe, which did not fare well in terms of reception. After some reflection, I decided to revert to writing Douluo fan fiction to recalibrate my mindset, adopting the well-conceived narrative structure I had long envisioned. While composing this article, I encountered comments on my work featuring BB Dong, where some readers informed me that my narrative structure had become cliched. I'm naturally aware of this notion, yet I believe that it would not become stale so quickly. It has become evident that their words hold a kernel of truth. The reason cliches become overused is that they have been employed excessively, leading to their deterioration. Characters such as Long Ao Yin and Mary Sue, initially met with reader delight, can now be described with a single phrase: sweetness turns sour. Contemporary writing resembles products on an assembly line. Writers replicate whatever formula is currently popular. As the number of works increases, the value of those formulas diminishes. When everyone recognizes a particular trope's popularity and rushes to write about it, that trope's worth is rapidly depleted. People often jest about the potato trilogy, potato quadrilogy, and potato quintology. Yet have you ever contemplated that if the narrative structure established by Potato in Do, Pat Song Cheong were solely penned by him, there would be no such thing as the potato trilogy or quadrilogy. Whatever he wrote would be pursued and consumed by readers until completion. The reality of the situation is that the proliferation of writers adopting this narrative structure has led to the emergence of the potato trilogy and quadrilogy. The value created by Do, Pa, Song Cheong, apart from Wu Dong Qian Kuan, has been significantly diluted by fan works and imitations, including various tropes such as marriage annulment, the guise of a pig to eat the tiger, and the elderly grantor of rings. Readers eventually grow weary of seeing the same patterns repeat. I have digressed from the topic. I commenced this Douluo fan fiction at an inopportune moment, resulting in less than ideal reception and reader response. To be frank, when I began writing this article, I approached it with immense enthusiasm. However, 2 months later, it has indeed been a difficult journey. If the results were favorable, I could persist, but when they're lackluster, it becomes quite disheartening. The performance has remained consistently underwhelming, with only a handful of new collections each day. Recently, I received a recommendation for this book, yet the associated results left me feeling somewhat disheartened, as I gained merely 100 or so new collections in a day. After the recommendation period ended, witnessing a mere 45 new collections was, to be honest, quite disheartening. I fear I may be facing failure. As my friends have pointed out, this book might have fared better had I released it after completing the BB Dong narrative, but alas, the timing now feels regrettable. I regard this publication as my final struggle, hoping to see positive results. Life is filled with many frustrations. Having written 3 consecutive works without financial success, I have invested 2 months of love into each, totaling 6 months of hardship. If this work fails to achieve notable success, I may have no choice but to bid farewell to this platform for a time and return to Falu to start anew, seeking to recover my losses. The existence of the Potato Trilogy and the Potato Quartet stems from the overwhelming number of writers who have adopted this narrative style. The value of the tropes created by Do, Pa, Song Cheong has been significantly diluted, with a substantial portion appropriated by fan works or those imitating Do, Pa, Song Cheong, such as the themes of divorce, the guise of the weak, and the enigmatic elder with a ring. Readers, having encountered these cliches repeatedly, have grown weary of them. I digress. I penned this Douluo fan fiction at an inopportune moment, and both its performance and the reaction from readers have been rather disappointing. To be candid, I embarked on this writing endeavor with immense enthusiasm, yet the passage of 2 months has proven to be quite arduous. If the results were favorable, I could persevere, but with poor performance, it is genuinely disheartening. The reception has been consistently lackluster, garnering merely a handful of new collections each day. Recently, my work received a recommendation. However, the results were disheartening, yielding only about 100 new collections in a day. Once the recommendation period concluded, I saw a mere 45 new collections, leaving me with a heavy heart. It seems I may have failed. A friend in the group pointed out that the book might perform better after I complete Bai Dong, but publishing it now feels futile. I view this as my last struggle, hoping for a turnaround in its reception. After 3 consecutive works without financial success, each sustained by sheer passion for 2 months, I realize I have endured for half a year. If this piece fails to achieve noteworthy results, I may need to bid farewell to Qi Dian for a while and return to Fei Lu to start anew. In the land where the phoenix rises, we find Chu Xing Lian at level 26 and Gu Qing Ying at level 24, both of whom have earned the approval of Qianren Shui. However, one must always test the mettle of these talents. Presently, there exists a battle team that could serve as a valuable touchstone for them. On her return, Qianren Shui instructed Hua Chong, during this period, focus on recruiting gifted yet unrecognized civilian soul masters. I will personally select those worthy to join our Shadow Angel Guard. Yes, young master, Hua Chong replied before swiftly departing. Near the vicinity of Tiando City lies a small town known as Jing and Cheng. Qianren Shui initially intended to pass through Jing and Cheng directly to Tiando City, but unexpectedly, her bracelet signaled a new opportunity. It seems yet another potential recruit has come into view. The carriage will stop here. We shall remain in Jing and Cheng for a while, she declared. Yes, young master. The coachman responded. As Qianren Shui descended from the carriage, she activated her Fate Source Eye and began her search. Despite its small size, Jing and Cheng bustled with activity, filled with civilians purchasing goods in the morning market. Locating her target among the throngs of people proved challenging. While traversing Jing and Cheng, Qianren Shui spotted several civilians gathering food supplies. If they were merely commoners, it would not matter. However, through her Fate Source Eye, she discerned that these individuals were far from ordinary. Tang Xian, aged 21, possessed the martial soul of the Hao Tian hammer. With innate soul power of 7 and soul power level 38, sporting a ring configuration of yellow, and purple. His luck level was purple. Tang Yu. How amusing to encounter the remnants of the Hao Tian sect here. Yet, it is not surprising. While the Hao Tian sect remains hidden, they cannot be content in obscurity. They likely maintain numerous clandestine connections in the secular world to monitor and influence the continent's affairs. Though her grandfather did not disclose the secret location of the Hao Tian sect to Qianren Shui, it will not be long before she uncovers it herself. Once she possesses the capability, she will undoubtedly bring the Hao Tian sect out of the shadows. Qianren Shui remained steadfast in her objective, seeking the fourth member of her team, who appeared to be nearby. A gaze filled with animosity pierced through her. She turned to see a frail figure in a small corner of the market, not directed at her, but rather at the Hao Tian sect disciples procuring supplies. Perhaps sensing her attention, the diminutive figure trembled and hastily departed. Generally, Qianren Shui would disregard such individuals, but she was the one designated by the system. Lin Yiya, aged 8, bore the martial soul of the Nirvana egg, with 0 innate soul power and a soul power level of 0, rendering her the fourth member of the team. Qianren Shui's mind was filled with questions. At that moment, the system responded, Host. The continent is home to an array of peculiar martial souls. Some cannot be measured by conventional standards. Consider the name of her martial soul. What might it evoke in your imagination? Indeed, while Lin Yiya's attributes may be lacking, destined to never become a soul master, the name of her martial soul conjures thoughts of a formidable power, the phoenix. During the process of rebirth, a phoenix transforms into an egg, devoid of strength, often resembling an ordinary chicken egg. Yet, once it emerges from its rebirth, the phoenix is far more terrifying than before. Very well, if it is a phoenix martial soul, I shall accept her, Qianren Shui said as she followed after the girl. Unbeknownst to the young girl, Qianren Shui possessed a tracking device, allowing her to locate Lin Yiya wherever she ventured. Carrying some firewood, Lin Yiya delivered it to a vendor in Jing and Cheng before exiting the town and returning to a small village on the outskirts. Fengming Village? Qianren Shui stood quietly outside the village, reflecting on its name. Welcome to Fengming Village, esteemed soul master, greeted old John, the village chief. Upon seeing the well-dressed Qianren Shui at the entrance, Qianren Shui nodded and inquired, May I ask why your village is named Fengming Village? Upon hearing her question, old John stood a bit taller, proudly declaring, Esteemed soul master, you may not know this, but 50 years ago, our Fengming village produced a powerful soul saint, a female soul master. Originally, we should have been called Holy Soul Village. But since many villages that produce soul saints are named either Holy Soul Village or Soul Saint Village, we chose something unique, Fengming Village, signifying that the phoenix rose from here. Ah, Fengming Village, where the phoenix rises, indeed a beautiful name with profound meaning. Your village has truly given birth to a genuine phoenix, Qianren Shui smiled. Of course, she did not refer to the female soul saint from 50 years prior. As in her heart, That individual did not deserve the title of true phoenix. However, this village had indeed produced a real phoenix, and perhaps in the near future, the name Fengming Village would be rightfully recognized. Pleased by the Soul Master's compliment, Old John beamed and asked, "Would you like to visit Fengming Village?" Esteemed Soul Master? Qianren Shui nodded and followed Old John into the heart of Fengming Village. Old John, while strolling with Qianren Shui, was sharing the local customs and traditions of the village. As Qianren Shui listened, her gaze drifted toward a certain spot. There stood Lin Yaya, with her dark hair and a rather grimy visage. She was sharing her accomplishments with a middle-aged woman, who promptly invited her into her home for a meal. Following Qianren Shui's gaze, Old John also looked over and spotted Lin Yaya. Upon seeing her, a pained sigh escaped his lips. "Old village chief, why the sigh? Is it because of that little girl?" Qianren Shui inquired. Old John responded, "Ah, esteemed spirit master, you may not know, but our village had once birthed a prodigy whose talent surpassed that of any female spirit master. His future achievements were destined to be extraordinary, but alas, what a pity." This lament seemed to be in honor of the prodigy. "A prodigy?" Qianren Shui asked. "Indeed, 2 years ago, our Fengming village produced a genius with innate full soul power." Old John continued, "This genius is none other than the brother of that little girl. Lin Chun and his sister Lin Yaya were orphans living in Fengming village, relying on the villagers to support their upbringing. When they turned 6, which was also the day of their martial soul awakening, a group of spirit masters arrived in the village to procure supplies. 2 years prior, a group of individuals had come to Fengming village, dressed plainly and appearing quite rugged. Their silence conveyed an air of do not approach, and they engaged in minimal conversation, only communicating during transactions for supplies. After the villagers' soul, the newcomers were about to leave when the annual martial soul awakening ceremony commenced. The steward from Jing'an City, Su Yunan, approached the children of appropriate age to initiate the awakening process. Some of them wished to pause and watch. "Tang, and what is there to see? Give this village 50 years, and they won't awaken a single spirit master," scoffed a burly man. "Tang Xian, I never claimed that the spirit hall would awaken any spirit masters. This time, the spirit hall is merely engaging in futile efforts. These peasants, either of blue-silver grass lineage or wielding hoes and sickles, what do you expect them to awaken? What kind of mutated martial soul could they possibly possess?" "Huh, I am merely here to witness the spirit hall's folly," Tang retorted. "Exactly. Not everyone could be like us Tang family members, inheriting the continent's strongest weapon, martial soul." "How naive," several burly men remarked, deciding to remain and observe the spirit hall's mockery. "I am Su Yunan, a level 24 great spirit master, your guide. Now, I will awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, no matter what happens," Su Yunan announced. As he spoke, Su Yunan opened his bag on a nearby table, retrieving 2 items, 6 black round stones and a shining blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagon on the ground and gestured for the first child on the right to stand within it. "Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully," he instructed. Suddenly, Su Yunan's eyes glowed brightly, and in the astonished gaze of the children, he shouted, "Lone Wolf, manifest!" A faint azure light emanated from his forehead, rising and entering his hair. His originally black hair transformed to gray and rapidly lengthened, similar colored hair appearing on his exposed arms. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell considerably, brimming with muscularity. The spirit hall's specific attire fit him well, not bursting despite his enlarged form. Su Yunan's eyes turned a haunting green, and sharp claws emerged from his fingertips, glistening with a chilling gleam. 2 rings of light appeared beneath his feet, oscillating between the ground and the top of his head, one white and the other yellow, both eerily strange. The boy standing within the black stone circle, witnessing Su Yunan's transformation, gasped in terror and attempted to flee. Su Yunan, with his frightening green-hued gaze, seized the child and said, "Do not move. I told you not to be afraid. This is my martial soul, the Lone Wolf. If any of you can become a spirit master in the future, you will also wield similar abilities." The child's fear subsided as they curiously observed Su Yunan, their eyes sparkling with longing upon realizing the nature of the martial souls. "Umph, peasants are just peasants, so ignorant. A little wolf pup frightened them like that," Tang Xian scoffed. "The spirit hall only dares to show off in front of these peasants. They are nothing before our Haotian sect," Tang added. As anticipated by the burly men, none of the 6 children awakened a suitable martial soul for becoming spirit masters. Their martial souls were either blue silvergrass, gourd, hoe, or spinach. The last two children were a brother and sister pair. Su Yunin, somewhat disappointed, said to them, "Do not be afraid, just come up for testing." Lin Yaya timidly approached the center of the awakening ceremony. Martial Soul Awakening. Open your hands and summon your martial soul. Su Yunin instructed. Lin Yaya felt something within her yearning to emerge. She opened her hands and found a black egg resting between them. A martial soul in the form of an egg. Su Yunin frowned. Although a black egg was rare, he did not consider it particularly promising. However, he hoped Lin Yaya possessed some soul power, at least qualify her as a food system spirit master, which could lead to a salary and elevate his status within the spirit hall, allowing him to marry a wealthy woman and achieve the pinnacle of life. Now, place your hand on the crystal, Su Yunin directed. Following his instructions, Lin Yaya pressed her hand against the crystal, but after a long while, it remained inactive. "I had hoped you could become a food system spirit master," Su Yunin said, shaking his head in disappointment. "Without soul power, you cannot become a spirit master." Next, his words fell like a verdict. Although Lin Yaya did not comprehend what had occurred, a sense of loss filled her heart as she stepped away from the awakening array. Her brother stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "It's all right, Yaya." She nodded in response. Next, Su Yunin glanced at the list of the current martial soul awakenings, noting the last one was a boy named Lin Shun. With heightened expectations came greater disappointment. Su Yunin feared he would return empty-handed. He held no hopes for this boy, especially after witnessing his sister awaken a mere egg. What remarkable ability could he possibly possess? Yet, the procedure must continue. The martial soul awakening ceremony commenced formally, emanating a series of ghostly lights from the spirit master awakening array. The boy spread his hands, ready for his martial soul to emerge. With a resonating hum, a dark long spear materialized around him. The burly men, observing from the shadows, were taken aback. Why did he sense an aura of power from that spear comparable to his own Haotian hammer martial soul? On the other side, Su Yunin was overwhelmed with excitement. A spear. This is a spear, a potential combat weapon martial soul, as long as he possesses soul power. Even a mere first or second rank would be an achievement for me. "Come, young man, place your hand upon the crystal," Su Yunin instructed. Under the pressure from Tang En, the youth pressed his hand onto the crystal, which erupted with dazzling radiance, illuminating the entire room. Su Yunin, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered this. "This is actually the innate full soul power." "What does innate full soul power mean?" Lin Chen inquired. Su Yunin elaborated on the concept within the realm of soul masters, explaining that Lin Chen had awakened an extraordinary martial soul, destined to become a soul master, possibly reaching the pinnacle of the soul master world. By the end of his explanation, Su Yunin felt a twinge of envy for Lin Chen. When he and his brother, Su Yuntao, awakened their martial souls, they only possessed innate level 2 soul power. The disparity between individuals was indeed vast. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts, convinced that introducing Lin Chen to the Martial Soul Hall would secure his achievements for the month, possibly even elevating his status further. "Young man, would you like to join the Martial Soul Hall?" Su Yunin asked excitedly. "I would like to, but..." Lin Chen glanced at Lin Yaya, adding, "If I leave, no one will look after my sister. Rest assured, our Martial Soul Hall treats the families of soul masters exceptionally well. With your talent, entering Martial Soul City will be no issue, and you can bring your sister along to enjoy a better life," Su Yunin assured him. After much persuasion from Su Yunin, Lin Chen finally consented to join the Martial Soul Hall. "Very well. I will return to Jing'an City to inform the city lord before coming back to fetch you," Su Yunin said, promptly reporting this joyous news to Elder John before heading out of the village. Lin Yaya interjected, "Brother, you don't need to worry about me." Lin Chen gently stroked Lin Yaya's hair, replying, "You are my sister. How could I possibly neglect you? Even if I become a powerful soul master in the future, you will always be my sister." "All right, brother." Lin Yaya's disappointment over not awakening a powerful martial soul dissipated in that moment. Unbeknownst to them, their every action was being observed by a formidable sect. A gun-type martial soul, its might is comparable to the Haotian hammer, and it is innate full soul power. Tang Xian remarked. "What nonsense are you spouting, Tang Xian?" Tang En retorted, displeased. "Remember, the Haotian hammer is the world's premier martial soul. Even the 7-killing sword cannot contend with our Haotian hammer, let alone this gun-type martial soul of unknown origin." "That is true, but Tang En, we cannot allow such a prodigy to fall into the hands of the Martial Soul Hall. Otherwise, in a few decades, our Haotian sect will face a significant threat. Another added, I know that. As long as we prevent Su Yunin from relaying this news to the Martial Soul Hall, we will be fine. Tang Xian, you handle Su Yunin, while I will take him into our Haotian sect, Tang and commanded. Understood, Tang Xian replied. But what if he insists on joining the Martial Soul Hall? He has no right to refuse. He must either join our Haotian sect or perish beneath my hammer. Should he dare to join the Martial Soul Hall, we will surely eradicate him, Tang and declared fiercely. As Tang Xian departed, a burly figure emerged from the shadows, blocking Elder John and the others. I do not believe that joining the Martial Soul Hall is a wise choice, he stated. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I am a disciple of the Haotian sect, and I want Lin Shun, Tang proclaimed. The Haotian sect? Elder John was taken aback, as the name had faded from the memories of ordinary people since the sect's seclusion. Country bumpkins are indeed ignorant. Open your eyes and behold, Tang said, summoning a massive hammer as his martial soul, accompanied by 3 soul rings of yellow, purple, and gold. Why, you are a soul master, Elder John stammered, nearly kneeling in awe. Lin Shun and Lin Yaya regarded Tang Xian with trepidation as he approached the siblings, addressing Lin Shun, join our Haotian sect. His tone left no room for opposition, and although Lin Shun felt resistance, he lacked the standing to refuse. But my sister, do you think our Haotian sect would be like the Martial Soul Hall, burdened with caring for an ineffectual waste? Tang scoffed. We only require you, not a burden. His derisive words left Lin Yaya feeling disheartened. My sister is not a waste, Lin Chen protested. Those without soul power are hardly anything, but, Tang sneered. Your sister is destined to remain a country bumpkin, while you have no option but to join our Haotian sect. No, I refuse to join the Haotian sect. Lin Chen's anger flared as he adamantly rejected the notion. Ha! Remember this, young man. Joining the Haotian sect is your greatest honor. You have no choice but to accept. Tang asserted. If you dare refuse, I will not hesitate to kill you and your sister. As he spoke, Tang struck a nearby stone with his hammer, shattering it entirely with the immense force of the Haotian hammer. All right, I will join, Lin Shen acquiesced. Tang seized Lin Shun and dragged him towards the village's outskirts. In that moment, Lin Yaya finally realized she would be separated from her brother. She stumbled forward, crying, Stop! Don't take my brother away. However, Tang kicked Lin Yaya away, a sight that pierced Lin Chen's heart. He turned to the villagers, imploring, Take care of my sister. I will return to fetch you once I become a soul master. Under the setting sun, Lin Shun was forcibly taken away by Tang. In the months that followed, Su Yunin did not return, and it was months later that the villagers discovered his lifeless body in a desolate area. Elder John lamented, It seems that the Haotian sect, to prevent Lin Shun from falling into the hands of the Martial Soul Hall, intercepted and killed Su Yunin, leaving the Martial Soul Hall unaware of Lin Chen's existence to this day. What a pity, Qian Renxue expressed with sorrow. A genius with innate full soul power and a gun-type martial soul, handed over to the Martial Soul Hall, could have received significant training, emerging as a prominent figure, perhaps even becoming a title Douluo or super Douluo in a few decades. Alas, such a talent has been snatched by the Haotian sect. According to the logic of these major sects, no matter how talented he was, he could only become an outer disciple, subjected to indoctrination, ultimately becoming a mere pawn loyal to their sect, incapable of betrayal for life. The death of Lin Shun was inevitable, until they ensured Lin Chen's loyalty. The Haotian sect would not invest in his training. In their view, Lin Chen's potential was far less significant than his loyalty to the Haotian sect, Elder John explained. And what happened next? Qian Renxue inquired. Well, that was a few months ago, Elder John recounted. A few months prior, a disciple of the Haotian sect arrived at the village with a horse-drawn carriage covered by a white cloth, within which lay a figure. Lin Yaya gazed at the small shadow beneath the cloth, feeling an unsettling premonition. Great Soul Master, may I inquire what brings you to Fengming Village? Elder John asked. Tang replied, Old village chief, do you remember the orphan we took away 2 years ago? Remember, what has become of Lin Shun? When Lao John posed this question, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon seeing the figure beneath the white cloth draped over the truck. Could it be? Tang lifted the cloth, revealing a lifeless body, the frigid remains of Lin Shun. His body was marred by countless whip marks, his skin bruised a deep purple, bearing the scars of fists and kicks, not a single inch of unblemished skin. His chest was concaved, evidently the result of a blunt instrument striking his abdomen, and he lay utterly silent, Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, his clothing soaked in crimson, along with fragments of his disemboweled organs. Lao Zhan was rendered speechless by shock. Lin Yaya, his sister, was struck dumb, as if a bolt from the blue had struck her heart. In the next moment, she recklessly rushed to the cart and collapsed over her brother's corpse, weeping bitterly. Tang and declared, Lin Shun has violated the sacred prohibitions of our Haotian sect, daring to attack a direct disciple of the sect while being an outer disciple. According to sect regulations, he must be executed. It turned out that after Lin Shun was captured and returned to the Haotian sect, they subjected him to a series of brainwashing attempts, all of which proved futile. His displayed talents surpassed those of the direct disciples of the current generation, and the sect saw in him a potential that rivaled even Tang Hao. However, as an outer disciple, Lin Shun bore no surname Tang and lacked the Haotian hammer as his inherited martial soul. Even though his martial soul, the Overlord Spear, was comparable to Haotian's, and his innate full soul power promised limitless potential for future growth, he could never attain the status of an inner sect disciple. Unable to penetrate the core of the Haotian sect, and yet displaying extraordinary talents, Lin Shun faced relentless bullying and ostracization from the moment he joined. The inner disciples, envious of his gifts, conspired against him. The elders of the sect, biased towards their own disciples, regarded outer disciples like Lin Shun as mere dogs of the Haotian sect, believing only the heirs of the Haotian hammer were worthy of consideration. However, the sect recognized that such treatment would only deepen Lin Shun's hatred towards them. His forbearance did not escape the notice of the cunning elders, and upon realizing his disdain for the sect, they resolved to eliminate this talent. Thus, a genius wielding the Overlord Spear and possessing innate full soul power met an untimely demise. You kill my brother. Lin Yaya glared at Tang, her small face drenched in tears. Your brother has transgressed the laws of the Haotian sect. Thus, he must die. Tang replied coldly. Do not look upon us, the heirs of the Haotian sect, with such disrespectful eyes. Remember this. We have not discarded his corpse in the wilderness for wild dogs to devour. Returning it to you is the greatest mercy we can extend to you commoners. With that, Tang removed Lin Shun's body and turned to leave. As he departed, Tang Xian inquired, Tang, I can see the little girl harbors immense hatred towards our Haotian sect. Why not eliminate her as well? And what of her hatred? Do you not recall her martial soul awakening? We witnessed it. She is of no use, an innate zero soul power, destined never to become a soul master. Even if she harbors animosity, what can it change? In 10 years, we shall be soul kings, in 20, soul emperors, and in 30 or 40, perhaps even soul saints or Douluo. Our heights will forever be unattainable for these commoners. Let her live. It is the greatest gift we can bestow. Every word of his was overheard by Lin Yaya. The seeds of hatred were sown. Little did Tang realize that the girl he dismissed would see her martial soul, that black egg, crack open after his departure. It was no wonder. Qian Renxue recalled her first encounter with Lin Yaya, who had regarded the disciples of the Haotian sect with a gaze filled with hatred. These sects, bound by bloodlines and martial souls, were exceedingly exclusionary within the sect. True status was forever reserved for their heirs. This was vividly illustrated in the 2 prominent sects of Douluo continent, Haotian sect and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, being an auxiliary sect lacking combat strength, had to absorb powerful outsiders to support itself, which made it relatively more open-minded compared to the other 2 sections. Thus, regardless of one's talent or potential, or the quality of their martial soul, they would never receive the attention of the exclusionary Haotian sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. They sought not to cultivate you into a strong individual, but rather to mold you into a tool, a mere dog. Lin Shun, influenced by the nature of his martial soul, proved difficult to tame and unwilling to submit. Hence, his fate was sealed. The Haotian sect would never tolerate the growth of a genius who bore enmity towards them. Alas, what a pity! Had Lin Shun been recruited into the Spear Hall, the fate of the siblings would have been entirely different, Qian Renxue lamented. Indeed, Lao Zhan agreed sorrowfully. Lin Shun's future was bright. Had he accompanied Su Yunin to the Spirit Hall, he would likely be a noble soul master by now. Lao Zhan mourned not only for Lin Shun, but also for the loss of such a promising soul master for their village. Had Lin Shun not met his untimely end, their village might have risen to become a renowned village of titled soul masters. However, were Lin Yaya and Lin Shun truly siblings? One awakened a useless martial soul, while the other possessed a top-tier martial soul with innate full soul power. They did not seem related. Qian Rinxue voiced her doubts. You are correct. They are indeed not true siblings, Lao Zhan explained. Lin Yaya was born to someone in our village, while Lin Shan was adopted. Hence the disparity between a useless martial soul and a genius with innate full soul power. So that is the case, Qian Rinxue realized. Lin Shan likely hailed from a powerful family, while Lin Yaya was a native commoner. A once promising overlord spear martial soul had thus been obliterated by the Haotian sect. Understanding all this, Qian Rinxue's next goal was to win over Lin Yaya. Ever since Lin Shan was taken by the Haotian sect, Lin Yaya had been raised on the charity of others. Fortunately, the villagers were kind-hearted, and after experiencing the death of her parents and the separation from her brother, Lin Yaya matured quickly. She helped various families in exchange for food, barely managing to survive. However, had Lin Shan lived, he would soon have become a soul master, perhaps even a new star of an era. Initially, the support from a spirit hall would have been enough for them to live comfortably, and as Lin Shan grew, their family would have thrived. It can be said that killing Lin Shan was akin to squashing an ant for the Haotian sect, yet it obliterated the greatest hope of a family. Such occurrences are not rare on the continent. Qian Rinxue followed Lin Yaya, who returned to her humble abode, attempting to cultivate her soul power with the techniques acquired from her uncle, a soul master in the village. However, her innate zero soul power predetermined her inability to embark on the path of a soul master. This seemingly harmless little girl harbored deep-seated resentment within her heart. She yearned to bring the Haotian sect to ruin, to avenge her brother, and to make these lofty soul masters experience despair. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing several characters carved into her withered yellow wrist. Only the strong possess the power of speech. Yet, the reality is harsh, devoid of soul power. She cannot become a soul master, let alone seek vengeance upon the Haotian sect. Despite countless failures in her training, the obsession for revenge compelled Lin Yaya to engage in this futile endeavor time and again. Witnessing this scene, Qian Rinxue could not help but sigh. Without soul power, one is destined to remain a mere mortal. This world is indeed cruel. The system remarked, what you say, host, does not represent everyone. Many evil soul masters originate from ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. The nature of a martial soul can influence an individual, yet personal emotions can equally distort one's martial soul, leading to postnatal mutations. Some harbor deep-seated grudges, some resent the world, and others possess ill intentions. Their emotions affect their martial souls, causing aberrations. A significant portion of these individuals ultimately devolve into evil soul masters. Are you implying that Lin Yaya will also become an evil soul master? Qian Rinxue exclaimed in astonishment. The system responded, I am merely providing an example. Lin Yaya's martial soul inherently possesses the potential for reawakening, a process akin to nirvana. It merely requires the right opportunity. In the near future, even without your intervention, she will embark on the path of mutation. She does not belong to the original timeline. Her existence has forged a profound causal relationship with the Haotian sect, one sufficient to lead to its eventual demise. Qian Rinxue questioned, so, this seemingly inconspicuous girl with innate zero soul power and an unknown martial soul will ultimately bring about the downfall of the Haotian sect? Such an improbable scenario sparked a realization of Lin Yaya's boundless potential within Qian Rinxue. Yet again, she had failed to cultivate any soul power. After several hours, Lin Yaya emerged from her meditative state, resignedly acknowledging her physical condition. She departed her home and arrived at a desolate graveyard, standing before her brother's tomb. Offering a bouquet of wildflowers, with unwavering determination, she proclaimed, Brother, they speak the truth. Only the strong can dominate all. Even though I know my efforts may be futile, I shall not relinquish my resolve for vengeance. I will become a soul master. I will become powerful, and I will make the Haotian sect pay dearly. Applause suddenly erupted, and Lin Yaya turned to see Qian Rinxue approaching, her face momentarily betraying a flicker of panic. A commendable determination. Yet do you not realize that lacking innate soul power means all your training is futile? Qian Rinxue remarked. Lin Yaya fell silent for a moment before responding. I refuse to believe that. Even if my martial soul is deemed useless, I will find a path to becoming a soul master. Who are you? Lin Yaya asked cautiously. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qian Rinxue, she replied. What brings you to seek me? Lin Yaya inquired. Do you wish for your martial soul to awaken and become a soul master? Qian Ruxue extended an inviting hand. Join me, and I shall grant you the power for revenge. Lin Yaya did not immediately acquiesce, instead questioning, why should I trust you? What makes you interested in a soul master with a useless martial soul? Qian Ruxue smiled, because I am of the martial soul hall, and the hall stands as an enemy to the Haotian sect. Therefore, empowering you for revenge aligns perfectly with my interests. As for why I see value in you, it is because I know that you are not merely a soul master with a useless martial soul. Your martial soul is merely dormant. It will undergo a second awakening, transforming into a formidable martial soul, which is your worth to me. Qian Ruxue did not conceal her intentions. Excessive secrecy would only breed suspicion, especially with a girl like Lin Yaya, who is inherently defensive. After clarifying her purpose, Qian Ruxue observed Lin Yaya's trust in her rise from 0 to 20. Are you saying my martial soul is not useless? Lin Yaya questioned. Have you ever understood your martial soul? Qian Ruxue asked. I do not understand. It resembles a black egg, Lin Yaya replied. To become a soul master, the first step is not to engage in futile training blindly, Qian Ruxue advised. You would do better to calm your mind and comprehend your martial soul. Only through understanding can you carve a path toward becoming a soul master. Understand my martial soul? Lin Yaya opened her arms, summoning the black egg. Qian Ruxue noted the cracks forming in the egg, indicating that the Nirvana egg was already on the path to rebirth. Close your eyes and truly connect with it. Communicate with it, Qian Ruxue instructed. Lin Yaya nodded, shutting her eyes and pressing her forehead against the black egg. In the next moment, she seemed to enter a mysterious realm. Standing in a corner of her spiritual space, she beheld a colossal, transparent egg. Approaching it, she glimpsed a black phoenix curled within, its eyes tightly shut. Perhaps sensing Lin Yaya's arrival, the phoenix opened its eyes and regarded her. In that instant of eye contact with her martial soul, she felt an overwhelming darkness and the searing heat of black flames. The black flames seemed capable of consuming all, incinerating everything in their path. She looked upward to see a magnificent black phoenix soaring, engulfed in flames. What did you see? Qian Ruxue inquired. I saw a black fire phoenix, Lin Yaya responded. Qian Ruxue stated, the phoenix can undergo nirvana. Your martial soul is not a mere food-type martial soul, but a true top-tier beast martial soul, the phoenix martial soul. Lin Yaya asked, so, if I help the phoenix achieve nirvana, I can become a soul master? Precisely, Qian Ruxue affirmed. Join me, and I will assist you in achieving the phoenix's nirvana to aid your revenge. Lin Yaya nodded. I agree, Qian Ruxue. No need for such formality. Since you have agreed to join me, you are now one of my own. You may call me Sister Schwerer, Qian Ruxue replied. Yes, Sister Schwerer, Lin Yaya acknowledged. With Lin Yaya's acceptance, a crystal on Qian Ruxue's bracelet shattered, providing her with resources beneficial for Lin Yaya's cultivation. The Nirvana Scripture, a technique suitable for training the Phoenix martial soul. Heihua Jin, the mark that unlocks the Heihua secret realm. Activating the mark allows one to enter the Heihua secret realm for training, accelerating the trial of the Dark Phoenix's rebirth. However, the temperature of the black fire exceeds that of ordinary flames, subjecting the soul master to intense heat and the corrosive nature of darkness. Yet, one will not truly perish, but rather endure a suffering that transcends death. Once the Phoenix completes its rebirth, the Heihua Jin remains usable for the training of soul masters with the Phoenix martial spirit. After receiving these two crucial items, Qian Ruxue said to Lin Yaya, I possess 2 items that can assist you in achieving the Phoenix's rebirth. The first is the Rebirth Sutra. She handed the Rebirth Sutra to Lin Yaya, stating, this technique is suitable for the cultivation of the Phoenix martial spirit. With diligent practice, it can facilitate rebirth. The second item is the Heihua Jin. Qian Ruxue infused the Heihua Jin into the center of Lin Yaya's forehead, cautioning, the black fire mark will accelerate your Phoenix martial spirit's rebirth. However, Lin Yaya, once you enter the realm of the Heihua Jin, you will be consumed by desires and endure the agony of being scorched in the sea of flames. This suffering is a necessity you must bear. Lin Yaya nodded, responding, I understand, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The extent of one's power is matched by the sacrifices made. Qian Ruxue nodded in agreement. Let us return for now. A few days later, Qian Ruxue brought Lin Yaya back to Tiando City, but before she could introduce Lin Yaya to the others in the Crown Prince's residence, Lin Yaya had already activated the Heihua Jin. She entered the trial of the Heihua Jin, and the trial space shut off. How impatient, Qian Ringsha thought, gazing at the closed trial space, wondering how Lin Yaya was faring within. Would you like to see? The system inquired. Yes. Let me witness the nature of the trials Lin Yaya is experiencing in the black fire. Qian Ringsha replied. The system activated a display, revealing the scenes within the Heihua space. Inside the Heihua space was an expanse of black flames, where Lin Yaya was immediately engulfed. The black fire would not claim her life, yet the pain remained. Bathed in the dark flames, a black egg was immersed in a sea of fire. The flames permeating the egg, while Lin Yaya's body was nurtured within. The heat was unbearable, and the agony of being scorched was overwhelming. Merely witnessing it was heart-stopping. Yet Lin Yaya persevered. How long would it take for her to undergo this transformation in the black fire and complete her phoenix rebirth? 10 days, the system declared. You must endure the flames for 10 consecutive days. Any interruption will nullify your progress, and the next trial will also require 10 days. 10 days, Qian Ringsha gasped, contemplating the immense suffering one would have to endure within the sea of flames. For someone else's willpower, this was a tremendous test. To gain something means to sacrifice something in return, and for the phoenix to be reborn, it must be consumed by desires. Qian Ringshu silently hoped for her perseverance and then departed. She used her soul force to retrieve a celestial-grade item, a pristine white flower resembling the neck of a swan. It was the withLucky. This flower was not poisonous in itself, but its terrifying aspect was its ability to trigger, meaning that any contact would cause a rapid proliferation of viruses and bacteria in the affected area. For instance, if one had a minor wound and accidentally touched the withLucky, that hand would be rendered useless and death would be inevitable. The usual amount of bacteria is harmless, but multiplied by hundreds or thousands. System, can this celestial-grade poison item be used by poison-type soul masters? Qian Ringshu inquired. It can be utilized as a combat tool, but should not be used as a general celestial-grade item. If you intend to prepare a celestial-grade item for her, I would advise against this one, as misuse by someone unfamiliar with it could lead to irreparable consequences, the system replied. Brother Shun. Shun Changqing acknowledged those he encountered on the road, exchanging nods or greetings. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person's expression was devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for he was within the JinBao Sea, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and monsters, though it also engaged in other ancillary activities. It could be said that everyone within the JinBao Sea had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably become indifferent to many matters. Upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing initially struggled to adapt, but over time, he became accustomed to it. The JinBao Sea was vast, and those who remained were either exceptionally powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Sea was divided into two professions, Jinshou Shi and Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao Sea began as a Chumo Shi, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shun Changqing's past life was that of a probationary Chumo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With memories of his former self, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao Sea. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to stop before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the JinBao Sea, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the pavilion's door was ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint trace of blood met him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The blood-stained scent that clung to every member of the JinBao Sea was nearly impossible to wash away. In the original narrative, Tang San could obliterate a city of slaughter solely with this celestial-grade item, a power not easily wielded by ordinary individuals. Initially, Qian Ringshu did not grasp its terrifying nature. But upon hearing the system, she abandoned the idea of gifting the withLucky to Bibi Dong. What celestial-grade item would be most suitable for her? Qian Ringshu inquired. There is one, but it has not appeared in the Binghuo Liangyi Yen. If you wish to prepare a suitable celestial-grade item for her, you may await the system store's refresh, the system responded. After hearing this, Qian Ringshu stored the withLucky in her soul guide device. During this period, the items Qian Ringshu had obtained from the system were mostly unaffordable divine items, with the remainder being divine gifts of soul rings and bones. Currently, Qian Ringshu held little desire for divine items, focusing instead on soul rings and bones. She was surprised to discover that celestial-grade items could also appear in the system store's refresh. It was not that there were no celestial-grade items suitable for BB Dong within the Binghua Liang Yin, but rather that first, it would waste a celestial-grade item, and second, she could not absorb too many celestial-grade items. Thirdly, Qian Ringshu intends to bestow these celestial items upon BB Dong, who will likely allocate them to the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple, particularly to her cherished disciple, Hulaina. Bestowing such treasures upon the golden generation and that cunning vixen would surely invite trouble. Qian Ringshu is determined to lead her assembled team to victory in the Soul Master competition. Gifting them these celestial items, which they are naturally talented in, combined with their youthful advantage, may very well produce a Soul Emperor-level contender in that tournament. How then could her team secure the championship? If she were to give the items, it would be prudent to wait until after the competition. With this thought, Qian Ringshu stored away the celestial items. Meanwhile, Hua Chang's efficiency was remarkable. She promptly informed Qian Ringshu that a group had already been located. Qian Ringshu immediately departed from the prince's residence to head towards the headquarters of the Shadow Angels. Initially, during Qian Ringshu's infiltration plan in the Tiando Empire, her grandfather not only provided her with 2 titled Douluo elders for protection, but also entrusted her with an intelligence organization trained by the Angel Clan. They are the Shadow Angels, loyal to the Angel Clan and trained for assassination, infiltration, and intelligence gathering. This explains why, in the original narrative, Qian Ringshu was able to freely track Tang San's movements from such a distance in the Tiando Empire. The headquarters of the Shadow Angels is situated outside Tiando City, in a territory that was once occupied by a band of brigands. The Shadow Angels seized this stronghold and established it as their base, leaving watchmen around the Tiando Empire and its vicinity to collect intelligence. After Hua Chang's arrival, Qian Ringshu directly handed over the Shadow Angels to her. Chu Xinglian and Gu Qingying could not remain in the prince's residence indefinitely, although Qian Ringshu was meticulous in her actions. She also needed to guard against the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives. Thus, she arranged for Chu Xinglian and Gu Qingying to stay in the stronghold. Upon arriving at this picturesque stronghold, Hua Chang announced that she had already selected the personnel. Qian Ringshu activated her Fate Source Eye to examine the individuals. Apart from the civilian Soul Masters purchased from outside by Hua Chang, some Soul Masters were also chosen from the Shadow Angels. Qian Ringshu selected 40 individuals, all of whom were supportive-type Soul Masters with high loyalty and trustworthiness. After the 40 Soul Masters were chosen, Qian Ringshu summoned the practicing Chu Xinglian, bringing the total to 41. You are all supportive-type Soul Masters, and in future battles, you will provide assistance to your teammates, who will in turn protect you, Qian Ringshu stated. However, have you considered what you would do when faced with the enemy alone? One of the supportive Soul Masters replied, then we would have to flee. But what if you cannot escape? Qian Ringshu asked. Then we would have to wait for death, was the response. However, there is a profession that can endow you supportive Soul Masters with combat capability, and that is the profession of Soul Engineer, Qian Ringshu explained. Soul Engineer profession? The civilian Soul Masters exchanged bewildered looks, as their understanding of such matters was limited. You will comprehend what a Soul Engineer is when you begin your studies. You are about to become the first batch of Soul Engineers under my command. After selecting this first group of 41 Soul Engineer seeds, another challenge arose. Hua Chang approached Qian Ringshu, stating, Wang Yuan is quite resistant to teaching Soul Engineers. Where is he? Take me to him, Qian Ringshu replied. Upon arriving, Hua Chang had arranged a private room for Wang Yuan, fulfilling all his requests, such as acquiring materials and organizing his laboratory. Upon entering Wang Yuan's room, Qian Ringshu immediately saw it filled with a plethora of blueprints and books. Wang Yuan looked up at Qian Ringshu and Hua Chang, saying, Are you here to urge me to take on disciples again? Are you unwilling? Qian Ringshu inquired. It's not that I'm unwilling. Rather, I simply do not have the time. Young lady, you see, I am a 9th-tier Soul Master, and my time is very precious. Shouldn't you let other Soul Engineers handle the teaching of these novices? Wang Yuan responded. Have you not yet grasped it? Qian Ringshu continued. Senior Wang Yuan, in this era we inhabit, the profession of Soul Engineer has become extinct. At least, as far as I know, you are the sole remaining Soul Engineer. Extinct? Wang Yuan paused. So there are no Soul Engineers left? Aren't you one? Qian Ringshu countered. But you're the only one, she reiterated. Thus, I hope you will share your invaluable knowledge to nurture the next generation of soul engineers. Wang Yuan still appeared reluctant. Qian Rengshu pressed on. Senior Wang Yuan, you surely do not wish to witness the complete disappearance of the soul engineer profession a century from now, do you? Reviving the extinct soul engineer profession from your hands would earn you the respect of all soul engineers across the continent, and history will remember your contribution. Does that not stir your heart? Wang Yuan remarked, I am not particularly concerned with fame or fortune, but you are correct about one thing. I cannot allow the soul engineer profession to vanish entirely. Very well. I shall conduct some classes for a few days to assess the talents of those soul masters you have selected. Wang Yuan then began the formal training of soul engineers, with Qian Rengshu sitting in as an observer. In the first lesson, Wang Yuan covered the classifications of soul engineers and the fundamentals, progressively delving deeper. Throughout the observation, Qian Rengshu gradually came to understand the profession of soul engineer. The 1st to 9th tier soul engineers correspond to the ranks of soul masters from novice to title Douluo, with a legendary 10th tier soul engineer existing beyond. If the profession of soul master emphasizes innate talent, with higher aptitude leading to greater achievements, then the soul engineer profession values not only the individual talent of the soul master, but also their learning ability and comprehension. The stronger an individual's learning capability and comprehension, the more likely they are to become a soul engineer. Naturally, the influence of soul power cannot be disregarded. Even if an ordinary person fully grasps the theoretical knowledge of a 9th tier soul engineer, they cannot create a soul tool. Among the 41 individuals selected by Qian Rengshu, a few exhibited strong comprehension abilities, managing to create soul tools during the 1st tier soul engineer course. Those who failed to produce anything were ruthlessly expelled from the class by Wang Yuan. To Qian Rengshu's delight, Chu Xinglian was among those who successfully created a 1st tier soul tool. After teaching the theoretical aspects of the 1st tier soul engineer course, Wang Yuan proceeded to explain the theories for the 2nd tier soul engineer. Subsequently, Qian Rengshu ceased her attendance. As a soul master of this era, she could not escape the conservative mindset of her time. She believed it would be more beneficial to focus her efforts on cultivation. The profession of soul engineer could complement supportive type soul masters, but for combat-oriented soul masters, it would be wiser to concentrate on strengthening themselves rather than indulging in intricate techniques. After a few days, Wang Yuan approached Qian Rengshu, stating, Young lady, I wish to take on a disciple. Wang Yuan, were you not previously quite resistant to teaching courses, considering it a waste of time? What has sparked your interest in taking on disciples now? Hua Chang inquired while munching on sunflower seeds. Wang Yuan replied, That is because I have no desire to impart those rudimentary theories of soul mentors. Unfortunately, this era lacks any other soul mentors. The reason I wish to take on a disciple is that I have identified a promising talent. Qian Rengshu, puzzled, asked if you want to take on a disciple. Why must you seek my approval? Wang Yuan glanced at Hua Chang and then at Qian Rengshu, saying, The disciple I wish to take on already has a teacher. Has a teacher? The sunflower seeds in Hua Chang's hand fell, and she said unhappily, You aren't referring to my disciple. Chu Xinglian, are you? Connecting Wang Yuan's earlier glance towards her, Hua Chang felt that she had unwittingly become part of this gossip. Wang Yuan continued, I discovered that Chu Xinglian learns the theories of soul mentors at an astonishing pace. After just a few days, she has progressed from being merely a grand soul master to having completed my teachings on the theories of a 3rd tier soul mentor. She is even capable of independently creating new soul-guided devices. With excitement, Wang Yuan exclaimed, She is a genius. I firmly believe that once she becomes my disciple, the lineage of soul mentors will flourish under her guidance in the not-so-distant future. It turned out that Wang Yuan's reason for wanting to take on a disciple was quite simple. Chu Xinglian already had a teacher, and the old man harbored ulterior motives, aiming to undermine Hua Chang through Qian Rengshu, and he was attempting to do so in front of Hua Chang. Realizing this, Hua Chang's expression darkened. Old man, are you trying to undermine me right in front of my face? No one in all my years has dared to do such a thing. Wang Yuan retorted, Humph. By following me, I can at least ensure she becomes a high-ranking soul mentor, possibly even a legendary 10th tier soul mentor. And you, Hua Chang, as a battle-type soul master, how much could you possibly teach her? Don't mislead the youth. Who says a battle soul master cannot teach an auxiliary soul master? Even if I am a combat profession, and she is an auxiliary profession, I can still cultivate her into a food-type soul master with the title of Douluo. Hua Chang replied. Though Hua Chang's teaching of Chu Xinglian might seem mismatched, As a super Douluo with a plant-based martial spirit, she could still be a capable teacher. Had it not been for their shared status and the fact that he was the only soul mentor in this world, Hua Chong would have long since dealt with this insolent super Douluo. Qian Rinxue did not immediately agree with Wang Yuan, but instead asked, Elder Wang Yuan, are you aware that you are undermining Hua Chong's disciple? Such actions will surely offend her. What drives you to do this? I, the old man, fear no offense. I do this because I see in that young girl the hope of fulfilling my lifelong ambition, Wang Yuan replied. Did Wang Yuan fear offending people? Certainly not. Otherwise, he would not have dared to secretly study certain forbidden practices of his sect, which ultimately led to his demise. Then, Wang Yuan began to share his greatest lifelong ambition. Being a soul mentor was his lifelong passion. Were it not for the need for soul power to create soul-guided devices, Wang Yuan might not have pursued the cultivation of soul power at all. His comprehension was exceptional. He could almost learn about soul-guided devices instantaneously. However, one thing constrained his development in the field of soul-guided devices: talent. Although he had reached the pinnacle of soul mentors, Wang Yuan did not believe he had ascended to the highest tower of soul mentors. Indeed, becoming a legendary 10th tier soul mentor was his lifelong wish. Yet the limit of a 91st level super law confined him to the threshold of a 9th tier soul mentor. He possessed advanced theoretical knowledge of higher tier soul mentors, yet could not apply it practically, which was Wang Yuan's greatest anguish. The reason he desired to recruit Chu Xinglian was that he recognized in her the same passion and talent for the profession of soul mentor that he once had. Compared to himself, Chu Xinglian's potential as a soul master was greater, and she had a better chance of reaching the pinnacle of the soul mentor field. If he could not become a 10th tier soul mentor, why not cultivate one instead, allowing her to help him realize his theoretical aspirations? Once this thought took root in Wang Yuan's mind, it became inescapable, leading him to closely evaluate Chu Xinglian. After confirming her remarkable aptitude in the field of soul mentors, he resolved to take her as his disciple. After one class, he approached Chu Xinglian with his proposition, only to be politely declined on the grounds that she already had a teacher. Brother Shun. Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces while walking down the path, exchanging nods and pleasantries. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person's expression bore no excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shen Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily responsible for eradicating demons and monsters, though they also engaged in various other side ventures. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao had blood on their hands. When a person becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. When Shen Changqing first arrived in this world, he found it somewhat disconcerting, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao was vast. Those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become strong. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao comprised two primary professions: the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao began as a low-ranking Chu Mo Shi, gradually ascending to the rank of Zhenshou Shi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation had been a novice Chu Mo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao. It did not take long for Shen Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim and oppressive areas of the JinBao, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At this moment, the pavilion's doors were wide open, with occasional comings and goings of people. Shen Changqing hesitated for but a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the environment shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint hint of blood washed over him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it soon relaxed. The scent of blood clung to every individual within the JinBao, nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. I believe that Xinglian has more potential with me, Wang Yuan stated. Young master, I can guarantee that I will cultivate her into a 9th tier or even a 10th tier soul mentor. Qian Rinxue examined Hua Chong and then Wang Yuan. It was clear that Hua Chong would not relinquish Chu Xinglian easily. After all, losing her disciple would be a blow to her pride as the Rose Douluo. Wang Yuan's audacity in pursuing Chu Xinglian indicated that he was determined to have her. Ultimately, it was Qian Rinxue who could make the decisive call. She had been the one to encourage Chu Xinglian to take Hua Chong as her teacher, and now, if she were to permit Chu Xinglian to learn from Wang Yuan, it would surely displease Hua Chong. Conversely, if she denied the request, the eccentric old man Wang Yuan might react unpredictably. How the crux of the matter lies here. Douluo is a realm profoundly steeped in master-disciple relationships, where a soul master may only be apprenticed to one teacher throughout their lifetime. Suddenly, Qian Ringshu's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she proposed, "My esteemed friends, I indeed have a suggestion. It is true that on Douluo, a soul master may only have one teacher. Yet, Chu Xinglian possesses the potential to be both a soul master and a soul mentor. Why not allow her to be apprenticed to both of you? Wang Yuan could serve as her mentor in the domain of soul mentoring, while Huachang could guide her in the realm of soul mastery. What do you think?" "I have no objections," Huachang replied. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yuan concurred very well. Following their agreement with Qian Ringshu's proposal, she approached Chu Xinglian to relay the news and facilitated her apprenticeship under Wang Yuan. After accepting Chu Xinglian as his disciple, Wang Yuan's enthusiasm for instructing the first batch of soul mentors surged. He was a naturally gifted soul mentor, and it was most fitting for him to assume this role. Within just a few days, he had successfully nurtured several first-tier soul mentors for Qian Ringshu. The inaugural batch of soul mentors from Yingtianshi had already begun producing soul guiding devices for her. With the anticipated emergence of Lin Yaya from her seclusion, Qian Ringshu returned to the Crown Prince's residence in Tiando City. From the moment Lin Yaya stepped into the Blackfire trial, she found herself engulfed in a searing inferno. Around her coalesced the black egg, shrouded in chaos. The black flames consumed everything, penetrating her very being with their intense heat. She endured excruciating pain as the flames scorched her, ultimately unable to withstand it any longer, unleashing a series of anguished wails. In this world, there exists suffering more profound than death. To be consumed by one's own desires is a torment like no other. Yet this agony is temporal, ceasing only with the arrival of death. For her, death signifies a release. The black flames that Lin Yaya endured were far more potent than conventional fire. Yet within the confines of the black egg, she bore the energy of the black flames without succumbing to death. Thus, each moment was a battle against the searing pain of desire. Nevertheless, the flames incessantly tempered her physique, and her martial soul continually absorbed the essence of the black fire. A few days prior, Lin Yaya had been tormented by the flames to the brink of despair. However, the anguish inflicted upon her body paled in comparison to the torment she felt within her heart. In her mind, she recalled the indifference of Haotian's sect, which regarded human life as insignificant. To them, the act of slaying her brother or innocent civilians was akin to crushing ants underfoot. The world operates on a simple principle: the strong dictate everything. Yet, a tenacious voice within her urged Lin Yaya not to surrender. This was her opportunity for transformation, a chance to be reborn amidst the flames. Indeed, Tang was correct. Only the strong could determine their fate. If she sought vengeance, she must surpass them, forcing the entire Haotian sect to kneel at her feet. By the fourth day, Lin Yaya had adapted to the trials of the inferno. She sensed her body absorbing the essence of the black flames in that dark, searing, and obscured trial. Through her martial soul, she contemplated the duality of her domain, devouring the darkness and incinerating everything in her path. On the 8th day, the black egg began to crack, revealing the faint silhouette of a phoenix. The black phoenix opened its crimson eyes, unfurling its form as it devoured and tempered all within the dark sea of flames. By the 10th day, a melodious cry of the phoenix resonated through the black fire, and Lin Yaya opened her eyes, feeling a surge of soul power and the transformation of her martial soul. Standing amidst the black flames, she turned and distinctly felt the gaze of the black phoenix behind her. "Are you my martial soul, Phoenix?" Lin Yaya inquired. "Can you sense my hatred clearly? The strong decide everything. So accompany me on this journey to become even more formidable." The black-feathered phoenix nodded, merging its essence within Lin Yaya. Subsequently, a passage to the outside world opened for her. Upon her successful completion of the Blackfire trial, Qian Ringshu received the news, exclaiming, "What remarkable willpower!" Upon returning to the underground chamber, Qian Ringshu beheld Lin Yaya once more. Through the lens of her fate source, she discerned that Lin Yaya's condition had undergone a transformation. Lin Yaya, age 8, martial soul, dark phoenix, innate soul power, 10, current soul power, 15, soul ring configuration, none. Relationships, 80, fortune. Congratulations on completing the Blackfire trial. Your martial soul has now metamorphosed into the dark fire phoenix, Qian Ringsha declared. Thank you, Sister Schwerer, for facilitating the transformation of my martial soul, Lin Yaya expressed. In this lifetime, I shall pursue but one goal, vengeance. Beyond that, I, Lin Yaya, shall remain eternally loyal to you. Qian Ringsha nodded, appreciating the value of loyalty. An innate soul power fully realized, coupled with an extraordinary martial soul of profound darkness. Lin Yaya was destined to become a formidable nightmare for the Haotian sect. The Dark Phoenix embodies both darkness and fire attributes. However, its expertise lies predominantly in darkness rather than fire. Consequently, while Lin Yaya's dark attribute has reached the pinnacle of profundity, her fire attribute has yet to attain such heights. A martial soul is deemed superlative when a single attribute reaches its utmost potential. Yet, should the darkness achieve its zenith and the fire attribute be elevated accordingly, Lin Yaya would possess dual attributes at their peak. Currently, only one martial soul on the continent has achieved such duality, Qian Ringshu's six-winged angel martial soul, representing the ultimate in light and fire. Fortuitously, Qian Ringshu possesses the means to elevate Lin Yaya's fire attribute to its utmost potential. Brother Shun Changxing, while traversing the path, encountered familiar faces, exchanging greetings or nods. Regardless of who it was, the expressions on their faces remained devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to all. Shun Changxing had long since grown accustomed to this, for he was within the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and malevolent beings, albeit with several ancillary duties. It is safe to say that each individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of countless bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably grow apathetic towards many matters. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changxing felt a sense of disorientation, but over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division is vast. Those who remain within its ranks are either exceptionally powerful individuals or those with the potential to become formidable. Shun Changxing belongs to the latter category. The division comprises two distinct professions, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone who joins the Demon Suppression Division begins as an Exorcist at the lowest tier, gradually advancing to aspire to the role of Guardian. Shun Changxing's former incarnation was a trainee Exorcist, the lowest of the low within that hierarchy. Armed with the memories of his previous life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It did not take long before Shun Changxing halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the JinBao Sea, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a serene contrast amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the loft were wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changxing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the environment underwent a sudden transformation. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, prompting a momentary furrow of his brow, which quickly relaxed. The blood-stained essence that clung to everyone within the JinBao Sea was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. In the God's Dusk team, Qian Ringshu was the first to present a pearl, stating, "This pearl is a divine gift soul ring. Take it and absorb its essence. It will allow you to acquire a soul ring that perfectly suits your capabilities without needing to absorb one from a soul beast." During this time, the only items Qian Ringshu could procure each month from the marketplace were the divine gift soul rings and soul bones, so she had purchased every one she encountered. Her system space was now stocked with several divine gift soul rings, and by the time she reached level 60, she would only need one. Lin Yaya accepted the soul ring and began the absorption process, surpassing Qian Ringshu's expectations. 10 days of refining her body with black fire had allowed her to easily break through limits that most could not reach. With her soul power having already reached level 15, her first ring was a 1,000-year purple soul ring. After absorbing the first soul ring, Lin Yaya assessed her situation and said, "Sister Shui, the soul skill granted by my first soul ring is called Black Flame. It releases a black flame that possesses the ability to consume the soul power of any soul master it burns. Quite a remarkable soul skill. You have now reached level 16. Next, I have something exceptional for you." As an adversary of the Haotian sect, Qian Ringshu was determined to nurture her talents. She produced a coxcomb phoenix flower from her pocket and said, "This celestial herb is called the coxcomb phoenix flower. Its purpose is to enhance your physique, elevate your potential, and refine your flames, with a chance to make your black flame even more lethal." Lin Yaya took the coxcomb phoenix flower and consumed it as instructed by Qian Renxue, causing her soul power level to immediately rise from 16 to 20. The intense flames emanating from Lin Yaya's phoenix were comparable to the purity of Qian Renxue's angel Wuhuan's purifying fire, indicating that she had reached an extraordinary level. With the dual attributes of her Wuhuan now at their peak, Qian Renxue presented another divine gift soul ring. After Lin Yaya absorbed this new soul ring, she formed a second ring with a lifespan of 3,000 years. My second soul skill is called Devour. Any soul master who comes near me will have their soul power consumed by my darkness, transforming it into my own, Lin Yaya explained. Qian Renxue nodded in acknowledgement. This soul skill was anticipated, as the primary attribute of the Dark Phoenix was darkness. Qian Renxue's ultimate light bore purifying strength, easily cleansing the soul power of those it battled, while the ultimate darkness thrived on consumption, converting others' soul power for personal use. As Lin Yaya absorbed her second soul ring, the effects of the coxcomb phoenix flower also manifested, allowing her soul power to break through to level 26. Lin Yaya, Chu Xinglian, and Gu Qingying all achieved soul power levels above 20, qualifying them as great soul masters. Lan Yin's growth in the Lan Yin Emperor space was hindered, and accounting for the 3 promising students recruited from Shrek Academy, they were only one short of forming a formidable 7-member soul master team. It's time to take them out for a proper evaluation. Who shall serve as their touchstone? Qian Renxue pondered, recalling teacher Qin Ming, an extraordinary talent nurtured at Shrek Academy, who was currently training the elite team of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Huangdo team. In a few days, the opening day of the Tiando Royal Academy would arrive. She decided that the elite of the Huangdo team would be the sharpening stone for her emerging team. However, before that, Qian Renxue allowed Lin Yaya a day of rest before undertaking 2 trials to enhance her soul ring lifespan. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Shadow Angel Guard, Chu Xinglian, Gu Qingying, Lin Yaya, and the other 3, Hailan, Niuba, and Chun Ming, formed a total of 6 individuals. Their Wuhuan and soul power levels were as follows. Chu Xinglian, Wuhuan of the Tree of Life, soul power level 26, Gu Qingying, Wuhuan of the Divine Strength Princess. Soul power level 24, Lin Yaya, Wuhuan of the Dark Phoenix, soul power level 26, Hailan, Wuhuan of the Healing Gem. Soul power level 26, Niuba, Wuhuan of the Mighty Bull, soul power level 31, Chun Ming, Wuhuan of the Mutated Silver Wolf King. Soul power level 29. The team was beginning to take shape. Qian Renxue addressed the 6. Although we are still 1 member short, with the 3 of you, Hailan, Niuba, and Chun Ming, coming from Shrek Academy as substitutes, we are still lacking 4 members. However, 6 is sufficient for now. Your backgrounds may not be prestigious, and in a world of soul masters dominated by noble bloodlines, you are indeed outliers. If we compare you to the gods who shaped the order of Douluo, you will bring forth the dusk upon them. Thus, I have chosen the name God's Dust Team for you. From this moment on, the God's Dust Team is officially established. In the coming years, you will encounter new members joining our ranks, and gradually, our team will reach completion. Our goal is to win the championship in the Soul Master competition in 6 years. The name God's Dusk Team resonated with an air of grandeur. Niuba, Hailan, and Chun Ming, all students of the once despised Shrek Academy, were taken aback to learn that Lin Yaya, Chu Xinglian, and Gu Qingying had already reached such heights at the tender age of 8. I once took pride in being a part of Shrek Academy, feeling like a monster, but it seems we were merely frogs in a well. You are the true monsters, Chun Ming remarked. Brother Shun, yes. As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings or nods with familiar faces. Yet, regardless of who it was, the atmosphere remained charged with anticipation. Every face bore no superfluous expression, as if everyone was indifferent to all matters. For Shun Changqing, this was a familiar sight, for this was JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Qin, primarily tasked with the extermination of demons and other malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various auxiliary endeavors. It could be said that every individual within JinBao was stained with considerable bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, a certain apathy towards many aspects of existence inevitably ensues. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of discomfort, yet over time, he grew accustomed to it. JinBao was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The institution was divided into 2 professions, the Zhenshou Shi, and the Chu Mo Shi. Every newcomer began as a Chu Mo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks, with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shen Changqing, as previous incarnation, was a novice Chu Mo Shi, the most junior among them. With the memories of his past self, he was well acquainted with the environment of Zhan Moc. It did not take long before he halted in front of a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales within Zhan Moc, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with sporadic entries and exits. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint metallic scent greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine aroma that clung to every member of Zhan Moc was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. In another setting, a cold voice corrected, "Please refrain from referring to me in such a manner. That is a title reserved for the Shirlai Ku Academy. Only Shirlai would label the prodigies it produces as monsters. This is the standard of Shirlai." Chun Ming, Hailan, Niu Ba, though no longer students of Shirlai, remain deeply influenced by it. Indeed, Shirlai Academy is nothing more than a deceptive institution, having tricked us terribly. "Let's forget Shirlai Academy," Chun Ming Niu Ba said. "From now on, we are members of a battle team. Let us get acquainted." In a makeshift headquarters of the Ying Tian Shi Wei, Qian Renxue, while savoring fragrant tea, inquired of the seated Douluo, Senior Douluo, "The Tiando Royal Academy has commenced its term. How have you managed matters with Douluo?" Douluo shook his head, remarking, "My granddaughter is rather obstinate, oblivious to the charms that Yu Qianheng has cast upon her, although they have yet to formally establish a relationship. I sense it is imminent." "Senior Douluo, perhaps we need not forcibly separate them," Qian Renxue suggested. "The effect of the Zidu Long Chao are not merely limited to elevating Douluo Yan's soul power. Her innate talent has also been enhanced. Moreover, with the cultivation technique of Tian Du Gong, the gap between Yu Qianheng and your granddaughter will only widen in the future. Yu Qianheng attracts Douluo Yan through his own prowess, yet once she surpasses him, that allure will swiftly diminish." After a brief silence, Qian Renxue continued, "You are aware that a battle team is currently being organized within the Time and Space Hall. To forge a blade, one requires a whetstone, and I intend to use the Huangdo battle team as that stone, yet your granddaughter is among them. In the realm of soul masters, victory and defeat are commonplace." Douluo replied, "A single defeat can serve as a valuable experience for Douluo Yan. How can one become a strong individual without enduring failure? Moreover, young master, are you so certain that the team you are assembling will undoubtedly triumph over the Huangdo battle team?" Douluo remarked, "Their talents are indeed remarkable, but their age presents a significant disadvantage. However, you are correct. Victory and defeat are customary. How can a soul master, unable to endure failure, hope to become a strong contender? The encounter with the Huangdo battle team, regardless of its outcome, will serve as a rare trial for them. Currently, the Huangdo battle team's strength range from level 25 to below 30. At first glance, the disparity appeared negligible, but the Tiando battle team possessed a notable advantage. Douluo Yan, having absorbed the Zidu Long Chao, her soul power had already reached the realm of Soul Zone, boasting a level 36 soul power, which posed a considerable challenge for the Huangdo battle team, the elite force of the Tiando Empire. On the opening day of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Huangdo battle team reconvened, returning from their respective families. Teacher Qin Ming summoned the members of the elite team. "Now, share the fruits of your summer break with me." Over the summer, some members of the Huangdo battle team showed growth, while others did not progress. Yilung's Jiuxin Haidang, being an auxiliary martial soul, advanced slowly, maintaining a soul power level of 26, yet was on the verge of a breakthrough. Asro, martial soul, ghost leopard, level 27 agility type, soul master. Yufeng, martial soul, wind bellbird, level 27 agility type, soul master. Shimo, martial soul, Xuanwu turtle, level 26 defense type, soul master. Shimo, martial soul, Xuanwu turtle, level 26 defense type, soul master. These auxiliary soul masters all advanced one level over the summer, demonstrating the effectiveness of Qin Ming's training. Pleased with their achievements, Qin Ming turned his gaze to the two individuals he anticipated the most, Douluo Yan and Yu Qianheng. "And you too, as the captain and vice-captain of the team, cannot fall behind," Qin Ming stated. Yu Qianheng glanced at Douluo Yan, stepped forward, and without further ado, summoned his martial soul for Qin Ming to sense. 29-level soul power, just one step away from reaching 30 and becoming a soul zone. Keep up the good work, Qin Ming encouraged after sensing Yu Tianheng's soul power. Yu Tianheng retracted his formidable martial soul, casting a glance at Dugu Yin, thinking, now, Yin Yin must be captivated by my imposing presence. In truth, this was not the case. Dugu Yin still harbored feelings for Yu Tianheng, yet upon witnessing his progress, her heart remained relatively undisturbed. After witnessing the terrifying talent of Chu Xinglian and Gu Qingying, Yu Tianheng appeared rather ordinary in Dugu Yan's eyes. She had not even realized that, within the span of a summer, she had surpassed Yu Tianheng. Seeing Dugu Yin staring blankly at him, Yu Tianheng assumed that his imposing aura had captivated her, which filled him with immense pride. It was merely a matter of finding the right occasion to deliver a romantic confession to Dugu Yin. Qin Ming then turned to Dugu Yin, asking, "And you, Dugu Yin?" Coming back to her senses, Dugu Yin stepped forward and summoned her martial soul. If Dugu Yin's Bai Lin Shi was merely a small snake, then the Bai Lin Shi Huang was a colossal creature, rivaling the dominance of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, adorned with 3 colored soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, and releasing her 36-level soul power. The previously composed expression of Teacher Qin Ming suddenly froze, his handsome face betraying his astonishment. The members of the Huangdou battle team gazed at Dugu Yin in disbelief. Level 36. Dugu Yin, how have you cultivated to achieve this? Qin Ming exclaimed, astonished. Yin Yin, witnessing your target surpass you by a full 7 levels is quite hard to accept, Yu Tianheng stammered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Dugu Yin, mindful of her grandfather's warning upon her return about the confidentiality of the time and space hall, refrained from sharing too much. Instead, she had prepared a response, stating, "Look at my martial soul. Has it undergone any changes?" Your martial soul. Qin Ming gazed at the immense serpent silhouette behind Dugu Yin, swallowing hard as he remarked, "Your martial soul is no longer the Bai Lin Shi, but the Bai Lin Shi Huang. Dugu Yin, your martial soul has evolved." Indeed, Dugu Yin confirmed. My grandfather utilized a secret technique unique to the Dugu family, enabling my martial soul to evolve from the Bai Lin Shi to the Bai Lin Shi Huang. You mean to say that your rapid increase in soul power is due to the evolution of your martial soul? Qin Ming inquired. Yes, Dugu Yin replied. Having a title Douluo as a grandfather certainly had its advantages, Qin Ming thought enviously, recalling his own martial soul's 5th ring, which was only purple. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Dugu Yan's progress stemmed solely from her martial soul's evolution, not from any extraordinary cultivation talent. Although the Bai Lin Shi Huang and the Lan JinBao Wang Long were both top-tier martial souls, Yu Tianheng did not consider the former to be on par with the latter. Once I reach level 30, the Lan JinBao Wang Long will unlock the dragon transformation technique. At that point, the gap between Dugu Yin and me will gradually close, if not exceed, he thought. He preferred that only the Bai Lin Shi Huang be worthy of his Lan JinBao Wang Long, wishing for Dugu Yin to remain just slightly inferior to him, allowing him to maintain a level of superiority over her. This way, he could secure a loyal and formidable partner, while his grandfather, Dugu Bo's influence would help him rise within the Lan JinBao Wang Long sect, overshadowing Yu Tianxin. Unbeknownst to Yu Tianheng, after absorbing the Zi Du Long Chao, coupled with the enhancement from the Tian Du Gong, Dugu Yan's current gap from him was 6 levels. However, in the future, that disparity would only widen, to the extent that Yu Tianheng would forever chase after her, unable to glimpse her back. Dugu Yin exhaled, glancing at the comparatively weaker Yu Tianheng and Yi Longlong. She suddenly pondered whether she should seek out an immortal-grade item for them from the sect leader. However, that seemed unlikely, especially since even her grandfather opposed her relationship with Yu Tianheng. Though Yu Tianheng felt relieved, he soon realized something unusual. As a disciple of a major sect, he recalled that the Bai Lin Shi martial soul had a certain chance of evolving into the Bai Lin Shi Huang at level 70. Even Dugu Bo would follow this progression, so why could Dugu Yin evolve at level 30? After class, the Huangdou battle team gathered, and Yu Tianheng asked, Yin Yin, are you hiding something from me? Teacher Qin Ming may not know, but I am a young sect master of the Lan Jianba Wang Long sect. Shouldn't the Bai Lin Shi martial soul evolve at level 70? Teacher Qin Ming intended to leave, but paused upon hearing Yu Tianheng's inquiry. Dugu Yin frowned slightly and replied, Tianheng, don't you think your question is somewhat impolite? This is a secret of the Dugu family. Realizing his error, Yu Tianheng reflected on the matter for a moment, understanding that his eagerness for answers had led him to ask such an indiscreet question. This query was akin to asking the Haotian sect about the Haotian 9 absolutes, or the 7 treasures glazed tile sect about their mind control techniques, or the Lan JinBao, Wang Long sect about their dragon transformation. Such sect secrets could not be disclosed to outsiders. With this in mind, Yu Qianheng apologetically stated, "Yin Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was asking such an impertinent question." "It's all right," Douluo Yin replied. While she wished to share information about the immortal grade item with her boyfriend and close friend Yi Long, she understood the gravity of the situation. Both she and her grandfather had joined the Time and Space Hall, a formidable force with 3 titled Douluo and 2 super Douluo openly backing it. If this secret were to escape her lips, the consequences for her and her grandfather would be dire. "I believe Tianheng's inquiry was not entirely misplaced," Qin Ming interjected. "You must recognize that you are not alone. You belong to a team. It is essential to consider the collective rather than merely your own interests. You all are members of a single entity, and for a team to thrive, transparency is paramount. Only through mutual support can you ascend to the pinnacle of your capabilities." Qin Ming continued, "Douluo Yin, your method of enhancing soul power through martial soul evolution should be shared with your teammates, even if you choose not to disclose it to us. After all, true progress is achieved collectively." Indeed, Sister Yin Yin, as members of the same team, we should not harbor secrets," Osro echoed. "Teacher Qin Ming, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion," Douluo Yin countered. "While personal secrets may be shared, family secrets transcend individual boundaries. The secrets of an entire family must be safeguarded by its members. Just because we are part of the same team does not justify betraying the interests of our families." Tianheng's sect secret, the dragon transformation, is essentially a form of beast transformation that can be applied to all soul masters with beast martial souls. I won't demand he disclose his beast transformation technique merely because we are teammates. Osro, Yufeng, Shimo, would you share your family's secrets with the members of our battle team?" Douluo Yin declared emphatically. "I stand with Sister Douluo Yin." Yi Long, typically reticent, chimed in. Yu Qianheng also voiced his agreement, stating, "Teacher Qin Ming, please do not reproach Douluo Yin. I believe she is correct. While personal secrets may be shared, family, sect, or even national secrets are a different matter altogether. It is the duty of anyone privy to such secrets to protect them." My previous question was indeed inappropriate. Although Qin Ming had attempted to leverage the importance of teamwork to compel Douluo Yin to reveal her secrets, he had not anticipated such a backlash. His face darkened as he left, realizing that his efforts to pressure Douluo Yin had only resulted in further alienation. First, one must depart and regain composure. Remaining here any longer would likely result in a complete loss of dignity. I have incapacitated them. At the Tiando Empire's Education Committee, Xue Qinghe and the 3 esteemed spirit masters were present, while Qin Ming sat calmly, neither servile nor arrogant. The Dream God Machine, one of the spirit masters, inquired, "Pray tell, Teacher Qin Ming, what are your intentions going forward?" Qin Ming replied, "Esteemed masters, I hope you will permit me to lead the Emperor's battle team away from the Royal Academy to challenge various soul arenas across Douluo. To challenge at the soul arenas?" Dream God Machine hesitated, stating, "The soul arenas are not places of safety. They resemble the ancient Roman Colosseum, where nobles sit in the audience while the combatants are either slaves or those in dire financial straits." Qin Ming asserted, "Only within the soul arenas can we forge a formidable team. In these arenas, both sides will exert their utmost, and we may encounter teams far stronger than the Emperor's battle team, using them as a crucible to develop our strength." Xue Qinghe concurred. "I believe Teacher Qin Ming speaks wisely. The Emperor's battle team is already the most gifted team within the Royal Academy. The training here provides limited enhancement. Only by venturing out and experiencing the rigors of real combat can we mold a truly powerful team." Qin Ming, moved, expressed gratitude for the recognition from the Crown Prince, adding, "I believe that only through continuous victories can one temper an indomitable spirit and attain greatness." Suddenly, Dream God Machine interjected, "This is grave news, esteemed masters. Someone has invaded our Tiando Royal Academy. The Crown Prince lies on the ground, his life uncertain." The 3 esteemed spirit masters, along with Xue, Qinghe, and Qin Ming, stood up, gazing at the instructor from the Emperor's Battle Academy who had emerged outside. A woman with pink hair, clad in a red military uniform and wearing an eye patch, approached the Tiando Royal Academy with determination. Upon confirming her location, she proceeded into the academy. At that moment, several ruffians emerged, preparing to leave, when they were taken aback by her presence. The leader, Shui Beng, found himself momentarily paralyzed. He swore that despite his many conquests, he had never encountered a woman as exquisitely beautiful and enchanting as she. Her visage and form promised untold pleasures. However, Shui Beng was no fool. He recalled the formidable figures in the Tiando Empire and found no mention of this woman, indicating that she was not one to be trifled with. With a lascivious grin, Shui Beng stepped forward, blocking her path. "Halt! Young lady, this is Tiando Royal Academy. No entry for the uninvited. If you wish to enter, I can escort you. Come now, grant me a smile. Do you know who I am? I am Shui Beng, Prince of the Tiando Empire. Follow me, and I shall fulfill all your desires." He unabashedly began to flirt with her. "Is that so? Can you truly fulfill all my desires?" The woman with the eye patch responded, her tone playful. "Indeed," Shui Beng said with a grin. "Trust me." Suddenly, a tremendous surge of soul power emanated from the woman, overwhelming the ruffians, who collapsed before they could react. The woman then stepped on Shui Beng's groin with her high-heeled boot, expressing her disappointment. Is there truly no difference between having and not having? With a forceful thrust, her heel pierced through, and the excruciating pain did not rouse Shui Beng from his slumber. The guard stationed at the entrance of the Royal Academy was momentarily stunned by the scene. Recognizing his inability to handle the situation, he rushed to the Education Committee, while other guards attempted to intercept the woman. However, one after another, they succumbed to her inexplicable power, collapsing en route to the Tiando Education Committee. As the three esteemed spirit masters, Shui Qinghe, Teacher Qin Ming, and others arrived, they witnessed the numerous fallen individuals along the path, as well as the striking woman with red hair. Shui Qinghe stepped forward, inquiring, "Who might you be, that you would harm our prince and intrude upon our Royal Academy? Are you aware that your actions provoke the Tiando Empire? I am called Meng Lingxian." The woman introduced herself. "I had intended to visit you in a polite manner, but is it true that your guard are mere ruffians? Did my brother offend you?" Shui Qinghe's expression turned apologetic. The faces of Dream God Machine by Baoshan and Ji Lin reflected their dismay, as they were all too familiar with Shui Beng's behavior. "I apologize on behalf of my brother for his actions. However, may I ask whether he is injured?" Shui Qinghe inquired, glancing at the incapacitated individuals who were merely entranced through some special means, and would not suffer lasting harm upon awakening. "I have rendered him incapable," Meng Lingxian replied with a smile. "Rendered him incapable?" Shui Qinghe exclaimed, astonished. "Do you realize who he is? He is, after all, a prince of the Tiando Empire." The expressions of the three esteemed spirit masters behind Shui Qinghe darkened considerably. "Your Highness, please step back," Dream God Machine urged, pulling Shui Qinghe behind him. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Meng Lingxian, stating, "If Shui Beng harassed you at the Academy's entrance, we would apologize. But injuring a prince is tantamount to committing an act of violence at the gates of our Royal Academy. Thus, we have no choice but to subdue you and offer an apology to His Majesty." Ji Lin added, "Will you surrender willingly, or shall we three take you down?" The three esteemed spirit masters summoned their martial souls, unleashing the formidable aura of their elevated ranks as soul Douluos. The chief of the Education Committee, Dream God Machine, wielded the martial soul of the Black Demon and was an 86th level control system soul Douluo. The second seat, by Baoshan, possessed the martial soul of the Heavenly Star Furnace, an 85th level defense system soul Douluo, while Jilin, the third seat, wielded the martial soul of the Azure Sky Vine, an 83rd level control system soul Douluo. Together, they could contend with even the more subdued tidal Douluos, having encountered some of the continent's renowned ones. Yet, as they faced Meng Lingxian under the pressure of their combined might, she maintained an air of calm indifference. Three-souled Douluos. It seems the foundation of the Tiando royal family is not as formidable as one might expect. With a swift motion, a crimson light flickered in her single visible eye, instantly dispersing the oppressive soul power exerted by Dream God Machine, by Baoshan, and Jilin. 9 soul rings descended, enveloping the surroundings in a suffocating aura. The expressions of the 3 esteemed spirit masters shifted dramatically. They had encountered the prowess of tidal Douluos before, frequently clashing with the likes of Douluo. They held confidence that even if they could not defeat Douluo, they could at least hold their own. However, in the face of this woman, they recognized their utter lack of chances. The soul power she wielded dwarfed theirs by several magnitudes, and her soul ring configuration was beyond that of ordinary individuals. Typically, a title Douluo would possess a configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. Even a more extravagant configuration with a 100,000-year soul ring would be astonishing. However, the configuration of this woman's soul rings is astonishing. The first 3 rings are already purple. The 4th ring is black, and she possesses 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. What manner of monster is this? Speaking of monsters, Teacher Qin Ming felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. This is a true monster, unlike himself, who merely aspires to become the youngest soul emperor on the continent. With a title, yet will probably only reach the level of a title Douluo at best. His soul ring configuration falters at the 5th ring, rendering him incomparable to her. Under the overwhelming pressure of Meng Lingshuan's soul power, Meng Shunji and his companions felt as if they were on the verge of collapse. Observing the scene, Prince Xue Qinghe immediately stepped forward, enduring the weight of Meng Lingshuan's soul power. "Your Highness, please do not approach," Meng Shunji cautioned. Xue Qinghe forced a smile and replied, "The 3 esteemed teachers, if Her Excellency wishes to eliminate us, what could your protection possibly achieve?" The 3 esteemed teachers felt a pang of despair. Had it been the likes of JinBao, they might have had some confidence, but this individual was evidently a super Douluo, and not just any super Douluo. Even JinBao might not survive a single exchange with her. Xue Qinghe expressed his apologies, saying, "Your Excellency, I apologize for my brother and the earlier incident. My brother has offended you, but has also paid a price for his actions." The 3 esteemed teachers acted only because the implications of this matter are significant. They cannot remain indifferent to a prince's downfall. "I hope you can show mercy. I will explain the situation to my father, and it would be splendid to resolve our conflict amicably." Upon hearing this, Meng Lingshuan nodded. The words of Prince Xue Qinghe were neither servile nor arrogant, demonstrating courtesy and propriety. Unlike certain princes who indulge in debauchery, gambling, and the abduction of innocent women, lacking the semblance of noble bloodline, Xue Qinghe's words clearly outline the stakes involved. Meng Lingshuan had already incapacitated 1 prince. Xue Qinghe could persuade the Tiando Empire to refrain from pursuing the matter. Yet should Meng Lingshuan choose to strike, it would reflect poorly on both parties. Meng Lingshuan remarked, "It seems that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire understands the situation well. It appears that the emperor of Tiando is not entirely foolish. At least he has not erred in selecting his heir." As she spoke, she withdrew her soul power and produced a sandglass-shaped token, adorned with the symbol of a dream demon, stating, "I am a devotee from the Hall of Time and Space. I have come to your Tiando Royal Academy to issue a challenge." The Hall of Time and Space? Xue Qinghe and the 3 esteemed teachers exchanged glances, perplexed by this newfound force, as they had never encountered it before. However, the presence of a super Douluo indicated that this force was formidable. A challenge? Are you suggesting that the Hall of Time and Space wishes to engage in competition with our Tiando Empire? JinBao has already withdrawn from the prince's manor, and we have no title Douluo to defend ourselves, Meng Shunji remarked with a bitter expression. "What I mean by a challenge is not what you presume," Meng Lingshuan clarified. "I have heard that your Tiando Empire has formed a battle team called the Royal Battle Team, correct? Coincidentally, we from the Hall of Time and Space also possess a battle team." Xue Qinghe nodded in understanding, saying, "So, you mean to propose a contest between our 2 battle teams?" Meng Lingshuan casually tossed a letter to Xue Qinghe. "Do not be concerned about a vast disparity in strength. Our battle team consists of students of a similar age and soul power to your royal battle team." Xue Qinghe handed the letter to Qin Ming, inquiring, "What do you think about the royal battle team's prospects?" After tearing open the letter and glancing at the information about the opposing team, Qin Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement as he declared, "Very well, Your Excellency, our Royal Academy accepts this challenge. The specific time for the challenge will be in 3 days. I will bring my battle team to visit." Meng Lingshuan nodded, her body dissipating into mist before vanishing. Meng Shunji wiped the sweat from his brow, remarking, "This is not merely a challenge, it is an outright invasion. Your handling of the situation was commendable, Your Highness. Otherwise, our Tiando Empire would have truly offended a title Douluo because of that foolish prince." Speaking of which, Xue Qinghe suddenly exclaimed, rushing towards the academy's exit, "My younger brother is still lying outside." Xue Bong had been lost in a long dream, envisioning himself seated upon the throne of the Tiando Emperor, surrounded by beautiful soul masters, all of whom he had added to his harem. Thus, he indulged without restraint, neglecting state affairs, until an individual he despised appeared before him. Xue Qinghe, that accursed brother. Where did you come from? Shuebong shouted, landing a slap on Xue Qinghe. The impact sent shockwaves through his dream, causing the world to shatter around him. Slowly, he awakened to find himself staring at the face of his detested brother. Then, a sharp pain surged through his lower body. Ah! Shuebong's anguished cries echoed. After a moment, he stifled his pain and looked at Xue Qinghe and the three esteemed teachers, who were adjusting his trousers, revealing a blood-red mosaic. It was ruined, trampled beyond repair. At that moment, it hit Shuebong like a thunderbolt, rendering him petrified. Sighing, Xue Qinghe patted his brother's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Brother, remember this lesson and take care of yourself." What does take care of yourself even mean? Shuebong groaned through the pain, his voice high-pitched and strained. Do you know that I've been rendered useless? I am a prince of the Tiando Empire. Shouldn't you seek vengeance for me? Or is it you, brother, who caused my downfall? The physical agony paled in comparison to the torment of his psyche. Losing his manhood meant the loss of color in his life. He would become a eunuch, a prince stripped of his ability to procreate. Why did he have to contend for the throne? Meng Xinji interjected, "Your Highness, you misunderstand your brother. It was that woman you previously provoked who incapacitated you. She is a titled Douluo. You dared to provoke a titled Douluo? Even if she were to take your life, our Tiando Empire would not dare utter a word of protest." Xue Qinghe summoned a healing soul master from the academy, who alleviated Shuebong's pain. Then, with exasperation, he pointed to Shuebong, saying, "My foolish brother, how could you act so recklessly? Do you realize that your previous actions nearly caused our Tiando Empire to offend a titled Douluo? I was rendered useless. The fault lies with me," Shuebong lamented, breaking down. However, his immediate concern was whether he could preserve his manhood. He asked hopefully, "Soul Master, is there any chance I can save my manhood?" The healing Soul Master shook his head regretfully, saying, "I'm afraid I cannot assist you, but perhaps Yiren, the leader of the Nine-Heart Sitang, could." "Yes." Yiren, Shuebong's eyes brightened, and his spirits lifted. He hastily bandaged himself and limped back to the prince's manor. Talkative, Xue Qinghe shot a glance at the healing Soul Master before departing. Though Shuebong had lost his ability to reproduce, and thus his claim to the throne, should he recover, he still posed a potential threat to Xue Qinghe. Jiuxin Haidang can indeed achieve this. However, for Qianren Xue, it matters little. Even if Shuepong is ultimately healed, he will not last long. She possesses myriad methods to deal with this avalanche prince. The mysterious title Douluo's challenge at the Royal Academy has spread like wildfire throughout the Tiando Empire. Some applaud the news, while others are eager to uncover the truth behind it. The royal family's stance is particularly intriguing. After Xue Qinghe's assault, he reported the incident to the Emperor Shui Yi. Upon learning of the matter, the emperor could only helplessly suppress it. If Avalanche were an ordinary person, he would have immediately ordered the capture of the perpetrator. Yet, a titled Douluo, even if she were to kill Avalanche, what could the Tiando Empire do? In this world, weakness is the original sin. Fortunately, the Emperor Shui Yi is not without heirs. He still has the capable prince, Xue Qinghe. At the prince's residence, Prince Xuexing was incensed upon receiving the news and berated Avalanche. Of all people, you had to provoke a titled Douluo? At this rate, how do you expect to replace your brother and become the emperor of the Tiando Empire? He sat down furiously to drink tea, contemplating that had Avalanche not been injured, he would have given him a sound thrashing. This fool has accomplished little but caused great trouble, recently ruining his relationship with JinBao, and now nearly offending a titled Douluo. How could I have been so blind to invest in such a waste? The more Prince Xuexing looked at Avalanche, the more displeased he became. Even if he were to uncover evidence of Xue Qinghe plotting against the prince, it would be of no avail. The Tiando Empire could not possibly dethrone a capable successor like Xue Qinghe and elevate a eunuch to the throne. Should he abandon this to relinquish his ambitions and cultivate a good relationship with his nephew Xue Qinghe? And perhaps, when his nephew ascended to power, he could live as a leisurely prince? Yet, Prince Xuexing felt a pang of unwillingness. He had no retreat. The strife among princes is not uncommon in any nation, let alone the fratricide. Even parent-child murders and maternal harm are frequent occurrences. What Xue Qinghe has done is not beyond forgiveness. Prince Xuexing's insistence on uncovering Xue Qinghe's misdeeds and ensuring Avalanche's disgrace is not born from a desire for familial harmony, but rather two reasons. First, Xue Qinghe's capabilities and cunning instill fear in Prince Xuexing. Xue Qinghe, willing to kill his own brother for the throne, can still present himself as cultured and amiable. When he ascends, he is bound to become a formidable ruler for the Tiando Empire. However, this ruler would not bode well for Prince Xuexing. The Emperor Xueyi's health wanes with each passing day, while Prince Xuexing remains robust. One day, the emperor will surely precede him in death. At that time, when Xuexing ascends, to solidify his power, Prince Xuexing believes he will be the first to face the axe. Secondly, his choice of Avalanche is not without personal ambition. Avalanche is indecisive and easily swayed, a puppet who could serve Prince Xuexing's interests. However, all of his plans have been thwarted by Avalanche's foolishness. Avalanche, a eunuch, may be a pawn in Xuexing's hands. And Prince Xuexing is convinced that Emperor Xueyi will pass the throne to Xuexing. Avalanche soon sensed Prince Xuexing's intent to abandon him and quickly interjected. Uncle, although I have been rendered useless, I still have hope. If I can seek the aid of Yuanxin, the successor of the Jushin Haidang sect, he will surely help me heal my injuries. Indeed, Prince Xuexing stood up and declared, Very well, I shall take you to find Yuanxin. Meanwhile, the Tiando Royal Academy has also attracted the attention of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Based on their understanding, this title Douluo is at least a super Douluo with astonishing soul ring configurations. Who else could possess a 1,000-year soul ring from their very first ring, alongside 200,000-year soul rings? Gu Rong remarked. Perhaps this is merely a rumor spread among the people of the Tiando Empire. Ning Fengji responded, Uncle Gu, do you not recall what I previously mentioned? What matter? The incident involving Tang Hao, Chen Xin supplemented. The incident with Tang Hao? Gu Rong immediately reacted. Not long ago, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had encountered Tang Hao, who was being pursued by a mysterious title Douluo. Chen Xin and Ning Fengji rescued him, earning a favor from Tang Hao. That enigmatic title Douluo possessed a soul power level on par with Chen Xin, yet astonishingly, her first 4 soul rings were all 1,000-year rings. Fortunately, she is not from the Spear Hall. Ning Fengji expressed his concerns. Gu Rong added, rumors can be both true and false. It is better to hear from those present. Indeed, Ning Fengji agreed. Uncle Jian, you shall guard the sect today. In the evening, I will visit Qinghe with Uncle Gu. After Ning Fengji made the arrangements, a youthful voice chimed in. Grandfather Jian, Grandfather Gu, and Baba, are you going to Tiando City? Can I come along? The 8-year-old girl, Ning Rongrong, appeared before Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, melting the hearts of both elders. Very well, Rongrong, you may go with Grandfather Gu, Gu Rong said. Rongrong, what is wrong with staying at the sect? Grandfather Jian will play with you tonight. Chen Xin lamented inwardly. He had hoped to share his affection with his granddaughter while guarding the sect, but now she wished to leave, leaving him alone in an empty nest. No, Grandfather Jian. I'm tired of staying at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I want to see the Tiando Empire, Ning Rongrong pouted. Come now. You can't keep Rongrong cooped up in Seven Treasure Glazed Tile City forever. Tonight, she'll go out with Grandfather Gu to explore the night market in Tiando City. Gu Rong suggested. The night market? That sounds wonderful. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Ning Fengji observed the three and remarked, Uncles, your indulgence of Rongrong will lead to significant issues in the future. What issues could arise? Ning Rongrong is my granddaughter. Who else should I spoil? Gu Rong retorted. With Gu Rong and Chen Xin protecting her, Ning Fengji found it futile to discipline Ning Rongrong. Thus Gu Rong, Ning Fengji, and Ning Rongrong paid a visit to the Crown Prince's residence. Xuexing promptly greeted the 3 guests. Greetings, teacher, and your excellency, Gu Douluo. Ah, Rongrong. It has been a while. Xuexing pulled a lollipop from his pocket and offered it to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong sweetly accepted the lollipop, saying, It's been too long. Brother Xuexing. During this time, Xuexing used the Fate Source Eye to assess Ning Rongrong's condition. Ning Rongrong, age, 8, martial soul, JinBao Liuli Tower, innate soul power, 9, soul power level, 16, soul ring configuration, yellow, relationship, 15, 10, fortune, deep orange. The deep orange fortune, in comparison to the last time I beheld Ning Rongrong, has diminished. The pink fortune belongs to the children of destiny, being the highest tier beneath the colorful fortunes, indicative of a remarkably elevated fortune level. Has my acquisition of the ice and fire yin-yang caused such a significant reduction in fortune? Qianrenshua suddenly recalled that within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there existed a celestial grade herb most suitable for Ning Rongrong. She vividly remembered the introduction of this herb from the Eye of Destiny, Qilo, or tulip. This celestial-grade herb is optimal for absorbing by gemstone-type martial souls. And should a soul master of the JinBao Liuli Tower absorb it, there's a chance of evolving into the JinBao Liuli Tower. It stands to reason that this herb was originally intended for Ning Rongrong, and due to her absorption, her martial soul would evolve into the JinBao Liuli Tower. Since the herb that rightfully belonged to her fell into my hands, is this the reason for her fortune's decline? Qian Renxue recalled another individual, a disciple of the Shrek Academy's president, that chubby boy with colorful fortune. His martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, derived from a mutated rooster, carries a flaw due to its malevolent fire. The most suitable celestial herb for him would undoubtedly be the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower. However, this herb has already been absorbed by my prodigious phoenix martial soul, Lin Yaya, which must have caused his fortune to drop from pink to orange as well. Qian Renxue bore no psychological burden regarding her usurpation of Ning Rongrong's opportunity. Despite her current jovial conversation with Ning Fengji, she had long since discerned the old fox's true intentions. Uniting the 3 sects and 2 empires, balancing the influence of the martial soul hall, and maintaining the current state of the continent is paramount. This old fox will undoubtedly pose an obstacle to the martial soul hall's unification of the continent, especially with his daughter entangled with the child of destiny. The JinBao Liuli Tower itself is a formidable threat, capable of reaching level 79 to become the continent's premier comprehensive support martial soul. If Ning Rongrong, with her innate soul power of 9, were to absorb the Chiloathalope and evolve her martial soul into the JinBao Liuli Tower, it would be catastrophic. Thus, even if the celestial herb were to rot in my possession, I shall not relinquish it to the JinBao Liuli sect. It is time for Ning Rongrong, Xue Qinghe, and Ning Fengji to engage in discussions pertinent to their stature. Xue Qinghe inquired, "What brings you to the Qinghe estate, teacher?" Ning Fengji replied, "I have heard that your Tiando Royal Academy was challenged by a mysterious title Daw, resulting in Prince Xue Beng sustaining serious injuries. I wish to understand the situation from you." Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe stated, "I was present at the time, hence, I shall speak candidly." He recounted the details of the incident to Ning Fengji. A title Douluo from the time and space hall. Ning Fengji furrowed his brows, pondering deeply yet failing to recall the name of this sect. "Even you are unaware of the time and space hall, teacher? I have spent the entire day searching for information regarding it, yet to no avail," Xue Qinghe lamented. Ning Fengji sighed in relief, saying, Qinghe, this world is far larger than you can imagine. On this continent, the martial soul hall and our 3 sects, along with the 2 empires, seem to reign supreme. However, do you know that there exist many hidden sects on Douluo continent, unknown to the public? Some of these sects possess strength rivaling our 3 sects. Perhaps the Time and Space Hall is one such hidden sect. Xue Qinghe nodded. "However, teacher, you seem rather relieved. What is the reason for that?" Ning Fengji responded, "My greatest concern was that she might be a title Douluo affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall. The current power of the Martial Soul Hall's soul masters far exceeds that of our other forces. If such a formidable title Douluo were to belong to the Martial Soul Hall, the balance of the continent would have already been shattered." Xue Qinghe also wore a solemn expression, indeed. Conversely, since she is not a title Douluo of the Martial Soul Hall, there exists the possibility of her being courted. If we can win their support and forge a united front, then no matter how ambitious the Martial Soul Hall may be, they would hesitate to act recklessly. Ning Fengji remarked, "Meng Lingshuan's visit to challenge our academy's elite team is set for 3 days from now. Teacher, if you're interested, you may come to the school to observe." Shun Changqing, while traversing the streets, greeted familiar faces with nods. Yet regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excess expression, as if they were all indifferent to their surroundings. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao division, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and aberrations, though it engaged in other auxiliary duties as well. It could be said that each individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow apathetic to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it challenging to adapt, but over time, he became accustomed. The JinBao division is vast, and those who remain are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become powerful. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter category. The JinBao division is divided into 2 professions, Guardian and Exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao division starts as a low-ranking exterminator. gradually advancing with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. Shun Changqing's former self was a probationary exterminator, the most junior among them. With memories of his past life, he is quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long for him to halt before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the chaos. The pavilion door stood ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing him to frown instinctively, though he quickly relaxed. The pervasive stench of blood that clung to each member of the JinBao division is nearly impossible to cleanse. Ning Fengji smiled and remarked, "It is not yet time." After obtaining the information he sought from Xue Qinghe, Ning Fengji departed swiftly. During this time, Bonduo had taken Ning Rongrong to the night market of the Tiando Empire. "Young master, did Ning Fengji merely inquire about that matter?" Shilong asked. "What other matters could there be?" Qian Rinxue replied. Ning Fengji is committed to maintaining the balance of the continental situation. He does not wish for one side to become too powerful and the emergence of a new force. A mysterious title Douluo is akin to a shark catching a whiff of blood for him. However, the elaborate scheme devised by Qian Rinxue was not solely to place the time and space hall upon the world stage. It also aimed to ensnare Ning Fengji. A significant catch. The seventh member of the Zhu Shan Huang Hun team, the temporary substitute Meng Lingxian, has been selected. She possesses a control-type plant martial soul, the 26th level Qing Tongue martial soul Zhao Yuan. This soul master has temporarily alleviated the awkward situation of the Zhishan Huang Hun team's lack of control specialists, forming a makeshift battle squad. Upon assembling, the team commenced gentle training. During this period, Hua Chang gathered the soul masters from the Ying Tian Shirwei to engage in team battles with the Zhishan Huang Hun team, gradually facilitating their coordination through a series of encounters. Meanwhile, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming informed the members of the Huangdo team about the challenge posed by the Zhishan Huang Hun team. Upon hearing the name, Yu Tianheng remarked, "Zhishan Huang Hun team, what a splendid name, though I wonder if their strength truly matches it." This was their intelligence. Qin Ming shared the information provided by Meng Lingxian with the 7 members of the Huangdo team for their perusal. Aware of the Huangdo team's specific situation before the match, Meng Lingxian also relayed the Zhishan Huang Hun team's details to Qin Ming, including the identities and martial soul names, while omitting their exact ages. After reviewing this information, the Huangdo team began to discuss. The Divine Power Princess? Not quite sure, but it doesn't seem like a formidable martial soul, Shurimo commented. No powerful martial soul can breach the defenses among us brothers, he added. The Tree of Life martial soul is an auxiliary soul master of the food type, which sounds promising, but cannot surpass our Yi Lingling's support, he continued. The strongest martial soul in this team is Niu Ba, a 31st level soul master, far inferior to our elder sister Du Guyan, said Gue Bao Asro. The mutated Silver Wolf King martial soul is intriguing. It seems to be an agile attack type martial soul. I believe, Asro, you might have found a worthy opponent, Yu Feng stated, to which Asro replied, "You should be more concerned about yourself, Yu Feng. Your Wind Bell Bird martial soul could struggle against the Phoenix martial soul. I hope you won't find yourself immobilized." Powerful beast martial souls exert significant pressure over lower-tier beast martial souls, and when the Wind Bell Bird confronts the King of Birds, the Phoenix, it is bound to face oppression. Aware of this, Yu Feng addressed Yu Tianheng, "Captain Tianheng, I leave the Dark Phoenix martial soul to you. Your Dragon-type martial soul should withstand our Phoenix martial soul, right?" Yu Tianheng laughed. "Of course, my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is the mightiest beast martial soul in the world. The contest between Dragon-type and Phoenix martial souls is rare. I eagerly anticipate your battle," Asro remarked. Given their limited understanding of the Zhishan Huang Hun team's martial souls, the Huangdo team found little cause for concern aside from the Dark Phoenix, which garnered some attention. From the perspective of soul power levels, the Zhishan Huang Hun team appeared slightly inferior to the Huangdo team, especially with the presence of the 36th level soul master Du Guyan bolstering them, indicating a significant advantage in this arena. The Huangdo team maintained an optimistic outlook toward the Zhishan Huang Hun team, yet Du Guyan held reservations. Upon reviewing the intelligence on the Zhishan Huang Hun team, Du Guyan gasped in surprise, realizing that the visiting challengers were part of the team formed by the Time and Space Hall, which she had recently joined. Observing the confidence of her teammates regarding the upcoming match, she found herself at a loss for words. Although she did not know Lin Yaya, who possessed the Dark Fire Phoenix, she was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Chu Xinglian and Gu Qingying. Gu Qingying, with her innate martial soul, possessed an imposing physique capable of suppressing soul masters at the soul sovereign level. The mere toxic immunity she gained from consuming a celestial-grade item rendered her own toxins ineffective. Conversely, Chu Xinglian was a powerful food-type auxiliary soul master with two remarkable food-type martial souls, including the soul-returning fruit and the healing fruit. As a member of the Huangdou team in the Time and Space Hall, Du Guyan wished to prevent any issues arising from underestimating their opponents while withholding the Hall's secrets. Thus, she advised, Tianheng, I believe we should not underestimate our adversaries. Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit, especially as they have a title Douluo backing them. This team is not ordinary. Acknowledging Du Guyan's caution, Yu Tianheng responded, Indeed, Du Guyan is correct. Since they dare to challenge our Huangdou team, they must be well prepared. We cannot take them lightly. However, it remains uncertain whether Yu Tianheng's words stem from his desire to meet Du Guyan's expectations as his partner, or if he genuinely heeded her warning. Regardless, the Huangdou team began preparing for the upcoming Soul Master Team competition. On the eve of the competition, Qian Renxue instructed Chu Xinglian, Gu Qingying, and Lin Yaya to wear wristbands. These wristbands will simulate the colors of your soul rings, masking their true ages, Qian Renxue explained. The Huangdou team is merely a sharpening stone. Remember not to reveal the actual age colors of your soul rings during the competition. Understood, Sister Xue. The three responded in unison. In Xueqing's view, it was not yet the right time to disclose the soul ring configurations of Chu Xinglian, Gu Qingying, and Lin Yaya, as she did not wish to expose them over a mere provocation in a soul master tournament. All right, Meng Lingxian, you shall lead the team and ensure their safety. Qian Renxue instructed. You can rely on me, young master, Meng Lingxian assured her. Brother Shun, as Shun Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings or nods with familiar faces. Yet, regardless of who they were, each person bore no extraneous expression, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the Zhan MOC, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other supernatural threats, alongside various other side ventures. It could be said that everyone within the Zhan MOC bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters become trivial. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing found it somewhat disconcerting. However, over time, he adapted. The Zhan MOC was vast, and those who remained there were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Zhan MOC comprised two primary professions, the guardian and exorcist. Every individual entering the Zhan MOC began as a lowly exorcist, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was merely a probationary exorcist, among the lowest tier of exorcists. Armed with the memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Zhan MOC. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a particular loft. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the Zhan MOC, this loft stood out, emanating an aura of tranquility amidst the prevailing atmosphere of brutality. The doors of the loft were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the environment underwent a sudden transformation. A wave of ink-like fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood rushed towards him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow before quickly easing it. The sanguine aroma that clung to each member of the Zhan MOC was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. The tactical prowess of 114 Gyuqing was evident as Meng Lingxian led the Zhan Shan Huanghun team into Tiandou City. She addressed the 7 members of the Huangdou team, saying, "You're already aware of the intelligence regarding the Huangdou team. In a few hours, the formal team battle will commence. This will be your first team Duhan, and I do not wish for the world to remember you by your failures. Before entering the Duhan, let us first discuss strategies to counter our opponents." Gyuqing, temporarily assuming the role of captain for the Zhan Shan Huanghun team, looked at her comrades and continued, "The Huangdou team's strength is quite comprehensive. Currently, the 3 most threatening martial souls to us are Duguyan's by Lin Shi Huang, which poses the greatest threat and boasts the highest level. Next is Jiao Xine Haidang, whose healing abilities mean that unless we incapacitate her, any damage we inflict will be undone by her martial soul. Lastly, we have Yu Qianheng's Lan Dian Ba Wang Long, a martial soul renowned as the continent's premier offensive beast martial soul, not to be underestimated. That does not seem correct, Chen Ming interjected. Captain Qingying, while the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long soul power may be lower than that of the Bai Lin Shi Huang, its threat level should indeed surpass that of JinBao. My second soul skill, the soul ring from the Thunder Dragon Soul Beast, grants me the Thunder Body ability, which not only enhances my attacks with lightning attributes, but also provides immunity to electric damage. This means that the thunder aspect of Lan Dianba Wang Long is ineffective against me. Without its thunder, Yu Qianheng is akin to a toothless tiger. The real trouble lies with Duge Yan's poison and Yi Lingling's healing. Sister Gyuqingying, I can handle Duge Yan's poison. At least I won't let affect us. Lin Yaya assured. Then you shall take care of Duge Yan, Gyuqingying replied. As for dealing with Yi Lingling, she will undoubtedly be fiercely protected by her teammates. And the Zhenshan Huanghan team lacks effective means to cut through their backline. Therefore, I can only conclude that it is better to eliminate the threat of Yu Qianheng first. This Soul Master competition drew widespread attention. On this day, the aristocracy from the Tiando Empire had gathered in the audience seats of the Tiando Royal Academy's arena. Among them were many prominent figures, including Emperor Shui Yi of the Tiando Empire and Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, both present in the VIP section. Xue Qinghe sat beside Ning Fengji, while Xue Xing and Xue Peng, the uncle and nephew, were absent from the competition, largely due to the discord stemming from Xue Peng's injury inflicted by Meng Lingxian. Before the match commenced, the nobles had already placed their bets, one side wagering on a Huangdo team victory, while the other backed the enigmatic Shan Huanghan team. Undoubtedly, the Huangdo team boasted a formidable strength configuration, featuring the powerful beast martial Solan Dianba Wang Long for offense, the defensive prowess of Xuanwu Turtle, the support of Jiu Xian Haidang, and the control of Bai Lin Shi Huang. Aside from Yufeng and AOC Luo, their setup could be deemed nearly perfect. Conversely, the Zhenshan Huanghan team's martial souls, apart from the striking Phoenix martial soul, were either obscure or lacking in strength. Before the Zhenshan Huanghan team officially entered, Ning Fengji turned to Xue Qinghe and asked, Qinghe, which team do you believe has a higher chance of victory? After a moment's contemplation, Xue Qinghe responded, though I am reluctant to admit it, from the perspective of the time and space hall, they must make their entry into the world with a resounding name. They cannot afford to enter the public eye with a defeat. Their choice to establish their reputation is surely backed by some confidence. He concluded, I believe the Zhenshan Huanghan team has a greater chance of winning. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Following the wagers of the many nobles, the wealthy Ning Fengji also placed his bet on the Zhenshan Huanghan team emerging victorious. It must be said that Ning Fengji is indeed a shrewd businessman. On one side of the royal arena, the 7 members of the Huangdo team had entered through their designated entrance, led by the 3 chief instructors of the Huangdo Academy and Teacher Qin Ming. Typically, Teacher Qin Ming would lead the team alone, with the 3 chiefs not participating. However, given that the opposing team was led by a titled Douluo, all 3 chiefs had mobilized to ensure they did not lose face. After a considerable wait, Meng Lingxian finally led her 7 teammates into the royal arena through another entrance. Both teams stood facing each other, the 7 members of the Huangdo team and all spectators present, their gazes fixed upon the mysterious Zhenshan Huanghan team. Some powerful figures focused their attention on Gyuqingying, Chu Xinglian, and Lin Yaya, their youth strikingly apparent. Why is that? Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment. Gurong, what are the soul power levels of these 3? I believe 2 at level 26 and 1 at level 24, Gurong stammered. But they look to be under 10 years old. Under 10 years old? Ning Fengji's pupils trembled as he glanced at Ning Rongrong, his peer, realizing the vast disparity in their capabilities. Qin Ming, positioned ahead of the Huangdo team, also regarded these 3 individuals. His teacher had once mentioned that the standard for Shrek Academy to recruit students was a soul master of above level 20 by the age of 12, already considered monstrous. These 3 girls, possessing soul power exceeding level 20 at under 10 years old, were true anomalies. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, the 3 players across from him were once his junior classmates. As both teams prepared on opposite sides of the arena, Dugu Yin regarded her opponents with a complex expression. As a member of the Time and Space Hall, should she unleash her full strength in this battle? A voice infiltrated her mind, reassuring her. Do not carry any burdens in your heart, nor hold back. reveal your true abilities. Whatever the outcome, I shall manage. Du Guyan followed the source of the voice and saw Meng Lingxian using a high-level soul master's secret technique to convey information to her. With this encouragement, Du Guyan felt considerably more at ease. Each team summoned their martial souls, and after a minute, the Duhun commenced, presided over by Meng Xinji, standing at the center of the arena. As the words fell, both sides called forth their martial souls. The Huangdo team summoned Feng Lingbird, Ghost Leopard, Lan Jianbao Wang Long, Bai Lin Shi Huang, and Xuanwu Turtle, while Yi Lingling's Jiu Xian Haidang remained the only exception. Observing the spectacle, it was as if they had entered a veritable zoo. On the opposite side, the Zhen Shun Huanghun team also summoned their martial souls. Brother Shun, yes. Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces as he walked, exchanging nods or brief salutations. Yet, no matter who it was, each person's expression remained devoid of excess. As if they were indifferent to all, Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was Zhen MOC, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Deqin Empire, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and other malevolent creatures, albeit with some additional side duties. It could be said that every individual within Zhen MOC bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many things. When Shen Changqing first arrived in this world, he experienced a sense of disorientation. However, over time, he acclimated to his surroundings. The Zhen MOC was vast, housing only those with formidable prowess or latent potential to become great. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Zhen MOC was divided into two distinct professions, the Zhen Shou Shi, Guardian, and the Chu Mo Shi, Exorcist. Every individual entering the Zhen MOC commenced their journey as a Chu Mo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a Zhen Shou Shi. In his previous life, Shen Changqing was a mere apprentice Chu Mo Shi, the most junior of the exorcists. Armed with the memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Zhen MOC. It did not take long before Shen Changqing found himself pausing in front of a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales of the Zhen MOC, this pavilion stood out, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion were wide open, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, prompting an instinctive furrowing of his brow, which soon relaxed. The pervasive sanguine aroma clung to everyone in the Zhen MOC, nearly impossible to cleanse completely. The battle raged on as the mutated Silver Wolf King, under Chun Ming's control, howled fiercely. Hailan summoned a healing gem, while Chu Xingling's life tree bore both healing fruits and soul power fruits. Zhao Yuan's martial spirit, the green vine, had entwined itself around the 7 combatants. Niuba's martial spirit, known for its strength, was the mighty divine bull. The clear sound of a phoenix's cry resonated as the shadow of the black phoenix materialized behind Lin Yaya. The overwhelming pressure brought forth by the super beast martial spirits enveloped the entire arena. Among the 7 members of the Huangdo battle team, 6 were under the oppressive influence of the Phoenix martial spirit, including Yu Tianheng, whose powerful blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit was not exempt. Yu Feng faced a dire predicament as the wind bell bird encountered the king of birds, the Phoenix, suffering multiple times the pressure compared to his teammates, leaving him unable to summon the spirit for battle. Yu Tianheng felt the heavy burden of the Phoenix martial spirit's oppression, filling his heart with disbelief. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit was renowned as the strongest attacking martial spirit in the world. It had always been he who suppressed others. Now, finding himself under someone else's dominance signified something significant. It implied that the opposing martial spirit might be of a higher grade than his own. Yu Tianheng, reluctant to accept this conclusion, had been raised in an environment that instilled in him the belief that his martial spirit, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, was the supreme beast martial spirit. How could such a powerful entity encounter a martial spirit more formidable than itself? It was inconceivable. Under the weight of the martial spirit's suppression, Yu Tianheng dared not resist. He aimed to prove through victory that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed the continent's foremost martial spirit. Lin Yaya and Gu Qingying exchanged glances. with a subtle smile gracing Lin Yaya's lips. Indeed, the pressure of her phoenix martial spirit was specifically directed at Yu Tianheng. As the bell tolled, both sides commenced their actions. Within the Huangdou battle team, Yi Lingling stood at the rear, protected by Du Viyan. Yi Lingling unleashed the Nine Hearts Si Tang treatment domain, while Heilon's healing gem, though effective, paled in comparison. Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Yu Feng charged to the forefront, while Osro flanked the side to block Chen Ming's path to the rear. Osro's martial spirit was the Ghost Leopard, and Chen Ming's was the mutated Silver Wolf King, with both martial spirits being of similar rank. In this duel, the two agile attack type Soul Masters exchanged blows without either gaining the upper hand. Yu Tianheng, Shimo, and Shimo were the first to confront Gu Qingying and Yoba, whose martial spirits were both rooted in strength. Yu Tianheng instructed Shimo and Shimo, "You two restrain these opponents. My target is to eliminate that phoenix and send her from the arena. The others are of little concern." In Yu Tianheng's view, the 24th level Divine Power Princess martial spirit could not possibly rival his own, and Shimo would easily fend off Nyoba. "Understood," they replied. In terms of defense, Shimo and Shimo's martial spirits held a status equivalent to that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex among attack-type beast martial spirits. Nyoba's punch, fueled by the might of the Divine Bull, struck the turtle shield yet barely budged it, while Gu Qingying's punch only forced Shimo back a step. After entangling with Nyoba and Gu Qingying, Yu Feng leveraged the advantage of being an agile attack-type Soul Master to restrain the three, effectively neutralizing the combat prowess of Gu Qingying and Nyoba, the primary forces of the God's Twilight team. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng leaped from behind, his arm transforming into a lightning-clad dragon claw, his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, targeting Lin Yaya, the Phoenix martial spirit. As he approached, Zhao Yuan attempted to ensnare Yu Tianheng with a green vine. However, the vine was crushed before it could reach him. As Yu Tianheng closed in on Lin Yaya, they prepared for a fierce confrontation between dragon and phoenix. Below the stage, Meng Lingxian observed Yu Tianheng's reckless advance with a cold smile. It was not ignorance that led to one's downfall, but rather arrogance. It was precisely the hubris of believing in the supremacy of the world's strongest beast martial spirit that caused Yu Tianheng to forsake his advantage, recklessly challenging Lin Yaya while neglecting to encircle Gu Qingying and Yoba. He would soon reap the consequences of his folly. At that moment, the Dark Phoenix unleashed a wave of black flames towards Yu Tianheng, who reciprocated without hesitation. His second soul skill, Thunderous Might, clashed with the oncoming black flames. The lightning thunderstorm intertwined with the dark fire. Yet ultimately, the black flames surged forth, overpowering Yu Tianheng's lightning, consuming a portion of it. Yu Tianheng abandoned his ranged attack, darting towards Lin Yaya with incredible speed. As he neared her, he extended his Thunder Dragon Claw, imbued with the force of thunderous might, towards Lin Yaya. The black flames of the Phoenix Claw met Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw, intertwining in a spectacular display of lightning and darkness that resounded throughout the arena. The spectacle of the dragon and phoenix confrontation captivated the audience. However, Yu Tianheng failed to recognize that within the God's Twilight team, Lin Yaya was not their sole powerhouse. Gu Qingying, whose martial spirit remained a mystery, possessed only the 24th level of soul power, making her the weakest soul master on her team. Yet, her performance in battle was far from lackluster, compelling Shimo and Yu Feng to prioritize her elimination. Shimo focused on defense and control, while Yu Feng executed hit-and-run tactics, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Just then, Gu Qingying revealed an opening, prompting Yu Feng to seize the chance, launching a surprise attack from behind with lightning speed. At this moment, Gu Qingying's martial spirit finally unveiled a terrifying spectacle. When the chilling body of Gu Qingying came into contact with Yu Feng, his feeble attack was as ineffective as striking an immovable stone with an egg. Conversely, Gu Qingying's frost extended to encase the wind bellbird in ice. With a swift motion, she seized the frozen sculpture and hurled it from the arena. Shirtao watched in disbelief as Yu Feng was thrown out of the ring, momentarily stunned. First soul skill, Metal Body. Second soul skill, Thunderous Body. The two soul skills were unleashed in an instant, enhancing her physical defense while also imbuing her with the attribute of thunder. Gu Qingying's strength was formidable enough to shatter your shell. This young girl delivered a punch to Shirtao's impenetrable shell. Initially, Shirtao believed his defenses would easily withstand the attack. But after absorbing Gu Qingying's blow, he realized the extent of her power. Brother Shun, Shen Chongqing greeted familiar faces as he walked along the road, nodding to acquaintances. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore an expression devoid of excess emotion, seemingly indifferent to all around them. Shen Chongqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor. After all, this was the JinBao, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with the eradication of demons and other malevolent entities. Though it also engaged in various ancillary activities, it could be said that each individual within the JinBao bore the stains of blood on their hands. A person accustomed to life and death inevitably becomes apathetic to many matters. Upon his arrival in this world, Shen Chongqing felt a sense of disorientation, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao was vast, and those who remained there were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become so. Shen Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao was divided into two professions, the guardian and exorcist. Anyone entering the JinBao began as the lowest rank of exorcist, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a guardian. In his past life, Shen Chongqing had been a trainee exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With memories of his previous life intact, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao. It did not take long before he paused before a certain loft. Unlike the other ominous areas of the JinBao, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a tranquility that contrasted sharply with the blood-soaked surroundings. The loft's door was ajar, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. After a brief hesitation, Shen Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere transformed. A waft of ink mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood assailed his senses, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively. Though he soon relaxed, the bloodstains that clung to every member of the JinBao were nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Gyuqing, an 8-year-old girl, landed a punch upon Shirtao's seemingly impenetrable shell, causing it to cave in entirely. How could my defense be breached? Shirtao was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily outside the arena, blood spewing from his mouth, leaving a trail of crimson in his wake. After dispatching Shirtao, Gyuqing directed another punch towards the unsuspecting Shimo, who met the same fate as his brother, being knocked out of the arena. The battlefield shifted rapidly. None had anticipated that the seemingly weak Gyuqing would suddenly eliminate Yu Feng and the Shi brothers. Her decisive strikes left no opportunity for the Huangdo team to recover, even though Yilingling and Jiuxin Haitong were capable of healing. Nevertheless, with teammates out of the fray, the Huangdo team had already suffered significant losses, having eliminated 3 opponents. Gyuqing quickly turned to support Lin Yaya. It was evident she intended to join forces with Lin Yaya to take down Yushinheng. At that moment, Du Yin was stationed at the back, seemingly betraying her teammates by abandoning the protection of Yilingling and charging directly at Gyuqing. At this juncture, Zhao Yuan's Qingting entangled Du Yin, while Nioba obstructed her path. Although their soul power levels were inferior to Du Yin's, they managed to hinder her advance. Yushinheng and Lin Yaya exchanged blows for several rounds without gaining the upper hand over Lin Yaya, whose surrounding black flames instilled a sense of dread in Yushinheng. The intense heat deterred him from engaging directly, forcing him to utilize his thunder soul power to keep a distance. Yet the black fire possessed an unknown ability that consumed his domineering lightning energy. Initially, both sides engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, but as time progressed, Yushinheng found his soul power depleting rapidly while his opponent remained unfazed. Even if he was reluctant to admit it, Yushinheng recognized his inability to end the confrontation with a single blow. Realizing that prolonged engagement could lead to his own exhaustion, he sought to disengage. However, another shocking revelation struck Yushinheng. The trio of Shirtao, Shimo, and Yu Feng had been eliminated in an instant. The young girl, Gyuqing, was now charging towards him. The weight of her formidable strength was not an experience Yushinheng wished to endure. He unleashed a powerful bolt of thunder towards her, unaware that Gyuqing's second soul skill was specifically designed to counteract soul masters wielding thunder-type martial spirits. Her thunder dragon martial spirit granted her immunity, instead allowing her to absorb the incoming lightning energy. As the lightning surged around her, Gyuqing's speed accelerated, and in no time, she was before Yushinheng. With a swift punch, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex emitted a mournful cry, and Yushinheng was sent reeling, crashing against the barrier, which shattered under the force, propelling him out of the arena. Lying on the ground outside the ring, Yushinheng remained in disbelief, unable to comprehend that he, a 13-year-old genius soul master with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, had been defeated by two girls under the age of 10. The battle continued, and it was evident to all that the defeat of the Huangdo team was merely a matter of time. The only hope lay in whether Douluo, the highest-ranked soul master present, could turn the tide. After Gyuqing and Lin Yaya dealt with Yushinheng, Douluo had already eliminated Nyoba and Zhang. Both had been afflicted with the venom of the green-scaled serpent and were deemed out of the match, leaving to receive treatment. Douluo looked at Yushinheng, who lay outside receiving care, her expression a mix of resignation and determination. "I admit I underestimated you," she said, "but I will not easily concede victory in this battle." Turning to Yilingling and Aesiluo, Douluo declared, "Yilingling, Aesiluo, it is your turn to exit." Within the same team, they understood each other well. Yilingling and Aesiluo recognized that Douluo was prepared to unveil her trump card. In this situation, remaining in the arena could lead to them being inadvertently harmed by Douluo's ultimate move. If successful, her gambit could secure victory for the Huangdo team. If it failed, their presence on the stage would be meaningless. Thus, the two of them decisively withdrew from the arena. At that moment, Douluo's third soul ring, a purple hue, began to radiate with soul skills. Realizing Douluo's intent, Lin Yaya urged the other soul masters, "Gather around me." Chunming was unable to return in time due to the distance, so he resolutely descended the arena. Meanwhile, Chu Xinglian and Hailon approached Lin Yaya. Lin Yaya consumed the wheeling fruit provided by Chu Xinglian, restoring her soul power, and subsequently unleashed her third soul skill. The dark flames surrounding the dark phoenix dissipated, transforming into a profound darkness that enveloped Chu Xinglian and Hailon. Douluo also activated her third soul skill, morphing into a serpent beauty, half human and half snake. Though stunning, the serpent beauty was imbued with lethal venom. The toxic miasma emanated from Douluo, spreading outward with a rancid, emerald-green fog. As it reached Gu Qingying, she was soon shrouded in the noxious mist, yet as it approached Lin Yaya and her companions, the miasma was consumed by the black fog. In the center of the toxic cloud, Douluo stared in disbelief at Lin Yaya and Gu Qingying, asking, "Why are you unscathed? My first soul skill not only grants me a metallic form, but also shields me from the miasma's erosion. I have acquired a body immune to toxins." Gu Qingying calmly explained. Douluo then recalled that she had forgotten Gu Qingying's immunity, gained from absorbing the Bajiao Xianbing grass and Lihua Xingjiao vegetables, which provided triple immunity to ice, fire, and poison. "What about you?" Douluo inquired, gazing at the trio enveloped in black mist. "Dear sister, this is my second soul skill, capable of devouring the soul skills you release. If your skill is highly lethal and singular, I may struggle to absorb it. But for area of effect skills, I can consume them in their entirety," Lin Yaya innocently elucidated. Witnessing the two young girls dismantle her trump card, Douluo felt her lips twitch in frustration. She had initially believed herself to be the most formidable soul master in this soul battle. And even if she could not lead her team to victory, she had expected to demonstrate her prowess. Instead, she found herself contending against two anomalies that countered her abilities. Ultimately, Douluo dejectedly declared, "I surrender." Even with her trump card utilized, Douluo, who excelled in toxins, stood no chance against a soul master immune to poison, regardless of an additional soul ring. "Brother Shun." "Yes." Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces as he walked, exchanging nods and pleasantries. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person's expression remained devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and monsters, with some ancillary duties. It could be said that everyone within JinBao had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt a sense of disorientation, but over time, he acclimated. JinBao was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. JinBao was divided into two professions, the Jinshou Shi and the Chumo Shi. Upon entering JinBao, one began as a Chumo Shi, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chumo Shi, the lowest rank among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of JinMoC. It did not take long for Shun Chongqing to stop before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within JinMoC, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere. The pavilion's doors were open, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed abruptly. A mix of ink fragrance and faint traces of blood wafted toward him, causing him to instinctively frown, though he soon relaxed. The blood-stained scent clung to everyone within JinMoC, nearly impossible to cleanse. The match concluded with the defeat of the Huangdo team, leaving many nobles who had placed their bets on the team feeling despondent. Teacher Qin Ming observed the overall situation with furrowed brows, watching the Huangdo team gather dejectedly. He cleared his throat and inquired, "Do you understand where you failed?" Team Captain Yu Qianheng, recalling the humiliation of their defeat, replied stubbornly, "The opponents concealed their strength. Had Shimo, and Yu Feng been able to hold off Gu Qingying, I would have defeated that Phoenix Soul Master long ago." Hearing Yu Qianheng's comments about them, Shimo felt displeased. Who knew that girl possessed such strength? It's almost inhuman. Yu Feng added, "Captain, are you sure you could truly defeat that Phoenix Soul Master?" "Of course," Yu Tianheng asserted. "My martial soul is the #1 beast martial soul in the world." Although Yu Tianheng had exchanged blows with Lin Yaya, he alone understood that her martial soul was peculiar, capable of devouring his soul power. Their apparent back and forth was merely superficial, as a prolonged engagement would only result in his soul power being exhausted and his defeat. Gu Qingying's intervention provided Yu Tianheng with a convenient excuse, allowing him to claim that it was not his martial soul's inferiority, but rather Gu Qingying's interference that led to their downfall. "Enough," Qin Ming exclaimed sharply. "I asked you to reflect on your failures, not to shift blame among yourselves. Yu Qianheng, as a strong attack-type soul master, you are competent, but as a team captain, you fall short." Yu Qianheng wished to refute this claim, but found himself at a loss for words, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Ming continued from the outset. "You underestimated your opponents. Did you ever consider that a soul master at the lowest level of 24 could consecutively defeat the three of you, alongside a Phoenix soul beast to overcome you, Yu Tianheng? Furthermore, this is not a personal competition. It is a team battle. Is defeating that Phoenix soul master more important than winning this match? Our team is not inferior to the opponent. It is your arrogance and recklessness that led to this outcome. Reflect deeply on your failures and strive to reclaim this humiliation in the future." With a sigh, Qin Ming hoped that the Huangdo team would not be disheartened by this defeat. From the configurations of both teams prior to the match, the two sides were actually quite comparable, with the Huangdo team's overall levels generally surpassing those of the Jishan Huanghun team. However, in terms of martial soul quality, the Jishan Huanghun team was superior to the Huangdo team. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is a top-tier martial soul, whereas the only dragon-type martial souls capable of competing with the Dark Phoenix are the upper-tier counterparts of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, such as the Dark Holy Dragon, Light Holy Dragon, and Golden Holy Dragon. Bearing the title of the world's #1 beast martial soul, Yu Qianheng felt an urgent need to prove himself, leading to reckless decisions that resulted in critical errors. Additionally, Lin Yaya's absorption ability and Gu Qingying's immunity to poison severely countered Du Guyan, making victory for the Huangdo team virtually impossible. Du Guyan remarked, "We must accept this defeat. Next time, let us seek to avenge our humiliation. Tianheng, there is no need for you to make excuses. A loss is a loss. Let's rise again from where we fell. Yin Yan, do you truly believe I am inferior to that Phoenix martial soul master?" Upon hearing this, Du Guyan could not help but roll her eyes. "Setting aside the question of your strength compared to that Phoenix-type soul master, let's not forget that you are a 13-year-old young man competing against an 8-year-old girl. You have already lost, haven't you?" After Dream Lingxuan's challenge concluded, she was about to lead the Jushin Huanghun team away when a voice imbued with elegance and grace called from behind, "Please, stay a moment." Dream Lingxian turned to see Gu Rong and Ning Fengji and inquired, "Ah, the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji. What can I do for you?" Ning Fengji replied, "I wish to converse with you for a few moments, if it is convenient." "Since you ask if it is convenient, I must respond. It is not," Dream Lingxian stated. Ning Fengji's expression turned awkward, and after a brief hesitation, he said, "If it is inconvenient, then I shall visit you another day." Dream Lingxian nodded, turning to leave with her team. Ning Fengji asked Gu Rong, "Can you discern her strength?" Gu Rong shook his head. "Her soul power is concealed. I cannot perceive its depth. However, the sense of danger she exudes far surpasses that of that cowardly man. Perhaps the rumors regarding her being a soul master with a 1,000-year soul ring, a 10,000-year fourth ring, and 200,000-year soul rings are indeed true." Ning Fengji nodded. "As long as it is not the power of the spirit hall, it is a force we can unite with. Let us seek another opportunity to communicate with her." The royal fighting team represents the dignity of the Tiando royal family and its nobility. This defeat tarnishes the royal image. Yet only the Tiando nobility and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were present to witness the battle. Therefore, news of this fight circulated solely within the Tiando noble circle and did not spread beyond it. Unbeknownst to the royal fighting team, the Jushin Huanghun team meandered back to the prince's residence. The secret passage to the prince's estate opened, and Dream Ling Xian and her companions emerged within. Xue Qinghe surveyed the 7 members of the team and commented, "You performed admirably in this battle. I intend to send you to the Advanced Soul Master Academy for further study." The Advanced Soul Master Academy? The members of the Jushin Huanghun team exchanged glances, intrigued. Attending school is a commonplace occurrence for the offspring of noble families. Yet for these impoverished commoner soul masters, it is a coveted opportunity. On the continent, most Soul Master Academies prioritize lineage and reputation over talent when recruiting students. Otherwise, they would not impose such stringent admission criteria at Shrek Academy, while still attracting eager applicants. "But sister, I recall that one must first attend the Junior Academy, then the Intermediate Academy, before progressing to the Advanced Soul Master Academy," Chu Xinglian queried. "Your abilities have already reached the admission standards for the Advanced Academy. Attending the Junior and Intermediate Academies would be redundant," Qian Renxue explained. "Dream Ling Xian, please take them to register at our Soul Master Academy shortly. Remember to have them enroll as commoner soul masters to better integrate into the academy environment." "Brother Shun." "Yes." Shun Changqing greeted acquaintances as he traversed the path, exchanging nods or brief hellos. Yet, regardless of whom he encountered, each countenance bore no excess expression, as if they were all indifferent to the world around them. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with eliminating monsters and anomalies, alongside some ancillary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of dislocation. However, over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division consisted of 2 main professions, the guardian and the exorcist. Every individual entering the division began as a low-ranking exorcist, gradually ascending through the ranks with aspirations of becoming a guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past self, he was quite familiar with the JinBao division's environment. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to stop in front of a particular pavilion. Unlike the other somber locations within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out as an oasis of tranquility amidst the bloody surroundings. The pavilion doors were ajar, and individuals occasionally entered and exited. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed dramatically. A fragrant scent of ink mingled with a faint trace of blood greeted him, causing him to briefly furrow his brow before relaxing once more. The sanguine odor that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to wash away. The Dawn Academy, soon to welcome its top student, Talon, has today admitted 7 special recruits, who were subsequently dispersed into various Soul Master classes. This academy divides its classes into 5 categories: support, control, assault, agility, and defense. Lin Yaya and Gu Qingying, as members of the assault category, were placed together, while Chun Ming was assigned to the agility class, and Hailon and Chu Xinglian were allocated to the support class. Zhao Yuan found himself in the control class. The 7 of them, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, marveled at the Soul Master Academy. Although the facilities at the Dawn Academy were not as comprehensive as those at the Royal Fighting Academy, they were still well equipped, boasting a Soul Master library and a fighting arena, among other amenities. Notably, this academy does not emphasize lineage. As long as one possesses soul power and meets the admission standards, they are welcome to enroll, making it a beacon of hope for commoner soul masters. However, the student body at this academy is not exclusively composed of commoner soul masters. As Lin Yaya, Niu Ba, and Gu Qingying entered the assault class, they found that while most seats were filled, several positions near the instructor remained conspicuously vacant. The simple-minded Niu Ba, oblivious to the peculiarity, eagerly occupied one of the seats near the teacher and beckoned Lin Yaya and Gu Qingying to join him. Lin Yaya, Gu Qingying, come sit here. This spot near the teacher is ideal for listening to the lecture. Although Gu Qingying and Lin Yaya noticed the unusual arrangement of seats, they approached the space Niu Ba had claimed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Niu, Lin Yaya said with a gentle smile. Niu Ba, with a naive expression, replied, You're welcome. As the class was about to commence, Lin Yaya and Gu Qingying eagerly prepared to attend the lesson. Outside, a group of seemingly 17 or 18-year-old youths entered, led by a muscular man. His gaze swept across the classroom before settling on the front row, where Niu Ba, Gu Qingying, and Lin Yaya were seated. The burly man approached them directly, his eyes lighting up as he beheld the two adorable girls. How delightful they were! He thought to himself that after a few years, when they had matured, they would surely call him Big Brother. The man, vowing to pursue his interest, bypassed the two girls and turned his attention to a stout, honest-looking fellow beside them, inquiring, I don't recall seeing you before. Are you new here? Niu Ba, scratching his head sheepishly, replied, Yes, we just completed our enrollment today. Ah, new arrivals. Then allow me to enlighten you about the rules. The man stated, Please vacate your seats and move to the back. Niu Ba protested, Why should I? I sat here first. The muscular man retorted, Why? You simpleton, go ask around the class. Who doesn't know the name of Tai Long? I am destined to become the top student of this academy, and this seat is reserved for me. Clear off. Niu Ba glanced around, noticing the sympathetic glances from fellow students urging him to relinquish his seat, while some appeared to relish the unfolding drama. It was evident that this individual was not to be trifled with. I have yet to see any school rule stating that this seat is exclusively yours, Lin Yaya interjected. This is an unwritten rule of the school, Tai Long asserted confidently. Then should we not also be entitled to our seats? Gu Qingying queried. No, little sisters. You can remain in your seats. I grant you permission, Tai Long replied with a dismissive wave. Do we require your permission to sit here? Niu Ba exclaimed, rising from his seat. Despite his simple demeanor, he had been influenced by the teachings of Shrek Academy. Although he had withdrawn from Shrek, the notion that avoiding conflict was a mark of cowardice still resonated within him. At this moment, a student approached from behind and whispered in Niu Ba's ear, Just give in, don't you know? Tai Long is a favorite of the teachers. Furthermore, his father is the powerful king of strength, and his grandfather is the mighty god of strength. What king of strength? What god of strength? I care not for their titles. Today, this seat is mine. Niu Ba insisted, glaring fiercely at Tai Long. Tai Long's expression shifted slightly as he chuckled. Well, your spirit intrigues me. If you wish to occupy this seat, I offer you a chance. After class, meet me at the Soul Arena. Defeat me, and I will concede the seat to you. If you lose, however, vanish from my sight. As the class drew near, Tai Long declared, For this lesson, you may remain in your seat, a grace bestowed upon you by me, Tai Long. Let us see if you can hold your ground. With that, he sauntered to the back of the room and settled into a different seat. Tai Long's confidence stemmed from being a favored student in the eyes of the teachers, who had previously turned a blind eye to his monopolization of the prime seats for himself and his sycophants. However, the teacher for this class, upon noticing Niu Ba, Gu Qingying, and Lin Yaya on the front, said nothing, even tacitly allowing the situation to unfold. Tai Long found this peculiar, but dismissed it, believing he would soon teach the newcomer a lesson and then sit beside the two girls, grooming them to become his future companions in the pursuit of the primate martial spirit. The class passed quietly, but once it concluded, the students erupted in chatter. Did you hear? A new student is challenging Tai Long for that front seat, exclaimed one. Such ignorance. Who is Tai Long? His martial spirit is the mighty gorilla, a descendant of the strongest lineage. How can he compete? Another remarked. It's the audacity of youth. Tai Long is destined to be our academy's champion, a 17-year-old soul master. What does he have to match Tai Long? The battle was bound to conclude with the newcomer receiving a harsh lesson in humility, ultimately surrendering his seat. As Shen Changqing walked through the corridors, he exchanged nods with familiar faces. Yet, regardless of who they were, each bore an expression of indifference, as if they were all too accustomed to the grim realities of their existence. Shun Chongqing had long since acclimatized to this atmosphere, for this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin by vanquishing demons and monsters, albeit with some ancillary pursuits. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of bloodshed, having grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Shun Chongqing found himself indifferent to many matters. When he first arrived in this world, he struggled to adapt, but over time, he became familiar with it. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become one. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two professions, the guardian and the exorcist. Anyone who entered would start as an exorcist, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of becoming a guardian. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a mere apprentice exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao division. Before long, Shun Chongqing found himself before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors were ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. After a brief hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. A mix of ink and a faint metallic scent filled the air, causing him to frown instinctively before quickly relaxing. The scent of blood was nearly impossible to eliminate from the individuals within the JinBao division. In the Academy of Breaking Dawn, while most students were commoners aspiring to become soul masters, there were also many hailing from prestigious families. Tai Long was one such scion, from a lineage known for its strength. Although his family had once flourished alongside the Haoyan sect, the sect had since retreated from the world, leading to the gradual decline of the Strength clan. Nevertheless, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. In the eyes of commoner soul masters, the Strength clan remained a formidable entity. Tai Long's father, the King of Strength, and his grandfather, the God of Strength, were figures to be revered. It is precisely due to such humble origins that Tai Long can reign supreme among the common soul masters of this academy. While others may not hold Niuba in high regard, it is human nature to gather and watch the spectacle. A multitude of students, upon hearing the rumors, flocked to the Duhun district of Poxiao Academy. Can you defeat him? Linnea inquired, handing over a bottle of water. Whether I can win or not is uncertain. I, old Neo, do not fear humiliation. Even if I lose, I will seek to reclaim my honor next time. Niuba accepted the water and drank thirstily, wiping his mouth before continuing. Do you really think I am an easy target? This scene did not escape Tai Long's notice. He was instantly consumed by jealousy. These two students, whom he had intended to cultivate as his little wives, were now offering water to this rustic bumpkin. However, Tai Long refrained from acting immediately, as he would soon have the opportunity to deal with this country bumpkin on the stage. After a while, Niuba and Tai Long ascended to the arena. Tai Long disdainfully remarked, I am 17 years old. My martial spirit is the great strength gorilla, and I am a level 32 soul master. By your appearance, you have yet to break through to the soul master level. Do not blame me for taking advantage of you. I will not use my third ring's soul skill. No need, Niuba replied. I am 15 years old. My martial spirit is the great strength divine bull, and I seek your guidance. 15 years old with a great strength divine bull and a 31 level soul master? Upon hearing this self-introduction, Tai Long's expression darkened. This younger brother, just 2 years his junior, was already nearly his equal in soul power, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. This was a threat. The other students, upon hearing their introductions, were equally stunned. You both have martial spirits of the great strength divine bull and the great strength gorilla. Is there some connection between the two? As the battle commenced, one martial spirit manifested, causing muscles to bulge and becoming covered in gorilla fur, resembling a giant gorilla. Tai Long's soul rings were a coveted combination of yellow, and purple, the most ideal configuration in the world of soul masters. Meanwhile, after Niuba's martial spirit manifested, a pair of bull horns sprouted from his forehead, and his muscles also expanded. The two hefty figures stood on opposite sides of the arena. Tai Long scrutinized Niuba and remarked, interesting. Given the name of your martial spirit, it appears you excel in strength. I apologize, but in the realm of power, you cannot hope to defeat me. The future great strength Tai Long. Whether I can win or not will be revealed in time, Niuba retorted. Then let me teach you a lesson. You ignorant country bumpkin. The term great strength does not suit your martial spirit. Tai Long leapt into action, his fists, enhanced by soul power, became immense as he charged towards Nyoba's face. Undeterred, Nyoba retaliated with a punch of his own. Their fists collided, both feeling the tremendous force of impact. Nyoba staggered back a step, while Tai Long retreated half a step. In terms of raw strength, Tai Long had a slight advantage, but it was insufficient to establish absolute dominance, leaving him somewhat unsettled. The two continued to exchange blows in the arena for several rounds, with Tai Long unable to gain the upper hand. "I admit, I underestimated you," Tai Long declared, unleashing the full power of his 3 soul skills. Nyoba, witnessing Tai Long's activation of soul skills, also employed his own, both enhancing their strength. The two muscular combatants exchanged fierce blows, much to the delight of the onlooking students. Originally, they believed this newcomer would suffer a harsh defeat, but they were astonished to find Nyoba able to hold his own against Tai Long in the domain of power. Such a contest, with no clear victor, was truly captivating. However, the students were more inclined to hope for Nyoba's victory rather than Tai Long's, as the latter was the school's bully, and they dared not voice their discontent. After several dozen exchanges, Nyoba was left battered and breathless, while Tai Long was not faring much better. Tai Long intended to dominate through strength, but he had not anticipated the battle would develop this way. It became a war of attrition, where the outcome hinged on their respective soul power and physical constitution. The Great Strength Divine Bull and the Great Strength Gorilla, in terms of quality, could not be deemed superior or inferior. It depended on the wielder. At this juncture, Tai Long's advantage became apparent. He employed a secret technique passed down through the lineage of the Strength Clan, skillfully adjusting his breathing rhythm to optimize every ounce of power, allowing him to endure. In contrast, although Nyoba possessed strength rivaling Tai Long's, much of his power was squandered in reckless flailing, leading him to fall behind in this exhausting contest. Brother Nyo appeared to be on the verge of defeat, a hint of worry crossing the usually calm face of Gu Qingying. "Huff, huff," Nyoba gasped. "Do not come closer, Qingying. Regardless of the outcome, win or lose, I shall persevere. At the very least, I have proven that my martial spirit is not inferior to his family's legacy." Linian nodded in agreement. "Come on, Tai Long. Let this final blow decide our fates." Nyoba bellowed, delivering a punch. "Great Strength Bull Demon Fist." "Allow me to knock you down with one blow." Tai Long proclaimed, raising his fist, "Great Strength Diamond Fist." The two powerful fists collided, sending shockwaves through the arena. Soon after, Nyoba, exhausted, stumbled back several steps and collapsed onto the ground. "I have lost." Despite his reluctance to concede, Nyoba declared, "That position is yours." Tai Long replied, "Do you think it ends here, country bumpkin? Since I have won, you shall join my Strength Clan." Tai Long had changed his mind, initially dismissive of Nyoba. He now recognized the latter's comparable talent and martial spirit. In this moment of decline for the Strength Clan, such fresh blood was precisely what they required. "What?" Nyoba stared at Tai Long in disbelief. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while walking along the path, greeted acquaintances with nods or brief salutes. Yet, regardless of who it was, each face bore no excess expression, appearing indifferent to all. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this. After all, this was the JinMoc, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and strange creatures, though it also engaged in various other subsidiary endeavors. It could be said that every individual in the JinMoc had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they often grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it difficult to adjust, but over time he adapted. The JinMoc was vast. Those who remained were powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become experts. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter group. The JinMoc was divided into 2 professions, the Zhensho Shi and the Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the JinMoc began as a lowly Chumo Shi and gradually ascended, with the ultimate goal of becoming a Zhensho Shi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was merely an apprentice demon slayer within the JinMoc, the lowest rank among the demon slayers. He retained the memories of his past life and was well acquainted with the environment of the JinMoc. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a certain loft. Unlike the other grim locations of the JinMoc, this loft seemed to stand out like a crane among chickens, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the bloodshed of the JinMoc. At that moment, the loft's door stood ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated for only a brief moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brows to furrow instinctively, though they soon relaxed. The sanguine aroma that clung to each member of the JinBao was nearly impossible to wash away. "Let it be discarded then," Tai Long declared. "I don't recall you mentioning such a statement before the match. Are you attempting to alter the rules post-game?" Nyoba retorted angrily. "Indeed, I did not utter those words. But Nyoba, I am destined to become the chief of the academy. My word is law at the Breaking Dawn Academy." Tai Long disdainfully glanced at Nyoba and continued, "What? Do you feel aggrieved at being invited to join the Li Ji clan? Your martial spirit is the Hercules bull, which shares a connection with my mighty gorilla. Only by joining the Li Ji clan can you achieve greater heights. This is my gift to you, an opportunity you should be grateful to accept." "Preposterous," Nyoba fumed. "I know that joining your Li Ji clan would lead to a life without prospects. I would rather be a free soul master than a dog in your clan. Aligning oneself with another's family equates to becoming their servant. In Douluo, continent, joining a family signifies an unbreakable bond, a commitment to serve that is even more stringent than a master-apprentice relationship. Therefore, common soul masters seldom join a clan unless absolutely necessary. You are a failure, and that is not for you to decide, Nyoba. Being a dog of the Li Ji clan would be an honor for you. If you refuse, I will beat you into submission." Tai Long raised his fist, ready to strike Nyoba. The Li Ji clan, like most noble soul masters across the continent, only displayed courtesy towards those of equal rank, while those beneath them were treated with disdain. The only soul masters worthy of Tai Long's respect were those stronger than himself. As for Nyoba, he was merely a fortunate mud-legged soul master whose martial spirit had mutated. He should feel honored to be allowed entry into the Li Ji clan. "Hold on." Gu Qingying leaped onto the arena, standing between Nyoba and Tai Long. Tai Long halted his fist and asked, "What is it, little sister? Is it necessary to care so much for that bumpkin? These mud-legged soul masters have no future. Wouldn't it be better to follow your brother than to associate with them?" Gu Qingying's expression turned icy, while Nyoba was merely a mud-legged soul master. Her own origins were that of slave. The insult directed at Nyoba also encompassed her. In fact, the expressions of the surrounding students were equally displeased. Their backgrounds paled in comparison to Tai Long's, and the arrogance of his noble soul master clan was utterly detestable. Your duel with Brother Nyo is merely about claiming that position. Brother Nyo never stated that losing means joining your clan. Do you intend to coerce him? Gu Qingying asserted. Tai Long replied, "Little sister, I have said it. At Breaking Dawn Academy, my word is law." Gu Qingying retorted, "I understand now. Might makes right, correct?" "Indeed. You are correct. Might is the law," Tai Long affirmed. "Very well then, my martial spirit is also one of strength. Let's compete. If I win, both Nyoba and I will join your clan. If I lose, you shall kneel and apologize to Brother Nyo." Gu Qingying proposed. Tai Long's expression twitched slightly as he responded, "He is not worthy of my kneeling. However, little sister, you are quite confident in yourself. Very well, I accept your challenge." It is indeed disgraceful to bully a child, but Gu Qingying's terms were too tempting. On one hand, Nyoba's talent warranted the attention of the Li Ji clan. On the other, once Gu Qingying joined his clan, she would be unable to escape. At that point, he would mold her as he pleased. "Your soul power is nearly depleted, so I shall not take advantage of you. Let us reconvene this afternoon for the duel." Gu Qingying did not engage in an immediate confrontation, but instead assisted Nyoba in descending from the arena. "Qingying, are you certain you wish to challenge him?" Nyoba inquired. "Do you doubt my strength?" Gu Qingying raised an eyebrow at him. No, that is not my intention." Nyoba recalled how he had struggled to breach Shimo's defenses during their previous match, while Gu Qingying had sent Shimo flying with a single blow. Her strength was undoubtedly above both himself and Tai Long, and he need not worry about the outcome of the duel. "What I mean is, these soul master clans are notoriously domineering. Even if you win, what if they force you to join their clan?" Nyoba questioned. "Brother Nyo, have you forgotten who our team leader is?" Lin Yayao interjected. "Indeed, I almost overlooked that. Our Jishan Huang Hun team is backed by title Douluo." "Precisely," Hua Chong stated. "That so-called mighty king is merely a soul king with greater strength, while the Hercules god is but a soul Douluo capable of contending with a title Douluo's might. They are hardly to be feared. This afternoon, I expect you not only to defeat Tai Long, but to cripple him, severing his most powerful arm. I will support you. The Li Ji clan is nothing but a pack of curs. If they object, let them stew in silence." Her words were imbued with a deep-seated disdain for the Li Ji clan. In this Soul Master Academy, they may appear formidable, but they were ultimately nothing more than the lapdogs of the Tang family. After learning of the conflict between Liu Ba and Tai Long, Hua Chang devised a plan. As a former subordinate of the Haotian sect, they had mastered the art of protecting their own while preying on the weak. In the past, when the Haotian sect was the preeminent sect, no one dared to provoke its juniors, for any harm inflicted would soon attract the ire of their elders. This was precisely Hua Chang's intention, to draw out the titan of the Li Ji clan through this arena and either cripple him or eliminate him entirely. Although Titan's prowess was not supreme, he ranked among the 3 great blacksmiths of the current era, remaining loyal solely to the Tang family. His craftsmanship could yield countless hidden weapons, and many of Tongman's artifacts originated from his hands. He had made significant contributions to the coalition's triumph over the Spirit Hall during the 3 Gods' War. Such a person, who served as a dog to the Tang family, bowing before them with unwavering loyalty, could never be swayed. Since he could not be of use to her, what purpose did he serve? Eliminating him would break one of Tang San's arms. However, Gu Qingying clearly did not anticipate Hua Chang's ruthless nature. She sensed Hua Chang's animosity towards the Li Ji clan. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind Hua Chang's desire for her to sever an arm, she could not bring herself to commit such an act. Her original intention was merely to teach Tai Long a lesson. Qingying, let me impart a profound truth to you. Mercy towards one's enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. Are you suggesting he is our enemy? Indeed, Hua Chang remarked. Your only kin in this world is your sister Schwer, is it not? Do you know that in the future, a great villain will incapacitate your beloved sister Schwer? And he, indeed, is a friend of that villain, assisting him in tormenting her. If you do not wish to witness such a fate, then heed my words and act accordingly in this competition. Understood, Hua Changjia. Upon hearing Hua Chang's words, Gu Qingying ceased her hesitation. Brother Shun, As Shin Changqing walked along the road, he exchanged greetings with familiar faces, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of who it was, each individual bore a little expression, as if indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various other subsidiary activities. It could be said that every person within the JinBao Si was stained with the blood of many. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, when Shun Changqing arrived in this world, he found it somewhat disconcerting, but over time, he acclimated to it. The JinBao Si was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Si was divided into 2 professions, the Jinshou Shi and the Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao Si began as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually advancing until they could aspire to become a Jinshou Shi. Shun Changqing's former self had been a trainee Chumo Shi, the most junior level among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Si. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other somber locations within the JinBao Si, this pavilion stood out, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the bloodshed. The doors were wide open, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively. Though he quickly relaxed, the sanguine scent that permeated the members of the JinBao Si was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. At that moment, Tai Long remained blissfully unaware of the conspiracy unfolding against him. A member of the Li family renowned for their strength, he was undoubtedly a bully in this civilian academy, capable of overpowering even those much younger than him. The thought of securing 2 talented servants for his family after this battle thrilled him immensely. By the afternoon, most of the school was aware of the upcoming duel, flocking to watch. If there had been any suspense in the morning's fight, by afternoon, no one held any hope for Gu Qingying, as she appeared far too small. Tai Long stood at one side of the arena and remarked, "Little sister, I introduced myself this morning, and you have already witnessed my prowess in the arena. You are not yet a great soul master, are you? I shall not bully you. I will refrain from using my last 2 soul skills." Gu Qingying paid no heed to Tai Long's condescending tone and introduced herself, stating, "Gu Qingying, martial soul, godly power princess, level 24 battle soul master." Tai Long's expression morphed into one of disbelief. This little girl, only 8 years old, had reached level 24. He recalled that he had only just attained his first soul ring at level 10 when he was her age. Such comparisons fueled his jealousy. However, level 24 remained within his acceptable range. A talent like hers was worthy of Tai Long, destined to bear powerful bloodlines for the Li family. Before the match begins, I would like to add a rule. Aside from death, any injuries you sustain will be your responsibility. Do you have any objections? Gu Qingying stated. Why impose such a condition? I would want to injure you, Tai Long replied, amused. Whether you agree or not, if you wish for this duel to continue, you must accept. If not, there is no need to proceed, Gu Qingying insisted. Fine, Tai Long conceded, I agree. But little sister, rest assured, I shall show mercy in this duel. With a mighty roar, Tai Long transformed, summoning his martial soul, a powerful gorilla, as 3 colored soul rings enveloped him. In contrast, Gu Qingying exhibited no such transformation, merely surrounded by her 2 yellow soul rings. Where's your martial soul? Tai Long inquired, puzzled. My martial soul is my body, Gu Qingying replied, her fists clenched coldly. As the match commenced, Tai Long, unhurried, said, Little sister, I will allow you to attack first. Gu Qingying nodded, her eyes flashing with lightning. First soul skill, metal body. Second soul skill, thunderous body. Tai Long's martial soul was one of immense strength, adept at brute force. Although his talent was not as great as Yu Tianheng's, his power surpassed Yu Tianheng's due to an additional soul ring. Both wielded martial souls that excelled in raw strength. So Gu Qingying approached the battle with earnest intent, fully prepared from the outset. Once her soul skills activated, Gu Qingying launched a punch toward Tai Long. Observing her diminutive fist, Tai Long casually remarked, Little sister, that punch won't do. Come, let me meet your fist. As he spoke, he also threw a punch. Yet he adhered to his earlier promise and only employed his first soul skill. The moment their fists collided, Tai Long sensed something was amiss. A powerful force surged forth, his arm feeling as fragile as a bamboo pole, akin to using a stick to confront a rampaging bull, which shattered upon impact. Underestimating her, Tai Long had not exerted his full strength from the outset. In that instant of confrontation, the bones in his hand and arm shattered catastrophically. When Gu Qingying made contact, the accompanying thunderous energy paralyzed his body, sending him flying, his arm limp like a rag doll, convulsing uncontrollably. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time Tai Long comprehended the situation, his arm had been rendered useless. In the next moment, Gu Qingying approached him step by step. Enduring the excruciating pain, Tai Long asked in shock, What do you intend to do? I intend to make your arm even more thoroughly broken, Gu Qingying replied, extending her right hand, flames swirling around it. Merely injuring Tai Long's arm would not fulfill her purpose. It was common knowledge that in this world, powerful healing soul masters could restore one to wholeness, even if reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, as long as the remnants of their body remained intact. However, losing limbs meant that even the most skilled soul master could not restore what was lost. As the saying goes, it is better to injure 10 fingers than to lose one. You cannot treat me this way. I am a descendant of the Li family, and my grandfather will not spare you. She grasped Tai Long's shoulder tightly. The searing flames did not burn his torso, but rather scorched the arm afflicted by the catastrophic fracture. The agonizing sensation from the flames stimulated Tai Long's neural pathways, eliciting a pained wail as he attempted to strike at Gu Qingying, only to have each of his attacks effortlessly deflected by her other hand. Ultimately, Tai Long succumbed to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, the ordeal was concluded. Beneath his shoulder lay a void, as Tai Long, renowned for his formidable strength, was rendered nearly incapacitated by the loss of an arm. This incident reverberated significantly throughout the Dawn Academy. However, the administration promptly issued a response. Tai Long had instigated the confrontation, and prior to the match, there had been an agreement that any resulting injuries, barring death, would be borne by the parties involved. Thus, Gu Qingying's actions did not contravene the established rules. Nevertheless, the Educational Committee swiftly amended the school's regulations, prohibiting students from engaging in similar duels without the oversight of a teacher. Yet, the law does not apply retroactively. Hence, the Dawn Academy would not impose any penalties on Gu Qingying due to Tai Long's predicament. Following his loss of consciousness, he was transported to the infirmary for treatment, and it was not until several days later that he regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Tai Long initially intended to create a scene at the academy, only to discover that the administration had no intention of addressing Gu Qingying's actions. This realization filled him with frustration. Gazing at his vacant right shoulder, Tai Long cast a resentful glance at the academy, declaring, "Very well, your institution seeks to oppose my clan, the Li Ji, for the sake of a few insignificant individuals. If you choose not to act, I shall summon my father and grandfather to intervene, and then we shall see how you handle this dilapidated institution of commoners." Tai Long was well aware of the academy's circumstances. Its most formidable figure was merely a sole sage. With his grandfather's intervention, the Dawn Academy would be rendered inconsequential. Once Gu Qingying and her companions were sent to the Soul Master Academy for their studies, Qian Renshua ventured into the basement to commence the third layer of trials. The challenges set forth in the Spiral Tower 3 were entirely unexpected for Qian Renshua, as this round did not follow the same sequential pattern as the previous two. Brother Shun. Shun Changqing greeted acquaintances along the way with nods, regardless of their identity. Yet, each face bore no excess expression, as if they were apathetic towards all. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin. Primarily tasked with eradicating demons and malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various other undertakings. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, a certain indifference towards many matters inevitably arises. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt out of place, but over time he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the division began as an Exterminator at the lowest tier, gradually ascending to the rank of Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Exterminator, the lowest rank among them, with the memories of his former life. He was well acquainted with the environment of the division. It did not take long for him to halt before a particular loft. Unlike the other grim locales in the division, this loft stood out, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the loft's doors were ajar, and individuals occasionally entered and exited. After a brief hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A blend of ink fragrance intermingled with a faint hint of blood wafted towards him, prompting a momentary furrow of his brow, which soon relaxed. The pervasive scent of blood that clung to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. At the center of the trial space stood the Spiral Tower, a colossal structure with a towering central pillar and two paths spiraling towards the summit, encircling the pillar in a helix. "Challenger, you have two paths of retrospection to choose from," spoke 3. "What distinguishes these two paths?" Qian Renshua inquired. 3 gestured towards the blue passage leading into the Spiral Tower, stating, "This path is designed to reflect upon your enemies. As you ascend the tower, it will target them. When you inflict severe damage upon them, the retrospection energy will restore them from a state of severe injury back to their unscathed condition. Along this spiral, your foes will prove increasingly difficult to eliminate." 3 then indicated the red passage, explaining, "The red path reflects upon you, restoring not only your state, but also your position. You may evade enemy attacks through agile maneuvers, but the Spiral Tower will revert your position to where you were prior to evasion. In this spiral, you will be more susceptible to fatal harm. Each path offers supplies at intervals. These supply points will replenish your soul power and alleviate your condition, allowing for recovery from any injury sustained." 3 continued, "Regardless of which spiral you ascend to reach the summit, the trial will be deemed complete." After listening to 3's explanation, Qian Renshua pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there a limit to the power of retrospection within the Spiral Tower?" 3 clarified, "The retrospection energy is not limitless. It accumulates opportunities at intervals. In simple mode, you'll be able to gauge the accumulation of retrospection energy, and as you approach the tower summit, the time required for accumulation will decrease. Will enemies in a state of death be revived due to the power of retrospection?" Qian Renshua questioned. 3 responded, "I can assure you that in this trial, regardless of whether in simple, ordinary, or difficult mode, death signifies an end. Whether it's you or your enemies, once dead, one is no longer within the Spiral Tower's range of retrospection." Nodding, Qian Renshua regarded the towering structure. The crux of the matter lay in addressing the enemies before the power of retrospection manifested, as inflicting a grievous blow upon an enemy is preferable to merely wounding them. In the scenario targeting enemies, should Qian Rinxue eliminate her foes, the use of retrospection energy would be futile. Conversely, in the self-targeting retrospection, as long as she resolved her opponent, even if she were affected by retrospection, there would be no cause for concern. However, based on Qian Rinxue's predictions regarding the system trials, the emphasis would not solely rest on choosing one of the two paths. She sensed that in difficult mode, she would face a situation where the two spirals would converge into one, simultaneously targeting both herself and her enemies. Thus, she must navigate both paths, adapting to two forms of spiral movements. Only by making the most thorough preparations can she confront the arduous journey of the spiral path. Having completed my introduction, I ask you, trialist, which path do you choose? I shall first attempt to confront my own retrospection, Qian Rinxue declared. The crimson passageway opened, and Qian Rinxue ascended the spiral, making her way towards the summit of the spiral tower. Upon reaching the apex, she encountered a piece of information. Spiral indicator, 0. Next spiral energy accumulation time, 10 o'clock. On the steps of the spiral tower, Qian Rinxue faced an adversary at every 100 steps, each opponent possessing strength comparable to hers. However, their martial spirits paled in comparison, and while conserving her soul power, Qian Rinxue effortlessly dispatched these soul masters using her efficient six-winged sword technique, swiftly advancing towards the pinnacle of the spiral tower. As 10 minutes elapsed, the first spiral indicator was fully charged. At that moment, Qian Rinxue found herself in a fierce battle with a soul master wielding a snowburst bear martial spirit. The snowburst bear, Soul King, unleashed an ice explosion technique, shattering ice shards that scattered widely. It was not difficult for Qian Rinxue to evade these attacks with her keen perception amidst the chaos. However, an unfathomable power enveloped her body, rendering her unable to resist. She felt her time reverting, returning to a state where she had previously evaded. An ice shard pierced towards her heart and abdomen, penetrating her body and causing blood to spill from the corner of her mouth. This first retrospection resulted in a significant setback for Qian Rinxue. Fortunately, after a single retrospection and recharging, the injuries she sustained were not fatal. Dragging her wounded body, she ultimately vanquished the Soul Master and dispatched several more obstacles, reaching the first retrospection replenishment point. After restoring her condition, Qian Rinxue continued her ascent towards the tower's summit. Upon leaving the replenishment point, she noticed that the time for the next spiral energy accumulation had decreased from 10 minutes to 8 minutes. The interval between each retrospection would continue to shorten. She pressed onward towards the tower's peak. When the second retrospection energy accumulation time arrived, Qian Rinxue encountered no opponents, thus the spiral tower did not utilize its retrospection power, preserving this opportunity while the next retrospection remained on a countdown. This level of the tower would choose the opportune moment to activate retrospection. When it could not do so, it would accumulate the spiral indicators for the next activation. Qian Rinxue pondered the implications. If the spiral tower opted not to activate retrospection at the base, but instead gathered spiral indicators, then during a crucial phase, it could unleash a full-scale retrospection. Contemplating this, Qian Rinxue felt a heaviness in her heart. This was not mere paranoia. While such a situation might not arise in easy or normal modes, what if it manifested in hard mode? What would she do then? As she advanced, she mulled over strategies while dispatching her foes. Each time she entered a state of retrospection, Qian Rinxue contemplated how to safeguard herself and confront her opponents. Her strategy for the spiral tower was to adopt an aggressive approach, eliminating enemies before the spiral tower could initiate retrospection. Initially, this tactic proved sound, but as time progressed, complications arose. The spiral tower was manipulated by a conscious will. When it determined that it was not the right moment for retrospection, it would accumulate opportunities. And if Qian Rinxue chose not to confront retrospection, the amassed opportunities would increase. Upon reaching the summit, all accumulated spiral indicators would erupt. And while her opponents would remain unchanged in strength, her own retrospection would become increasingly frequent. Even the strongest of mental fortitude could succumb to the relentless passage of time. She fell just shy of completing the simple trial, collapsing near the pinnacle of the spiral tower. Brother Shun, as Shun Chongqing traversed the path, he exchanged greetings or nods with familiar faces. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excess expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this, for they were in the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Daqin by vanquishing demons and monsters. albeit with other ancillary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent towards many matters. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing felt a degree of discomfort, but he soon acclimatized. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained therein were either powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. Within the JinBao division, there were two primary professions, the guardian and the exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as an exterminator, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a guardian. In his former life, Shun Changqing had been a probationary exterminator, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. Before long, Shun Changqing halted before an attic. Unlike the other blood-soaked corners of the JinBao division, this attic stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive violence. The door of the attic swung open, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the attic, the ambience shifted dramatically. An aroma of ink mingled with a faint trace of blood assailed his senses, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before relaxing once more. The sanguine scent that clung to everyone in the JinBao division was nearly impossible to wash away. Upon exiting the Spiral Tower trial space, Qian Rinxue invested her points once more to re-enter the Spiral Tower for a challenge. This time, she altered her strategy, deliberately exposing vulnerabilities to endure retrospection. Each instance of retrospection meant she would face deadly attacks from her enemies. Surviving the initial retrospection and ascending to mid-high levels, Qian Rinxue adopted an aggressive stance, leveraging the formidable speed of her six-winged angel to swiftly eliminate foes and reach the tower's summit, successfully completing her first trial. After concluding her self-retrospection trial, Qian Rinxue initiated a trial focused on her enemy's retrospection. With her previous experience, she understood that avoiding early retrospection would only result in accumulating opportunities for later, increasingly formidable adversaries. Therefore, within this retrial, Qian Rinxue prepared dual strategies, feigning an attack to compel the Spiral Tower to employ retrospection to save her enemies. After utilizing the retrospection opportunity, she would then execute a decisive attack to eliminate her foes. Ensuring each retrospection opportunity was utilized, she aimed to unleash her power just before achieving success, employing aggressive tactics to prevent the Spiral Tower from invoking retrospection, thus reaching the tower's apex. Throughout this period, she confronted both her self-retrospection and her enemy's retrospection, persevering in her trials until she achieved victory. However, whether reflecting upon oneself or contemplating the adversary, Qian Rinxue found herself confronted with a grave dilemma. No matter the approach, the inevitability of retrospection loomed large. In the initial stages, one could evade it, yet as time progressed, complications would only escalate, particularly concerning her own retrospections. Each instance of reflection invariably led her directly onto the path of the enemy's offensive, subjecting her to the relentless assaults from the rotational tower. In simpler circumstances, Qian Rinxue could withstand their attacks. But what are the more challenging scenarios? How could she devise means of counteraction during the period of retrospection, or shield herself from being slain by her own reflections? This became an urgent issue that required resolution before she could recklessly embark on the trials of the more difficult mode. After spending 4 consecutive days within the trial space, Qian Rinxue resolved to grant herself a brief respite. Upon emerging from the trial space, she was met with news of Gu Qingying's significant actions at the academy. Gu Qingying had engaged in a duel against Tai Long at the Soul Master Academy, not only defeating him, but also severing one of his arms. To Qian Rinxue, this incident was of little consequence. What intrigued her was the sudden ruthlessness displayed by Gu Qingying. How had he become so merciless? Consequently, Qian Rinxue hastened her journey to the Dawn Academy. Meanwhile, after losing an arm, Tai Long returned to the Li family, seeking his grandfather. Grandfather, grandfather! Tai Long cried out, tears streaming down his face. His grandfather, Tai Nuo, emerged, admonishing, "At your age, you still weep like a child. You disgrace our family. Your grandfather has gone to drink with your great-grandfather." Upon glancing at Tai Long, Tai Nuo's gaze fell upon the empty space where Tai Long's right arm had once been, resembling a one-armed Yonghua. He was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he gazed at Tai Long, who had lost his once powerful right hand. Panic surged within Tai Nuo as he approached Tai Long, inspecting the vacant shoulder. What happened? Tell me, what transpired with your arm? Tai Long sobbed, recounting the grievances he endured at the Dawn Academy. Hearing that his son had been maimed by a rural newcomer, and that the academy had not intervened but allowed the perpetrator to roam free, Tai Nuo's anger boiled over. How audacious of the Dawn Academy to harm the son of the great Power King. He scoffed, seizing Tai Long's left hand. Kulme, we shall pay a visit to the Dawn Academy. I will make them aware of the might of the great Power King. Upon her arrival at the Dawn Academy, Qian Renshue inquired about the events that transpired. It was I who incapacitated Tai Long, Hua Chong confessed. Confused, Qian Renshue asked, I recall no animosity between you and the Li family. What compels this? There is no animosity, but my young master. I cannot divulge that the Li family is merely a faithful hound to Tang San. I intend to target the Li family. They are beyond persuasion. They have pledged their allegiance solely to Tang Hao. If they are nothing but someone else's dog, why not eliminate them and feast on dog meat instead? Hua Chong articulated. Qian Renshue replied, while your reasoning is sound, have you considered the implications of our actions towards the Li family upon our relations with the other 3 single attribute families? Slaying the Li family would irrevocably sever our ties with them, extinguishing any chance of alliance. Naturally, Qian Renshue also intended to explore whether the Li family could be swayed. Hua Chong realized that Qian Renshue's intentions lay with the other 3 families, and before attempting to ally with them, it would be prudent to refrain from attacking the Li family. Initially, Hua Chong had contemplated eliminating them, but upon reflection, she decided to adjust her strategy. Although still aimed at the Li family, it would be wise not to strike until the other 3 families have been secured. As their conversation unfolded, an uproar erupted outside the academy. You are the one who harmed my son, are you not? Tai Nuo, accompanied by Tai Long, stormed into the academy, seeking out Gu Qingying and Lin Yaya, who were on their way to return a Soul Beast Compendium to the Soul Master Library. The great Power King, Tai Nuo, confronted the trio with palpable fury. Simultaneously, the oppressive aura of a Soul King bore down upon them, with Gu Qingying enduring the brunt of Tai Nuo's pressure. She, under the weight of the great Power King's soul force, declared, it was I who did it, but during the duel, we agreed that any injury sustained, barring death, would be borne by the combatants. I care not for your rules. All I know is that you have made my son. You are Gu Qingying, correct? You are aware of the consequences of harming my son. They nos tatet. What do you intend to do? Despite enduring they nos fierce gaze. Gu Qingying exhibited no sign of retreat, challenging him instead. Shun Xiong, Shun Chongqing, while traversing the path, greeted familiar faces with nods and gestures. Yet, on every countenance, there lingered no excess of emotion, as if apathy reigned supreme. To this, Shun Chongqing had long since acclimatized, for this was the JinBao, an institution dedicated to the stability of the Qin, primarily tasked with the extermination of demons and monsters, although it engaged in various auxiliary endeavors. Indeed, every individual within the JinBao bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many things lose their significance. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Chongqing experienced initial discomfort, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao was vast. Those who remained were either exceptionally skilled individuals or those with the potential to become formidable. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao comprised 2 primary vocations, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Every entrant began as a Chu Mo Shi, gradually ascending to ultimately aspire to become a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a novice Chu Mo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former life, he had become well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao. It did not take long for him to pause before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales of the JinBao, this pavilion stood out, emanating an air of tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with sporadic comings and goings. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed abruptly. A blend of ink fragrance intermingled with a faint hint of blood assailed his senses, causing his brow to furrow momentarily before relaxing once more. The sanguine aroma clung to every member of the JinBao, nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. What do I want? Tai Nuo declared. I shall incapacitate you and then arrange for you to wed my son. I can spare your life. The initial decision rests upon Tai Nuo's contemplation. His son has already suffered the loss of an arm, rendering him incapable of harnessing the formidable power of the Li Xing martial soul. Thus, he places his hopes upon his granddaughter. This young girl, merely 8 years of age, possesses a soul power of 24, capable of shattering his son's arm with a single punch, undoubtedly marking her as an exceptional progenitor. If she were to wed his son, the offspring they produce, should they inherit the Douluo martial soul, would undoubtedly exhibit remarkable talent. Conversely, if she were to pass on her own martial soul, it would signify that her martial soul's quality surpasses that of the Li clan, thus elevating the clan to unprecedented heights. As for the reason behind her incapacitation, it is straightforward. He does not wish for her to possess the means to resist. Her martial soul will not vanish due to her being crippled. Her lineage continues unbroken. The Li clan covets her divine bloodline, rather than her individual prowess. Once she grows strong, she will support the clan. Such occurrences are commonplace in the Douluo continent, where nobility relies on bloodlines, while the impoverished depend on mutations. Although the probability of a civilian's martial soul mutating is low, the vast population ensures that a few individuals inevitably emerge with extraordinarily powerful martial souls. These soul masters either integrate into noble families, rise within the martial soul hall, or, as in this case, attract the attention of a noble family, leading to their incapacitation and subsequent marriage to a male member of that family, thereby becoming a vessel for the superior martial soul. Tai Nuo's objective aligns with this scheme. Should Gu Qingying's martial soul prove exceptional, she would become a formidable vessel for replacing the Li clan's martial soul. In the future, should the clan's bloodline transform into that of the divine princess's martial soul, they may ascend dramatically. Gu Qingying is fully aware of Tai Nuo's intentions. With a cold chuckle, Tai Nuo asserted, "You have no choice in this matter. Joining the Li clan and marrying my son is a privilege bestowed upon you. You should graciously accept this honor." As he approached Gu Qingying, he continued, "You need not attend school any longer. Return with me to the Li clan and prepare to bear my son's offspring." Witnessing this, Qianren Shue's eyes narrowed as she remarked, "You are indeed correct. The Li clan requires proper handling." Although she does not endorse Hua Chang's aggressive policies against the Li clan, the audacity of this family to reach into her domain and attempt to incapacitate Gu Qingying for breeding is tantamount to courting death. Just as Tai Nuo seemed to gain the upper hand, Qianren Shui interjected, placing her sword between Tai Nuo and Gu Qingying. "Who are you?" Tai Nuo inquired. "I am Qingying's sister. If you wish to harm my sister, have you consulted me?" Qianren Shui replied. At that moment, she activated her destiny source eye to assess their fortunes. Quite amusingly, these two obscure figures displayed contrasting fortunes. Tai Nuo's fortune radiated a pale purple, while Tai Long's glimmered a deeper purple. "You are her sister? Excellent. Then I shall capture both of you and bring you back to the Li clan for atonement." Tai Nuo, empowered by the Li martial soul, was a formidable soul king, boasting 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple, earning him a modest reputation in the soul master realm. Self-styled as the king of strength, Tai Nuo unleashed a powerful punch towards Qianren Shui. However, an overwhelming aura of Soul King energy erupted from Qianren Shui, with 5 soul rings cascading around her sacred sword. The configuration of yellow, purple, and black soul rings appeared vividly before the onlookers. In a flash, Qianren Shui evaded Tai Nuo's attack, positioning herself behind him. Despite his strength, his speed was lacking. He resembled a clumsy gorilla, she mused. Enraged by her mockery, Tai Nuo retaliated with a soul technique, turning to strike at Qianren Shui. This time, instead of dodging, she parried his blow with her sword. In the next instant, a radiant glow enveloped her, and she vanished from Tai Nuo's sight, reappearing behind him. "It seems the lesson left for your son was insufficient. I shall take your right arm instead." With that, she swung her sword down upon him. The golden sacred sword cleaved through Tai Nuo's robust right arm in an instant, severing it cleanly. As Tai Nuo regained his senses from the fury, the searing pain from his shoulder and the void where his arm once was elicited a cry of anguish. Tai Long hurriedly rushed to support his father, who was drenched in sweat, using his soul power to staunch the flow of blood from the wound. His gaze filled with hatred as he glared at Qianren Shui. "Do you not realize I am from the Li clan? Prepare for our clan's retribution." "Let them come," Qianren Shui retorted, her sacred sword shimmering with holy light, cleansing the bloodstains from its blade. Hua Chang shook her head in disappointment, lamenting that this incident had not drawn Titan into the fray. Titan was the true heavyweight here, possessing the strength of an 86th level soul Douluo, capable of challenging a title Douluo under extreme circumstances. However, his true value lay not in his power, but in being one of the three great master craftsmen of the age. Thus, the father and son, each missing an arm, supported one another as they departed from the Dawn Academy. On their way back, Tai Nuo's thoughts grew increasingly troubled. The more he pondered, the more regret consumed him. Though the Li Ji clan's guerrillas were often impulsive, it did not imply they were fools. Tai Nuo reflected. It became evident that their adversaries were fully aware of Tai Long and his identity, and thus could not be ignorant of the Li Ji clan's might. Even without the protection of the Haoyan sect, the clan remained a formidable force. The audacity to provoke the Li Ji clan suggested their adversaries possessed a significant backing, one that allowed them to disregard any potential retaliation. With this realization, Tai Nuo turned to Tai Long and instructed, "Do not speak of this matter to your grandfather." "Why not, Baba?" Tai Long queried, perplexed. "We may have incurred the wrath of an adversary beyond our capacity to confront, and I fear he may act rashly in seeking revenge," Tai Nuo elucidated. "Brother Shun." As Shun Chongqing walked along the path, he encountered familiar faces, exchanging nods or greetings. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excess expression, appearing indifferent to all. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor. For this was the Zhen Moc, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and supernatural beings, though they engaged in various other endeavors. Within the Zhen Moc, every individual bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Chongqing found it disconcerting, but over time, he adapted. The Zhen Moc was vast, and those who remained were either powerful masters or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter. The Zhen Moc was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Demon Exterminator. Upon entering the JinBao, every individual begins their journey as a mere apprentice exorcist, gradually ascending the ranks with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a Guardian. Shun Chongqing, in his previous incarnation, was one such apprentice, occupying the lowest tier among exorcists. Possessing the memories of his former self, he was intimately familiar with the environment of JinBao. It did not take him long to halt before a particular pavilion. In stark contrast to the other grim locales of JinBao, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, emanating a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance, mingled with a faint scent of blood, enveloped him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before quickly relaxing. The sanguine aroma that clung to everyone in JinBao was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Titan, the powerful Hercules, had also arrived, expressing his desire for vengeance, proclaiming that no member of the Li family was cowardly. Talon interjected, delivering a sharp reprimand, stating that he never suggested abandoning their quest for retribution. Rather, he merely hoped to refrain from rash actions until they fully understood their adversaries' backgrounds. Given that their lineage was known, it was likely their foes possessed their own confidence. Talon feared that informing their grandfather might provoke an impulsive reaction. Talon, however, dismissed this notion, believing it inconceivable to endure such a significant loss without seeking justice. He insisted that only their grandfather could rectify this situation. After returning to the Li family, Talon began recuperating and dispatched individuals to investigate the identities of Gu Qingying and her companions. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Li family after drinking with Niu Gao, Titan did not encounter Talon, but instead found Talon waiting for him. Seeing his grandfather return, the boy rushed toward him, tears in his eyes, exclaiming his joy. However, Titan's expression turned to one of concern upon noticing Talon's missing arm. "My dear grandson, what has happened to your arm?" Titan inquired. Talon recounted the events of the past few days, embellishing his tale of woe, and concluded with a tone of deep grievance, explaining how he merely intended to invite Gu Qingying and her companions to join their clan, only to face their cruel retaliation that severed both his and Titan's arm. Titan's fury ignited upon hearing this, vowing that the Li family would seek retribution for the affront against his son and grandson. He declared, "Come, my dear grandson, let us avenge this wrong." Thus, the pair set forth towards the Dawn Academy. Meanwhile, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reported that they had gathered intel on the talented individuals from the Royal Battle Team who had previously challenged them and were now enrolled at the Dawn Academy. Dawn Academy? Ning Fengji inquired. Yes, master, the informant confirmed. Dawn Academy was formerly known as Blue Tyrant Academy, which was recently renamed. Ning Fengji nodded, recalling previous information regarding Blue Tyrant Academy, established by Liu Erlong, a member of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, as an institution for all soul masters. However, it had recently undergone a name change following the defeat of the Royal Battle Team. It is evident that this academy has been assimilated by the Temporal Hall. We can establish contact with the Temporal Hall through this institution, Ning Fengji concluded. Swordmaster, accompany me to pay them a visit. Yes, master, came the reply. After severing Talon's arm, Qian Renxue obtained information regarding the Leaf family and the 4 single attribute clans from Huachong and Menglingxian. The 4 single attribute clans, once affiliated with the Haotian sect, found themselves in disfavor with the Wuhuan Hall due to Tang Hao's actions, leading him to withdraw from the sect and vanish, while the Haotian sect also retreated from the world. Thus, both Tang Hao and the Haotian sect evaded retribution from the Wuhuan Hall, yet the 4 single attribute clans suffered, abandoned by the Haotian sect and left to bear the brunt of Wuhuan Hall as pressure. Consequently, these clans shared a common trait, a deep-seated animosity towards both the Haotian sect and the Wuhuan Hall. Their resentment toward the Wuhuan Hall was understandable, while their hatred for the Haotian sect stemmed from being forsaken. However, the Leaf family differed from the others. They had once regarded Tang Hao as their master and held no animosity towards him, continuing to see him as their leader. Tang Hao certainly had a devoted servant, Qian Renxue remarked. It is intriguing that the Leaf family, despite all, does not harbor resentment towards Tang Hao, the very person who led to their abandonment. From the perspective of the 4 single attribute clans, the one to blame should be Tang Hao, not the Haotian sect, which merely abandoned them. The true culprit is Tang Hao. At that moment, a rough voice resonated from outside the Dawn Academy. The perpetrator who harmed my grandson and son stepped forward, or I shall raise your academy to the ground. It seems Titan has arrived. Let's go meet him, Qian Renxue suggested. Indeed, Huachong agreed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Titan stood outside the academy with Talon, exuding an air of righteous indignation, wholly unaware of the impending confrontation. Shortly thereafter, Qian Renxue, accompanied by Huachong, Menglingxian, and Gu Qingying, arrived at the academy's entrance. Upon their arrival, Talon pointed at Qian Renxue and then at Gu Qingying, declaring, "Grandfather, it's her who severed my arm, and her as well. She harmed me. You must avenge me." Titan, ablaze with fury, turned his gaze upon Qian Renxue and Gu Qingying, stating, "You dare to harm my son and grandson?" "Indeed," Qian Renxue responded. "However, Titan clan leader, have you inquired about the reason behind the severing of his arm?" "Regardless of the reason," Titan retorted, "you have dared to inflict such injury upon my son and grandson. You must pay the price. You and that young girl shall have your soul power stripped. You harmed my son, so you shall become his concubine, and you, young lady, shall be wed to my grandson." At this declaration, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of Huachong and Menglingxian. But they were swiftly restrained by Qian Renxue. "And what if I refuse?" she challenged. "Refuse?" Titan let out a cold laugh and said, "You have no choice. However, I can offer you an opportunity. Brother Shun, As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings or nods with familiar faces. Yet, regardless of who it was, each individual wore a mask of indifference, as if they were apathetic to everything. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, for he was within the ranks of the JinBao, an organization dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and supernatural beings, alongside various other undertakings. It could be said that every member of the JinBao bore the stains of blood on their hands. When one becomes desensitized to life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing found it difficult to adapt, but over time, he became accustomed to it. The JinBao was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The organization was divided into two professions, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu-Mo Shi. Any individual who entered the JinBao began as a Chu-Mo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending to the position of Zhenshou Shi. Shun Changqing's past self was merely an apprentice, Chu Mo Shi, the most junior among them, possessing the memories of his former self. He was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Sea. Before long, Shun Changqing halted before a particular loft. Unlike the other somber locations within the JinBao Sea, this loft stood out as a serene oasis amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors were ajar, and, occasionally, individuals entered or exited. Shun Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood rushed towards him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it soon relaxed. The bloodied scent that clung to every member of the JinBao Sea was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. "I grant you 3 minutes," declared Khan, producing a stick of incense and casually tossing it towards Qian Renshue, where it sailed past her left side and embedded itself into the wall behind her. "If you can withstand my pressure for the duration of this incense, I will spare both you and your sister. However, should you falter, then I shall leave your fate in your own hands." Qian Renshue responded, signaling for Hua Chong and the others to step back as she activated her fate source, to a SNS condition. Titan age, 68, martial soul, great strength gorilla. Innate soul power, 7, soul power level, 86, soul ring configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 luck level. Light orange, relationship, 40, 80. Light orange luck? Qian Renshue regarded Titan with profound contemplation. By all accounts, Titan's potential had been fully realized, and the Great Strength Clan had reached its peak. Yet he possessed a light orange fortune. Reflecting upon the blue-silver emperor, which bore a connection to Tang Hao, she pondered whether the fortunate ones were all linked to him. Was it possible that the child of destiny was intricately tied to Tang Hao? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts surged through Qian Renshue's mind. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such considerations. That suppressive aura was imminent, and she did not let it weigh heavily on her mind. It was merely the pressure of a soul master. Qian Renshue unleashed her full power, activating her angel domain with dual divine level martial souls and dual 100,000-year soul ring configurations. Even a soul Douluo could contend with her, let alone a mere pressure from Han. Facing as pressure was, in fact, a valuable trial for Qian Renshue. "Well, you have some guts," Titan remarked. "Then I shall acknowledge you as my daughter-in-law." Qian Renshue retorted, "Your son is unworthy of even carrying my shoes. Let me first endure this incense before we speak further." A flash of anger crossed his face, but he said nothing further, instead unleashing his soul to a level pressure upon Qian Renshue. As the immense soul power pressed down upon her, Qian Renshue's martial soul, the holy sword of angels, directly withstood his soul to a level pressure, remaining unfazed beneath the overwhelming force. The events occurring at the Royal Do Academy did not circulate widely, yet many were aware of them. Initially, the Great Strength Clan Hankook had suffered setbacks due to their lack of attention to these matters. However, a thorough investigation would reveal the truth behind these occurrences. After conducting some inquiries, Tainoa received this information. The Dusk of the Gods team was backed by at least one title de law, and not just any title de law, but a super de law. Realizing this, cold sweat trickled down Ko's forehead. Thankfully, he had not disclosed this information to otherwise, the Great Strength Clan would have tangled with an unassailable enemy. It seemed that he would have to bear the bitter consequences of losing this arm. Upon learning of the formidable presence behind their adversaries, Toa, despite harboring resentment, dared not pursue vengeance for his son. Naturally, upon acquiring such intelligence, he had no thoughts of retaliation as he returned to the Great Strength Clan to inquire about his whereabouts. The guard informed him, "Young clan leader. The clan leader has taken young Master to the Dawn Academy." "What?" Toa's eyes widened in shock as he hurriedly exited, heading towards the Dawn Academy. He hoped it was not too late. Initially, Qian Renshue calmly ended his soul power suppression, which took him by surprise. Thus, he intensified his pressure, adjusting it to the maximum. Yet Qian Renshue continued to hold her ground. As the incense burned shorter and shorter, his expression darkened. "You, a soul king, have managed to withstand my soul Douluo's pressure for so long. Am I a mere charlatan?" Despite his efforts to amplify his pressure, Qian Renshue remained steadfast against him. This realization plunged Khan into despair. She was undoubtedly a genius, perhaps even more potent than his own master. A soul king who could endure his soul level pressure for such an extended period was a talent the Great Strength Clan had offended. What would become of them once she reached her full potential? A fleeting thought of eliminating her crossed his mind. Just as this notion took root, Taimo arrived, panting heavily as he reached the outskirts of Dawn Academy. Witnessing his father's exertion of soul power against Qianrenshua, his expression shifted, and he approached Ta, whispering urgent words into his ear. Taitong was instantly taken aback. All right, the incense has burned for a duration, Qianrenshua stated. It seems, clan leader Khan, that your reputation as the great strength god is somewhat unmerited. Taitan regained his composure, casting a wary glance at Qianrenshua and her companions. Since you have endured under my pressure for a full incense, I shall not pursue this matter further. Tai Noa, Tai Long, let us depart. With that, Taitan turned to leave with Kanlo and Kong, but Qianrenshua's voice rang out behind them. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? What other business do you have? Esteemed one, Taitan inquired. Your matters have been resolved, yet mine remain unaddressed, Hua Qiang remarked. Do not presume that the insult to my elder sister can be so easily dismissed. You have severed an arm from both my son and my grandson. What more do you wish to accomplish? Taitan retorted angrily. The situation with Tai Long arose from a wager. He entered the arena and must bear the consequences of any injury sustained. Hua Qiang stated, Taino's predicament is due to his affront towards Gu Qingying attempting to incapacitate him. And your situation mirrors this very point. What is it that you intend to do? Taitan responded with fury. I am not unreasonable. Since you have granted my elder sister a stick of incense worth of time, I shall afford you the same. No, you need not take that long, under my pressure. You need only endure for 3 minutes. Upon saying this, she closed her eyes, and, when she opened them again, a black rose began to take root and flourish around her, transforming into what resembled a dark garden. 4 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings encircled Hua Qiang. A tremor coursed through Taitan and his companions. A tidal Douluo, indeed a tidal Douluo with 100,000-year soul rings. Taino and Taitan cast reproachful glances at Tai Long. Tai Long felt a deep sense of grievance. Why do you look at me? Under my soul power suppression. Endure for 3 minutes, and should you succeed, I shall release you. If you falter, however, I shall take your most formidable arm as payment. Hua Qiang spoke nonchalantly. I have already granted you the opportunity. It is now up to you to seize it. 3 minutes, merely 3 minutes, do not say that I, Hua Qiang, did not afford you a chance. For other soul masters, the loss of an arm may be bearable, but for the Li Ji family, the loss of an arm equates to utter ruin. They specialize solely in strength. Outside of that, they possess naught. Relying on sheer force, Taitan, an 86-level soul Douluo, could contend with a tidal Douluo. With the loss of an arm, however, he would never attain his peak potential, relegated instead to that of an ordinary soul Douluo. A soul master of the Li Ji family, whose strength only reaches that of an ordinary soul Douluo, is akin to being rendered useless. Moreover, the implications extend beyond mere soul mastery. As a blacksmith, his prowess hinges not only on his exquisite forging skills, but also on his physical strength. To lose an arm would diminish him in that craft as well. Thus, Taitan could not afford to relinquish that limb under any circumstance. Very well, Your Excellency, I shall endure for 3 minutes under your soul power suppression. Taitan contemplated, confident in his strength as an 86th level soul Douluo. He believed he could withstand the pressure for 3 minutes. He instructed his son and grandson to step back, summoned his martial soul, and maximized his state. Revealing his true form, the immense muscular gorilla merged with him, addressing Hua Qiang. Let us begin, Your Excellency. Hua Qiang gazed at the enormous gorilla, a faint smile gracing her lips before closing her eyes. Upon opening them, a crimson light flashed, and an overwhelming wave of soul power descended. The seemingly robust gorilla found itself nearly overwhelmed by Hua Qiang's relentless pressure, teetering precariously as blood trickled from its lips. Grandfather, Baba, Tai Long, and Taino watched with concern. Do not approach, I can still hold on, Taitan declared. In truth, his condition was far from favorable. He had initially believed he could endure 3 minutes. But the moment he collided with Hua Qiang's vast soul power, he realized his miscalculation. Her suppression was like an ocean, and he was but a small vessel, ever on the brink of capsizing. Within the realm of tidal Douluo, each level vastly differs. She was evidently not an ordinary tidal Douluo, but a super Douluo, whereas he was not even a tidal Douluo. 3 minutes? To Taitan, each second felt like an eternity, and his ability to persist was solely a testament to his sheer will. Can you still hold on? Hua Qiang sneered coldly. having no intention of allowing Titan to endure for the full 3 minutes. You shall not last even a minute. A black soul ring encircled Hua Qiang's form. 7th soul skill, Hell Rose True Form. Behind her, dark azure rose vines clustered together, forming a colossal rose. The black rose bloomed, revealing a sinister flower to all present. Witnessing this, Titan felt a surge of rage. You offer me no opportunity whatsoever. With her martial soul's true form unleashed, Hua Qiang's soul power pressure surged like a tidal wave, each subsequent wave overwhelming the last. Initially, Titan resisted valiantly, kneeling on one knee, blood spilling from his mouth. Soon, both knees buckled, and he found himself unable to maintain his stance. Ultimately, he could not even remain kneeling. His martial soul's true form dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, his face pressed against the earth, stained with his own blood. In the next moment, Hua Qiang lifted the suppression of her soul power, and her martial soul, Titan had lost. He had failed to endure even 30 seconds. Hua Qiang approached Titan, crouched down, and grasped his neck, lifting him effortlessly. She admonished him, expressing her disappointment. You were given an opportunity, yet you could not seize it. As she spoke, she mockingly patted Titan's head. Titan seethed with rage. If not for the disparity in their strength, he would have torn her apart. You all witnessed. I had stipulated that under my soul power suppression, if you endured for 3 minutes, I would release you. It is not that I did not grant you an opportunity. Rather, you were incapable. Therefore, today, let your arm remain here. Were it not for future intentions of consolidating relationships with other single attribute families, it would not be wise to easily forge enmities. For Hua Qiang, an arm was hardly sufficient. Eliminating Titan entirely would be the most effective course of action. As she spoke, she reached for Titan's right arm. Your Excellency, please show mercy. A most unwelcome voice interjected. Hua Qiang turned her gaze towards the source of the voice. Ning Fengji, accompanied by Qianxin, approached leisurely. He regarded Hua Qiang with a nod, stating, Your Excellency, it has been a while. This leader of the Titan clan is an acquaintance of mine, and you have already severed the arms of 2 young members of the Li Ji family. Might I implore you, for my sake, to spare the leader of the Titan clan? Of course, should you desire compensation, the 7 Treasures Lioli sect is prepared to oblige. Ning Fengji, last time I nearly eliminated Tong Hao, yet you intervened. Now, as I intend to incapacitate Titan, you again choose to meddle. What worth does your face hold? I shall not grant you this favor today, and what can you do to me? Hua Qiang replied with a cold laugh. She could have taken action against Titan long ago. Her delay was merely to humiliate him in front of Ning Fengji. What? Do you intend to kill the master? Upon hearing these words, Titan cast a furious glance at Hua Qiang. Silence. This is not a place for your words, Hua Qiang stated bluntly. At her unceremonious remark, Ning Fengji's expression darkened, prompting him to adopt a more persuasive tone. Your Grace, in a sense, Titan can be considered a member of the Haotian sect. I truly fail to comprehend the basis of your enmity with the Haotian sect. If it is not a matter of life and death, why harbor such grievances? In my view, it would be wiser for both parties to take a step back, transforming conflict into harmony. Would that not be splendid? The Haotian sect was an entity Ning Fengji sought to ally with, and the Temporal Palace was also an object of his interest. Hua Qiang's presence alongside Meng Lingxian made her identity apparent, as she was the titled Douluo of the Temporal Palace. Currently, a rift had arisen between the Haotian sect and the Temporal Palace, a situation Ning Fengji was reluctant to witness. He believed that on this continent, the Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly powerful, with Bibi Dong harboring ambitious designs aimed at all factions. It was imperative for the various forces on the continent to set aside past grievances and collaborate harmoniously, lest they fall prey to the Spirit Hall one by one. If conflict erupts between you both, who ultimately benefits? The Spirit Hall. At this moment, Qian Rinxue emerged, revealing her full strength alongside Meng Lingxian. 9 soul rings, 3 purple, for black, and 2 red, swirled around her, and the immense soul power she exuded left even the sword Douluo astounded. From her aura, Chun Xin sensed an oppressive level of soul power, indicating she was a rank 97 titled Daw, surpassing even his father's peak level. Titan's arm is as good as severed, Qian Rinxue declared. Even if the Pope of the Spirit Hall were to come, we would not yield. Ning Fengji, who had always respected his mentor, found himself in a predicament. This troublemaker had first intervened during the confrontation with Shrek Academy. Had it not been for him, the teachers of Shrek would have long been imprisoned. The second instance was when Hua Chong intended to kill Tang Hao, and again, this meddler appeared. Without his interference, Tang Hao would have surely perished. Now, he was causing chaos once more, and Qian Renxue was resolute in refusing him any leniency. Even with Ning Fengji aiding the sword Douluo, they might not stand a chance against Meng Lingxian, especially with Hua Chong lurking nearby. Realizing that the situation could not be diffused, Ning Fengji retreated, stating, "I merely acted as a mediator, seeking to ease the tensions between both parties. If that is not possible, then I have no further words to offer." Initially, Titan had harbored a glimmer of hope upon Ning Fengji's arrival, but that hope dissipated as he withdrew. Qian Renxue nodded towards Hua Chong, who seized Titan's arm and, right before Ning Fengji's eyes, brutally tore it from his body, along with the skin of his abdomen. Despite Titan's unwavering will, he could not withstand the excruciating pain of his arm being wrenched away. After ripping off Titan's arm, she set it ablaze, severing any chance of its return. Ning Fengji's lips twitched in a grimace. This woman was indeed ruthless. Thus, the Titan and Tai Long lineage could no longer be referred to as the Li Ji clan, but rather, they should be renamed the Yonghua clan. Titan lay discarded like refuse on the ground, while Tanoa and Tai Long hurried to assist their grandfather in leaving. Titan, despite returning to the Li Ji clan, managed to staunch the bleeding and dull the pain with the help of healing soul masters. However, having lost an arm, even with a soul power level of 86, he could not exert his full strength. The loss of his arm had caused both his combat prowess and the craftsmanship of the blacksmiths to plummet. However, the physical injury paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt. At that moment, Titan could not help but reminisce about the formidable figure of the Haotian Douluo. If only my master were here, how could my Li Ji clan endure such indignity? Reflecting on Tang Hao's might, who had, upon becoming a titled Douluo, severely wounded the Pope of the Spirit Hall and 2 other titled Douluo, Titan pondered how their clan could be subjected to such disgrace under the protection of such a powerful hero. Alas, master, where are you? I truly miss you. Titan longed for the glorious days when the Li Ji clan had followed Tang Hao. Grandfather, that incident back then was provoked by the Haotian Douluo himself, leading us to become targets of the Spirit Hall and abandoned by the Haotian sect. Or was the Haotian Douluo at that time? Must we continue to serve Tang Hao? Tai Long, the youngest generation of the Li Ji clan, who had suffered the least, believed that the incident was entirely Tang Hao's fault. Such irresponsibility had brought a formidable enemy upon the Haotian sect and the Li Ji clan, yet he had chosen to sever ties and flee. Of course, Titan retorted, delivering a playful slap to Tai Long's head. Tang Hao's our master. From the moment we acknowledged him, our Li Ji clan vowed to serve him and his descendants for generations, never to betray him. Can we really blame our master for that incident? If not for the Spirit Hall's coercion, would our master have acted as he did? Ultimately, the fault lies with the Spirit Hall. It was because our master fell in love with a soul beast that the Spirit Hall pursued him relentlessly. The Pope of the Spirit Hall was slain by the young master, and the 2 titled Douluo were gravely injured. They brought this upon themselves. Temporal Palace, Temporal Palace, Temporal Palace, Titan muttered bitterly. He addressed Tanoa and Tai Long, my dear son and grandson. The Temporal Palace is not a force we can contend with. Let's abandon thoughts of revenge for now and focus on finding our master. If we can bring him back, then perhaps retribution is still possible. Yes, grandfather, Tai Nua and Tai Long replied in unison. Thus, the Li Ji clan swallowed this bitter pill. As Qian Renxue and her companions prepared to return to the Dawn Academy, Ning Fengji interjected, "Please wait, I have something to say." Lord Ning, are you here to request that we spare Titan? Is there something else? Qian Renxue inquired. Noting the distance in her tone and recalling the earlier unpleasantness, Ning Fengji replied apologetically, "You have misunderstood my intentions. I did not come here for that matter. I merely happened upon the conflict between you and the Li Ji clan and thought to see if I could mediate. If that fails, then so be it. Since you are unwilling to spare Titan, I bear no resentment." Ning Fengji continued, "The purpose of my visit is to represent the 7 Treasures Glazed sect in establishing friendly contact with your temporal palace. What is your stance on this?" The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, being the wealthiest sect in the land, appeared to Qian Renxue as a plump pig awaiting slaughter. Engaging with the 7 Treasures Glazed sect aligned perfectly with her plans. The temporal palace is naturally eager to engage in friendly contact with the prominent forces of the continent. Qian Renxue introduced herself under the guise of Yishui. Upon learning that the Shikong Dian was planning to step into the secular realm, Ning Fengji solidified his thoughts. The Shikong Dian is an obscure, reclusive sect and the pie of the secular world is quite large. Generally, the upper three sects and the lower four sects have already divided their interests, and they would not welcome a hidden sect encroaching upon their benefits. However, Ning Fengji held a different perspective. He adjusted his glasses and inquired, "May I ask, esteemed young sect master, how does your sect's emergence into the secular world affect the various forces in the continent?" Qianren Xue replied, "Ning sect master, to my knowledge, the current visible forces on the continent have historically been divided into the upper three sects, the lower four sects, the Wuhuan Temple, and two great empires. However, following the retreat of the Haotian sect, the upper three sects have dwindled to two, while your JinBao Liuli sect has ascended to the position of the foremost sect in the world. Yet, with the Shirkong Dian's plan to emerge from seclusion, I wonder if this will challenge your esteemed title as the number one sect, Ning sect master." Ning Fengji chuckled wryly, responding, "Young sect master, you may not realize that my title as the number one sect is merely a facade. The JinBao Liuli sect lacks the true strength to uphold such a position, and each step I take is fraught with peril. The current landscape of the continent, as you mentioned, is indeed complex, yet the power of the Wuhuan Temple far surpasses that of other forces. Presently, the Wuhuan Temple is at its zenith, its strength encompassing the totality of all factions. There are no fewer than 10 titled Douluo, and if 10% of soul masters exist in the world, the Wuhuan Temple accounts for 7 or 8. The lower four sects have devolved into mere pawns of the Wuhuan Temple, and the upper three sects have been reduced to 2 due to the Haotian sect's retreat." Pausing briefly, Ning Fengji continued, "Currently, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, Bibi Dong, is an ambitious figure with aspirations to unify the continent. Despite not revealing her intentions overtly in recent years, I have discerned her ambitions through subtle clues. Under these circumstances, my title as the number one sect has become a primary target for the Wuhuan Temple. If it were possible, I would gladly relinquish this title to safeguard my sect." Qianren Xue's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing this, realizing that Ning Fengji, despite the calm facade of the Wuhuan Temple, had keenly perceived the underlying currents. Bibi Dong could be encapsulated in one word: a battle maniac. Her radical approach led her to convene the Elder Council, advocating for a concentrated assault on the JinBao Liuli sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, her aggressive proposal was ultimately rejected by the Elder Council. Yet she did not abandon her ambitions, but instead lay in wait. In recent years, while the various factions appeared tranquil, the Wuhuan Temple meticulously executed its plans to unify the fragmented continent, with the acquisition of the Tiando Empire being a crucial part of this strategy. Although the Wuhuan Temple's actions were shrouded in secrecy, no wall is impenetrable, and while the world appeared to bask in serenity, some prominent figures sensed the tumultuous undercurrents beneath the surface. Ning Fengji was among them. After articulating these thoughts, he shifted the topic, stating, "Regarding your Shirkong Dian's emergence into the secular world, the JinBao Liuli sect would naturally welcome your presence. Should you possess the strength to surpass my sect and claim the title of the number one sect, so be it. However, I am uncertain of the Wuhuan Temple's stance on this matter." Qianren Xue smiled. "You are correct, Ning sect master. The title of the number one sect is but an illusion. Nevertheless, the Shirkong Dian's return to the secular realm shall not be contingent upon the whims of the Wuhuan Temple." Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, should your sect require assistance in your return to the secular realm, feel free to seek the support of the JinBao Liuli sect." "Thank you, Ning sect master," Qianren Xue responded. The discussion between the two was cordial, yet during their exchange, Ning Fengji subtly probed the strength behind Qianren Xue's Shirkong Dian, to which she disclosed that they had not yet revealed their full capabilities. Possessing 2 super Douluo, one at level 97 and another at 96. Their strength was sufficient to challenge the JinBao Liuli sect for the title of the foremost sect. Such power warranted Ning Fengji's utmost attention. Ning Fengji did not place much stock in the title of the number one sect. To put it plainly, the Wuhuan Temple was a spear, while the title was a bird. He would prefer the existence of a formidable Haotian sect to counterbalance the Wuhuan Temple's influence, rather than expose himself as a target by assuming the title of the number one sect. While the JinBao Liuli sect possessed considerable strength, Ning Fengji understood the formidable nature of the Wuhuan Temple and believed that the JinBao Liuli sect had no chance of victory against them. As for the Shirkong Dian's emergence, Ning Fengji was willing to extend his support, even offering to provide a parcel of land and financial backing for the establishment of their sect. However, Qian Renxue declined Ning Fengji's offers. After Ning Fengji departed, Hua Chong expressed her confusion. Elder sister, we currently lack financial resources. If we could secure the support of the JinBao Liuli sect, we could rapidly establish a foundation for our sect. Why refuse his assistance? Meng Lingxian replied. I believe the young master does not wish to incur a debt of gratitude to the JinBao Liuli sect, for material debts are easily repaid. But debts of gratitude are far more challenging. Indeed, Qian Renxue concurred. Debts of gratitude are difficult to repay. Ning Fengji hopes to entangle us with the JinBao Liuli sect through this gesture, but he is mistaken. Although we cannot obtain financial aid from the JinBao Liuli sect this time, I have already prepared a scheme to extract resources from Ning Fengji. Rest assured, he will willingly part with his money. Hua Chong, do you know what the JinBao Liuli sect lacks the most? Hua Chong contemplated for a moment before quickly realizing they lack combat strength. Their direct soul masters are primarily support type and lack the necessary fighting capabilities. Precisely. Their deficiency in combat strength is a significant flaw that support-type soul masters cannot address, Qian Renxue affirmed. Our soul-guided devices can precisely remedy this issue for the JinBao Liuli sect. In this world, only our Shikong Dian produces soul-guided devices. When the time comes, Ning Fengji, this cash cow, shall be at our mercy. Indeed, the JinBao Liuli sect is a prime target, Hua Chong recalled. The JinBao Liuli sect had become a veritable cash cow. For the only source of hidden weapons was Tang San, allowing him to sell them at exorbitant prices to the JinBao Liuli sect, thereby elevating the Tang sect to the status of the #1 sect. Even the most cherished direct descendant, Ning Rongrong, chose to join the Tang sect instead of the JinBao Liuli sect, leaving no descendants bearing the lineage of the 9-treasure glazed tower. Consequently, the JinBao Liuli sect, having enjoyed a brief period of splendor, eventually fell into obscurity, reverting to its former identity as the 7-treasure glazed sect. Though they had jointly triumphed in the 3-god battle, the JinBao Liuli sect suffered the loss of 2 title duo, leading them inevitably toward decline. Was this not another instance of being a cash cow? Hua Chong had also encountered hidden weapons, and in her view, soul-guided devices would be more suitable for the JinBao Liuli sect. While hidden weapons could severely undermine the JinBao Liuli sect, soul-guided devices could not. Upon mentioning the soul guidance device, Qian Renxue promptly made her way to the headquarters of the Shadow Angel Guard, intending to observe the progress of Wang Yuan's training of soul masters. Months had passed, and within Wang Yuan's class, the training of soul masters by the Shadow Angel Guard had been advancing smoothly, with some of the trained individuals already beginning to manufacture soul guidance devices. Although Wang Yuan deemed these devices subpar, Qian Renxue and her fellow novices viewed their production as commendable, albeit with one notable flaw: the low production capacity. Constrained by limitations in raw materials and the lack of technical complexity in certain peripheral components, which merely required the continuous forging by blacksmiths. The production capacity of the soul guidance devices was not particularly high due to the insufficient number of blacksmiths available. I have a suggestion. Chu Xinglian declared as she produced a soul guidance device of her own creation and began to disassemble it. Among these devices, the true essence that qualifies it as a soul guidance device lies within this core, which must be crafted by the soul master themselves. The other components can be refined by artisans, predominantly blacksmiths. If blacksmiths handle these parts while I focus on the core, I could produce around 100 devices of this caliber in a single day, Chu Xinglian confidently asserted. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement, likening this to storage-type soul guidance devices, where the true crux is the storage gem at the core, necessitating the creation of a ring for wearing. If a soul master dedicates their efforts to crafting the storage gem and the ring simultaneously, the output will naturally be limited. However, if one person concentrates on creating the storage gem and another on manufacturing the ring, their collaborative efforts would significantly enhance production. Producing 100 soul guidance devices in a day. What about your training as a soul master? Qian Renxue remarked, gently patting Chu Xinglian's head. As a food-type soul master endowed with innate full soul power and the potential to become a top-tier soul master like Wang Yuan, Qian Renxue was reluctant to see her squander her talents in such a manner. You are right. We cannot afford to waste the precious time of our soul masters on this. We must also recruit a number of blacksmiths, Qian Renxue stated. Previously, she had not devoted herself to rigorous training, instead focusing on political affairs in the Tiando Empire, leaving her somewhat uninformed about the blacksmithing profession. Consequently, she entrusted this matter to Hua Chong and Meng Lingxian, saying, Hua Chong, Meng Lingxian, I leave the recruitment of blacksmiths in your capable hands. Yes, young master, Meng Lingxian replied. However, Hua Chong had a different opinion. Aware of the historical context of the Three God Wars, she recognized this as an opportunity and spoke up, young master, while recruiting blacksmiths is not particularly challenging, attracting high-level blacksmiths is another matter entirely. Are there levels among blacksmiths? Qian Rengshu inquired, astonished. Hua Chong explained, blacksmiths are generally categorized into 7 levels, from lowest to highest: apprentice blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, advanced blacksmith, master blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith, and finally, divine blacksmith. Nodding, Qian Rengshu remarked, I did not expect such intricacies within the seemingly simple blacksmithing profession. Hua Chong continued, every field deserves consideration. Although blacksmithing may not receive as much recognition as soul mastery, it is indispensable in the weapon forging, furniture, and construction industries of both empires. If we were to recruit indiscriminately from the cities, we would likely only attain apprentice to advanced blacksmiths, with perhaps a few master blacksmiths. True grandmaster blacksmiths and divine blacksmiths are not easily found. Only with strong blacksmiths assisting the soul masters can we forge higher-level soul guidance devices. Am I not correct? Your reasoning is sound. However, Hua Chong, since you mentioned that there are 7 levels of blacksmiths on this continent, do you know how many divine blacksmiths there are? Qian Rengshu queried. There are 3, or rather. Now it should be said 2, Hua Chong responded. Qian Rengshu was perplexed. Originally, Titan could be counted as 1 divine blacksmith, but his craft is of a strength-based nature. After I incapacitated his arm, even with his skills as a divine blacksmith, it would be difficult for him to produce divine-grade works. Hua Chong explained. And what are the other 2? Qian Rengshu inquired further. It was clear to Qian Rengshu that Titan could not be swayed to their side, so she did not dwell on him. The other one you are quite familiar with, Tang Hao, Hua Chong stated. Tang Hao. Indeed, he is one of the 3 divine blacksmiths of the continent, possessing strength surpassing Titan, but with an added finesse. He embodies the perfect balance of strength and skill. Qian Rengshu shook her head, recognizing that even the most perfect blacksmiths could also be formidable adversaries. Regrettably, such a genius is an enemy and the very person responsible for my father's death. Likewise, Tang Hao harbors a vendetta against the Spirit Hall, as he lost his wife to them. Our enmity is irreconcilable. It is a matter of either their demise or ours. And what the last divine blacksmith? Qian Rengshu asked. The final divine blacksmith is the crux of my statement. He may lack the strength of Tang Hao or Titan, but he has mastered the art of technique to an unparalleled degree. If Tang Hao balances strength and technique, this individual far surpasses Tang Hao in skill alone. In terms of technique, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the king of blacksmiths. He is none other than the current president of the Blacksmith Association. Lu Gao, the president of the Blacksmith Association? Qian Rengshu mused. Compared to the previous 2 divine blacksmiths, whose allegiance was unattainable, recruiting Lu Gao would be significantly more feasible, Hua Chong noted. President Lu Gao, like our 9th-tier soul master Wang Yuan, shares a singular trait. He is driven by an obsession with his craft. He has devoted his entire life to blacksmithing, even going so far as to infuse his own flesh and blood into the creation of a soul guidance device, ultimately contributing to the formidable weapon of Tang San. Such individuals possess eccentric temperaments. They live solely for their craft, pouring their entire energy into it. Only those with such dedication can reach the pinnacle of their profession. The Soul Master represents a fusion of blacksmithing and soul mastery. If you present a soul guidance device, you need not fear failing to attract Lu Gao, Hua Chong concluded. Qian Rengshu nodded, recalling that she had encountered others of similar obsession, such as Yang Wushuang from the clan. They could be easily swayed if one could facilitate breakthroughs in their respective fields. Now let us discuss the Blacksmith Association, Qian Rengshu prompted. The Blacksmith Association is akin to the Spirit Hall within our Soul Master community, Hua Chong explained. They serve as the overarching organization for the blacksmithing profession. High-level blacksmiths on the continent are primarily affiliated with 3 factions: the Haotian sect, the Li clan, and the Blacksmith Association. The Haotian sect is your foe, and the Li clan is but a pawn of Tang Hao, thus we can only seek skilled blacksmith from the Blacksmith Association. Understood, Qian Rengshu acknowledged, then inquired. Where's the Blacksmith Association located? In the Xingluo Empire, in the city of Gongxin, Hua Chong replied. Gongxin City in the Xingluo Empire? Qian Rengshu murmured. Very well. Let us set forth for Gongxin City immediately. On this journey, Qianren Shui brought along Shilong, Hua Chong, Meng Lingxian, in Wang Yuan to Gongxin City in the Xingluo Empire, while Tian Yi and Ci Shui remained behind to guard the Shadow Angel Guard. Gongxin City, renowned as the capital of blacksmiths, is where the majority of the continent's blacksmith artisans congregate, also serving as the headquarters for the Blacksmith Association. The journey from Tiandou City to Gongxin City consumed over half a month, during which Qianren Shui did not squander her time on the road. Along the way to the Xingluo Empire, she diligently investigated the situation in the metal capital of Gongxin City while also continuously undergoing trials, transitioning from the easier levels to the ordinary levels of the Spiral Tower trials. Upon arriving outside Gongxin City, Qianren Shui refrained from entering, as her wristband indicated a notification. 3 crystals remained on her wristband, and one of them illuminated, signifying that a member of the designated team, the Twilight of the Gods, was nearby. Observing this, Qianren Shui promptly halted. "You all proceed to Gongxin City. I shall find an inn to rest temporarily, and I will join you shortly," she stated. "Sister, I will accompany you," Hua Chong replied. The connection between Gongxin City and Tang Sen would not manifest for several decades, affording them ample time. Hence there was no need to rush. Conversely, Hua Chong was quite curious about the purpose of Qianren Shui's sudden pause. Very well, Qianren Shui acquiesced, allowing Hua Chong to accompany her. The two then stopped in a nearby village close to Gongxin City. The Metal Village. This village is situated near iron mines, and its inhabitants primarily engage in blacksmithing. Their martial souls often include tools such as iron picks and shovels, with some possessing martial souls related to metal products. The villagers of this village earn their livelihood through mining iron ore. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached Qianren Shui and Hua Chong, scrutinizing them before speaking. "I am the village chief, Inwan. What brings you two to our metal village? Are you here to purchase, or?" Qianren Shui shook her head, denying, "Old chief. Our purpose in visiting your village is not to procure, but to seek someone." Old Inwan nodded and led Qianren Shui and Hua Chong into the village. Within the village, Qianren Shui encountered 2 individuals clad in the uniform of the Spirit Hall. "Is today the day of martial soul awakening?" Qianren Shui inquired. Old Inwan shook his head, replying, "No, these 2 from the Spirit Hall are here to collect debts." "Debts?" Qianren Shui was taken aback. Initially, she had no intention of involving herself in this matter, but upon noticing that the location the officials were targeting coincided with her objective, she decided to observe the situation. Knock, knock, knock. The 2 officials rapped forcefully on a door, proclaiming, "Listen inside, come out immediately. You may evade the first day, but not the 15th. The door opened, revealing a burly middle-aged man with a distressed expression, who lamented, "Esteemed official, we truly have no money left. Besides, we have already repaid the money we borrowed from you. What more do you want? You have repaid the principal, but what are the interest? Including interest, you owe 30 gold soul coins, yet you have only repaid 10. There are still 20 gold soul coins outstanding. Hurry and repay the debt, for Bishop Myers cannot wait until tomorrow. If you cannot pay, you must sign this agreement. We will take this child with us," the official declared. "Please, official, grant us a few more days. We will find a way to gather the funds. We cannot let Ai Yuan be taken away," a middle-aged woman pleaded, hiding an 8-year-old child behind her. Qianren Shui noticed the young boy, approximately 9 years of age, who was the target designated by her wristband. Stepping forward, she focused her soul power to clearly discern the contents of the agreement. The agreement stipulated that Zhao Xiang could not repay the gold soul coins for the martial soul awakening on time. Thus, according to the terms, her son was to be surrendered to the Myers family to settle the debt. Upon reading this, Qianren Shui shifted her gaze to the boy, activating her fate source eye. Zhao Yuan age, 9 martial soul, self-playing sacred music innate soul power, 9 soul power level, 10 luck value. Relationship, 0-25, at 9 years old. Zhao Yuan possessed innate 9th level soul power, demonstrating exceptional talent. However, he had squandered his potential, failing to increase his soul power over 3 years. What could possibly be the reason for this? Qianren Shui asked, village chief Inwan. "Could you explain what is happening here?" Old Inwan replied. "This situation involves old Zhao. He has 4 children, and while other families are content with awakening 1 or 2 martial souls, old Zhao insists on awakening all 4 of his children." Qianren Shui expressed her astonishment. "Why do the villagers here not allow their children to awaken their martial? I recall that typically, children can awaken their martial souls by the age of 6, which will provide assistance in life, even if they do not become soul masters. Old Inwan quickly pulled Qianren Shui to a secluded corner of the village, cautiously surveying the surroundings before whispering, "You must be from outside. You are unaware that in the areas governed by Gongxin City, martial soul awakening is not free. Here, it costs 10 gold soul coins for a child to awaken their martial soul, and without payment. How could they possibly travel such a distance to assist in awakening martial souls?" Old Inwan explained. Qianren Shui was taken aback, as she did not recall the spirit hall having specific regions where martial soul awakenings were charged. Old village chief, I recall that throughout the continent, martial soul awakenings for commoner soul masters are generally free, are they not? Old Inwan shook his head, stating that was indeed the case in the past. But several years ago, after the passing of the old bishop in Gongxin City, when Myers took over, the situation changed. Initially, he also offered free awakenings, but eventually, the officials began charging fees, culminating in a standardized price of 10 gold soul coins for each awakening. 10 gold soul coins may seem substantial. It is indeed a hefty sum. 100 copper soul coins can be exchanged for a silver soul coin, and 10 silver soul coins can be traded for a gold soul coin. Thus, 10 gold soul coins equate to 100 silver soul coins, or 10,000 copper soul coins. In the market, a single cabbage costs roughly 1 copper soul coin, meaning that these 10 gold soul coins could purchase 10,000 cabbages. In the Qiando Empire, the average annual income for residents living above the poverty line hovers around 2 to 3 gold soul coins. 10 gold soul coins represent a significant amount, enough to hinder many commoners from reaching the threshold for martial soul awakening. 10 gold soul coins are required for a single martial soul awakening. A surge of indignation welled up within Qianren Shui, and her expression darkened. Old Inwan continued, "Many families simply cannot afford these 10 gold soul coins. However, the Myers family has offered a loan service for martial soul awakening. We commoner soul masters may awaken without paying the 10 gold soul coins up front. But this debt is owed to the Spirit Hall. Many families, lacking funds initially, still wish for their children to awaken their martial souls, leading them to sign the Spirit Hall's predatory loan agreements to facilitate the awakening, only to find themselves burdened with debt. The borrowed amount may have been 10 gold soul coins, but the repayment will far exceed that. The Zhao family initially enjoyed great prosperity, but in their relentless pursuit to awaken the martial souls of their children, they found themselves ensnared by high-interest loans, leading to their current plight. We initially advised him against the expectation that every child would awaken their martial soul, yet he remained obstinately persistent. With a Lao Yifan remarked that it is uncertain whether this is a stroke of luck or misfortune. The fortunate aspect is that the youngest son, Zhao Yuan, has awakened his soul power, presenting the potential to become a soul master. However, the unfortunate reality is that until the debts are settled, the Spirit Hall refuses to issue Zhao Yuan a soul master certification. Without this certification, he cannot enroll in the Soul Master Academy, leaving the family in a state of stagnation. A child with innate soul power at level 9 has missed 2 crucial years of awakening due to the charging system. What is Zhao Yuan's soul power? Qianren Shui inquired. Yifan shook his head and replied, "We are unaware. The deacon responsible for the awakening did not disclose this information to us. The deacon may possess the knowledge of the child's innate soul power, yet chooses not to reveal it. This indicates that the Spirit Hall in Gongxin City harbors significant issues." Qianren Shui then asked, "If gifted children are unable to repay their family's debts, must they all sign that agreement?" Lao Yifan confirmed, stating that over the years, many gifted children, burdened by their family's heavy debts, have been compelled to sign the agreement, thereby joining the Myers family. Although Qianren Shui maintained a calm demeanor, her fists clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. It is disheartening that talented soul masters prioritize their familial obligations over reporting to the Spirit Hall. The Gongxin City Lord is indeed performing admirably. If this place cannot offer free martial soul awakenings, why do you not seek other cities for this purpose? Qianren Shui continued. The Spirit Hall imposes no such restrictions. As long as one meets the age requirement, they can awaken their martial soul at any Spirit Hall. Ahem, Lao Yifan interjected. While the Spirit Hall imposes no such restrictions, the Empire does. The Xingluo Empire has stringent household registration regulations. One must remain in their designated locality without the proper clearance to depart. The residents here are subject to the governance of Gongxin City. To leave, one must report to the relevant bureaucrats and obtain clearance, or risk violating imperial law. Does the Gongxin City Lord not grant you clearance? Qianren Shui asked. Unless one holds a special status ordinary individuals like us cannot obtain clearance from Gongxin City. You may not be aware, but as far as I know, the reason Bishop Myers can enforce a charging system in this territory is closely related to the Gongxin City Lord. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's anger surged. She comprehended that everything was interconnected. Bishop Myers and the Gongxin City Lord were colluding. The bishop had unilaterally altered the Spirit Hall's long-standing policy of free awakenings to a charging system, enriching himself through the fees collected for awakening martial souls. Yet, what if the price of 10 gold soul coins is too steep? The solution is simple: loans. Commoners must resort to borrowing to awaken their martial souls. Even if they do not become soul masters, the benefits of having a martial soul are immeasurable. Many soul masters accept loans for the sake of acquiring their martial souls. The repayment methods are varied. They need not always involve money but can include land, gifted children, or even servitude. For talented soul masters, the Gongxin City Lord does not report their potential, but instead employs various means to coerce these commoner soul masters into joining his family, thereby expanding his clan's influence. The stability of Gongxin City stems from the collusion between Myers and the City Lord, forming a vested interest alliance with the local Spirit Hall and the Xinglua bureaucracy. The Gongxin City Lord and Bishop Myers are truly parasitic leeches embedded within the Spirit Hall. Brother Shun, yes. Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces as he walked along the path, exchanging nods and pleasantries. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore a mask of indifference, as if emotionally detached from everything around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various auxiliary duties. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stain of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt a sense of discomfort, yet over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who remained there were either exceptionally powerful or possessed the potential to become strong. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Demon Suppression Division comprised two primary roles: the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the division began as a low-ranking exterminator, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary exterminator, the most junior of the exterminators. With the memories of his past life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It did not take long for Shen Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the division, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the surrounding chaos. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint hint of blood met him, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively before quickly relaxing. The sanguine scent clung to each member of the Demon Suppression Division, nearly impossible to cleanse. As Qian Rinxue continued to gather allies, she surmised that the system aimed to unveil the hidden darkness of Douluo continent. Through Gu Qingying, she witnessed the pervasive underbelly of slave, trading, and trafficking. Through Chu Xinglian, she observed the depravity of humanity during famine, where the elite vied for power and wealth, even reaching for relief supplies, while the common folk struggled to survive. Through Alan, she discerned the hypocrisy behind the esteemed Haotiandao's glamorous facade. Through Lin Yaya, she glimpsed the dark side of the Haotian clan and many other sects and families across the continent. As the fifth crystal on her bracelet illuminated, Qian Rinxue braced herself to uncover yet another dark facet beneath the surface of a faction. However, to her surprise, she did not witness others, but rather the internal darkness of the Spirit Hall. A bishop of the Spirit Hall, colluding with the city lord of the Xinglua Empire, exploiting their power for personal gain. This revelation left Qian Rinxue momentarily stunned. Throughout the ages, the Wuhuan Temple has consistently left a favorable impression on Qian Rinxue. Whether it be the temple's origins, the first-generation angel god suppressing the evil soul masters, or the successive generations purging these malevolent figures to restore integrity to the realm of soul masters. Not to mention their selfless assistance in awakening the martial souls of the common populace. However, it is unclear when the atmosphere within the Wuhuan Temple has grown so murky. During her conversation with old Ivan, the steward remained aggressive, even resorting to violence in an attempt to see someone. Suppressing her anger, Qian Rengshu approached the two stewards, producing 20 gold soul coins. I will repay this debt on their behalf, she stated, parting the stewards from the Zhao family and handing over the coins. The stewards were momentarily taken aback. Their demand was not for these 20 coins, but for the child, a prodigy with a 9th-level innate support martial soul. Before departing, Myers had instructed them to ensure the Zhao family signed a contract, binding the child firmly under their control. One steward stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you to meddle in this matter? My identity is of little consequence. What matters are these 20 gold soul coins that I have exchanged. Is this not sufficient?" Qian Rengshu replied, 20 gold soul coins? The steward responded, "Miss, that was the previous price. Now it stands at 40 gold soul coins." 40 gold soul coins? Qian Rengshu smiled faintly as she retrieved another 20 coins from her soul guidance device, tossing them to the stewards. "Is this now adequate?" The stewards, observing the additional coins, smirked coldly, stating, "It was enough before, but now it is insufficient. The price has risen to 80 gold soul coins to settle their debts. I can now ascertain that your need for money is a facade. What you truly desire is that child," Qian Rengshu asserted. "Indeed, we have received explicit orders to take this child today. This is a matter of the Wuhuan Temple, and if you wish to avoid conflict, I suggest you step aside," replied the stewards. "Is this how you typically operate under the banner of the Wuhuan Temple?" Qian Rengshu questioned. "And what of it? Our superior, Myers, is a bishop of the Wuhuan Temple. His words carry the weight of the temple itself," the steward retorted. Not wishing to waste further time, Qian Rengshu exchanged a glance with Huaqiang, who understood her intent. With a flick of her hand, the 9th-level dog summoned thorny vines that ensnared the unarmed steward, the rose-like tendrils piercing through his throat, rendering him lifeless in an instant. The other steward, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably. Qian Rengshu approached him directly, stating, "I shall grant you a chance to live. Return to Myers and inform him that I have safeguarded this family. If he seeks trouble, let him come to me. As for the money, I have repaid it. Tell him that to possess it, he must first have a life to spend it." The steward frantically nodded in agreement before hastily fleeing towards the outskirts of the village. After dealing with the two soul master stewards, Qian Rengshu appeared somewhat dazed. Huaqiang stepped forward, patting Qian Rengshu on the shoulder. Once any faction grows in power, such occurrences become unavoidable. Some exploit the shade of the great tree, wielding the authority granted by the Wuhuan Temple to act with impunity, thereby tarnishing the esteemed image cultivated by the temple over millennia and jeopardizing its interest for personal gain. It is imperative that you, as the young master, eradicate these vermin from within the Wuhuan Temple. "Indeed," Qian Rengshu replied, "you speak the truth. The Wuhuan Temple may indeed require reform. If these parasites, who suckle at the temple's accomplishments, are not eradicated, the temple will ultimately succumb to their treachery." Huaqiang nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Qian Rengshu's assertions. In the era of the Three Gods War, the Wuhuan Temple, relative to other factions, could be considered a relatively enlightened entity. If one were to highlight its blemishes, every major power possesses its own dark secrets. The Xingluo Empire once trained evil soul masters for their own purposes to counter the Wuhuan Temple, while the imperial family of the Tiando Empire directly participated in slave hunting, among other misdeeds. However, the Wuhuan Temple's transgressions during that period were magnified, ultimately rendering it a force deemed irredeemable and leading to its fall. Aided in part by the efforts of Bishop Myers, when Tang San and his companions arrived in Gongxin City, they were liberators, while the Wuhuan Temple was the oppressor. Beyond this, numerous similar incidents occurred, wherein the former achievements of the Wuhuan Temple were obscured and even deliberately slandered, its faults exaggerated. Following the Three Gods War, the Angel God, once revered across the continent, became increasingly vilified to elevate the deities of the Sea God and the Shura God. A 1,000-mile dam can collapse due to an anthole. This was one of Huaqiang's primary reasons for bringing Qian Rengshu to the Metal City, to allow her to witness the dark underbelly of the Wuhuan Temple. "Thank you, kind benefactor, for your assistance and generosity. I would like to invite you to my humble abode," Zhao Xiang expressed gratefully. Unable to repay such a significant debt of gold soul coins immediately, Zhao Xiang thus invited Qian Rengshu and Huaqiang into his home. Brother Shun, Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces along the way, exchanging nods or brief hellos. Yet, regardless of who it was, every countenance bore no excess expression, as if they were indifferent to all. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this. For this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other monstrous entities. Alongside various auxiliary duties, it could be said that each individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it difficult to adapt, but over time, he became accustomed to it. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become one. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Demon Suppression Division comprised two professions, the Zenshushi and the Chumo Shi. Every individual entering the division began as a Chumo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate goal of becoming a Zenshushi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chumo Shi, the lowest rank among them. Retaining the memories of his former self, he was well acquainted with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. Before long, Shun Changqing found himself pausing before a certain pavilion. Unlike other areas of the Demon Suppression Division, which were steeped in a grim atmosphere, this pavilion stood out, exuding a distinct tranquility amid the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed abruptly. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The bloodied scent clung to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division, nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. The family of Zhao Xiang is exceedingly humble, yet they extend their hospitality towards Qianren Xue and Hua Chong with due courtesy. During their conversation, Qianren Xue learns about the circumstances of this family. Zhao Xiang is not a native of the Metal Village. Rather, he relocated there several decades ago. Unlike the villagers whose martial souls are associated with iron tools, Zhao Xiang and his wife possess musical martial souls, one a flute, the other a guqin, both instruments devoid of soul power. Although they have not become soul masters, they have chosen the path of musicians, traversing the continent in their youth to perform and ultimately settling in the Metal City. As they are not original inhabitants of the Metal Village, their perspectives diverge from those of the locals. They have witnessed the rise of many commoner soul masters and believe that awakening one's martial soul is of paramount importance. They do not wish for their children to live a life devoid of opportunity due to financial constraints. Consequently, Zhao Xiang ensured that all four of his children awakened their martial souls. The first three children consumed his life savings, while the youngest relied on borrowed funds to awaken his martial soul. Ultimately, Zhao Xiang's gamble bore fruit. Although the first three children lacked soul power, they inherited his musical legacy. The youngest, Zhao Yuan, experienced a mutation of his martial soul, granting him soul power. However, the specifics of this power remain unknown, as the overseer responsible for awakening martial souls concealed the child's soul power level. Qianren Xue observes the quiet boy beside her, who gazes back at her silently. Due to the nature of his martial soul, he is highly sensitive to emotions and does not perceive the malice that the two overseers exuded. Qianren Xue states, Zhao Yuan has not trained, has he? Indeed, Zhao Xiang replies, we have been unable to provide for his education due to our lack of knowledge regarding innate soul power, the refusal of the Martial Soul Hall to issue a soul master certificate, and our debts. Thus, these years have been a delay. His innate soul power is at level 9, Qianren Xue informs him. Level 9? Zhao Xiang gasps in astonishment, exclaiming, does that not mean my son is a genius? Indeed, nods Qianren Xue. Ning Rongrong, the prodigy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, whose innate soul power is also level 9, is highly anticipated to surpass the limitations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower. Your son is indeed a genius. Then why does the Martial Soul Hall refuse to issue us a Soul Master certificate? Zhao Mu inquires. Miles has set his sights on my son, so he would never allow him to become a Soul Master smoothly, Zhao Xiang retorts bitterly. Qianren Xue then says, Senior Zhao Xiang, I have a request. Please speak. Zhao Xiang responds. Qianren Xue produces the emblem of the Dawn Academy and hands it to Zhao Xiang, saying, this is the emblem of the Dawn Academy. I'm a teacher there, and my name is Xue. I currently traverse the continent to recruit talented students. Although Zhao Yuan's talent has been wasted, he is still young enough to recover. I believe our academy can cultivate him into a remarkable individual. Might I entrust him to you? Zhao Xiang ponders deeply. He hesitates to entrust his son to a stranger, But upon recalling Huachang's formidable strength as a titled Douluo, he becomes enlightened. If the other party harbored ill intentions, would they need to resort to such complexities? Although he has never heard of the Dawn Academy, it is clearly a prestigious institution for soul masters. And for commoner soul masters, finding a suitable academy is quite a challenge. Attending such an esteemed academy is a coveted opportunity for commoner soul masters. Having considered all these factors, Zhao Xiang declares, "I have no objections, and you shall be regarded as a benefactor to our family. I will entrust my son to you." He then calls for his son, saying, "You little rascal, come over and thank your benefactor." "Thank you, benefactor." Zhao Yuan approaches gratefully. "No need for such formality. You may call me Sister Shui," Qian Rinxue replies with a smile. This rascal is rather reserved, a bit of a blockhead, but he enjoys learning musical pieces, thus carrying forward a portion of my legacy. Zhao Xiang elaborates on his son's strengths and weaknesses. Qian Rinxue gains a clearer understanding of a 9-year-old boy. He is introverted and uncommunicative, heavily influenced by his parents and his martial soul, which has instilled in him a profound interest in music, revealing a unique talent in this realm. "From now on, you shall attend school with this sister," Zhao Xiang announces. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's face instantly reflects a hint of reluctance. Do not be so hesitant. Becoming a soul master, rising above others, will grant your father pride upon your return. Rest assured, our academy provides several months of vacation each year, allowing you to visit regularly, Qian Rinxue assures him. In the end, Qian Rinxue takes the boy under her wing. Along the way, she introduces Zhao Yuan to the school's environment and the soul master community, gradually opening his heart, leading to a normal exchange between them. As they travel, Zhao Yuan poses questions to Qian Rinxue about his martial soul and his potential. Upon reaching the inn in Gongxin City, Qian Rinxue pauses to ask a question that has been on her mind. "By the way, Zhao Yuan, when you awakened your martial soul, did you not see the light emanating from the crystal?" Zhao Yuan shakes his head, responding, "Sister Shui, we each entered the martial soul hall individually to awaken our martial souls, and during the soul master assessment, the overseers covered our eyes with black cloth." "Ah, I see." Qian Rinxue nods in understanding. With Zhao Yuan's inclusion, the musical instrument known as Zizhao Shengyue, a unique instrument capable of producing any exquisite melody, comes into play. This instrument possesses supportive capabilities that enhance a soul master's attributes such as attack, agility, speed, and soul power, while simultaneously allowing the soul master's emotions to amplify the effect of the accompanying melodies. It stands on par with the 7-treasure glazed tower and the 9-heart begonia in terms of support-type martial souls. However, unlike the latter two, Zizhao Shengyue can not only assist allies but also restrain adversaries, albeit choosing one of the two effects, support or restriction. Recommended to consume are the ethereal Qi Luo Yu Jingxiang. Although Qi Luo Yu Jingxiang may not enhance the 7-treasure glazed tower to the level of the 9-treasure glazed tower, Zizhao Shengyue fundamentally falls within the category of supportive capabilities. Recommended for hunting soul beasts are the wrathful baboon, the sorrowful empress dragon, and the twin butterfly, all related to emotional attributes. "Brother Shun." Shun Changqing greets acquaintances while walking along the road, exchanging nods or brief hellos. Yet, regardless of who it is, each person wears a mask of indifference, as if they are apathetic to everything. Shun Changqing has long grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this is the Demon Suppression Office, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin through the extermination of demons and monsters, alongside other auxiliary endeavors. It can be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Office bears the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes desensitized to life and death, many matters become trivialized. When Shun Changqing first arrived in this world, he experienced a sense of disorientation. Yet over time, he became accustomed to it. The JinBao Sea is vast, and those who remain within its ranks are either exceptionally powerful masters or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing falls into the latter category. The JinBao Sea is divided into two professions, the Jinshou Shi and the Chimo Shi. Every individual entering the JinBao Sea starts at the lowest level as a Chimo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate goal of becoming a Jinshou Shi. In his previous life, Shun Changqing was a probationary Chimo Shi, the lowest rank among them. Possessing the memories of his former self, he is quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Sea. Without taking too long, Shun Changqing found himself pausing before a particular pavilion. Unlike other grim locations within the JinBao Sea, This pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The entrance was wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing him to instinctively frown. Though he quickly relaxed again, the sanguine odor emanating from everyone in the JinBao Sea was nearly impossible to wash away. Zhao Yuan's martial soul is indeed quite remarkable, as it offers a variety of options. When acquiring a soul ring related to attack, the effects can either enhance one's own attack power or suppress that of the opponent. Although one must choose between the two, having more options renders this martial soul more versatile compared to other auxiliary types. After Zhao Yuan joined the battle team, it became a dual support structure. While having two supports reduced the number of combat members, it also made the support more comprehensive. Gu Qingying's assistance leans towards status removal, healing, and soul power restoration, while Zhao Yuan's support focuses on enhancing various combat attributes. Together, their abilities filled the gaps in the team's support capabilities. In contrast to the Huangdou battle team, where Yilingling maximized healing to its fullest, the support within the Huangdou team was limited to mere healing. In addition to the introduction to the self-composed sacred music, the system provided Qian Ruxue with two items. The Soul Recovery Pill. Its effect is to restore a soul master's abilities to their innate, age-appropriate, and normal level of soul power, without side effects. With the sole caveat being that it does not confer any training experience. This pill is immensely beneficial for Zhao Yuan, although he possesses innate soul power at level 9. Having awakened at the age of 8 and remaining in a state of no cultivation until now, the Soul Recovery Pill will allow Zhao Yuan to regain the wasted talent, restoring him to a normal level of soul power cultivation for 3 years at level 9. The Music Theory Meditation Method. This is a specialized meditation technique tailored for individuals like Zhao Yuan with music martial souls. It allows for the cultivation of techniques during the process of playing music, immersing oneself in music theory, achieving a state of harmony between person and music, thus accelerating soul power cultivation and yielding twice the result with half the effort. Upon seeing the music theory meditation method, Qian Ruxue thought to herself that she must find an excellent music theory instructor for him. Meanwhile, in Gongxin City, Meng Lingxian and Shilong settled in a tavern. When Qian Ruxue arrived at the tavern, Shilong noticed a small child trailing behind her and couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Young master, from where did you acquire this prodigy?" "From the village of Metal, an auxiliary-type soul master with innate soul power at level 9, Qian Ruxue replied. Shilong exclaimed in admiration, "Young master, you truly are a blessing to our spirit hall. Such a genius is rare to find in decades. And you simply stumbled upon one. I am truly impressed. If it weren't for the navigation bracelet and the Eye of Destiny, Qian Ruxue would not have had such good fortune to encounter so many prodigies." Knowing one's own family, Qian Ruxue shifted the topic, asking, "Uncle Shi, do you know about the situation with the Gongxin City Lord?" Shilong shook his head, replying, "I am unaware. If you wish to know about the Gongxin City Lord, I can investigate." "No need. I have something to discuss with you," Qian Ruxue stated. She then recounted the matters concerning Zhao Yuan and what she had learned about the actions of the Gongxin City Lord. As Shilong listened, his anger grew, and by the end, his temper flared, causing a serpent spear to materialize in his hand. "I never imagined that our spirit hall harbors such a parasite. Young master, please permit me to eliminate him tonight. I wish to pierce several transparent holes through his body with my spear." "Do not act impulsively," Qian Ruxue cautioned. "The Bishop Miles must certainly face death, but we must ensure his demise holds greater significance. Bishop Miles is a waste. He should be judged for his crimes within the Spirit Hall under the watchful eyes of the common people of Gongxin City, thus ending his wicked life. This is his greatest value and a means to restore the reputation of our Spirit Hall," Qian Ruxue stated coldly. Shilong regained his composure, acknowledging, "I was indeed rash. Young master, it is not solely your fault. Upon hearing this matter, I too felt the urge to slay Miles," Qian Ruxue replied. "What do you plan to do next?" "Young master, within our Spirit Hall, there must be more than just Miles as a case. I intend to use this incident with Miles to enforce a thorough rectification within our Spirit Hall," Qian Ruxue asserted. "The misdeeds he committed in Gongxin City are likely not limited to this. During this time, conduct a thorough investigation into Miles and compile a record of his crimes," Qian Ruxue instructed. "As you command, young master," Shilong responded before taking his leave. After concluding matters with Shilong, Qian Ruxue approached Zhao Yuan. She presented the soul recovery pill, saying, "You should consume this pill. It will restore the talent you have squandered." Zhao Yuan accepted the pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Upon entering his mouth, the pill dissolved, releasing a surge of soul power that cleansed his limbs and bones, elevating his soul power to level 10. At level 10, the residual soul power was suppressed. Qian Ruxue took out a divine soul ring and handed it to Zhao Yuan, instructing, "Absorb this soul ring and try to hold on for as long as you can. The longer you endure, the more beneficial it will be for you." Understood. Zhao Yuan nodded, accepting the soul ring and beginning the absorption process. The soul ring transitioned from white to pale yellow, then to yellow, with its age accumulating year by year. When it surpassed 400 years, beads of sweat formed on Zhao Yuan's forehead, and he finally stopped at 500 years. His ability to exceed the standard limit was not due to exceptional physical prowess, but rather the effect of the soul recovery pill. At 9 years old, Zhao Yuan's soul power level, lacking only one soul ring, was comparable to Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With a physical constitution of over 10 levels, he was naturally capable of absorbing soul rings, slightly exceeding the absorption limit for level 10 soul power. Essentially, Zhao Yuan had not truly surpassed his limits. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, his own limits were released, resulting in a total soul power of level 17. Finally, Qian Ruxue guided him in absorbing the Qiluo Yu Jingxiang and the second soul ring. Zhao Yuan's final soul power level reached 25. With the first ring limited to over 500 years and the second ring limited to over 900 years. His first soul skill, Huanyu Shangyu, has the effect of initially increasing or decreasing the target's agility by 10%. For every 10 levels of soul power gained, the increase or decrease in agility enhances by an additional 10%. The second soul skill, Bao Nu Shengyu, similarly affects the target's attack, starting with an increase or decrease of 10%. With the same increment for every 10 levels of soul power. After this series of enhancements, Zhao Yuan's soul power level matched that of Gu Qingying and her companions. The only shortcoming was that while his soul power had risen, his combat experience had not improved. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while walking along the path, would greet familiar faces with a nod or a brief salutation. Yet, regardless of who it was, none bore any superfluous expressions, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinMoC, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within Deqin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various other activities. It could be said that each individual within JinMoC bore the stain of blood on their hands. As one becomes accustomed to life and death, indifference toward many matters inevitably follows. When Shun Changqing first arrived in this world, he found it somewhat disorienting, but over time, he adapted. JinMoC was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. JinMoC is divided into two professions, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu-Mo Shi. Anyone entering JinMoC starts as a Chu-Mo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chu-Mo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former self, he was well acquainted with the environment of JinMoC. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales of JinMoC, this pavilion stood out, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The entrance to the pavilion was ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, with the scent of ink mingled with a faint trace of blood wafting toward him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively before quickly relaxing. The bloody scent clinging to everyone in JinMoC was nearly impossible to eradicate. In Gongxin City, Bishop Miles, taking advantage of his position, greedily amassed numerous enterprises. However, the most valuable industry within Gongxin City was the Blacksmith Association. Deep down, Miles held disdain for blacksmiths, yet could not overlook the profits they generated. The Blacksmith Association gathered the largest number of blacksmiths from the entire Star Luo Empire, supplying weaponry and furniture to various kingdoms. If he could seize control of the blacksmiths here, they would become a veritable golden goose, continuously generating wealth for him. On several occasions, He contemplated leveraging the power of the Wuhuan Temple to absorb the Blacksmith Association, transforming it into a family enterprise. However, the head of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, was as obstinate as he was foul-mouthed, refusing to bow to his authority. Lu Gao, you ought to know your place. Blacksmithing is a trivial industry. I represent the Wuhuan Temple in absorbing your Blacksmith Association, which is a favor to you. Do not push your luck, Miles declared. Fuming, Lu Gao retorted, Bishop Miles, you may insult me, but you cannot belittle the sacred profession of blacksmithing. I assure you, the Blacksmith Association will never submit to you. Seething with rage, Miles replied, Very well, Lu Gao. I hope you do not come to regret your decision. With that, he turned to leave, while Lu Gao and the blacksmith spat in the direction of Miles' departing figure. Wow, what trash. The Wuhuan Temple produces such garbage as a bishop. I foresee its downfall, one blacksmith remarked. Indeed, that might be for the best, another responded. Miles, overhearing their derision, longed to crush them underfoot. However, he was wary of taking drastic measures, for while Lu Gao was not intimidating, the power and connections of the Blacksmith Association were formidable, beyond what a mere sole emperor could conquer. He could only rely on his authority to continually suppress the blacksmiths, forcing the association to submit to his will. Fuming, Miles returned to his residence. A steward, returning from the metal village, burst in a flurry, exclaiming, Bishop, terrible news. What a disgraceful display of panic. Miles snapped, his temper flaring. Where is Steward Shuang? And how did you fare with the task I assigned? Steward Shuang has been killed. Killed? Who dares to act against me? Miles, a bishop of the Wuhuan Temple. He thundered, slamming his hand down in fury. It was a titled Douluo, the steward replied. What? A titled Douluo? Miles felt a wave of dread wash over him. As a mere sole emperor, he was no match for a titled Douluo, a figure of such significance that even the Wuhuan city would take heed. However, refusing to appear intimidated, Miles declared, even if it is a titled Douluo, they cannot kill the steward of the Wuhuan Temple without disregarding our authority. Yet, the latter part of his statement rang hollow. He suddenly recalled something and urgently inquired, What do you know about this titled Douluo? Describe them to me in detail. When he thought of a titled Douluo, his mind immediately turned to several elders within the Wuhuan Temple. If it turned out to be one of them, they might discover his collusion with the bishop of Gongxin City and his attempts to establish his own dominion here. In that case, there would be no escape. He would have to flee with whatever he could salvage. Over the years, Bishop Miles had unilaterally altered the Wuhuan Temple's policy of providing free soul awakening, charging common soul masters instead, profiting handsomely while forcibly recruiting talented awakeners into his family to expand his influence in Gongxin City. If the people of the Wuhuan Temple were to learn of these deeds, he would not have enough lives to pay for his transgressions. The steward proceeded to describe in detail the soul state and appearance of Huachang. Upon hearing this, Bishop Miles let out a sigh of relief. It was not a titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple. During his tenure as bishop, he had visited Wuhuan City several times and was familiar with the prominent titled Douluo elders there. While there was one with a plant-type soul, it was not the rose soul, but rather the Qirong Tongtianju soul. Since I am not a titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple, I have successfully passed one hurdle. I can still employ the old methods to intimidate others under the guise of the Wuhuan Temple. Self-preservation is still achievable. Yet I lament the loss of that innate 9th-level soul power genius. If I could bring him into my family, it would significantly elevate our status. With this thought, Myersi sighed regretfully. However, having offended a titled Douluo, Myersi felt a sense of unease. In the following days, he investigated in Jinshu village and learned that those two individuals had taken the exceptionally gifted child. After that, they had not had the opportunity to deal with him, which brought Myersi a sense of relief. The identity of the Wuhuan Temple's bishop proved to be quite convenient. No matter how powerful the title Douluo was, should they dare to act against him, they would effectively be antagonizing the Wuhuan Temple, he boasted. Yet, unbeknownst to Myersi, during these days, his adversaries were far from idle. The true threat was not Huachang, but rather his most formidable support, the Wuhuan Temple itself. During this period, Shalong had been investigating the past deeds of Bishop Myersi. After handing over the findings to Qian Ruinxue, she reviewed the information and placed it on the table. Appalled, one could only wonder how many vermin like Myersi lurked within the Wuhuan Temple. Approaching her desk, Qian Ruinxue picked up a pen, writing while pacing the room in contemplation, until late into the night when the letter was finally completed. After finishing one letter, she replicated it to create another, ultimately presenting the gathered intelligence along with the two letters to Elder Shalong, saying, "Uncle Shalong, I must trouble you once more to visit the Wuhuan temple. This letter is to be delivered into my grandfather's hands, and the other to my mother, the Pope Bibi Dong." "Understood, young master." Shin Xiong. As Shin Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings with acquaintances, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet regardless of who it was, each person wore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to everything. Shin Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and aberrations, though it also engaged in various side occupations. It could be said that each member of the JinBao Si bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon entering this world, Shin Changqing felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao Si was vast, and those who remained within were either formidable masters or individuals with the potential to become one. Shin Changqing belonged to the latter category. Having inherited memories from his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Si. It did not take long before he halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the JinBao Si, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the chaos. The door was ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shin Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A fragrant scent of ink mingled with a faint hint of blood wafted towards him, causing him to instinctively frown, though he quickly relaxed. The bloodstains on every member of the JinBao Si were nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. After Shalong's departure, Qianruan Xue ceased to concern herself with Myrsi, knowing that once the letter reached her mother and grandfather, his days of ease in Gongxin City would come to an abrupt end. The next step was to attract Lo Gao's attention. A direct visit would likely result in rejection. According to Hua Qiang, Lo Gao held no interest in anything other than matters concerning forging. "Master, I have an excellent idea," Mengling Xuan proposed. "I know that Lo Gao will attend the auction in Gongxin City 3 days from now. His objective is to acquire a meteorite being auctioned as materials for forging." "How do you know this?" Hua Qiang inquired. "What a meteorite?" Wang Yuan's breath quickened. Noticing the differing directions of inquiry, Qianruan Xue cleared her throat, prompting Mengling Xuan to respond to Hua Qiang's question, rather than engage in troublesome matters. "I can simply access the memories of Lo Gao's disciple Silong to uncover everything." Hiss! Hua Qiang regarded Mengling Xuan as though she were a monster. "Accessing someone else's memories directly is rather horrifying. Fear not. I cannot delve into the memories of those whose strength is significantly inferior to mine. Besides, using memory reading on a title Douluo would undoubtedly raise their vigilance," Mengling Xuan stated nonchalantly. "So, for those below title Douluo, you can read as many memories as you wish." Qianruan Xue queried. "There exists a possibility of detection even for soul Douluo, depending on their spiritual strength," Mengling Xuan explained. Qianruan Xue nodded, recognizing the formidable capabilities of Mengling Xuan. Once marked as an evil soul master and ultimately exterminated by the mainstream soul master community, this Wuhuan ability is exceedingly powerful, directly extracting a person's memories. Even if one cannot access a title Douluo, obtaining insights from key individuals renders many secrets susceptible to Mengling Xuan's knowledge. "Hua Qiang, it seems you may need to step aside," Qianruan Xue remarked to Hua Qiang. Hua Qiang nodded, acknowledging, "I understand compared to me. Mengling Xuan is evidently more suited to lead your Taiyangshi way." Meanwhile, Wang Yuan was unconcerned with such matters, exclaiming, "Let us not dwell on that, shall we? Young master, that meteorite contains elements not found on our Douluo continent. Historically, meteorites from beyond have been crucial materials for crafting top-tier soul-guided devices. We must acquire it and prevent that rascal Lo Gao from mishandling it. Lo Gao is a master craftsman of our time. How could he possibly mishandle such a meteorite?" Hua Qiang countered. "No fine tool can compare to a soul-guided device," Wang Yuan retorted dismissively. "I concede that Lo Gao possesses unparalleled skill in crafting intricate devices. Yet items that cannot be activated with soul power are ultimately unpractical. This is precisely my plan," Mengling Xuan declared. "First, purchase the meteorite that Lo Gao desires most. Second, sell the soul-guided device crafted by Wang Yuan. These 2 points will serve to entice Lo Gao at the auction." Qianruan Xue grasped Mengling Xuan's intention, asserting, "Very well, we shall proceed as you advise. At the Gongxin City auction, greetings, we are here to auction this item, Qianrunxue announced, producing a long metal tube to present to the auctioneer. The auction house's manager examined the tube carefully before consulting an appraiser. The appraiser remarked, "I can discern that this is likely a type of soul-guided device, though I am uncertain of its specific function. This is a 5th-tier soul cannon crafted by the master of our sect, the soul-guiding master. By infusing it with soul power, one can unleash attacks akin to those of a 5th-tier battle soul master." Qianrunxue inquired, "Do you have a trial arena? What? Is this perhaps the legendary attack type, soul-guiding device?" The appraiser exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, did you say this soul-guiding device was crafted by someone?" In an era where the technology of soul-guiding devices has been lost, remnants of such devices from the past still circulate across the continent, albeit with each destruction leading to a scarcity. However, the vast majority consist of storage soul-guiding devices or those serving other functions, with combat soul-guiding devices being notably lacking. If this truly is a combat soul-guiding device, its value as a collectible would be substantial. For who would not wish to possess the world's soul, as the gullible might perceive it, combat soul-guiding device? The appraiser set down the barrel and said, "Come closer." After a while, the appraiser led Qianrunxue to the designated area of the auction venue, pointing to a stone tablet ahead and stating, "This stone tablet can withstand attacks from soul masters of around the 4th tier. If your soul cannon can indeed shatter it." Qianrunxue stepped forward, filled the cannon with soul power, and then aimed precisely at the stone tablet, firing a shot. With a resounding boom, the destructive energy instantly shattered the stone tablet. The appraiser observed and confirmed that it could indeed produce the power of a 5th-tier soul master. As far as I know, combat-type soul-guiding devices can grant battle capabilities even to support-type soul masters. I happen to be a 5th-tier support-type soul master. May I test this device? A woman with a mature and alluring appearance, dressed in a blue gown and possessing an elegant stature, entered the scene, her gaze curiously appraising Qianrunxue, as if she were scrutinizing a rare gem. "Miss, I have never encountered anyone as beautiful as you," Qianrunxue remarked. "I am Shangwanya, the owner of this auction house," she replied with a smile, her beauty accentuated by a charming tear mole at the corner of her eye. This mature and enchanting woman possessed a captivating allure for men. Unfortunately, Qianrunxue was not a man, and her charm held little sway over him. "I am He Shui. Please proceed." Qianrunxue handed the soul cannon to the woman. She accepted it, summoned her martial soul, and an irregular blue crystal floated above her head, emanating a gentle glow, with 5 soul rings of yellow and purple cascading down. Her martial soul, the azure crystal, belonged to the healing category, specializing solely in healing, albeit not as potent as the 9 Hearts begonia. As she infused gentle soul power into the soul cannon, the healing energy transformed into a devastating force within the cannon. Once filled, Shangwanya fired at another stone tablet. In an instant, the tablet exploded, its power rivaling that of a shot fired by a Qianrunxue. "Brother Shun." Shun Changqing greeted acquaintances as he walked, each exchange marked by nods or brief salutations. Yet, no one bore an excess of expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and other supernatural threats, while also engaging in various auxiliary endeavors. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stain of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, Shun Changqing struggled to adapt to this world, yet time had rendered him accustomed. The JinBao division was expansive, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into 2 professions, the Guardian Envoy and the Demon Exterminator. Every individual entering the JinBao division began as a lowly demon exterminator, gradually rising through the ranks with aspirations of becoming a Guardian Envoy. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee demon exterminator, the most basic level among them. With memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. Without taking much time, Shun Changqing paused before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other austere locations in the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing him to frown instinctively before quickly relaxing. The sanguine aroma that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to wash away. Shang Wanyu was slightly taken aback, gazing incredulously at the combat soul guiding device in her hand. She had not anticipated that her merely supportive healing abilities could yield such a formidable attack. Although this shot had consumed a third of her soul power, limiting her to 3 shots at most, the existence of this soul guiding device signified that she, a support-type soul master, possessed combat capabilities. The implications of this soul guiding device for the soul master community, particularly among support-type soul masters, would undoubtedly be seismic. While support-type soul masters were essential in any team, sometimes their importance even surpassed that of combat-type soul masters. However, support-type soul masters also grappled with their own frustrations. Who would wish to remain in the rear when they could charge into battle, possessing unparalleled combat strength? Every support-type soul master harbored dreams of becoming a battle soul master. I have heard from my subordinates that this soul guiding device was crafted by the master of your sect? Shang Wanyu inquired. Indeed. But do you wish to learn the art of crafting soul guiding devices? Qian Rinxue jested. Such a precious skill. I doubt your sect would easily share it. Shang Wanyu replied, producing a VIP card and presenting it to Qian Rinxue. I wish to establish a long-term partnership. May I? Recognizing the significance of the soul guiding device's manufacturing technique, Shang Wanyu understood that its emergence would inevitably stir turmoil within the soul master community. Not to mention, the 3 major sects, particularly the Wuhuan Temple, would undoubtedly covet this crafting technique. He Shue's willingness to present the soul guiding device and claim it was crafted by a contemporary artisan was enough to demonstrate her courage. Furthermore, Shang Wanyu sensed an enigmatic depth in Hua Chong, who had been following Qian Rinxue, suggesting she was no ordinary individual. Having come to this realization, Shang Wanyu harbored no covetous thoughts, but instead focused on collaboration. Qian Rinxue accepted the VIP card and stated, I will consider it. She activated her fate source at a glance at Shang Wanyu. Shang Wanyu, age, 32, martial soul, azure crystal, innate soul power, 6 soul power level, 52. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 status, healthy, fortune, blue, relationship, 15-5. The information provided by the destiny source, I, is limited. And given Qian Rinxue's unfamiliarity with the background of the Gongxin City auction house, she naturally would not rush into a collaboration with them. I look forward to our cooperation. Shang Wanyu stated, then continued, let us first discuss the valuation of this soul-guided cannon. Shall we set the starting price at 5,000 gold soul coins? With a minimum increment of 200 gold soul coins? That is agreeable. 5,000 gold soul coins is indeed quite valuable. The cost for Wang Yuan to craft this soul-guided device did not even exceed 50 gold soul coins. And considering the increments of 200 gold soul coins for each bid, if every soul-guided device is sold at such multiples, Qian Rinxue stands to gain immensely. I have heard that your auction house possesses a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite, Qian Rinxue remarked. Are you also interested in this meteorite like those blacksmiths? Shang Wanyu replied, I have a request. I hope to have my soul-guided device auctioned before this meteorite. Do you not intend to reserve this precious soul-guided device for the grand finale? Shang Wanyu inquired. There is no need for that. This is merely Qian Rinxue's strategy to ensure she secures the extraterrestrial meteorite. Her available funds are limited. And knowing that Lu Gao is also interested in this meteorite, she intends to utilize this soul-guided device to deplete Lu Gao's resources. When a meteorite is presented for bidding, if Lu Gao is unable to compete, she will acquire the meteorite at a minimal cost. On the other hand, Shang Wanyu is also astute. While the extraterrestrial meteorite is rare, only blacksmiths are particularly interested in it. Soul masters typically focus on soul bones, medicinal herbs, and soul beasts. Why would they desire a mere rock? By placing the soul-guided device in front of the meteorite, Shang Wanyu, understanding Lu Gao's tendencies, knows he will undoubtedly spend extravagantly to purchase the soul-guided device, consequently diminishing his budget for the extraterrestrial meteorite. However, some truths are better left unspoken. Upon returning to the tavern, Qian Rinxue instructed Meng Lingxian to investigate the circumstances surrounding the Gongxin City auction house. Meng Lingxuan's efficiency in gathering intelligence is indeed remarkable. The president of the Gongxin City auction house is Shang Wanyu, the last remaining heir of the Shangwan family from Xinghua City. The azure crystal, like the nine-heart sea pair, is a lineage passed down, and she's the only soul master in existence with the azure crystal martial soul. Additionally, she was once betrothed to the Silver Moon Duke of the Xingluo Empire, Meng Lingxian noted. Once betrothed? The Silver Moon Duke of the Xingluo Empire. Known for his martial soul, the Silver Moon Sword belongs to a family of powerful offensive soul masters, loyal to the Emperor of Xingluo, Dai Tianfeng. The Duke himself is a formidable combat soul master. Logically speaking, Shangguanya is a great beauty and an excellent support-type soul master, which would be advantageous for him. Meng Lingxian continued. However, their marriage was a political arrangement, devoid of any emotional foundation. After the passing of the previous Silver Moon Duke and the head of the Shangguan family, the new Duke and Shangguanya directly annulled the engagement. The Silver Moon Duke has a penchant for men, and despite Shangguanya's excellence, she did not capture his attention. Meng Lingxian stated. Qian Renque's eyes turned deadpan. Nonetheless, although she may not possess remarkable talent as a soul master, she demonstrates exceptional business acumen. The Gengxin City Auction House is a venture she has developed over the past 2 years, now standing as the largest auction house in Gengxin City. Qian Renque then inquired, how has she managed to establish herself in such a cutthroat environment? Not to mention, the city lord of Gengxin City, Myers, would not overlook a mere auction house. The city lord is pursuing Shangguanya, viewing her as a prized possession. In Gengxin City, with the backing of the city lord, Myers would not dare to lay a hand on Shangguanya. However, she does not harbor affections for the city lord. Rather, she is utilizing him. Their relationship remains tenuous. Meng Lingxian remarked. How do you know all this? Qian Renque asked, astonished. You did not delve into Shangguanya's memories, did you? Meng Lingxian did not deny it. Since you have accessed her memories, what is your perspective on her? Young master, if your faction seeks to expand within the Xingluo Empire, consider recruiting Shangguanya into our sect. Her business acumen could provide us with a continuous stream of financial support. Shun brother. Shun Changqing, while walking, greeted acquaintances with nods or brief salutations. Yet, regardless of the individual, their faces bore no extra expressions, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao division, an organization tasked with maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily responsible for exterminating monsters and strange beings, though it also engaged in various other undertakings. It could be said that every member of the JinBao division bore the stains of much blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow apathetic towards many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Changqing had felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao division is vast, and those who remain are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter category. The JinBao division is divided into 2 professions, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao division begins as an Exterminator at the lowest tier, gradually ascending until one can aspire to become a Guardian. Shun Changqing, as previous incarnation, was a trainee Exterminator, the lowest ranked among them. With his predecessor's memories, he was quite familiar with the JinBao division's environment. It did not take long before Shun Changqing halted before a certain pavilion. Unlike other places in the JinBao division filled with a murderous atmosphere, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked JinBao division. At this moment, the pavilion's doors were ajar, and individuals occasionally entered and exited. Shun Changqing hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the environment shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance intermingled with a faint hint of blood assailed him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, yet it soon relaxed. The bloodied scent clinging to every member of the JinBao division is nearly impossible to cleanse. 3 days later, at the Gengxin City Auction House, as Qian Renque and her entourage prepared to enter the auction house, they encountered Myers, accompanied by a group from the local Wuhuan Hall, intending to enter the auction house. Upon spotting Qian Renque, Hua Chong, and Meng Lingxian, he paused, his expression momentarily stunned, before swiftly altering his course to approach them. The lascivious glint in his eyes was unabashedly apparent. Feeling the offense, Hua Chong and Meng Lingxian exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with murderous intent, yet Myers remained unfazed. Qian Renque activated the Destiny Source Eye to examine Myers' specific situation. Miles' age, 55 years, martial soul, wolf, innate soul power, 5, soul power level, 61. Soul ring configuration, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black condition, kidney deficiency, fortune, black, relationship, 14, 10. Miles and the other members of the Wuhuan Temple share a fortune of ominous black energy, signifying a future met with untimely demise. While Qian Rinxue may express sympathy for the fate of others within the temple, she harbors no such feelings for Miles, deeming his fate well-deserved. According to her projections, he is destined to perish at the hands of the Child of Destiny, with his nefarious deeds becoming a significant stain on the Wuhuan Temple's reputation. Such a person, should he not be eliminated, would one merely allow him to linger? However, the time for his demise is not yet ripe. Qian Rinxue retracted her gaze, entering the auction house without looking back. Wait, Miles hastened his steps, intercepting her and her companions. Little beauty, why the hurry? Is there something you need? Qian Rinxue furrowed her brow in inquiry. I wish to join you for dinner after this auction. Do you have time? Miles licked his lips as he spoke. Before Qian Rinxue could respond, a stern voice rang out. Archbishop Miles, I hope you refrain from causing disturbances on my territory. Su Guanya approached, addressing Miles directly. Miles regarded Su Guanya with a glance and replied, All right, I shall give the city lord some face. Turning to Qian Rinxue and her companions, he added, Then we shall discuss this after the auction concludes. With that, Archbishop Miles strode into the venue with an air of arrogance. I apologize. Archbishop Miles is indeed such a person, Su Guanyao expressed with regret. It's of no consequence. Miles is merely a clown, not to be feared. President Su Guanya. Let's discuss our collaboration further after the auction, Qian Rinxue replied. As the auction commenced, attendees gradually filled the hall. Among them was a rotund man, standing roughly 1 meter 60 tall, with a waistline to match. He sported prominent ears, small eyes, and disheveled hair, suggesting a lack of grooming. Following closely behind him were 2 middle-aged men, visibly anxious. This was President Lu Gao, accompanied by his disciples, Si Long and Si Yu. Both disciples were also masters of blacksmithing. Hua Chong leaned closer to Qian Rinxue, whispering, Is that President Lu Gao? Qian Rinxue activated her fate source eye. Lu Gao. Age, 72 years, martial soul. Insightful sacred forge pen. Innate soul power. 6 soul power level. 76 soul ring configuration. White, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. The short, stout elder seemed to sense something, glancing in her direction. After a brief eye contact with Qian Rinxue, he disregarded her and settled into a seat. Qian Rinxue took her place in the VIP section, her gaze shifting to another VIP room where Archbishop Miles had also seated himself. As night fell, the auctioneer made his entrance, positioning himself at the center of the hall. Esteemed guests, I am Collins, your auctioneer for the evening, here to present tonight's offerings. First, we have the Deep Sea Pearl, starting bid at 300 gold soul coins, with minimum increments of 10 gold soul coins. This collectible deep sea gem, native to coastal regions, held value primarily for collectors, thus garnering interest mainly from nobles of Gongxin City, while soul masters and blacksmiths showed little enthusiasm. The Deep Sea Pearl ultimately sold for 380 gold soul coins. Subsequent items included precious forging materials, century-old soul beasts, and century-old soul bones, fetching respectable prices. Yet, aside from a minor stir caused by a century-old soul bone, the auction remained subdued, with attendees patiently awaiting the main event. Next, the third featured item was revealed. A pedestal, draped in red cloth, was slowly brought forth. Collins unveiled the covering to reveal an exquisitely crafted lightweight armor, delicate as a cicada's wing, showcasing unparalleled craftsmanship and premium materials. This is the secret silver armor, forged by the renowned Master Lu Gao. It is estimated that this armor can withstand a strike from a Soul Emperor and is remarkably lightweight, allowing for ease of movement. The starting bid is 1,500 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 100 soul coins. The announcement of this armor immediately captured the attention of all present. Had it been forged by another, attendees might have scoffed at Collins' praise. Yet with Lu Gao's name attached, no one doubted the authenticity of his claims. The master himself was present, ensuring that any deception would be swiftly exposed. This armor is indeed intriguing, Wang Yuan observed, inspecting Lu Gao's creation. Young master, should you acquire this secret silver armor, I could transform it into a formidable defensive soul guide. It would not only withstand a Soul Emperor's attack, but could also resist those of Soul Douluo. Qian Rinxue shook her head, gesturing toward Lu Gao amidst the crowd. Wang Yuan, observe that man. He neither denies the creation of this piece, nor shows any overt emotion regarding its auction. Would you, in his position, part with your finest work for mere monetary gain? That would be inconceivable, To measure my proudest creation in currency would be an affront to my craft, Wang Yuan replied. Brother Shun. Yes. Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces as he traversed the streets, offering nods and brief exchanges. Regardless of whom he encountered, each bore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other aberrations. It could be said that every member of the JinBao division bore the weight of bloodshed. A familiarity with life and death breeds a certain detachment towards many matters. Upon his arrival in this world, Shen Changqing felt out of place, yet over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was expansive, and those who remained were either formidable warriors or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two roles, the Guardian Envoy and the Exorcist. Every individual entering the division began as an Exorcist, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian Envoy. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a novice Exorcist, the lowest tier among them. Armed with the memories of his past life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao division. Without taking much time, Shen Changqing halted before a certain loft. Unlike the other grim places within the JinBao Sea, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the bloodshed of the JinBao Sea. At that moment, the loft's door stood ajar, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated for but a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine scent clinging to everyone in the JinBao Sea was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Qianrenque remarked, Lo Gao, and you are of a kind. The works he is willing to auction are, to us, exquisite pieces, yet in his eyes, they may merely be unsatisfactory creations. This was indeed the case, Wang Yuan added. Wang Yuan and Lo Gao shared similar temperaments. One pondered nothing beyond soul-guiding devices, while the other focused solely on smithing. Though their professions intersected, with soul-guiding devices encompassing blacksmithing, Wang Yuan excelled in the core of soul-guiding devices and was not as proficient in forging, thus falling short of Lo Gao in that domain. From Wang Yuan's perspective, this armor was already a commendable piece. However, in Lo Gao's eyes, it might not even warrant consideration amidst his numerous creations. As the auctioneer announced the price of this piece, eager bidders prepared to raise their paddles, when an inopportune voice echoed from the VIP section. This secret silver armor is priced at 1,500 gold soul coins. We from the Wuhuan Temple will take it. All eyes turned towards the VIP section, where Bishop Myers cast a threatening glare at the crowd. The secret silver armor could withstand assaults from Soul Emperor-level combatants, significantly enhancing Myers' combat prowess. After Myers placed his bid, Collins felt a chill run down his spine. Myers often invoked the name of the Wuhuan Temple to intimidate others, warning that anyone daring to raise the price would meet an unfortunate fate. While there was no evidence linking Myers to any such incidents, the crowd held him in deep apprehension. Over time, at auctions, whenever Myers showed interest in an item, no one dared to counter his bids. Originally, Lo Gao's masterpiece was one of the 3 highlights of the auction, and it should have fetched a good price. However, once Myers set his sights on it, even the finest goods could only be sold at their original price. With a single command from Myers, the entire venue fell silent, and no one dared to bid. Collins, left with no choice, raised his gavel, stating 1,500 gold soul coins once, 1,500 gold soul coins twice, 1,600 gold soul coins. Upon hearing a new bid, all eyes turned to the source, revealing the bidder as Lo Gao. This was Lo Gao's creation. His participation in the bidding raised questions. Myers scoffed, President Lo Gao, surely you haven't forgotten the rules of the auction? As the creator of this piece, you should refrain from participating in the bidding. Are you attempting to maliciously drive up the price and swindle me? Lo Gao, infuriated, retorted, Bishop Myers, I merely wish for my work to not be tarnished. A fine blade deserves a worthy hero. Throughout history, the best weapons in the hands of a bear cannot unleash their full potential. Are you calling me a bear? Bishop Myers exclaimed in fury. Isn't that the case? He replied. Myers angrily directed his ire at the auctioneer. There's a rule breaker here. Do you not intend to address this? Shang Guanyu stepped forth, apologizing to Lo Gao. President Lo Gao, I regret to inform you that our auction has rules, unless under special circumstances. The original owner cannot participate in the bidding, and you do not qualify as a special case, rendering your bid invalid. Lo Gao declared, then I shall not sell it. Shang Guanya, exasperated, responded, President Lo Gao, if you had decided not to sell before the auction commenced, that would have been acceptable. However, once the auction has begun, items cannot be withdrawn from sale. Even though Shang Guanya held a distaste for Bishop Myers, she had to uphold the rules of the auction, which currently favor Myers. She turned to Collins, stating, this bid is invalid. Please continue. Collins nodded and raised his gavel, 1,500 gold soul coins, 1,600 gold soul coins. This time, the bid did not come from Lo Gao but from another VIP. Who dares to tread upon your territory? Myers glared at the other VIP, recognizing Qian Renxue and her companions. Indeed, it was Qian Renxue bidding, supporting Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan and Lo Gao shared common ground. Two like-minded individuals fostered deeper discussions. He discerned that Lo Gao did not wish for his creation to fall into the hands of someone like Myers through such despicable means. Were it fair competition, Lo Gao would have remained passive, but witnessing Myers leverage the influence of the Wuhuan Temple to intimidate others, both Lo Gao and Wang Yuan could not remain idle. Qian Renxue, Hua Qiang, and Mengling Xuan, three exquisite beauties, were the targets of Myers' desires. However, until he secured what he coveted, he had no intention of yielding. Beauty should humbly submit to a man, Myers sneered, threatening, this armor is sought after by the Wuhuan Temple. Do you dare to contest us for it? Then I must inquire, Qian Renxue replied, is this armor desired by the Wuhuan Temple, or is it merely your wish? To bid on this armor equates to offending the Wuhuan Temple. Is that logical? If so, I would not hesitate to visit Wuhuan City and ask the current Pope whether the conduct of Wuhuan Temple bishops aligns with your behavior. Do you think the Pope is someone you can meet at will? Myers retorted. Yet, his voice lacked conviction. He feared that Qian Renxue might indeed escalate matters to Wuhuan City. Should the higher-ups of the Wuhuan Temple become aware of his misdeeds in Gongxin City, he could face dire consequences. Bishop Myers, Shang Guanya interjected, suppressing her anger. At our auction, everyone is entitled to fair bidding. The ownership of this equipment shall be determined by the price. Very well, Myers conceded. For the sake of these two beauties, I shall bid 1,700 gold soul coins. As soon as Myers spoke, the room erupted with bids. 2,000 gold soul coins. 2,100 gold soul coins. Myers' lips twitched slightly as the bidding escalated. 2,500 gold soul coins. Qian Renxue raised the stakes again. After several rounds of contest, the secret silver armor, originally valued at 1,500, was ultimately acquired by Qian Renxue for 4,500 gold soul coins. President Lo Gao directed a silent expression of gratitude towards Qian Renxue, whispering words only she could hear. Thank you. No need for thanks, President Lo Gao. You were absolutely right. A fine blade cannot be wielded by a bear. Shun Xiong. Shun Changqing walked along the road, greeting familiar faces with a nod or a brief salutation. Yet, regardless of who it was, every individual bore a countenance devoid of extraneous expression, as if they were indifferent to all matters. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor. For this was the JinBao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Daqin, primarily tasked with the extermination of monsters and malevolent beings. Although it also engaged in various ancillary activities, it could be said that each person within the JinBao Si had their hands stained with a considerable amount of blood. When one becomes desensitized to life and death, many things inevitably lose their significance. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of disorientation, but over time, he adjusted to the environment. The JinBao Si was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Si was divided into two professions, Zhenshou Shi and Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao Si began as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending with the hope of ultimately becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Changqing's former self had been a trainee Chumo Shi, the most junior of all, with the memories of his predecessor. He was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Si. After a brief period, Shun Changqing stopped before a certain loft. Unlike the other somber locations within the JinBao Si, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the loft were wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere changed dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, although it soon relaxed. The sanguine aroma clinging to every member of the JinBao was nearly impossible to cleanse away. After recent events, Qian Ruxue found that her relationship with Lu Gao had risen to a level of 15. Just wait, I shall give you this armor, and in due time, I will claim both you and the armor for myself, Miles said with palpable resentment. The thought of forcibly marrying Qian Ruxue and possessing everything about her lightened Miles's mood somewhat. Following the sale of the mithril armor, a new item ascended onto the stage. Shrouded in a red cloth, Collins announced, "Today, we present the penultimate item for auction, the Soul Guidance Device." While you may think of storage soul guidance devices upon hearing this term, you should know that during the era of soul guidance devices, their applications extended far beyond mere daily use. They played a significant role in combat as well. Tonight's second-to-last auction item is an offensive soul guidance device. With that, Collins dramatically unveiled the red cloth, revealing an exquisitely crafted long barrel before the crowd. This is a 5th-tier soul guidance cannon, Collins explained. By infusing it with soul power, one can unleash a strike equivalent to that of a Soul King. Even support-type soul masters can inflict damage with this cannon. However, due to the uncertainty of other offensive soul guidance devices in existence and their rarity, aside from its combat utility, it also serves as a remarkable collectible. Tonight, this item is priced at approximately 5,000 gold soul coins, with a minimum bidding increment of 200 gold soul coins. As Collins spoke, all eyes were fixed on the long barrel in his hands, particularly Lu Gao, whose breathing quickened as soon as it appeared. His eyes practically glued to the offensive soul guidance device, he strained to discern its construction from a distance, but even Lu Gao, standing close, found it impossible to comprehend the intricacies of the soul guidance device crafted by Wang Yuan. The allure of the offensive soul guidance device also captivated many nobles and wealthy individuals from Gongxin City, as well as support-type soul masters. Some sought to enhance their combat prowess, while others recognized the item's collectible value. Owning a unique offensive soul guidance device could yield significant returns when auctioned off at a higher price in the future. Among the VIPs, Miles also scrutinized the offensive soul guidance device, already plotting in his mind. If this treasure were acquired and delivered to the Wuhuan city, the contribution it would provide could elevate his position and influence. 5,000 gold soul coins. This offensive soul guidance device belongs to the Wuhuan Temple, Miles declared. He invoked the authority of the Wuhuan Temple as a means of intimidation, subtly threatening others present that anyone daring to raise the bid would be at odds with the Wuhuan Temple. This intimidation tactic proved effective once more. Offending the Wuhuan Temple was one thing, but incurring the wrath of Miles, a local tyrant in Gongxin City, was entirely another matter. Crossing him could render one's life exceedingly difficult. Observing the silence that fell over the crowd, Miles swelled with pride. 5,200 gold soul coins, Lu Gao called out. With a venomous glare directed at Lu Gao, Miles raised his bid to 5,400 gold soul coins. 5,600 gold soul coins, Lu Gao countered. 5,800 gold soul coins. Miles reluctantly raised his bid. 6,000 gold soul coins. 6,200 gold soul coins. Thus, the price of the soul guidance device climbed relentlessly between the two, reaching 11,200 gold soul coins. Lu Gao's companions, Long and Yu, began to grow anxious. Master, with such a high price, I'm afraid we won't have enough money left to purchase the meteorite tonight, Long remarked. What meteorite are you talking about? I have no idea. All I know is that we must acquire this soul guidance device, Lu Gao insisted, his eyes ablaze with determination. His intent in purchasing the soul guidance device was not merely for combat. He wished to dismantle the offensive soul guidance device to study its internal structure, hoping to replicate it. As Miles clenched his teeth, attempting to raise the bid further, one of his subordinates leaned in to whisper, "Bishop Miles, why do we need to buy this item? Wouldn't it be easier to seize it after the auction?" Miles nodded, his malicious eyes narrowing as he raised his bid to 11,400 gold soul coins. I understand, but don't you see? President Lu Gao is determined to obtain this item. If I don't squeeze every last coin from him, I won't be able to remain in Gongxin City, Miles replied. Thus, the bidding escalated higher and higher, culminating in the offensive soul guidance device, which had originally started at 5,000 gold soul coins, being sold for an astonishing 25,000 gold soul coins to the Blacksmith Association's Lu Gao. Lu Gao had no qualms about spending such a sum. But Si Long and Si Yu felt their hearts race at Lu Gao's bidding. Old fellow, I shall bequeath this soul-guiding device to you for the time being. However, I am curious whether you will successfully return to your smithing guild with it. A playful glint flickered across Miles' face. The final item for auction was a meteorite from beyond the heavens. Such celestial stones are rare and elusive. Throughout history, many formidable weapons have been forged from materials derived from these otherworldly meteorites. Lu Gao's purpose for attending today was precisely to acquire this meteorite. Regrettably, having already expended a substantial sum, he found himself without the budget to procure this celestial treasure and could only gaze at it wistfully. After a series of competitive bids, the meteorite ultimately fell into the hands of Qian Renxue. Once the auction concluded, Qian Renxue made her way backstage, where Shangwan Yu personally delivered the payment along with the meteorite and the mithril armor forged by Lu Gao. Qian Renxue then presented the meteorite and the mithril armor to Wang Yuan, recognizing their utility for blacksmiths and soul masters, while for herself, they served merely as collectibles. The mithril armor, a result of Lu Gao's transformation of his soul-guiding device, was capable of withstanding attacks from soul fighters. Now, let us discuss the details of our future collaboration, Qian Renxue remarked. Indeed, Shangwan Yu smiled and nodded. I have prepared a VIP room for us, ensuring we will not be disturbed. As Shen Changqing walked along the path, he encountered familiar faces, exchanging nods or brief greetings. Yet regardless of who it was, each individual bore an expression devoid of excessive emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this. For this was the JinBao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with the eradication of demons and other malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various ancillary activities. It could be said that every person within the JinBao Si bore stains of blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, apathy toward many matters inevitably follows. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Changqing found himself somewhat disoriented, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao Si was expansive, and those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally skilled or possessed the potential to become so. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Si was divided into two primary roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone entering the JinBao Si began as an Exorcist at the lowest tier, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation had been an apprentice Exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Si. It did not take long before he halted before a certain loft. Unlike the other solemn areas within the JinBao Si, this loft stood out as a tranquil oasis amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The entrance was wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, but soon relax again. The sanguine odor clung to everyone in the JinBao Si, nearly impossible to wash away. Within the VIP room, Qian Renxue and her companions took their seats alongside Shangwan Yu. Qian Renxue spoke directly. Chairman Shangwan, beyond our mutual collaboration, I have a further proposal. I wish to invite you to join the Shikong Dian. What are your thoughts? Are you attempting to consume me? Shangwan Yu replied with a slight smile. I am merely managing a small enterprise in Gongxin City, far from the grand merchants of this world. I am curious as to what value I possess that would warrant your interest. Qian Renxue responded. Compared to the JinBao Glaze sect, the Tiando Royal Commerce, and the Xingluo Royal Commerce, you lack the necessary influence. Your foothold in Gongxin City relies solely on the Lord's affection and pursuit, does it not? However, you cannot maintain this indefinitely. You cannot keep him hanging. Eventually, you must provide an answer. Either reject him or accept him. Should you accept, you become the Lord's consort. But do you truly harbor feelings for him? If you refuse, you will lose this significant backing in Gongxin City. Trust me, the Martial Soul Hall's leader, Miles, will devour you to the bone. It seems you have investigated my situation thoroughly, Shangwan Yu remarked. There is no choice. In this world, the nobility holds the power of discourse. Your greatest assets are your beauty and the identity of an auxiliary soul master. To sustain yourself here long-term, without influence, you must rely on these two strengths to navigate the currents of power. The Lord of Gongxin City has publicly declared Shangwan Yu to be his beloved, his mistress, his cherished possession, suppressing and driving away any man who approaches her. Shang Guanyin neither confirmed nor denied this, for she understood that within Gongxin City, she required the Lord's influence to stabilize her commerce. The longevity of her business was due to the Lord's patronage, yet she was inevitably compelled to respond to his advances. Upon introspection, she realized she harbored no genuine affection for the Xinghua Lord. Her feelings were purely utilitarian. Are you not concerned that I could manipulate the Lord as easily as I could you? Shang Guanyin inquired. In the face of overwhelming power, any clever tricks are rendered meaningless. Hua Chang interjected, rising to her feet. Shang Guanyin's expression shifted. She recognized the 9 soul rings adorning Hua Chang, revealing her status as a title Douluo, and a title Douluo at that, with a 10,000-year spirit ring. The Shirkong Dian's power may rival that of the 3 great sects. Hidden sects? A multitude of calculations flashed through Shang Guanyin's mind. Soul guiding devices. Such items can only be manufactured and produced by our sect on Douluo continent. You must understand the profound impact such devices could have across the entire continent. Of course, I am aware, Shang Guanyin affirmed. If the Shirkong Jian can maintain stable production and monopolize soul-guiding devices, it won't be long before the JinBao Glaze sect, the wealthiest sect on the continent, is supplanted. However, we also require a talent well-versed in commercial operations to serve as our agent, which is why I have chosen you. Your decision to join the Shirkong Dian rests solely upon your choice, Qian Rinxue concluded. Agreed. I shall join the Shirkong Dian, Shang Guanyin deliberated before finally nodding. From the outset, the negotiations were inherently unequal. She was merely an auxiliary soul king, without the standing to collaborate with a grand sect led by a title Douluo. In Douluo continent, without influence or background, one struggles to make any headway. Only those reliant on large powers can boldly expand their own. Merchants such as the Xingluo Royal Commerce and Tiando Royal Commerce were never originally royal properties, yet their alignment with the royals allowed them unhindered access throughout the empire. A wise choice, Qian Rinxue remarked. Your commercial endeavors in Gongxin City have reached a bottleneck. I trust you will expand your business across the lands of the Xingluo Empire within the next 3 years. Expanding the commercial territory is not a difficult task for me. Shang Guanyin is a natural business prodigy. She knows precisely when to enter the market and when to exit. During prosperous years, she accumulates goods, while in times of calamity, she sells them. However, without formidable power, possessing immense wealth is akin to a 5-year-old child clutching gold while traversing a bustling street. Everyone would covet what you possess. Shang Guanyin remarked, This is simple. I will assign my most capable assistant to you. Qian Rinxue introduced her companion, Meng Lingxian, saying, Her name is Meng Lingxian, a revered member of my time in Space Hall, a super Douluo of the 97th rank, bearing the title of Nightmare. With her safeguarding you, you may proceed to unleash your potential without hesitation. Shang Guanyin gazed in astonishment at Meng Lingxian. A super Douluo of the 97th rank, combined with the earlier words of Hua Chang, this sect now boasts 2 title Douluo, rivaling the might of the current largest sect, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Meng Lingxian glanced at Shang Guanyin and said, Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall assist you in overcoming them. I am most grateful, Shang Guanyin replied. Next, I require your assistance with another matter, Qian Rinxue stated. I wish for the Commerce Guild to collaborate with me in setting a trap for Lu Gao. I aim to draw him into my sect. Please, young sect master, speak freely. I am at your service, Meng Lingxian responded, now having joined the time in Space Hall. Qian Rinxue began to outline her plan. After an extensive discussion and arranging the details, Qian Rinxue departed from the Commerce Guild. Thus, our time in Space Hall has established a foothold in the Xingluo Empire. Next, we shall continue to expand our influence within the empire, Qian Rinxue declared. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue seemed to recall something, adding, I remember that the Piji clan is also based in the Xingluo Empire, correct? Indeed, Hua Chang confirmed. The Piji clan operates a pharmaceutical business in Xingluo City, yet their headquarters is located there. Young master, do you have any thoughts? Qian Rinxue nodded, saying, During this visit to Xingluo City, I certainly cannot overlook the Piji clan. After concluding matters in Gongxin City, we shall proceed to Xingluo City to subdue the Piji clan for my own purposes. Meng Lingxian smiled, looking toward the distance. Young master, there is a jester attempting to rob Master Wang Yuan of his soul guide. Would you not care to investigate? Wang Yuan's spirit perception followed the direction pointed out by Meng Lingxian, and his expression fell. The thought of his creation falling into the hands of Lu Gao or that scoundrel, Myers, left him unsettled. Is Myers and his group attempting to steal Lu Gao's soul guide? Qian Rinxue inquired. Then we should go take a look. On the way back, Lu Gao felt no regret for having spent such a large sum on the soul guide. He was elated as he examined the soul guide from top to bottom, eager to rush back to his forge to dismantle it and study its inner workings. Master, you used all the funds meant for purchasing meteorite to buy this soul guide. Will others in the Blacksmith Association be displeased? Xilong asked. What do you know? Lu Gao replied. What I hold in my hands is the future of our blacksmithing. I wouldn't exchange it for 10 pieces of celestial meteorite. No amount of materials can compare to mastering the technology of soul guides, which would benefit the entire Douluo continent. Xilong nodded thoughtfully and asked, Master, are you sure you can replicate it? Many masters have tried to recreate soul guides since the technology was lost, yet none have succeeded. Do you doubt your master? Lu Gao scoffed. How can I know without trying? You, a mere blacksmith, wish to study soul guides? Myers' unpleasant figure emerged from the shadows. Myers? Xilong, Yu, and Lu Gao warily surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, Myers stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, as soul masters emerged from the darkness, surrounding Xilong, Yu, and Lu Gao. Though Lu Gao and Xilong were soul saints, they possessed no combat prowess, rendering them vulnerable even to a single soul emperor, let alone a group of battle-type soul masters. What do you want? Xilong demanded. Myers declared, hand over the soul guide and persuade your Blacksmith Association to join the Wuhuan Hall, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, death awaits. You think I am afraid of death? Listen here, Myers, even in death, I, Lu Gao, shall never align myself with the Wuhuan Hall or scoundrels like you. Come and take my life if you dare. Obstinate fool, Myers coldly remarked, signaling the surrounding soul masters to seize the soul guide. After the auction, Myers had initially intended to target Qian Rinxue and her companions. But the matter of the soul guide was of great importance as it pertained to Myers' future. He planned to present the soul guide to the Wuhuan city to elevate his status within the Wuhuan Hall. Thus, he set aside his plans concerning Qian Rinxue and focused on intercepting Lu Gao and Xilong under the cover of night. Just as victory seemed imminent, Qian Rinxue and her companions arrived. Stop! Myers turned to face Qian Rinxue, a lewd smile spreading across his face. I thought it was someone significant. It turns out to be 3 lovely maidens eager to seek me out. Excellent. After I conclude this matter, I will have an entire night to listen to your thoughts. But not now. Qian Rinxue exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Chong. They understood that while Myers was not to be killed, those accompanying him could not be spared. Under Hua Chong's control, dark thorns erupted from the ground, piercing through the throats, wrists, and hearts of the soul masters, twisting with a few rotations. In an instant, these living souls let out anguished cries, their bodies torn apart by Hua Chong's thorns. Myers awoke from his nightmare, astonished to see his own soul masters annihilated in an instant by this woman. He gazed at Hua Chong in horror. Hua Chong's cold gaze shifted to Myers. Meanwhile, Myers noticed the configuration of 9 soul rings at Hua Chong's feet. Title of the law, he swallowed hard. I heard you wish to spend an entire night listening to my musings. That can be arranged, Hua Chong said as she produced a sharp blade. I can spend the entire night methodically carving your flesh, listening to your lamentations, and sharing a delightful evening, dear Myers. At the same time, the thorns that had shredded his soul masters into pieces slithered across the ground like venomous serpents. Advancing towards him, fear engulfed Myers, rendering him incapacitated on the ground, utterly forgetting to unleash his martial soul, retreating in sheer desperation. Meanwhile, Hua Chong toyed with him as a cat would with a mouse, deliberately withholding the thorns from ensnaring him immediately. Ultimately, with his back against a stone, having retreated to the last possible moment, Myers felt the creeping thorns drawing near, and a wave of humiliation washed over him as he realized he had soiled himself. No, you cannot kill me. I am the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. You would be declaring war on the Wuhuan Temple by slaying me, incurring their wrath. Observing Myers' pitiful state, Qian Rinxue's eyes gleamed with intensified murderous intent. This wretch still dared to tarnish the reputation of the Wuhuan Temple. Recalling Lu Gao's earlier words, I would rather die than join the Wuhuan Temple. Talent is squandered by useless individuals like Myers, forced to align with the enemy. However, despite her desire to see him suffer, she knew this was not the moment to execute him. Hearing Myers invoke the Wuhuan Temple as a threat, Hua Chong decided to withdraw, her intention merely to frighten him. Once the deadly thorns dissipated, Maersi sighed in relief, realizing that his status as the Pope of the Wuhan Temple still afforded him a semblance of protection. After all, the Wuhan Temple is the most formidable power in the world. Who would dare offend it? With the backing of such a powerful entity. What did it matter if Hua Chong was a titled Douluo? Would she dare to cross the Wuhan Temple? Nevertheless, having survived, Maersi could not swallow his indignation. He plotted to return to the Wuhan Temple and meticulously report the incident to Wuhan City, seeking retribution for this affront. What occupies your mind so deeply? Pope Maersi, as he pondered these matters, he was oblivious to the appearance of a stunning woman with long pink hair before him. Her beauty so captivating that it rendered him spellbound. However, when she removed her white eye patch from her left eye, the atmosphere turned ominous. Let me guess, are you planning to report to the Wuhan Temple after this incident, claiming how we have offended them, and requesting the elders to hunt us down, thus leveraging the Wuhan Temple's power for revenge? Meng Lingxian smiled, her allure undeniable, yet Maersi had no heart for such beauty. A sudden pang of dread struck him. How could she know his intentions? Maersi, consumed by vengeance, realized he could not retaliate against Qian Renshua and her allies. So he intended to report to the Wuhan Temple once the dust settled, aiming to vilify them and ideally draw out a titled Douluo elder to avenge him. But upon having his thoughts laid bare by Meng Lingxian, he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, his spirit frozen. He shook his head in denial. No, I would never think such a thing. I assure you, this will not come to pass. Just spare my life, and I will comply with any request you have. An invisible purple nightmare emanated from Meng Lingxian's eye, penetrating into Maersi's being. Really? She inquired playfully after casting the nightmare upon him. You would comply with any request? Are you certain? Absolutely. I am certain, Maersi nodded fervently. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Then be gone. Upon hearing this, Maersi curled into a ball and rolled away toward the Wuhan Temple. Observing this scene, Qian Renshua felt no pleasure, only profound disgust. As a pope of the Wuhan Temple, representing its dignity, his cowardice was unbearable. Though she could tolerate his actions in her presence, what would it mean if he exhibited such disgrace before others? The temple's reputation would be tarnished. Such pathetic creatures must be plentiful within the Wuhan Temple. Calculating the time, she hoped Uncle Shilong's letter had reached the Wuhan Temple by now. She could only wish that her grandfather and mother would take it seriously. Otherwise, the temple's reputation would inevitably suffer at the hands of such individuals. Did you cast a nightmare upon him? Hua Chong inquired. Indeed, Meng Lingxian replied. I have cast a nightmare upon him. From now until his last breath, he shall not experience a single pleasant dream. With that, she added with a smile, sometimes mental torment can be more excruciating than physical suffering. After Maersi's departure, Lu Gao and his disciple exhaled in relief, suppressing their nausea as they navigated past the dismembered corpses to where Qian Renshua and her companion stood. Thank you for your timely rescue, Lu Gao expressed, wishing to convey his gratitude, but unsure what he could offer. He produced a VIP card and handed it to Qian Renshua, stating, as a token of my appreciation, please accept this card. In the future, whenever you visit the Blacksmith Association, you shall receive VIP treatment and discounts on your purchases. I shall graciously accept, Qian Renshua replied. The VIP card from the Blacksmith Association would prove invaluable to her, particularly when the time came to forge weapons. By the way, I recall that meteorite was purchased by you, correct? President Lu Gao inquired. Indeed, why do you ask? Do you desire the meteorite? Qian Renshua responded. I would very much like it, but since you purchased it, I cannot demand it. How about this? If you provide the materials and specify the items you wish to forge, I will use the meteorite for your desired creation. What do you say? Lu Gao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Qian Renshua. His intention in acquiring the meteorite was to refine his skills, utilizing this superior material to advance his forging techniques. As for the final product, he was indifferent. Lu Gao, Wang Yuan interjected angrily, that meteorite was meant for my forging. Do you intend to seize it? You wish to use the meteorite as well? My word, Lu Gao exclaimed. Let me tell you, there are only 3 master blacksmiths in this world, and I, Lu Gao, am one of them. Only I can ensure that this meteorite is not wasted. Nonsense. President Lu Gao, Wang Yuan scoffed. Even if you're a master craftsman, what does that matter? Can you forge a soul guide device? Soul guide device? Lu Gao paused, looking at Wang Yuan. I cannot, but can you? The techniques for crafting soul guide devices have been lost, and not a single soul master exists in this world. However, soon enough, I believe that with my skills, I will rediscover the crafting memories of soul guide devices from this ancient relic. Very well, Lu Gao. I shall observe how you uncover the techniques for soul guide devices. Let's set a time frame of 1 month. If you can produce a decent soul guide device by then, I shall gift you this meteorite. However, Wang Yuan then added, but President Lu Gao, what if, after a month, you still have not deciphered the crafting memories of the soul guide device? In the field of forging, there is nothing I cannot achieve. Even the renowned Hao Qiando must address me as master in this domain. If I fail, then 1 month from now, I shall be at your command. Very well. But President Lu Gao, I must warn you that crafting a soul guide device is not merely a matter of exquisite forging skills. There is no need for your reminder. Lu Gao turned and walked away. Master, how could you agree to his condition? Long expressed his concerns. What? Do you lack confidence in this old man? Lu Gao inquired. As they watched Lu Gao and his companions depart, Qian Renshue exchanged glances with Wang Yuan. The provocation had been successful. Now, they could only wait for Lu Gao to gradually fall into their trap. In the following days, Qian Renshue transitioned from the simple mode to the ordinary mode to challenge the spin tower. In the ordinary mode, the time accumulated for the temporal indicators in the spin tower was half compared to the simple mode. This meant that during her ascent of the spin tower, Qian Renshue would have to endure double the time regression, significantly elevating the difficulty of both her adversaries and her own temporal regressions. With blooming flowers symbolizing their distinct paths, Shilong returned to the spirit hall with Qian Renshue's letter. Upon arriving at the worship hall, Shilong presented the letter to Qian Douluo. Great worshipper, the letter has been delivered, and I have another message to convey, so I shall take my leave, Shilong stated. Qian Douluo waved his hand dismissively and replied, You may go. Let me see what little Shui has written to me, Qian Douluo said with a benevolent expression as he opened the letter and began to read. The more he read, the darker his expression became. The other worshippers noticed the change in Qian Douluo's demeanor, sensing a shift from clear skies to impending rain. Brother, what is wrong? Third worshipper Su Dingfeng inquired. Saint Dragon, you'll understand once you read it, Qian Douluo replied, handing the letter to Su Dingfeng. After a brief glance at its contents, Su Dingfeng's expression mirrored the growing storm. Curious about the letter's contents, the other worshippers leaned in to read, each experiencing a prelude to the forthcoming tempest. In the papal hall, Zhu Douluo and Gui Thuo regarded Shilong with pity. You, a titled Douluo, have been reduced to a mere messenger. How truly lamentable. However, little did they know that during this time, Shilong had acquired a 50,000-year-old soul bone and a rare celestial herb, positioning himself on the brink of breaking through the 94th level. You've arrived, Bibi Dong remarked, resting her chin on her hand as she observed Shilong. Has she sent another letter? Indeed, Shilong replied, producing the letter. Your Holiness, please take a look. The cardinal received the letter and handed it to Bibi Dong, who eagerly opened it. The letter revealed Qian Renshue's claims of collusion between Bishop Myers and the Lord of Luo City, exploiting their positions for personal gain. Within their jurisdiction, they charged fees for awakening children's martial souls, failing to report the awakened talents to the Spirit Hall, instead absorbing them into their own families to enhance their influence. All while tarnishing the Spirit Hall's reputation. Bibi Dong felt a deep resonance with this revelation. Having not been born into nobility herself, she empathized with the plight of these commoners, recognizing the roots of malevolence in poverty and oppression, which bred evil soul masters. Bibi Dong, a woman of contradictions, harbored a deep-seated hatred for Qian Xuanji and the entire Angel clan. Yet, she could not help but feel compassion for the commoners who suffered similar fates to her own. The policy for awakening martial souls among commoners flourished during her reign, providing a continuous influx of talent to the Spirit Hall. With a fierce determination, Bibi Dong crushed Qian Renshue's letter in her hand, her sharp gaze fixed on Gui Douluo. Hui Mei, take the enforcement team to the Spirit Hall in Gongxin City and apprehend the local bishop and all associated officials. Just then, Qian Douluo entered the papal hall, wielding the Liang Tian sword. Bibi Dong shot him a cold glance and retorted, Why are you here instead of peacefully residing in the worship hall? Qian Douluo snorted and replied, I have come to stop you. You should be more perceptive as a holy pope. Do you not see the implications of the letter from Little Shui? The collusion between the Lord of Luo City and our bishops is likely not limited to Gongxin City, but may extend to other cities within the Luo Empire as well. Simply apprehending Myers will only allow those in the shadows to remain hidden. If we are to act, we must seize this opportunity to address the situation comprehensively and rectify the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo asserted. Bibi Dong, realizing the gravity of his words. Acknowledged that while Myers was indeed infuriating, he was merely a catalyst. Gue Mei, instruct your intelligence department to traverse the continent and thoroughly investigate the local bishop's conduct, she commanded. Once Gue Mei's reports are in, we shall convene an elder council. Yes, Your Holiness. Gue Mei, loyal to Bibi Dong, commanded an intelligence network across the continent, equipped with communication tools to relay information swiftly. After issuing orders, the intelligence network sprang into action, and within days, a wealth of reports regarding the conduct of bishops across the continent reached Bibi Dong. As she reviewed the intelligence, Bibi Dong turned to Gue Mei and asked, "What are your thoughts on the corruption within the Spear Hall?" Gue Mei replied, "Your Holiness, I believe there are two primary reasons. The first is the self-interest of the bishops wielding power. The second is the deliberate instigation of our bishops by the Luo Empire. In any significant power structure, hidden corruption is inevitable. While the Spirit Hall's bishops may be corrupt, such occurrences are not exclusive to the Luo Empire. Similar issues have arisen within the Tiando Empire, albeit with lower frequency. In the Luo Empire, numerous bishops are corrupt, engaging in deception and exploitation, much like Myers. People avoid them like the plague. Yet the local officials appear to advocate for the commoners. This begs the question of who truly commands authority. The Spirit Hall has embedded itself deeply within the Luo Empire, but as policies are enacted, countermeasures arise. The Spirit Hall's infiltration of the Luo Empire raises the question, how could the Empire not attempt to infiltrate the Spirit Hall in return? Any ambitious ruler would be wary of the Spirit Hall's influence within their domain. Dai Tianfeng of the Luo Empire is indeed a remarkable individual. Faced with the choice of starvation or the invention of soul-guiding devices, he embodies determination. The martial spirits inherited by the royal families of the Tiando Empire and the Luo Empire represent the predicaments each nation confronts. The Shui family's martial spirit is that of a swan, graceful and noble on the surface of the water, yet tumultuous beneath. The Tiando Empire appears tranquil at present, but under various constraints, even the Snow Knight Emperor struggles to effect change, as the Shui family and the royal lineage are notably weak. He must balance the competing forces within the Tiando Empire. In stark contrast, the Dai family resembles a fierce tiger, poised to dominate the world. Unlike the Shui family, which relies on constant equilibrium to maintain domestic stability, Dai Tianfeng is a capable sovereign, wielding strength directly in his hands. He is a formidable 92nd level title Douluo, and alongside his wife, they form a martial spirit fusion technique that can rival a 96th level title Douluo. Moreover, the military is firmly under the control of the Dai family, and Dai Tianfeng commands the White Tiger Imperial Guard, a legion composed solely of soul masters. Were it not for the existence of the Spirit Hall, the Luo Empire would inevitably absorb the Tiando Empire, thereby unifying the continent. However, the tiger's throat is constricted as the Spirit Hall obstructs his expansion. Both Dai Tianfeng and the Snow Knight Emperor wish to curtail the growing influence of the Spirit Hall within their nations. Yet, while the Snow Knight Emperor is powerless, Dai Tianfeng possesses the means to act. The Luo Empire employs seduction to corrupt the bishops of the Spirit Hall, compelling them to become oppressors of the populace, while the Luo Empire cleverly hides behind the Spirit Hall to garner public support. Some bishops resist the temptations of the Luo Empire, while others succumb to its wealth, beauty, and status, becoming corrupt and colluding with the Luo Empire. In various cities, the reputation of the Spirit Hall has even deteriorated below that of the Luo Empire. From an opposing perspective, one must admit that Dai Tianfeng's strategy is indeed commendable. Not only does it prevent the Spirit Hall from deepening its influence in his realm, but it also tarnishes the Hall's reputation, thereby enhancing the renown of the Luo Empire. Bibi Dong remarked, "Deliver what you have collected to the High Priest." "Yes, Your Holiness." Within the Hall of Offerings, Douluo examined the intelligence provided by Gue Mei and commented, "Xiao Shui is correct. Our Spirit Hall indeed requires reform. Inform Bibi Dong to prepare. I shall convene a council of elders." The internal council of the Spirit Hall is quietly underway, unbeknownst to Miles and others that calamity looms ahead. Having narrowly escaped a crisis, Bishop Miles scurried back to his home. Once assured of his safety, he could not quell his anger and immediately began to document the characteristics of those who had offended him, extending the grievances to the Spirit Hall. After finishing his letter to Spirit City, Miles sighed with relief, smugly stating, "The identity of a bishop truly has its advantages. Even titled Douluos dare not touch me. Oof. Even if you fear me, I shall not let you off easily. Unless I vent this anger, the fire within me will not extinguish. Let the elders of the spirit hall deal with you. He resolved to deliver the letter the next day and lay down to sleep. However, within mere minutes, Miles's eyes flew open. He had dreamt of being bound to a gallows, facing execution. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, it was merely a nightmare. Yet, as he attempted to sleep again, he was startled awake once more. This time, he dreamt of those he had wronged, rising from the depths of hell to demand his life. Thus, throughout the night, every time he lay down, nightmares plagued him. Ultimately, Miles decided to forego sleep and instead admired the night sky in front of his estate. Little did he know, this marked the beginning of his sleepless nights, with nightmares to accompany him until his final breath. Returning to the hotel, Qian Rinxue presented a piece of mithril armor to Wang Yuan, asking, can you transform this mithril armor into a defensive, soul-guiding device within a month? Wang Yuan replied, somewhat displeased, young master, a month is excessive. With sufficient materials, I can complete the transformation in a day. Very well, inform me of the materials you require. I hope you can expedite the process, Qian Rinxue responded. Yes, young master. Meanwhile, Lu Gao excitedly returned to his forge, summoning his martial spirit to dismantle the soul-guiding device. However, the technology for soul-guiding devices had been lost, specifically the core technique for converting soul power. Mastery of the device's construction did not guarantee successful creation. Furthermore, Lu Gao did not wish for his work to be replicated. Thus, he had installed safeguards within the soul-guiding device. If dismantled, these safeguards would trigger, resulting in complete destruction of the internal structure, making replication nearly impossible. With this dual safeguard, unless spies were dispatched to learn the craft, the art of soul-guiding device creation would remain firmly in the hands of the time and space hall. As Lu Gao began to disassemble the soul-guiding cannon, a muffled sound emanated from within. He felt a chill of foreboding. Swiftly, he opened the exterior of the device, only to find the internal structure had been rendered chaotic by the activation of the safeguard. Curse be it! Why, oh why was a safeguard set on this structure? Lu Gao roared in frustration. Yet he remained unconvinced and buried himself in the forge for 1, 2, 3 days, attempting to reassemble the soul-guiding cannon. Without exception, all his efforts ended in failure. His disciples, Si Long and Si Yu, brought him meals each day. Yet Lu Gao did not taste a single bite, nor did he sleep, focusing solely on his work. Master, please eat something. The structure is beyond repair, Si Long pleaded. If this continues, your health will deteriorate. Lu Gao turned to him, his hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot, and with gritted teeth declared, leave me be. I shall either starve to death here or restore this soul-guiding device for you to see. 2 days later, the mithril armor crafted by Lu Gao was successfully transformed into a mithril soul-guiding device by Wang Yuan, though the device's exterior bore no resemblance to the original mithril armor. Subtle details revealed it was indeed crafted by Lu Gao. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue produced 2 additional soul-guiding devices, each equipped with safeguards, and approached Shangwanya at the auction house, asking, when is the next auction? In 3 days, young master, Shangwanya replied. Spread the word that there are soul-guiding devices for sale, 3 in total. As she spoke, Qian Rinxue handed the mithril soul-guiding armor and the other 2 devices to Shangwanya. Understood, Shangwanya acknowledged, taking the 3 devices. I will make arrangements at once. If the previous auction of the soul guide device had not stirred sufficient ripples, then this time, the auction featuring 3 soul guide devices has undoubtedly captured the attention of various factions across the continent. Over the course of 3 days, Gangxin City welcomed significant figures, including representatives from the Xingluo Empire's Royal Chamber of Commerce and the JinBao Chamber of Commerce. Upon learning of the auction, Si Long and Si Yu promptly sought out Lu Gao in the forging chamber. I have told you not to disturb me. Do not waste even a second of my time, Lu Gao retorted, his hair more disheveled than days prior, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue, and his clothes unwashed for several days. Master, I bring good news. 3 soul guide devices will be auctioned, Si Long announced. Stop insisting on this particular device. Its internal structure is irreparably damaged, and there is little hope for restoration. Is there? The latter part of his statement went unheard by Lu Gao, who sees Si Long's shoulders, leaning in closer to inquire, what did you say? 3 more soul guide devices? Indeed, master. Perhaps you can glean some forging techniques from the other devices. You should take a break for now, Si Long suggested. Lu Gao finally set aside his work to confirm the auction's validity, only to be confronted with a pressing issue: the lack of funds. Contemplating this dilemma, Lu Gao entered his workshop and opened the warehouse door, revealing an array of equipment, including sharp swords, lightweight armor, and exquisite longbows, his proud creations. "Let us sell these and see what we can fetch," he said. "Master, those are your masterpieces. Are you sure you want to sell them?" Silong asked. Lu Gao replied, "That was in the past. One must always strive for progress. The craft of forging knows no bounds. Silong, I will develop soul guide devices and replenish this warehouse with my finest works. For now, it needs clearing." Thus, Lu Gao decided to sell his equipment directly in the market rather than at the auction, achieving a commendable price. For this auction, he had prepared a sum of 50,000 gold soul coins, a considerable amount equivalent to the annual revenue of a medium-sized city. His ambition to acquire a soul guide device was resolute. Unbeknownst to him, the data regarding his sale had already been intercepted by Qian Rinxue. Only 50,000 gold soul coins? Qian Rinxue frowned. With that amount, Lu Gao will hardly compete against those titans. Sheng Wanyi remarked. 50,000 gold soul coins is simply 50,000, Qian Rinxue stated. "I will ensure he acquires what he seeks. You need only focus on arranging the auction." 3 days later, the auction commenced. Lu Gao entered, finding this event more vibrant than ever before. Previously attended solely by the nobility of Gongxin City, this time, notable figures were present, including Ning Ziyuan from the JinBao Chamber of Commerce and Dai Qixi from the Xingluo Royal Chamber of Commerce. All well prepared with funds aimed directly at the offensive soul guide devices. Silong recognized these individuals. The JinBao Chamber of Commerce was backed by the JinBao Glazed sect, while the Xingluo Royal Chamber of Commerce was associated with the Empress's merchants, capable of mobilizing resources akin to that of an entire nation. Their intentions were clear. They sought the soul guide devices. Initially confident that 50,000 gold coins would suffice, Lu Gao's worry began to creep in, fearing that his modest sum could not stand against such formidable competition. The auction officially began, with Collins as the auctioneer. The early items were trivial, garnering little interest from the titans, while the local nobility eagerly competed. Collins unveiled the auction table, stating, "I believe many guests have come for these 3 soul guide devices. This is a 4th-tier offensive soul guide device, the Soul Guide Flame Bow. By infusing soul power, arrows can be generated, wielding a power comparable to that unleashed by a fire-type soul master. The starting bid is 3,500 gold soul coins, with increments no less than 200. Lu Gao immediately called out 3,700 gold soul coins. A local noble promptly raised the bid. Thus, the bidding for the Soul Guide Flame Bow escalated through round after round. 10,000 gold soul coins, Lu Gao exclaimed in desperation, raising the price significantly. The other local nobles finally ceased their bids. The atmosphere grew tense as Lu Gao anxiously awaited Collins to finalize the sale. However, the titans were not inclined to let the device slip away. Once the minor bids concluded, the heavyweight contenders entered the fray. 15,000 gold soul coins, Ning Ziyuan declared. Lu Gao, frustrated, glanced towards the JinBao Chamber of Commerce's VIP section and reluctantly raised his card, 15,200 gold soul coins. Before his declaration could settle, Dai Qixi from the Xingluo Royal Chamber of Commerce lifted her card, 20,000 gold soul coins. Ning Ziyuan called 30,000 gold soul coins. In that moment, Lu Gao realized that this price war was beyond his means. The bidding quickly escalated beyond 50,000. Dai Qixi whispered instructions to a nearby soul master, who relayed a message to Ning Ziyuan's table. "Ning Ziyuan, I have been instructed to convey that you should concede this soul guide device to the Xingluo Chamber of Commerce. We shall not compete for the next item." Ning Ziyuan pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, relinquishing further bids. Ultimately, the soul guide device was sold for 50,000 gold soul coins to the Xingluo Royal Chamber of Commerce. Collins then revealed the second soul guide device, a meticulously crafted sword radiating brilliance. This 5th-tier sword-type soul guide device, named Blood Edge, could unleash power equivalent to a Soul King's when infused with soul energy, while also possessing a bloodthirsty effect, enhancing the potency of each attack. After the introduction, Collins announced, "This item starts at 5,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 200. Having just acquired the Flame Bow, Dai Qixi felt a twinge of regret, but reassured herself that obtaining a 4th-tier soul guide device sufficed for royal approval. The bidding commenced once more, primarily contested by Lu Gao and the minor bidders, until the price surpassed 10,000 gold soul coins, prompting many to withdraw. 15,000 gold soul coins, Ning Ziyuan bid. Lu Gao inhaled deeply, declaring 20,000 gold soul coins. Recognizing that securing all 3 soul guide devices was an unattainable goal, Lu Gao resolved to claim at least one of them. The final soul guide device was bound to incite fierce competition between the 2 giants. If that hope were unreachable, he would focus all his efforts on acquiring the second device instead. Ning Ziyuan, frustrated, glanced at Lu Gao, who had unexpectedly emerged as a contender in this bidding war. Did the old man not realize that behind him stands the JinBao Liuli sect? How dare he disregard our sect's dignity? However, an auction has its own rules. Ning Ziyuan nonchalantly raised his bidding paddle and declared 25,000 gold soul coins. 30,000 gold soul coins. Lu Gao retorted, his eyes ablaze. Ning Ziyuan maintained his composure, stating, "We, the JinBao Liuli sect, have ample funds," as he raised his paddle once more. 40,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins, Lu Gao declared, fully committing all his operational capital. 70,000 gold soul coins, Ning Ziyuan replied coolly. Lu Gao, eager to raise the bid, was abruptly silenced by Si Long Master. "We can't afford any more." 70,000 gold soul coins once. 70,000 gold soul coins twice. 70,000 gold soul coins thrice. Sold. With a decisive hammer, the soul guiding device was ultimately sold to the JinBao Liuli sect for 70,000 gold soul coins. Seated in the VIP area, Qian Renxue observed the intense competition between the 2 titans, noting that one item sold for 50,000, while another fetched 70,000. The combined production cost of these 2 soul guiding devices was less than 100 gold soul coins, yet they were sold for a staggering total of 120,000 gold soul coins. What does 120,000 gold soul coins equate to? It is comparable to the monthly military expenses of a 100,000 strong army in the Tiando Empire. The immense profits from this soul guiding device were sufficient to elevate Qian Renxue's financial standing above that of the JinBao Liuli sect, positioning her as the wealthiest faction in the realm. Alas, it seems the JinBao Merchant Association has reached an agreement with the Xingluo Merchant Association to mutually benefit from this arrangement. Otherwise, these 2 soul guiding devices could have fetched even higher prices, Hua Qiang remarked. It matters not. This is merely a small sum. When we sell the soul guiding devices in bulk, that will be the time we reap the benefits from all corners of the continent, Qian Renxue calmly stated. By the way, did President Maersi not attend this auction? Meng Lingxian inquired. Young master, have you forgotten? Maersi is still tormented by nightmares. How could he possibly muster the energy to participate in this auction? Indeed, a single day of nightmares is inconsequential for a soul emperor, whose mental fortitude surpasses that of ordinary beings. However, consecutive days of tormenting dreams had begun to take a toll on Maersi's psyche, leaving him desperate to seek a healing soul master to help dispel his nightmares, albeit to no avail. Thus, he lacked the energy to concern himself with the auction. Moreover, even if Maersi had participated, his wealth would pale in comparison to that of the Xingluo Royal Merchant Association and the JinBao Merchant Association, thus having little impact on the overall situation. For the next item, I must ensure it falls into Lu Gao's hands. Meng Lingxian, the next move is yours. Qian Renxue commanded. Young master, everything is prepared, Meng Lingxian replied with a mysterious smile. After 2 failed auction attempts, Lu Gao felt disheartened and placed all his hopes on the 3rd soul guiding device. The final item of the night was an 8th-tier defensive soul guiding device. The mithril soul armor, which, according to our association's assessment, could withstand the attacks of a soul Douluo. The starting bid for this soul armor was set at 10,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 500. Collins announced, an 8th-tier defensive soul guiding device, capable of withstanding the assaults of a soul Douluo. This item had completely reshaped the audience's perception of soul guiding devices, and Ning Ziyuan of the JinBao Merchant Association was particularly breathless. Compared to offensive soul guiding devices, the direct disciples of the JinBao Liuli sect held a greater interest in defensive soul guiding devices, as they represented a rare means of preserving life. Securing this soul guiding device and analyzing it for potential replication would significantly enhance the survival rates of the JinBao Liuli sect's direct disciples. Should he manage to acquire this item and bring it back to the JinBao Liuli sect, his standing within the sect would surely rise. Similarly, Dai Chi of the Xingluo Merchant Association harbored the same intention, eager to purchase this 8th-tier soul guiding device. 20,000 gold soul coins, Dai Chi announced, offering a price that left others in awe. Those noble patrons who had previously shown interest in the armor now fell silent. How could they possibly compete with the wealth of these two giants? 30,000 gold soul coins, Ning Ziyuan countered. Dai Chi, unwilling to back down, declared 40,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins, Lu Gao bid, his hands trembling as he raised his paddle. He understood this was a futile effort, yet he decided to fight back, hoping for a miracle. It's your turn now, Qian Renxue said to Meng Lingxian. Meng Lingxian nodded in agreement. Ning Ziyuan of the JinBao Merchant Association cast a disdainful glance at Lu Gao, having known all along that Lu Gao's available funds amounted to only 50,000 gold soul coins. How foolish of him to think he could rival the JinBao Liuli sect in wealth. Apologies, but wealth allows one to act with impunity. Just as Ning Ziyuan was about to place his bid, he suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, causing his paddle to drop from his grasp, and he slumped into a drowsy stupor. Dai Chi of the Xingluo Merchant Association regarded Lu Gao with equal disdain, fully aware of his identity as a mere blacksmith. Did he truly believe he could compete with the Xingluo Merchant Association in terms of wealth? Apologies, but wealth allows one to act with impunity. Just as Dai Chi prepared to bid, she too succumbed to a wave of fatigue and fell into slumber. Do not raise the bid. Do not raise the bid. Lu Gao prayed silently, yearning for no further increases. Just as the crowd anticipated a fierce bidding war between these two titans for the soul guiding device, Collins raised his hammer and struck down decisively. 50,000 gold soul coins once. 50,000 gold soul coins twice. 50,000 gold soul coins thrice. Sold. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Both the Xingluo Merchant Association and the JinBao Merchant Association appeared affluent. So why did the bidding halt at 50,000 gold soul coins? Upon hearing the word sold, Lu Gao's face flushed crimson. Had it not been for Silong's grip, he might have leaped 3 feet into the air. Master will surely dismantle this armor upon our return. I hope this soul armor carries no hidden mechanisms. Otherwise, this 50,000 gold soul coins will be wasted. Silong mused with a bitter smile. As the auction concluded, Ning Ziyuan and Dai Chi gradually awakened, only to find the venue empty. They rubbed their foreheads, realizing, this is bad. How did I fall asleep? Upon inquiring, they learned that the auction had ended, and the armor was sold to that old man for 50,000 gold soul coins. Steal his armor? Ning Ziyuan pondered, tapping his forehead. He recalled that Lu Gao was one of the 3 great craftsmen. To rob him would be tantamount to offending the Blacksmith Association. Although soul masters may look down upon them, should they choose to retaliate, many vital weapons and iron tools would go uncrafted. The Blacksmith Association indeed holds a degree of influence. Never mind, acquiring this soul guiding sword will suffice for my report. On the other side, Dai Chi held similar thoughts. Unlike Myursi, who recklessly offended the Blacksmith Association for personal gain, neither the Xingluo Empire nor the JinBao Liuli sect would consider tarnishing their reputations by antagonizing the Blacksmith Association. Lu Gao returned to his forge and began disassembling the armor. The more he dismantled it, the more he felt an uncanny familiarity. He reached out to touch the material of the armor and examined it closely. Upon closer inspection, he discovered his own marks and signature on the armor. Lu Gao. After a moment of careful contemplation, Lu Gao finally remembered. Was this not the armor he sold over 10 days ago? How had it transformed into a soul-guiding device? If it were armor he had crafted himself, disassembling it would have been a much simpler task. Lu Gao immediately cast aside his cautious demeanor and swiftly began to dismantle it. Then, a foreboding sound emanated from the soul-guiding armor, leading to its ultimate destruction. As Lu Gao continued to take it apart, he found the interior in utter disarray. With the armor ruined, he regained his composure. Gazing silently at the remnants of the armor for a moment, he became increasingly certain that this was indeed the very piece he had sold just days prior. The armor that had been auctioned off over a week ago had now returned to the auction house in the form of a soul-guiding device. This indicated that within this short span, the armor had undergone a transformation into a soul-guiding device. Thus, if he could locate the individual responsible for modifying the soul-guiding device. Would that suffice? A spark of realization lit up Lu Gao's eyes. He exited his forging chamber and approached Silong, inquiring, "May I ask you a question? Who ultimately purchased the armor I auctioned last time?" "Master, have you forgotten? It was that group who wagered with you last time," Silong replied. "Wager?" Lu Gao snapped back to reality. He had been so absorbed in his work lately that he had forgotten other matters. Indeed, he had made a bet with Wang Yuan several weeks ago, setting a month as the limit. If he could deduce the technique for crafting soul-guiding devices, Wang Yuan would relinquish a piece of meteorite to him. Conversely, if he failed, he would have to obey Wang Yuan's commands. However, at this moment, Lu Gao was not inclined to dwell on the soul-guiding device. His sole focus was on finding the individual who had modified it. Returning to the forging chamber, he held the now dismantled soul-guiding armor before Silong and said, "Quickly, take me to find them." Inside the hotel at Gongxin City, Qian Rinxue stood at the edge of the crystal balcony, observing the bustling scene below. "They have arrived," Qian Rinxue remarked. On the street below, vehicles came to a halt as Silong and Lu Gao hurriedly exited their car and approached the hotel. "It seems Lu Gao has already noted the unusual nature of that armor," Meng Lingxian commented. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. After a while, a series of knocks echoed from outside the hotel room, and the door swung open. "Please, come in." Lu Gao rushed inside, presenting the now damaged soul-guiding device to Qian Rinxue, asking, quickly, "Tell me, who is the one that modified this armor?" "Lu Gao, are you sure this is how you should be asking for help?" Wang Yuan expressed his displeasure. "I only wish to know who crafted this armor," Lu Gao responded urgently. Realizing his earlier rudeness, he moderated his tone, inquiring, "Miss, might you reveal to me the identity of the armor's modifier? Call me He Shui, or simply refer to me as the young master of the time and space palace," Qian Rinxue replied. "As for the creator of this armor, he is both far away and right before your eyes." She pointed towards Wang Yuan. Lu Gao turned his gaze to Wang Yuan, immediately disregarding Qian Rinxue and moving closer to Wang Yuan, asking, "Are you the soul-guiding master who modified my armor? Can you inform me how to understand this soul-guiding device?" "Hold on, Lu Gao," Wang Yuan replied. "Have you forgotten our wager of 1 month? The time has not yet elapsed. This wager counts as a loss for me. I couldn't dismantle any of the safeguards you set," Lu Gao admitted. "Can you now divulge the technology for crafting soul-guiding devices?" "Not so fast. Since you lost, you must fulfill your end of the bargain," Wang Yuan stated. "Fine, I will heed your commands," Lu Gao conceded. "I want you and your blacksmith association to join the Time and Space Palace. Can you do that?" Wang Yuan proposed. "The Time and Space Palace?" Lu Gao shook his head and replied, "I am afraid the blacksmith association is not solely mine to command. I cannot make that decision. Not to mention, the Li family would never agree." "Then let your direct disciples join our Time and Space Palace," Wang Yuan insisted. "That is certainly feasible," Lu Gao affirmed. "Master," Silong observed silently, watching his mentor, bewildered at how easily he had agreed to what was clearly a servitude agreement. Although Lu Gao was the president of the Blacksmith Association, he did not represent the entire organization. The 3 great masters were the leaders of the 3 factions within the association, and it should not be counted as 2 factions, as Titan and Tang Hao were part of the same interest group, while the Li family and Hao Ian sect had united. For the entire Blacksmith Association to join the Time and Space Palace was unrealistic, as Titan and Tang Hao would never consent. Lu Gao could not dictate such matters. Thus, both parties could only settle for having Lu Gao's faction of blacksmiths join the Time and Space Palace. As a divine craftsman, Lu Gao had trained disciples like Si Long and Si Yu, who were blacksmith masters, along with several apprentice blacksmiths and a lineage of blacksmiths. For Qian Rinxue, this was already more than sufficient. "Since I have agreed to join your Time and Space Palace, can you now impart the technique for crafting soul-guiding devices?" Lu Gao asked eagerly. "Absolutely not." Wang Yuan shook his head. "Yet I have promised that my faction of blacksmiths would join your Time and Space Palace," Lu Gao exclaimed. His face flushed with frustration. "That is due to our prior wager. Having lost, you are obliged to comply," Wang Yuan replied. "What must I do to learn the craft of soul-guiding device creation?" Lu Gao inquired helplessly. "I have a question for you. Will you impart your forging skills to unrelated individuals?" Wang Yuan asked. "You would only pass them on to your disciples." "And what is Lu Gao to me? Are you my disciple?" Upon hearing this, Lu Gao pondered and realized the validity of Wang Yuan's argument. Without further hesitation, he knelt and said, "Then today I, Lu Gao, take you as my master." Turning to Silong, He urged, "Come forth and pay your respects to your grandmaster." Reluctantly, Silong followed suit and knelt. "Becoming a disciple is not as simple as you kneeling before me," Wang Yuan stated. "In that case, I shall remain kneeling," Lu Gao declared. Indeed, the two remained in this standoff for several days without food or drink. Wang Yuan sighed and said, "Bring your group of blacksmiths into the time and space palace and guarantee that the technology of soul-guiding devices will not be leaked, and I will accept you as my disciple. However, your word alone is not sufficient. I need to see your actions. For now, you must work under me for a few years using your forging skills to demonstrate your character before I teach you the craft of soul-guiding devices." The craft of soul-guiding devices was paramount, and for the time and space palace, it could only be entrusted to those deemed trustworthy. They sought Lu Gao's blacksmithing skills, not to transform Lu Gao into a soul-guiding master. If Lu Gao were to selflessly promote the craft of soul-guiding devices to the masses, then what Qian Renshua desired was not a soul-guiding master Lu Gao, but rather a blacksmith Lu Gao. The technology of soul-guiding devices could eventually be disseminated, but only after she had secured control over the entire world and eliminated all opposing forces. "Very well, I agree," Lu Gao said. Upon returning, he immediately led his direct line of blacksmiths to pledge their loyalty to the Time and Space Palace. Due to the necessity of assisting Wang Yuan, the Blacksmith Association was directly handed over to the lineage of the Li family by Lu Gao, who focused entirely on serving Wang Yuan. As a divine craftsman aiding a 9th-tier soul mentor, the two collaborated, utilizing the high-quality materials from Gongxin City to produce numerous high-tier soul guidance devices. Lu Gao observed the devices crafted by Wang Yuan and confirmed that Wang Yuan indeed possessed mastery over the technology of soul guidance devices. This bolstered his resolve to remain at the Time and Space Palace and diligently study the art of crafting soul guidance devices. Meanwhile, after handling matters in Gongxin City, Qian Renshua spoke to Hua Chong, saying, "Meng Lingxian, you, and Wang Yuan, along with Lu Gao, shall remain in Gongxin City to assist Shang Wanya in expanding her commercial routes, ensuring her influence spreads throughout the entire Xingluo Empire." "Understood, young master," Meng Lingxian replied. On the other hand, Qian Renshua departed Gongxin City with Hua Chong. On the day of their departure, Qian Renshua passed by the Spirit Hall, where a notice was displayed, drawing the attention of the surrounding citizens. The announcement detailed the crimes committed by Myers over the years. The Myers family had been apprehended by the Spirit Hall, and those coerced into joining their ranks had been released. Standing beneath the notice was a cardinal in red robes from the Spirit Hall, who proclaimed, "Myers, the Bishop of Gongxin City, succumbed to the temptations of the Xingluo Empire and committed numerous crimes. The Spirit Hall has apprehended Myers and will conduct a trial on an appointed date. His assets shall be confiscated. During this period, any child among you who awakened their martial soul and was forced to pay awakening fees may report to the Spirit Hall for compensation at the original price." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause as the Spirit Hall revealed the assets of the Myers family, exposing their collusion with the Xingluo Empire to exploit the populace. In an instant, public opinion within Gongxin City regarding the Spirit Hall experienced a remarkable turnaround. Days later, the citizens witnessed Myers and his family shackled and led to the execution platform. The bishop's face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, surrounded by dark circles from sleepless nights filled with nightmares. Facing imminent death, he showed no resistance. Perhaps, for him, this was a liberation. "Execute Myers! Execute Myers!" Thus, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Myers was led to the gallows, concluding his life of wickedness. Similar events unfolded across the continent, particularly within the Xingluo Empire, where bishops from numerous cities fell from grace. Their collusion with the empire and the evidence of their corruption laid bare before the public. Ultimately, they too met their grim fates. Following their executions, the Spirit Hall issued a new reform decree. The Elder Council of the Spirit Hall abolished the lifetime tenure of bishops, instead adopting a system of 4 5-year terms, allowing a bishop to serve in one region for only 5 years, with a lifetime limit of 4 terms. Furthermore, a rigorous assessment system was established, requiring bishops to return to the Spirit Hall annually to report on their duties and undergo evaluations, the results of which would determine their capability to continue serving as bishops. Additionally, Bibi Dong expanded her role, establishing an inspectorate hall under her exclusive authority, managed by the elusive Gui Mei, to oversee the continent and investigate the local reputation of the Spirit Hall, reporting back to the Pope of the Spirit Hall. These reforms held significant implications for the Spirit Hall, purging numerous corrupt elements and rendering its administrative structure far more enlightened than that of the two empires. Brother Shun. Indeed. Shun Changqing greeted acquaintances as he walked along the road, exchanging nods and pleasantries. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person's expression remained devoid of extraneous emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for he was in the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and aberrations, though was involved in other undertakings as well. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters become trivial. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt out of place, but over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Demon Suppression Division comprised two professions, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Every new recruit began as a low-ranking exterminator, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary exterminator, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It did not take long before he halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places in the Demon Suppression Division, this pavilion stood out in stark contrast, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion's doors were wide open, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed again. The blood-stained scent that clung to everyone in the Demon Suppression Division was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Unexpectedly, a political storm swept across the entire Douluo continent, with the Xingluo Empire bearing the brunt of the impact. Various pieces of evidence pointed toward the Xingluo Empire, implicating it in the corruption of bishops from the Spirit Hall, rendering the empire defenseless against the accusations. In recent years, the Xingluo Empire had invested heavily in enticing bishops from the Spirit Hall with wealth, luxury, and allure, only to have those efforts completely thwarted by the Spirit Hall's vigilance, resulting in a colossal waste. Moreover, public animosity towards the corrupt bishops gradually shifted towards the Xingluo Empire itself. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall distanced itself from the chaos. In the royal palace of Xingluo City, Dai Tianfeng was seething with rage, as the Spirit Hall's reform had thoroughly disrupted his plans. Your Majesty, please temper your anger, Empress Zhu Tiankai advised. The corruption among the bishops had escalated to such an extent that the Spirit Hall took notice. It was an unavoidable consequence. Dai Tianfeng sighed, lamenting. Alas, this time, the Spirit Hall has decisively embarked on reform, making it even more challenging to contend with in the future. The might and ambition of the Spirit Hall pressed heavily upon Dai Tianfeng, which explained his willingness to expend vast sums to corrupt the bishops. It was not just Dai Tianfeng. The discerning individuals across the Douluo continent recognized the Spirit Hall's transformative ambitions following these reforms, prompting widespread concern. I bow before the Emperor. A general clad in the armor of the White Tiger entered, approaching Dai Tianfeng, and proclaimed, I bring good news. Yi Qiushui has acquired his second spirit ring. It won't be long before our Xingluo Empire boasts a title to law. After speaking, the general handed over the child's information to Dai Tianfeng. Upon glancing at it, Dai Tianfeng felt a cloud of gloom lift from his heart and remarked, Kair, you have done well. This child shall become a sharp blade for our Xingluo Empire. However, even the finest blade must remain loyal to us. General Kair assured him, Rest assured, Your Majesty. Before we discovered this child, we eliminated the Spirit Hall's steward who was aware of this matter and disguised ourselves as personnel of the Spirit Hall, annihilating that village and sowing the seeds of hatred in this child's heart. In the future, they will only pledge allegiance to our royal family, channeling their animosity towards the Spirit Hall. Ha ha ha, splendid, Dai Tianfeng exclaimed, applauding repeatedly. First, send him to the Lagrange camp for patriotic education. Regardless of whether he becomes a soul sage, a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo, such achievements are inconsequential. What I desire is his unwavering loyalty, not only to me, but also to my son, my grandson, and the entire royal family of Xingluo. Yes, Your Majesty. Dai Tianfeng's mood significantly improved. The Xinghua Empire had implemented numerous measures against the Spirit Hall, and the Lagrange camp was one of them. Each year, the Spirit Hall indeed awakened numerous talented soul masters from the common populace, thereby enriching their ranks. Conversely, the Lagrange camp was another strategy employed by the Xinghua Empire. The empire would investigate the circumstances surrounding the awakening of talented soul masters by the Spirit Hall, abduct these children, indoctrinate them to pledge allegiance to themselves, and subject them to the rigorous training of the Lagrange death camp. The elite train there would be integrated into Dai Tianfeng's direct guard, the White Tiger Imperial Guard, becoming exceptional seeds of soul masters. By intercepting a naturally gifted soul master with innate full soul power, the future achievements of this talent would at least secure a title Douluo. Decades later, the Xinghua Empire would gain an additional title Douluo, while the Spirit Hall would lose one, leaving Dai Tianfeng in a state of unparalleled satisfaction. Your Majesty, a civil servant entered and announced. Dai Qixi requests an audience. Very well, Dai Tianfeng replied, let her in. Upon entering the palace, Dai Qixi apologized. I regret to inform you, Your Majesty, that the internal mechanisms of the Soul Guide, the Blazing Bow, are equipped with safeguards, and our attempts to dismantle and replicate it have failed. Dai Tianfeng nodded, though disappointment flickered within him. It was to be expected. After all, over the years, while the legacy of soul guides persisted, the technology had been lost. Countless individuals had failed in their attempts to decipher the technology from soul guides. However, Dai Qixi continued, nevertheless. One of our archaeologists has stated that the material of this soul guide appears remarkably new, unlike anything handed down from ancient times, resembling instead a freshly crafted soul guide. Dai Tianfeng's eyes sharpened as he inquired, are you suggesting that someone currently possesses the technology to create soul guides? Indeed, there exists that possibility, Dai Qixi affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, Dai Tianfeng concluded the Gongxin City Merchant Guild likely lacks substantial backing. Let's take action against them and ascertain the original owner of these soul guides. The technology for crafting soul guides must be mine. Night Eagle, you're the swiftest. I entrust this task to you. At your command, Your Majesty, replied an elder draped in the attire of Night Eagle. In the deep of night, at the Gongxin City auction, the title Douluo of the Xinghua Empire, Night Eagle, stormed into the Gongxin City Merchant Guild, making a beeline for Shangwanya. You are the president of the Gongxin City Merchant Guild, Shangwanya, are you not? Indeed, Shangwanya replied. What do you seek by intruding upon my residence at this late hour? By decree of His Majesty, we are deeply interested in the origins of your offensive soul guides. Disclose to me the source of these offensive soul guides, Night Eagle demanded. I am afraid I cannot divulge that information, Shangwanya retorted. With that, Night Eagle unleashed his spirit, enveloping the room in a suffocating aura as 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, radiated from him. Now, I extend to you one more opportunity. Will you speak or remain silent? I reiterate my previous statement. I cannot disclose that information, Shangwanya maintained. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Night Eagle's claws lunged towards Shangwanya with a savage grin. Since you are so obstinate, I shall resort to other means to extract the truth. Our Xinghua Empire has ample methods to pry open your lips. You would do well to comply. Otherwise, as a delicate young lady, you may find yourself in the depths of a male prison. I doubt you would welcome the consequences. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared before Shangwanya, unleashing a mental shockwave that struck Night Eagle. His body quivered violently as he was sent hurtling backward. Brother Shun. Shun Changqing encountered familiar faces along his route, exchanging greetings or nods. Yet, regardless of who they were, each wore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to all. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and malevolent entities, though they also engaged in various other endeavors. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably become desensitized to many matters. Initially, Shun Changqing struggled to adapt to this world, but over time, he acclimated to it. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained there were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into 2 professions, the guardian and the exorcist. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as a lowly exorcist, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was intimately familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. Without taking too long, Shen Changqing paused before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere surrounding it. The doors of the pavilion were wide open, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. After a brief hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed abruptly. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before quickly relaxing. The blood-stained essence clung to every member of the JinBao division, rendering it nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Night Eagle merely felt a sharp pain radiate through his head. As he was propelled backward by the force of the mental shock, he regained his footing and fixed his gaze upon an astonishingly beautiful yet strangely countenanced woman. A woman with flowing pink hair and clad in a red military uniform possesses a striking crimson right eye, while her left eye is an empty void, from which a delicate pink mist emanates. This ethereal mist envelopes her form, coalescing above her into the visage of a pink demon, its claws and irregular head manifesting within the haze. The demon opens its scarlet eyes and gapes, fixating upon Yi Inghundo Luo. 9 soul rings of various hues encircle the woman. She is Meng Lingxian, strategically placed by Qian Rinxue beside Changwanya. You are a titled Douluo. Yi Inghundo Luo gulps nervously. How dare Douluo act so brazenly on my territory in the time and space hall? Meng Lingxian strides deliberately towards him. What do you intend to do? Yi Inghundo Luo retreats in fear. What do I intend to do? Meng Lingxian extends her fair hand toward him. As a Douluo in the Xingluo Empire, you must be a significant force. If I were to cripple you, Dai Tianfeng would surely be distressed. Yi Inghundo Luo, possessing the strength of an 86th level Douluo, with a martial spirit of the Night Eagle, holds considerable standing within the Xingluo Empire. No. Please no, he exclaims in terror. To incapacitate oneself is a fate worse than death. His current position and power stem from his strength. Without it, he would plummet in the ruthless environment of the Xingluo Empire. However, Meng Lingxian does not afford him the luxury of reaction, her delicate hand seizing his face. The power of nightmares surges into Yi Inghundo Luo's body, shattering the very essence of his soul power and meridians, dismantling the foundation of his strength. In that moment, he is rendered powerless. Meng Lingxian carelessly discards the limp Yi Ing onto the ground, declaring, return and inform Dai Tianfeng that, indeed, the soul guiding devices are a technology we control. Should he wish to purchase them, we shall open our doors to business. However, if he seeks to seize them, he must come personally, accompanied by his wife. Otherwise, for every attempt he makes, I shall incapacitate another. Yes, yes, Ying responds, rising, his soul power completely dissipated, filled with regret for having accepted this task. After his departure, Meng Lingxian observes his retreating figure. Lagrange Camp, a soul master with innate full soul power? How intriguing, she muses. From Gongxin City to Xingluo City, Qian Rinxue does not squander the time. Within the carriage, she diligently cultivates her soul power, sensing that she is nearing the 60th level. During this period, she refrains from undertaking trials, whether simple or deadly. The time reversal of the reversal tower is inescapable for her, so achieving the 60th level, becoming a soul emperor, and acquiring a soul ring capable of addressing this trial are paramount. Thus, the carriage bearing the diligently training Qian Rinxue enters Xingluo City, the imperial capital of the Xingluo Empire. The city, slightly smaller than its namesake, is traversed when a stunningly beautiful woman with golden hair, a voluptuous figure, and a mask halts their carriage. Excuse me, may I hitch a ride out of Xingluo City? Anywhere will do. I am willing to pay. She speaks in a low voice to the carriage driver. As the carriage curtain is drawn back, Qian Rinxue gazes at the extraordinarily beautiful woman and apologizes. I'm sorry, but we are headed to Xingluo City, not away from it. The beautiful woman, upon hearing this, stands motionless, staring at Qian Rinxue. Like Meng Lingxian, she wears an eye patch, and the exposed eye reveals a glimmer of affection towards Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue, presenting herself as He Xue, now embodies a woman's identity. Yet the gaze from this golden-haired, heterochromatic beauty is reminiscent of a man's admiration, leaving her perplexed. Thus, She invokes her fate's source, I to glean information about the enchanting woman before her. Dai Mubai age, 12 martial spirit. White tiger innate soul power. 9 soul power level. 25 soul ring configuration. Yellow relationship. 10 fortune. Deep orange Dai Mubai. Qian Renxue reflects, recalling that Dai Tianfeng has 2 exceptionally talented sons, Davis and Dai Mubai, both inheritors of the white tiger lineage. Yet, Dai Mubai is a prince, not a woman. In that instant, it dawns on her that she herself is not cross-dressing, but the other party is indeed disguised as a woman. The deep orange fortune is astonishing, and Qian Renxue surmises it might have once been pink, merely diminished due to the theft of the ice and fire duality eye. However, why does this Dai Mubai, in female disguise, so desperately wish to leave Xingluo City? Is it a bid to escape? The succession system in Xingluo City is merciless, where only one among the chosen heirs can survive. In this generation, the heirs are Dai Mubai and his elder brother Davis. Davis clearly holds an advantage, being 5 or 6 years older than Dai Mubai. While their talents may be comparable, age creates an insurmountable gap. Dai Mubai's disguise to flee the competition for the throne is understandable. Yet, upon assessing Dai Mubai's strength, Qian Renxue cannot help but scorn. His talent is formidable, and if allowed to mature, he could become a white tiger Douluo. However, at 12 years of age with only innate level 9 soul power, while the golden generation of the Spear Hall has become soul sovereigns, he boasts merely 25 levels of soul power. Pressure should not stifle ambition. How has he squandered 6 years? Did he evade his fate, feeling inferior to his brother? Such a character, with a deep orange fortune, once likely a pink fortune, is merely a pawn in the game of fate. Shun brother, Shun Changqing greets acquaintances as he walks along the road, exchanging nods and words. Yet, regardless of who it is, each face bears no excess expression, appearing indifferent to all matters. Shun Changqing has long grown accustomed to this. For this is the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with eliminating demons and monsters, though it engages in various side endeavors. Within the ranks of the Demon Suppression Division, every individual has blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they grow indifferent to many things. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing felt out of place, but over time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division is vast, and those who remain are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become so. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter. The JinBao Division is divided into 2 distinct vocations, the Jinshou Shi and the Chumo Shi. Anyone who enters the JinBao Division begins as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was merely an apprentice Chumo Shi, occupying the most humble position within the ranks. With the memories of his former life, he is well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao Division. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finds himself pausing before a particular loft. Unlike the other grim locales of the JinBao Division, this loft stands out like a crane among chickens, presenting an atmosphere of tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the loft are wide open, with occasional patrons entering and exiting. Shun Changqing steps inside without further hesitation. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifts dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood assails his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though he quickly relaxes. The sanguine odor that clings to each member of the JinBao Division is nearly impossible to eradicate. I am Dai Yuner, and you are truly beautiful. The alluring Dai Mubai coos, addressing Shun Changqing. Sister, I wish to leave Xingluo City. May I accompany you in your carriage? I offer 100 gold soul coins. Qian Renxue, witnessing Dai Mubai's demeanor, feels a surge of nausea, yet manages to suppress her distaste. Dai Yuner, our purpose here is to conduct business in Xingluo City. While you wish to escape it, if we were to take you away, it would be counterproductive. Please depart. I must remain vigilant regarding his movements. Qian Renxue murmurs to Hua Chong within the carriage. Hua Chong nods in understanding, flicking her fingers to release a seed that discreetly lands in Dai Mubai's satchel. Without granting Dai Mubai a chance to respond, Qian Renxue instructs the coachman to depart from the presence of the flamboyant individual. As Dai Mubai watches the carriage fade into the distance, a pang of regret washes over him. He had hoped to leverage the guise of siblinghood to draw closer, taking advantage of the carriage's jolts for intimate encounters, or perhaps revealing his unique, captivating eyes to win her affection before departing the Xingluo Empire. Dai Mu Bai is acutely aware of his allure. As he matured, his features became even more striking, and his enchanting heterochromia possesses a potent allure to the opposite sex. Even his beautiful sister-in-law cannot help but steal glances at his mesmerizing eyes. Though he harbors animosity towards his elder brother, he has often fantasized about his sister-in-law. However, upon encountering Qian Renxue, he realizes that his perception of beauty has shifted. She surpasses Zhu Zhuyan in every conceivable way. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he dismisses her from memory, considering her merely a child unworthy of attention. Yet, contrary to his desires, Qian Renxue departs, the carriage heading towards Xingluo City, while Dai Mu Bai cannot pursue. He has fled Xingluo City, and soon the entire empire will be aware of his absence. Within the confines of Xingluo City, his brother cannot lay a hand on him. But outside its borders, unforeseen dangers loom. Thus, having chosen to escape, Dai Mu Bai must conceal his whereabouts and swiftly exit the influence of the Xingluo Empire. Regrettably, he muses over the beauty he may never see again. Let be, perhaps we are fated to part ways. Once I leave the Xingluo Empire for the Tiando Empire, with my charm and appearance, I shall surely attract the attention of many young ladies there. As he envisions a life of indulgence and freedom beyond the constraints of the Xingluo Empire, a drool escapes his lips. Wiping it away, he searches for a convenient ride, knowing that wealth can open doors. Soon, he secures a carriage that will carry him away from the Xingluo Empire, embarking on the journey foretold in the original narrative. Hua Chong, seated in the carriage, inquires, "I found her gaze towards you to be rather peculiar. Could she be attracted to women?" Attracted to women? Qian Renxue scoffs. Hua Chong, if you were to engage with her directly, you would comprehend the truth. She is the second prince of Xingluo, Dai Mu Bai. And what you witnessed is merely his male disguise. What? It is he? No wonder, Hua Chong remarks. The legendary Dai Mu Bai, a cornerstone beside Tang San, hold a significant status among the Shrek's 7 monsters. In Hua Chong's era, his reputation was formidable, yet she also uncovers truths about him that diverge from the embellished tales. In his youth, Dai Mu Bai, faced with the harsh succession laws of the Xingluo Empire and the age disparity with his brother, chose to evade his destiny, escaping to Soto City for 3 years of revelry. It is said that during that time, he lived lavishly, frequently changing companions, sometimes engaging with sisters, mothers, and daughters, or various age groups. On occasion, he would juggle 3 dates in a single day, seamlessly transitioning from one enchanting lady in a tavern to another in the soul-hunting forest. At the peak of his escapades, he managed to date 7 women simultaneously, each oblivious to the others. Undeniably, the white tiger martial spirit bestowed upon Dai Mu by an exceptional physique and stamina, allowing him to thrive in such a hedonistic lifestyle for 3 years, an endurance that would likely overwhelm anyone else. Meanwhile, while Dai Mu Bai indulged in pleasures in Soto City, Zhu Zhuqing endured the oppressive weight of her sister and brother-in-law's expectations in the Xingluo Empire, experiences that history has obscured. In Soto City, he earned a myriad of titles, such as the Peerless Silver Boy and Master of Time Management, among others. Xingluo City serves as the capital of the Xingluo Empire, rivaling Tiando City as a major metropolis within the Douluo continent. Unlike the opulent gatherings of nobility in Tiando City, the streets of Xingluo City are dominated by armored soldiers and aristocrats. The Xingluo Empire is characterized by its martial spirit, valuing military prowess and governance through strength. Although its history may not rival that of the Tiando Empire, it possesses greater might, with the emperors of Xingluo historically inheriting the title of Douluo, maintaining the legacy of the White Tiger Douluo. With formidable power and military control, the empire prioritizes military service and expansion. Were it not for the balancing influence of the Spear Hall, the swords of the Xingluo Empire would have long since aimed at the Tiando Empire. However, after the expansion of the Xingluo Empire came to a halt, it found itself unable to further extend its influence, granting the Tiando Empire a much-needed respite and allowing its national strength to recuperate. The Xingluo Empire, reliant on military governance, naturally faced widespread discontent, leading to several instances of rebellion over the decades. Although brutally suppressed by the White Tiger Emperor, these upheavals inflicted significant damage to the empire's strength, causing its overall power to gradually decline. As Shen Chongqing walked along the road, he greeted familiar faces with nods and brief salutations. Yet, regardless of who they were, each countenance bore no extraneous expression, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the JinBao Sea, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Daqin, primarily tasked with eliminating demons and malevolent creatures, alongside other ancillary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao Sea bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably grow detached from many matters. Upon his arrival in this world, Shen Changqing had struggled to adapt, but over time, he had acclimatized. The JinBao Sea was vast, and those who remained within its ranks were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Sea was divided into two professions, the Zenshushi and the Chimo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao Sea began as a Chimo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Zenshushi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Chimo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Sea. It did not take long for Shen Changqing to halt before an attic. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinBao Sea, this attic seemed to stand out, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere. The door of the attic stood ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the attic, the ambience shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood wafting towards him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Though it soon relaxed, the sanguine aroma that clung to the individuals of the JinBao Sea was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. In a broader sense, the strength of the two major empires had gradually reached a state of equilibrium. Upon entering Xingluo City, Qian Rinxue gazed from the carriage and observed the grand avenue at the city's center, where a colossal statue loomed atop the inner city wall. The statue depicted a robust and handsome warrior clad in armor, crowned with a majestic headpiece, accompanied by a white tiger at his side. The warrior's armor bore the emblem of the Dai family. This was the statue of the first ancestor of the Xingluo Empire, who, alongside the white tiger sacred king, had once soared above the chaotic southern continent, conquering surrounding nations before 1435, capturing the capital of the ancient Douluo Empire, Douluo City, renaming it Xingluo, and establishing the Xingluo Empire. Subsequent generations of the Xingluo Empire expanded their territory through relentless efforts, subduing the Tiando Empire and seizing its southern lands, resulting in a stalemate between the two empires. Within the Xingluo Empire, one could witness numerous depictions extolling the virtues of the Tiando royal family, with the populace genuinely believing in their monarch's wise leadership. The white tiger sacred king was said to be a divine beast, and the Dai family was believed to carry the bloodline of the white tiger, allowing them to inherit the white tiger martial soul through generations. The men of the Dai family took only the Yiming spirit cat as wives, and to marry a woman from the Dai family, one must be adopted into the royal family. The Xingluo Empire maintained a rigid hierarchy and exhibited even greater vigilance against the spirit hall than the Tiando Empire. Qian Rinxue remarked, "This nation will prove more formidable than the Tiando Empire. Unification of the realm is the ambition of all, and the spirit hall seeks to annihilate both nations to unify the continent." The Xingluo Empire harbors similar aspirations, while the Tiando Empire is the weakest among the three. If it were to gain strength, it too would entertain such ambitions. Ultimately, it all depends on the strength of each faction. Upon entering Xingluo City, Qian Rinxue secured lodgings at an inn and informed Hua Chong, "During this period, I shall enter seclusion to break through to level 60. In the meantime, gather intelligence on the Yang family and prepare for our future visit." Hua Chong nodded in agreement. Initially, Qian Rinxue intended to pay a direct visit to the Yang family. According to Yang Wushuang, the Yang family had long coveted a rare detoxifying elixir known as the Youxiang Chila, which happened to be in Qian Rinxue's possession. If she could exchange this elixir for the loyalty of the Yang family, it would not be a difficult task for her. However, en route to Xingluo City, Qian Rinxue encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation. Level 60 represented a crucial juncture for her, as breaking through the spiral tower required her to find a solution within her 6th soul skill. Thus, she decided to enter seclusion first, aiming to break through to level 60 before consolidating her power over the Yang family, all while confirming the family circumstances. Consequently, Hua Chong commenced utilizing the Shadow Angel Guard's base in Xingluo City to investigate the Yang family situation, while Qian Rinxue devoted herself to her cultivation, striving to break through the level 60 barrier. Not long ago, the Commerce Guild in Gongxin City had sold an attack-type soul guide, which captured Ning Fengji's attention. He immediately ordered the JinBao Merchant Guild to monitor developments in Gongxin City. Sure enough, just days prior, the guild had released 3 more attack-type soul guides. In this round of commercial competition, the JinBao Liuli sect acquired a 5th-tier sword-type soul guide. Ning Fengji tested the soul guide, infusing it with soul energy. Upon drawing it forward, he swiftly unleashed a blade of energy, its power reaching the level of a soul king. Observing the attack-type soul guide in his hands, a glimmer of excitement lit up Ning Fengji's eyes. Excellent. Should the soul guides from ancient times be passed down to us, the status of our support-type soul masters will witness a significant enhancement, he mused. Indeed, soul guides empower our support-type soul masters with offensive and defensive capabilities. If we could acquire such manufacturing techniques, our JinBao Liuli sect standing would be greatly elevated, Ning Zhiyuan added. Summon our most exceptional craftsmen and technicians. We must take this soul guide apart to see if we can grasp the essence of its production, Ning Fengji commanded. Master, but this is the only soul guide we currently possess. What if we ruin it? Gu Rong expressed his concern. Should it be destroyed, so be it. This attack-type soul guide holds little value for our JinBao Liuli sect. However, if we can obtain the techniques for crafting soul guides, it would usher in true transformation for our sect, Ning Fengji replied. Your foresight is commendable, master. Thus, the attack-type soul guide was dismantled. Yet, among the finest craftsmen in the world, the renowned Lu Gao failed to decipher the soul guide's technology. How then could the JinBao Liuli sect hope to glean the secrets of crafting soul guides? Thus, Ning Fengji approached the disassembly of the soul guide device with immense anticipation, only to be met with a heap of scrap. A few days later, gazing at the remnants before him, his brows furrowed in disappointment. Indeed, I was overly optimistic. If the technology of soul guides were so easily extracted, it would not have been lost to time, he remarked. Meanwhile, the discarded Yi Ying, the soul Douluo, returned to Xingluo City, where he reported the incident to Dai Tianfeng. Are you saying that the Gongxin City Chamber of Commerce is backed by a sect, which possesses a title Douluo, perhaps even a super Douluo? Dai Tianfeng exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, your majesty, Yi Ying replied, despair evident in his voice. They stated that if we wished to purchase soul guides, their doors would be wide open. However, should we attempt to seize the technology, they would render us powerless, indicating that apart from you and the Empress, there is only a slim chance of success. It is for this reason that I have been discarded. Upon hearing this, Yi Ying felt a wave of regret. He wished he had never accepted this task. Dai Tianfeng pondered for a moment, based on Yi Ying's description. The opposing soul Douluo was extraordinarily powerful, possessing a century-old soul ring. Such a formidable force is not something the Xingluo Empire can afford to offend. The Time and Space Hall is likely akin to the Xingguan sect, a hidden sect with substantial strength, comparable to any of the top 3 sections. Now, another formidable entity has emerged. He desires the technology of soul guides. Yet, Dai Tianfeng understands that a sect wielding such power, especially one with title Douluo, would not easily part with it. Thus, it seems the only viable option is to arm oneself through purchasing their finished soul guides, while simultaneously sending spies to infiltrate and seek to obtain the secrets of the soul guides from within. Shen Changqing walked along the streets, greeting familiar faces with nods and brief exchanges. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore a mask of indifference, as if detached from the world around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this, as he was within the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Qin Empire, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and malevolent creatures, among other ancillary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably develop a sense of apathy towards many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt out of place. However, over time he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either exceptionally skilled or possessed the potential to become so. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into 2 roles, the Jinshou Shi and the Chimo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as a Chimo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chimo Shi, the most basic level among them, with the memories of his former self. He was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long for Shen Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, offering a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere. At that moment, the pavilion's doors stood wide open, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mixed with a faint hint of blood greeted him, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, though they soon relaxed. The sanguine scent that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse. Having come to a realization, Dai Tianfeng instructed Dai Qixi to engage with the Gengxin City Chamber of Commerce to ascertain if they could prioritize the purchase of a batch of soul guides. After issuing his orders, Dai Tianfeng turned to Ying, saying, "Ying, given your current strength, you are no longer suited for this position. However, I shall not forget your contributions. Therefore, I bestow upon you the title of Earl of Xingluo. I shall allocate a manor for you in the noble district of Xingluo City, complete with luxurious carriages, silks, and beautiful companions. You may retire there in peace." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yi Ying replied, a wave of desolation washing over him. However, upon reflection, he recognized the rationale behind the Xingluo Empire's actions. His previous position as a venerator was predicated on his strength, and with that strength diminished, so too was his status. Receiving a title and the opportunity for a tranquil life was already a rare blessing for Yi Ying. After addressing Yi Ying, Empress Zhu Tiankai approached Dai Tianfeng with urgency, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Mu Bai has vanished." Dai Tianfeng recalled Dai Mu Bai and stated, "There is no need to search. He has fled, leaving Xingluo City." Zhu Tiankai, taken aback, inquired, "Your Majesty, how do you know this?" "He may have deceived you, but not me, his father," Dai Tianfeng replied. "It is quite embarrassing for a prince of the Xingluo Empire to escape the city disguised as a woman." Zhu Tiankai retorted, "Mu Bai is also afraid of his brother. I understand, yet evading one's destiny is the mark of a coward. While this child possesses talent, he has already squandered it. We should focus on nurturing Davis," said Dai Tianfeng. He had long been troubled by the dilemma of choosing the most exceptional son between his two children. Both Dai Mu Bai and Davis exhibited remarkable talent, with Dai Mu Bai's potential slightly surpassing that of his elder brother. With a baseline of 8.5 level soul power, Davis was formidable. Yet Dai Mu Bai held a 9 level soul power. If their age difference were merely a year or two, it would be a fierce competition, as both geniuses could potentially become the next generation of the White Tiger Douluo. If both were to remain, the Xingluo Empire could boast 2 titled Douluos. However, according to ancestral law, the Emperor of Xingluo, no matter how reluctant, must allow only one son to prevail. Thus, only the strongest among Dai Mu Bai and Davis could remain. Among the two, Davis undoubtedly held the greatest advantage, not in talent or strength, but in age. If the less gifted son were to triumph over the more talented one due to age, such an outcome would not please Dai Tianfeng. Consequently, he took great care in providing Dai Mu Bai with ample resources for cultivation, rather than have his eldest son win through the advantage of age. Dai Tianfeng hoped fervently for his second son to surpass his elder brother, for only then would the victor truly embody strength and be the successor he desired. This attention toward Dai Mu Bai also ignited a sense of rivalry in Davis. Although Davis was aware of his advantages, he remained wary of Dai Mu Bai's half-point lead in innate soul power, thus exerting considerable pressure on Dai Mu Bai. In this way, if Dai Mu Bai were to strive diligently, leveraging his talent and efforts to bridge the gap created by Davis's age advantage, it was indeed a possibility. However, what Dai Tianfeng did not anticipate was that pressure could both spur a person to progress and simultaneously lead to their downfall. In this context, Dai Mu Bai failed to comprehend the expectations and love his father had for him. Under the pressure exerted by his elder brother, Dai Mu Bai declared his intention to lie flat and embrace a life of indulgence, choosing to eat and drink freely, reveling in the present moment. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, who was betrothed to Dai Mu Bai, exhibited a different demeanor. Despite possessing only innate 7th level soul power, which was even lower than her sister's, she persevered in her training under her sister's pressure. The effort she invested and the strength she cultivated had long surpassed that of her peers with similar innate soul power. Now consider Dai Mu Bai. At the age of 12, he boasted innate 9th level soul power and a combat prowess of 25. From the perspective of Shrek Academy, he was a prodigy worthy of enrollment. Yet, through the eyes of Dai Tianfeng, this son appeared as nothing but a waste. The white tiger martial soul. Innate 9th level soul power and a strength of 25. What does this signify? A comparative examination reveals much. Ning Rongrong, with innate 9th level soul power, reached a soul power level of 26 by the age of 12, surpassing Dai Mubai by 1 level. All the while due to the naturally slower cultivation pace of her auxiliary martial soul. Yet, Ning Fengji still lamented Ning Rongrong's indulgence in leisure and lack of ambition. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, she, with innate 7th level soul power, had managed to attain a soul power of 27 by the age of 12, exceeding Dai Mubai's level by 2. One might argue that Tang San, at the age of 32, was only at 29, akin to Xiao Wu. However, during those 6 years, the two were scarcely dedicated to cultivation, preoccupied instead with forging or immersed in theoretical studies under their mentor, or engaging in frivolous antics with Xiao Wu. This illustrates just how far behind Dai Mubai had fallen. Dai Mubai's self-imposed decline led Dai Tianfeng to gradually lose hope in his son. Nevertheless, Davis held a different perspective. On a certain blue star, one might encounter tales of perseverance through hardship, subtle strategies, and hidden ambitions. While such stories may not exist on Douluo continent, there are numerous analogous narratives. Davis had grown up immersed in stories of court intrigue. For instance, during a certain era, the crown prince of Xinluo, despite being weaker than his elder brother, managed to seize the throne through relentless perseverance, winning over his brother's trust and ultimately overturning the odds, while the once promising elder brother met a tragic end. Davis understood this well. As he gazed at his younger brother, his eyes filled with apprehension. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites. If Dai Mubai were to train earnestly, Davis might have relaxed a bit. But now that he was playing the game of concealment, hiding his true capabilities, it seemed he was daring to deceive him. Thus, Dai Tianfeng intensified his pressure on Dai Mubai. Upon realizing this, Dai Mubai felt cornered, despite lying flat. He was still relentlessly pursued. Was there no respite for him? As he reached the pinnacle of despair, Dai Mubai recognized an insurmountable gap in age and strength between himself and his brother, leading him to abandon his ambitions for the throne. Instead, he resolved to embrace a life of ease, letting his brother ascend to the throne, while he would act as a supportive prince, contributing to a prosperous era for Xinluo alongside his brother. However, his brother was not one to abide by the rules. Even as Dai Mubai chose to withdraw, he faced increasing oppression, as if his brother intended to eliminate him. Panicking, Dai Mubai contemplated a brilliant escape plan. Indeed, if he left Xinluo City, departing from the confines of his brother's influence, wouldn't he be free to explore? The world outside was vast, and Dai Mubai yearned to experience it. Thus, seizing the opportunity to venture out, he disguised himself as a beautiful blonde woman and left Xinluo City, taking advantage of his new identity to flirt with passing beauties along the way. Yet, while his plan was meticulously crafted, it was marred by a small flaw. Every move he made was under the watchful eye of his father. This audacious boy, attempting to escape his fate by masquerading as a woman, had infuriated Dai Tianfeng. Returning to the main topic, what do you intend to do, Your Majesty? Zhu Tiankai inquired. What else can be done but to bring him back? A Xinluo man must face his responsibilities, even unto death, Dai Tianfeng replied, his disappointment palpable. Zhu Tiankai quickly interjected. Perhaps it would be wise to let this go. The pressure from his brother might be suffocating him, and he may simply wish to find a new environment for cultivation. Are you feeling pity for him? Dai Tianfeng shot a stern glance at Zhu Tiankai. Zhu Tiankai responded, After all, he is a part of you, a piece of flesh that fell from your body. No one knows a child better than their parents. Both Zhu Tiankai and Dai Tianfeng were aware of Dai Mubai's character, a frivolous scion, a true wastrel. To expect him to cultivate diligently in a different place was akin to expecting the sun to rise in the west. The cruel succession system of Xinluo bore a heavy toll on mothers like Zhu Tiankai, who witnessed her sons in conflict. At the heart of it lay her own flesh and blood, which was unbearable. Promise me, Your Majesty, that this matter remains hidden from Davis. If Mubai wishes to leave, let him go. After all, it is still a hope, is it not? Dai Tianfeng pondered for a moment before conceding. Regardless of whether he seeks a life of indulgence or a new environment for cultivation, one thing remains clear. The ancestral laws cannot be altered. By the age of 25, regardless of where Dai Mubai finds himself, even at the ends of the earth, he must return to me. Meanwhile, far along the journey to the Tindo Empire, Dai Mubai, while engaging with several young women and sharing camaraderie, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Who is thinking of me? Back in Qinglua City, after several days of rigorous training, Qian Renshua broke through her bottleneck, achieving the pinnacle of 60th level. With the acquisition of a new soul ring, she would ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor. 3 years prior, Qian Renshua had only recently entered the realm of Soul Kings, yet now, she had evolved into a Soul Emperor. Thanks to the system, she had managed to carve out time for training, supplemented by the acquisition of 200,000-year soul rings during this period, which significantly boosted her soul power. This speaks volumes about the terrifying potential of her innate 20-level soul power. Innate soul power dictates the pace of cultivation. Had she not devoted so much time and energy to seizing the Tindo Empire's throne, she would have likely achieved the rank of Soul Emperor much sooner. Nevertheless, the present situation was not unfavorable. Since obtaining the puppet, Qian Renshua no longer needed to expend excessive time on political affairs, allowing her to dedicate herself more effectively to her cultivation. In the span of 3 years, one traverses a distance that would take others several years or even decades to cover. This is the terrifying aspect of Qian Renshua's ability to unleash her innate soul power to the 20th level. Unlike her mother's twin martial souls, which signify a perfect martial spirit, her innate soul power at level 20 represents the pinnacle of potential. Her capabilities are sufficient for her to cultivate to at least the rank of ultimate Douluo or even reach the heights of the angel god. On the other hand, twin martial souls can forge a perfect martial spirit with soul rings exceeding 10,000 years. However, when comparing these two talents, the innate 20th level soul power is arguably superior to twin martial souls, as the advantages conferred by soul rings and bones become less pronounced upon reaching the title of Douluo. Recently, the renowned soul master, teacher Qin Ming of the Tindo Empire, successfully broke through to the rank of Soul Emperor, earning the title of the youngest Soul Emperor on the continent from the Royal Academy. This title may soon change hands. Naturally, there is some ambiguity regarding Qin Ming's claim to being the youngest Soul Emperor, as he is not the youngest in history. The title of Soul Emperor is merely a step in the journey towards becoming a titled Douluo. In the Douluo continent, many titled Douluos, when reminiscing about their youth, recall being Soul Emperors in their 30s or even in their 20s. Thus, Qin Ming can only assert that he is the youngest Soul Emperor of this era. Of course, Qian Renshua does not particularly care for such superficial titles. If she so desires, being the youngest titled Douluo in history would not pose a challenge. Now, let me see how to acquire a suitable soul ring. Qian Renshua retrieved a divine soul ring from her system backpack. Before absorbing it, she inquired, "System, is the soul skill formed by the divine soul ring aligned with my most pressing needs?" "Not exactly," the system replied. "The divine soul ring will automatically generate the soul skill most suitable for your martial spirit. While there are many appropriate skills for the angel martial spirit, it will produce one that is currently most fitting, though it may not necessarily meet your requirements." Qian Renshua seeks a 6th soul skill that grants her the ability to resist within the time reversal space. However, it is evident that this divine soul ring does not fulfill this criterion. It can enhance the perfection of her angel martial spirit skills, but fails to address Qian Renshua's specific need. This implies that the divine soul ring might not form the soul skill I require. Qian Renshua pondered. Just then, the system store updated. "Host, you can select a specially crafted divine soul ring to consolidate your 6 soul ring," the system announced. A specially crafted divine soul ring? Qian Renshua was taken aback. Of course, the system affirmed, a divine soul ring is created by divine hands. After all, upon opening the system store, Qian Renshua realized that she had not participated in trials recently. Fortunately, her previous expenditures were minimal, and she had accumulated over 100,000 points. Aside from certain divine positions that were beyond her reach and other items she found unappealing, the system had updated 2 intriguing offerings. The first was the Hao Yan Absolute Arts, requiring 30,000 points for purchase. This was the legendary martial arts of the Hao Yan Hammer, featuring techniques such as the explosive ring and the great Sumura hammer, with many skills tailored specifically for the Hao Yan Hammer and unsuitable for other martial spirits. Due to this specialization, it was valued at only 30,000 points. Is the Hao Yan Absolute Arts powerful? The answer is undoubtedly affirmative. With these arts, Tang Chun once managed to suppress his grandfather's divine martial spirit at the peak of his prowess. Tang Hao, upon entering the realm of title, could even challenge a long-established title Douluo. However, while the Haotian absolute arts are formidable, a significant portion of its techniques are not applicable to martial spirits other than the Haotian hammer, leaving only a small fraction that is universally applicable, thus justifying its 30,000 point price. Acquiring this would not significantly enhance the capabilities of the Spirit Hall or its members. Yet, as the saying goes, to know oneself and one's enemy is to achieve victory in every battle. Since their adversary is the Haotian sect, it is essential to understand their absolute arts and identify their weaknesses. If every member of the Spirit Hall possesses a copy of the Haotian absolute arts, they could collectively leverage their wisdom to devise strategies to counter such techniques. There exists another utility. Although the techniques may not be universally applicable, they can serve as a reference. There will always be astute individuals capable of using the Haotian 9 absolutes to create their own unique soul skills. Drawing inspiration is not a shameful endeavor. With a flourish, Qianren Xue purchased it. The second offering was the specially crafted Divine Soul Ring, requiring 80,000 points for purchase. This was an advanced level of the Divine Soul Ring, allowing entry into the Soul Ring realm where one could specify their needs. The Soul Ring space would then condense a suitable Soul Ring based on those requirements. However, the generated Soul Ring would have a time limit, and the host must meet the stipulated time requirements. A standard Divine Soul Ring costs 40,000 points, while a specially crafted one costs 80,000 points. Despite the double price, Qianren Xue ultimately chose to acquire this Soul Ring. In her hand, she held a purple soul orb. Upon using the soul orb, a white soul ring materialized, representing the initial state of the Divine Soul Ring. The color of the soul ring would elevate progressively with the absorption duration. Qianren Xue immediately utilized this soul ring, closing her eyes to meditate and absorb it. The white soul ring hovered above her head, gradually changing color from pale white to white, then to milky white, light yellow, yellow, deep yellow, and light purple. Eventually, it effortlessly reached the threshold of a black 10,000-year soul ring, continuously ascending. Unbeknownst to her, Qianren Xue entered a mysterious space. "Speak. What kind of soul skill do you desire?" A gentle voice inquired within the soul ring space. "I seek a skill capable of countering the ability of time reversal." Qianren Xue replied. The soul ring space fell silent for a moment before responding. "Do you understand? The greater the power you wish to attain, the more substantial the price you must pay. To acquire the ability to counter time reversal, you must bear your own cost. The sixth ring's time limit is not that of an ordinary 100,000-year soul ring, but rather that of a 200,000-year super soul ring. Can you withstand it?" The soul ring space asked. "If you cannot meet this time requirement, the Divine Soul Ring will not condense a specially crafted soul ring for you, and it will subsequently dissipate," the soul ring space cautioned. "Furthermore, the consequence of the soul ring's dissolution will result in the loss of a portion of your cultivation." A 200,000-year soul ring? For Qianren Xue, this represents a challenge. Absorbing the 9 great soul rings is akin to ascending a staircase. The higher the steps you conquer, the greater your potential elevation. While the average individual can only ascend 9 steps, a twin martial spirit can scale 18, allowing for even greater heights. With her 2 soul rings, one of 100,000 years and another of 130,000 years, her physique has already undergone considerable transformation. For Qianren Xue, obtaining a 100,000-year soul ring for her 6th soul ring should not be a formidable task. However, a 200,000-year soul ring indeed poses a challenge. If the price for failure is the dissolution of this soul ring and the loss of some of my cultivation, then I have every reason to attempt it. Qianren Xue stated resolutely. 80,000 points, although a source of regret for Qianren Xue, can be swiftly regained. It is akin to money, as wealth once dispersed will eventually return. The same principle applies to cultivation, with innate 20-level soul power talent. Even if Qianren Xue were to lose a portion of her cultivation, she would soon restore it. Thus, I inquire, what is the essence of time? Question the soul ring space. The essence of time? Qianren Xue fell into contemplation, responding, "It signifies the past, present, and extends into the future, much like a long river. Whether living beings, the deceased, or material entities, none can escape the refinement of time." "You are correct, yet not entirely so," stated the soul ring space. "Time is one of the dual elements constituting dimensions. It encompasses the ethereal forces of destiny and causality. Humans exist within the river of time. The span of their lives is measured by what they accomplish within that time, and the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death is inextricably linked to time. Even the most exalted deities cannot transcend the dimensions constructed by time. People continually grapple with fate, yet they remain unable to escape it. For causality dictates that effort yields reward, while absence of effort yields none. This is the destiny shaped by causality, inherently bound by the dimensions of time. Retrospection is merely a capability of time, allowing one to revert to any moment in the past without altering the primary timeline. Now, what power do you believe could counter this ability of retrospection? The essence of time? It parallels the attributes of matter, encompassing earth, wind, fire, and water. Time incorporates causality and destiny. All beings and all things in the world flow within the long river of time. To contend with such formidable power requires more than mere strength. To resist the ability of temporal retrospection demands a force of equal caliber, aside from time. The only other contender is space, is it not? Qianren Shui inquired. Correct. Time dictates the fate of all things, while space serves as their vessel, establishing an order. Time and space together construct the dimensions of existence within the void, articulated the soul ring space. Qianren Shui nodded. To wield the power of time against time itself, one must possess an elevated mastery over time. To utilize the strength of space against time, one must adeptly navigate the principles of space to evade temporal retrospection. Hence, which aspect of time and space will you choose to crystallize your unique soul skill? Ask the system. The aspect of space, Qianren Shui declared. Her time angel martial spirit is inherently a time martial spirit, which, as time progresses, will gradually perfect its temporal abilities. In this situation, acquiring a temporal ability within her angelic martial spirit seems somewhat superfluous. Moreover, the spiral tower is clearly a domain of time, comparing the levels of temporal abilities. For Qianren Shui at present, it will be tantamount to courting death. If one cannot contend within the same realm, why not leap into another domain to challenge it? The initial threshold is set at 200,000 years, automatically crystallizing space abilities. The trial taker hopes you can endure. Gradually, immense pressure bore down upon Qianren Shui. The age of the soul ring had already reached 90,000 years, yet this was still bearable for her. Once the soul ring exceeded 100,000 years, the pressure intensified and beads of sweat began to trickle down her fair forehead. Nevertheless, she had yet to reach her limits. 111,000, 112,000, 113,000, 114,000. Upon surpassing 150,000 years, she neared her limits, drenched in sweat, with some blood mingling with the perspiration. This unmistakably signaled to Qianren Shui that she was approaching her breaking point. 160,000, 170,000. A holy sword martial spirit, a dark golden, 12-winged angel martial spirit, was summoned by Qianren Shui to withstand this oppressive force. Outside, Hua sensed the magnificent power emanating from Qianren Shui's secluded room and promptly released her soul power to form a barrier, protecting Qianren Shui's soul power from overflowing. Otherwise, Qianren Shui's martial spirit would undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval in Xinglua City. Fortunately, under Hua's protection, Qianren Shui's soul ring absorption did not cause significant disturbance. Everything outside proceeded smoothly, yet the closed-door chamber was far from tranquil. With the support of the two angelic martial spirits, Qianren Shui's soul ring age had reached 190,000 years. However, the 200,000-year mark represented a formidable bottleneck for her. For any soul ring exceeding 200,000 years, it could be classified as a ferocious beast soul ring. 199,900 years, 199,999 years, 200,000 years. At this moment, the angelic holy sword returned to its original form, that of a six-winged angel. The original six wings, resplendent in golden hues, were complemented by a pair of wings emerging from either side of her forehead. Unlike the feathered wings, these were constructed of pure azure energy, enveloping the angel's forehead and eyes when folded. Ultimately, she persevered until the final moment, reaching her limits, with the soul ring age settling at 200,400 years, fulfilling the requirements set by the soul ring space for Qianren Shui. A blood-red soul ring hovered around the six-winged angel martial spirit, and upon closer inspection, Qianren Shui could discern a golden thread entwined around the blood-red soul ring. She felt the information conveyed by her martial spirit. The sixth soul skill of the six-winged angel martial spirit, heavenly transfer, The six-winged angel possesses an inherent subspace called heaven. Upon activating heaven, the host can transfer themselves or their allies and enemies into this realm. The next time they emerge, they can materialize within a kilometer radius of the original activation point. Moreover, prior to entering heaven, there is no need to maintain the existence of the subspace. However, once within the subspace, one must sustain the existence of heaven. Within the subspace, the consumption of soul power is 5 times that of the outside world. And this soul skill will strengthen with enhanced capability while its side effects gradually diminish. Time is divided into the primary timeline and the subtimeline. The so-called retrospection merely reverts your state to that of a previous moment without altering the primary timeline. Thus, it does not involve the causality of the primary timeline. If one were to return to a few minutes ago to alter past causality, it would engage the causality of the entire dimensional time axis. The heavenly transfer soul skill, however, utilizes subspace to combat subtime, seizing the moment to initiate retrospection by opening the subspace, enabling one to evade the repercussions of retrospection. The soul ring finally elucidated to Qianren Shui how to contend with the temporal retrospective. While a soul ring with a 10,000-year age typically generates 2 soul skills, there are instances where the potency of a soul skill is so formidable that it results in the creation of only one. Qianren Shui's 6th soul ring fell into this category. After acquiring this soul ring, she found herself drenched, with her golden hair matted against her skin by perspiration, and her gown clinging to her body from sweat and traces of blood, causing her considerable discomfort. She exited the training chamber, took a bath in the washroom, and emerged clad in fresh, dry attire. "Sister, how are you?" Hua Hua inquired with concern. "I am doing well, having already ascended to the realm of the Soul Emperor," Qianren Shui declared. "However, you have yet to hunt for the soul beast to obtain your soul rings," Hua Qiang remarked, sensing Qianren Shui's formidable power, which was not merely at the 60th level, but had transcended it, reaching an astonishing 33rd level. At 17 years old, a soul power of 63. Such a revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Douluo. Hua Qiang, suppressing her astonishment, inquired further. "I almost forgot, elder sister. You possess the divine gift soul ring." It then dawned on Hua Qiang that Qianren Shui was indeed the heir of the 6-winged angel god. Just as her words fell, she long entered the inn and knocked on the door. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, would greet familiar faces with a nod or a simple acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of who it was, every countenance bore no extraneous expression, as if they were all indifferent to the world around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for he was within the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with the extermination of demons and monsters, though it also engaged in various other side endeavors. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many matters lose their significance. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of disorientation. Yet over time, he acclimated. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into 2 professions, the Guardian and the Demon Slayer. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as a Demon Slayer at the lowest tier, gradually ascending to the rank of Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was that of an apprentice Demon Slayer, the most basic level among them, with the memories of his former life. He was exceedingly familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long before Shun Changqing came to a halt before a particular loft. Unlike the other areas of the JinBao division, which were steeped in an atmosphere of grimness, this loft stood out, offering a tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The door of the loft was ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for but a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood met him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine scent that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to wash away. Shi Long entered, approaching Qianren Shui to report on his duties. After delivering a letter back to the Wuhuan Hall, he had also made a trip to Tiando City to summon the Golden Crocodile Douluo for the Elder Council, personally participating in the reforms of the Wuhuan Hall. This back and forth had consumed considerable time, resulting in his current return to find Qianren Shui. "Oh, by the way, young master," Shi Long said, The Grand Offering inquired about your cultivation status. I informed him truthfully, and he is aware of your impending breakthrough to the Soul Emperor. The Grand Offering is pleased and has asked me to convey a message. He requests that when you break through the 60th level, you return to the Wuhuan Hall, where he will personally guide you in obtaining the most suitable 6th soul ring. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue replied, I understand, but I've already broken through to the Soul Emperor and acquired the 6th soul ring. Please relay this to grandfather. Young master, you have obtained the 6th soul ring? Shilong was taken aback. Qian Rinxue nodded and then summoned her martial spirit's soul ring configuration, with 4 purple, 1 black, and 1 red soul rings. Particularly the one emanating immense soul power, the blood-red ring was entwined with golden threads. Words were unnecessary. Even Hua Qiang was astonished by Qian Rinxue's extraordinary 6th soul ring configuration. Though Hua Qiang also possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, its age was merely around 50,000 years. She sensed an unusual aura emanating from Qian Rinxue's soul rings. This is a soul ring of ferocious beast caliber. Ferocious beast caliber? Shilong inquired, perplexed. Hua Qiang explained. The so-called 100,000-year soul ring is not the upper limit. Beyond this, in some unknown regions of Douluo, powerful ferocious beasts lie dormant, referring to soul beasts with lifespans exceeding 200,000 years. Qian Rinxue was aware of the divine gift soul ring, and she had initially assumed that the soul rings Qian Rinxue acquired would be below 50,000 years. To her surprise, the age of the soul ring far exceeded her expectations. Indeed, my soul ring is over 200,000 years. Yet it did not originate from ferocious beast, but from the divine gift soul ring, Qian Rinxue informed Shilong. It seems I must trouble you to make another trip. Besides conveying this message, Qian Rinxue also transcribed the Haotian absolute art she had received and handed it to Elder Shilong, requesting him to deliver this precious text to her grandfather as well. After Shilong departed, Qian Rinxue inquired, How goes your investigation into the Yang family? Hua Qiang responded, The Yang family operates a pharmacy industry in Xinglua City and its vicinity, renowned for their high-quality products. However, Yang Wudi has not focused on expanding the family business. He is content with what suffices. He is particularly interested in 2 pursuits, alchemy, especially in the realm of poisons, and honing his martial spirit, the Pasol gun. Yang Wudi frequently ventures to a cliff on the outskirts of Xinglua City to refine his Pasol gun, where one can find numerous bullet holes left behind from his practice. Qian Rinxue nodded, recognizing that Yang Wudi and Yang Wushuang, being brothers, shared similar interests. The martial spirit profoundly influences one's character. The Pasol gun martial spirit grants its wielder a resolute mind, rendering them unstoppable within the trial space of soul masters. The threat posed by the Pasol gun to Qian Rinxue was on par with top-tier martial spirits like the Haotian sect. Yang Wudi harbors a deep-seated hatred for both the Wuhuan Hall and the Haotian sect. His animosity towards the Wuhuan Hall stems from its relentless pursuit of the Pa family, which led to their division, while his disdain for the Haotian sect arises from their abandonment. Hua Qiang elaborated. In the past, due to the incident involving Tang Hao, the Haotian sect declared its retreat, choosing to live in seclusion, which has brought suffering upon the 4 major single-attribute families, with the Pa family bearing the brunt of the losses. Yang Wushuang was forced to surrender to the Wuhuan Hall, while Yang Wudi clings to the remnants of the Pa family, struggling to survive. Yang Wudi's obstinate nature compels him to pursue a matter relentlessly. Even if he encounters an insurmountable obstacle, he would still endeavor to overcome it. The Wuhuan Hall has offended Yang Wudi. If you were to try to recruit him under the banner of the Wuhuan Hall, he would never yield, Hua Qiang cautioned. However, if you were to bring him back, the benefits would be substantial, as Yang Wudi would not easily betray unless he were cast aside like the Haotian sect did. Qian Rinxue nodded and replied, I had no intention of recruiting former subordinate forces of the Haotian sect under the banner of the Wuhuan Hall. If I were to recruit them, I have 2 suggestions. First, young master, if you can defeat him in a direct confrontation, you could earn his loyalty. Second, the Youxiang Chilua immortal product, a coveted treasure for the Pa family, Hua Qiang suggested. I already possess the Youxiang Chilua immortal product. But as for your proposal of defeating Yang Wudi in a direct confrontation, Qian Rinxue pondered for a moment, realizing that defeating Yang Wudi was not an insurmountable task. Under the accelerated temporal domain, she had previously clashed with the soul masters of the Pa family, and she felt confident in her ability to contend with the soul Douluo Yang Wudi. Historically, Tang San had withstood Yang Wudi's relentless onslaught through the formidable soul skill bestowed by his wife's soul ring, ultimately incorporating him into his ranks via the Yoxian Chua celestial artifact. Yang Wudi harbored animosity towards the Haotian sect, and although Tang San was a descendant of the Haotian sect, he established the Tang clan to circumvent its notoriety, reuniting the four major single attribute families under his banner. Despite Qian Renchue's status as a saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, she contemplated the possibility of founding her own sect and attracting the single attribute families to her cause. If Tang San could achieve this, why could she not? Subsequently, Hua Chang elaborated on Yang Wudi's circumstances, further solidifying Qian Renchue's resolve to recruit the Li family. As Yang Wudi diligently practiced and departed from the precipice, she contemplated extending an invitation to him. After observing his daily movements, she made her decision. The operation of a sect does not hinge solely on finances, yet a lack of funds is equally untenable. The soul guide industry would serve as a pillar of the time and space hall, while the Pa family could contribute significantly to another vital sector, the alchemy industry. Given Yang Wudi's character, once he pledged his loyalty, he would not easily betray her. The stringent requirement for establishing a sect included 3 soul Douluos, of which Yang Wudi could fulfill one role. Notably, having once been an affiliated force of the Haotian sect, if he were to declare allegiance to Qian Renchue, it would provide her with an unusual sense of satisfaction. She would not need to consider the single attribute Li family, as the Po Min and Yu families were all viable targets to be brought under her wing. Brother Shun, yes. Shun Changqing exchanged greetings with acquaintances along his path, each nodding in acknowledgement. Regardless of who it was, there was an absence of extraneous expressions on their faces, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for they were within the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Daqin, primarily tasked with slaying malevolent entities and supernatural beings, although they also engaged in various auxiliary ventures. It could be said that every individual in the JinBao division bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes desensitized to life and death, many matters lose their significance. Initially, Shun Changqing struggled to adapt to this world, yet over time, he acclimatized. The JinBao division was extensive, and those who remained were formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into 2 professions, the Jinsho and the Chomo. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as a Chomo and gradually ascended, ultimately aspiring to become a Jinsho. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chomo, the most junior rank among them, retaining the memories of his past life. He was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long for him to pause before a certain pavilion. Unlike other solemn locations in the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out, exuding an aura of tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The pavilion's door stood ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. After a brief hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively before quickly relaxing. The sanguine odor that clung to everyone in the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse. Do you desire this celestial artifact? Just as Qian Renchue assigned her tasks, the system mission was triggered. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Mission, reclaim the 4 major single attribute families. Mission brief. The 4 single attribute families are critical components of the future child of destiny. Each family recruited will weaken the fortunes of the child of destiny to some extent. Mission rewards. Reclaiming the Po, Yu, and Min families will elevate the host's fortune from a pale purple to a vibrant purple. Successfully reclaiming any of the single attribute families will grant access to the 3 great attribute secret realms, the Pa secret realm, the Yu secret realm, and the Min secret realm. The Pa secret realm focuses on the cultivation of offensive power, the Yu secret realm on defensive prowess, and the Min secret realm on speed. Upon witnessing the system's notification, Qian Renchue surmised that her actions connected with the future child of destiny had triggered the mission. The last time she ventured to the Binghuo Liangyi to recruit a celestial artifact, she had also activated a mission, and now, her endeavor to recruit the Pa family had similarly invoked one related to the child of destiny. However, why did it only pertain to the Pa, Yu, and Min families, and not the Li family? Qian Renchue could not help but inquire. Host, do you believe it is feasible to gain the loyalty of the Li family? Unlikely. Qian Renchue replied with a shake of her head. To say nothing of it, The Li family has long pledged allegiance to Tang Hao, and it is improbable they would shift their loyalty to me. Furthermore, not long ago, they severed the arm of 3 generations of their lineage under the guise of the Time and Space Hall. Both the Time and Space Hall and the Wuhuan Temple have thoroughly offended the Li family. Thus, their allegiance to me is unattainable. Xingluo City is nestled against the mountains, with access to a continuous valley beyond its outskirts. Within this valley, a man named Yang Wudi wielded a bloodied spear, tirelessly carving through the precipice, leaving behind deep, unfathomable holes in the rocky face. His singular ambition was to pierce the cliff with his spear, creating an opening mirroring that of the northern side. With this fervent obsession, he returned to this cliff day after day, year after year, to bore into its depths. After a day of rigorous training, Yang Wudi sheathed his spear and made his way back to Xingluo City. As he traversed a parched grove, his keen eyes narrowed in suspicion. Who goes there? Black petals drifted from the sky, and Yang Wudi effortlessly snatched one from the air. The petal, dark as night, emanated a delicate rose fragrance. With a flick of his fingers, he crushed the petal. A letter, carried on a flurry of petals, soared toward him. Yang Wudi's gaze sharpened as he grasped the letter. He unfolded it to reveal a small note within. Do you desire the Yoxiang Qiluo celestial artifact? Meet at the cliff tomorrow afternoon. The mention of the Yoxiang Qiluo celestial artifact sent a jolt of excitement through Yang Wudi. This was a sacred object that their Yang family could only dream of possessing. As both an apothecary and a master of toxins, Yang Wudi understood the dual-edged nature of poison. It could harm others as well as himself. Many toxin masters exercised extreme caution in their craft, often avoiding certain realms altogether. Within the Pa family, whispers of the Yoxiang Qiluo celestial artifact circulated. This celestial treasure is the nemesis of all poisons, possessing the remarkable ability to neutralize toxins. It does not detoxify on its own, rather, it empowers its bearer to resist poison. Those who carry this celestial treasure need not fear poisoning while concocting elixirs, venturing into realms of toxic mastery that even seasoned poison artisans dare not tread. 4 generations, the Yang family has yearned for this elusive treasure, which has become the lifelong pursuit of Yang Wudi. Now, with news of its existence, how could he contain his excitement? Yet, amidst his exhilaration, Yang Wudi regained his composure. Such a treasure is not easily encountered. Otherwise, the Yang family would not have only heard its name across generations without ever witnessing its bloom. The arrival of this letter could indeed be a trap, a ruse to lure him into a carefully crafted snare using the allure of a celestial treasure. However, Yang Wudi soon dismissed his doubts. Whether it was a trap or not mattered little, for he possessed the Psoul gun, a weapon capable of shattering any threat. Upon returning to his family, he gazed at the small note in his hand, unable to find solace in sleep, as his mind raced with thoughts of the enchanting Yoxiang Qiluo celestial treasure. At last, the afternoon of the following day arrived. Yang Wudi found himself beneath the precipice, where Huaqiang and Qianren Xue had awaited him for some time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xue, the young master of the Time and Space Hall, Qianren Xue declared. She assessed Yang Wudi's details. Age, 49, martial soul, Psoul gun, innate soul power, 75. Soul power level, 81. Soul ring configuration, yellow yellow purple purple black 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 black. Status, healthy, relationships, 0, 25. Fortune value, deep purple. This profound, deep purple fortune, as the system indicated, was intertwined with the child of fortune, conferring substantial enhancement to his own fortune while diminishing that of his adversaries. Huaqiang, known as the Rose, also introduced herself as a revered member of the Time and Space Hall. Ah, title, Yang Wudi exclaimed, gazing at Huaqiang in astonishment. It seems you hold me in high regard, bringing a titled Douluo along. Pray tell, what brings you to seek me? And is the Yoxiang Qiluo truly real? I hope you do not deceive me. Rest assured, Qianren Xue replied, retrieving the Yoxiang Qiluo celestial treasure from her soul guide. In Yang Wudi's eyes, it appeared as a large, pale pink blossom, devoid of leaves, with a stem measuring 3 feet in length and a flower head nearly a foot in diameter. Each petal shimmered like crystal, and the stamen glimmered with a delicate lavender hue, reminiscent of purple diamonds, as Qianren Xue levitated it with her soul power. This is indeed the Yoxiang Qiluo celestial treasure. Yang Wudi gasped, his breath quickening. He looked at Qianren Xue, who held the treasure with an eagerness akin to that of a long-imprisoned man beholding a delicate young girl. Yet, Qian Rin Xue merely allowed Yang Wudi a fleeting glimpse before retracting it back in her soul guide. Do you desire this celestial treasure, Yang Wudi? Qian Rin Xue inquired. Shen Xiong. Yes. Shen Changqing greeted acquaintances along the path with nods, yet the expressions on their faces bore no excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to all. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin by vanquishing demons and monsters. With other secondary occupations as well, it could be said that every individual in the JinBao bore the stains of blood. Having witnessed countless lives and deaths, one becomes indifferent to many matters. When Shen Changqing first arrived in this world, he felt out of place, but with time, he adapted. The JinBao was vast, and those who remained were formidable experts or those with the potential to become great. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao was divided into two professions, the guardian and the exorcist. Every individual entering the JinBao started as a lowly exorcist, gradually rising through the ranks to eventually aspire to become a guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a novice exorcist, the lowest tier among them. Retaining the memories of his former life, he was very familiar with the JinBao environment. Before long, Shen Changqing stood before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales within the JinBao, this pavilion stood out, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, and people occasionally entered and exited. Shen Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to frown instinctively, but he quickly relaxed. The sanguinary odor that clung to the members of the JinBao was nearly impossible to cleanse away. In a confrontation with Yang Wudi declared, "I am a man of straightforward disposition. State your purpose." While he yearned for the Yoxiang Chila, celestial treasure, he understood the principle that nothing comes without a price. "My request is simple," Qian Rin Xue stated. "Lead your Pai clan to pledge allegiance to me and join the time and space hall, and this Yoxiang Chilua shall be yours." Yang Wudi fell into contemplation. He was eager to obtain this celestial treasure, yet it involved the freedom of his family. Among the four major families with singular attributes, the Pai clan is known for its strong independence, having been the last to join and the most resentful of the Haotian sect. During Tang Chen's era, they had bowed their heads under the overwhelming prowess of Tang Chun, becoming a subordinate family of the Haotian sect. After the incident with Tang Hao, they severed ties with the Haotian sect and regained their autonomy. To be candid, Yang Wudi did not wish to rejoin any sect that would shackle his family once more. Yet the Yoxiang Chua, celestial treasure, was so tantalizingly close. Observing Yang Wudi's conflicted expression, Qian Rin Xue continued, "Perhaps we can offer you an alternative." "What alternative?" Yang Wudi inquired. "We have long desired to experience the famed Pasol Gun's might. Let us engage in a duel to determine the fate of the Yoxiang Chua. If you win, it shall belong to you. If you lose, you will lead the Pai clan into my time and space hall. What say you?" Qian Rin Xue proposed. Yang Wudi first glanced at Hua Qiang, lost in thought for a moment before summoning the Pasol gun and stepping forward. "Then I accept this challenge." He fixed his piercing gaze upon Hua Qiang, believing that they would send forth the titled Douluo. Although he recognized the disparity in strength, he was not deterred, confident in his own strengths to exploit the weaknesses of his opponent. However, standing before Yang Wudi was not Hua Qiang, but rather Qian Rin Xue. Qian Rin Xue spoke. "Senior Yang Wudi, you have misunderstood. Your opponent is me." In her view, sending Hua Qiang to confront Yang Wudi could indeed defeat him, but it would not necessarily quell his spirit. After all, this was a case of the strong bullying the weak, with the title Douluo's strength used to intimidate a sole Douluo. "You?" "Yes, it is I," Qian Rin Xue asserted. Yang Wudi sensed Qian Rin Xue's soul power. Although he could not ascertain her exact strength, he was certain she had not reached the level of a title Douluo, lacking the prowess of a title Douluo. He felt no fear towards any adversary. "Then I shall graciously accept the celestial gift you offer," Yang Wudi declared, summoning the Pahun gun, which emerged with an unstoppable momentum. 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, encircled him. It was still too early to speak of victory. Qian Rin Xue brought her hands together, then opened them, as a holy sword imbued with sacred light floated before her. Grasping the holy sword with one hand, she slashed forward. 6 soul rings descended, for purple, 1 black, and 1 red, swirling around the holy sword in her grasp. Yang Wudi was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. The 4 purple soul rings and the crimson one left him in shock. Your soul rings. The scene was overwhelmingly astonishing. What kind of monster was she? Not only did the first 4 soul rings shine in purple, but from the 6th ring onward, they were of the 100,000-year variety. After a brief moment of astonishment, Yang Wudi closed his eyes, shook his head to clear his mind of distractions, and reopened them, his gaze now sharper. In his eyes, there was only the enemy. Regardless of the adversary he faced, the Pahun gun in his hand would pierce through any foe. No external upheaval could shake Yang Wudi's resolute determination. The configuration of Qian Rinchue's soul rings no longer unsettled him. With the Pahun gun in hand, he was already brewing his strength before the duel had commenced. Qian Rinchue, too, did not underestimate him. Her strength was more than sufficient to defeat a soul Douluo. But facing a soul Douluo wielding the Pahun gun was an entirely different matter. In the first layer of trials within the time and space hall, Qian Rinchue had already discerned that the Pahun gun could not be measured by common standards. She could not treat him as merely a soul Douluo based on his visible strength. According to her estimations, Yang Wudi's prowess could even rival some low-ranking title Douluos. Let's begin, Hua Chang announced. As soon as the words left her lips, Yang Wudi raised the Pahun gun and thrust it toward Qian Rinchue. On the other side, Qian Rinchue chose not to withstand Yang Wudi's assault head-on. She closed her eyes, released her angelic awareness, and sensed the shifts in the environment. In the instant the Pahun gun was about to strike, Qian Rinchue evaded Yang Wudi's attack. The formidable force of the Pahun gun was so intense that even a titled Douluo could not withstand it directly. However, its straightforward approach was both its strength and its flaw. After dodging, Yang Wudi drove the Pahun gun into the cliff. He withdrew it and prepared to engage Qian Rinchue once more. Third soul technique, explosion. This time, the Pahun gun unleashed a powerful wave of soul power. As Qian Rinchue dodged, the soul power erupted, causing residual waves that affected her. Fortunately, she had taken precautions and was not severely harmed by the explosive aftermath. With one successful strike, Yang Wudi pressed his advantage, thrusting his spear toward her. In that moment, Qian Rinchue activated the soul technique of the Holy Sword. The 6-winged sword dance. The Holy Sword in Qian Rinchue's form transformed into an exquisite dance, deftly avoiding Yang Wudi's onslaught and striking toward his core. Observing this, Yang Wudi unleashed his second soul technique, shock. The crimson spear emitted a resonating hum, as the soul power surged forth to deflect Qian Rinchue's barrage of blades. The crimson shockwave pushed both combatants apart. Yang Wudi fixed his gaze upon Qian Rinchue, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. He raised the Pahun gun high, and a colossal crimson phantom wielding a spear appeared behind him. 7th soul technique, true form of the Pahun gun. It seemed Yang Wudi intended to give it his all this time, and Qian Rinchue had no intention of holding back either. A golden field began to expand outward from her, encompassing the surroundings. First soul technique, solidification of the Holy Sword. Second soul technique, blade of the Holy Sword. Third soul technique, stab of the Holy Sword. Fourth soul technique, principle of the Holy Sword. Fifth soul technique, heart of the Holy Sword. Shun Xiong. As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings with familiar faces or offered nod. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore a neutral expression, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in the Dao, primarily responsible for eliminating demons and other malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various auxiliary tasks. One could say that every individual within the JinBao had blood on their hands. When a person becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many things. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Changqing initially found it difficult to adjust, but over time, he became acclimated. The JinBao was vast, and only those with formidable strength or the potential to become powerful could remain. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao comprised 2 main professions, the guardian and the exorcist. Anyone entering the JinBao began as a low-ranking exorcist, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao. It did not take long before he paused in front of a certain pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the JinBao, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the pavilion's door stood ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience suddenly transformed. A blend of ink fragrance and faint traces of blood assailed his senses, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before relaxing once more. The blood scent that clung to every member of the JinBao was nearly impossible to wash away. The first 5 soul techniques of Qian Rinque's Holy Sword Martial Soul comprehensively enhanced her attributes, with all her offensive maneuvers focused on complementing the angelic sword art. The 6-winged sword dance. The Holy Sword domain also significantly elevated Qian Rinque's offensive capabilities. When confronting an adversary like Yang Wudi, one must not harbor illusions of defense. Only by forsaking defense could one avoid falling into a disadvantageous position. However, one must also refrain from engaging in a contest of strength. To confront the Pahun gun head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, evading its edges and targeting its vulnerabilities became Qian Rinque's strategic objective. If the enemies might remain unspent and fail to strike her, it would ultimately serve no purpose. Within the realm of the Holy Sword, Yang Wudi felt his soul power dissolving amidst the sacred light. However, he had ceased to care about such matters. With the activation of his martial soul's true form, he unleashed his 6th soul skill, Rupture, followed by his 7th soul skill, Annihilation. Under the augmentation of the dual soul skills and his martial soul's true form, Yang Wudi's assault reached unprecedented heights, locking onto Qian Rinque and piercing towards her with astonishing speed. In response, Qian Rinque activated another ability within the Holy Sword realm. Phasing out, the soul-piercing spear traversed through her ethereal form, creating a significant rift in the cliffside behind her. Within the Holy Sword realm, her intangible silhouette reassembled, and the sacred sword swung towards Yang Wudi from behind. Observing this, Yang Wudi retracted his spear to block Qian Rinque's strike. The clash of spear and sword echoed through the air. If Yang Wudi's strength lay in his ability to execute a lethal blow, focused on shattering defenses and penetrating enemies to deliver instant kills, he was less adept at the entanglement of close-quarters combat. It was not that he lacked skill, but rather that he had not invested his energy in that area. Conversely, within the angelic domain, Qian Rinque utilized her remarkable speed and the barriers formed by the sacred light to thwart Yang Wudi's shockwaves and explosive soul skills, compressing his space for executing soul techniques. With exquisite swordsmanship, she meticulously restricted Yang Wudi's maneuverability. Eventually, as his soul power waned, Qian Rinque positioned her sword against Yang Wudi's neck. In that moment, the sharpness in his gaze faded, replaced by an overwhelming sense of defeat. After a prolonged silence, he finally admitted, "I have lost." Seeing Yang Wudi in such a state, Qian Rinque offered words of comfort. "Senior, although I emerged victorious, this duel was merely a matter of evading your brilliance. Were I to confront the might of your soul-piercing spear head-on, I would lack the strength to withstand it." She gestured towards a cliff, where a newly formed gash stood out among the other holes created by Yang Wudi's earlier strikes. Yang Wudi recalled that this was indeed the attack he had unleashed with all his might, penetrating Qian Rinque's phasing body. With this realization, his despondency lifted. He returned the soul-piercing spear to its place and declared, "A loss is a loss. Since I have lost, I shall fulfill the wager. I pledge that the Pajie clan will join your time and space hall and serve you loyally. Rest assured, senior, the time and space hall will not regard the Pajie clan as mere subordinates. Rather, you will be one of the mainstays of our hall," Qian Rinque reassured him. "Then I am most grateful," Yang Wudi replied, his gaze filled with yearning as he inquired, "And what of the celestial herb?" With a cold scoff, Qian Rinque responded, "Yang Wudi, you haven't forgotten our wager, have you? The terms state that should I win, the celestial herb is mine. Should you lose, you bring the Pajie clan into the time and space hall. In other words, senior Yang Wudi, even if I choose not to give you the celestial herb, it poses no issue," she added. "However, I do require your assistance with a matter." "What matter?" Yang Wudi asked. "I hope you can help me incorporate the Yuji clan and the Minji clan into the time and space hall. Once this is accomplished, the celestial herb will be yours," Qian Rinque explained. Yang Wudi pondered for a moment before responding. "The Minji clan should be easy to persuade. I have a good rapport with them, and convincing them to join the time and space hall should pose no problem. However, I will try my best with the Yuji clan." Among the 4 major clans of single attributes, the Pajie clan maintained a favorable relationship with the Minji clan, while the Yuji clan was allied with the Liji clan. Yang Wudi had earned the favor of the Minji clan, and as long as they were not asked to join the Martial Soul Hall, their acceptance into the Time and Space Hall was not an issue. However, his ties with the Yuji clan were not strong enough to guarantee their compliance. Yet, Yang Wudi's involvement would yield a higher success rate than Qian Rushue's attempts. It is simple. To secure their allegiance, we must enhance our bargaining chips. Qian Rushue stated as she received the Paji secret realm, integrating it into her divine seal. After obtaining the divine seal of the Paji secret realm, she instructed Yang Wudi, "Please close your eyes." Yang Wudi hesitated for a moment before complying. Qian Rushue placed her hand on his forehead, unlocking the Paji secret realm for him. Yang Wudi sensed the presence of this divine seal, and, as soon as she withdrew her arm, he opened his eyes and asked with curiosity, "What is this?" "This is the Paji secret realm, a domain for cultivating attacks. You may attempt to activate it." Qian Rushue replied. Yang Wudi nodded and cautiously sought to initiate the realm. A swirling vortex manifested before him, and he stepped into the secret domain with his soul-piercing spear. Before long, he emerged from the secret realm, a flicker of excitement gracing his features. "Young master, this realm you have bestowed upon me is immensely beneficial for the Paji clan. Within the Paji secret realm, honing the strength of the soul-piercing spear proves to be remarkably effective. If applied to my entire clan, it would yield tremendous enhancement. The implications for the clan are profound." Having defeated Yang Wudi and imparted the secret realm, their bond solidified, and Yang Wudi pledged his unwavering loyalty to Qian Rushue. On the surface, their relationship stood at 65. But upon discovering Qian Rushue's true identity, it adjusted to 55. Qian Rushue smiled. "You may first recruit the Minji clan and secure their loyalty to me. I will then provide them with the Minji secret realm. With the precedent set by your two clans, there should be no reason for the Yuji clan to remain unmoved." Yang Wudi nodded, affirming, "I am confident that Niu Gao will lead his faction to join the Time and Space Hall. However, young master, why not consider inviting the Liji clan as well? Do you believe the Liji clan would be willing to join us?" Qian Rushue countered. "Unlikely," Yang Wudi replied, shaking his head. "Brother Shun, yes." Shun Chongqing, while traversing the path, greeted familiar faces with nods or simple acknowledgments. Yet, regardless of the individual, each bore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to all. Shun Chongqing had long grown accustomed to this atmosphere. This was the Zhen MOC, an institution tasked with maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and malevolent beings, though it also engaged in various auxiliary tasks. It could be said that every individual within the Zhen MOC was stained with the blood of countless adversaries. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to numerous matters. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Chongqing initially struggled to adapt, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. The Zhen MOC was extensive, and only those with exceptional strength or potential remained within its ranks. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The Zhen MOC was divided into two roles, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Anyone entering the Zhen MOC began as a low-ranking Chu Mo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the aspiration of ultimately becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Chongqing's prior incarnation was a trainee Chu Mo Shi, the most novice among them. With the memories of his previous life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the Zhen MOC. In a short span, Shun Chongqing found himself halting before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales of the Zhen MOC, this particular loft stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere of Zhen MOC. At this moment, the loft's doors stood ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Chongqing hesitated for but a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the environment transformed abruptly. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, only to quickly relax. The pervasive scent of blood on every individual within the Zhen MOC was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. To speak frankly, Yang Wudi held a certain disdain for Titan. Years ago, when Titan led his clan in allegiance to Tang Hao, it resulted in Tang Hao single-handedly bringing ruin upon the Haoyan sect and the four major single-attribute clans. Yet Titan remained steadfastly loyal to him. Those embroiled in the situation often lack clarity, whereas outsiders often see more clearly. Titan regarded Tang Hao as a paragon of heroism, but to Yang Wudi, he appeared nothing more than a coward, devoid of any sense of responsibility. He alone caused chaos, and alongside a soul beast, inadvertently implicated his sect and the four major clans. Ultimately, he vanished without a trace. Such a figure scarcely embodies the essence of a hero. Nevertheless, Titan clung to his misguided beliefs. The notion of enticing Titan to join the Time and Space Hall was utterly implausible, as Titan's sincere loyalty had already been bestowed upon Tang Hao. Following Yang Wudi's pledge of allegiance, the Pa clan formally integrated into the Time and Space Hall, while the headquarters of the four major clans resided in the Tiandou Empire. Only Yang Wudi established his operations within the Luo Empire, and during this period, he planned to return to the Tiandou Empire. The task of assimilating the four major clans would require some time before it could commence. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had accomplished the primary objective of her journey to the Luo Empire by recruiting Lu Gao and Yang Wudi, and she prepared to return to the Tiandou Empire. However, as Qian Rinxue was departing, Meng Lingxian approached her. "Young master, there's a matter I need to report to you." "What is it?" Qian Rinxue inquired. "This tale is rather lengthy." Meng Lingxian proceeded to connect her memories to Qian Rinxue's mind through a mental link, imparting her recollections. As unfamiliar memories flooded in, Qian Rinxue closed her eyes, reflecting upon Meng Lingxian's experiences. It turned out that, by a stroke of fortune, Meng Lingxian had gleaned an intriguing piece of information through the Night Eagle's memories. A naturally gifted genius with full soul power was being sent to the Luo Empire's La Golong camp for training, which had garnered significant attention from the Luo Emperor. Consequently, Meng Lingxian seized the opportunity to investigate further. For someone like Meng Lingxian, who possessed a formidable spiritual martial soul, acquiring intelligence was not a daunting task. She could simply engage with the relevant individuals and delve into their memories to uncover the truth. Eventually, through her meticulous efforts, Meng Lingxian uncovered the hidden death training camp known as La Golong. This camp served as a pivotal training ground for the Royal White Tiger Imperial Guard of the Luo Empire. Each year, the Luo Empire employed various means to acquire slaves or awaken civilian soul masters, gathering them to educate them in cultivation while indoctrinating them with the principle of loyalty to the royal family. The children who underwent this brainwashing were ultimately sent to La Golong for lethal combat training, where the methods employed were brutally straightforward. In a cohort of 1,000 children, the training officer would declare, "I only need 10 of these children to survive." Thus, only 10 would emerge alive from the ensuing bloodshed, with the remaining perishing in the brutal struggle. The 10 who survived, regardless of talent, strength, or intellect, were the cream of the crop among the 1,000. After further training and development, they would ultimately join the White Tiger Imperial Guard of the Luo Empire, becoming the most formidable force under Dai Tianfeng. The style of La Golong aligned perfectly with the ethos of the Luo royal family, as they were willing to employ such brutal methods to cultivate their own offspring, let alone those with no blood ties to them. 3 years prior, within the confines of Zunhun village in the Luo Empire, a deacon of the Spirit Hall awakened a child with innate full soul power, an event that did not escape the notice of the Luo Empire. Upon learning of this, the Empire swiftly ambushed the deacon before he could relay the information back to the Spirit Hall. Disguising themselves as Spirit Hall personnel, they infiltrated Zunhun village, committing widespread slaughter, particularly against the child's parents, who were mercilessly dismembered. Such heinous acts ignited a deep-seated hatred within the child towards the Spirit Hall. This child was ultimately rescued by the Luo Empire, harboring a heart full of vengeance. He enrolled in the Empire's training camp, undergoing 3 years of militarized training and patriotic education, and achieved his second soul ring by the tender age of 9. This child's name was Yi Qiushue, whose martial soul was the Death Soul Scythe, bearing certain sinister characteristics. Now he had reached the level of 20 and was to be dispatched to La Golong for the death trials. Upon assimilating Meng Lingxian's memories, Qian Rinxue's heart burned with fury. "They murdered our Spirit Hall's deacon, framed us, and turned an unparalleled genius against us. The Luo Empire's scheming is profound. Meng Lingxian, no matter what, we cannot allow La Golong to continue its operations. I must destroy that place." "Young master, do not act impulsively," Meng Lingxian cautioned. "The existence of La Golong is known to us. However, should we destroy it, what other camps might the Luo Empire establish? That would present an unknown threat to us." Indeed, Qian Rinxue reflected, recognizing the validity of this reasoning. Destroying one La Golong would not resolve the underlying issue. Only a fundamental solution could suffice. First, take me to La Golong for a closer inspection, Qian Rinxue instructed. La Golong was situated in a secluded area of the Luo Empire, surrounded by mountains, serving as a covert training base. Had it not been for Meng Lingshuan's serendipitous discovery, no one on the continent would have known of its existence. Meng Lingxian led Qian Rinxue up the mountainside, where a rudimentary fortress lay nestled in the valley below. Within the fortress, instructors could be seen training a group of young children, none older than 20, with some as young as 9. Each child's face bore an unusual maturity, far beyond their years. In this training camp, they were taught the art of killing, with the purpose of their arena battles being not friendly sparring, but life and death struggles. Daily, the bodies of children who fell in these contests were carried away. In addition to lethal combat training, they were instructed in soul power cultivation and life-or-death confrontations, all while being indoctrinated to ensure unwavering loyalty to the Luo royal family. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing exchanged greetings with familiar faces as he walked along the path, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of who they were, each countenance revealed no surplus of emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this. For here lies the JinMoc, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Daqin, primarily tasked with the eradication of demons and malevolent entities, though it also engages in various auxiliary endeavors. It can be asserted that every individual within the JinMoc bears the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the specter of life and death, many matters inevitably lose their significance. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of discomfort, but as time passed, he adapted. The JinMoc is vast, and those who remain within its confines are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter category. The JinMoc is divided into two primary roles, the Jinsho Shi and the Chumo Shi. Every entrant begins as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Jinsho Shi. In his previous life, Shun Changqing was merely an apprentice Chumo Shi, the most junior among them. With the memories of his former self, he is intimately familiar with the environment of the JinMoc. It did not take long for him to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other somber locales of the JinMoc, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion stood wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood met his senses, causing him to instinctively frown before quickly relaxing. The sanguine aroma clinging to each member of the JinMoc is nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. As Yi Qiushue approached the Lagulang camp, Qian Rushue's hand bracelet illuminated with a notification. From her vantage on the cliff, she observed a 9-year-old child among the trainees. Despite his tender age, his face bore no expression, and his eyes were sharp and filled with lethal intent, clearly indicating that he had taken lives. Activating her fate source eye, Qian Rushue discerned his identity. Yi Qiushue, age 9, martial soul, death soul scythe, innate soul power 10, soul power level 21, soul ring configuration yellow, status healthy, fortune, relationship 0-80. Undoubtedly, this was the 6th individual chosen by the system for Qian Rushue. But the negative relationship score of 80 hinted at the profound hatred he harbored towards the martial soul hall. According to intelligence gathered by Meng Lingxian, the despicable Luo Empire had slain the martial soul hall's steward to preemptively capture the boy, exterminating his entire village except for him. All under the pretense of the martial soul hall. He ought to resent the Luo Empire rather than the martial soul hall. Yet people are often inclined to trust their own eyes and ears over the actual truth. In Yi Qiushue's view, the martial soul hall's brutal act of killing his parents and the villagers had deeply ingrained hatred within the boy. And coupled with the Luo Empire's brainwashing education over the past 3 years, this child's worldview had been thoroughly distorted. The child was akin to a pristine canvas. Whatever one paints upon it will manifest as a reflection of that image. You mean that child, correct? Qian Rushue inquired, pointing towards Yi Qiushue, who was undergoing training. Young master, you truly have an eye for talent, Meng Lingxian remarked with a smile. The inhabitants of the Lagulang camp remained oblivious to the 2 individuals observing them. They continued their training as usual. The instructor addressed the children, stating, "Children, after over a month of training, today is the day to demonstrate your progress. Out of 1,000 of you, only 500 will stand out, with the opportunity to serve in the illustrious White Tiger Imperial Guard and pledge loyalty to His Majesty. The remaining 500 will meet their demise." He continued, "However, do not blame others. The Luo Empire does not nurture the useless, only the wolves, the starving wolves. You harbor grudges, resentment, and aspirations. As long as you prove your strength, the Luo Empire will assist you in fulfilling them. Yikyushu Koldi Intagistet. Can the Luo Empire help me annihilate the Martial Soul Hall?" The instructor smiled slightly at Yi Qiushui's venomous words and replied, "That depends on the effort you are willing to invest. What could be more painful than personally severing the neck of your enemy? As long as you prove your strength, the Luo Empire can provide all the conditions for your revenge, provided you pledge your loyalty. The Luo Empire can aid me in my vengeance. I will devote my lifelong loyalty to the Empire," Yi Qiushui declared. "But first you must survive in my training camp," the instructor cautioned. As he spoke, Instructor Wang Zhen instructed all the new recruits, "Before we officially assess your results, all new soldiers, sing the song of the White Tiger Imperial Guard with me." The instructor clapped his hands, and the band stepped forward. As the instrument struck up, a white tiger banner was raised. "Come, sing with me. Ancestors, grandfathers, lineage, fathers. Ancestors, grandfathers, lineage, fathers. Ever valiant is the Luo people. Your army has garnered fame throughout the ages. Your army has garnered fame throughout the ages. Luo people, Luo people, Luo people, Luo people. With heartfelt affection for you. Eliminate your enemies. Let them suffer the humiliation they deserve. Eliminate your enemies. Let them suffer the humiliation they deserve." With a martial spirit-filled anthem of the White Tiger Imperial Guard echoing throughout the canyon, even Qian Ruxue and Meng Lingxian, positioned far atop the cliff, could hear it clearly without the need for soul power. After the patriotic military song, the instructor proceeded with a session of nationalistic education. And upon its conclusion, began the formal assessment of the children's results. 1,000 names were divided into 2 baskets, each containing 500 names. The instructor drew a name from one basket and another from the other. The 2 selected children immediately proceeded to the arena for combat, where one must perish. The Lagulane camp was expansive, allowing for 50 pairs of duels to take place simultaneously. On this bloody stage, the combatants exerted every ounce of strength and skill they possessed, ultimately resulting in one child's victory over the other. The victor secured the chance to survive and face further challenges, while the vanquished corpse would be removed from the Lagulane camp. In this brutal competition, no child displayed fear. They resembled bloodthirsty young wolves, eager to snap their opponents' necks at the first opportunity. Finally, it was Yi Qiushui's turn. Yi Qiushui's opponent was a 15-year-old boy with a level 25 soul power and a martial soul of the battle tiger. He towered over Yi Qiushui by a head. Once both ascended to the arena, they regarded each other with mutual respect, their gazes filled with lethal intent. One summoned the battle tiger martial soul, while the other invoked his weapon martial soul. A pitch-black scythe, akin to one wielded by the Grim Reaper, was brandished as 2 children struck with lethal ferocity. They engaged in a fierce contest upon the arena, exchanging dozens of blows. Despite the formidable soul power of the Zhan martial spirit, it was unable to subdue Yi Qiushui, Both sides unleashed their dual soul techniques. One aimed its claws at the opponent's heart in a ferocious maneuver reminiscent of a tiger's clawing, while the other swung the obsidian scythe towards the neck, intent on decapitating the adversary. In that moment, Yi Qiushui abandoned all notions of offense, fully employing the 2 soul techniques enhanced by the scythe. His speed of attack surpassed that of his opponent. At that instant, the Zhan martial spirit faltered, hastily retracting its assault in an attempt to block Yi Qiushui's strike with its claws. However, the scythe's swiftness was unparalleled. With a glint, it severed the head from the Zhan soul master's body, the head tumbling through the air as blood gushed forth from the severed neck. The headless corpse stood motionless for a moment before collapsing. In its demise, a palpable aura of death was siphoned by the scythe, further enhancing Yi Qiushui's momentum. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, Sun Changqing, greeted familiar faces along his path, exchanging nods and pleasantries. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excess emotion, as if indifferent to all around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinMao, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Daqin realm, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other malevolent entities, alongside various auxiliary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinMao had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, a certain detachment toward many matters inevitably ensues. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt out of place, but in due time, he acclimated. The JinMao was expansive. Those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally skilled masters or individuals with the potential to ascend to such heights. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter group. Within the JinMao, there existed two distinct professions, the Zhensho and the Chu-mo. Every individual entering the JinMao commenced their journey as the lowest tier of Chu-mo, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Zhensho. Shen Changqing's former self was but an apprentice Chu-mo, the most junior among them. With the memories of his predecessor, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinMao. It did not take long for Shen Changqing to halt before a particular attic. Unlike the other grim locales within the JinMao, this attic stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The attic doors were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint trace of blood met his senses, prompting a momentary furrow of his brow, which quickly smoothed out. The sanguine scent that clung to every member of the JinMao was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. After a day of elimination, 500 new recruits had survived within the Lagrange camp, while the corpses of the other 500 were taken away, buried in a pit, and subsequently set ablaze. Qianren observed the scene and remarked, "It is evident that many of these new recruits are orphans, each harboring their own grievances. It is this very hatred that fuels their perseverance in such a brutal training environment." The Luo Empire continuously sows seeds of animosity within the hearts of these, allowing hatred to become their driving force. Through a method akin to nurturing venomous insects, they cultivate the strongest among them, ultimately shaping them into the Empire's sharpest blade. If they excel in psychological warfare, why should we not adopt the same strategy? Meng Lingshan smiled. To convey everything you know through dreams? Qianren Xue inquired. Meng Lingshan nodded in affirmation. As the night deepened, the new recruits in the Lagrange camp, save for those stationed on patrol, had mostly succumbed to slumber. Yi Qiushue vividly recalled the year he awakened his martial spirit. A group of enforcers from the Martial Spirit Hall had invaded his village, committing a horrific massacre. Upon hearing of this, his mother concealed him within a dog hole, urging him not to reveal his presence. Just after he was hidden away, he was engulfed in terror. The sounds of blades slicing flesh and anguished cries echoing in his ears. Ultimately, the chilling screams of his parents pierced through the cacophony, followed by the clangor of battle. After a prolonged silence outside, Yi Qiushue was rescued from the dog hole by soldiers clad in the armor of the Luo Empire. In a daze, he followed these soldiers outside, only to behold his parents, one with a severed throat, the other with a gaping wound in the chest, their eyes forever frozen in death. As he stepped outside, the village was suffused with the stench of blood. The Luo soldiers informed Yi Qiushue that the Martial Spear Hall was responsible for this atrocity and subsequently took him to a training camp. That night marked the beginning of Yi Qiushue's nightmares, filled with hatred and sorrow that consumed his heart. Thoughts of vengeance against the Martial Spirit Hall haunted him ceaselessly. After 3 years in the training camp, he distinguished himself, earning the right to advance to the Lagrange camp. With the prospect of one day joining the Baihu Baba Jin Wei Jin, the enmity towards the Martial Spirit Hall lingered with him. As each night, he succumbed to sleep burdened by this hatred, often dreaming of his parents' tragic fate. This night was no different. In his dreams, he was transported back 3 years to the inception of his nightmares. A scythe, innate full soul power. The enforcer from the Martial Spirit Hall, Su Yun Tian, Zinken, excitedly grasped Yi Qiushue's hand, exclaiming, "Child, you are remarkable. You have the potential to become a soul master. Would you like to join the Martial Spirit Hall?" "Yes. I wish to join the Martial Spirit Hall, but I must consult my parents first." "Ah, that is understandable," Su Yuntian nodded. Thus, Su Yintian led Yi Qiushue out of the village, where old Tom Butong inquired with concern, Soul Master. Has any child participating in the awakening of martial spirits this year shown the potential to become a Soul Master? Indeed, there is one, and he possesses innate full soul power. Su Yintian replied, brimming with excitement. Innate full soul power. He could at least become a titled Douluo in the future. Oh, this is splendid news. Old Tom exclaimed joyfully, his excitement palpable. Our village will soon have a titled Douluo among us. Following this, Old Tom brought Yi Qiushue to meet his parents. Is it all right for our child to join the martial spirit hall? If Yi Qiushue desires to join, then he should. For ordinary people, joining the martial spirit hall was an enticing prospect, and Yi Qiushue's parents naturally could not refuse. Su Yuntian assured them, rest assured, parents. With Yi Qiushue's talent, I believe he will surely attract the attention of the martial spirit city. Thereafter, Su Yintian issued a martial spirit certification and instructed several matters before returning to report to the local martial spirit hall. Meanwhile, Yi Qiushue's family awaited news at home with bated breath. In the realm of dreams, certain events unknown to Yi Qiushue also began to unfold. In a secluded corner of Zunhun village, two agents from the Xingluo Empire witnessed a remarkable event. They remarked this time, the Wuhuan Temple has awakened a prodigy with innate full soul power. This genius can only pledge loyalty to our Xingluo Empire. Let's go and eliminate that steward. The two men displayed a silent camaraderie, as if they had performed such deeds many times before. During the return of Su Yintian, they covertly ambushed him and meticulously cleaned the scene to ensure the Wuhuan Temple remained oblivious. After reporting this incident to the Xingluo Empire, the empire reacted promptly. Emperor Dai Tianfeng declared, excellent work. A genius born in our Xingluo Empire can only serve us. This prodigy with innate full soul power is destined to be ours. Let us follow the old tradition, plant the seeds of hatred for the Wuhuan Temple in this child's heart, and nurture him into a sharp blade, a weapon I can wield. As you command, your majesty. During this time, the people of Zunhun village anxiously awaited news from Su Yintian, but the news never came. That fateful night, agents of the Xingluo Empire disguised themselves as stewards of the Wuhuan Temple and headed to Zunhun village, intent on a massacre. At the village entrance, Old Tom spotted several individuals resembling stewards of the Wuhuan Temple and eagerly approached them, exclaiming, esteemed stewards, have you come to retrieve Yi Qiushue? However, a flash of blade met him, and the village chief was decapitated. The disguised stewards invaded the village, slaughtering anyone in sight. The villagers, gripped by terror, scattered in a futile attempt to escape the Soul Masters. Yi Qiushue's parents, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly concealed him in a doghouse, while his mother hid in a wardrobe and his father in a rice jar. In truth, no matter where they hid, it was trivial for the Soul Masters to find them. Wang Zhen, the Xingluo Soul Master masquerading as a steward of the Wuhuan Temple, cast a knowing glance at the trembling Yi Qiushue, then opened the wardrobe, seizing his mother and killing her, before dragging out his father from the rice jar and slaying him as well. After the massacre of the entire village, the second wave of actors arrived. The Xingluo Imperial Guards stormed the village to engage in combat with the stewards of the Wuhuan Temple. Brother Shun Changqing, while walking, greeted familiar faces with nods or brief hellos. Yet, regardless of who they were, no one displayed any excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to the world around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for they were in the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and aberrations, though it had other side ventures as well. It could be said that each member of the JinBao division bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many things lose their significance. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Changqing struggled to adapt, but over time, he acclimated. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were all formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two roles, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu-Mo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as a low-ranking Chu-Mo Shi and gradually advanced, ultimately aspiring to become a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chu-Mo Shi, the lowest rank among them. With the memories of his former life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. Before long, Shun Changqing halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other solemn areas of the JinBao division, This pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amid the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion doors were ajar, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Shen Chongqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood met him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before relaxing once more. The sanguine aroma clung to every individual in the JinBao division, nearly impossible to cleanse. The battle raged until its conclusion, as those impersonating the stewards of the Wuhuan Temple procured several corpses of death row inmates, donning their steward attire upon the bodies. Meanwhile, the true executioners donned the armor of the Xingluo Empire. After Wang Zhen changed in a military garb, he knelt beside the trembling Yi Qiushui and gently said, "Child, I am Wang Zhen, a soldier of the Xingluo Empire. Come out, it is safe now." Yi Qiushui shivered, glancing up to see a soldier of Xingluo, not a steward of the Wuhuan Temple, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Zhen reassured him and let him out, during which Yi Qiushui beheld the lifeless body of his grandfather near the rice jar and his mother's body beside the wardrobe. His small eyes filled with despair and sorrow. "Are they your parents?" Wang Zhen lamented. "May they rest in peace. The despicable stewards of the Wuhuan Temple have been eliminated by us." Yi Qiushui approached his mother's body, grasped her hand, and shook it gently, but there was no response. A heart-wrenching wail escaped his lips, though only 6 years old. He understood that he was forever separated from his beloved grandparents. After weeping until his tears ran dry, he asked Wang Zhen, "Uncle Wang Zhen, can my grandparents come back to life?" Wang Zhen shook his head, replying, "Child, the deceased cannot be resurrected, but you can avenge them." "Avenge?" Wang Zhen continued. "The Wuhuan Temple has slain your parents. Do you not wish to seek retribution?" He added, "In this world, blood debts demand blood repayment. The killers must pay with their lives. While we have dispatched these murderers, those who orchestrated the killings of your parents have yet to face true justice. You must wield your blade to eradicate the Wuhuan Temple and exact vengeance, thereby granting your parents peace in the afterlife." Yi Qiushui wiped his tears and declared, "Yes, vengeance. I shall avenge my parents against the Wuhuan Temple." A glimmer of hatred illuminated the innocent face of the child, and from that moment on, Yi Qiushui's resolve solidified. He would dedicate his life to the destruction of the Wuhuan Temple, honoring the spirits of his parents. Subsequently, Yi Qiushui joined a training camp, receiving its education, ultimately arriving at the Lagliang camp, where the instructor Wang Zhen, his savior from that fateful night, awaited him. As an instructor at the Lagliang training camp, Wang Zhen meticulously recorded his experiences during the execution of this plan, leaving notes in the forbidden area of the camp, chronicling the events of that year. This dreamscape was woven together by Meng Lingxian, who meticulously gathered information from those involved in the incident, piecing together the complete narrative and infusing it into Yi Qiushui's dreams. The events of that year were indeed real, yet Yi Qiushui, ensnared in the web of deception, harbored hatred but misdirected it, unwittingly becoming a weapon in the hands of his enemies, manipulated step by step. Upon discovering the truth, Yi Qiushui would likely be overwhelmed, though in reality, he has already grasped the essence of it. Awakening from a nightmare in the dead of night, he found the dream to be hauntingly vivid and perplexing. It revealed to him that it was not the Wuhuan Temple that had slain his parents, but rather the Xingluo Empire, which had orchestrated a deceitful spectacle before him, masquerading as the Wuhuan Temple to murder his parents and annihilate his village, only to later present themselves as benefactors. Faced with this dissonance, Yi Qiushui was engulfed in confusion. Having never truly contemplated the events of that fateful day, clouded as he was by hatred, reflecting upon it now, he discerned numerous suspicious elements. The most glaring inconsistency was that he and his parents had already pledged allegiance to the Wuhuan Temple. Why then would the temple send assassins to extinguish their lives? Conversely, the dream's narrative resonated with reason. The Xingluo Empire, in a bid to instill hatred towards the Wuhuan Temple within him, disguised its agents to eliminate his parents, framing the temple and thus transforming him into a weapon for the empire. If this dream bore truth, what had he been doing all these years? Embracing the very perpetrators as his benefactors, mentors, and even father figures? This was untenable. He needed confirmation. Departing from the military tent, Yi Qiushui traversed the Lagulang, observing that the guards were deeply ensconced in slumber, the camp unusually lax. Though puzzled, this afforded him an advantage. He stealthily approached the dwelling of Wang Zhen, the instructor of the Lagulang camp. At a bookshelf against the wall, following the dream's instructions, he manipulated a hidden compartment, which yielded a concealed passageway. Yi Qiushui's brow furrowed slightly. The dream's revelations were indeed grounded in reality, for Wang Zhen possessed a secret corridor, entering the passage and sealing the entrance. He discovered countless scrolls within. Guided by the dream's depiction, he retrieved a particular scroll, unfurling it to unveil a long-buried truth that sent shockwaves through his being. The scroll contained Wang Zhen's notes and seal, chronicling the events of that day. It was Wang Zhen, the instructor of the Lagulang camp, who had orchestrated the massacre, posing as a Wuhuan temple steward to slaughter the entire Zunhun village, thereby implicating the temple and leading him to unwittingly embrace his true enemy. If the dream had been merely a figment of imagination, Yi Qiushui might have questioned its authenticity. But the congruence between the dream's account and the scroll's documentation ignited within him an unfathomable hatred. His animosity toward Wang Zhen and the Xinglua Empire eclipsed his former grievances against the Wuhuan temple. Upon exiting the secret chamber, witnessing the guards of Lagulang camp still in deep slumber, a surge of malice coursed through him. A long scythe materialized in Yi Qiushui's grasp as he advanced toward Wang Zhen's quarters. Silently, he opened the door to find Wang Zhen asleep, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes as he lunged for Wang Zhen's life. Meanwhile, Shun Changqing, traversing the path, exchanged nods with acquaintances, though the expressions on their faces remained devoid of warmth, reflecting an indifference that had become second nature to him. This was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin by exterminating demons and malevolent beings, with each member stained by the blood of countless adversaries. Having grown accustomed to the grim realities of life and death, Shun Changqing had adapted to the environment over time. The JinBao division was vast, and only those with formidable strength or potential were permitted to remain. Shun Changqing fell into the latter category, possessing memories of his past life as a junior demon slayer, the lowest rank within the division. Stopping before a particular loft, he noted its serene contrast to the otherwise blood-soaked atmosphere of the JinBao division. The loft's doors were ajar, with occasional figures entering and exiting. Hesitating only briefly, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering, the environment shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood wafted toward him, prompting a momentary frown that quickly relaxed. The lingering odor of blood was nearly impossible to cleanse from any member of the JinBao division. Dream Lingxian, witnessing this scene, sighed in exasperation, recognizing how rage could cloud one's judgment. Yi Qiushui's fury had rendered him reckless, failing to consider that the guards at Lagulang camp, being elite soldiers from various regions, would not abandon their posts at such a critical moment. It was Dream Lingxian who had hypnotized them, granting Yi Qiushui a fleeting opportunity to uncover the truth. However, upon learning the reality, Yi Qiushui's recklessness drove him to seek vengeance against Wang Zhen. It was understandable. The man who had killed his parents deceived him, and compelled him to serve his interests had shattered his world. Suddenly, Wang Zhen awoke in alarm, narrowly avoiding the deadly scythe aimed at him. As Yi Qiushui attempted to strike again, Wang Zhen, now on guard, summoned his martial spirit, a command blade, to deflect the scythe's arc. Qiushui, is this how you repay your benefactor? He questioned. Benefactor? Wang Zhen, how dare you utter that word? Yi Qiushui retorted with fury. For years, I regarded you as a benefactor, only to realize that you masqueraded as a steward of the Wuhuan temple to orchestrate my parents' demise. You are my enemy. Wang Zhen's countenance shifted to panic as he demanded, who informed you? Yi Qiushui responded, a dream revealed it to me. Nonsense, Wang Zhen scoffed, dismissing the notion that a dream could unveil the truth. He inhaled deeply, the 6 soul rings of varying hues swirling around him as he gazed at Yi Qiushui. Indeed, it was I who disguised myself as a steward of the Wuhuan temple and executed this deed. But knowing this now, what do you intend to do? In this unfolding saga, Wang Zhen has relinquished any thoughts of Yi Qiushui. Yi Qiushui is already aware of the situation, which precludes him from becoming the sharp blade of the Xinglua Empire. Conversely, as he grows in power, he may become a significant threat to the empire. Upon receiving Wang Zhen's affirmation, Yi Qiushui, blinded by rage, disregarded the disparity in their strengths and vehemently declared, I will kill you. With that, he swung his scythe toward Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen effortlessly parried the attack, and with a deft movement of his sword, unleashed a surge of soul power that sent Yi Qiushui crashing against the wall. The impact shattered Yi Qiushui's body, causing him to spew blood. Wang Jun, contemplating the command knife in his hand, approached Yi Qiuxue with measured steps and lamented, "You are a genius, but regrettably, such brilliance cannot be harnessed for my purposes. Thus, your existence holds no value." He continued, "However, Yi Qiuxue, as your mentor, I shall impart one final lesson. Had you chosen to bide your time and cultivate your strength upon learning this, both I and the Xinghua Empire would have found ourselves troubled by your potential. Alas, your recklessness will ultimately be your undoing. Despite your innate soul power and exceptional talent, you are merely a great soul master at present." Wang Zhen's words filled Yi Qiuxue with remorse. Had he been able to restrain his fury, there might have been a chance for vengeance in the future. However, all such opportunities have been squandered. "It is time for you to embark on your journey," Wang Zhen stated, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just then, the blade of his sword was halted by a golden holy sword. Qian Renxue, with a bemused expression, gazed at Wang Zhen and remarked, "Let the child have a chance. I am curious to see how far such a talent can grow." Wang Zhen, irate at the sight of the stunning golden-haired beauty before him, retorted, "Do you not realize that your actions offend the Xinghua Empire?" "Indeed, but I am merely offending the Xinghua Empire," Qian Renxue replied casually. As Wang Zhen contemplated something, he realized that she possessed the strength of a soul emperor, with profound soul power far beyond his own capabilities to suppress. "Do not waste your efforts." A voice interrupted as the door swung open. A woman clad in a red military uniform, her pink hair cascading over her shoulders, strode into the room, her blood-red high-heeled boots echoing on the floor. She crossed her arms disdainfully and declared, "I have dealt with the outsiders." Initially, Wang Zhen thought she was jesting, but upon seeing her 9 soul rings, he gulped nervously. The title Douluo Qian Renxue deflected Wang Zhen's sword, allowing Yi Qiuxue to rise and step outside. He turned to Meng Lingxian and said, "Meng Lingxian, I leave the matters here to you." "Rest assured, I will handle it," Meng Lingxian replied. As Qian Renxue led Yi Qiuxue away, while Meng Lingxian approached Wang Zhen step by step. As Wang Zhen backed away in trepidation, he stammered, "What do you intend to do? What do you think of Yi Qiushue's unexpected demise in this training session?" Meng Lingxian queried. "You jest." Wang Zhen stuttered in disbelief. "Look into my eyes," Meng Lingxian insisted, removing her eye mask. After departing from the Lagrange camp, Qian Renxue assisted Yi Qiuxue in healing his wounds. Yi Qiuxue inquired, "Why did you save me?" Qian Renxue glanced at him, and due to the dissolution of his hatred, Yi Qiushue's affinity for both his current identity and the Spirit Hall had risen to 20, a consequence of Qian Renxue intervening at a critical moment. "Why do you think I saved you?" Yi Qiuxue contemplated. "Regardless, you saved my life and granted me a chance for revenge. Once I avenge myself against the Xinghua Empire and Wang Zhen, my life will belong to you." Qian Renxue replied, "There is no need for such sentiments. In a certain sense, you were always meant to be part of my Spirit Hall, but the Xinghua Empire interfered." She had no intention of concealing her true identity from Yi Qiuxue or Chu Xinglian. "You are from the Spirit Hall?" Yi Qiuxue felt a stir of emotion, quickly calming himself. In the past, upon hearing of the Spirit Hall, he would have yearned for vengeance. But now he understood that the events of years gone by had no bearing on the Spirit Hall. This blood debt could not be laid at their feet. Some individuals cherish a favor for a lifetime and would not easily betray it, akin to Douluo, who would serve Tang San for a lifetime due to a single act of kindness. Yi Qiuxue belonged to this category. Had he not uncovered Wang Zhen's true nature, he might have remained loyal to the Xinghua Empire and Wang Zhen for eternity. Qian Renxue offered resources to nurture Yi Qiuxue, who chose to join her Dawning Academy. With the joining of the 6th chosen individual, the crystal dispersed, and Qian Renxue received an item, Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Life and Death Rashomon. This technique can interlink 2 martial soul fusion skills, one related to life and the other to death, forming a fusion skill that, under the aegis of life, becomes a top-tier healing auxiliary skill, capable of even resurrecting the deceased when perfected. Conversely, under the dominion of the Gate of Death, it possesses lethal capabilities, with the potential to slay deities at its zenith. Rashomon may only be used once every decade. Qian Renxue, gazing at this martial soul fusion skill, inhaled deeply. The Gate of Life grants resurrection, while the Gate of Death wields the power of annihilation, and at its pinnacle could indeed reach the level of divine slaying. However, this martial soul fusion skill necessitates the presence of martial souls associated with both life and death. The death attribute is evident in Yi Qiushui's martial soul. The Death Soul Scythe is a prime example of an evil martial soul, perpetually harvesting the lives of opponents while absorbing the power of death, akin to a reaper. The more souls fallen on the battlefield, the stronger he becomes. The life-related martial soul belongs to Chu Xinglian, whose martial soul is the Tree of Life. This implies that the martial soul skill is tailored specifically for the partnership between Chu Xinglian and Yi Qiushui. Nonetheless, the effectiveness of a martial soul fusion skill is contingent on mutual consent. If the parties involved harbor animosity, the results will be suboptimal. Ding! The host has yet to claim a phase-specific task reward. Would you like to receive it? The system's voice interrupted Qian Rinxue's contemplation, prompting her to promptly access the task panel. The panel displayed that she had successfully formed a battle team, completing the second phase, 6 official members, and the establishment of a dedicated academy. The reward for this task was 3,000 points and the Angelic Soul Division Technique. To Qian Rinxue, 3,000 points were inconsequential. She could easily amass that amount from a single trial. What truly piqued her interest was the Angelic Soul Division Technique. Through the system's teachings, she had come to understand the significance of this secret technique. The purpose of the Tianshi Fenhun Jianglin Shu lies in its secret art for soul cultivation, which comprises 2 chapters, the Fenhun Shu and the Jianglin Shu. The Fenhun Shu is employed to refine the spirit, concentrating one's mental energy to manifest a fragment of the soul, taking on the form of an angel. This fragment, or Fenhun, is subordinate to the main soul, allowing Qian Rinxue to control 2 souls with a single consciousness after mastering this technique. The Jianglin Shu, on the other hand, serves a purpose akin to how Lanin sought to seize Yin's body. The angelic descent, combined with the Fenhun, enables her to usurp others' bodies using her Fenhun. This technique, while it may seem undoubtedly sinister, mirrors the nature of evil martial souls. The true malevolence does not reside in the power itself, but in the wielder of that power. The advent of the angelic descent technique presented Qian Rinxue with a choice. She recalled the spare life card that had emerged during her recruitment of Lanin. By cultivating the angelic descent technique and honing her Fenhun, she could usurp the bodies of key figures who accompany the Chosen One, such as Ma Hongjuan, Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong. Among these, usurping Ning Rongrong would yield the most advantageous outcome, as it would allow her to gain control of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Of course, both Ma Hongjuan and Dai Mubai were also viable options. After all, Qian Rinxue preferred to be a combat-type soul master rather than merely a support type standing in the backline. Furthermore, Dai Mubai's status as a prince made him even more valuable than Ning Rongrong. Usurping Dai Mubai and defeating his brother and sister-in-law would grant her dominion over the entire Xinglua Empire, which was another appealing prospect. However, Qian Rinxue felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of using her soul to usurp a man's body. She decided it best to first cultivate the angelic Fenhun Jianglin Shu to develop her Fenhun before seeking a target. After resolving matters concerning the Lage Long camp, Meng Lingshuan returned. How'd everything go? Qian Rinxue inquired. It has been taken care of, Meng Lingshuan replied. They will forget about today's events, and the Lage Long camp will continue to operate, nurturing one outstanding talent after another for the royal family. However, Meng Lingshuan shifted her tone and added, Dai Tianfeng may be unaware that the seeds of hatred he has sown in these individuals are indeed taking root, but they are directed towards the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. Qian Rinxue applauded, stating, Very well, I have concluded my affairs in the Xinglua Empire. During this time, Meng Lingshuan, you shall assist Shangguanya in opening the commercial market here, while monitoring the environment of the Lage Long camp. Understood, Meng Lingshuan nodded. With the presence of Meng Lingshuan, a 97th level spirit control super Douluo, Qian Rinxue felt reassured. Originally, her aim was to recruit Lo Gao and Yang Wudi. Yet she had unexpectedly discovered Qiu Shui and Zhao Yuan, a dual-soul master duo of support and agility types within the Xinglua Empire. She had also placed a strategic piece on the board, as Shangguanya would establish a market within the Xinglua Empire and gradually extend the business into the Tiando Empire. With the discovery of Qiu Shui and Zhao Yuan, Qian Rinxue's gains were substantial, acquiring a martial soul fusion technique and the angelic Fenhun Jianglin Shu, both of significant value to her. Once everything in the Xinglua Empire was arranged, Qian Rinxue and Huaqiang began their journey home. At that moment, Huaqiang suddenly remarked to Qian Rinxue, elder sister, the Xinglua Empire's second prince, Dai Mubai, has settled in Suatawa City. Suatawa City? Qian Ruxue exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the residence of the Shrek Academy? By now, the Shrek Academy should have been closed, right? You may not be aware, Hua Qiang replied. Although the Shrek Academy suffered a setback, losing several teachers to our Spirit Hall, and some students as well, Fu Land and the others managed to piece together the Shrek Academy once more after being rescued by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Dai Mubai has even joined the Shrek Academy. As Shun Changqing walked along the road, he encountered familiar faces, exchanging greetings or nods. Regardless of who it was, each person wore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this, for he was in the JinBao Sea, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Daqin Empire, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and supernatural beings, though it also engaged in various other undertakings. In this place, every individual bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many things become trivial. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt somewhat out of place, yet over time, he adapted. The Jinma Sea was vast, and those who remained there were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Jinma Sea was divided into two professions, the Zendushi and the Chamoshi. Anyone who entered the Jinma Sea began as a Chamoshi, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Zendushi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Chamoshi, the most basic level of that role. Retaining the memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Jinma Sea. In a short time, Shen Changqing found himself halting before a certain pavilion. Unlike other parts of the Jinma Sea, which were filled with an atmosphere of grimness, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the pavilion's doors were ajar, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the environment shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mixed with a faint hint of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively frown, though he quickly relaxed. The scent of blood that lingered on everyone within the Jinma Sea was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. The Shrek Academy has been re-established, Qian Ruxue remarked. Then let us make a detour to Suatawa City on our way back. Dai Mubai had been residing in this city for some time, having joined the Shrek Academy, indulging in a life of revelry. However, his funds were quickly depleting, and at this juncture, individuals from the Xinghua Empire reached out to him. Initially startled, Dai Mubai soon learned they were not there to take him back, but rather to provide him with financial support. Relieved, he gladly accepted the living expenses from his homeland and, accompanied by the Xinghua representatives, approached Dean Fuland, claiming his family was willing to sponsor the Shrek Academy. This investment from the Xinghua Empire was akin to a lifeline for the beleaguered Shrek Academy, and Fuland accepted the funding. Seizing the opportunity, the investors from the Xinghua Empire pulled Fuland aside and whispered, "The second prince is now under your care. I trust you will keep a close watch on him and ensure he remains within our sight, understood?" Although Fuland had his suspicions regarding Dai Mubai's situation, their relationship was not sufficiently close. Ultimately, money spoke volumes, and Fuland had no qualms about conducting business in exchange for funding. Thus, Dai Mubai's family became the largest investor in the Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy found itself precariously suspended due to the influential family of Dai Mubai. Consequently, Dai Mubai unabashedly boasted to anyone who would listen that his family had invested in Shrek Academy. With a steady supply of financial support from his family, Dai Mubai enjoyed a life of indulgence, diligently honing his skills at school when required, teasing Ma Hongjun during their leisure, and frequently visiting Suatawa City, a vibrant locale filled with revelry, where he indulged in drinking, carousing, and unrestrained pleasures. At the peak of his exploits, Dai Mubai managed to juggle 4 romantic engagements simultaneously, eluding the notice of all 4 women. His charm was sufficient to enchant a mother-daughter duo or a pair of sisters into his embrace, only to cast them aside after a brief dalliance. However, his encounters with these women were largely physical transactions devoid of emotional investment. Money spoke volumes, and when funds were lacking, he would simply solicit assistance from his family, who readily complied. Meanwhile, another newcomer to Shrek, Ma Hongjun, was maturing as well. At the tender age of 9, his spirit's soul training had awakened a tumultuous desire within him, compelling him to seek out brothels or romantic partners to quell his inner turmoil. This 9-year-old had already encountered multiple women. Yet, in contrast to Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun was indiscriminate, pursuing any woman who crossed his path, regardless of age. To sustainably manage his desires, he resorted to emotional manipulation to win over the village girls surrounding Shrek Academy, proclaiming love while primarily seeking to satiate his fiery urges. He entered into a relationship with a village maiden, but after some time, she discovered his unyielding appetite for variety as he continued to pursue other women alongside Dai Mubai, ultimately leading to their separation. To maintain his unflagging pursuits, Ma Hongjun sought out another village girl, deceiving her with promises of marriage, a proposition she eagerly accepted, thrilled at the prospect of marrying a gifted soul master. Shortly after Dai Mubai's arrival, Flinder unexpectedly brought in another child from an unknown village. This child, though youthful in appearance, bore a rather mischievous demeanor. Ma Hongjun, consumed by jealousy, listened intently as Flinder introduced the newcomer. Hongjun, Mubai, allow me to present Oscar, an 11-year-old with a food-type spirit soul, the sausage spirit. Do not underestimate him. He possesses innate, full soul power. The mention of the sausage spirit piqued their interest. Ma Hongjun eagerly licked his lips, urging, Oscar, quickly transform something into a sausage for me to taste. Dai Mubai chimed in, yes indeed. Upon hearing their enthusiasm for his spirit, Oscar gleefully responded, just wait a moment. He stepped aside, returning shortly with several plump, glistening sausages in hand. As Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun savored the sausages, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in delight, delicious. It seems we shall be well fed in the future. Suddenly, as Dai Mubai chewed thoughtfully, he recalled, by the way, Oscar, I remember that food-type spirit souls possess soul spells. What is yours? Oscar hesitated, conflicted. Are you sure you want to know? Dai Mubai reassured him. There is nothing wrong with sharing. We might even end up fighting together in the future. Reluctantly, Oscar yielded to their fervor, extending his hands toward his waist and boldly declaring, I possess a grand sausage. A vibrant, glistening sausage appeared in his grasp. The expressions of both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun turned pale, with Dai Mubai spitting out his sausage in shock, leading them both to retch at this indecent soul spell, which conjured unsavory associations. This encapsulates the current intelligence surrounding Shrek Academy, reported Hua Qiang. Dai Mubai truly lacks awareness of his precarious situation. Qian Renxue remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He escapes home to dodge his fate, yet still dares to accept his family's money. If he wishes to flee, he ought to do so completely, vanishing without a trace to live out his days, rather than boasting of familial wealth, which he may find difficult to escape from once he reaches 25. Yet, observing Dai Mubai's fortune, she speculated that he might evade disaster. Her greater concern lay with the other child at Shrek Academy, a prodigy of 11 years with innate full soul power in a food-type spirit soul. How does the spirit hall allow such talent to slip through its fingers? Brother Shun, yes. Shun Changqing acknowledged familiar faces as he traversed the path. However, regardless of who they were, each bore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to all. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinMoC, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with eradicating malevolent entities, though it engaged in various ancillary activities. Each member of the JinMoC bore the weight of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many things lose their significance. Initially, Shun Changqing struggled to adapt to this world, yet over time, he found his footing. JinMoC was expansive, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become powerful. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter. Within JinMoC, there were two primary roles, guardian and exorcist. Every recruit began as a lowly exorcist, gradually ascending the ranks with the goal of becoming a guardian. Shun Changqing, as previous life, had seen him as an intern exorcist, the lowest among them. With the memories of his former life, he was well acquainted with the environment of JinMoC. It did not take long before he halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim spaces within JinMoC, this pavilion stood out, radiating a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors swung open, and sporadic entries and exits occurred. Shun Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint hint of blood wafted toward him, prompting an instinctive furrow of his brow, which quickly relaxed. The bloodstained scent clung to every member within JinMoC, nearly impossible to cleanse. Oscar, with the grace of a demigod, now witnesses the dire straits of Shrek Academy. which has fallen further into despair. The Soul Palace's rumors have burdened the Academy with the unflattering title of a fraudulent institution, rendering it a pitiful sight. Fortunately, with Zhao Wujia's ascension to Soul Sage, the Academy boasts 2 Soul Sage instructors, ensuring that its teaching staff remains commendable. Moreover, it is a rare institution that opens its doors to commoners. Each year, numerous families of humble means continue to enroll, yet Flander remains resolute in his demands. Only those under 13 with a soul power level of 20 or above need apply. After 3 years, the peculiar phenomenon of having more instructors than students persists. Presently, 3 exceptionally gifted prodigies have emerged from Shrek Academy: Ma Hongjun, Daimu Bai, and Oscar, who have collectively become known as the Shrek 3 heroes. The titles bestowed upon them, such as the Wicked Demon Tiger, the Phoenix of the Brothel, and the Uncle of the Sausage, are amusing, though Oscar's title is arguably less prestigious. While the talents of Daimu Bai and Ma Hongjun could be deemed an insult to the notion of heroism. Upon arriving in Soto City, Qian Renxue encounters the final member of the Shrek 3 heroes, Oscar. She utilizes the Fate Source Eye to examine Oscar's attributes. Oscar, age, 11, martial soul, sausage. Innate soul power, 10, soul power level, 21, soul ring configuration, yellow, fortune level, light pink, relationship, 0, 0. Prior to her inspection, Qian Renxue had anticipated the boy's fortune, yet she was utterly astonished to discover that even without the ice and fire duality eye, he possessed such light pink fortune. System. What is the meaning of this? Qian Renxue inquired. Host, the situation is somewhat unique regarding Oscar. If not for the influences of the fortunes chosen, 3 individuals on the original timeline had the potential to ascend to divinity. One is you, one is your mother, and the third is this child before you. Even without the influence of the fortunes chosen, he inherently possesses the qualifications for divinity. So how could his fortune level be low? The system explained. You claim he has the demeanor of a demigod? Qian Renxue expressed her astonishment. The system responded. Throughout the Douluo continent, you and Bibi Dong are destined to rise, both embodying a level of divine presence, and are meant to be the protagonists of this era, each endowed with colorful fortunes. Oscar's light pink fortune is inherent to his being. The divine realm's secondary god has left a trial of the god of food on the continent. And the first step to unlock this trial is to cultivate to the title Douluo level with a food-type martial soul. Currently on the continent, not a single food-type soul master has reached the title Douluo level, with the strongest being at the soul sage level. However, this individual before you has the potential to qualify for the god of food trial in the future. What level of deity is the god of food? Qian Renxue inquired. Indeed, Oscar's innate full soul power could aid him in attaining title Douluo with his food-type martial soul, yet Chu Xinglian, possessing the martial soul of the Tree of Life, also holds this qualification. Qian Renxue began to contemplate this divine position. Secondary god status, the system replied. Host, I do not recommend that you allow Chu Xinglian to inherit the god of food position, as it would be a waste of her potential. The notion of secondary god status was enticing to Qian Renxue, but she was dissuaded by the system. Then what divine position do you think she is suited for? Qian Renxue asked. The divine king's position of the god of life. Taking a deep breath, Qian Renxue acknowledged the system's ambitious aspirations. However, the connections between the god of life and the tree of life martial soul were apparent. Yet, those matters were for the future. She shifted her focus back to the Shrek 3 heroes. It must be said that although Shrek Academy may not be esteemed for its ethics, it is undeniably a place of prodigious talent. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, regardless of their moral character, each possess an extraordinary talent that would shine brightly within the ranks of the Haotian School, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. The Soul Palace has scoured the entirety of the Douluo continent for talent, managing to uncover only a single generation of golden souls, while Shrek Academy, despite its rebirth from ruin, has directly yielded 3 exceptionally gifted individuals. Should the director of the Soul Palace Academy learn of this, it would surely infuriate him, for it would be a matter of envy. This realization further solidified Qian Renxue's belief that Shrek Academy would have a profound connection with the fortunes chosen. Thus far, she has encountered many individuals linked to the fortunes chosen, such as Shui Peng, the director of the Dawn Academy, the Titan from the Leaf family of single-attribute clans, Yang Wudi from the Pa family, Een, various instructors from Shrek, the Shrek 3 heroes, and members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qian Renxue has formed her conjectures regarding the fortunes chosen, yet she has yet to meet one in person. Now, Qian Rinxue's conviction grows stronger. Shrek Academy will play a pivotal role in nurturing the fortunes chosen. After all, from the instructors to the students, each possesses remarkable fortunes. And Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar are notably brothers of the fortunes chosen. Should we consider dismantling Shrek Academy? Hua Chang inquired. Qian Rinxue shook her head, stating, "There is no need. Simply keep a watchful eye on it. I have my plans for Shrek Academy's future." With that, Qian Rinxue returned home. Her sixth soul skill had been cultivated, and upon her return, she intended to ensure her success in overcoming the third trial. Once she passed that stage and acquired the third soul ring of the celestial angel, she would then turn her attention to incorporating the single attribute 3 great families and the 3 elemental families. The situation in Element City, where the water, fire, and wind clans now found themselves at odds with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, was precarious. All that was left was for her to take decisive action. Once the single attribute 3 great families and the 3 elemental families were under her control, it would be time for the Time and Space Hall to reveal itself to the world. Thus, the carriage departed Soto City, journeying back to Tiando City. After several days of travel, Qian Rinxue returned to the prince's residence. "Brother Shun, Shen Changqing acknowledged as he walked along, greeting familiar faces with nods and gestures. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excessive expression, as if they were indifferent to all. Shen Changqing had long grown accustomed to this. For this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and monstrous beings. Though it also engaged in other ancillary duties, it could be said that each individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing found it unsettling. Yet, over time, he too adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast. Those who are able to remain in the JinBao are all formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belongs to the latter category. The JinBao consists of 2 professions, the Zenshushi and the Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao begins as a Chumo Shi at the lowest level and gradually ascends, ultimately aspiring to become a Zenshushi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was merely an apprentice Chumo Shi, the most junior among them, with the memories of his past life. He is quite familiar with the environment of a JinBao. It did not take long for Shen Changqing to halt before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other grim places in the JinBao, this pavilion stands out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere. The large door of the pavilion is wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shen Changqing hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing him to furrow his brows instinctively, though they quickly relaxed. The bloody scent that clung to everyone in the JinBao is nearly impossible to wash away. In the Hall of Offerings, Qian Douluo remained facing the angelic statue, engaged in prayer. At that moment, Elder Shilong cautiously entered the hall. Qian Douluo opened his eyes and remarked, "You have returned. Has Schwerer broken through to level 60? "Yes, she has Grand Offering," Shilong replied. "And what of her? Why did she not return to the Wuhuan Hall with you?" Qian Douluo inquired. "Grand Offering? The young mistress has already obtained her 6th soul ring," Shilong stated. "What did you say?" Qian Douluo turned to face Shilong, asking urgently. "Schwerer has acquired her 6th soul ring? Why was I not informed of her endeavor?" In Qian Douluo's perspective, Qian Rinxue is pivotal to the inheritance of the Angel clan. Each soul ring cannot be chosen carelessly. It must adhere strictly to the standards established by past generations of the Angel clan for soul ring acquisition, ensuring a stable progression towards divinity. Thus, each of Qian Rinxue's first 5 soul rings was procured with utmost caution and care by Qian Douluo. Now, to his astonishment, Qian Rinxue had silently sought out her 6th soul ring without his knowledge. Sighing, he mused, my granddaughter has grown and become rebellious. At this juncture, there is little I can alter." He then asked, "What type of soul beast did she hunt for her soul ring, and what is its age?" Shilong replied. The young mistress mentioned that her soul ring is not acquired from a soul beast, but rather a divine bestowed soul ring. A divine bestowed soul ring? Qian Douluo turned to the angelic statue, stroking his beard thoughtfully, wondering if the angel god had indeed granted Schwerer such a gift. Unbeknownst to him, The previously lifeless eyes of the angelic statue flickered momentarily. Regarding the age, Shilong continued, "It is a red soul ring." The young mistress claimed it is a ferocious beast's soul ring. "What did you say?" Qian Daolu exclaimed, tugging at a small tuft of his beard in shock. "A 100,000-year soul ring?" "I am uncertain, but the young mistress's 100,000-year soul ring differs from others. It is surrounded by a strand of golden thread," Shilong explained. Hearing this, Qian Daolu became increasingly agitated. The elders had likely only encountered 100,000-year soul rings at their zenith. But Qian Daolu had witnessed some secrets and possessed knowledge of ferocious beasts. A soul beast must endure a tribulation every 100,000 years. Upon surviving its first tribulation, it becomes a 100,000-year soul beast, and if it survives a second, it becomes a 200,000-year soul beast. Those referred to as ferocious beasts are soul beasts that have successfully endured multiple tribulations. Thus, Qian Daolu realized that this was indeed a ferocious beast's soul ring. He vividly recalled obtaining the 5th soul ring for Qian Renshue, which was over 11,000 years old, while her 6th soul ring exceeds 200,000 years. The disparity is unimaginable. Ultimately, Qian Daolu attributed this extraordinary occurrence to the divine grace of the angel god. His gaze towards the angelic statue became even more reverent. "It seems the angel god has shown mercy upon our clan, allowing Schwerer to acquire a 200,000-year ferocious beast soul ring." Contemplating that Schwerer's 6th soul ring is already a 100,000-year soul ring, and a ferocious beast at that, one wonders if she can consider 100,000-year soul rings for her subsequent 3 rings. 400,000-year soul rings would undoubtedly place her in a position of power, even rivaling Tang Chenzera. With these thoughts, Qian Daolu became overwhelmingly excited, placing his hands behind his back, and declared, "Tang Shun, though I may not match you, and my son was defeated by your grandson, my granddaughter shall redeem the honor of the angel clan. By the way, grand offering, the young mistress asked me to bring you something." Shilong's voice interrupted Qian Daolu's musings. Turning around, Qian Daolu saw that Shilong held a scroll, which he accepted and opened. The more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. This is the supreme technique created by Tang Shun of the Haotian sect. How did Schwerer acquire it? Although the Haotian sect supreme techniques are solely applicable to the Haotian hammer martial soul, it is still a secret of the sect. How could they easily reveal it? The subordinate is unaware, Shilong admitted, having never seen the contents of the scroll himself. Upon learning that it was the Haotian sect's supreme technique, his expression momentarily froze in surprise. Qian Daolu scrutinized the scroll repeatedly, noting that it appeared authentic. He then summoned all the offerings and elders of the Wuhuan Hall to review the scroll together. Upon completion, the elders expressed their astonishment at the self-created divine skills. Although the Haotian techniques were not particularly beneficial to their martial souls, they were all geniuses, and after seeing the supreme technique, they each reaped significant insights. Some even began to contemplate how to adapt this supreme technique to create their own martial souls' unique skills. Qian Daolu exclaimed, "I'm not as good as Tang Chun." Indeed, to create such an exceptional supreme technique, Tang Chun truly outshines his peers, Su Dingfeng remarked with admiration. In the previous generation, there was Tang Chun. In this generation, there is Tang Hao. Fortunately, Tang Chun has vanished, which poses a grave threat to our Wuhuan Hall, Elder Qianjun stated. After sharing these sentiments, Qian Daolu addressed each offering an elder, saying, "Although this Haotian sect supreme technique may not be useful to us, it can serve as inspiration to develop soul skills suited to our own martial souls. Simultaneously, we must brainstorm collectively to find ways to counter the Haotian hammer martial soul and ensure its legacy is passed down." Thus, each elder, eager for knowledge, took out pens and scrolls to begin transcribing the Haotian sect's supreme technique. After completing his transcription, Su Dingfeng asked, "By the way, elder brother, has Jin returned yet? Let him transcribe a copy as well. Have Shilong take it back. Additionally, send a copy to BB Dong. Henceforth, this will be a mandatory course for all elders." The Pope and outstanding disciples of the Wuhuan Hall, Qian Daolu instructed. How remarkable this is! One wonders how the Haotian sect would react upon learning that their supreme technique has been appropriated by the Wuhuan Hall as a mandatory course. In truth, since the disappearance of the most innovative generation represented by Tang Chun, both Tang Xiao and Tang Chun have enjoyed great renown, yet ultimately, they have merely relied on the legacy of their grandfather. Even if Tang San later became exceptionally talented, his ultimate skills were either derived from the Haotian sect or the Tang clan, none of which he had personally created. It can be said that the Haotian hammer and the Haotian ultimate skill are the greatest strengths of the Haotian sect. In the absence of the Haotian hammer, the Haotian sect could only be regarded as being on par with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It is only with the additional Haotian ultimate skill, established by Tang Chun, that the Haotian hammer can compete with the divinely bestowed martial soul, the Sea God Angel. Brother Shun. As Shun Changqing walked along the road, he greeted familiar faces with a nod or a brief acknowledgement. However, regardless of who it was, no one displayed any superfluous expression, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and monsters, though it had other ancillary responsibilities. It could be said that everyone in the JinBao had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many things tend to lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao was divided into two professions, the Zinshishi, Guardian, and the Chumo Shi, Demon Slayer. Anyone entering the JinBao began as a Chumo Shi at the lowest level, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Zinshishi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chumo Shi, the lowest rank among them. With the memories of his former self, he was very familiar with the environment of the JinBao. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to stop in front of a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places in the JinBao, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion's doors were wide open, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience changed dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, though they soon relaxed. The sanguine odor that clung to everyone in the JinBao was nearly impossible to wash away. Returning to the prince's manor, Qianren Shui transformed back into Prince Shui Qinghe. According to her plan, she was to undertake the trial of the third level of the Spiral Tower. However, before that, Qianren Shui approached the puppet to absorb its memories from the recent period. It was crucial for her to maintain a firm grasp on the events occurring in the Tiando Empire. During this time, the Tiando Empire appeared relatively calm under the governance of the Snow Knight Emperor and Shui Qinghe, with the most significant change being the decline of the Xuexing faction. Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing had offended their greatest supporter, Douluo, and the scandal that unfolded during the birthday banquet of Xuexing caused the faction's influence to wane. Many opportunists began to shift their allegiance from the Xuexing faction to Shui Qinghe's side. The Snow Knight Emperor, thoroughly disappointed in Prince Xuebing, resolved to cultivate Shui Qinghe as his successor, thereby gradually granting him access to powers that had previously been beyond his reach. However, the old emperor would never allow himself to be overshadowed before his death, not even by his own son. Not long ago, the Snow Knight Emperor reinstated Prince Xuexing, utilizing him to control military and financial authority, thus imposing a certain balance of power over Shui Qinghe in the court. The Snow Knight Emperor had completely abandoned Prince Xuebing, which was beneficial for Qianren Shui. Alas, the old emperor might not realize that the only bloodline he could pass on now was Prince Xuebing alone. It seemed that acquiring military power would still be a formidable challenge, Qianren Shui lamented. Moreover, another troubling matter arose for Qianren Shui. This year, Shui Qinghe had reached the age of 19, 2 years older than her. At such an age, one was nearing the time for marriage. The heightened attention of the Snow Knight Emperor towards Shui Qinghe led to an earlier occurrence. Empress Qin Wanqing and the Snow Knight Emperor had begun to search for potential brides for Qianren Shui. As Qianren Shui was a woman, finding a bride would inevitably reveal her true identity. With this thought, Qianren Shui couldn't help but rub her forehead in frustration. According to the memories imparted by the puppet Shui Qinghe, 3 days later, during the family banquet of the Shui family, the Snow Knight Emperor would recommend candidates for marriage to Qianren Shui. She needed to devise a plan to navigate this situation. Qianren Shui resolved to personally attend the family banquet in 3 days. Having made this decision, Qianren Shui sought out a place to enter seclusion and cultivate. I am fully prepared to initiate the trial under the difficult mode, she addressed 3. As you wish, 3 replied. Once again, Qianren Shui entered the spiral space, where she was greeted by the sight of a towering spiral tower. However, This tower was unlike the ordinary, simple mode. It had but one entrance. 3 stated. The rules for challengers in difficult mode are as follows. You have only one passage leading to the summit. Within this passage, you will face double retrogression. The retrogression has no special limitations. It will target both you and your enemies. I will await your arrival at the top of the tower. Good luck, challenger. With that, 3 vanished. As Qianren Shui approached the base of the tower, she had already deduced during her simple trial that the retrogression would apply to both herself and her enemies. However, she did not anticipate the situation exceeding her expectations. The retrogression in the Tower of Time indeed had the potential for double retrogression, yet it lacked a specific target. The double retrogression could either revert her own actions or those of her opponents. Qianren Shui also had to expend the power of retrogression. Otherwise, should it accumulate by the time she reached the top of the tower, every step she took could potentially be undone. Taking a deep breath, Qianren Shui entered the Tower of Retrogression. She closed her eyes and attuned herself to the countdown of the tower's retrogression when a far worse situation unfolded. The countdown for the Tower of Retrogression vanished. No, it was hidden, meaning Qianren Shui would be unaware of the exact timing for utilizing retrogression. Upon realizing this, Qianren Shui began her ascent toward the summit while mentally noting the time. In difficult mode, the enemies Qianren Shui faced did not grow stronger. Rather, the rules became increasingly unfavorable toward her. With the aid of the 6-winged sword dance and the divine will of the angels, Qianren Shui swiftly eliminated a wave of foes, ascending several thousand meters in height. However, the enemies she encountered grew increasingly formidable. Just as Qianren Shui was about to slay an enemy, a surge of retrogressive power acted upon the guarding soul master, saving his life. Witnessing this, Qianren Shui noted the timing of the retrogression and feigned a weakness, allowing the guarding soul master to deliver a fatal strike against her. Just as Qianren Shui was about to evade this lethal blow, the retrogression activated. She felt time around her slip away, and her body was drawn back to the position of the enemy's attack. Qianren Shui immediately activated her 6th soul skill, and a vortex of light appeared behind her. Her form transformed into photons, escaping the time reversal as she was engulfed by the whirlpool of light. In the ethereal realm devoid of anything tangible, Qianren Shui manifested here, where her soul power began to dwindle rapidly. To conserve her soul energy, after evading the reversal, Qianren Shui returned to the Spiral Tower, where she swiftly dispatched the Guardian Soul Master, advancing forward with haste. Thus, Qianren Shui primarily relied on deceiving the reversal points, utilizing her Heavenly Shift soul skill to evade the temporal distortions. However, the Spiral Tower was cunning. It provided 2 opportunities for reversal. At times, when Qianren Shui exited the heavenly space, another wave of reversal would be unleashed upon her. With no other choice, she had to invoke her Heavenly Shift once more to escape. The formidable soul skill endowed Qianren Shui with the ability to evade time reversal, yet each activation severely drained her soul power. Therefore, every use became a trial for her. The initial segments were manageable, with supply points available, but as she ventured deeper into the tower, these became increasingly scarce, and the reversals more frequent. Despite the arduous journey, Qianren Shui ultimately reached the last supply point. In this final moment of replenishment, she glimpsed the tower's pinnacle. Yet she realized that the short distance ahead would pose an insurmountable barrier. After ensuring her condition was optimal, she gazed deeply at the tower's summit. With no retreat available, she had to either ascend to the top or continuously succumb to the time reversals. Understanding this, she firmly grasped her holy sword and charged towards the tower's apex. Shin brother. Indeed, Shen Changqing walked along the path, greeting familiar faces with nods or brief hellos. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Shen Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this demeanor. For this was the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Daqin, primarily responsible for slaying demons and monsters, alongside various other ancillary tasks. It could be said that everyone within the JinBao had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing found it disconcerting, but with time, he adapted. The JinBao was vast. Those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally powerful masters or individuals with the potential to become formidable. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao is divided into 2 roles: the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao C starts as the lowest-ranked Exterminator, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's former self was merely an apprentice Exterminator, the most junior of the lot. Armed with the memories of his previous life, he was quite familiar with the JinBao C's environment. Without taking long, Shen Changqing halted before a certain loft. Unlike the other grim locales of the JinBao C, this loft stood out, presenting a rare tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood met his senses, causing him to instinctively frown, though he quickly relaxed. The sanguine aroma clinging to every member of the JinBao C was nearly impossible to cleanse. As Qian Rengshu traversed the last stretch of several hundred meters, she encountered 3 waves of guardians and faced multiple reversals. After defeating them, she finally reached the final staircase. As she approached the tower's summit, the space seemed to shimmer and crack open, and a figure emerged from within. With flowing golden hair and a formidable stature, he exuded an aura of authority without uttering a word. The presence of a soul sage enveloped him, obscuring his features save for his striking heterochromatic eyes. This pair of unique eyes seemed familiar to Qian Rengshu, yet she could not recall where she had seen them before. The true form of the White Tiger. Upon the Guardian's arrival, he unleashed his martial soul's true form, displaying 7 soul rings: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. The final dark soul ring radiated a brilliant light, casting the immense illusion of a white tiger upon Qian Rengshu. It was indeed the White Tiger martial soul. Qian Rengshu remembered that the owner of the White Tiger martial soul bore these distinct heterochromatic eyes. Could be Dai Mubai? However, in the heat of combat, she had no time for reflection. Lacking the martial soul's true form, she nonetheless possessed the domain of angels. Quickly, Qian Rengshu's domain expanded, encompassing every corner of the battlefield. In the real world, she would not fear a soul sage-level White Tiger martial soul, but within the spiral tower, where time reversal was ever present. Even this seemingly weaker adversary proved to be quite troublesome. Soon, the tiger's claws clashed with the holy sword, and the White Tiger and the angel's sword battled within the domain. Initially, Qian Rengshu leveraged the might of her sword dance to suppress the White Tiger martial soul's onslaught. However, as time reversal set in, the sword energy continuously inflicted wounds upon the White Tiger martial soul, while the angel's purifying domain eroded the opponent's soul power. Just as she prepared to deliver the final blow, the power of reversal descended once more. This time, it affected the White Tiger Soul Master, restoring his injuries and soul power to a pristine state. Qian Rengshu found herself momentarily taken aback. Previous reversals had only affected a brief span of time, reverting conditions by mere seconds. Yet, this reversal fully restored the Soul Master to his prior state. It became evident that unless she could deliver a decisive blow, any accumulated injuries would amount to naught. She needed a strategy to eliminate this Soul Master swiftly. With the White Tiger Soul Master's soul power restored to its optimal state, the duration of his auxiliary soul skills had elapsed, empowering him anew. First soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Fifth soul skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation. The true form of his martial soul, combined with 3 skills enhancing his attributes, elevated the White Tiger Soul Master's capabilities to their zenith. His heterochromatic tiger eyes fixed intently on Qian Rengshu as his 6th soul skill illuminated. 6th soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation Strike. The fierce tiger lunged towards Qian Rengshu. As the holy light of her sword dissipated, she transformed into the angel martial soul, soaring skyward. Just as Qian Rengshu evaded the White Tiger Soul Master's attack, the power of reversal struck once more, forcibly repositioning her directly in the path of the White Tiger martial soul's assault. Faced with the time reversal, Qian Rengshu opted not to utilize her optimal evasion technique, Heavenly Shift, but instead employed the phasing ability of her angel domain. The White Tiger Annihilation Strike combined energy and physical assaults. The energy attack inflicted damage upon Qian Rengshu, yet the physical strike of the tiger's claws passed through her phasing form. With unwavering resolve, Qian Rengshu absorbed his most formidable attack. Her ethereal form solidified as she grasped the body of the White Tiger Soul Master, her eyes radiating with a resplendent golden light. utilizing her sixth soul skill, Heavenly Transfer. A golden vortex materialized once more. Qian Rengshu seized the white tiger soul master's body, and the divine light assimilated him, transforming him into luminous particles that surged into the golden whirlpool. After a brief interval, the golden vortex opened anew, and a beam of light erupted from it, soaring through the sky for a moment before ultimately manifesting as two figures. No, it was one figure carrying a corpse. Qian Rengshu cast the body of the white tiger soul master onto the ground and descended to the final step. Within the heavenly realm, she had slain the white tiger soul master, but had also exhausted her own soul energy. Fortunately, after the last step, no final boss emerged from the tower to vex Qian Rengshu. The unseen three stood at the tower's apex, and upon Qian Rengshu's arrival, he turned to her and proclaimed, "Challenger, you have successfully navigated my hard mode trial. If this mode is considered your completion score, you shall receive hard mode 20,000 points, completion reward a 150,000 year time Angel's third soul ring, a 9,599 level titled Douluo summon card, and the third mark of the time angel. Do you accept the completion reward?" "I accept," Qian Rengshu replied. A blood-red soul ring, signifying a 150,000 year limit, materialized before her, encircling her third wing. Logically, since Qian Rengshu's sixth soul ring had already reached a limit of 200,000 years, she should have been able to absorb a soul ring exceeding that age. However, as the reward for her third soul skill was fixed at 150,000 years, she had no choice but to proceed as instructed. The third soul skill, Time Rewind. Soul skill description. As the name suggests, Time Rewind allows the user to revert a designated target to a previous state, whether that be mere seconds, minutes, or even longer. The limitations of this skill are tied to the future. The greater the causal cost incurred by the skill, the longer the time that can be rewound, and, consequently, the longer the skill must remain dormant. To rewind by 1 second, the skill must remain silent for 1 hour. The greater the causal connection of the target being rewound, the longer the dormant period of the skill. Reflecting upon her capacity for reversal, Qian Rengshu inquired, "What constitutes the causality of rewind?" 3 responded, "To manipulate time requires one to bear the weight of causality. When a person is currently maimed but was whole 10 seconds prior, and another is deceased yet alive 10 seconds ago, which scenario carries greater causality when you rewind 10 seconds to restore life versus rewinding to return someone to health? Restoring life carries greater causality," Qian Rengshu asserted. 3 continued, "Similarly, is the causality of rewinding an ordinary person greater than that of a titled Douluo?" The answer is evident. Brother Shun Changqing, as he walked along the path, greeted acquaintances with nods or brief acknowledgments. Yet, regardless of who it was, each face bore minimal expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Daqin, primarily tasked with exterminating monsters and supernatural entities, though it engaged in some ancillary pursuits as well. It could be said that each individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of much bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow apathetic toward many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it disconcerting, but with time, he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become formidable. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into 2 professions, Guardian and Exorcist. Every individual entering the Demon Suppression Division began as a low-ranking Exorcist, gradually advancing with the hope of ultimately becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's former identity was that of an apprentice Exorcist, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past self, he was intimately familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It did not take long for him to pause before a certain pavilion. In stark contrast to the other grim locations of the division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. At that moment, the pavilion's doors were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The scent of ink mingled with a faint trace of blood wafted toward him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively before quickly relaxing. The sanguine aroma clung to each member of the Demon Suppression Division, nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Reincarnates nodded, recognizing that the cost of time rewind is the sacrifice of future time to gain the ability to rewind. It cannot be activated at will. The greater the causality of a single rewind, the longer the dormant period required afterward. Nevertheless, although this soul skill does not allow for spontaneous rewinding, it can provide unexpected assistance at critical moments. A celestial wing inscription was etched upon the divine mark at Reincarnates' brow, signifying her triumph in the third layer of the trial's secret realm. Henceforth, she could invoke this divine mark at will to initiate trials. Subsequently, 3 handed her a golden yellow card, stating, "This is a tidal summon card, with summoning potential ranging from level 95 to level 99. The stronger the individual, the lower the probability of a successful summoning. It all depends on your luck." After the rewards were distributed, Reincarnates returned to the angel statue outside the time-space sanctuary. Currently, she had completed the 3 trials of the 12-winged angel. The angel then lowered its hand, pointing toward the 4th wing. Above the 4th wing, a phantasmal figure appeared, faintly discernible as that of a woman. She spoke, "Congratulations on completing the first 3 trials, earning basic applications of time abilities such as time acceleration, time deceleration, and time rewind. If time rewind allows one to revert to the past, my trial will be an expedition into the future." For unveiled the trial panel, which displayed Path to Transcendence. Simple mode, 8,000 points. Completion reward, 80,000. Year time Angel's 4th soul ring. Normal mode, 12,000 points. Completion reward, 120,000. Year time Angel's 4th soul ring. Hard mode, 20,000 points. Completion reward, 200,000. Year time Angel's 4th soul ring, an Angel Ascension herb. And permanent access rights to the 4th layer of the time Angel's secret realm. Observing the panel, Reincarnates noted the absence of something and inquired, "Is there no tidal Douluo summon card?" 4 replied, "Challenger, the time-space sanctuary does not explicitly state that a tidal summon card is awarded for completing each trial. To my knowledge, there will be no further tidal summon cards in the trials that follow. However, the rewards I offer are not lacking. The Angel Ascension herb can enhance the quality of one's angelic martial spirit." Reincarnates nodded. Although she did not possess a tidal Douluo summoning card, it mattered little to her, for her current combat strength was sufficient. Furthermore, with the establishment of a sect and the acquisition of a super Douluo card, Reincarnates now held at least 4 super Douluo cards in her possession, rendering her power ample. "So, Challenger, have you decided to commence the trial?" "Not at this moment." After leaving the trial space, Reincarnates retrieved the golden tidal Douluo summoning card. Each time she used the summoning card, she felt a thrill akin to opening a blind box, and this was the moment she eagerly anticipated. The summoning range of this card lay between levels 95 and 99, which included limit Douluos like her grandfather. If fortune favored her, Reincarnates might summon a limit Douluo. However, she did not place her hopes solely on that possibility. A level 95 Super Douluo would also bolster her strength considerably. With this mindset, she activated the golden card, which shattered into radiant shards, coalescing before her into a teleportation array. A figure gradually materialized within the array. She possessed long, waist-length azure hair, dark golden eyes, a focused gaze, and a serene visage. Clad in a blue dress adorned with armor-like embellishments, she stood tall at approximately 1.80 meters, towering over Reincarnates, who was around 1.70 meters. And JinBao age, 49 martial soul, void sword innate soul power, 10 soul power level, 99 soul ring configuration, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. Red relationship, 100 fortune. Description: a limit Douluo from a future era. She exhibited exceptional talent, achieving the tidal Douluo realm by her 20s. After encountering setbacks that rendered her soul power useless, she persevered and regained her strength, dominating the fated children of her time with her extraordinary gifts. However, she was ultimately thwarted by the Realm Master during a confrontation, perishing after 3 exchanges in battle. Tip: in the annals of future history, there was a time when the divine realm was swept away, allowing the human realm to flourish, leading to advancements in cultivation beyond level 100, and the development of soul guide technology that enabled mortals to slay gods. Yet, upon the divine realm's return, the limits of humanity were once again capped at level 99. Concurrently, a catastrophic event decimated the flourishing advancements of soul guides, soul beasts, and battle armors. The ancient technologies of soul guides and battle armors, along with knowledge of soul beasts, became tightly controlled by the Tang sect, Haoyan sect, and the core of Shrek Academy, while the rest of humanity reverted to the state of a lower tier, within JinBao living in this era. If one were to cultivate from the age of 6 to 49 and attain limit Douluo status, that would be deemed monstrous. This individual, after suffering a setback in her 20s and becoming devoid of soul power, rebuilt her strength step by step to reclaim her limit Douluo prowess by the age of 49. Upon reading her introduction, Qian Rinxue was left in awe at 49. She was a limit Douluo, a rarity even among the Angel Clan. This revelation reshaped Qian Rinxue's understanding of genius. If she considered herself a prodigy, then what did that make in JinBao? Any genius would feel humbled in her presence. Qian Rinxue's gaze shifted to another description, noting that in JinBao had drawn the Realm Master's ire due to her intent to slay the fated child, ultimately falling in battle against the Realm Master. Is there truly a Realm Master in our world? Qian Rinxue pondered aloud. In JinBao, title Sword Saint. And JinBao's voice pulled Qian Rinxue back to reality. I am Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Qian Rinxue stated. Returning from a myriad of doubts, she felt a surge of excitement. She was now in possession of a 99-level limit Douluo. Across the entire continent, there were at most 3 limit Douluos: her grandfather, the unwavering Shishi, and the ancestral figure Tang Chun of the Tang clan. Now, she had acquired another. Initially skeptical of luck, Qian Rinxue had assumed the worst. Yet the summoning card had defied the odds. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, would nod or greet familiar faces. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person bore a countenance devoid of excessive expression, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this. For this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and other supernatural threats. Though it engaged in various auxiliary roles, it could be said that every individual within the JinBao division was stained with the blood of countless foes. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters lose their significance. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of disorientation, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and only those with formidable abilities or those with the potential to become powerful could remain there. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into 2 professions, the Keeper and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as the lowest tier Exterminator, gradually rising through the ranks with hopes of becoming a Keeper. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Exterminator, the lowest rank among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other places within the JinBao division, which were permeated with a sense of foreboding, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere of the JinBao division. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A wave of ink-scented air, mingled with a faint hint of blood, greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before relaxing once more. The bloodstained scent clung to every individual within the JinBao division, nearly impossible to cleanse. In the underground fighting arena of the Tiando Empire, and Zhongdao's martial soul was the Void Sword, perfectly aligning with the space attribute of the time and space hall. Her strength, being that of a limit Douluo, had always positioned Qian Rinxue as the lesser sect master traversing the continent. Within Zhongdao's specific attributes now revealed, Qian Rinxue conceived a plan. She intended to appoint Zhongdao as the master of the time and space hall and shared this proposal with her. And Zhongdao replied, I have no objections. However, if you are the lesser sect master and I become the master, how do you intend to explain our relationship to outsiders? Let us do it this way. I shall honor you as my master, Qian Rinxue proposed. Very well, and Zhongdao acquiesced. In a vast expanse of Douluo, an individual can only have a single master. Qian Rinxue had once pledged herself to a mentor, Ning Fengji. However, it was the Prince Xue Qinghe who sought the tutelage of Ning Fengji, leaving no connection between him and Qian Rinxue. Furthermore, in the Time-Space Hall, Qian Rinxue's decision to take Zhongdao as her master was not entirely a mere charade. Owing to the legacy of her grandfather, an ultimate Douluo, Qian Rinxue felt no need to seek out a master. Even if she were to desire one, no one in the entire Douluo, aside from her grandfather, would be deemed appropriate. Her grandfather is irreplaceable, and thus there is no necessity for her to seek mentorship. Even the two formidable Douluos summoned by Qian Rengshu are unsuitable as her instructors. Hua Qiang's martial spirit is of the plant control type, which does not align with her own, while Meng Lingshuan's spirit is of the mental control type, equally incompatible. However, should Qian Rengshu choose to learn swordsmanship from JinBao, it would prove beneficial. Currently, the most renowned sword-wielding spirit master in Douluo is Jian Douluo Chenxin, yet he is merely a level 96 super Douluo, although they have never clashed. Qian Rengshu deduces that in terms of swordsmanship, Chenxin falls short of JinBao's prowess. Thus, the decision to take on a master was made with great enthusiasm. And Qian Rengshu promptly informed Hua Qiang and Meng Lingshuan, who voiced no objections. Consequently, the Time-Space Hall acquired its own sovereign. At the Dawn Academy, while Liu Erlong was training her students, she noticed Hua Qiang entering the academy with two young boys. These boys, both around 9 years of age, possessed a soul power level exceeding 25, causing Liu Erlong's brow to furrow slightly. She was aware that Furland aspired to establish a monster academy, tirelessly gathering monstrous students over the past 20 years. In contrast, Liu Erlong merely wished to run an academy accessible to the common populace of spirit masters. Prior to the arrival of the Time-Space Hall's members, Lamba Academy welcomed all commoner spirit masters, amassing a large yet diverse student body. It was evident that even a 17 or 18-year-old soul master at level 30 could dominate within that institution, highlighting its deficiencies. However, after the renaming to Dawn Academy, Liu Erlong felt that her institution should align more closely with the concept of a monster academy. Nevertheless, these monsters had primarily been trained by Hua Qiang, with Liu Erlong only offering occasional guidance. Gather the members of the God's Twilight team, she commanded. After a short while, Liu Erlong summoned Chu Xinglian and the others. Chu Xinglian, Gu Qingying, Niu Ba, Lin Yaya, Hailan, and Chuming stood ready. Hua Qiang patted Zhao Yuan and Ye Qiushui on the shoulders, introducing them. Allow me to present Ye Qiushui, whose martial spirit is a swift attack type, the Death Soul Scythe, and Zhao Yuan, whose spirit is an auxiliary type, the self-playing sacred music. They will henceforth be your teammates. Take a moment to get acquainted. Coming from humble beginnings, the spirit masters quickly bonded. Although Qian Rengshu possessed a connection that enabled Chu Xinglian and Ye Qiushui to form a martial spirit fusion skill, the efficacy of such a skill relies heavily on compatibility, which is heightened by closeness. Thus, it was prudent to allow them time to acclimatize. A considerable time had elapsed since their last challenge against the Imperial Combat Team, and the members of Chu Xinglian were training within Dawn Academy without a suitable arena for practice. Therefore, Hua Qiang arranged a deadly trial for the God's Twilight team at the underground arena in the Tiando Empire. Are you intending to have them participate in a death match? Jin Along inquired. Isn't that premature? Is not too early. Tell me, when did the current pope begin allowing the golden generation to engage in death training camps? Hua Qiang countered. Jin Along fell silent. Bibi Dong's ruthless demeanor ensured that any prodigy she favored was thrust into the death training camp upon acquiring their first soul ring, participating in life-or-death trials at an age no greater than 10. We lack the resources of the Spirit Hall to shelter the world's wrongdoers, so we must settle for allowing them to experience the combat of life and death within the death training camp, Hua Qiang elucidated. The underground arena in Tiando City differs from the ordinary arena. While the latter does not explicitly prohibit killing, the primary objective is for spirit masters to defeat their opponents. In contrast, the underground arena's rules dictate that the outcome is life or death, with combatants focusing on eliminating each other. This bloody spectacle attracts numerous nobles from the Tiando Empire, willing to spend lavishly to witness the events. Consequently, those spirit masters who register and compete in the underground arena are rewarded handsomely. After making this decision, Hua Qiang led the 8 members of the current team to register for the competition at the underground arena. As night fell, the nobles took their seats, and the referee, standing in the center of the arena, announced, "Welcome, distinguished guests, to the underground arena. Our main event tonight features the Killer Squad, who have consecutively vanquished 10 teams in the previous relay competition. Their opponents are the God's Twilight team. The rules for today's match stipulate that teams will face off in a wheel battle format. After successfully eliminating their opponents, the losing side must replace their members. while the victorious side may also substitute, but at the cost of losing the eligibility of the new member to participate. Hua Qiang turned to Ye Qiushui, who had undergone lethal training at the Lagrange camp, saying, "You shall take the lead in the first match." Gu Qingying, Lin Yaya, and the others had experienced Qian Rengshu's secret realm trials, where the environment felt strikingly real, and they too had encountered the sensation of killing. Chu Xinglian would provide support from the sidelines, yet among them, none were better suited than Ye Qiushui to take the front lines in battle. Shen Xiong. As Shen Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged nods or greetings with familiar faces. Regardless of who it was, each individual wore an impassive expression, seemingly indifferent to everything. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the JinBao Sea, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin by eliminating demons and monsters, albeit with some ancillary duties. It could be said that every member of the JinBao Sea bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When a person becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, Shen Changqing found it difficult to adapt to this world, but over time, he became accustomed to it. The JinBao Sea is vast, and those who remain there are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belongs to the latter category. Within the JinBao Sea, there exist two primary roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Every individual who enters the JinBao Sea begins as a low-ranking Exorcist, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's past life was that of an apprentice exorcist, the lowest tier among exorcists. With the memories of his former life, he is well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao Sea. It did not take long before Shen Changqing halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other oppressive locations within the JinBao Sea, this loft appears to stand out distinctly, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The entrance to the loft stands ajar, with occasional figures entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A whiff of ink, mingled with a faint scent of blood, greeted him, causing his brows to furrow instinctively. Yet they soon relaxed. The pervasive odor of blood clinging to everyone in the JinBao Sea seemed impossible to eradicate. Luo Shui Mo Zhu and Si Han Mo Lian. Let the competitors of both sides take the stage, announced the referee before departing. The two passageways leading to the arena exhaled crimson mist. From the left passage, a remarkably alluring woman strode forward with a lively gait, making her way to the arena. The Shasai team, renowned for their prowess, was met with applause, particularly for their 10 consecutive victories. The crowd cheered for the team led by the so-called Spider Beauty, Luo Shui Mo Zhu Chuanlan. Though she appeared delicate and ethereal, the Shasai team had claimed 10 victories, and many a soul master had perished at her hands. The fallen opponents were not mere corpses. Their flesh and blood were devoured entirely by Chuanlan. Indeed, Chuanlan was a soul master of a sinister martial spirit, exploiting the rules of the underground combat arena to manifest her bloodthirsty nature while simultaneously profiting from each match. From her humble beginnings as the weakest member of the team, she had gradually established herself and ascended to the position of vice captain. As she walked, she blew kisses to the noble spectators, prompting an eruption of cheers. Meanwhile, from the right passage, a youthful boy ascended to the arena. The atmosphere fell silent momentarily, only to be pierced by the jeers of the nobles. What is happening tonight? A child dares to step onto the underground arena? Is there no one else to compete? The nobles clamored for refunds, dismissing the lackluster match. Chuanlan, glancing at the boy on the opposite side of the arena, felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Little brother, this is the underground combat arena, where lives are at stake. Are you sure you wish to be here? I won't be merciful, you know. With that, she licked her lips. In recent days, she had feasted on burly men and scruffy uncles, and yet she had never tasted the flesh of a child. The Shasai team echoed their sentiments. This round goes to Chuanlan. The match commenced between the Si Han Mo Lian Yi Qiushui and the Shasai team's Luo Shui Mo Zhu Chuanlan. The underground combat arena does not afford soul masters a moment to prepare their martial spirits. At the referee's signal, Chuanlan immediately activated her martial spirit, her legs disappearing, transforming into a grotesque spider-like form, with 8 spindly legs in motion. Her upper body melded with the spiders, her eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. While her appearance was somewhat hideous, it possessed an allure that captivated certain noble spectators, leading them to cheer in excitement. 3 soul rings of yellow and purple encircled Chuanlan, marking her as a level 34 soul master. On the other side, Yi Qiushui summoned his martial spirit, a formidable scythe appearing in his grasp, accompanied by 2 purple soul rings that drew gasps of astonishment from the audience. The nobles, who had initially clamored for refunds, settled into their seats, realizing that such talent on stage would provide an unparalleled experience, regardless of the outcome. Chuanlan, surprised by the 2 purple soul rings, licked her lips and remarked, "Your talent is commendable, but you shouldn't be here. This is a life-and-death arena. Allow me to make you my meal, and I promise to treat you well." With her first soul skill, Hunting Mark, Chuanlan's spider eyes glimmered with a red hue, marking Yi Qiushui. Immediately, she unleashed a stream of toxic webbing toward him. As a speed-oriented soul master, Yi Qiushui deftly evaded the web, only for it to alter course as if it possessed a mind of its own. "Futile. You are marked as my prey," she taunted. Resolute, Yi Qiushui ceased avoiding the web and severed it with his sharp scythe. Observing this, Chuanlan unleashed a torrent of webbing from her abdomen, crafting a net that enveloped the arena, expanding relentlessly toward Yi Qiushui. This was her 3rd soul skill, Demonic Spider Hunting Net. Yi Qiushui closed his eyes, raising his scythe high, then focused on Chuanlan at the center of the web, his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. With his first soul skill, Death Soul Scythe Shadow, the scythe enveloped in blood-red light advanced toward her, slicing through the web with remarkable speed. Before Chuanlan could react, Yi Qiushui's scythe was upon her. In a moment of panic, Chuanlan sensed the scent of death and frantically spewed out webbing to ensnare Yi Qiushui. However, her threads proved insufficient against his scythe. Ultimately, Yi Qiushui stood before Chuanlan and struck with his scythe. Chuanlan hastily raised her spider legs in defense. Yet, at the moment of contact, Yi Qiushui's figure vanished. Chuanlan, bewildered, turned her head, unaware of what had transpired. The audience, however, witnessed everything clearly. Yi Qiushui reappeared behind Chuanlan, delivering a lethal blow aimed at her head. "Watch your back," cried the Shasai team in warning. While this was technically a violation, the rapid sequence of events rendered it inconsequential. Chuanlan, upon hearing the warning, turned just in time to see the scythe descending. In an instant, her head severed from her body, tumbling lifelessly to the ground as her body slumped down, bloodied and defeated. The Shasai team suffered their first loss. A hush fell over the arena as the spectators struggled to comprehend that a mere 9-year-old boy had so decisively dispatched an experienced female soul master. Brother Shun. Yes. Shun Changqing encountered familiar faces on his way, exchanging nods or brief greetings. Yet, regardless of whom he met, each individual bore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if indifferent to the world around them. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Daqin, primarily tasked with the extermination of demons and malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various ancillary pursuits. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao Si bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes familiar with life and death, many matters inevitably fade into indifference. Initially, upon arriving in this realm, Shun Changqing found himself somewhat out of sorts, yet, as time wore on, he adapted. The JinBao Si was expansive, and only those of formidable strength or potential were permitted to remain. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Si is divided into 2 professions, the Jinshou Shi, or Guardian, and the Chumo Shi, or Demon Exterminator. Every individual entering the JinBao Si begins as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending with the hope of ultimately becoming a Jinshou Shi. In his previous life, Shun Changqing had been an apprentice Chumo Shi, the most junior among them, possessing the memories of his former self. He was intimately familiar with the environment of the JinBao Si. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to pause before an attic. Unlike the other somber locales of the JinBao Si, this attic stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The great doors of the attic were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the attic, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. An aroma of ink intertwined with a faint hint of blood assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine scent clung to every member of the JinBao Si, nearly impossible to wash away. After a prolonged silence, a cacophony of curses erupted from the audience. Many of the nobles had placed their bets on the slaughterer's team, yet the team had commenced poorly, jeopardizing their interests. The underground fighting arena served as a venue for emotional release, and here, these nobles shed their dignified facades, unleashing a torrent of violent invectives. The Slaughterer's team appeared increasingly disheartened by the raucous disdain of the audience. Do these damned nobles not value the life of Chuanlan enough to place a wager? A burly man with a scarred face exclaimed in anger. Enough! We entered the underground arena knowing we were wagering our lives for money. We cannot blame others, replied the team leader, a fellow known as Longue. Chuanlan may have underestimated his opponent, thinking him a mere child. This battle shall be mine, to avenge Chuanlan, declared a youth appearing around 17 or 18, sporting a distinctive scissor-style haircut. Amidst the din of insults, they remained oblivious to the fact that on the arena stage, Yi Qiushui's death-soul demon scythe was absorbing the deathly energy emanating from Chuanlan's demise. Soon, the body was cleared, and the scissor-haired youth ascended to the stage. He too was a soul master, wielding a long scissor-like weapon. As he took the stage, the scissor wielder launched an immediate assault, while Yi Qiushui feigned weakness to bait him. Just as the scissor wielder believed his onslaught was gaining momentum, the amassed power of the demon scythe was unleashed, cleaving him down in an instant. If Chuanlan's martial spirit, the bloodthirsty demon spider, was a malevolent spirit capable of enhancing its strength by devouring the flesh and blood of the deceased, then Yi Qiushui's death soul demon scythe was equally sinister. The scythe possessed the ability to consume souls. Every life extinguished by him provided sustenance for his own growth. Thus, the slaughterers remained unaware that with each fallen member, Yi Qiushui's strength surged. Had they recognized this, they would have dispatched their strongest member at the outset. After 6 teammates fell, even the captain, regardless of his might, ultimately succumbed to Yi Qiushui's scythe. The renowned slaughterers team was thus vanquished by a mere 9-year-old child, marking the dawn of the Dawn Battle team's journey in the underground arena. At the location of the Shadow Angels headquarters, Qian Ruxue and Zhongdao stood facing each other. In Zhongdao's hand was an iron sword, while Qian Ruxue wielded her martial spirit, the angelic holy sword. Before we commence, I wish to pose a question. What is your sword path? And Zhongdao inquired. Qian Ruxue answered. Our angelic clan's sword path exists to protect the weak and vanquish evil. And Zhongdao replied, I'm asking about your personal sword path. If you cannot articulate why you grasp your sword, your resolve is unsteady, and you shall not attain the pinnacle of this path. Some hone their swordsmanship to explore deeper realms, while others pursue the path of slaughter and judgment. Some wield the sword for vengeance, others to unleash their desires. And there are those, like your angelic clan, who do so for protection. Upon hearing this question, Qian Ruxue loosened her grip on the sword, contemplating deeply. The angelic clan's sword path was rooted in protection, a legacy imparted by her grandfather, yet his swordsmanship was not particularly refined. He relied on his soul power to overpower his foes. If one were to inquire why Qian Ruxue took up her sword in the past, her answer would have undoubtedly been to prove herself, to demonstrate that she was not a mere inconsequential existence. However, recent events had unfolded that illuminated her understanding. She realized that her disdain for herself stemmed from unspoken burdens. Consequently, the desire to prove herself had begun to wane in her heart. Subsequently, Qian Ruxue sought out Chu Xinglian and Gu Qingying. Learning from their backgrounds and the adversities they faced, she encountered the darker facets of the world. These revelations stirred her deeply, leaving her thoughts in disarray. And she found herself at a loss for how to respond to Zhongdao's inquiry. Zhongdao remarked, if you cannot answer this question for now, then hold on to this query and pursue it gradually. Now, unleash your strongest sword technique against me. Qian Ruxue nodded, closing her eyes as a divine aura enveloped her. When she opened her eyes, she gripped the sword tightly and surged forth to strike at Zhongdao. Zhongdao merely parried with his iron sword. Her initial strike was thwarted, prompting Qian Ruxue to withdraw and counterattack. The blade danced in her hands as if performing a graceful ballet. Yet Zhongdao faced the tempestuous onslaught of Qian Ruxue's strikes. The six-winged sword dance emphasized swift attacks to secure victory, imbued with purifying energy to deplete the opponent's soul power. Thus, within her swordsmanship, Qian Ruxue's speed of attack was exceedingly rapid, often leaving only fleeting shadows of her blade. However, no matter from which angle she assailed Zhongdao, she could not land a blow. Observing the ferocity of her strikes, Zhongdao remained unperturbed, skillfully deflecting each one. Despite Qian Ruxue's relentless barrage, and Zhongdao did not budge an inch. In the next moment, he simply swung his sword, targeting her vitals, halting all of Qian Rushue's attacks and placing the cold iron blade against her throat. And Zhongdao retracted his sword, glancing at Qian Rushue, and remarked, "Your sword technique is commendable. It must surely be a craft of a master swordsman." Qian Rushue nodded and remarked, "This is the sword technique established by the divine ancestor. Yet, no matter how exceptional a sword technique may be, it ultimately does not belong to you." And Zhongdao casually tossed aside the iron sword and stated, "You are not the creator of the sword technique, nor do you possess her profound understanding. You cannot surpass her. To transcend her, you must liberate yourself from her sword technique and forge a style that is uniquely yours." Are you suggesting that I have taken the wrong path? No, there is no mistake. You are merely undergoing a phase, and Zhongdao replied. I categorize sword training into 4 stages. The first stage is mastering the fundamental sword techniques. He summoned forth the weapon spirit sealed within the sword sheath. The second stage transcends the basics and involves learning other sword arts. The third stage is about synthesizing and creating your own sword art. Brother Shun. Shun Chongqing greeted acquaintances as he traversed the path, exchanging nods or brief hellos. However, regardless of who it was, each person's expression bore no excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor. For this was the Jinbao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and monsters. Though it also engaged in various ancillary duties, it could be said that every individual in the Jinbao Si had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Chongqing felt a sense of discomfort. But over time, he adapted. The Jinbao Si was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become experts. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The Jinbao Si comprised 2 distinct professions, the Zenshushi and the Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the Jinbao Si began as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier and gradually advanced, aspiring to ultimately become a Zenshushi. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Chumo Shi, the lowest rank among them, with the memories of his former self. He was quite familiar with the environment of the Jinbao Si. It did not take long for Shun Chongqing to halt before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other areas of the Jinbao Si, which were steeped in an atmosphere of bloodshed, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the carnage. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. After a brief hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink fragrance mingled with a faint hint of blood assaulted his senses, prompting an instinctive furrowing of his brow, which quickly relaxed. The sanguine scent clung to everyone within the Jinbao Si, nearly impossible to cleanse completely. What about the 4th stage? Qian Renshue inquired. The 4th stage of swordsmanship, and Zhongdao elaborated, is to dismantle everything. The sword art devoid of form is the mightiest of all sword arts. Qian Renshue appeared momentarily perplexed, and Zhongdao continued. You must understand that the more supreme the sword art, the greater convenience it offers, yet it simultaneously imposes limitations, which manifests as increasing dependence on it. This is true of any discipline. As you delve into a profound theory, you gradually become constrained by it, ultimately ensnared within its boundaries, erecting metaphorical fences around your consciousness. This is what we often refer to as the stagnation of scholars, he added. Swordsmanship is no different, whether at the 2nd or 3rd stage. Whether it is your own creation or another's, while sword arts enhance your strength, they can also confine your scope. Only by transcending them and not being bound by tangible sword techniques can you reach the 4th stage. There exists no flawless sword art. Each has its boundaries. Once you perceive these limits, you will find flaws in even the most exquisite sword techniques, including those conceived by the divine. Qian Renshue understood that in Zhongdao was referring to the 6-winged sword dance. If her angelic kin were to possess this sword manual, it would undoubtedly be venerated as a sacred text. To question the flaws of sword techniques birthed by the divine would be an utterly irrational act. However, and Zhongdao was different. Her remarkable accomplishments were evident in her ability to slay the fated child of great fortune with a single strike, prompting the intervention of the master of the realm. Qian Renshue was uncertain of the divine status of the realm's master, but it was clear that ruling an entire realm was no simple feat thus. The fact that Zhongdao could contend with him for 3 moves indicated that she was far from an ordinary individual, stirring a sense of curiosity within Qian Renxue. Master, could you share some of your past experiences with sword training? Qian Renxue inquired. This is not a secret, and JinBao began. But then her brow furrowed slightly as she rubbed her temples. Disciple, I apologize, but I have no recollection of my past. It dawned on Qian Renxue that, as a summoned entity, while in JinBao existed in history, or perhaps in the future, her memories had been obscured, retaining only her combat techniques. The inability to grasp the past of this legendary sword saint left Qian Renxue with a tinge of regret, yet the time for training remained paramount. The following day, after concluding her sword practice, Qian Renxue personally ventured to the imperial palace to attend the court assembly. Once the assembly concluded, the Emperor Shuya summoned Xue Qinghe. Qinghe, come to the palace after the assembly. Yes, father, Xue Qinghe replied with resignation, aware that Emperor Shuya intended to find her bride. Upon entering the palace, alongside the Empress Chen Wanqing and Emperor Shuya, a group of guards held various portraits in their hands. Qian Renxue glanced over, noticing that the portraits depicted numerous young maidens, each possessing their own unique charm. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe, Emperor Xia promptly approached her and guided her to one of the portraits, saying, Princess Wang Wanyan of the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, 16 years old, graceful and poised. What do you think, Qinghe? If our families could unite, once you ascend to the throne, you could exert influence over the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, making it a valuable ally. Father, I do not wish to marry so early, Xue Qinghe replied. It is not too early. You are already 17, Qinghe. Empress Chen Wanqing pulled Xue Qinghe to another portrait, stating, if you do not fancy this one, how about this? The princess of the Michelin Kingdom, currently 13. That is far too young, mother, Xue Qinghe said with a wry smile. Then how about this one? What do you think? Thus, Emperor Xia and Empress Chen Wanqing continued to present Xue Qinghe with one noblewoman after another, whether princesses from other kingdoms or daughters of powerful aristocrats within the Tiando Empire. However, Qian Renxue rejected each one. These women had been meticulously chosen by Emperor Xia and Empress Chen Wanqing, and marrying any of them would forge a beneficial familial alliance. However, Xue Qinghe cannot marry, for the true Xue Qinghe has long since passed into the earth, and she is not only not the real Xue Qinghe, but also not a man. What outcome could possibly arise from a union between two women? Would that not be a blatant oversight? Nevertheless, as time progresses, the Emperor Shuyi and Chen Wanqing will increasingly urge her to marry, leading to an unending series of troubles for her. The Emperor Shuyi approached Xue Qinghe and patted his shoulder, saying, My child, you are the prince of this nation. Your brother has been rendered incapable. You're the only one I can designate as my successor. Your marriage is not merely a personal affair. You bear the grave responsibility of continuing the bloodline of this nation. Father, how about I find a partner to your satisfaction before I turn 25? Qian Renxue could only resort to procrastination in response to Emperor Shuyi. 25 is far too late. You must wed before you turn 20. The emperor suddenly seemed to have an epiphany, pausing his speech to pace the room. He continued, I once thought it unfortunate that the girl from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is too young, only 9 years old now. By the time you reach 25, she will be 17. Therefore, during this period, you should cultivate a relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and aim to win her over. When the time comes, I shall humbly approach the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to propose. Father, Xue Qinghe suddenly felt that Emperor Shui Yi had become somewhat delusional. Father, not only is Ning Rongrong too young, but what of Ning Fengji's willingness? Have you forgotten that the direct descendants of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School can only marry those with powerful, attacking martial souls? Oh. Emperor Shui Yi reacted abruptly to Xue Qinghe's words. Ultimately, it appears that the royal family's martial soul is inadequate. The swan martial soul is merely ornamental. Even if Xue Qinghe holds a high position, would Ning Fengji truly be willing to marry his daughter to my son? Even if we cannot marry that girl, we must seek a direct descendant from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the emperor declared. Brother Shun. Shun Changqing greeted familiar faces as he walked along the path, exchanging nods or brief hellos. However, regardless of who it was, each individual wore a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to everything around them. Shen Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, for this was the Zhenma Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and monsters, along with some ancillary duties. Each member of the Zhenma Division bore the stains of blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters become trivial. Initially, Upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it somewhat disorienting, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter group. The JinBao division is divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Demon Slayer. Every individual entering the JinBao division starts as a low-ranking Demon Slayer and gradually ascends, with the hope of ultimately becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Demon Slayer, the lowest rank among them, having retained the memories of his former self. He was well acquainted with the JinBao division's environment. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a certain loft. Unlike the other areas of the JinBao division, which were steeped in a grim atmosphere, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a serene contrast amid the blood-stained surroundings. The loft's door was ajar, with occasional entries and exits. Shun Changqing hesitated, but then stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the environment transformed abruptly. A wave of ink fragrance mixed with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it quickly relaxed. The bloodstained scent that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse. Observing Emperor Shui Ye's fervent pursuit of a bride for himself, Qian Shui found herself at a loss for words. However, if the true Shui Qinghe were to wed a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, it would indeed represent a significant improvement for the current situation in the Tiando Empire. On one hand, his relationship with Ning Fengji as mentor and disciple, coupled with the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School for the Tiando imperial family, would solidify the ties between the royal interests and the school. Although this would enhance the influence of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School within the Tiando Empire, it could simultaneously weaken other factions, particularly the Martial Soul Hall's influence within the empire. A union is certainly a splendid idea. However, I am not the real Shui Qinghe. If I were to marry a direct descendant of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, would that not reveal the truth? Qian Rinxue sighed in resignation. But then a sudden inspiration struck her. A union could indeed be arranged, but it need not be with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. She could also consider an alliance with the Shirkong Hall, could she not? Shui Qinghe is she, and the master of the Shirkong Hall is also she. Although the notion of marrying oneself seems peculiar, it would undoubtedly facilitate numerous endeavors, would it not? Resolute, Shui Qinghe decided to elevate the Shirkong Hall into reality. Days later, Yang Wudi arrived, accompanied by a balding elder with a Mediterranean haircut and a circle of white-haired elders, seeking Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue regarded Bai He, activating her fate source eye. Bai He was a renowned soul daw, known for his speed as a sharp-tailed, swift martial soul. Bai He maintained a neutral attitude towards his disguised identity, holding a 20% affinity, yet his true identity garnered only a 30% affinity from Qian Rinxue, indicating his profound aversion to the Martial Soul Hall. According to reports, Bai He possessed more integrity than others, preferring starvation over allowing his family's descendant to accept the Martial Soul Hall's monthly offerings. During this time, the Min family had survived thanks to the assistance of the Pa family, which explained Yang Wudi's ability to bring Bai He along. This is? Yang Wudi inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar in Zhongdao. Shui is my disciple. I am in Zhongdao, the master of the Shirkong Hall, and Zhongdao replied. Greetings, master, Yang Wudi respectfully responded, introducing the elder beside him. Young master and master, as requested, I have brought Bai He, the clan leader. Bai He said, greetings, master, young master. I have agreed to lead the Min family in joining the Shirkong Hall, but I hope you will fulfill the agreement as stated by Yang Wudi. The Min family shall not exist in a subordinate capacity. Qian Rinxue nodded, assuring him, rest assured, clan leader Bai He, our Shirkong Hall differs from the upper three sects. We are not a sect centered around family. Your Min family's joining signifies you are part of the Shirkong Hall, without any master-subordinate relationship. On the Douluo continent, the vast majority of sects revolve around familial structures, with the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect being the most prominent, and the Tang and Yu families forming the core of these two sections. Because they are family-centric, other factions cannot penetrate the core of the sect. They can only exist as subordinate forces reliant on the two major powers. The relationship between the Haotian zone and the four great families of singular attributes is akin to a tenuous thread, despite their loyalty. The Haotian zone has never regarded them as part of their own. When the time comes for abandonment, they are discarded without hesitation or remorse. This explains why the Peji and Minji families are reluctant to seek refuge in any sect. The conditions proposed by Qian Ruxue do not merely aim to make them subordinates of the Shikongdian. Rather, she offers them the esteemed status of direct affiliates. Furthermore, both Yang Wudi and Bai He are promised the esteemed positions of elders. Such an offer is undeniably alluring to them. Upon joining the Shikongdian, they will not be treated any differently. Qian Ruxue presented 2 silver tokens to Bai He and Yang Wudi, stating, "Henceforth, Yang Wudi and Bai He, you shall be elders of the Shikongdian. However, once you decide to join, betrayal shall not be tolerated. We can offer you protection, but should you betray us, you will face relentless pursuit from the Shikongdian." And JinBao affirmed. Under the confirmation of Qian Ruxue and JinBao, Bai He promptly led the Min Ji family into the Shikongdian. After the Min Ji and Pa Ji families joined, only the Yu Ji family remained inactive. Qian Ruxue entrusted Bai He with the Min Ji secret realm, to which Bai He expressed his profound gratitude. Subsequently, she issued a command to both family leaders to persuade the Yu Ji family to join. Yang Wudi stated, "Bai He and I shall approach the Yu Ji family to convince Niu Gao to join us." In keeping with the spirit of sharing both fortune and hardship, Bai He inquired, "What about the Li Ji family, master?" "I do not believe the Li Ji family will join the Shikongdian," Qian Ruxue replied candidly, sharing the events that transpired at the academy with both leaders. Ultimately, Qian Ruxue concluded, "Of course, if you can persuade the Li Ji family to join the Shikongdian, we shall set aside our previous grievances and welcome them." Yang Wudi and Bai He marveled at her magnanimity. However, while they felt a degree of sympathy for Tai Tan's plight, they recognized that the situation was of Tai Tan's own making. Given Tai Tan's temperament, had he been aware of these developments, he would undoubtedly have intervened to prevent Niu Gao from joining, to ensure Niu Gao's allegiance. Yang Wudi and Bai He chose to keep this matter concealed from Tai Tan. Consequently, upon returning, the 2 leaders immediately contacted Niu Gao and showcased the 2 secret realms of attack and speed for his consideration. After persuasion from the 2 leaders, Niu Gao resolved to lead his family into the Shikongdian. However, no secret remains undisclosed. Yang Wudi and Bai He wished to keep Tai Tan unaware of this development. The Min Ji and Pa Ji families maintained a good rapport, while their relationship with the Li Ji family was rather mediocre. As newly inducted members of the Shikongdian, their concerns naturally extended beyond the interests of the 4 great families of singular attributes. While they concealed this from Tai Tan, the Yu Ji family did not. Soon enough, Tai Tan became aware of the situation. Upon learning of this, Tai Tan sought them out, coincidentally finding Yang Wudi, Bai He, and Niu Gao in discussions about joining the Shikongdian. "Brother Shun." Shen Changqing greeted familiar faces as he walked along the path, exchanging nods or brief hellos. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore a mask of indifference, as if they were apathetic to everything around them. Shen Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this atmosphere. This was the JinMoC, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and supernatural entities, although it engaged in various other auxiliary endeavors. It could be said that every individual within the JinMoC bore the stains of blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Initially, Shen Changqing struggled to adapt to this world, yet over time, he found himself at ease. The JinMoC was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing fell into the latter category. The JinMoC was divided into 2 professions, the Jinsho Shi and the Chumo Shi. Every new recruit entered as a Chumo Shi, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Jinsho Shi. Shen Changqing's previous life was that of a probationary Chumo Shi, the lowest rank among them. Possessing the memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinMoC. It did not take long for him to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinMoC, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion doors were ajar, and individuals occasionally entered and exited. Shen Changqing hesitated only for a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mixed with a faint hint of blood wafted toward him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though it quickly relaxed. The bloodstained scent that clung to every member of the JinMoC was nearly impossible to cleanse. "Have you 3 forgotten that I am the patriarch of the 4 great families of singular attributes?" Tai Tan entered, displeasure evident as he addressed Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and by he. Yang Wudi offered no explanation. The relationship between the Peji and Li Ji families had always been distant, stemming from their fundamentally different ideologies. During the era of the Hao Zong, the Peji family maintained a cautious distance, while the Li Ji family remained fiercely loyal. After being cast aside by the Hao Zong, Yang Wudi harbored a deep animosity towards Tang Hao, whereas Tai Tan continued to regard Tang Hao as his master, unwavering in his loyalty. This discord led to considerable tension between the two. In contrast to Yang Wudi's silence, Bai He and Niu Gao appeared somewhat apologetic. Bai He expressed, "I apologize, Tai Tan. We are aware of your enmity with the Shikong Dian, making it impossible for you to join. Thus, we did not inform you." Tai Tan angrily gestured to his empty right shoulder, stating, "You all know that my Li Ji family has a vendetta against them. Why would you join the Shikong Dian?" Yang Wudi retorted coldly, "Tai Tan, your family has incurred the ire of the Shikong Dian. Should we bear that burden alongside you?" Tai Tan grit his teeth and replied, "That is not my intent, but we, the four great families of singular attributes, have stood together for so many years. Is this how you treat my Li Ji family?" Niu Gao, Bai He, Yang Wudi, I shall make myself clear. Whoever among you joins the Shikong Dian shall have severed ties with me, Tai Tan. In recent times, Tai Tan had been seething with rage. Not long ago, he visited the Blacksmith Association in Gongxin City, only to discover that Lu Gao, a member of his own clan, had deserted him. Upon investigation, he learned that his old friend had secretly joined the Shikong Dian. To Tai Tan, the Shikong Dian was an adversary, and he sought out Lu Gao to clarify the situation. However, Lu Gao dismissed him, stating that his conflict with the Shikong Dian was his own affair and did not involve him. Tai Tan was incensed, having just returned from the Xinglong Empire. He was now faced with the news of Yang Wudi and Bai He's intent to join the Shikong Dian, which only fueled his anger further. Upon Tai Tan's proclamation, the room fell into a heavy silence, and soon, Yang Wudi began to respond. Yang Wudi remarked, "Even among brothers, one must keep accounts clear. The matters concerning your Li Ji clan and the Time and Space Hall are your own affairs. My Peji clan's decision to join the Time and Space Hall is ours. Since you have declared an irrevocable severance, I, Yang Wudi, have nothing further to say." In Yang Wudi's perspective, joining the Time and Space Hall would be advantageous for the Peji clan, as not only would it significantly enhance their strength through the attack on the Secret Realm, but the fragrant and exquisite immortal product provided by Qianrenxue was also something Yang Wudi greatly coveted. Furthermore, the Time and Space Hall had offered numerous favorable conditions for the single attribute three major clans, which is why they were eager to join. "You, Titan, wish to obstruct our three clans from joining the Time and Space Hall for your grievances against them." And Yang Wudi was the first to voice his opposition. Titan, seeing Yang Wudi's dissent, was not surprised. After all, he had always been at odds with him. He shifted his gaze to Bai He and Niu Gao, inquiring, "What are your thoughts?" Bai He, with a sense of regret, replied, "Titan, I truly did not wish for our relationship to reach this point. However, since you have stated it this way, I have no choice. I've already joined the Time and Space Hall, Titan." Titan turned his head to Niu Gao and said, "Niu Gao, my Li Ji clan and your Yu Ji clan share a deep bond. We have supported each other thus far. What are your intentions?" Niu Gao sighed and replied, "If I truly intend to join the Time and Space Hall, would you sever ties with me?" "Indeed," Titan responded. Niu Gao continued, Titan, I do not necessarily have to join the Time and Space Hall, but the benefits they are offering are simply too enticing." Titan stared wide-eyed at Niu Gao. Niu Gao added, "If it were solely up to me, I could forsake this for our friendship, but this concerns my Yu Ji clan. I must also consider the welfare of my people. Are you implying that you wish to join the Time and Space Hall as well?" Titan asked. "Yes," Niu Gao sighed, revealing his decision. "Then, I shall sever ties with you all," Titan declared, turning away in displeasure. Niu Gao felt a heavy heart from losing Titan's friendship. "You have made a wise decision, Niu Gao," Yang Wudi said, rising to pat Niu Gao's shoulder. That situation was instigated by Titan himself, unrelated to others. If he truly valued your friendship, he would not use it as leverage to coerce you into making a decision. Ultimately, the Pui and Min clans parted ways with the Li Ji clan and joined the Time and Space Hall. The Peji clan, skilled in alchemy, received the fragrant and exquisite immortal product from Qianrenxue as a reward for fulfilling their prior commitments. With the Yu Ji clan's inclusion, Qianrenxue was granted system rewards, including a defensive secret realm and an enhancement of their fortune to a deep purple level. Meanwhile, the architecturally adept Yu Ji clan was effectively utilized by Qianrenxue. Let us choose the location for our sect deep within the Sunset Forest, Qianrenxue proposed. Establishing our sect there will allow us to better control the duality of ice and fire. Thus, Qianrenxue led the Yu clan into the Sunset Forest, seeking an auspicious site to lay the foundation for their sect. As for the funding, it naturally came from the substantial profits generated by soul guidance devices. Recently at an auction, Qianrenxue had sold merely 4 soul guidance devices, earning significant wealth. She believed it would not be long before. With a large-scale sale of soul guidance devices, she could claim the title of the richest sect from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. With materials assembled, the Yu clan proposed an excellent design for the sect. Upon receiving the plan, the construction team from the Yu clan immediately commenced building. It would not be long before the headquarters of the time and Space Hall would rise within the Sunset Forest. Among the single attribute 3 major clans, the Min and Yu clans each boasted around 1,000 clan members, all soul masters, while the Piji clan was considerably fewer in number, divided into 2 groups, with most led away by Yang Wushuang, leaving only about 200 clan members under Yang Wudi's tenuous leadership, supplemented by some recently recruited civilian soul masters. The Time and Space Hall had already fulfilled the system's task requirements for establishing a sect. However, there was no rush. The single attribute 3 major clans had already united, and the next step would involve the elemental 3 clans. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, would greet familiar faces with a nod or a brief acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of who they were, each person's face bore no excess expression, as if they were indifferent to all matters. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this. For this was the Zhen MOC, an institution responsible for maintaining stability within the Great Qin and primarily tasked with slaying demons and other supernatural beings, though they had other subsidiary roles as well. It could be said that every individual within the Zhen MOC had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters become trivialized. When Shin Changqing first arrived in this world, he found it somewhat disconcerting, but over time, he adapted. The Zhen MOC was vast, and those who remained were either powerful experts or those with the potential to become so. Shin Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Zhen MOC was divided into 2 distinct professions, the Guardian Envoy and the Demon Slayer. Every individual entering the Zhen MOC started as a low-ranking Demon Slayer and gradually ascended, with the ultimate aim of becoming a Guardian Envoy. Shin Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Demon Slayer, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the Zhen MOC's environment. It did not take long for him to halt before a tower. Unlike the other grim locales within the Zhen MOC, this particular tower stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the tower's door was ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shin Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the tower, the ambience transformed abruptly. A wave of ink fragrance, mingled with a faint scent of blood, enveloped him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine scent that clung to every member of the Zhen MOC was nearly impossible to eradicate. The correspondence from the old Dragon King had arrived. Matters concerning Element City had been brewing for a year or 2. With the Spirit Hall's withdrawal from Element City, only wolves remained, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect naturally began to bear its fangs at the single attribute 3 major clans. Initially, both parties maintained a facade of cordiality, but the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had begun to take action, prompting the 3 major clans to unite. One day, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect finally sent representatives. To ensure the Spirit Hall would not infringe upon Element City, our sect has decided to initiate a joint patrol Soul Master Army in Element City, led by our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, with each of your 3 families contributing a portion of Soul Masters to form this army. What do you think? Proposed Yu Luomian, a representative of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I believe it is unnecessary, Huo Yin interjected. The Spirit Hall has confirmed its departure from Element City and will not return. Thus, we no longer require a joint patrol Soul Master army. Yu Luomian remarked. Master of the Fire Clan, such words cannot be uttered lightly. Who knows when the Wuhuan Temple might return? The Wuhuan Temple has its eyes fixed on the interests of our Element City. It cannot be relinquished so easily. If it could, how could you have sought assistance from our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect in the first place? Yet the reality is that the Wuhuan Temple has indeed withdrawn. and we three families can coexist in peace. Feng Yuqian responded, I believe forming a joint city defense army is unnecessary. Then what do you think, Master of the Water Clan? Yu Luomian inquired. Shui Ningbing replied, the opinions of our three-element families are unanimous. Thus, the first attempt by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to coerce the three-element families into alignment through the threat of the Wuhuan Temple ended in failure. However, they did not relent, and the Wuhuan Temple seemingly exited Element City entirely, with no intentions of re-engagement. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect was compelled to adopt a different approach, to win over individuals within the three families, persuading them to shift their allegiance. Yet, the true core members of the three-element families were resolute, and only a few peripheral members could be swayed. Once discovered, those compromised members were promptly expelled from their families. This attempt by the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to buy off family members only exacerbated the deteriorating relationship with the three families. Following this, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect ceased to disguise their intentions, dispatching more personnel into Element City to occupy, expand trade routes, and encroach upon the living space of the three-element families, coercing them into submission. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect established its own city defense army, and the three-element families, unwilling to yield, also formed their own forces, resulting in a standoff within Element City. Nevertheless, the three families were ultimately no match for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, whose profound heritage far surpassed theirs. Yu Luomian once again visited the three-element families. Esteemed families, I have been entrusted to convey a message from our sect leader. Please take a moment to peruse it. Feng Yuqian accepted the missive from Yu Luomian and read its contents. To the esteemed family heads, it is with deep regret that I reflect upon the camaraderie we once shared among the four-element families, now reduced to this state. In the past, we were united against the Wuhuan Temple. Must we arrive at this juncture? In 10 days, I shall personally arrive in Element City. I hope we can reconcile as one family and collectively stand against the Wuhuan Temple, preserving the friendship between our four families. Upon reaching the conclusion of the missive, Feng Yuqian's complexion turned ashen. He handed the letter to Shui Ningbing and Huo Lian, who shared a similar pallor. Yu Luomian remarked, it appears the sect leader of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect can no longer remain idle. He intends to take matters into his own hands. What should we do? Shui Ningbing asked. All three family heads were Soul Douluos. Currently, several Soul Douluo elders from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect were stationed in Element City, allowing them to resist to some extent. However, with the arrival of Yu Engine, the situation would dramatically change. The reason the upper three sects were deemed as such was due to their internal possession of titled Douluos. Yu Engine represented the foundation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. He was not merely an ordinary titled Douluo, but a super Douluo of level 95, with the formidable martial soul of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. While they could unite to face a titled Douluo like JinBao against Yu Engine, they would inevitably have to concede. Rumor has it that Bibi Dong once proposed the idea of hunting the upper three sects during an elder meeting. Although it did not succeed, it raised the vigilance of the upper three sections. To maintain stability within their sects, they generally arrange for a titled Douluo to remain behind. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect found itself in a precarious position with only Yu Engine as its titled Douluo. Thus he typically would not leave the sect lightly. However, this time, his decision to take action indicated his dissatisfaction with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect's unfavorable expansion in Element City over the years. He was determined to intervene personally. What do we do? Feng Yuqian lamented. In 10 days, once Yu Engine arrives, we will have no choice but to consider joining. Join? That is out of the question. I would rather ally with the Wuhuan Temple than join any of the upper three sects, Huo Lian asserted. The upper three sects are merely interest groups centered around their families, absorbing the strength of others. Any family that joins will inevitably become a vassal. The Wuhuan Temple, on the other hand, resembles more of an interest consortium comprising numerous families, the most significant being the Angel Clan. Joining the Wuhuan Temple at least guarantees a position. You need not become a vassal of any family within the temple, allowing for a degree of independence. Our initial intent in inviting danger was to curb the influence of the Wuhuan Temple and maintain equilibrium within Element City. Yet we never anticipated the temple's abrupt withdrawal. Shui Ningbing remarked, perhaps that was the Wuhuan Temple's true intention, to incite conflict between us. Joining the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is inconceivable, But if faced with the choice between the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and the Wuhuan Temple, I would lean towards the latter, Feng Yutian stated. Then let us draft 2 letters, one to the Wuhuan Temple and another to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, Feng Yutian proposed. In our letter to the Wuhuan Temple, we merely request their intervention in this matter, to thwart the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect's encroachment upon us. Surely the Wuhuan Temple would not wish to see us 3 families easily consumed. Brother Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, exchanged greetings with familiar faces, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excess expression, as if they were all indifferent to their surroundings. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinMoc, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and supernatural beings, though it engaged in other auxiliary endeavors as well. It could be said that every individual within the JinMoc had their hands stained with blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt somewhat out of place, but in due course he adapted. The JinMoc was expansive, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinMoc was divided into 2 occupations, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu-mo Shi. Anyone entering the JinMoc began at the lowest level as a Chu-mo Shi and gradually ascended, with the ultimate goal of becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Changqing's predecessor was a novice Chu-mo Shi, the lowest rank among them, possessing the memories of his former self. He was quite familiar with the environment of the JinMoc. Without taking too long, Shun Changqing found himself pausing before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinMoc, this pavilion stood out, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the bloodshed surrounding it. The pavilion's doors were wide open, with occasional comers and goers. Shun Changqing hesitated for a brief moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience transformed abruptly, as a fragrant ink mingled with a faint hint of blood wafted towards him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The bloodstained scent that clings to every member of the JinMoc is nearly impossible to eradicate. The threat posed by the 182 families looms large. Consequently, a letter was drafted to the JinBao Liu Zone, urging their intervention to thwart the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect attempts to annex our Elemental 3 families. Otherwise, we may have no choice but to align ourselves with the Wuhuan, said Feng Yutian. Upon hearing this, Hulian's eyes sparkled with realization as he remarked, "Your idea is indeed brilliant, Feng Yutian. The last thing Zhongzhu Ning Fengji wishes to witness is the rise of the Wuhuan. Should our 3 families fall into their grasp, it would be an outcome he desperately wishes to avoid. In such a case, he would have no choice but to act on our behalf, regardless of his reluctance. Thus, the Elemental 3 families dispatched envoys at the fastest possible pace to both the Wuhuan and the JinBao Liu Zone. As Luomian arrived at the hall of the JinBao Liu Zone, he addressed Zhongzhu Ning Fengji, saying, "Yu Luomian pays his respects to Zhongzhu Ning Fengji. There's no need for such formalities. Speak your mind, Elder Dragon King Yu Yuanjin. What brings you here?" Ning Fengji inquired. "It is as follows, Zhongzhu Ning. Our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect intends to reclaim the strength of the Elemental 3 families. During this period, the Wuhuan will certainly not remain idle. We hope to borrow the might of your JinBao Liu Zone to counterbalance the Wuhuan." Yu Luomian explained. "What benefits do you foresee in this course of action?" asked Ning Fengji. "The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is ready to abandon its neutral stance and is willing to forge an alliance of offense and defense with the JinBao Liu Zone to jointly resist the Wuhuan. Yu Luomian replied. This was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's most significant bargaining chip. Ning Fengji had always advocated for unity among the 3 sects and the 2 great empires, yet little progress had been made. Initially, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had positioned itself as neutral, unwilling to offend the Wuhuan, and thus had not responded to Ning Fengji's requests. The Haoyan sect remained hidden, and the 2 great empires harbored a millennium of conflict. Achieving solidarity among various factions was no small feat. If the JinBao Liu Zone could assist the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in successfully assimilating the Elemental 3 families, it would gain their friendship, taking a step closer to Ning Fengji's plans. One must admit that Ning Fengzhi's calculations were astutely crafted. Zhongzhu. Envoys from the elemental families have arrived at Qi Bao Liuli City with visitation tokens, reported an attendant. Ning Fengzhi glanced at Yuluomian and said, Honorable Yuluomian, I ask that you wait in the guest quarters for a moment while I deliberate. Yuluomian nodded and was escorted by the attendant of the Qi Bao Liuli zone to the guest room to await news. After a brief interval, the envoys of the elemental 3 families entered the sex hall. The envoy Feng Yunhe respectfully announced, I am Feng Yunhe, envoy of the elemental families. Here to see Zhongzhu Ning Fengzhi. What brings you here, envoy Feng Yunhe? Ning Fengzhi inquired. I come bearing the hopes of the heads of the elemental 3 families, seeking your intervention to ensure our independence within the 4-element city. Feng Yunhe replied. You are aware, Ning Fengzhi's tone turned icy, that our unity among the 3 sects concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is paramount. Even if Qi Bao Liuli Zone does not side with them, we will maintain a neutral stance. Is Zhongzhu truly willing to stand by and watch as our 3 families are devoured by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Feng Yunhe implored. What benefits would we, the Qi Bao Liuli Zone, derive from assisting you? Ning Fengzhi countered. Feng Yutian, Shui Ningbing, and Huo Lian. The sect leaders have instructed me to convey a message to Zhongzhu. We, the elemental 3 families, vow never to become part of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If the Qi Bao Liuli Zone is unwilling to ensure our independence, we shall have no choice but to seek the Wu Huan DNS assistance, even at the cost of joining them. Ning Fengzhi's expression shifted as he had not anticipated being cornered by the elemental 3 families, whom he deemed insignificant. Each of the 3 families possessed a soul Douluo and several hundred soul masters, forming a formidable force. This collective sought to maintain an independent and neutral stance within the Douluo continent. Having once invited the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to resist the Wu Huan Dian to avoid being consumed, now they were turning to him, the Qi Bao Liuli Zone, to stave off the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's encroachment. Initially, Ning Fengzhi had no intention of engaging, but the elemental 3 families' threat of aligning with the Wu Huan Dian compelled his attention. Indeed, the power of the Wu Huan Dian had expanded to an alarming degree, and Ning Fengzhi was eager to form an alliance to counterbalance this force. In such circumstances, even the slightest increase in the Wu Huan Dian strength was unwelcome. Years ago, you sought the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect assistance against the Wu Huan Dian. Now you seek to turn to the Wu Huan Dian to oppose the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Are you not merely returning to square one? Ning Fengzhi observed. The family heads have declared that our 3 families pursue independence. If we cannot secure our autonomy, we would rather join the Wu Huan Dian than be subjugated by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Feng Yunhe asserted resolutely. Why is that? Ning Fengzhi asked. Isn't it better to ally with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect against the Wu Huan Dian? Within the Wu Huan Dian, we, the elemental 3 families, would at least be part of something. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, we would merely become vassals, Feng Yunhe replied. At that moment, Ning Fengzhi's thoughts became muddled. He gestured for the envoy to be taken to the waiting area, stating, We shall provide you with a response shortly. Ning Fengzhi had met with the envoys from both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the elemental 3 families, yet the outcome remained uncertain. Allowing the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to assimilate the elemental 3 families could liberate them from their neutral status and establish an alliance of offense and defense, which was Ning Fengzhi's desire. However, if this transpired, the elemental 3 families would likely turn to the Wu Huan Dian, further strengthening its power, a prospect Ning Fengzhi wished to avoid. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect sought to have us tacitly approve their absorption of the elemental 3 families, while assisting in blocking the Wu Huan Dian's influence during this process. Once accomplished, Yu Yuanjin was willing to forge an alliance of offense and defense with us, the Qi Bao Liuli Zone. Conversely, the elemental 3 families implored the Qi Bao Liuli Zone to intervene and protect them. Otherwise, they would turn to the Wu Huan Dian. What choice do we have? Ning Fengzhi pondered. Zhongzhu, we, the Qi Bao Liuli Zone, stand as the foremost sect in the realm. The elemental 3 families threaten us with their potential shift towards the Wu Huan Dian. Do you not see that if we concede to them, the dignity of the Qi Bao Liuli Zone would be compromised? Gu Rong remarked. Shen Xiong. Yes. Shen Changqing greeted acquaintances along the way, exchanging nods or brief salutations. Yet, no matter who it was, each face bore no excessive expression, as if they held indifference towards everything. To this, Shen Changqing had grown accustomed. After all, this was the JinBao Si, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various other endeavors. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao Si bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow apathetic towards many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing felt a sense of discomfort, but over time he adapted. The JinBao Si was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Si is divided into two distinct professions, the Jinshou Shi and the Chimo Shi. Anyone who enters the JinBao Si begins their journey as a Chimo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Chimo Shi, the most junior of them all. Possessing the memories of his former self, he was exceedingly familiar with the environment of the JinBao Si. In a short span, he halted before a particular loft. Unlike the other areas of the JinBao Si, which brimmed with a chilling atmosphere, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the doors of the loft swung open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience transformed dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine essence clinging to the members of the JinBao Si was nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Gu Rong continued, stating, "The elemental 3 clans threaten us, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, by declaring their allegiance to the Wuhuan Temple. If we acquiesce, will they not, in the future, leverage this allegiance against us for even greater gains? I believe the dignity of the upper 3 clans must remain unscathed." He asserted, "Do not agree to the conditions set forth by the elemental 3 clans." Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. Although he did not wish for the elemental 3 clans to join the Wuhuan Temple, he would not compromise his position on their terms. Otherwise, would the 7 treasure glazed tile school not become a mere weapon in the hands of the elemental 3? Moreover, to ensure the independence of the elemental 3 clans and to oppose the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect would contradict Ning Fengji's original intentions. However, how could they prevent the elemental 3 clans from aligning with the Wuhuan Temple? Ning Fengji inquired. "Master, if we are to act, we must do so decisively. We should directly align ourselves with the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect and allow them to absorb the elemental 3 clans. If the Wuhuan Temple attempts to intervene, we will thwart their efforts," Chen Xian proposed. "In this way, the elemental 3 clans will join the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, strengthening their power and forming an alliance with us to counter the Wuhuan Temple," he added. "Agreed," Ning Fengji replied. Then summoned 2 emissaries to the hall for a discussion. Understood. After a brief interval, Yu Luomian and Feng Yunhe entered the grand hall. Yu Luomian glanced at Feng Yunhe, discerning the true intentions of the elemental 3 clans' visit, and asked, "Ning Sectmaster, what is your decision?" Feng Yunhe observed Ning Fengji, eager to ascertain his final verdict. Ning Fengji stated, "The 7 treasure glazed tile school has consistently advocated for the unity of the upper 3 clans, and since Elemental City does not align with our interests, we shall not intervene." Feng Yunhe's expression darkened considerably as she responded, "Ning Sectmaster, if that is the case, we are left with no choice but to join the Wuhuan Temple." Ning Fengji coldly replied, "The 7 treasure glazed tile school is not a pawn to be threatened by the likes of your elemental 3 clans. To be frank, your alignment with the Wuhuan Temple contravenes our interests, and we will oppose you." Feng Yunhe inhaled deeply and stated, "Then we shall see if your 7 treasure glazed tile school can withstand the Wuhuan Temple." While I deliver this message, another emissary has already journeyed to Wuhuan City to pay homage to the current pope. Ning Fengji's expression darkened further. If the Wuhuan Temple perceived Elemental City as a prize, could the united forces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile school withstand them? This remained uncertain. Yu Luomian reassured, "Ning Sectmaster, there is no need for concern. Should the Wuhuan Temple choose to act, the Pope would likely dispatch only the Ju Douluo and the Gue Douluo. United, our 2 sects would not fear their advance." Ning Fengji nodded in acknowledgement, while Feng Yunhe took a deep breath, The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stand firm. Even if we join the Wuhuan Temple, we will not become your vassals. Let's wait and see. With that, Feng Yunhe departed, and after exchanging pleasantries, Yu Luomian and Ning Fengji returned to their duties. In Wuhuan City, within the Pope's Hall, the Cardinal addressed, "Pope, the emissary from Elemental City seeks an audience." Bibi Dong replied, "Let him enter." Shortly thereafter, a messenger from the Feng family stepped into the Pope's Hall. "I am Feng Xuanming, the envoy from Elemental City, and I pay my respects to your holiness." Bibi Dong inquired, "What brings you to the Wuhuan Temple?" "Your holiness, I have come to convey the sentiments of the Elemental Three clans. In 10 days, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Yuanjin, will depart his sect to incorporate our three clans. We are unwilling to be absorbed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Therefore, we implore the Wuhuan Temple to intervene and uphold justice," Feng Xuanming stated. "And what benefit would we derive from advocating for you?" Bibi Dong scoffed. "The three clans are willing to align with the Wuhuan Temple," Feng Xuanming replied. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "Return to your clans and inform your leaders that the Wuhuan Temple has decided to withdraw from Elemental City and shall not involve itself in its affairs." Bibi Dong's decision left the Duke Douluo, Douluo, and Feng Xuanming in utter shock. To Feng Xuanming, his mission appeared far less strenuous than that of Feng Yunhe. The Wuhuan Temple had long sought to annex Elemental City, and the previous withdrawal led the three clans to believe the temple intended for them to engage in a deadly struggle with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect for its own gain. However, they never anticipated that Bibi Dong would abandon them at such a critical juncture. "Your Holiness, if you do not intervene, we Elemental Three clans cannot withstand you, Yuanjin. Will you simply watch as we are devoured by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect?" Bibi Dong chuckled coldly. "The opportunity to join the Wuhuan Temple was offered to you before, yet you did not cherish it. Why do you now find yourselves in this predicament? The wolves were summoned by your own actions. I will not assist you in cleaning up the aftermath." Feng Xuanming attempted further protest, but Bibi Dong interjected, "Show him out." Thus, Feng Xuanming was dismissed. The Ju Douluo stepped forward, perplexed. "Your Holiness, this is the perfect opportunity to reclaim the Elemental Three clans. Why not acquiesce to their request? Do you truly believe the Elemental Three clans wish to align with us? They merely seek to leverage our power to pressure the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into compliance," Bibi Dong countered. Gui Mei interjected, "But by their own admission, we would possess a legitimate pretext for annexation. Even if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School aligns with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, we would not fear them." Bibi Dong understood Gui Mei's perspective. In the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes become futile. However, she was aware of Qian Rinchue's plan. Rather than forcibly incorporating the Elemental Three clans into her own power, it was more advantageous to allow them to flourish independently, enabling Xue'er to consolidate a formidable force that would resonate with the Wuhuan Temple. Bibi Dong remained silent, yet within the Pope's Hall, her authority was absolute. The decisions she made were immutable. Although Gui Mei and Yu Guan had their own thoughts, they recognized Bibi Dong's firm stance and opted for silence. Bibi Dong gazed toward the direction of Tiando City, contemplating, "Xue'er, I have prepared the stage for you. I hope you do not disappoint me." "Brother Shun, Shen Changqing walked along the road, greeting familiar faces with a nod or a simple acknowledgement. Yet regardless of who it was, each individual bore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shen Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this atmosphere. After all, this was the JinMoc, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Deqin, primarily tasked with eliminating demons and malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various ancillary duties. It could be said that every member of the JinMoc had blood on their hands. When one becomes desensitized to the cycle of life and death, many matters begin to fade into insignificance. Upon his arrival in this world, Shen Changqing felt a sense of unease, but over time, he adapted. The JinMoc was vast, and those who remained within its ranks were formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinMoc was divided into two professions, the guardian and exorcist. Anyone entering the JinMoc began as an exorcist at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate goal of becoming a guardian. In a previous life, Shen Changqing had been an apprentice exorcist, the most junior of that class. With memories from his former existence, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinMoc. It didn't take long for Shun Changqing to pause in front of a particular loft. Unlike the other somber places within the JinMoc, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, radiating a distinct tranquility amid the blood-soaked institution. The large door of the loft was ajar, with people occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mixed with a faint metallic scent assaulted his senses, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine aroma clung to every member of the JinMoc, nearly impossible to wash away. Regarding the movements of the JinBao, Liuli Zone, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the Elemental City, Qianrenxue was well informed. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had resolved to employ formidable force to assimilate the three elemental clans, who naturally resisted being consumed. They sent envoys to the Wuhuan Hall, while simultaneously reaching out to the JinBao, Liuli Zone, to leverage the Wuhuan Hall's influence to compel the JinBao, Liuli Zone to choose sides, thus safeguarding their independence. However, Feng Yuqian's plan was destined to fail. Should the JinBao, Liuli Zone secure the independence of the three elemental clans, it would inevitably place them in opposition to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. In the eyes of the JinBao, Liuli Zone, the balance tipped in favor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Ultimately, the weight of the three elemental clans was insufficient. On the side of the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong had already decided to entrust the handling of the three elemental clans to Qianrenxue, refraining from intervention. At this point, Feng Yuqian's scheme was utterly thwarted, not only failing, but also uniting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the JinBao, Liuli Zone against them, much to the misfortune of the three elemental clans. They would soon receive the outcomes of their dispatch communications, realizing that they were isolated and defenseless. Now was the time for their intervention. Qianrenxue remarked to Zhongdao and Huachong. Dream Lingxian was expanding the commercial territory of the Xingluo Empire, while the three title Dao from the Shilong Ci, Shui, Jinao were from the Wuhuan Hall, making it inconvenient for them to mobilize. However, the presence of Huachong and Zhongdao sufficed, with one limit Douluo and one super Douluo overseeing the situation. Once the three elemental clans agreed to join the time and space hall, they would find it impossible to leave. With this thought, Qianrenxue let out a cold laugh. The three elemental clans anxiously awaited the return of their two envoys. The best outcome would be for the JinBao, Liuli Zone to align with them, while the second best would involve the Wuhuan Hall agreeing to intervene. However, on the final night before Yu Engine's arrival, the three elemental clans received grim news from both sides. From the JinBao, Liuli Zone, Feng Yun and others had failed their mission, and the JinBao Liuli Zone had allied with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, declaring their intent to prevent the three elemental clans from joining the Wuhuan Hall. Meanwhile, on Feng Shuiming's side, what was thought to be a certain victory turned out to be a complete abandonment by the Wuhuan Hall. At that moment, the heads of the three elemental clans felt overwhelmed. What shall we do next? Shui Ningbing furrowed her brow. Feng Yuqian sighed and said, My original plan was to pressure Ning Fengji to ensure our independence, but I did not anticipate that it would drive the JinBao Liuli Zone into the arms of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. In Ning Fengji's eyes, our three clans simply do not weigh against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Hualien gritted his teeth and retorted, The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is exceedingly arrogant, and as for the JinBao Liuli Zone, not only do they disregard our plight of being consumed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but they also seek to thwart our entry into the Wuhuan Hall. I shall confront them, even if it leads to my death and the extinction of my clan. I refuse to become a mere pawn of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Isn't Ning Fengji hoping for the three sects to unite against the Wuhuan Hall? Let us stand together. Even if we must perish, we shall bring ruin upon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Hualien declared. You need not be so extreme. A voice interjected, reaching the ears of the three clan leaders. The three heads turned to see two women enter the room. The voice belonged to a golden-haired woman. Who are you? Shui Ningbing inquired. I am He Shui, the young master of the time and space hall, Qianrenxue replied. If you find yourselves without options, I can offer you a second choice. A second choice? They echoed. Indeed, join the time and space hall, Qianrenxue proposed, to prevent yourselves from becoming vassals of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Feng Yuqian scoffed. Do you not realize that it is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect that has set its sights upon our 3 clans? By joining you, are you not afraid of inviting disaster? Invite disaster? No, no, no. We do not regard the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as a threat, Qian Rinxue replied. In any situation, demonstrating one's strength is far more crucial. Hua Chong unveiled her titled Douluo prowess, leaving the 3 elemental clans in astonishment. In this world, there are not only the top 3 sects, but also many hidden sects, some of which possess strength and heritage comparable to the top 3. Our Time and Space Hall is one such entity, Qian Rinxue asserted. Hua Chong, a super Douluo of level 96, certainly bolster their confidence when facing Yu Engine. However, based on their understanding of sects, joining the Time and Space Hall did not necessarily seem more advantageous than aligning with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Joining you in the Time and Space Hall, would that not merely transform us from vassals of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect into your vassals? Huo Lian exclaimed with indignation. If that is the case, what difference does it make for our 3 elemental clans? You misunderstand, Qian Rinxue clarified. The Time and Space Hall does not conform to the traditional family sect hierarchy you envision. Think of us as a consortium within the Time and Space Hall. Your status is not determined by bloodline, but by strength. With that, Qian Rinxue handed a prepared agreement to the clan leaders. As they perused the document, they noted that while their 3 clans would be subject to certain restrictions as part of the Time and Space Hall and prohibited from betraying it, they would also enjoy the same treatment as other members. Such terms were indeed more favorable than becoming subordinate families to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, the 3 families accustomed to freedom are reluctant to relinquish it. Feng Yutian played a clever ruse, stating, I may join you, but you must resolve the matter at hand tomorrow and ensure that the Lan Jianba Wang Long sect completely withdraws from Yuan Sucheng, allowing us, the 3 elemental families, to witness your strength. At this moment, Feng Yuqian was still playing tricks. After all, the JinBao Luli sect had already expressed its intention to ally with the Lan Jianba Wang Long sect. Even though Hua Chong possesses formidable strength, can she truly contend against 2 sects? The Shikong Dian might not be able to rival the influence of JinBao Luli sect and Lan Jianba Wang Long sect. Even if they were stronger than both, it would not be an easy task to settle matter. Yu Engine's ambitions were vast, having plotted for so long. His influence within Yuan Sucheng had already eclipsed that of the 3 families. How could he easily relinquish the benefits derived from his place? Very well. Tomorrow we shall decisively expel the Lan Jianba Wang Long sect from Yuan Sucheng. Qian Rinxue perceived Feng Yutian's ulterior motives, attempting to leverage small gains while pitting the Shikong Dian against the 2 upper sects to profit from the conflict. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, all schemes are futile in the face of absolute strength. Brother Shun, yes. Shun Changqing walked along the path, greeting familiar faces with nods. Yet, regardless of who they were, every individual wore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, for this was the Zhan MOC, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily tasked with slaying monsters and malevolent beings, though it also engaged in various auxiliary pursuits. One could say that every member of the Zhan MOC bore the stains of blood on their hands. When one becomes desensitized to life and death, many matters lose their significance. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt a sense of discomfort, but over time, he adapted. The Zhan MOC was vast. Those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Zhan MOC was divided into 2 professions, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Anyone entering the Zhan MOC began as a Chu Mo Shi, progressively ascending until they could aspire to become a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Changqing's former self was merely a trainee Chu Mo Shi, the lowest rank among them. Possessing the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Zhan MOC. Without taking too long, Shun Changqing stopped before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the Zhan MOC, this pavilion stood out, exuding an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. The fragrant aroma of ink mingled with a faint hint of blood wafted toward him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The bloodstained scent that clung to every member of the JinBao was nearly impossible to cleanse. As various factions plotted within Yuan Sucheng, Yu Yunjin had resolved to take matters into his own hands. Currently, at least a third of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect's combat strength was concentrated in Yuan Sucheng, indicating their unwavering determination to seize this territory. With the assistance of the Qibao Luli sect, Yu Yunjin was resolute in his goal of claiming Yuan Sucheng as his own. On the following day, outside Yuan Sucheng, the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect congregated, and the city was adorned with the banners of the Lan Dianba Wang Long martial spirit, as though the entire city belonged to them. 4 relatively young children gazed angrily at the fluttering banner of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect above Yuan Sucheng. What is going on with the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect today? Why are they gathered? Inquired a girl with long aqua hair, visibly puzzled. I overheard my father discussing it. Today, the sect leader of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect is arriving, replied Hu Shuang. I heard they're trying to force our 3 families into submission. Even the sect leader has come. I will not become a vassal of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, declared a fiery-haired girl in indignation. You are right, Hu Wu. If my family decides to join the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, I would elope with you, said Feng Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Hu Wu's face flushed, and she pouted, Humph, who would want to elope with you? As the youths continued expressing their grievances against the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, a resonant voice echoed from outside the city. We welcome the arrival of sect leader Yu Yunjin to our Lan Dianba Wang Long sect's Yuan Sucheng. This announcement ignited the fury of the residents within Yuan Sucheng. What do you mean by our Lan Dianba Wang Long sect's Yuan Sucheng? This city was inherited from our ancestors. These shameless Lan Dian lizards, Hu Wu exclaimed, clenching her delicate fists. Indeed, they are shameless, Feng Xiaotian echoed. It's Lan Dianba Wang Long, Hu Wu. If the people from the sect hear you, it could lead to trouble, Shui Binger said, exasperated as she rubbed her forehead. Am I wrong? Lan Dian lizards are simply Lan Dian lizards, Hu Wu retorted. Hu Wu, you are right. They're indeed Lan Dian lizards, Feng Xiaotian concurred. If you give me 50 years, once I become a titled Douluo, can the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect still bully us? Humph. Hu Wu could not help but undermine Feng Xiaotian's confidence. You possess this talent yet fail to cherish it, neglecting proper cultivation in favor of creating your own soul skills. At this rate, even if you wait 100 years, you might not become a titled Douluo. Do not say that, Hu Wu. I am close to successfully creating my own soul skill. I will show you when it is complete, Feng Xiaotian replied with a wry smile. Outside the city, the sky rumbled with thunder, and a colossal dragon, coiled with blue lightning, descended slowly from the storm clouds. The might of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect was truly unparalleled, as the sole power of a titled Douluo dominated the scene, causing the residents of Yuan Sucheng to wear grim expressions as they gazed upon the massive dragon. At the forefront of the dragon stood an elderly man who leaped down as the dragon landed. The dragon's form shifted from solid to ethereal before vanishing entirely. The old man approached the gathered members of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, declaring, all descendants of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, please rise. I have come to Yuan Sucheng. This old man was none other than the renowned Lei Ting Douluo, Yu Yunjin. Yu Yunjin exuded his overwhelming presence and then turned to the people of the Lan Dianba Wang Long sect, saying, What? Do the people of Yuan Sucheng not welcome me, Yu Yunjin? At that moment, Feng Yuqian, Shui Ningbing, and Huo Lian, the heads of the 3 families, stepped forward, stating, on behalf of the 3 families, we welcome your esteemed presence, sect leader Yu Yunjin. Yu Yunjin smirked coldly, unleashing the oppressive might of a titled Douluo upon the 3 of them. As the 3 felt the overwhelming pressure of Yu Yunjin's formidable lightning soul power, their faces turned pale in an instant. Unable to withstand it, they found themselves utterly subdued by the sheer force of his soul power. The pressure arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yu Yunjin chuckled heartily and remarked, Isn't our element city commonly referred to as the 4-element city? Our clans of thunder, wind, water, and fire should be as close as kin. I am one of the masters of this element city, not a guest, so there is no need for such formality. Feng Yuqian, Shui Ningbing, and Huo Wushuang listened as Yu Yunjin continued. Let us proceed to the element square. Today, I intend to summon our 4 clans to announce a significant matter. Yu Yunjin's words commanded unquestionable authority. His intentions were as transparent as Sima Zhao's heart. His goal was to assimilate the 3 element clans. Without the assistance of the Time and Space Hall, the element clans would likely have no choice but to succumb to Yu Engine's tyranny. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo Chenshin, who had long awaited outside Element City, had originally planned to ambush Zhu Douluo and Gu Douluo on their way from the Wuhuan Temple to Element City. Based on their deductions, if the Wuhuan Temple were to intervene in the internal affairs of Element City, the most likely candidates to be dispatched would be Zhu Douluo and Gu Douluo. Although these two titled Douluos possessed high ranks, their strength was not particularly formidable, especially since Zhu Douluo was restrained by Jian Douluo. With Ning Fengji supporting Jian Douluo, they could compel these two titled Douluos to retreat gracefully. At that moment, an intelligence officer from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School approached Ning Fengji and reported, "I bring news from the Wuhuan Temple, Lord Ning Fengji. The Pope has declined a request from Element City and has not sent anyone here." This revelation left Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji perplexed. According to Ning Fengji's reasoning, having invested so much effort into Element City without any gain, the Wuhuan Temple would not allow the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan to reap the rewards. Exchanging glances, Ning Fengji remarked, "The journey from the Wuhuan Temple to Element City spans several days. Even if Bibi Dong wishes to return and send someone, time is no longer on our side. There is no need for us to linger here. Let us head to Element City and observe how the old Dragon King tames the three element clans. In my understanding, the three element clans are like wild stallions, not easily tamed. The old Dragon King will face considerable difficulty in subduing them," Chenshin added. Once it was confirmed that the Wuhuan Temple had sent no one, the two from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School chose not to remain at their post, but instead made their way toward Element City. "Brother Shun." Indeed, as Shun Chongqing walked along the road, he greeted familiar faces with nods and gestures. Yet regardless of who it was, every countenance bore a lack of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinMoc, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily responsible for eliminating demons and strange creatures. Naturally, they also engaged in various other undertakings. It could be said that every individual within the JinMoc had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they grow indifferent to many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Chongqing found it difficult to adapt, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. The JinMoc was vast, and those who remained were either powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become strong. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. Within the JinMoc, there were two primary roles, the Jinsho Shi and the Chimo Shi. Every individual who joined the JinMoc began as a Chimo Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Jinsho Shi. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a novice Chimo Shi, the lowest tier among them. Possessing the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinMoc. It did not take long for Shun Chongqing to pause before a particular pavilion. Unlike other areas of the JinMoc, which were filled with an atmosphere of grim determination, this pavilion stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. At that moment, the pavilion's doors were wide open, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Chongqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively but quickly relax. The bloody scent clinging to each member of the JinMoc was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. The four-element square, which should have been referred to as the three-element square in the past, had gathered the clans of thunder, wind, water, and fire. The distinctions between the wind, water, and fire clans and the thunder clan were clear-cut. Yu Engine stood opposite the representatives of the three-element clans, accompanied by numerous elders from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The foundation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan extended far beyond just Yu Engine as a title Douluo, for elders at the Soul Douluo level had also arrived. These were not ordinary Soul Douluos. They possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's martial spirit, and in terms of soul power, they were comparable to the heads of the three element clans, yet their strength surpassed that of the element clan leaders. Not to mention Yu Engine, a title Douluo. When we speak of the friendship among our four element clans, we must trace back to the time we resisted the Wuhuan Temple together. Yu Engine began, raising his glass and reminiscing about the past. After expressing a series of pleasantries, he conveyed the essence of his message. The four element clans had united against the threat posed by the Wuhuan Temple. As he reached the crux of his address, Yu Yuanjin stated, "Though the Wuhuan Temple has departed, they still covet Element City. My esteemed clan leaders, it is only through tighter unity that we can deter the Wuhuan Temple from casting its eyes upon us. Your Majesty, what do you propose as a means for us to forge this tighter unity?" Feng Yuqian inquired. Yu Yuanjin responded, "We four clans should merge as one, jointly governing the authority of Element City. The Thunder Clan, being the strongest, shall take the lead, and we shall shoulder greater responsibilities." I understand your implication. You wish for our three clans to become subservient to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, do you not? Feng Yuqian remarked. Yu Yuanjin's wine glass shattered. And Yu Lumian stated, "Clan leader Feng, some truths, once spoken, cannot be taken lightly. Indeed, I harbor such intentions. If your three clans submit to my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, we shall provide you protection. What say you? Your Majesty, what if we refuse?" Feng Yuqian asked. "Then I shall have reason to suspect that those unwilling have already turned to the Wuhuan Temple," Yu Yuanjin replied. "Our four element clans have a history of standing against the Wuhuan Temple and have established a treaty of mutual support. Any clan that turns to the Wuhuan Temple shall be deemed an enemy by the other three. I, Yu Yuanjin, shall certainly not turn to the Wuhuan Temple," he declared, grasping an iron pillar and twisting it with force until it was contorted into a helix. "Whoever joins the Wuhuan Temple, I shall annihilate." Feng Yuqian replied, "Your Majesty, I cannot agree to your proposal. Our three clans do not wish to become vassals of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yet we shall not join the Wuhuan Temple either. Your words carry little weight. You only represent the opinion of the Feng clan. What say the Shui and Hua clans?" Shui Ningbing interjected, "We three clans are united as one, sharing the same roots. Clan leader Feng's attitude reflects that of my Shui clan, and the same goes for my Hua clan," Hua Lian added. Yu Yuanjin let out a cold laugh. He had already learned from Yu Lumian that the Elemental Three families had threatened to join the Wuhuan Palace in exchange for their allegiance to the JinBao glazed sect. The three families dared to reject him, believing their trump card lay with the Wuhuan Palace. Little did they know that the JinBao glazed sect had set an ambush on the only route to Element City that the Wuhuan Palace would take. Even if the Wuhuan Palace sent Zhu Gue Douluo, they would return empty-handed. Yu Yuanjin struck the stone table with his hand, causing it to shatter into pieces. He declared, "Thus, I have ample reason to believe that your three families have already aligned with the Wuhuan Palace. Once we, the four elemental families, stood united, whoever joins the Wuhuan Palace shall no longer be one of us. I can state bluntly that you three families have but two choices. Either join my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, or I shall annihilate all of you." At this juncture, Yu Yuanjin had laid his cards on the table, asserting his intention to destroy the Elemental Three families, a feat within the capabilities of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, what Yu Yuanjin sought was their submission. After uttering these words, he cast a deep gaze at the heads of the three families and stated, "I grant you another opportunity. At this moment, if the time and space hall remain silent, it would be rather unacceptable." "Ha! Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, how audacious!" A voice of laughter rang out from behind the Elemental Three families, and Hua Chong emerged from the crowd. Yu Yuanjin immediately turned his attention to her. She possessed waist-length black hair and rose-colored pupils, her stunning face adorned with a mischievous smile, arms crossed over her chest, as she observed Yu Yuanjin with amusement. Although he had not seen her before, Yu Yuanjin sensed a slight fluctuation of soul power emanating from Hua Chong. She was a titled Douluo. Was this the reason the Elemental Three families dared to defy him? Hua Chong looked at Yu Yuanjin and said, "Lord Yu Yuanjin, you claim you will destroy anyone who joins the Wuhuan Palace. If you are truly formidable, why not eliminate the Wuhuan Palace itself?" Yu Yuanjin's face turned awkwardly embarrassed. As a 95-level Super Douluo, if he could truly annihilate the Wuhuan Palace, why would he be here contending over the trifles of Element City? Who dares to offend the Lord of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Before Yu Yuanjin could respond, a junior of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, at least in his 50s, could no longer contain himself and stepped toward Hua Chong. His hand transformed into a dragon claw as he reached for her. But Yu Yuanjin refrained from intervening, curious to see Hua Chong's reaction. However, before the young man could take more than a few steps, thorny black roses erupted from the marble monument, ensnaring the young member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Realizing he was immobilized and that Hua Chong's strength far surpassed his own, the young man still arrogantly declared, The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect will not let anyone who dares to harm a direct descendant of our sect go unpunished. Before our wrath descends upon you, release me and vacate Element City. His words echoed Yu Yinjin's sentiments. He believed that even if the young man had offended her, she would merely administer a minor reprimand. I have grown up without anyone daring to speak to me in such a manner, Hua Chong scoffed coldly, striding directly up to the young soul master. With her delicate fingers, she caressed his chest, and then, with a swift motion, plunged her hand into his chest. In an instant, she extracted his still-beating heart, dripping with blood. Old Dragon King, your disciples have quite the temper. I shall use this heart to teach your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect a lesson today. Saying this, she crushed the young man's heart before Yu Yinjin's eyes. Brother Shun, As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he greeted familiar faces with a nod or a simple acknowledgement. Regardless of who they were, each person wore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything around them. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao division, an organization dedicated to maintaining stability in the Daqin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and bizarre creatures, though it also engaged in various other side endeavors. It could be said that each individual within the JinBao division was stained with blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it disconcerting, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either exceptionally powerful experts or those with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as a low-ranking exterminator, gradually rising through the ranks with the prospect of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's past self was merely an apprentice exterminator, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former self, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao division. Without much delay, Shun Changqing paused before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other somber places within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the pavilion stood open, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mixed with a faint hint of blood greeted him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine scent that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse completely, as the heart transformed into a pool of blood. Remnants of flesh fell from Hua Chong's hands onto the ground. Withdrawing the vines that had ensnared the young man, she watched as he collapsed, filled with terror and resentment. In that instant, the scene fell into a heavy silence. Yu Yinjin gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, his brow furrowing. The audacity of that direct descendant stemmed from the fact that their sect leader was present. Even the Pope of the Wuhuan Palace would have to show him some deference. Yet, he had not anticipated such a decisive act, one that tore away any pretense. An elder behind Yu Yinjin, witnessing his son perish at Hua Chong's hands, was consumed by rage and prepared to charge forward, only to be stopped by Yu Yinjin. "You're no match for her. Allow me to handle this." Rising from his seat, Yu Yinjin fixed a piercing gaze upon Hua Chong and stated, "I do not recall the Wuhuan Palace possessing an individual of your caliber." In Hua Chong's hands appeared some resplendent black roses, which absorbed the blood and remnants from her hands. "You are correct in not recognizing me, for I am not a titled Douluo of the Wuhuan Palace." With that, Hua Chong produced a golden time and space order, declaring, "I'm a devotee of the time and space hall. Yesterday, the Elemental 3 families announced their allegiance to my time and space hall and entrusted Element City to us. Now, you have but one choice. Lead your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect members and gracefully vacate Element City." Hua Chong's words effectively solidified the relationship between the Elemental 3 families and the Time and Space Hall. Feng Yutian, Shui Ningbing, and Huo Lian exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. This was not what they had initially agreed upon. They had spoken of the Time and Space Hall helping them resolve the matter, after which they would join, but now Hua Chong was firmly asserting that the 3 families had indeed joined the Time and Space Hall. "I wish to know your answer." Yu Yinjin directed his gaze toward the 3 families of Feng, Hua, and Shui. The heads of the Feng, Hua, and Shui clans, upon witnessing the situation, could only brace themselves and say, "Indeed, Yu Yinjin, we have neither joined the Wuhuan Temple nor do we intend to ally with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Thus, We have chosen to join the Shirkong Temple. Very well. This is quite commendable, Yu Yuanjin retorted with a sardonic smile. You think that by not joining the Wuhuan Temple, I cannot deal with you? My people from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan shall not perish in vain. For those who have slain members of my clan, blood shall be repaid with blood. He glared at the corpses strewn across the ground, his fury palpable. The overwhelming presence of a 95th level super Douluo manifested as 9 distinct soul rings, yellow, purple, black, encircling him, as his arms, legs, and head transformed into that of a dragon. His clothing erupted, revealing magnificent wings. A resonant roar echoed throughout the Element City. Convey my orders. All members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Eliminate anyone associated with the Shirkong Temple. One by one, the Soul Masters of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan underwent dragon transformation, unleashing formidable power. The wrath of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus instilled immense pressure upon the Feng, Hua, and Shui clans. At this moment, Hua Chang approached Yu Yuanjin, and, as she advanced, black roses bloomed around her, entwined with shades of purple and red. Her extraordinary soul power and exceptional soul ring configuration left even the already transformed Yu Yuanjin in utter astonishment as a black garden spread across the arena. What a joke. The title of a Douluo cannot be insulted. I am merely educating your younger generation on the essence of etiquette. However, if the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan desires a confrontation, I, Hua Chang, am not one to shy away. Let us engage to the very end. Upon receiving the order, the Feng, Hua, and Shui clans resolved to confront the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan head-on. At this stage, they had already offended the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus and could only persist in their defiance. Reassured by the apparent superiority of Hua Chang's strength over Yu Yuanjin's, the two factions clashed fiercely in the Soul Master Plaza, where Hua Chang's domain, the Black Garden, functioned like a labyrinth of vegetation, continuously hindering the movements of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan's Soul Masters. Meanwhile, the Feng, Hua, and Shui clans, unaffected by the Black Garden's constraints, began to level the qualitative disparity with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Hua Chang engaged Yu Yuanjin in combat, who initially underestimated her, assuming she was merely an inexperienced girl newly entering the realm of titled Douluo. However, he soon realized that her martial soul quality was on par with his own. Her soul power level exceeded his, and her soul ring configuration surpassed his. In a clash of a 95th level against a 96th level, despite the advantage of dragon transformation, Yu Yuanjin found himself increasingly at a disadvantage against Hua Chang's relentless control and restrictions. The Thunder Dragons struggled within the confines of the Black Garden, furious lightning tearing through thorny vines. Yet, within Hua Chang's domain, the hellish roses proliferated endlessly, each time Yu Yuanjin tore a path through the plants. An overwhelming surge of thorny vines would encroach upon him. In a battle of control against brute force, one need not confront the latter directly, but rather focus on containment. Regardless of how formidable the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan's offensive might be, once ensnared within Hua Chang's rose-laden confines, escape proved arduous. As Yu Yuanjin's situation deteriorated, he recalled the assistance he had summoned, channeling his thoughts to assess the external circumstances. Where Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was en route with the sword Douluo Chen Xian. Hastily, he sent a message to Ning Fengji and Chen Xian. Upon entering Element City, the two initially intended to observe how Yu Yuanjin was faring in his recruitment efforts, but were soon met with the vibrations of two formidable titled Douluos engaging in battle. As they approached the city center, exchanging a knowing glance, they quickened their pace toward the plaza. On their way, both received Yu Yuanjin's call for help. Initially, they suspected a covert infiltration by the Wuhuan Temple, prompting them to hasten toward the plaza. However, upon arrival, they found themselves enveloped in a familiar domain, where black rose petals danced in the air. The Soul Masters of the Feng, Hua, and Shui clans had assembled, and although they were outnumbered compared to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, they leveraged the advantages of the domain to counter the latter's forces. The title Douluo battling Yu Yuanjin was not, as Ning Fengji and Chen Xian had presumed, a practitioner of the Wuhuan Temple. This posed a dilemma. Had it been a Wuhuan Temple Douluo, Ning Fengji would have unhesitatingly allied with Yu Yuanjin to compel their retreat. Yet now, one faction belonged to the Shirkong Temple, while the other was the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Both forces were ones Ning Fengji wished to court, aspiring to forge a coalition against the Wuhuan Temple. Brother Shun, indeed, Shun Chongqing, while traversing the path, would greet familiar faces with nods. Yet, on every countenance, there was an absence of surplus emotion, as if apathy reigned supreme. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and monsters, though it also engaged in various ancillary endeavors. It could be said that each individual within the JinBao bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many matters lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Chongqing found it disconcerting. Yet he ultimately acclimated to it. The JinBao was vast, and those who remained were either exceptionally skilled or possessed the potential to become so. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao is divided into two distinct roles, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu-Mo Shi. Every individual entering the JinBao commences as a Chu-Mo Shi, gradually rising through the ranks, with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a probationary Chu-Mo Shi, the lowest tier among them. Retaining memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao. Before long, he halted before a particular loft. Unlike the other somber locales within the JinBao, this loft stood out, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the surrounding bloodshed. The doors were wide open, with individuals sporadically entering and exiting. Shun Chongqing hesitated only momentarily before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint hint of blood enveloped him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, yet soon relaxed. The unmistakable scent of blood clung to every member of the JinBao, nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were to align with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, it would further antagonize the Shikong Temple. Conversely, if they sided with the Shikong Temple, the hard-won alliance with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan would shatter. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of deliberation, Ning Fengji made a decisive choice. He would intervene to mediate this conflict. Indeed, to Ning Fengji, this was a futile struggle. Prolonged conflict would only serve to deplete all potential forces capable of opposing the Wuhuan Temple, ultimately benefiting the Wuhuan Temple itself. Ning Fengji addressed the embroiled Hua Qiang and Yu Yuanjin, inquiring why their grievances necessitated a fight to the death. He implored them to set aside their animosities and transform their conflict into peace, requesting them to halt the ongoing strife for his sake. Little did he know that Yu Yuanjin and Hua Qiang were already consumed by rage, rendering them impervious to his plea for mediation. Ning Fengji, do not prattle nonsense. We are allies, and if you still acknowledge this alliance, then hasten to assist me. Yu Yuanjin retorted, his temper flaring. Ning Fengji, how much is your face worth? You, a mere troublemaker, seem to be everywhere. Do you not feel your presence is excessive? Hua Qiang remarked disdainfully, simultaneously striking Yu Yuanjin with her vine whip. Struck by her words, Ning Fengji found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly that detestable? Nevertheless, he did not forget his intentions. To unite the Shikong Dian and the Lan Dianbawang Longzong, he would endure. Consequently, he turned to Qinshin and stated, Sword Master, we must prevent this conflict. For regardless of the victor, the Wuhuan Dian shall ultimately benefit. Indeed, Qinshin nodded in agreement. Ning Fengji then summoned the support of the Qibao Liuli Ta, bestowing its enhancements upon Qinshin, empowering him to intervene in the quarrel. With Ning Fengji's assistance, Qinshin felt confident enough to confront even a 96-level Super Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring, as his involvement would prove decisive in the unfolding confrontation. As Qinshin prepared to intervene, a terrifying sword aura sliced through the air, halting both Fengji and Qinshin in their tracks. The sword energy carved a deep chasm between them and the battlefield, lingering ominously in the air. Following the source of this formidable energy, they beheld a woman with an icy visage and flowing blue hair, from whose fingertips the lethal sword energy emanated. Even Qinshin, a titled Douluo adept in swordplay, felt a shiver of trepidation from the power she exuded. After cleaving through the air, she and Zhongdao approached Ning Fengji and Qinshin, standing resolutely before the chasm. And Zhongdao coldly declared, Zhongju Ning, this matter concerns our Shikong Dian and Lan Dianbawang Longzong. Should you dare to cross this line, you shall declare the Qibao Liuli Zong as our enemy. The terrifying sword energy continued to hover ominously in the air. observing Qinxin's apprehension towards JinBao and Fengzhi, despite his lack of understanding of swordsmanship, recalled Qinxin's past training, where he had gathered sword energy upon the blade of the Qibao Liuli zone, a testament to its heritage. The sword energy he summoned paled in comparison to that which JinBao had effortlessly unleashed. Fengzhi, recognizing the futility of crossing that chasm, smiled wryly and said, "Esteemed ones, Fengzhi, do not seek to oppose your Shikongdian. My intention is to facilitate a dialogue between both parties, to transform conflict into peace. Whether we reconcile with the Lan Dianbawang Long Zone is no concern of yours, Fengzhi. If you do not cross this line today, we may still have something to discuss. Should you choose to cross it, however, there will be nothing left to discuss." With that statement, Fengzhi felt he had exhausted his arguments. He understood full well that the strength of the Shikongdian surpassed that of the waning Lan Dianbawang Long Zone, and thus, to provoke the Shikongdian would be ill-advised. He refrained from crossing the line, and witnessing this, Yu Yuanjin nearly spat blood in frustration. In the midst of this distraction, the vines wrapped around the Lan Dianbawang Long Zone like a constrictor, tightening their grip and piercing through their defenses, dragging the mighty dragon down from the skies. Yu Yuanjin struggled to break free, but the more he resisted, the tighter the grip became. Zongzhu. The Lan Dianbawang Long Zone disciples watched in despair as Yu Yuanjin's spirits plummeted. Feng Yutian seized the opportunity to capture Yu Luomian, while Huolian and Shui Ningbing apprehended another elder. The remaining disciples found themselves ensnared by thorns or subdued by the forces of the three clans. Seeing this unfold, Yu Yuanjin felt his heart sink, casting a profound glance at Huaqiang and conceding, "I acknowledge defeat. The Feng, Hua, and Shui clans belong to your Shikongdian now. Do you believe that will suffice?" Huaqiang replied, her grip tightening. "The list I provided you is far from exhaustive, with the three elemental clans joining the Shikongdian. All their assets shall be inherited by us. In Yuan Shicheng, they are masters, while your Lan Dianbawang Long Zone will be mere guests. Now that we have claimed Yuan Shicheng, the Shikongdian reigns here, and you are unwelcome. Therefore, the Lan Dianbawang Long Zone must promptly vacate Yuan Shicheng. Do not push your luck. The Lan Dianbawang Long Zone has operated here for years, with our industries and academies established. We have already agreed to cede the Feng, Hua, and Shui clans to you. Is that not enough?" Yu Yuanjin retorted, his fury boiling over. "Excessive?" Huaqiang responded with a playful demeanor. "The vanquished have no right to negotiate conditions. Do you wish to witness your flourishing youth wither away? Withering youth?" Yu Yuanjin stared blankly at Huaqiang before he grasped the implications of her words. Thorny vines surged toward the younger generation of the Lan Dianbawang Long Zone, enveloping them until no trace remained. Soon after, the ground was littered with lifeless bones, the fresh blood of the Lan Dianbawang Long Zone. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Yuanjin's heart shattered. "I promise you, the Lan Dianbawang Long Zone shall relinquish all claims to Yuan Shicheng. We will withdraw." Shen Xiong, Shen Changqing, while walking, exchanged nods with familiar faces, yet each bore a stoic expression, devoid of any excess emotion, as if indifferent to everything. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this. For this was the Zhenma Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and other aberrations, though it had other subsidiary roles. It could be said that every individual within the Zhenma Si bore the weight of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Changqing found it disconcerting, yet over time, he adapted. The Zhenma Si was vast, and those who remained were powerful experts or those with the potential to become formidable. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter group. The Zhenma Si comprised two primary roles, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chuma Shi. Every individual entering the Zhenma Si began as a Chuma Shi, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Zhenshou Shi. Shen Changqing's past self had been a probationary Chuma Shi, the lowest tier among them. Retaining the memories of his former life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the Zhenma Si. Without taking too long, Shen Changqing came to a halt before a certain loft. Unlike other grim locations within the Zhenmo Si, this loft appeared to stand out distinctly, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the blood-soaked environment of the Zhenmo Si. At this moment, the large door of the loft was ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated for just a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, yet they soon relaxed. The sanguine aroma that clung to each member of the JinBao was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Facing the daunting challenge of the 189th Sword Douluo, Yu Yuanjin wore a grim expression as he made his decision. Passing by Ning Fengji, he scoffed and declared, "Lord Ning Fengji, our alliance is hereby dissolved." Without allowing Ning Fengji any opportunity for explanation, Yu Yuanjin departed with his entourage. It seemed that their passive stance towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had incited Yu Yuanjin's ire, leading to the termination of their pact. Ning Fengji grasped the situation and felt a pang of regret, yet he remained resigned. He turned to Qin Kai and said, "Sword Uncle, we must take our leave." However, Qin Kai shook his head and replied, "Master, do you know? Among the sword masters I am aware of in this world, only the Spirit Hall has one of note. Now that I have encountered another, my sword can no longer remain sheathed. You wish to challenge her?" Ning Fengji gazed at Qin Kai in shock. Qin Kai nodded, explaining that he had held back previously to avoid conflict between their sect and the Time and Space Hall, but that restraint had now reached its limit. "You are not her match," Ning Fengji cautioned. "Would it not be wiser to return when you are stronger?" "No, Master," Qin Kai insisted. "To not challenge a sword master such as her would be my regret." Qin Kai's resolution was unyielding, and Ning Fengji could do nothing but allow him to pursue the challenge while he remained behind, eager to witness her prowess. As the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect retreated and Yu Yuanjin was defeated by Hua Chong, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was forced back by their leader, JinBao. The Elemental Three clans found themselves with no room to maneuver and had no choice but to bow in submission, officially joining the Time and Space Hall. In response, JinBao granted the Elemental Three clans considerable autonomy, allowing them to continue governing the city. After resolving matters with the Elemental Three clans, Qian Rinxue and JinBao were preparing to depart when Qin Kai intercepted them. "Do you have any further business, Sword Douluo?" Qian Rinxue inquired. Qin Kai's gaze shifted past Qian Rinxue to JinBao, stating, "With such formidable sword intent, you must be a master of the sword." "I am JinBao, the Sword Saint." JinBao replied with calmness. The mere title of Sword Saint was telling, and Ning Fengji observed the interaction between Qin Kai and JinBao. Realizing the significance of the moment, a Sword Douluo and a Sword Saint Douluo were indeed engaged in a profound discussion. Qin Kai declared, "I wish to challenge you. Reveal your martial soul." With that, he summoned the Seven Killing Sword, its tip directed at JinBao. "You seek to challenge me?" JinBao questioned. "Are you not aware that you are not my opponent? To challenge me would be tantamount to courting death." Qin Kai boldly responded, "I may not be your equal, but I wish to discern the gap between us. Reveal your martial soul." JinBao gestured for Qian Rinxue and Hua Chong to step back, while Qin Kai asked Ning Fengji to distance himself, clearing a substantial area between them. The Sword Douluo's sword intent surged forth, reaching a pinnacle as the aura of a 96th level Super Douluo enveloped the space, with 9 soul rings cascading down like a waterfall. JinBao, however, did not summon her martial soul like Qin Kai. Her dark golden eyes remained fixed on him, unfazed by his imposing presence. "Will you not summon your martial soul?" Qin Kai inquired. "Just come at me," JinBao replied. Without further ado, Qin Kai unleashed his 5th soul skill, Weijinba Fong. The 7 killing sword slicing through the air with overwhelming sword energy aimed at JinBao. As the sword energy surged toward her, JinBao's attire fluttered in the wind. Ning Fengji's gaze remained on JinBao, who still had not summoned her martial soul. Instead, she retrieved a small knife from her sleeve. As the 7 killing sword approached, JinBao effortlessly countered it with the small knife. The sword technique was dispelled, and the surrounding sword energy dissipated. Qin Kai, bloodshot eyes fixed on the ordinary knife that had thwarted his legendary sword, felt a surge of indignation. "Is this your martial soul? A mere ordinary knife? What does this mean? Is this how you treat our sacred duel as swordsmen?" His fury ignited. Qin Kai perceived this as a blatant humiliation. Here he stood, a renowned Sword Douluo, yet his opponent employed a knife that barely qualified as a martial soul to counter his might. "No, I intend no humiliation," JinBao replied. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? One must wield the appropriate weapon for the opponent. At present, you are unworthy of my sword." Her words were devoid of scorn or condescension, delivered with a calmness that belied their weight. Yet, this very demeanor provoked Qin Kai's ire. "Are you insinuating that I am only worthy of this small knife?" JinBao shook her head. "This is the smallest blade I possess." Qin Kai, with his emotions stirred. Fixed his gaze on Zhongdao. I respect you as an extraordinary swordmaster. If I am deemed unworthy of even a small knife in your eyes, then today, I shall compel you to reveal your martial soul. With that, Chen Kai unleashed a ferocious onslaught, employing the 7-killing avatar, 7-killing domain, 10,000 swords returning to one, and a mountain-filling, sea-dragging god and demon dual slash. He laid bare all his hidden cards, pushing the 7-killing sword martial soul to its utmost limits, saturating the area with his sword energy. Yet, every attack from Chen Kai was effortlessly neutralized by Zhongdao as small knife. Witnessing even his last resort being countered, Chen Kai felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet he pressed on, determined to force Zhongdao to utilize her martial soul's abilities. As Chen Kai's relentless assault intensified, he became oblivious to his own defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Zhongdao hurled her knife, slicing through Chen Kai's sword energy barrier and plunging into his abdomen, emerging from his back. In an instant, blood stained Chen Kai's white robe as he plummeted to the ground. Sword Uncle. Ning Fengji hastily summoned the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, seeking to heal Chen Kai's wounds. Stop, master. I am unscathed. I wish to bear this wound upon my chest. Shun Changqing, while walking along the path, encountered familiar faces, exchanging greetings or nods. Yet, regardless of who it was, each individual wore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this, because this is the JinBao Sea, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Daqin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and supernatural beings, alongside a few other ancillary duties. It can be said that every individual within the JinBao Sea bears the stain of blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found himself somewhat disoriented, yet with the passage of time, he adjusted. The JinBao Sea is vast. Those who remain within its ranks are either formidable masters or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter category. The JinBao Sea is divided into 2 professions, the Jinshou Shi and the Chimo Shi. Every newcomer begins as a Chimo Shi at the lowest level, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chimo Shi, the most junior of its kind. Possessing the memories of his former self, he is well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao Sea. It did not take long before Shun Changqing halted before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the JinBao Sea, this pavilion seemed to stand out, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The door of the pavilion stood ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated for but a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint metallic scent assaulted his senses, causing him to momentarily furrow his brow, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine scent clinging to every individual of the JinBao Sea is nearly impossible to cleanse. Upon hearing Qinshin's words, Ning Fengji felt somewhat reassured. Having just witnessed Zhongdao's dagger pierce the heart of Qinshin's confidant, a sight that had nearly lodged in his throat. Zhongdao's prowess truly astounded Ning Fengji. Yet he was ultimately not one of their own. Qinshin, however, was a pillar of the JinBao Liuli zone. If she were to fall, what fate would await the sect? Qinshin used her soul power to staunch the wound and regarded Zhongdao, saying, "Your blade was mere inches from my heart. A slight advance, and I would have met my demise at your hands. With your exceptional swordsmanship, I trust you would not commit such a trivial error. You still have room for growth. Return to challenge me when you have become stronger." And Zhongdao replied. Qinshin understood Zhongdao's reasoning. He had not spared her out of mercy, but rather because her strength had yet to reach its zenith. Yet, contemplating her current strength, she felt trapped at the bottleneck of level 96, believing she would remain stagnant. However, she now felt a renewed confidence in her potential for advancement. "I shall remember this scar upon my chest. In the future, I will compel you to unleash your martial spirit against me." With that, Qinshin and Ning Fengji departed. Ning Fengji remarked, "Who could have imagined the sword, Saint Douluo's strength, to be so formidable?" Qinshin replied, "I am uncertain. A person capable of slaying me with a mere dagger, without employing soul skills, must have reached an extraordinary level. That level? Indeed, the pinnacle." Qinshin affirmed. "The pinnacle?" Ning Fengji's eyes lit up. In the past, It was an extreme Douluo from the Haotianzong who stood against the Wuhuan Temple, maintaining a semblance of balance across the continent. However, following Tang Chen's disappearance, the Haotianzong became increasingly vulnerable, and the Wuhuan Temple, wary of them, began to probe their weaknesses. Ultimately, after the incident involving the soul beasts, the Haotianzong's facade of strength was revealed. They expelled Tang Hao from a sect, abandoned their affiliated 4 great clans, and retreated into seclusion. With the Haotianzong's decline, the Wuhuan Temple's ambitions grew ever bolder, and Ningfengji could sense their forthcoming plan to absorb the various factions of the continent, unifying the Douluo continent under their banner. Meanwhile, the JinBao Liulizong, forced into a position of dominance, found itself treading on thin ice. Ningfengji constantly pondered strategies to counter the Wuhuan Temple's advances. The emergence of the Shikong Dian seemed to align perfectly with his aspirations. With their extreme combat prowess, the Shikong Dian, when elevated to the position of the foremost sect, would inevitably become a significant obstacle to the Wuhuan Temple's ambitions of conquest. Regrettably, it appeared that he had not aligned himself properly. The relationship between the Shikong Dian, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the Haotianzong was far from amicable. When the Shikong Dian pursued Tang Hao, Ningfengji intervened. Like when they aimed to target the Li family, he stepped in again. This time, as the Shikong Dian sought to seize Element City, he sided with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Although there had been no substantial friction between the JinBao Liulizong and the Shikong Dian, these incidents likely left a negative impression on the latter. He needed to devise a way to ease the tensions between his faction and the Shikong Dian, while also alleviating the discord with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Haotianzong. Eventually, he envisioned establishing an alliance centered around the 2 great empires. The 3 leading sects and the Shikong Dian united against the Wuhuan Temple and its minions. Meanwhile, as Ningfengji dreamt of encircling the Wuhuan Temple, a colossal sect fortress was steadily taking shape within the Sunset Forest. The Yu family was undeniably a master of architecture, as the stronghold of the Shikong Dian was completed in nearly half a year, just in time for the formal commencement of their sect's establishment. Bibi Dong perused the invitation from the Shikong Dian for quite some time, well aware that Qian Rinxue was orchestrating plans within the Tiando Empire to establish a sect and become a pawn among the various powers of the continent. However, throughout this process, she had not received any assistance from the Wuhuan Temple. The Rose Douluo, the Nightmare Douluo, and that Sword Saint Douluo, who had effortlessly defeated Qinshin without even summoning his martial spirit. Who were they? Where had Schwerer sourced these formidable individuals? Bibi Dong felt perplexed and decided it was best to meet them in person. Ningfengji received an invitation to the Shikong Dian's founding ceremony, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. The Nightmare Douluo, the Rose Douluo, and the Sword Saint Douluo, 2 super Douluos and 1 suspected extreme Douluo within the Shikong Dian. Such a force would be better befriended than antagonized. He resolved to personally attend the ceremony. Meanwhile, Yu Yuanjin, recently returned from a defeat at Element City, was seething with anger upon seeing the Shikong Dian's invitation, nearly tearing it apart. Fortunately, Yu Lumian, being more level-headed, interjected, "Brother, we may have failed in our endeavors at Element City, but we cannot afford to offend the Shikong Dian entirely. If we do, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect will face dire consequences." Yu Yuanjin replied, "I understand this logic, yet I cannot swallow my pride. How about this, brother? You can represent me at the Shikong Dian's founding ceremony." "Very well, brother," Yu Lumian said. Meanwhile, the 2 great empires received invitations to the inauguration ceremony. The Emperor of the Snowy Night, having experienced a decline in health over the years and plagued by serious illness, was unable to travel far, thus delegating many ceremonial duties to Xue Qinghe. In contrast, Dai Tianfeng, possessing the strength of a title de law, bore no such concerns. Upon accepting the invitation, he recalled that the force behind the Gongxin City Chamber of Commerce was none other than the Time-Space Palace, which was suspected to possess advanced soul-guiding technology. This alone warranted Dai Tianfeng's personal involvement. He turned to Davis beside him and said, "Davis, accompany me on this journey. It will be a valuable opportunity for you to experience the world." "Yes, father," Davis replied, secretly delighted. Although he had allowed his foolish brother Dai Mubai to escape, the fact that his father was attending the Time-Space Palace's invitation ceremony signified that he was beginning to value him. As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he greeted familiar faces with nods and brief salutations. Yet, Regardless of who it was, a veil of indifference cloaked their expressions, as if they were detached from all that transpired around them. Shen Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with eliminating demons and monsters, alongside various auxiliary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, a certain emotional detachment ensues. Initially, Shen Changqing struggled to adapt to this world, but over time, he found his footing. The JinBao division was expansive, and those who remained there were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two occupations, the Guardian and the Demon Slayer. Every newcomer began as a low-ranking Demon Slayer, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. In his past life, Shen Changqing was merely a trainee Demon Slayer, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former self, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao division. Before long, Shen Changqing halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, presenting a tranquil contrast amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. With only a moment's hesitation, Shen Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood enveloped him, causing him to furrow his brow instinctively, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine aroma clung to everyone in the JinBao division, nearly impossible to wash away. The inauguration ceremony of the Time-Space Palace was held within a towering castle nestled in the Sunset Forest. At this moment, the world learned its name, Time-Space Palace. Notable figures from various nations, including those from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the two great empires, gathered for this grand event. Ning Fengji arrived alongside Bon Douluo Gu Rong, greeting the Time-Space Palace with a warm welcome. "Your presence adds luster to our gathering," he stated. Ning Fengji responded, "We cannot decline an invitation from the host. Moreover, we hope to establish a cordial relationship with your sect." Shortly thereafter, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect dispatched an envoy, not their sect master, but rather the sect master's brother, Yulumian. Despite some conflicts with the Time-Space Palace, they sought to avoid severe repercussions. As Yuanjin symbolized the sect's strength while Yulumian represented their dignity. Although the sect master did not attend, Yulumian maintained the proper decorum, leaving no room for criticism. Following this, Dai Tianfeng and Davis arrived. "I am here as the royal representative of the Xingluo Empire," Dai Tianfeng declared, his golden hair and robust physique marking him as a titled Douluo of the 92nd rank. Qian Renxue received the invitation and replied, "On behalf of the Time-Space Palace, I welcome your sect's arrival." As Dai Tianfeng nodded and prepared to enter, Davis followed closely, and upon catching sight of Qian Renxue, he was momentarily stunned. Due to the bond formed through their martial souls, he had rarely been captivated by other women, but upon seeing Qian Renxue, he swore he had fallen for her. Her beauty transcended the constraints of his martial soul, igniting a desire within him. "What troubles you?" Qian Renxue inquired with a smile. Flushing, Davis quickly shook his head, stammering, "And nothing." Having been betrothed to Zhu Zhuqing since childhood and immersed in cultivation and state affairs, his romantic experience was nearly non-existent. He found himself enamored with the young master of the Time-Space Palace, but was at a loss for how to express it. "Come along," Dai Tianfeng chided. "Yes, father." Davis reluctantly tore his gaze away and returned to his father's side. Dai Tianfeng's lips moved, and in a low tone, he asked, "Do you have feelings for her?" Davis hesitated briefly before nodding. "You are a prince of the Xingluo Empire. Your empress should be from the Zhu family of Xingluo, not someone else. The Xingluo Empire can have only one empress. The rest are concubines. Do you believe a woman like her, who has risen to become the young master of the Time-Space Palace, would be willing to be your concubine?" Dai Tianfeng cautioned. "So abandon any fantasies that should never have existed." Davis, disheartened, nodded in agreement. Xue Qinghe alighted from his carriage and approached Qian Renxue, expressing regret. "I apologize that my father is too ill to travel and can only be represented by me, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, at this grand event." "It is quite all right," Qian Renxue replied. "We understand the situation of the Tiando Emperor and can empathize with his absence." "Thank you for your understanding," Xue Qinghe responded. "If possible, may I extend an invitation for you to visit the Tiando Empire after the ceremony concludes? As the crown prince of the Tiando Empire invites me, how could I refuse?" Qian Rinxue smiled. 3 luxurious carriages halted outside the Time-Space Palace, arriving from the Wuhuan Hall. The coachman opened the door, and 3 figures emerged. Pope Bibi Dong and the 2 Douluos, Douluo and Douluo. Upon seeing Qian Rinxue and Xue Qinghe together, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Douluo and Douluo exchanged perplexed glances. They were well aware of the Tiando coup plan. By this stage, the true crown prince, Xue Qinghe, had long been replaced by Qian Rinxue, who was now the young master of the Time-Space Palace. Who then was this Xue Qinghe? The unusual expressions on their faces quickly faded as Qian Rinxue and Xue Qinghe stepped forward to greet Bibi Dong. "We welcome your excellency, the Pope." Bibi Dong nodded, casting an inquisitive glance at Qian Rinxue and Xue Qinghe, stating, "The Time-Space Palace is said to be a hidden sect with a strength surpassing that of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the current #1 sect in the world. Allow me to witness it firsthand." Inside the Hall of Time and Space, 3 trading tables are centrally positioned, flanked by 2 rows of additional trading tables on either side. The left side is designated for invited guests, while the right side is reserved for the esteemed elders of the hall. As the attendees arrive, Bibi Dong occupies the foremost seat at the left trading table, followed by Douluo, Douluo, by Douluo Dai Tianfeng, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school Ning Fengji, Douluo Gurong, the representative of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School Luo Mian, the Star Luo Prince Davis, and the Heaven Do Prince Xue Qinghe. The right side is led by a shadowy elder with green hair, clad in a black robe, Douluo Gubo. Following him is Xue, who takes her place, accompanied by various Soul Douluo and representatives from the 3 major single attribute families and the 3-element family. The seating arrangement immediately makes it clear that they are all individuals who have joined the Hall of Time and Space. Douluo gazes at Gubo and remarks, "Who would have thought that the solitary figure you have always been, who swore never to join any faction, would find himself here today?" "Humph," retorts Douluo, "that is not what I meant. I vowed never to join your spirit hall. Do not misinterpret my intentions." Douluo remains silent, inwardly mocking the foolish Gubo, pondering how he would react if he knew that this sect was founded by Qian Rinxue, the young master of the Elder Hall of Spirit Hall. Gubo's joining of the Spirit Hall has drawn the attention of various factions. Both empires are eager to invite him to their ranks, yet they have all failed. Particularly, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, whose leader Luo Mian's countenance darkened significantly upon learning of Gubo's affiliation with the Hall of Time and Space. The sect's external expansion plans aimed at swallowing Element City to enhance their influence, while simultaneously hoping to have Tianheng pursue Du Guyan to entice Gubo into their fold. However, the presence of the Hall of Time and Space has completely thwarted the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School's ambitions. "Brother Shun." Shen Chongqing greets familiar faces as he walks along, exchanging nods or brief salutations. Yet, regardless of who they are, every individual wears an expression devoid of excessive emotion, as if indifferent to everything. Shen Chongqing has grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this is the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and monsters, alongside other auxiliary duties. It can be said that every member of the Demon Suppression Division bears the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Chongqing felt a degree of discomfort, but over time he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division is vast, and those who remain are formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become powerful. Shen Chongqing falls into the latter category. The division is divided into 2 roles, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Every newcomer to the Demon Suppression Division starts as a low-ranking Chu Mo Shi, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of becoming a Zhenshou Shi. In his previous life, Shen Chongqing was merely an apprentice Chu Mo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his former self, he is quite familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It does not take long for him to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the division, this pavilion stands out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the chaos. The doors are ajar, with people occasionally entering and exiting. Shen Chongqing hesitates briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifts dramatically. A mingling of ink fragrance with a faint scent of blood assaults his senses, causing him to momentarily furrow his brow before relaxing once more. The sanguine odor that clings to every member of the Demon Suppression Division is nearly impossible to wash away. Thinking of the strength of the Hall of Time and Space, Douluo Mian can only endure his discomfort. The MC steps forward and announces, "The Hall of Time and Space's master and JinBao and the two esteemed elders have arrived." At one entrance of the Grand Hall, Hua Chong and JinBao and Meng Ling Xian enter, with Hua Chong and Meng Ling Xian taking seats on either side, while JinBao occupies the central position. And JinBao's soul power is restrained, rendering it difficult to gauge his true depth, unlike Hua Chong and Meng Ling Xian, whose impressive ranks as a title Douluo of level 96 and a title Douluo of level 97, respectively, command respect and caution from the various factions present. This trepidation extends beyond the two super Douluo of the Hall of Time and Space. It also encompasses the enigmatic JinBao. It is inconceivable that JinBao, seated as the master, would possess lesser strength than the two esteemed elders, especially considering he has previously defeated the renowned Sword Douluo Chunxian without summoning his martial soul, a feat that instills profound apprehension. Thank you to the factions from across the continent for gracing us with your presence today. The Hall of Time and Space is a hidden sect, and its emergence in the secular world necessitates the support of friends. Your attendance today signifies your friendship with me, and JinBao, he proclaims, lifting a cup of wine. The attendees raise their cups in unison and drink deeply. Hope Bai Dong narrows her eyes as she observes JinBao. Unlike others, she has faced Limit Douluo and senses the aura of one in JinBao. She wonders where Shui Air has found such formidable allies. Bai Dong casts a probing gaze at Qianren Shui, who returns a reassuring look, suggesting her to set aside her doubts for the time being. Nevertheless, Bai Dong is determined to assist Qianren Shui's endeavors. Rising to her feet, Bai Dong declares, "The Spirit Hall welcomes the Hall of Time and Space. In honor of this occasion, we have prepared a modest gift for you." With that, a cardinal in red enters the Grand Hall, carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. "Disciple, present it," and JinBao instructs Qianren Shui. "Yes, master," she replies, approaching the cardinal to receive the tray before bringing it before JinBao. "Disciple?" Bai Dong observes the interaction between JinBao and Qianren Shui, pondering the necessity of a thorough inquiry with Shui Air later. And JinBao unveils the red cloth to reveal a token. Prominent figures such as Ning Fengji and Douluo Mian are momentarily taken aback upon seeing it. This is the Pope's decree, and JinBao examines the decree. And those with keen eyesight notice its unusual features. The previous Pope's decree bore a symbol and 5 martial souls, representing the Pope's crown, Judo Luo's golden flower, Gue Douluo's spectral flower, Yi Yuanjin's blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, Chunxian's 7-killing sword martial soul, and Tang Hao's Haotian hammer martial soul. However, this decree has undergone a transformation, as the Haotian hammer martial soul's emblem has been replaced by that of the Hell Rose. BB Dong remarked, "The positions of the top 3 sects remain unchanged. Our proposal from the Wuhuan Temple is to remove Haotian sect from this esteemed position and allow the Shikong Temple to take its place. The old papal decree will be entirely replaced by the new papal decree. Those who hold this new decree will enjoy papal-level privileges within the Wuhuan Temple. What is your stance on this?" And JinBao, examining the papal decree for a moment without voicing any opinion, was met by Ning Fengji, who stood up and said, "Your Holiness, we from the top 3 sects naturally welcome the Shikong Temple to join our ranks. However, it is not necessary for the top 3 sects to remain as just 3. We could transform the top 3 into 4. Why must we expel Haotian sect from our midst? It is quite simple, since Haotian sect has chosen to withdraw from the world and refrain from worldly matters. The authority of the mundane holds no significance for them," explained Bai Dong calmly. She then cast a glance at Ning Fengji and continued, "We from the Wuhuan Temple are removing Haotian sect. Why are you, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, so agitated?" Aware of the impropriety of his inquiry, Ning Fengji shifted his gaze to JinBao, curious to see his response. "The gift from the Wuhuan Temple has been accepted by the Shikong Temple," and JinBao stated. Both Bai Dong and JinBao nodded in tacit agreement with the changes among the top 3 sections. During this assembly, Bai Dong also announced the abolition of the old papal decree, adopting the new one instead. In addition to the papal decree presented to JinBao, the cardinal also produced 2 other decrees for Ning Fengji and Douluo Mian. After Bai Dong's grand gesture, it was only fitting for Ning Fengji to reciprocate. He offered treasures from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, including a 10,000-year-old sea lion beast's head spirit bone and a 15,000-year-old wind origin demon wolf's head spirit bone. Following this, Xue Qinghe stepped forward to present his congratulatory gift ahead of Dai Tianfeng and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. To solidify the friendship between our Tiando Empire and the Shikong Temple, I hereby declare that the Sunset Forest and the nearby Sunset City will come under the jurisdiction of the Shikong Temple. Furthermore, we shall appoint JinBao as the Duke of Sunset, overseeing the management of Sunset City. Additionally, every city within the Tiando Empire will welcome merchants from the Shikong Temple and grant them permanent tax exemption, encouraging trade and commerce with the Shikong Temple in our Tiando Empire. The magnitude of Xue Qinghe's offering cannot be understated. To put it bluntly, he is, in essence, selling a part of his own country with tears. Nevertheless, this act did not provoke significant backlash from the Tiando Empire, as it was the result of prior discussions between Xue Qinghe and Emperor Shuiyi. The reason Emperor Shuiyi consented is rather straightforward: to maintain balance. Currently, the two most influential forces within the Tiando Empire are the Wuhuan Temple and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. The latter, of course, supports the royal family, albeit at a price. The royal family relinquishes the empire's commercial interests, which, once siphoned away by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, renders them the wealthiest sect in the world, reputed to rival nations in riches. In the past, only the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect enjoyed such commercial privileges. The empire seemed to sell out, but in reality, it was merely placating the Shikong Temple by sacrificing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Simultaneously, the influence of the Shikong Temple permeates the Tiando Empire, presenting a favorable scenario where the Wuhuan Temple, the Shikong Temple, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect can balance one another, allowing the Tiando royal family to navigate these dynamics for their benefit. However, Emperor Shuiyi may not be aware that, in a certain sense, the Wuhuan Temple and the Shikong Temple are akin to one entity. Brother Shun. As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he exchanged greetings with familiar faces, each nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of who it was, each countenance bore no excess expression, as if they were all indifferent to the world around them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and monsters, though engaged in various auxiliary duties. It can be said that every individual within the JinBao division had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two roles: the Jinshou Shi and the Chumo Shi. Every individual entering the JinBao division commenced as a Chumo Shi and gradually ascended, ultimately aspiring to become Jinshou Shi. Shun Changqing's former identity was that of an apprentice Chumo Shi, the lowest rank among them. With memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long for Shun Changqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locales within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out amidst the blood-soaked surroundings, exuding a unique tranquility. At this moment, the pavilion's door was ajar, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance intermingled with a faint hint of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it quickly relaxed. The sanguine scent that clung to everyone in the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Prepare to be slaughtered. Ning Fengji heard Xue Qinghe's words, and an inner wave of frustration surged within him. The reason the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had developed into the wealthiest sect in the world was due to the tax-exempt advantages granted by the Tiando Empire, which allowed their commercial influence to permeate every corner of the empire. Now, with the Tiando Empire extending tax exemptions to the Shikong Temple, it seemed innocuous, yet it directly threatened his interests. However, Ning Fengji felt it unwise to voice his displeasure, as the Shikong Temple was also a target of his outreach. Simultaneously, another equally frustrated figure arose, Dai Tianfeng. He seethed with anger towards Xue Qinghe, wishing to tear him apart, while he aimed to cultivate relations with the Shikong Temple. The recent act of the Tiando Empire selling out might diminish the perceived sincerity of gifts from the Xingluo Empire. After some contemplation, Dai Tianfeng produced his own decree and announced, "And Zhongdao, as a grand gesture from your esteemed sect, I represent the Xinghua Empire in offering our congratulations. Much like the Tiando Empire, every city within the Xinghua Empire will open its doors to the Shikong Temple, granting a 10-year tax exemption. Compared to the Tiando Empire's permanent exemption, the 10-year exemption from the Xinghua Empire seemed less impressive. However, the circumstances of the two nations differed. The Tiando Empire had already granted permanent tax exemptions to the Seven Treasures Chamber of Commerce before extending such privileges to the Shikong Temple. While the Xinghua Empire operated under a royal governance structure, Dai Tianfeng could not feasibly offer the Shikong Temple a permanent exemption within his empire. At last, the gifts from the Lan Dianbao Wang Longzong appeared somewhat meager. After all, for the Lan Dianbao Wang Longzong, you first obliterated our operations in Yuan Sucheng, and now you have intercepted Dugubwa, this wild title Douluo. Their attendance at the inauguration ceremony of the Shikong was already a considerable favor. Subsequently, various factions gradually presented their gifts to the Shikong. An Zhongdao addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends from all corners of the continent, I have received your offerings. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity, and I have a modest gift to present to you all. With that, she clapped her hands, and maidens entered bearing a tray. They placed a tray before each guest and lifted the red carpet that adorned it. Upon unveiling, the tray revealed a standard soul guide device, classified as a second-tier soul guide dagger, accompanied by a card. All eyes were drawn to the soul guide dagger, and they each took it in hand to compare with the soul guides of others. The soul guides in their possession were all identical and remarkably novel, unlike those artifacts unearthed from ancient sites, which bore a certain antiquity. The newly manufactured standard soul guides signified a profound implication, which all present, being influential figures, comprehend. Bibi Dong set down the soul guide she held, her gaze astonished as she regarded An Zhongdao and the others. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Qianren Xue and inquired, "Has your sect already mastered the manufacturing of soul guides?" "Your Holiness, you are mistaken," Qianren Xue replied. "The Shikong is a sect that has been passed down since ancient times, and the soul guide manufacturing techniques we possess are inherited from that era." The atmosphere among the factions grew tense, as the technology behind soul guide production implied immense benefits that all present understood. A collective impulse surged among them to seize the opportunity, yet the formidable strength of the Shikong restrained them. Yuluomian set down the soul guide dagger and remarked, "Though it is a soul guide, its value does not seem particularly high. Is this truly the return gift from your Shikong?" "Do not be hasty," Mingling Xuan interjected. "The true gift lies within that card. The Shikong will be selling soul guides to the continent, and all participants in our inauguration ceremony will enjoy VIP treatment. In the future, presenting this card at the Shikong will entitle you to a 20% discount on the purchase of soul guides." The prospect of a permanent 20% discount was indeed a delightful benefit. However, it also meant that the Shikong could dictate prices with impunity, given their unique ability to manufacture soul guides. Ultimately, it was prudent to retain control over the manufacturing technology of soul guides. This realization prompted various factions to devise their own strategies. The Lan Dianbao Wang Longzong, boasting formidable offensive capabilities, regarded soul guides with a sense of disdain, viewing them merely as trifling skills. Conversely, Ningfeng Ji and Dai Tianfeng were intensely eager regarding the sale of soul guides. As a support-type soul master, Ningfeng Ji inevitably needed external means to bolster his combat prowess, while Dai Tianfeng harbored ambitions to equip his ironclad army with these soul guides. Ningfeng Ji inquired, "May I ask when the Shikong will commence the sale of soul guides?" With a smile, Qianren Xue responded, "Next month. The first batch of standard soul guides will officially be shipped, encompassing tiers from 1 to 5. We will auction these soul guides as individual orders, with the highest bidder winning. Furthermore, with this VIP card, you will only need to pay 80 of the quoted price to secure your order for a soul guide." Everyone understood that the prices of the soul guides sold by the Shikong would undoubtedly exceed their manufacturing costs by several multiples. However, they were taken aback that these orders were to be treated as auction items where the highest bidder would prevail. The heartlessness of this approach was palpable, and as they beheld Qianren Xue's gentle smile, they couldn't help but shudder, as if sensing a shadow behind her, slowly drawing a sharp dagger from beneath her skirts, her eyes glistening ominously. Yet, whether out of a need for self-armament or the desire to procure additional soul guides for research, both the Xingluo Digua and the JinBao, Liu Lizong felt compelled to acquire these orders. With the conclusion of the Shi Kong Dian's inauguration ceremony, the sect began to step into the public eye, emerging as a superpower boasting 4 titled Douluos, having absorbed the 3 major single-attribute families and the 3 elemental families. Its strength surpassing that of the most formidable sects in the world today. As the ceremony ended, various factions returned to their territories, yet some lingered at the Shi Kong Dian. Within a pavilion in the sunset forest, Bibi Dong's figure flickered, appearing before Qianren Xue. "Have you not yet departed?" Qianren Xue asked. "You have yet to enlighten me on the true nature of the Shi Kong Dian," Bibi Dong replied. Shen Xiong, Shen Chongqing, while walking, greeted acquaintances with nods. Regardless of who it was, every face bore an expression devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shen Chongqing was accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with slaying monsters and although it did engage in some ancillary ventures. In truth, every individual within the JinBao bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Upon first arriving in this world, Shen Chongqing felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. The JinBao was vast, and only those with formidable prowess or the potential to become great could remain. Shen Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao was divided into 2 professions, Jinshou Shi and Chuma Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao began as a Chuma Shi and gradually ascended, with the ultimate goal of becoming a Jinshou Shi. Shen Chongqing's former identity was that of an apprentice Chuma Shi, the lowest tier among them. Possessing memories of his previous life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao. It did not take long for Shen Chongqing to halt before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other blood-stained areas of the JinBao, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a distinct tranquility amidst the sanguinary ambience. The pavilion door was ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shen Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere transformed abruptly. A mingling of ink fragrance and a faint hint of blood wafted toward him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively before quickly relaxing. The scent of blood clung to everyone within the JinBao, nearly impossible to cleanse completely. The love story of the Saintess and the Prince is real, Qianren Xue asserted. Each divine inheritance represents a faction. The Wu Huanding is the legacy of the angelic god. The Haishan Dao is that of the sea god, and the Shi Kong Dian is also a place of divine inheritance. You claim that the Shi Kong Dian is a legacy of the gods. Bibi Dong's eyes slightly narrowed in surprise as she spoke, contemplating various possibilities, yet failing to fathom that this was indeed a divine legacy. If he were a bearer of divine heritage, then the existence of a Zhongdao, an ultimate Douluo, alongside 2 super Douluos, would not be implausible. However, why did they choose you? I recall that the angel martial soul had confined you to inheriting only the title of the angel god. They compelled me to relinquish my position as the angel god to inherit theirs. Thus, I forsook the title of the angel god. Qianren Xue did not lie to Bibi Dong, for she understood that, given the discord between her mother and grandfather, she would never divulge this matter to him. You forsook the angel god position? Bibi Dong maintained a facade of calm. The divine title is elusive, and throughout the ages on Douluo continent, countless prodigies have aspired for it in vain. It is astonishing that Qianren Xue was born with a divine title and had the choice to abandon it. Such news would surely incite envy among many prodigies. Why? I ask you, do you know that the cost of my achieving the title of angel god would require my grandfather's sacrifice? Qianren Xue inquired. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback and asked, "How did you know?" "They informed me," Qianren Xue replied. Bibi Dong affirmed, "Indeed, the price for your ascension to the angel god is your grandfather's sacrifice." Mentioning the angel god, a flicker of suppressed disdain and satisfaction crossed Bibi Dong's expression. "Qian Douluo, your granddaughter has voluntarily forsaken the legacy of the angel god. The glory you so cherish will cease here." As she finished speaking, Bibi Dong inhaled deeply to alleviate her feelings of disgust. "Mother, I can sense your aversion towards the angel martial soul, the angel clan, and the angel god. May I inquire why?" Qianren Xue gazed intently at Bibi Dong. Moments ago, she had confided in Bibi Dong about relinquishing the title of angel god, and their previously tenuous relationship had noticeably improved. Now, Qian Renxue was increasingly convinced that her mother's disdain stemmed from the angels. Had the angels wronged her in some way? Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, and she admonished, "Do not ask too many questions that you ought not to. Simply carry out your tasks obediently, and refrain from calling me mother." However, Bibi Dong's reaction only served to further confirm Qian Renxue's suspicions. "The reason I abandoned the title of angel god is not solely because my grandfather would perish due to my ascension," Qian Renxue stated. "They revealed to me a future I did not wish to see. Even if I attained the title of angel god, ultimately I would lose everything, including you, my mother." Qian Renxue gazed at Bibi Dong with deep affection. "In the past, I sought to prove my capabilities to you. Now, that is unnecessary. I shall employ my methods to compel the entire Tiando Empire to submit to me within no more than 5 years. The Spirit Hall is my home, and I shall not permit it to descend into ruin." At this moment, Bibi Dong felt a flicker of unease. Her innermost thoughts harbored a desire to annihilate everything in revenge against this world, with the Spirit Hall being the first target. Hearing Qian Renxue's words felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. She replied, "I hope you can prove your strength to me." With that, she departed swiftly. Within the Time and Space Hall, another faction remained. A guard of the Tiando Empire inquired, "Your Highness, shall we not depart now?" Xue Qinghe shook his head. Currently, he was but a puppet, entirely bound to Qian Renxue's commands, playing the role of an actor while the guards of the Tiando Empire, who were spies of his father, served as his audience. This performance was far from over, and he could not simply leave. Continuing his exploration of the Time and Space Hall, he stumbled upon a pavilion where he fortuitously encountered Qian Renxue, and thus their scene began. "What a coincidence to find you here, Your Highness," Xue Qinghe greeted. "Indeed. What a coincidence," Qian Renxue replied, also engaging in the charade. The general premise was that a chance encounter between the prince and the sex saintess led to mutual affection, and as they conversed, they discovered shared interests, which facilitated a deeper dialogue. They spent an afternoon in the pavilion conversing, and it was with reluctance that Xue Qinghe eventually took his leave. Upon returning to the Tiando Empire, the royal guards promptly reported this incident to the Emperor Shuiyi. "What did you say? Qinghe may have developed feelings for the saintess from the Time and Space Hall?" Emperor Shuiyi rose abruptly, astonished. "Yes, Your Majesty. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They have taken a liking to each other," and before departing, the prince even extended an invitation to the saintess, suggesting that she would come to the Tiando Empire next week for a date. Upon hearing this, Emperor Shuiyi pondered while stroking the armrest. Currently, the Tiando Empire was heavily influenced by both the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall, and the Empire maneuvered between these two factions to maintain a balance of power. He and Xue Qinghe had agreed that Qinghe should cultivate a relationship with the saintess of the Time and Space Hall to counterbalance the influence of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall. Although the three factions maintained a delicate balance, the Tiando Empire ultimately had to be mindful of other sentiments. If Qinghe truly had feelings for the saintess from the Time and Space Hall, it would not be unwise to consider this direction of development. The saintess of the Time and Space Hall would inevitably become the sex leader, possessing extraordinary talents. If she were to unite with Qinghe, the royal family's martial soul could be transformed from the feeble swan martial soul to a formidable one, solidifying the Snow family's power within the Tiando Empire. The more he contemplated, the more Emperor Shuiyi felt this matter was ripe with potential. If successful, the Snow family and the Time and Space Hall could join forces, allowing the Snow family to establish a firm foothold in the Tiando Empire, transitioning from mere rulers to sovereigns, no longer reliant on external forces to maintain their power. "Qinghe has found a splendid match," Emperor Shuiyi exclaimed with shining eyes. "No, Qinghe lacks experience in such matters. Go, summon him to me." Shun Changqing, while walking, encountered familiar faces and exchanged nods or greetings. Yet, regardless of who it was, every countenance bore no excessive expression, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and bizarre creatures, though it also engaged in various auxiliary duties. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing had struggled to adapt, but over time, he had come to accept it. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become strong. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Demon Suppression Division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone entering the Demon Suppression Division began as a low-ranking exorcist, progressively advancing with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a novice exorcist within the Demon Suppression Division, the lowest of the ranks. Possessing memories of a predecessor, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinMoc. Without taking too long, Shen Changqing halted before a particular loft. Unlike the other oppressive locales within the JinMoc, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked atmosphere. At that moment, the door to the loft was ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shen Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood met him, causing his brows to instinctively furrow, yet they quickly relaxed. The sanguine aroma that clung to everyone in the JinMoc was nearly impossible to cleanse. In a distant realm, the Snow Knight Emperor sought to unite two fated souls. Qian Rinkshu, transformed from the essence of snow, approached the Snow Knight Emperor and inquired, "Father, what is it that you wish of me?" The Snow Knight Emperor replied, "Have you found someone special?" Surprised, Awakens8th asked, "Father, how did you know? There are my people in your entourage," the Emperor stated. "Tell me, do you have feeling for the Saintess of the Time and Space Palace?" Awakens8th's face flushed, and he remained silent. What is there to be shy about? "If you do, I shall swallow my pride and arrange this union," the Snow Knight Emperor declared. "Yes," came Awakens8th's barely audible response, akin to the whisper of a mosquito. This delighted the Snow Knight Emperor, who waved his hand and beckoned, "Come here, my son." "Huh?" Awakens8th was taken aback. "Come, let me teach you how to woo a girl," the Emperor instructed. "Listen carefully. When I was young, I was quite the handsome young man. You know, how many beauties in the entire Tiando city were smitten with me. However, I paid them no mind until one day, I encountered your mother, who was a radiant blossom in Tiando city. Do you wish to know how I pursued her?" As the Snow Knight Emperor delved into tales of his romantic escapades, Qian Rinkshu, stepping out of the Tiando Palace, felt her head spinning from the stories. Although she had meticulously planned the union of the Saintess, Shui, and Awakens8th to gradually infiltrate the Tiando Empire with the influence of the Time and Space Palace, she felt a peculiar sensation as she listened to the Snow Knight Emperor, imparting his wisdom on capturing her own heart. 1 week later, Shui, responding to Awakens8th's invitation, arrived in Tiando City. Following the Snow Knight Emperor's guidance, Awakens8th took Shui to enjoy the Lantern Festival, where they released lotus lanterns and dined by candlelight, sharing insights on life late into the night. Ultimately, Awakens8th earnestly proposed, "Shui, will you be my girlfriend?" Shui nodded, replying, "Yes, Brother Qinghe, I am willing." Suppressing her strange feelings, Qian Rinkshu completed her role before returning to the Tiando Palace to report to her father. Meanwhile, the Snow Knight Emperor waited anxiously in the palace, pacing back and forth. When Awakens8th returned, he quickly inquired, "How did it go, Qinghe?" Awakens8th nodded, saying, "Shui has agreed to be my girlfriend." The Snow Knight Emperor approved, stating, "Well done. Make sure to spend more time with her. I shall find an opportunity to present a betrothal gift and bring her into our family as a daughter-in-law." "Father, is it really necessary to rush?" Awakens8th asked, puzzled. Your father worries about unforeseen changes. Until everything is settled, I remain uneasy," the Snow Knight Emperor replied. "Qinghe, the future of the Tiando Empire rests upon your shoulders. Marrying her will alter our current circumstances," he added. "Father, is it truly that significant?" Awakens8th questioned. "You simpleton, our noble marriages are not based on love, but on interests. Behind every union lies an alliance between families," the Snow Knight Emperor explained. "You have inadvertently provided our Tiando Empire with an opportunity to reverse our current plight." Shui, being the Saintess of the Time and Space Palace, undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent, and should you marry her, our Tiando Empire would be linked to the Time and Space Palace. Presently, Shui is destined to inherit the Grand Sect, and if you marry her, the entire Time and Space Palace will become your dowry. In the future, your offspring, being male, will bear the surname Shui, thus serving as heirs to both the Time and Space Palace and the Tiando Empire. This fusion will liberate our Tiando Empire from the control of the Wuhuan Palace and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Swan Martial Soul is ultimately too weak. It is said that he Shui possesses a powerful offensive, sacred sword martial soul, which will ensure that your descendants inherit her formidable abilities, thus providing our royal family with a more potent martial soul, the Snow Knight Emperor exclaimed with excitement. Therefore, this marriage must be realized, he concluded. A seemingly trivial political marriage entailed vast implications, and thereafter, Qian Rengshu continued to maintain contact with Yishui as per the Snow Knight Emperor's wishes. 3 weeks later, the Time and Space Palace held a demonstration of soul tools in Sunset City, showcasing nearly 10,000 first-level soul tools, 3,000 second-level soul tools, 1,000 third-level soul tools, 300 fourth-level soul tools, and 50 fifth-level soul tools. These soul tools became the focal point of the auction, with a 5th-level soul tool costing no more than 100 gold soul coins. However, given the seller's market, Qian Rengshu sold them at 10 times the cost, initiating bidding at nearly 1,000 gold soul coins. This was merely the starting price, as various parties would compete to drive the price higher, despite knowing they had overpaid. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Douluo Empire had no choice, for there was only one seller of soul tools. Even if they wished to study them, they first needed to purchase some soul tools for research. The Wuhuan Palace also entered the fray, aiming to acquire a batch of soul tools while simultaneously inflating the prices to extract substantial sums from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Douluo Empire. The auction proceeded smoothly, with the first batch of soul tools being sold, a portion flowing to the Wuhuan Palace while the majority was divided between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Douluo Empire. As for why the Tianhou Empire did not purchase soul tools, there were 2 reasons. Firstly, the national trade tax benefits of the Tianhou Empire had already been entirely absorbed by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which had amassed wealth rivaling nations, all built upon the plunder of the Tianhou Empire's riches. The royal family possesses limited wealth. Among the 3 great powers, the Tianhou Empire cannot rival the 2 formidable sects of Xingluo and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. On the other hand, the Snow Knight Emperor believes that since Shui Qinghe has married He Shui, acquiring soul-guiding devices for the Tianhou Empire should be a simple matter. Brother Shun. Indeed, as Shun Changqing walked along the path, he greeted familiar faces with a nod or a simple salutation. Yet, regardless of who it was, each individual bore a visage devoid of superfluous emotion, as if they were indifferent to all that surrounded them. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for he was within the JinBao, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, whose primary duty is to eradicate monsters and malevolent beings, alongside various other subsidiary tasks. It can be said that every individual within the JinBao has blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters appear trivial and insignificant. Upon his initial arrival in this world, Shun Changqing felt somewhat out of place, yet over time, he adapted. The JinBao is vast. Those who remain within its ranks are either formidable experts or possess the potential to become such. Shun Changqing falls into the latter category. The JinBao is divided into 2 professions, the Zhenshou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao begins as the lowest tier, Chu Mo Shi, and gradually ascends, with the ultimate goal of attaining the rank of Zhenshou Shi. In his previous life, Shun Changqing was an apprentice Chu Mo Shi, the most junior of that rank. With the memories of his past life, he is quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao. Before long, Shun Changqing paused before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other somber spaces within the JinBao, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The entrance of the pavilion stood wide open, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated only briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brows to furrow instinctively, though they soon relaxed. The sanguine aroma clinging to the individuals of the JinBao is nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. The Snow Knight Emperor's schemes clashed with harsh realities. When he dispatched emissaries to the Master of the Time and Space Hall, in Zhongdao, to probe for possibilities, he met with a firm denial. It was not that Qian Rengshu was disinterested in facilitating this political union, but rather that such a marriage symbolized the merger of the Tianhou Empire with the forces of the Time and Space Hall. A union between an empire and a sect would forge a colossal power, a scenario that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as the Spirit Hall, were loath to witness, particularly the Xingluo Empire. Indeed, The alliance between the Time and Space Hall and the Tiando Empire would facilitate Qian Rinchue's consolidation of power after her ascension, but the timing was not yet ripe. She did not wish to gain the Tiando Empire at the cost of losing the Xingluo Empire. Presently, Shang Guanyame and Ling Xian were expanding their commercial influence within the Xingluo Empire, and 5 years would suffice for the Time and Space Hall to establish a stronghold in every city and corner of the empire. Should the Time and Space Hall join forces with the Tiando Empire during this process, it would inevitably incite trepidation within the Xingluo Empire. Dai Tianfeng would certainly impose restrictions on the commercial influence of the Time and Space Hall within Xingluo, stifling their growth. Thus, Qian Rinxue aimed to unite the Tiando Empire and the Time and Space Hall before the dust settled and the Xingluo Empire could react. At that point, even if Dai Tianfeng wished to resist, the influence of the Time and Space Hall within the Xingluo Empire would be insurmountable, akin to the current relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Tiando Empire. As Qian Rinxue contemplated rest, the system suddenly prompted her, indicating that the phased task of establishing a sect had been completed and rewards could be claimed. Almost forgetting, she opened the system page, noting the 3,000 points of reward, but overlooked another reward, a super Douluo summoning card. Upon retrieving this card, Qian Rinxue realized its potential. It could summon beings ranging from level 95 to 98, ensuring a favorable outcome regardless of whom she summoned. She shattered the summoning card, and shards of light coalesced before her, forming a summoning array. Shortly after, a familiar figure materialized before her. Upon seeing him, Qian Rinxue's pupils quivered. He was clad in radiant armor, adorned with a crown of authority, his golden locks billowing in the wind, a visage of unmatched handsomeness, with sharp, piercing eyes that shone brightly. Qian Xuanji, age, 56, martial soul, six-winged angel, soul power level, 95, innate soul power, 17, soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 relationship, 100 luck? Father. Gazing upon Qian Xuanji's form, tears streamed uncontrollably from Qian Rinxue's eyes. To her astonishment, the entity summoned was none other than her father. Though he possessed only 95 levels of soul power to Qian Rinxue, even a level 98 super Douluo would pale in comparison to Qian Xuanji. Having grown up devoid of maternal affection, the love from her father had always been unwavering, until his demise at the hands of Tang Hao, shortly after he attained the rank of title Douluo. Each time she heard others boast of Tang Hao's prowess in slaying her father upon his entry into the titled Douluo realm, her heart burned with resentment. Qian Xuanji, returning to his senses, regarded Qian Rinxue. Swear, Dad. Overwhelmed with emotion, Qian Rinxue threw herself into her father's embrace. Qian Xuanji comforted her for a time, and the father and daughter shared a profound silence. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue seemed to recall something and reached out to connect with the system. System, tell me, is my father truly resurrected, or is he merely a substitute created by you? Qian Rinxue feared that this hard-won happiness might be illusory, that Qian Xuanji was merely a product of the system's design. The system replied, like those future individuals you have summoned, has been drawn from the river of time, neither a substitute nor an illusion. Qian Rinxue nodded, reassured by this revelation. She looked at Qian Xuanji and inquired, Father, what truly transpired back then? Why did my mother harbor such disdain for me? And how did you meet your end at the hands of Tang Hao? Sighing deeply, Qian Xuanji fixed his gaze upon Qian Rinxue. Are you certain you wish to know? You cannot refuse me, Father. Tell me. There were truths that even her grandfather and his father had concealed from her, and her mother would never reveal the past reality. Qian Rinxue felt an urgent need to uncover the truth, and in this moment, she had a shortcut. The characters summoned by the system were bound to comply with her inquiries. Swear, I hope you will not blame me for what you learn. I, too, am unaware of why I acted as I did at that time. With that, Qian Xuanji began to recount the events of the past from his perspective, starting with the moment he took Bibi Dong as his disciple, and how the Spirit Hall had invested all its resources in nurturing her, viewing her as a successor. However, later, a change occurred when the young master of the Lan Dianbao Wang Long sect, Yu Xiao Gang, arrived at the Wuhan Hall. Unbeknownst to Qian Sunji, Bai Dong and Yu Xiao Gang fell deeply in love. Ultimately, they desired to elope. Bai Dong decided to run away with Yu Xiao Gang, who left the Wuhan Hall first. In an unexpected turn of events, Bai Dong sought out Qian Sunji, hoping he would facilitate her union with Yu Xiao Gang. Your mother was very naive back then. She approached me and requested that I agree to her withdrawal from the Wuhan Hall so she could be with Yu Xiao Gang, Qian Sunji recounted. To her astonishment, Qian Ren Shui realized that her mother had a past with Yu Xiao Gang. What was it about him that captivated two exceptional women? What happened next? Qian Ren Shui inquired, sensing that Qian Sunji's forthcoming words would reveal long-held mysteries. Qian Sunji seemed reluctant to discuss the matter, especially in front of his daughter. Yet, unable to deny her request, he said, "Subsequently, I rendered your mother unconscious and took her to the basement." The revelation stunned Qian Ren Shui. She had assumed her father intended to make her mother reflect on her actions, but instead, he had brought her to the basement and violated her. This shattered Qian Ren Shui's understanding of morality, leaving her in disbelief as she gazed at Qian Sunji. "Brother Shun." "Yes." Shun Changqing greeted familiar faces along the path, exchanging nods. Regardless of who it was, every countenance bore no excess expression, appearing indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor. For this was the JinMoc, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating monsters and anomalies, along with a few auxiliary roles. It could be said that each individual within the JinMoc bore the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon entering this world, Shun Changqing felt out of place, but over time, he adapted. The JinMoc was vast, and only those with formidable strength or potential could remain. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinMoc had two main roles, the Jinsho and the Chu-Mo. All who enter began as the lowest rank of Chu-Mo, gradually advancing with the hope of becoming a Jinsho. Shun Changqing's former self was a trainee Chu-Mo, the most basic level. Retaining the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the JinMoc's environment. It did not take long for him to stop in front of a certain loft. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinMoc, this loft stood out, presenting an unusual tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The doors were ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mixed with a faint scent of blood struck him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, only to relax again. The sanguine scent clinging to everyone in the JinMoc was nearly impossible to wash away. However, even more shocking revelations awaited Qian Ren Shui. After her father's violation, he discovered her mother was pregnant. Given the difficulty the Angel clan had in producing offspring, Qian Sunji and his father decided to keep the situation, confining her to the basement and forcing her to bear the child. Initially, her mother attempted to resist and even sought to terminate the pregnancy. But Qian Sunji intervened each time. However, when her mother attempted to end her life, it was beyond his control. Eventually, he told her, "Either you obediently give birth to the child in your womb, or if anything happens to it, I will ensure that Yu Xiao Gang's blood pays for my child's life." Upon hearing this threat, Bai Bai Dong surrendered her resistance and silently gave birth to the child in the basement. That child, of course, was Qian Ren Shui. In that moment, Qian Ren Shui finally comprehended the meaning behind Bai Bai Dong's words. "You are an error that should not exist." Indeed, had it not been for those events, she would never have been born. In her eyes, her existence was synonymous with her mother's suffering. With that thought, Qian Ren Shui's countenance turned pale, while Qian Sunji began to elaborate on the events of that year. Eventually, my relationship with her seemed to return to its former state. She was still my obedient disciple, and I was her respected master. Everything appeared unchanged. However, Qian Sunji sighed. Neither of us could forget that incident. I harbored guilt toward her, and I knew the more she acted submissive, the deeper her resentment towards me grew. As the saying goes, a dog that bites does not bark, and a barking dog does not bite. Qian Sunji could not have been oblivious to the hatred festering within Bai Bai Dong. Later, I resolved to make amends for my transgressions. I set my sights on the 100,000-year soul beast beside Tang Hao. I had no use for it. But your mother was on the verge of becoming a title Douluo and was a genius with twin martial souls. Thus, she needed that 100,000-year soul beast. I took 2 title Douluos from the Wuhan Hall to hunt down Tang Hao, but as you might know, I underestimated the resolve of that soul beast. She fell in love with Tang Hao and was even willing to sacrifice herself for him. Qian Sunji expressed his regret. I was unable to successfully bring back that 100,000-year soul beast and inadvertently cultivated a formidable enemy for the Wuhan Hall. Tang Hao, a newly appointed title Douluo genius. severely injured 3 of our titled Douluos, including myself. The other 2 were left in ruin, while I returned to the Wuhan Hall, gravely wounded. In the Wuhan Hall, in the very chamber where I had violated her, I awaited her revenge. Bai Dong forced me to drink poison. I knew it was poison, yet I could not refuse. I did not refuse. Ultimately, I met my demise at her hands. Qianren Shui snapped back to reality. Wait, didn't Grandpa say you died at Tang Hao's hands? Qian Sun Ji smiled wryly. I concede that Tang Hao's talent is indeed remarkable. But could it be that 3 titled Douluos were so easily vanquished by him? My death was partly due to Tang Hao. But the one who ultimately killed me was your mother, Bai Dong. Qian Sunji looked at Qianren Shui with deep compassion. Your mother killed your father. Do you think your grandfather could tell you this? Qian Rengshu shook her head gently, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information conveyed by Qian Sunji. She sat in her chair, lost in thought for an extended period. Swear, at the heart of this matter lies my fault. I hope that upon hearing this, you do not blame yourself. This situation has nothing to do with you. Both your grandfather and I wish for the grievances of the previous generation not to be imposed upon the next. Yet, this principle has always eluded her understanding. Undoubtedly, my father's actions can be described as monstrous. A teacher who, in a secluded chamber, violated his own disciple and then coerced her into bearing his child. This utterly shattered Qian Rengshu's previous impression of her father. With a pale complexion, Qian Rengshu spoke. I do not comprehend, father. Why were there so many ways to keep mother? Yet you chose this extreme method. Her father, a mentor to her mother, had countless alternatives to retain Bibi Dong, such as fostering her dislike for Yu Xiaojiang. However, with an abundance of choices, he opted for the worst one, even sacrificing his own life in the process. Qian Sunji replied, it was out of jealousy. Jealousy, he continued, when I learned that Bibi Dong wished to elope with Yu Xiaojiang. I was consumed by a profound jealousy. Why should a mere 29th level incompetent garner the affection of my disciple? This jealousy birthed within me a frenzied desire to tear them apart. Only through such extreme measures could I vent my anger and envy. This left Qian Rengshu even more perplexed. I do not understand, father. You are the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, the inheritor of the Angel Wuhuan, a title de law. Why would you feel envy toward Yu Xiaojiang, who can never even ascend to a spirit master? Could it be that you harbor feelings for mother? Qian Sunji responded, I cannot articulate my feelings for her. Initially, my relationship with Bibi Dong was purely that of a mentor and disciple. I trained her, guided her in cultivation, and sought Wuhuan for her. It was only when she sought me out that these negative emotions surged within my heart. This feeling persisted until I forced her to bear you. He sighed. After everything became irreparable, I was filled with guilt, even attempting to make amends. Yet, no matter what I did, the past could not be altered. In her eyes, I was no longer an object of admiration, but a figure of hatred. Perhaps even if I offered her the 10,000-year soul beast, I would still remain a beast in her heart. In conclusion, Qian Sunji cast a glance at Qian Rengshu and said, Shuer, I truly did not wish for you to know this. Shun Xiong, Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, acknowledged familiar faces with nods or greetings. Yet, regardless of who it was, every countenance bore no superfluous expression, as if they were all indifferent to their surroundings. Shun Changqing had long become accustomed to this demeanor. This was the JinBao Si, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily responsible for eliminating demons and monstrous entities, alongside various other duties. It could be said that every individual within JinBao Si had blood on their hands. When one becomes desensitized to life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found it disconcerting, but over time, he adapted. JinBao Si was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. JinBao Si was divided into 2 professions, Zenshushi and Chumo Shi. Anyone entering JinBao Si started as a Chumo Shi, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of becoming a Zenshushi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Chumo Shi, the lowest tier among them. With memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of JinBao Si. It did not take long before Shun Changqing halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike other areas of JinBao Si, which were steeped in a grim atmosphere, this pavilion stood out, exuding unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with individuals entering and exiting occasionally. Shun Changqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the environment transformed abruptly. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing him to frown instinctively before quickly relaxing. The scent of blood clung to everyone in JinBao, nearly impossible to wash away. This matter, all the blame lies with me. Do not fault your mother. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at me, Awakens8th-Rank stated. Understanding everything, Reincarnates felt a sudden clarity. Though the truth was harsh, she was now able to accept it, vowing to alter the fate of the Wuhuan temple. Father, without your initial mistake, how could I possibly exist? Reincarnates remarked. Moreover, this incident was not entirely your fault. Did my mother not err as well? The Wuhuan temple nurtured her. Yet she chose to elope with a young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If I were in your position, Father, I would also seek to stop her. Though my methods would not be as extreme as yours, she asserted. The discord between her parents seemed irreconcilable. At least for now, Reincarnates could not even let her mother know of her father's resurrection. However, knowing this truth alleviated her previous confusion. Yet, it raised further questions. First, in answering her father had divulged all that needed to be said, unable to deceive himself. From the outset, he harbored no romantic feelings for her mother, merely viewing her as a disciple. A pope of the Wuhuan temple intervening upon hearing of his disciple's intent to elope with Yu Shaojiang was quite normal. What was abnormal was his jealousy towards Yu Shaojiang, leading him to harm his own disciple. This made Reincarnates feel that her father's actions were not born of his true will. Following his defeat by Tang Hao, he was filled with regret. Yet, he did not seek refuge with his grandfather. Instead, he remained in that perilous state, ultimately facing Bibi Dong's vengeance. Perhaps he realized that his relationship with his disciple was irreparable, and his existence stood as a barrier between Reincarnates and Bibi Dong. Thus, Awakens8th-Rank ultimately chose to await death, hoping to alleviate the hatred within her heart, allowing for reconciliation between her and Reincarnates. From this, Reincarnates has every reason to suspect that the thoughts generated by Awakens8th-Rank at the moment Qinshuan heard about his mother eloping with Yu Shaojiang may not have stemmed from his true intentions. This reminds Reincarnates of the actions taken by Meng Lingxian concerning Xueping. Under normal circumstances, Xueping would not possess the audacity to interfere with Duge Yan. However, under the meticulous manipulation of Meng Lingxian, he followed her steps like a marionette. The crucial point is that Xueping, immersed in this situation, even believed that his actions were his own volition. The second doubt arises from how Tang Hao, as a newly initiated title Douluo, managed to defeat his father and two other title Douluos from the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao, in his initial form as a title Douluo, triumphed over the three major title Douluos of the Spirit Hall, even turning the tables on Awakens8th-Rank. This incident is a legend within the Soul Master realm of Douluo continent, while simultaneously marking a significant disgrace for the Spirit Hall. Yet, this remains hard to believe. To speak of nothing else, his father, Awakens8th-Rank, is a 95th level title Douluo, and his martial spirit is the six-winged angel. Just this martial spirit alone possesses the power to crush the current Thunder Douluo, Yu Engine, and even the Bone Douluo. Gu Rong is no match. The power he exhibited could even contend with the 96th level offerings of the Spirit Hall. Without such strength, how could he maintain his position as the Pope? Meanwhile, when Tang Hao first entered as a title Douluo, he only possessed the strength of level 91. And to defeat his father, who is 5 levels higher, is quite extraordinary. However, defeating and severely injuring are two different matters. If you were to let Hua Chong duel with the Sword Douluo, given sufficient soul power, they could battle for 3 days and nights without determining a victor. Yet, Tang Hao, as a newly initiated title Douluo, directly vanquished his father and even left him maimed. Moreover, when Tang Hao was besieged, it was not just his father alone as a title Douluo, there were 2 others present. Although his father was not killed by Tang Hao, he was indeed left incapacitated. A newly initiated Tang Hao countered against 3 title Douluos, even managing to reverse the situation and severely injure all 3, including his father. The power he demonstrated, Reincarnates estimated, would require at least a 97th level title Douluo to achieve such feats. Yet, Tang Hao displayed the strength of a 97th level title Douluo upon his initiation. How could this be? Even the Haotian 9 absolute techniques might not have enabled Tang Hao to unleash such formidable combat strength. Reincarnates posed her second question to her father, Awakens8th-Rank, who replied, "Initially, considering the relationship between the Spirit Hall and Haotian sect, I did not make things difficult for Tang Hao. Instead, I hoped he would surrender that 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. However, he remained obstinate. Only when we forced him into a corner did we discover that Tang Hao had actually produced offspring with that 100,000-year soul beast. Qiang continued. The soul beast feigned a desire for us to release Tang Hao, claiming she was willing to return with us. We let our guard down, but she seized the opportunity to initiate a sacrificial ceremony, offering herself to Tang Hao. After he obtained that 100,000-year soul ring, I sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him. Subsequently, his domain obliterated my angel domain, and to this day, the chilling murderous aura within the killing god domain still haunts me. In the killing god domain, my strength was suppressed to the level of 94, while the two titled Douluos accompanying me completely lost their fighting spirit. Had it not been for Tang Hao's focus on me rather than them, they would have surely perished under his might. Qiang spoke with trepidation. My power was suppressed to 94. And the killing god domain not only restricted my strength, but also augmented his. In this ebb and flow, the gap between us was erased, allowing him to unleash the Haotian ultimate techniques to their fullest. Thus, I fell to his hands. Reflecting on that incident, Qiang remarked, so, the crux of the issue lies within the killing god domain. The difference between a 91 and a 94 title Douluo is not substantial. But the leap from 94 to 95 signifies a transition from an ordinary title Douluo to a super Douluo, a disparity not easily articulated. My father was suppressed to more than half of his power. What kind of domain could be so perverse? Brother Shun, yes. Shun Changqing, while walking, encounters familiar faces and exchanges greetings or nods. Regardless of who it is, every countenance bears no excessive expression, as if they are indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing has grown accustomed to this. For this is the Demon Suppression Division, an institution maintaining the stability of the Great Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and anomalies. Alongside some auxiliary roles, it can be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division is stained with much blood. As one becomes accustomed to life and death, they tend to grow indifferent to many matters. When Shun Changqing first arrived in this world, he felt somewhat out of place, but gradually adapted. The Demon Suppression Division is vast, and those who remain there are either exceptionally powerful masters or individuals with the potential to become masters. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter. The Demon Suppression Division is divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone entering the division starts as a lowly exorcist, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary exorcist within the Demon Suppression Division, the lowest tier among exorcists. With the memories of his past life, he is quite familiar with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. It did not take long before he paused before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the Demon Suppression Division, this pavilion stands out like a crane among chickens, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion are ajar, with occasional comings and goings of individuals. Shun Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere abruptly transformed. A fragrance of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively frown, yet it quickly relaxed. The bloodstains on every individual in the Demon Suppression Division are nearly impossible to cleanse completely. Qian has never come into contact with the killing god domain and does not dare to make unfounded conclusions. However, it is regrettable that Qian, who inherited the angel martial spirit, finds the killing god domain entirely incompatible with her essence. Otherwise, she would wish to experience the killing god domain in the city of slaughter. Understanding the discord between her mother and father, Qian concealed Qiang, allowing her father to enter the Shadow Angel Guard. When she reconciles with her mother, she will reconsider the matters between her parents. Although Qian wishes for her mother to forgive her father, she also recognizes the impossibility of such a scenario, given her father's unforgivable actions towards her mother. If such things were to occur to her, she too would find it hard to forgive him easily. She summed up the existing issues between her parents, all stemming from her mother's affection for Yu Xiaojiang, which originated from the intelligence gathered by Hua Chong. Yu Xiaojiang is merely a theoretical master who engages in empty rhetoric, having attained the title of the continent's foremost theoretical master through the backing of Bibi Dong and the authority of the Spear Hall. The willingness of the mother to vouch for someone who is undeserving indicates that, after all these years, she still harbors feelings for this Yu Xiaojiang. Qian finds it hard to fathom what charm this Yu Xiaojiang possesses. Therefore, she decides to commence her investigation, focusing on him. Yu Xiaojiang has been absent from the mainstream Douluo realm for quite some time, making it somewhat challenging to locate him amidst the vast sea of people. However, with the intelligence network at Qian Rinxue's disposal, tracking down a single Yu Xiaojiang should not pose a significant problem. Soon, Qian Rinxue acquires information about Yu Xiaojiang from Meng Lingxian. Interestingly, Qian Rinxue has passed by his location before. Many years ago, she was taken by Lan Yin to her father in Nodding City, where she visited the Water Curtain Cave. At that time, Yu Xiaojiang had already spent over 20 years at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. So, the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, she muses, shall be her next destination. Disciple, I shall accompany you, and JinBao offers. No need, Master. I can go with Huachong, Qian Rinxue replies. I insist on joining you. My martial soul indicates that I may encounter someone of great significance there, and JinBao asserts, leaving no room for argument. Hearing his resolute voice, Qian Rinxue relents, and they set off towards Nodding City. Nodding City, nestled within the Fasnuo province, is a rather obscure small town, housing only a primary Soul Master Academy. Indeed, the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Qian Rinxue and JinBao encounter little resistance in entering the academy, where Qian Rinxue soon meets the legendary master Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang, with his closely cropped hair and unkempt beard, dons a teacher's robe that, despite its wear, does not diminish the fervor shining in his eyes. His soul power is remarkably weak, merely at level 29, which is hard to reconcile with his background as the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Xiaojiang, age, 47, martial soul, Luo San Pao, innate soul power, 01, soul power level, 29, soul ring configuration, yellow, relationship, 080, fate level, light pink. Light pink fate? Since Qian Rinxue sees the ice and fire yin-yang eye, individuals like Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun, who once possessed pink fate, have plummeted to orange fate. If such esteemed talents have suffered this fate, what merit does Yu Xiaojiang possess to retain his light pink fortune? Based on Qian Rinxue's understanding of fate, it is indeed true that, although Yu Xiaojiang has faced many tribulations in the first half of his life, he has enjoyed considerable fortune. Aside from lacking talent, he seems to have everything else, two prominent beauties devotedly in love with him. Despite him having wronged them for over a decade, Lu Erlong remains utterly devoted to him, while his mother, Bibi Dong, endured humiliation for his sake and even mobilized the power of the Spirit Hall to elevate him to the title of theoretical master in the Soul Master realm. However, the negative relationship score of 80 likely stems from the fact that he is the daughter of Qian Xunji and Bibi Dong. Qian Rinxue observes Yu Xiaojiang for an extended period through her angelic perception, noting that he resembles a scholar, spending his days either dining in the cafeteria or immersed in his disorderly room filled with books. His life is rather monotonous until one afternoon when, as classes conclude, a rather ordinary-looking boy, approximately 9 years old, knocks on his door. Teacher, I have arrived, the boy announces. Inside, Yu Xiaojiang looks up from his reading, a spark igniting in his eyes as he quickly stands and opens the door. Xiao-san, you are here. Come in. He beckons the boy, named Xiao-san, who then enters Yu Xiaojiang's room, where he begins to impart knowledge to Tang-san. Yu Xiaojiang's lesson revolves around the various soul beasts on the continent and their characteristics, akin to providing a comprehensive encyclopedia of soul beasts to his young pupil. In truth, such an encyclopedia is readily available in any Soul Master Academy's library. The willingness to learn is the only prerequisite. What Yu Xiaojiang teaches is neither a method for meditation nor for cultivation, but merely an encyclopedia of soul beasts. Qian Rinxue rolls her eyes at this revelation, directing her gaze toward the attentive young boy. Tang-san, age, 939, martial soul, blue-silver emperor, not yet awakened. Haotian hammer, innate soul power, 10, soul power level, 24, soul ring configuration, yellow, relationship, 050, fate, multicolored. At that moment, upon seeing the boy's information, a surge of murderous intent rises uncontrollably within Qian Rinxue. The existence of someone bearing both the Haotian hammer and blue-silver emperor martial souls inevitably reveals his parentage. It is evident that only Tang Hao would seek to find a 100,000-year-old wild herb to reproduce. Tang-san possesses abundant innate soul power, alongside the dual top-tier martial souls of Haotian hammer and blue-silver emperor, marking him as a child of fate in this era. His fortune flourishes, stemming from the foundation upon which someone in the divine realm seized the Spirit Hall's fortune. His inherent stance is destined to be opposed to the Spirit Hall, which was responsible for the demise of his mother and indirectly led to the death of the Spirit Hall's Pope. Though he may be unaware of these events now, he will inevitably learn the truth, and when that time comes, he will emerge with an unstoppable momentum, becoming a nightmare for the Spirit Hall. In this fleeting moment, Qian Rinxue contemplates extinguishing him in his cradle before he rises. However, Brother Shun Changqing acknowledges acquaintances he encounters along the way with nods or brief greetings. Yet, regardless of who it is, every face bears no excess expression, seemingly indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing has grown accustomed to this, for this is the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily tasked with slaying demons and monsters, albeit with some ancillary duties. In truth, every individual within the JinBao division bears the stains of blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many things. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Changqing felt some discomfort, but over time, he adjusted. The JinBao division is expansive, and those who remain are either exceptionally powerful experts or possess the potential to become such. Shun Changqing falls into the latter category. The JinBao division is divided into two professions, the Guardian Envoy and the Demon Slayer. Every individual who joins the JinBao division begins as the lowest-ranked Demon Slayer, gradually ascending with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian Envoy. In his previous life, Shun Changqing was a probationary Demon Slayer within the JinBao division, the most junior among them. With the memories of his past life, he is quite familiar with the JinBao division's environment. It does not take long before he halts before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other blood-stained areas of the JinBao division, this pavilion stands out with its tranquility, almost like a crane among chickens, amidst the blood-soaked JinBao division. At this moment, the pavilion's door stands wide open, with occasional individuals entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for a brief moment before stepping inside the loft. Upon entering, the environment transformed dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance, mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood, enveloped him, momentarily furrowing his brow before it relaxed again. The lingering scent of blood on each member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse. However, Qian Rinxue quickly dismissed this fleeting thought, realizing that a significant portion of her fortune originated from the Spirit Hall. Who could possibly transfer the Spirit Hall's extraordinary fortune to her? The answer lay among the deities of the divine realm. Qian Rinxue dared not assume that attempting such a feat would not attract their attention. If the divine beings were willing to invest in someone, selecting them as their successor, how could they stand idly by while she easily eliminated Tang San? Repressing her murderous intent, Qian Rinxue mentally contacted the system. Tang San's physical age was 9, yet why did he also possess data indicating 39? This was a situation Qian Rinxue had never encountered before. The system explained, Host, the age of 39 corresponds to his psychological maturity. Tang San's body is a product of this world, but his soul is not. His soul was transported from another realm, where he has already lived for 30 years. Physiologically, he is a 9-year-old child, but psychologically, he is akin to a 39-year-old man. Qian Rinxue nodded in understanding, realizing he was a being from another world. At this moment, her interest in Yu Xiaojiang waned. After all, he was merely someone who gained prominence through a student. Anyone associated with the Child of Destiny possessed remarkable fortune, especially someone like Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San's teacher. Consequently, Qian Rinxue shifted her investigative focus to Tang San. Tang San felt a subtle shift within him as he surveyed his surroundings, sensing an unprecedented chill of murderous intent that arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. There was no one else in the teacher's room. Could it have been an illusion? He redirected his focus, attentively listening as his teacher elaborated on a soul beast known as the Rugu Tuesday Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back. Stated, the Rugu Tu is a common soul beast found in the hunting soul forest. It is quite weak and often preys upon many formidable soul beasts. However, their reproductive rate is astonishing. Their breeding cycle lasts 44 days, with a gestation period of 1 month, followed by the ability to reproduce again shortly thereafter. Due to their large numbers and feeble strength, many common soul masters select them as their first soul ring. Additionally, their delectable meat serves as a primary ingredient in various culinary delights. Recalling the deliciousness of rabbit meat, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but drool, quickly wiping his mouth upon realizing his lapse in composure. The Rugatu? Is this the soul of Xiao Wu? Tang San inquired. However, the Rugatu is weak. Yet Xiao Wu's soul is not, is it, teacher? Yu Xiaojing replied earnestly. Little San, do you remember when I told you that there are no worthless martial souls? Only worthless soul masters? Well, the Rugu too. It too can become powerful. As far as I know, in the past, the Stardo Forest was home to 200,000-year Rugu Tuesday. During his cherished days with Bibi Dong, he learned many secrets, including the specific distribution of soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. Bibi Dong had once jokingly mentioned to Yu Xiaojing her intention to claim 400,000-year soul beasts within the depths of the Luo Forest as her soul rings, which included 2 Rugu 2, 1 Tianqing Yomeng, and 1 Titan giant ape. In the past, Yu Xiaojing might have been indifferent to such remarks, but now he thought, those 400,000-year soul beasts must belong to my disciple, Tang San. Are there really 100,000-year Rugu 2? Tang San was astonished. Indeed, it is said that nearly all 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire Douluo continent are descendants of those 200,000-year Rugu 2, Yu Xiaojing elaborated. That is why I assert there are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Look at the Rugu 2. It can cultivate to become a 100,000-year soul beast. If a person cannot, how can one blame their martial soul? Little San, rest assured, even if your martial soul is blue silvergrass, entrust it to me, and I will surely nurture you into a formidable talent. Tang San gazed at his teacher with admiration, nodding earnestly, feeling that he had indeed chosen the right mentor. Observing the reverence in Tang San's eyes, Yu Xiaojing felt even more satisfied with his disciple. All right, this class is dismissed. You should return to rest. Good night, teacher, Tang San said as he departed. After a night of studying the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, he diligently noted his observations before returning to his dormitory. Upon entering the dormitory, Tang San and a girl named Xiao Wu habitually embraced and fell asleep together on the same bed. Seizing the opportunity of sleep, Tang San occasionally brushed against the slumbering Xiao Wu, yet ultimately lacked the courage to act upon his impulses. If one were unaware of Tang San's psychological age, being over 30, it would seem unremarkable for 2 children to share a bed. However, witnessing the scene, Qian Renshue held Tang San in contempt, thinking, how could he dare to take advantage of such a young child? Ugh, despicable lolicon. Qian Renshue directed her gaze toward the sleeping Xiao Wu. Activating her fate source, I to glean more information. Xiao Wu age, 9-100009. Martial soul, Rugu 2, soul beast transformation, innate soul power, 10 soul power level, 24 soul ring configuration, yellow-yellow relationship, 10-80, fortune level, multicolored. Upon seeing the astonishing figures, Qian Renshue found herself at a loss for words. Initially, she believed Tang San was merely pretending to be younger to take advantage of Xiao Wu. To her surprise, this rabbit was also a case of an old bull eating tender grass. The incessant calling of Sange from Xiao Wu sent shivers down Qian Renshue's spine. However, the revelation that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast transformation took her by surprise. In the Stardo Forest, there were 200,000-year Rugu 2, one of which had been hunted by her mother years ago, ultimately becoming her 7th soul ring. This Rugu 2 must be the offspring of that very beast, which fueled her animosity toward the Spirit Hall. Tang San, a child of destiny with a mortal enemy in the Spirit Hall, and Xiao Wu, a girl of destiny with a similar vendetta, both drew their potent fortunes from the Spirit Hall. The celestial deities truly believed the Spirit Hall to be easy prey, intending to use it as a stepping stone for their successors. Qian Renshue forced herself to suppress the thought of eliminating Tang San and Xiao Wu. It would be simple to deal with these 2 yet-to-mature children of fortune, but confronting their backing would be a challenge. Even if she were to eliminate Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was likely they could replicate the process and bring forth another individual with enmity toward the Spirit Hall to become a new child of destiny. Shin brother. As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he would greet familiar acquaintances with nods or brief hellos. However, no one displayed any excess emotion, appearing indifferent to everything. Shin Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in the Great Qin, primarily responsible for slaying demons and monsters, though it also engaged in various other ancillary duties. In the JinMoC, each individual bears the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably grow apathetic towards many matters. Upon initially arriving in this world, Shin Changqing found himself somewhat disoriented. Yet as time passed, he gradually adapted. The JinMoC is vast. and those who remain within its confines are either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belongs to the latter category. The Zhen MOC is divided into two distinct professions, the Zhen Shou Shi and the Chu Mo Shi. Every newcomer to the Zhen MOC begins as a Chu Mo Shi, ascending step by step with the hope of ultimately becoming a Zhen Shou Shi. Shen Changqing's previous incarnation was a novice Chu Mo Shi, the lowest rank among them. Possessing the memories of his former self, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Zhen MOC. Before long, he found himself pausing before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locations within the Zhen MOC, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance, mingled with a faint scent of blood, rushed to greet him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before quickly relaxing. The sanguine scent that clung to every member of the Zhen MOC was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Next, Qian Renxue observed Tang San throughout the day, noting that his mental maturity was not as profound as it appeared on the surface. In the early morning before dawn, he had gone to the balcony, gazing towards the rising sun with his violet eyes. After absorbing the morning's essence, he returned to his dormitory to attend classes alongside his peers from the 7th dormitory. Following the morning lessons, he spent the afternoon at the blacksmith shop, forging weapons to earn a living. In the forge, he skillfully crafted a type of concealed weapon, which he intended to conceal on his person, ready to be deployed at a critical moment. Initially, Qian Renxue held little interest in these concealed weapons, as she already possessed a soul guide. However, her curiosity piqued when Tang San demonstrated their effectiveness by striking a target. Although these hidden weapons, known as Anshi, could not be compared to soul guides, their true value lay in their compatibility with soul guides. Soul guides equipped soul masters, while Anshi armed troops, significantly enhancing a military's capabilities. Reflecting on this, Qian Renxue decided to invest time observing Tang San as he crafted the Anshi, not needing to grasp the underlying principles, but merely recording the process. As Qian Renxue utilized her angelic perception to observe Tang San, a hand rested upon her shoulder, interrupting her focus. She turned to find JinBao shaking his head and pointing in a particular direction. Outside the blacksmith shop, a disheveled man clad in a black robe approached. Resembling a common vagabond, he nonchalantly lined up 10 copper soul coins and requested a bowl of inferior wheat wine and a plate of fennel beans. While he appeared unkempt, from the perspective of Soul Master, he radiated a restrained yet formidable aura, akin to a towering mountain before Qian Renxue. She activated her fate source, to assess him. Tang Hao, Martial Soul, Haotian Hammer Soul Power Level, 95 Innate Soul Power, 10 Soul Ring Configuration, Yellow, Yellow, Purple, Purple, Black, 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 Red Physical Condition, Severely Injured Relationship, 0, 80, Fortune Level. Pink Qian Renxue was taken aback to discover that he was Tang Hao. It was unexpected to see him in such a weakened state, and JinBao murmured. "What is it?" Qian Renxue inquired. "Nothing, just seeing him reminds me of some past encounters." And JinBao replied, "You, and him?" Qian Renxue questioned, perplexed, considering that JinBao belonged to a time tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years later, while Tang Hao was a figure of the present. It seemed implausible to connect the two across such vast temporal distances, unless perhaps he too had ascended to godhood in the future. And JinBao nodded, stating, "I perished at his hands." This implied that Tang Hao would eventually become a ruler of realms. Qian Renxue's eyes narrowed as she asked, "Do you seek vengeance against him?" And JinBao shook his head, replying, "I yearn for revenge, but not against his current self, rather against the pinnacle of his power. If he has not reached the peak I recall, then my blade shall not be drawn against him. Then you may never have the opportunity for vengeance, for I shall not allow him or his son to rise unchallenged." Qian Renxue asserted, recalling the growing figure of Lan Yin, adding, "His life is better suited for Lan Yin." With that, she shifted the conversation, asking, "I'm quite intrigued by your past. Would you share it with me, Master?" And JinBao shook his head, saying, "I apologize, but my past is not something you're meant to know." This era mirrored the one in which JinBao had lived. The once flourishing civilization of soul guides had all but vanished. Over the past several millennia, the technologies of soul guides, battle armor, and soul masters had reached their zenith, unencumbered by divine constraints, with some even surpassing the 99th level to achieve the 100th. The soul guides crafted by humanity could even harm deities. Yet, the glories of the past crumbled in an instant. A calamity, a cataclysm, a history erased, thrust humanity's history back to square one, rendering their powers incapable of surpassing the 100th level. Even the most gifted could only linger at 99, awaiting their inevitable demise. On Douluo star and other planets, divine positions ceased to exist, and no one could forge such paths. Only the fated children of each era had the chance to ascend to godhood. The pinnacle technologies of soul guides and battle armor were monopolized by titans such as Haotian sect, Shrek, and Tang sect, much like the concealed weapons of yore. Hidden from public view. In days past, and JinBao emerged like a new star, her martial soul being one of the apex sword-type martial souls, the Void Sword. During that era, Shrek Academy dominated the academic landscape for millennia, yet joining Shrek came with myriad restrictions, particularly for prodigies who were tightly bound by its regulations. And JinBao possessed the talent to join Shrek Academy, but chose instead to affiliate with a less renowned institution, Xingyue Academy. Although she did not have access to Shrek's superior educational resources, she still ascended like a new star. In the same era, another rising star emerged, Tang Xiao-Yi, the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. Tang Xiao-Yi wielded the dual martial souls of Blue Silvergrass and Haotian Hammer. While this combination seemed ordinary in JinBao's time, it was the dual martial soul configuration of Tang San, the legendary figure of Douluo continent, who had created countless legends as the god of the sea and the Shura god. It was rumored that Tang Xiao-Yi might be a descendant of Tang San. And throughout the millennia, a fated child capable of suppressing an era had appeared every 10,000 years. In the beginning, the child of destiny was elusive. But after several millennia, it became apparent that he most likely bore the surname Tang, possessing either the Haotian Hammer or the Blue Silvergrass as his martial soul. Tang Xiao-Yi, endowed with extraordinary talent and hailing from the Tang lineage, balanced the significance of the Blue Silvergrass and Haotian Hammer. Thus, the child of destiny for this era was clearly determined to be him. Consequently, the instructors at Shrek Academy enthusiastically nurtured Tang Xiao-Yi, intending to shape him into the representative of the Shrek 7 monsters for the next 10,000 years. Tang Xiao-Yi rose to the occasion, leading the Shrek 7 monsters team to participate in the Continental Soul Master Competition. This prestigious event has a long-standing tradition, with its origins shrouded in mystery. The only recorded myth of the Shrek 7 monsters recounts how the original team triumphed over the malevolent Spirit Hall during the competition, thereby embarking on a journey to save the world. As Shun Chongqing walked along the path, he greeted familiar faces with nods and gestures. Yet no one displayed any extraneous emotions, as if they were indifferent to all. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this atmosphere, for he was within the Demon Suppression, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin by slaying demons and monstrous beings, alongside other auxiliary duties. It could be said that each individual within the division bore the stains of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many matters become trivial. Initially, Shun Chongqing found this world disconcerting, but in time, he acclimated. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and only those of formidable strength or potential remained. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The division was divided into 2 professions, the Demon Guardians and the Demon Exterminators. Every individual began as a Demon Exterminator, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of becoming a Demon Guardian. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a trainee Demon Exterminator, the lowest rank among them. With the memories of his former self, he was well acquainted with the environment of the division. It did not take long for him to halt before a particular loft. Unlike the other grim locations within the Demon Suppression Division, this loft stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The loft's door was ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. After a brief hesitation, Shun Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the ambience shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed him, causing him to frown instinctively, though he quickly relaxed. The sanguine odor clung to every individual within the division, nearly impossible to wash away. Throughout the continent, Shrek Academy stands as the pinnacle of educational institutions, boasting exceptional faculty and producing students who have dominated successive eras. Each generation's child of destiny has emerged from Shrek Academy, leading to a continuous influx of geniuses seeking admission. Adhering to the principle of nurturing only prodigies, Shrek meticulously selects its students, leaving the remainder for other academies. Consequently, the finest teachers and talents converge at Shrek Academy, and the results of past Soul Master competitions have remained unaltered. The Shrek 7 monsters consistently secured first place, followed by the second and third teams of Shrek, while other academies vied for the remaining ranks. In Shrek Academy's own words, they field only 3 teams. Otherwise, all top 10 positions would belong to them. This outcome has become customary, with the top 3 forever belonging to Shrek Academy, rendering the 4th place akin to first. However, many academies were unprepared for the emergence of a dark horse in this year's Soul Master competition. And JinBao, studying under an obscure title Douluo at Xingyue Academy, known as the Blood Sword Douluo, possessed a unique martial soul that required bloodlust to maintain its rationality. Despite his formidable strength, he refrained from exposing himself during an era dominated by malevolent martial souls. Nevertheless, he was not a true evil soul master, but a master of swordsmanship who imparted his knowledge to JinBao, carefully selecting suitable soul beasts and spirit ring configurations. Under the guidance of the Blood Sword Douluo, JinBao's swordplay soared to new heights, leading the Xingyue team through the Continental Soul Master competition. They overcame the Shrek 2nd and 3rd teams, leaving spectators in awe. This marked the first time in many years that another academy managed to break into the top 3, significantly tarnishing Shrek Academy's reputation. However, Shrek Academy displayed commendable magnanimity, acknowledging Xingyue Academy's achievements. The defeats of the 2nd and 3rd teams were still acceptable to Shrek Academy, as their ace remained the Shrek 7 monsters. In the final showdown, the Xingyue team faced off against the Shrek 7 monsters. This iteration of the Shrek 7 monsters was outfitted with an almost unparalleled configuration, featuring the powerful offensive martial soul, the Dark Sacred Dragon, the controlling martial soul, the Nine-Tailed Fox, and the top-tier support martial soul, the Nine-Hearted Glass Tower, alongside Tang Xiaoyi's sister, the 10,000-year giant lizard. Additionally, all their soul rings were bestowed by the gods, starting with the 10,000-year soul ring, led by Tang Xiaoyi. In this match, failure seemed inconceivable for Shrek Academy. Yet, the outcome was startlingly contrary. The Xingyue team sacrificed all their members, transferring their soul power and support to JinBao, who valiantly faced the Shrek 7 monsters alone on the arena. The Void Sword, imbued with spatial power, possessed the ability to cleave through dimensions, epitomizing the pinnacle of offensive martial souls. With a precise strike, the Void Sword severed the head of the Dark Sacred Dragon, repelling the mental assault of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and slicing through the blue-silver grass that ensnared her. She met Tang Xiaoyi's martial soul, the Haotian Hammer, head-on with her Void Sword. As members of the Shrek 7 monsters were successively eliminated from the contest, Tang Xiaoyi unleashed his ancestral secret techniques, including the Haotian Hammer and the chaotic storm of the Great Susumi Hammer. However, JinBao demonstrated through her actions that the era of the Haotian Hammer as the paramount martial soul had concluded, with a single stroke capable of rending the void. She countered Tang Xiaoyi's hammer with formidable force. As a sharp blade rested against Tang Xiaoyi's neck, he was reluctant to accept that Shrek Academy had met its defeat, and JinBao established a record for Shrek Academy, marking the first time it failed to secure the championship in the competition's history. Particularly, Tang Xiaoyi, presumed to be the destined child of this era, saw the Shrek 7 monsters, typically dominant in the Soul Master competitions, face an unprecedented defeat. Following this battle, JinBao did not anticipate becoming Tang Xiaoyi's mental adversary. After the competition, Shrek Academy formally invited her to join their ranks, offering generous terms, yet JinBao declined. Afterward, she traveled across the continent, challenging formidable opponents to hone her swordsmanship, gradually advancing toward greatness. By the age of 20, she had ascended to the rank of Fenghao Duo, the Sword Saint. However, an incident occurred where the identity of Blood Sword Duo was exposed by Shrek Academy, leading to a significant decline in JinBao's reputation as a disciple of the evil Soul Master. Following this, Shrek Academy launched a punitive expedition against Blood Sword Douluo, and Xingyue Academy was detained on charges of harboring an evil Soul Master. JinBao and Blood Sword Douluo found themselves cornered by Shrek Academy, and Blood Sword Douluo stepped forward, addressing the expedition team. My martial spirit is an evil martial spirit, yet I have never committed any heinous acts. A member of the Shrek Haishan Pavilion's enforcement team, Tang Lao, responded, "Who can say whether you have committed such acts? One thing is certain, your martial spirit is indeed an evil one, marking you as original sin." Today, Shrek Academy has come to judge you and your disciple. You seek to accuse without cause. I understand now that you are unwilling to let me go. Very well, but my disciple, JinBao, is neither an evil soul master, nor does she possess an evil martial spirit. I hope you can spare her, Blood Sword Douluo implored. Spare her? Tang Feng. The Hao Qianduo replied, that depends on whether she has the ability to win against her ancestor, Tang Xiaoyi. An extreme Douluo, Tang Feng, stepped forward to honor Tang Xiaoyi. Though Tang Xiaoyi was of a younger generation, he was indeed an elder of Shrek Academy, and an ancestor of Tang Feng from the Haotian sect. After all, Tang Xiaoyi could only be considered a few dozen generations removed from Tang San, and in the vast expanse of the Haotian sect. Countless generations had passed over hundreds of thousands of years. Tang Xiaoyi emerged from the crowd, embraced by his wife, the 10,000-year giant lizard, and declared in JinBao, in that competition during the Continental Soul Master competition, I was defeated by you. However, there's a saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. My loss back then does not signify my current ability. This time, I shall redeem myself. Tang Feng looked at JinBao and said, Little one, Shrek Academy makes this clear. If you defeat Tang Xiaoyi, not only will we release you, but we will also free Blood Sword Douluo. What do you say? Brother Shun, Shun Chongqing, walking along the road, greeted familiar faces with nods. Yet, regardless of the person, each bore an expression of indifference, as if detached from all matters. Shun Chongqing had grown accustomed to this, for this was the JinBao division, an institution tasked with maintaining the stability of the Great Qin by slaying demons and bizarre creatures, though it also engaged in other ancillary duties. It could be said that every individual in the JinBao division had blood on their hands. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many things. Upon arriving in this world, Shun Chongqing felt a sense of unease, yet over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast, and those who remained were either exceptionally powerful experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two professions, the guardian and the exorcist. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as the lowest-ranking exorcist and gradually ascended, ultimately aspiring to become a guardian. Shun Chongqing's previous incarnation was a probationary exorcist, the lowest tier among them. Retaining the memories of his past life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long before he stopped before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other somber places within the JinBao division, this pavilion stood out amidst the bloody atmosphere, exuding an air of tranquility. The pavilion's doors were wide open, and people occasionally entered and exited. Shun Chongqing hesitated briefly before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, though it soon relaxed. The bloodied scent clung to every member of the JinBao division, nearly impossible to cleanse. I seek to redeem myself, Tang Xiaoyi declared. When true evil soul masters wreak havoc upon the world, your Shrek enforcement team was nowhere to be found. Yet we, the harmless soul masters, are branded as evil. Blood Sword Douluo gritted his teeth. Let me face you, Tang Feng. The outcome will determine life or death. With that, he drew his sword, pointing it directly at Tang Feng. No, you are but a turtle in a jar. Challenging you holds no value, Tang Feng retorted, glancing at JinBao. What is your stance on this? Tang Xiaoyi was the fated child of this era, favored by Haotian sect, Shrek, and Tang sect. The former master of the realm had personally intervened to channel the fate of all beings on Douluo continent towards Tang Xiaoyi. With so many divine beings as his backing, each soul ring he acquired was a divine gift, replete with treasures and secret techniques. Tang Xiaoyi exhibited the traits befitting a fated child, suppressing the talents of an entire generation, and he was destined to become the brightest star of this age, until he met JinBao, who shattered Tang Xiaoyi's myth. From that moment on, JinBao became Tang Xiaoyi's inner demon, fracturing his undefeated resolve and severely impacting his cultivation progress. The three factions of Tang sect, Shrek, and Haotian sect realized that this situation could not persist. They needed to help Tang Xiaoyi overcome his inner demon. How could this be achieved? It was simple, by having Tang Xiaoyi challenge JinBao once more, thereby subjecting JinBao to utter humiliation. Thus, the assault's true target was not Blood Sword Douluo, but rather JinBao. By labeling Blood Sword Douluo as an evil soul master, JinBao became the disciple of an evil soul master, providing Shrek Academy with a pretext for a full-scale operation, culminating in a final battle between Tang Xiaoyi and in Zhongdao, where Tang Xiaoyi would triumph and vanquish his inner demon. And Zhongdao stepped forward, asserting, "Master, since they have designated me as the opponent, let me accept the challenge. You once said there is no reason for me to decline. Be careful," Blood Sword Douluo cautioned. "I accept your challenge." And Zhongdao positioned himself in the center of the two factions, while Tang Xiaoyi first exchanged a tender moment with his wife, the 10,000-year giant lizard, before moving to the central arena. And Zhongdao reached into the void, drawing forth a cerulean sword from its sheath. 9 soul rings, purple, black, and crimson, encircled in Zhongdao, who had risen to the rank of 94th level Feng Hao. Gazing upon in Zhongdao's 9 soul rings, Tang Xiaoyi experienced a fleeting sense of superiority. A massive Haotian hammer materialized in his grasp. And Zhongdao, even if you were to defeat me in the short term, what of it? You possess but one martial spirit, while I wield 2. Allow me to showcase my Haotian hammer's soul rings. 9 crimson soul rings adorned his form, many of which shimmered with golden threads, emanating a crushing aura. Tang Xiaoyi gazed down from his lofty position at Zhongdao, whose soul ring configuration and soul power level surpassed that of Zhongdao, reaching the pinnacle of a 96th rank title Douluo. One might wonder how he ascended so swiftly. After all, upon achieving title Douluo status, Tang Xiaoyi absorbed the divine 9 rings of another martial spirit. Utilizing the soul power from these 9 divine soul rings, he catapulted himself from the threshold of title Douluo to the exalted level of a 96th rank super Douluo. Moreover, in addition to the divine soul rings, Tang Xiaoyi possessed divine soul bones, rendering him a fully equipped title Douluo. Thus, it was evident that in this battle, Zhongdao was at a distinct disadvantage. Nevertheless, Zhongdao remained unfazed and addressed Tang Xiaoyi, stating, "The path of the swordsman is to embrace death through life. A title Douluo does not merely gauge worth by soul rings or soul bones. Your bravado is merely a facade. Soon, you shall find it unsustainable." Tang Xiaoyi, eager to unleash the pent-up frustration he harbored toward Zhongdao, felt confident that defeating a 94th rank title Douluo would be a trivial endeavor, given his own status. Seizing the opportunity, Zhongdao initiated the attack, a flash appearing before Tang Xiaoyi as she unleashed a series of swift strikes that left him without any means of defense. Employing a rapid assault technique, Zhongdao intercepted Tang Xiaoyi before he could activate his soul skills, forcing him to wield the Haotian hammer in a desperate exchange of blows. Ultimately, Tang Xiaoyi could scarcely utilize his advantage of 96th rank soul power and 9 red soul rings before Zhongdao toppled him with a single strike. Her foot pressing against his chest, a sword poised at his neck. "I have won this battle. You must honor our prior agreement and allow us to depart," she declared. This outcome took the Shrek team by surprise. They had not anticipated Tang Xiaoyi's swift defeat, though it was noted that he had been subjected to an underhanded ambush. The sword still rested against his neck. Tafa's expression grew cold as he remarked, "We shall uphold our promise. Since you have won, we will let you and your disciple go, but only if you return our young master. Otherwise, Shrek Academy shall not rest until we settle this." Trusting in the reputation of Shrek Academy, Zhongdao kicked Tang Xiaoyi back, who collided with the soft embrace of his 10,000-year giant lizard wife. Filled with humiliation, Tang Xiaoyi glared at Zhongdao, while on the other side, Shrek's healing soul masters tended to his injuries and restored his soul power. It was undeniable that Shrek's logistical capabilities were formidable. The previously battered Tang Xiaoyi now appeared revitalized. "Now, it is time to fulfill your promise. Let us pass," Zhongdao insisted. However, as Tang Xiaoyi's wounds healed, the humiliation within him swelled exponentially. Initially, he had hoped this battle would cleanse his disgrace and restore his invincible faith, but instead, he found himself defeated once more by Zhongdao. "No, I have not lost. You attacked me without honor," Tang Xiaoyi retorted defiantly. Unwilling to concede, Zhongdao turned to Tang Feng. "The young master is correct. Your ambush does not count. I had not declared the challenge begun, so let us reset and commence anew." Tang Feng replied coldly, "If we simply allow Zhongdao and her companions to leave, how can we mend the young master's spirit? Thus, today we must ensure he regains his honor." As the Chengqing walked along the path, he exchanged nods with familiar faces, yet no one displayed excessive emotion. All appeared indifferent to their surroundings. This apathy was something Chengqing had grown accustomed to, for this was an institution dedicated to maintaining stability within the Great Qin, primarily tasked with vanquishing demons and aberrations, alongside some auxiliary duties. It could be said that each member of Douluo bore the weight of bloodshed. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shen Chongqing felt out of place, but over time, he adapted. The Douluo was vast, and those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become one. Shen Chongqing belonged to the latter category. The Douluo was divided into two roles, the Guardian and the Demon Slayer. Every individual entering the Douluo began as a low-ranking Demon Slayer, gradually rising through the ranks with the aspiration of becoming a Guardian. Shen Chongqing's former self was a trainee Demon Slayer, the lowest tier among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the Douluo. Without taking long, Shen Chongqing halted before a pavilion. Unlike the other somber locales within this pavilion stood out, presenting an air of tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The pavilion's doors were ajar, with occasional visitors passing through. After a brief hesitation, Shen Chongqing stepped inside. Upon entering, the atmosphere transformed dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance and a faint hint of blood assailed his senses, causing him to furrow his brow momentarily before relaxing again. The sanguine scent clung to every member of the Douluo, nearly impossible to wash away. Returning to the confrontation, and Zhongdao made no comments, merely observing Fi as he prepared for battle once more. Tang Shi declared, "And Zhongdao, this time, you shall find no opportunity for a sneak attack. I will ensure you taste the bitterness of defeat." "Begin," Tang Feng commanded. Tang Xiaoyi swung the Haotian hammer directly at Zhongdao. In the clash between the Void Sword and the Haotian hammer, Zhongdao met Fi head-on, yet she employed evasive techniques against his lethal strikes. Even though the Haotian hammer was formidable enough to shake the heavens, it required precision to strike its target. And Zhongdao, with her spatial martial spirit, adeptly evaded the hammer's attacks, which vexed Tang Xiaoyi. He had invested all enhancements into his strength, yet if he could not strike his opponent, what then? In a fit of rage, Tang Xiaoyi, fueled by his abundant soul power, unleashed his powerful skills indiscriminately, wreaking havoc and destruction. "You claim to be a sword soul master. Do you not assert that you must face your foes bravely? And Zhongdao, aside from ambushes and evasion, what else can you do? In the realm of dueling, one must also rely on wit." Tang Xiaoyi, despite possessing an overwhelming advantage in soul power with his 900,000-year soul rings, ultimately faced the limitation of his finite soul energy. And Zhongdao remarked, "Now, let us see how much soul power you have left." At that moment, Tang Xiaoyi's expression shifted to one of distress, although his soul power far exceeded that of Zhongdao. The consumption of his ninth soul skill and the Dasumi hammer had drained him significantly. He had squandered his resources as if they were mere common attacks. And no matter how abundant his soul power, it could not withstand such reckless expenditure. Presently, he was left with merely 10% of his peak soul power. "It is now my turn to retaliate," and Zhongdao proclaimed, wielding her void sword. "Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship." Her technique, known as the Void 9 styles, seamlessly interwove 9 formidable soul skills into a masterful display of swordplay. With swift movements akin to a fleeting shadow, her strikes could rupture the very fabric of space, resembling a tempest of blades. From a moment Zhongdao commenced her counterattack, Tang Xiaoyi found himself unable to respond. She outpaced him, nullifying his ghostly steps. While her sword's edge rendered his defenses futile, the entirety of the battlefield fell under her influence. Regardless of whether he summoned the Haotian absolute arts or the Tang sex techniques, every stratagem Tang Xiaoyi employed was met with Zhongdao's unyielding suppression. Before long, the Haotian hammer was cleaved apart, dissipating into a mere illusion. Once more, Zhongdao's blade sought Tang Xiaoyi's neck, and this time, she showed no mercy. In that crucial moment, Tang Feng intervened, unleashing the full might of the Haotian hammer in a fierce strike against Zhongdao, who was compelled to alter her attack trajectory to evade his assault. However, she was still struck by the residual force, sustaining significant injuries. I have lost," Tang Xiaoyi said, his spirit heavy with despair. Tang Feng placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "Ancestor, this time you have not truly lost. You were merely outmaneuvered by her cunning. A true swordsman should face their opponent with honor, not cower in evasion." Hearing the implications in Tang Feng's words, Zhongdao felt a surge of indignation, while the blood sword Douluo interjected, "Shouldn't Zhongdao retreat? Would she dare to confront your Haotian hammer directly?" While swordsmanship values honor, it also necessitates evasion of danger. An auxiliary soul master approached to mend Tang Xiaoyi's injuries and restore his soul power. After a brief respite, Tang Xiaoyi regained his vigor. This time, should you prevail, I will allow you to depart, Tang Feng declared. Do not compete with them, Zhongdao. I have come to realize that in this duel, your only choice is to win. If you do not, they will never relent, cautioned the blood sword Douluo. We are all bound to death. So let us confront them without reservation, he urged. Am I not aware of this, master? And Zhongdao's lips trembled as she spoke to the blood sword Douluo. I understand now. He seeks to conquer me, to liberate himself from his inner demons. In this duel, I see no possibility of victory. As long as I continue to win, Shrek will refuse to acknowledge defeat. If I am to face certain doom, then let me become his ultimate trial and shatter that which he holds most dear. After conferring with the blood sword Douluo, and Zhongdao fixed a steely gaze upon Tang Feng, declaring, I hope your Shrek Academy does not lose its credibility. In the ensuing battle, and Zhongdao fought valiantly. In previous encounters, she had either taken the initiative or evaded danger. This time, however, she directly countered the strengths of the Haotian hammer, employing the void sword against the overwhelming power of the myriad strikes and the Dasumi hammer, culminating in a clash where both sides suffered grievously. Yet, and Zhongdao persevered, while Tang Xiaoyi succumbed once more. Consumed by a profound sense of rage and bitterness, Tang Xiaoyi reflected on his past mistakes of arrogance. Having underestimated Zhongdao in his prior defeats, he had attributed them to the lack of martial decorum on his opponent's part or her evasion tactics. Yet this time, Zhongdao had genuinely bested him, overcoming not only him but also the Haotian sect's legacy of countless generations. He recalled the triumphs of his ancestors, each of whom had dominated their era. Yet, in his case, everything felt different. With dual martial spirits, the noble bloodline of the Tang family, and the weight of his forebears, gods and kings, standing behind him, he possessed the Haotian hammer with its 900,000-year soul rings, the Haotian absolute arts, the Tang sect's techniques, and the divine soul rings, all supported by the continent's three most formidable powers, the Haotian sect, Shrek Academy, and the Tang sect. By all rights, he should have been the protagonist of this age. Yet why was it that while Tang Xiaoyi, was born and Zhongdao also emerged? Tang Feng's expression mirrored that of Tang Xiaoyi, filled with dismay. As the child of fate in this era, he pondered why he had not been able to assert his dominance, as was foretold. Recalling the words of the Master of Realms, he realized he must ensure that Tang Xiaoyi decisively defeats Zhongdao today, allowing him to emerge from his inner turmoil. This match does not count. We shall have another go, he declared audaciously to Zhongdao and the blood sword Douluo. Brother Shun. Indeed, Shun Changqing acknowledged, greeting familiar faces along his path. Yet, regardless of who it was, each person wore a mask of indifference, as if they were detached from all matters. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for he was within the Demon Suppression Division, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Daqin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and monsters, with a few additional side ventures. It could be said that every individual within the Demon Suppression Division bore the weight of bloodshed. As one becomes familiar with life and death, many things tend to lose their significance. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found himself out of sorts, but gradually he adapted. The Demon Suppression Division was vast, and those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally powerful masters or individuals with the potential to become masters. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Demon Suppression Division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the division began as an exterminator at the lowest tier, progressively advancing with the hope of eventually becoming a guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was a probationary exterminator, the most junior among them. With the memories of his past life, he was well acquainted with the environment of the Demon Suppression Division. Before long, Shun Changqing found himself halting before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim places within the Demon Suppression Division, this pavilion stood out as an oasis of tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion stood ajar, with occasional visitors coming and going. Shun Changqing hesitated only briefly before striding inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood greeted him, causing his brow to furrow instinctively, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine scent clung to every individual within the Demon Suppression Division, nearly impossible to wash away. Despite having vanquished Zhongdao, Tang Xiaoyi felt no sense of redemption from the humiliation he had endured. He had come prepared, yet time and again, he was bested by Zhongdao. His triumph over JinBao was not solely due to his own prowess, but rather the extensive logistical support from the Shrek Academy behind him. In a one-on-one duel, he would have surely perished beneath JinBao's sword. This reality fostered in Tang Xiaoyi a profound jealousy and resentment towards JinBao. He, the supposed child of destiny in this era, found himself perpetually overshadowed by JinBao. Consumed by resentment, Tang Xiaoyi did not kill JinBao. Instead, he rendered her powerless, shattering her soul power and leaving her a mere husk. Gazing upon JinBao, he venomously declared, "Your talent is commendable, but JinBao, bear this well. No matter how extraordinary your gifts may be, in this world, divine authority belongs solely to the Tang family. Only we, the Tang family, can ascend to godhood. Those who align with us shall prosper, while those who oppose us shall face annihilation. I want you to live and witness my ascent to greatness. Forever left in my shadow, a sight you shall never behold. Ultimately, I shall sit upon the divine throne, looking down upon you, while you remain nothing but a wretched being." Having spoken, Tang Xiaoyi departed with the Shrek enforcement team, while the Bloodsword Douluo was escorted back to Shrek Academy for execution. Following this punitive expedition, Shrek Academy publicly proclaimed that Tang Xiaoyi had defeated the Sword Saint Douluo and JinBao with an invincible demeanor. Rather than kill her, Tang Xiaoyi opted to leave JinBao alive for the sake of humiliation. Rendered physically incapacitated, JinBao fell into despair. She was taken in by a family whose elder claimed to be an admirer of hers. This elder wielded a sword, albeit a broken bamboo sword, a symbol of a wasted martial soul devoid of any soul power. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his pursuit of the sword path, using his martial soul to refine each move. He sought guidance on swordsmanship from JinBao. At this point, JinBao could no longer summon her martial soul consistently and had to spar with the elder using a common wooden sword. Yet, the elder had dedicated most of his life to the study of swordsmanship. Even with a wasted martial soul, his skill reached the level of a soul master. This confrontation, which was meant for JinBao to instruct the elder, resulted in her unexpected defeat. "Forgive me, old friend, I forgot your current physical state is not optimal," the elder said, recalling his martial soul with a tone of regret. JinBao shook her head and replied, "I never imagined that without my martial soul. My swordsmanship would be so feeble, even inferior to yours, old man." "Dear girl, would you care to hear my story?" the elder inquired, gazing at his broken bamboo sword. "Please, do share," JinBao responded. The elder's swordplay was remarkably exquisite, causing JinBao to feel a sense of shame in her own abilities. Had it not been for his wasted martial soul, he would have undoubtedly made a name for himself across the continent. "In my youth, I was born into a prestigious family of swordsmanship, where my siblings were all heirs of the supreme martial soul, the golden sword. However, due to a mutation in my martial soul, I became this broken bamboo sword with an innate soul power of 0, the elder recounted. For someone so obsessed with the sword path, this was a devastating blow, marking me as a disgrace within my family. During that time, I desperately sought ways to alter my fate. The family head even approached the Tang sect, hoping they could provide a rare herb to enhance my talent. The price they demanded was for my family to become their vassals, which the head refused, leading to my inevitable abandonment. Subsequently, I was cast out by the head of the Golden Sword family. After being expelled, I secluded myself here, nurturing a naive belief that since my martial soul was deficient, I could forge a unique path in swordsmanship distinct from the soul master cultivation system. This idea accompanied me throughout my life. Pointing to a cliff in his secluded dwelling, the elder remarked, "That is where I once practiced my swordplay. I indeed achieved a measure of success. I could defeat 100-year soul beasts and even slightly weaker 1,000-year soul beasts. However, that was the extent of my accomplishments. As a wielder of a wasted martial soul, I could only reach this level, while my family members, who inherited the Golden Sword martial soul, ascended to the ranks of Soul Douluo or Title Douluo. Now, I lack even the qualification to stand before them. To break away from the soul master system and create a unique swordsmanship system, it has proven to be a naive dream, though I am reluctant to admit my naivety." JinBao responded, "Old sir, I believe your thoughts are not naive. Once, I prided myself on standing at the pinnacle of sword mastery, yet after my downfall, I realized how feeble I am without my martial soul. Your existence has sparked a question within me. Throughout history, the paths of spears, swords, and beasts, among countless cultivation paths, all rely fundamentally on their martial souls. Whether it is self-created soul skills or the abilities derived from soul rings and bones, none can escape the confines of the Soul Master system. Is this very foundation not also a form of limitation? I have traversed the entire continent, witnessed many formidable beings, and even consulted ancient texts of mythology. Yet, individuals like you are truly one of a kind. You have illuminated a new path for me. Perhaps, to attain the zenith of swordsmanship, transcending oneself is essential. Only by transcending oneself, prioritizing sword cultivation while supplementing with soul cultivation, can one forge a unique path in swordsmanship. From that point onward, Zhongdao practiced swordplay alongside the elder, foregoing the training of soul masters. Gradually, her swordsmanship flourished, allowing her to surpass the elder in skill. The two of them developed a profound bond, with the elder's dedication to the sword evident, though his comprehension paled in comparison to Zhongdao's. His lifetime of achievements culminated here, while Zhongdao, embarking on the path the elder had pioneered, began to apply her extraordinary talent for soul master cultivation to swordsmanship. Through their exchanges, Zhongdao's insights also enriched the elder, and together they gradually refined their approach to sword cultivation. Shin brother. Shin Changqing greeted acquaintances he encountered along the way, both exchanging nods and pleasantries. Yet, regardless of who it was, each individual bore a stoic expression, as if indifferent to everything. Shin Changqing had grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the Town Demon Division, a vital institution for maintaining stability within the Daqin, primarily responsible for exterminating demons and other malevolent entities, though it also engaged in various ancillary tasks. In truth, every member of the Town Demon Division was stained with the blood of many. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Initially, when Shin Changqing arrived in this world, he felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he adapted. The Town Demon Division was vast, and those who remained were either formidable masters or individuals with the potential to become one. Shin Changqing belonged to the latter category. The Town Demon Division was divided into two main roles, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Every individual entering the division started as a low-ranking exterminator, gradually ascending through the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Guardian. Shin Changqing's previous incarnation was that of an apprentice exterminator, the lowest tier among them. Possessing memories of a bygone era, he was exceedingly well acquainted with the environment of the Jinbao Sea. In a mere moment, Shin Changqing halted before a particular loft. Unlike the other grim locales of the Jinbao Sea, this loft stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a distinct tranquility amidst the blood-soaked surroundings. The entrance to the loft was wide open, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shin Changqing hesitated for a brief moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A blend of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine odor clung to every member of the Jinbao Sea, nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. Tang Xiaoi, on the brink of divinity, primarily practiced sword cultivation complemented by soul cultivation. The advancement of sword cultivation propelled the enhancement of soul cultivation, with the unique methods pioneered by Zhongdao, enabling even those with wasted martial souls to gradually cultivate, eventually becoming a first-ring soul master. Yet, the ravages of time proved too formidable for the elderly, who, as merely a first-ring soul master, could hardly extend his lifespan significantly. Within 2 or 3 years, the elder passed away. Zhongdao, before I met you, I believe my aspirations were overly naive, yet seeing you has illuminated my hope for the path of sword cultivation. He solemnly conveyed to Zhongdao, my journey has reached its conclusion, but yours is just beginning. Press on, and Zhongdao, do not despair. The phoenix shall surely attain rebirth. True strength does not reside in those who remain undefeated eternally, but in those who rise from their failures. With that, before Zhongdao could respond, the old man breathed his last. As she gazed upon the gradually cooling body of the elder, a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. This marked the second time in Zhongdao's life that she had wept, the first being upon receiving the news of blood sword Douluo's execution by the Shrek Academy. After laying the elder to rest, Zhongdao embarked on refining her path of cultivation. She traversed the Douluo continent, honing her swordsmanship through combat with soul beasts and participating in underground slaughter arenas, applying her theoretical knowledge to practical scenarios. Eventually, one day during her sword practice, her obstructed meridians were unblocked, allowing her to once again become a soul master. However, this time, and Zhongdao no longer prioritized her soul master status. She reattached soul rings to her martial soul, the Void Sword, fortifying it to become a divine weapon. Her offensive techniques were now rooted in her mastery of swordsmanship. As the second iteration of a soul master, and Zhongdao's cultivation speed surged, and within a few years, she regained her peak and ascended to even greater heights. Furthermore, she began to recruit a group of sword-wielding soul masters within the soul master community, imparting the teachings of sword cultivation. The news of Zhongdao's promotion of sword cultivation reached the three titans of the soul master realm, Shrek Academy, Haoyan Sect, and Tang Sect. The three factions promptly denounced sword cultivation as a heretical path and initiated crackdown. Tang Feng, an enforcer from Shrek Academy, stormed in Zhongdao's sword cultivation academy, seeking to apprehend her. However, the Tang Sect's 99th level limit Douluo fell before her blade without even a single exchange. Subsequently, Shrek, Tang Sect, and Haoyan Sect repeatedly sought her out, yet all who dared approach were met with annihilation at the hands of Zhongdao. In her presence, even the most ordinary souls or the mightiest 99th level limit Douluo could not withstand her strike. With her blade in hand, she firmly established her standing against Haoyan Sect, Tang Sect, and Shrek Academy. Yet, Zhongdao's true adversary was never the soul masters. Rather, it resided high above, among the deities. One fateful day, as Tang Xiaoyi returned from overseas, having reached the illustrious level of 110, he descended upon the skies above Zhongdao's sword sect, filled with pride. His aura not only resonated with soul power, but also with exalted divine energy, a divine seal emblazoned upon his brow. It was evident that he had embarked upon the path of divine examination. Throughout recorded history, the Douluo continent had witnessed the emergence of two deities every 10,000 years, a certain individual of the Tang surname and a soul beast of over 100,000 years. Initially, divine positions were rather mundane, encompassing titles such as the God of Death or the God of Kindness. However, as divine positions filled, a certain high-ranking deity within the divine realm sought to ensure ample positions for their descendants, first expelling the old gods to create space for their kin. Additionally, they began to forge new divine titles, such as the Sea God, who governed a vast ocean, and although the title of Shark God may have seemed less prestigious, it still represented a first-level divine position. Tang Xiaoyi inherited the position of the Hammer God, a title created by the ancestors of the Tang family within the divine realm. While it may lack grandeur, it nonetheless represented a position of divine sovereignty. His wife, the 100,000-year giant lizard, also received a first-level divine title, the God of the Giant Lizard. In the years that followed, Tang Xiaoyi had long embarked upon the path of divine examination. His wife, the Giant Lizard, affectionately scooped a spoonful of icy peaches from a can and extended it toward Tang Xiaoyi, who savored a bite and remarked, "Delightfully refreshing." After finishing the peach, Tang Xiaoyi, with his arm wrapped around the Giant Lizard, turned to Zhongdao and boasted, "Do you know why I have returned to seek you out, Zhongdao?" "I do not wish to know," Zhongdao replied. "It is of no consequence to tell you," Tang Xiaoyi declared. "I am on the verge of ascending to divinity, and you shall serve as my stepping stone. I shall use your remains to forge my path to godhood." Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Tang Xiaoyi unleashed a torrent of his formidable soul power, sending ripples of energy across a radius of several hundred miles. "Though I have yet to attain divinity, I'm already at level 110. Since the last time I left you behind, I have always remained ahead. You will never catch up to my pace. You are merely an ordinary human, and your limit is level 99. Only I, with my noble divine lineage, can transcend level 99. And my wife," he added, kissing the 100,000-year giant lizard. "Years ago, I noticed your potential was returning. But do you know why I have allowed you to develop to this point? Because I have awaited this day for a long time," Tang Xiaoyi stated. "Now, I intend to unleash all the resentment I have harbored over the decades. I have become the target of your 9th divine examination," and Zhongdao replied. "Indeed, the 9th trial of the Hammer God demands that I defeat you and slay you," Tang Xiaoyi affirmed. "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Before the divine, you cannot evade my grasp. Surrender and become my stepping stone. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. When the gods ascend to divinity, they select powerful beings as stepping stones for their divine examination. For instance, the sea god once killed the nearly million-year-old soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, while the god of emotion faced off against the former overlord of the Star Doe forest, Tian, among others. I have never contemplated fleeing from you. If the divine examination defines me as your target, then I regret to inform you that you shall not ascend to divinity. Use whatever means you possess, and Zhongdao declared, her hand reaching into the void to grasp the hilt of the void sword. Shun Xiong. Yes. Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, acknowledged familiar faces with nods and greetings. Yet, regardless of who they were, each person's expression was devoid of excess emotion, as if they were indifferent to everything. Shun Changqing had grown accustomed to this, for he was within the JinBao Sea, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Daqin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and malevolent creatures, though it also engaged in various auxiliary activities. It could be said that each individual within the JinBao Sea bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes familiar with life and death, they inevitably develop an indifference towards many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing found himself somewhat disoriented. Yet over time, he adapted to the environment. The JinBao Sea was vast, and only those of formidable strength or possessing the potential to become powerful could remain within its ranks. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao Sea was divided into two distinct professions, the Zenshushi and the Chumo Shi. Anyone entering the JinBao Sea began as a Chumo Shi at the lowest tier, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate goal of becoming a Zenshushi. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was that of a trainee Chumo Shi, the most junior among them. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao Sea. In no time, Shun Changqing halted before a particular pavilion. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinBao Sea, this pavilion stood out like a crane among chickens, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors of the pavilion were wide open, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood met him, causing his brow to instinctively furrow, but it soon relaxed. The sanguine odor clung to everyone within the JinBao Sea, nearly impossible to wash away. How is this possible? Tang Xiaoyi sneered, brandishing a colossal hammer that materialized in his grasp. Instantly, 11 soul rings surrounded him, each of brilliant hue, nearly all being divine million-year soul rings. Have you seen my million-year soul rings? Each one is a divine gift. This first soul ring was bestowed upon me by my ancestor, the Shura god Tang San. Behold the second soul ring, a divine million-year gift from my ancestor, the annihilation god Tang Wuling. This third soul ring was granted by my ancestor, the dragon god Tang Xuanyu. As Tang Xiaoyi proudly introduced the soul rings bestowed upon him by his illustrious lineage, he revealed his soul bone divine attire. Million-year bones for his right arm, million-year bones for his left arm, and million-year bones for his torso. In total, he showcased 6 soul bones along with an external soul bone, not to mention the divine artifact, the 2 instruments Heavenly Hammer, and various soul-guiding devices. All eyes across the Douluo continent turned towards Tang Xiaoyi, filled with admiration and envy. Indeed, hard work pales in comparison to fortunate birth. In times past, the Dragon Emperor Long Xiaoyao, the Dragon Emperor Mu En, and the sky-raising Duo Yunming, despite their talents and efforts, were ultimately inconsequential. If one were born into the Tang family, especially as a direct descendant of Tang San, one would at the very least be granted divine status. For the past several millennia, apart from the Tang clan, who else has ascended to divinity? The primogeniture system of the Tang family's divine kingship ensures that the second son and daughters are guaranteed positions of at least secondary divinity. To marry into the Tang family, one must either be a 100,000-year soul beast or else become a mere servant of the Tang family, joining the Shrek 7 monsters as one of the 6 leaves supporting the singular flower. The divine status has become an exclusive privilege of the Tang family, rendering any other talents futile. Even the most gifted will eventually perish, reduced to dust. Are you finished? And Zhongdao remained unperturbed by Tang Xiaoyi's ostentation and derision. This incited Tang Xiaoyi's irritation, and just as he was about to retaliate, and Zhongdao acted first, summoning the void sword from thin air. With a single stroke, the sword cleaved through the space towards Tang Xiaoyi. Initially, he dismissed Zhongdao's attack, not even utilizing his martial spirit, merely attempting to dissipate the sword's energy with a flick of his finger. However, upon making contact, his soul power was torn apart by the sword's might. Tang Xiaoyi's expression shifted as he pushed aside his enormous lizard companion and swung the 2 instruments Heavenly Hammer towards the sword energy. Yet, upon collision, The ferocious wave of energy surged uncontrollably, leaving a massive gash in his divine artifact, propelling him and the hammer several thousand meters away until he crashed against a cliff. The hammer slipping from his grasp, while the sword energy surged towards him. What? Tang Xiaoyi's mind momentarily blanked. Fortunately, his soul bone armor reacted just in time to shield him from the residual energy, yet the terrifying force still caused blood to flow from his orifices, revealing numerous scratches across the armor. It is essential to note that Tang Xiaoyi's armor had undergone 8 divine tests, rendering it comparable to divine artifacts. And upon his ascension to divinity, it would immediately transform into divine armor. Such armor, nearly incapable of withstanding Zhongdao's assault, left Tang Xiaoyi in disbelief. Yet the injuries on his body served as undeniable proof of reality. No, this cannot be. I am a quasi-divine being, and you are merely a limit Douluo? In truth, Tang Xiaoyi had misjudged Zhongdao's prowess. The sole power of a limit Douluo? Yes, that was Zhongdao's strength. Yet all of her power was channeled into forging her martial spirit into a divine weapon. Furthermore, her swordsmanship was uniquely developed, the extent of her mastery unknown. Stepping forward, Zhongdao hovered in the air, coldly gazing at Tang Xiaoyi. In this world, nothing is absolute. Throughout the ages, is it solely the Tang family that can attain divinity? If so, I shall slay the divine with my mortal frame. Zhongdao's initial 5 soul rings, 2 purple and 3 black, swirled around the void sword. Upon the activation of his soul skills, the blade of the sword became even more razor-sharp. Zhongdao directed the sword towards Tang Xiaoyi and struck downwards with a force that seemed capable of cleaving the very mountains of the continent, sweeping towards Tang Xiaoyi with devastating momentum. Under the terrifying sword pressure, Tang Xiaoyi momentarily forgot to defend himself, sensing the scent of death emanating from the oncoming strike. It was inconceivable. This could not be happening. You are merely an ordinary limit Douluo, while I have triumphed over the trial of the divine emissaries. Tang Xiaoyi murmured to himself, "Do not harm my brother Yi." The ancient behemoth, the giant lizard, stood in front of Tang Xiaoyi, arms outstretched, as 11 soul rings descended, ready to shield him from the impending attack. However, her defense was constructed too late, and she was obliterated by the sword's aura. "Little lizard," Tang Xiaoyi cried out in despair. "Brother Shun." As Shun Changqing walked along the path, he greeted familiar faces with a nod or a brief salutation. Yet regardless of the individual, each countenance bore no extraneous expression, as if they were all indifferent to the world around them. Shun Changqing had long grown accustomed to this demeanor, for this was the JinBao division, an organization dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Great Qin Empire, primarily tasked with annihilating demons and malevolent creatures, though it engaged in various ancillary duties as well. It could be said that every member of the JinBao division bore the stains of blood upon their hands. When one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, they inevitably grow indifferent to many matters. Upon his arrival in this world, Shun Changqing had felt somewhat out of place, but over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast. Those who remained within its ranks were either exceptionally formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. Within the JinBao division, there existed 2 primary roles, the Guardian and the Exorcist. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as the lowest rank of Exorcist, gradually rising through the ranks with the hope of eventually becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation had been a trainee Exorcist, the most junior of that rank. With the memories of his past life, he was quite familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. It did not take long before he halted in front of a certain loft. Unlike the other grim locations within the JinBao division, this loft stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the pervasive bloodshed. The doors were ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Changqing stepped inside. Upon entering the loft, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wave of ink fragrance mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed him, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow before quickly relaxing. The sanguine aroma that clung to every member of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse away. As a residual sword aura continued to sweep towards Tang Xiaoyi, a commanding and unparalleled Haotian hammer appeared before him, blocking the lethal sword energy. Subsequently, strands of blue-silver grass, imbued with life force, enveloped Tang Xiaoyi, mending his injuries. Zhongdao gazed into the void as 2 figures emerged from the heavens. One was a beautiful woman with long silver blue hair. and the other was a robust man with a bushy beard. Their arrival prompted immediate reverence from the members of Awakens8th-Rank and Tang sect. They had witnessed the Lord of the Realm and the core of life. Meanwhile, the president of Shrek Academy, kneeling, felt it insufficient and fiercely addressed in JinBao, who floated above, before the most revered and magnificent deity of our Douluo continent, do kneel. In the past, when the Douluo continent faced several calamities, it was the Lord of the Realm who had stood against the tide to rescue our Douluo realm from peril. We, the children of the Douluo continent, must bow before the Lord of the Realm and the core of life. Otherwise, it would be an affront. The leader of Awakens sect also reprimanded in JinBao. My knees do not bend before deities, and furthermore, as far as I know, the calamities faced by Douluo continent were orchestrated by the divine realm, and JinBao replied. The beautiful woman waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No matter, since Miss JinBao is unwilling, let us dispense with such formalities." The Lord of the Realm retracted the Haotian hammer and observed with astonishment the gash left by the sword energy upon its surface. Truly deserving of the destiny bestowed upon you, Tang Hao remarked with admiration. However, in this world, only individuals permitted by the divine realm may ascend to godhood. While it is true that not only those of the Tang family may become gods, our lineage does possess your provocations against the divine and the creation of forbidden techniques that disrupt the stability of the Douluo continent war and punishment. Yet, I am willing to overlook certain of your previous provocations and grant you divinity, on the condition that first, you must renounce your swordsmanship legacy. As the tradition of Douluo continent is intertwined with that of soul masters, and the swordsmanship lineage is not condoned by the divine realm. Tang Hao then turned to Ayin, who stepped forward and said, "Young lady, it appears you and Xiao Yi are truly a pair. Why not put aside your conflict and unite in matrimony?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned envious. Such an opportunity was coveted by many, for it meant marrying into the greatest aristocracy of the Douluo continent, a leap to the heavens and a chance for eternal life. Countless envious souls yearned to displace and JinBao in favor of their own ambitions. Ayin's satisfaction within JinBao only grew. The notion of forbidden techniques disrupting the Douluo continent was, of course, unfounded. Tang Xiaoyi's continual suppression arose from a rather unique circumstance. While he was indeed the child of destiny crafted by the gods of the Tang family, and JinBao was the fated child born in harmony with the will of heaven and earth. Thus, Tang Xiaoyi could not compare to JinBao. The Tang family had encountered other destined children before, such as Yin's grandson, Huiyuhao, who was also a child of destiny. In the end, however, he had been thoroughly tamed by the Tang family, obediently becoming their son-in-law. And JinBao, without a doubt, was far more exceptional, having become a titled Douluo by the age of 20. After being vanquished by Tang Xiaoyi, she pioneered a path of sword cultivation beyond that of soul masters. The divine realm imposed limitations on soul masters, preventing them from surpassing the threshold of limit Douluo. However, JinBao's combat prowess was beyond that of an ordinary limit Douluo. Uniting JinBao with Tang Xiaoyi would allow the Tang family to absorb another child of destiny, further solidifying their control over the Douluo continent. Nonetheless, while Yin's proposal was indeed appealing, it remained to be seen whether JinBao would acquiesce, and Tang Xiaoyi would certainly oppose it. Despite JinBao's remarkable strength and beauty, Tang Xiaoyi had never felt a spark for her. His heart remained steadfastly devoted to his beloved, the giant lizard, declaring, "Among the vast waters, I shall only sip from the cup of my giant lizard sister." Though pursued by countless admirers, his heart would forever reside with her. However, Axie was utterly obliterated beneath JinBao's sword. In Tang Xiaoyi's heart, JinBao had already been marked with a crimson target of vengeance. Now, his ancestors were inexplicably attempting to unite him with his nemesis. This was inconceivable. With eyes reddened and breath heaving like an enraged bull, Tang Xiaoyi bellowed, "Ancestors and ancestress. JinBao has slain my beloved, the colossal lizard of 10,000 years. I cannot coexist with this man. I shall not spare anyone who has harmed my sister." The giant lizard, witnessing Tang Xiaoyi's fierce outburst, Yin felt a twinge of headache and softly reassured, "Do not fret. After you ascend to divinity, your sister the giant lizard will still be able to resurrect. Heed my words, Xiaoyi." With that, she turned to JinBao and inquired, "What is your stance?" JinBao replied, "My sentiments align with those of your descendant. A forcibly forged bond bears no sweetness. I harbor no affection for him, and he perceives me as an adversary. Why must we be compelled to unite? Furthermore, the path of the sword cultivator is intrinsic to my being. I cannot forsake my swordsmanship merely to marry into the Tang family. Ain nodded in agreement, stepping back as Tang Hao emerged, declaring, "The path of the sword cultivator is but a form of sorcery. And Zhongdao, I acknowledge your arduous journey to reach this point, yet do not remain obstinately deluded." And Zhongdao countered, "Whether it is sorcery is not for you to dictate. As the master of this realm, if you truly deem my swordsmanship as sorcery, you may punish me and bring about my demise, yet I shall never submit." Very well. It has been millennia since I encountered such a resilient spirit. Step back. Tang Hao intoned gravely. In the next moment, the members of Shrek, Haotian sect, and Tang men swiftly retreated, clearing a vast expanse for Tang Hao. "The master of this realm, the order of Douluo continent does not permit your provocation. Since you refuse to join us, I must wield my authority as the master of this realm to enact justice upon you." Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer high. An unfathomable power surged from every corner of the world into the hammer. The might of Tang Hao's Haotian hammer far surpassed that of Tang Xiaoi, and now his momentum was continually escalating. Is this the power of a deity? And Zhongdao's eyes held no fear, only an intense battle fervor as she too made her move. Brother Shun, Shun Changqing, while traversing the path, exchanged greetings with familiar faces, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, regardless of whom he encountered, each visage bore no extraneous emotion, appearing indifferent to all. Shun Changqing had long since grown accustomed to this. For this was the JinBao division, an institution dedicated to maintaining the stability of the Daqin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and monsters, though it engaged in various other auxiliary duties. It could be said that every individual within the JinBao division bore the stains of much blood. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, they become indifferent to many matters. Initially, upon arriving in this world, Shun Changqing felt out of place, yet over time, he adapted. The JinBao division was vast. Those who remained were either formidable experts or individuals with the potential to become such. Shun Changqing belonged to the latter category. The JinBao division was divided into two professions, the Guardian and the Exterminator. Anyone entering the JinBao division began as the lowest tier Exterminator, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of ultimately becoming a Guardian. Shun Changqing's previous incarnation was merely a trainee Exterminator, the most junior of that rank. With the memories of his past self, he was familiar with the environment of the JinBao division. Without taking much time, Shun Changqing paused before a certain pavilion. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the JinBao division, this pavilion seemed to stand out, exuding a rare tranquility amidst the carnage. At this moment, the pavilion's door stood open, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Shun Changqing hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. Upon entering the pavilion, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow, though it soon relaxed. The sanguine odor that clung to the members of the JinBao division was nearly impossible to cleanse entirely, and Zhongdao's sword intent surged to its zenith, the 9 soul rings merging into the void sword. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer high, a single strike shaking the heavens, as the hammer descended upon Zhongdao. In turn, slashed downwards at Tang Hao. World-setting hammer. No self-sword. The void sword collided fiercely with the Haotian hammer, now an artifact. The sky trembled violently as sword intent and divine power transformed into tumultuous waves of energy, clashing against one another. Within 100 miles, the surroundings were either cleansed by divine force or obliterated by sword chi. Surprisingly, Zhongdao faced Tang Hao's blow head-on without faltering. Tang Hao retracted the Haotian hammer, gazing at the dent upon its surface. He regarded Zhongdao with a mix of murderous intent and admiration, showing no signs of restraint as he gathered the power of the world to intensify his assault. World-setting hammer. No self-sword. In this exchange, a clear distinction of superiority was established, and Zhongdao's soul power was depleted, and she was sent flying several thousand meters before stabilizing her form. However, after enduring 2 strikes from the master of the realm, Zhongdao had reached her limit. I must acknowledge your remarkable prowess. My divine rank is that of a first-level deity, and utilizing the power of the world to contend against the divine king is not a formidable challenge. Yet you managed to withstand 2 of my strikes. Alas, you were born in the wrong era. Had you been born several 100,000 years earlier, perhaps when the cosmos was still in flux, I would have watched over you, and your every action would have been under my vigilant gaze. I cannot allow your growth to continue. In contrast to Tang Hao's composure, and Zhong Dao's hand trembled upon her sword, her breath becoming erratic. She recognized that in the face of Tang Hao, her chances of survival today were slim. With a cold smile, she said, "Are you implying that within the vast Douluo continent, your family's backyard is the only sanctuary?" Tang Hao replied, "You may interpret it that way. Those who align with the Tang family shall prosper. Those who oppose us shall perish. I offer you a choice, life or death. Do you understand? As a master of this realm, I can summon the power of this world to subdue you. Opposing me is tantamount to opposing this world itself. Therefore, if you submit to the Tang family, I grant you eternity. Otherwise, those who defy the Tang family shall meet their demise." Tang Hao lifted the Haotian hammer once more, absorbing the power of the world, restoring the hammer to its pristine state. And Zhong Dao declared, "No need for that. Having made my decision, I shall not waver, even if it costs me my life. My resolve remains unchanged." Excellent. This time, Tang Hao did not hold back. The Haotian hammer, now infused with the power of the world, descended once more. And Zhong Dao unleashed her full physical potential, drawing her sword to strike at the world-setting hammer. This time, and Zhong Dao sacrificed her very life. The void sword shattered, her body disintegrating beneath the divine power, leaving not even a trace of her soul behind. Extinguished without hope of resurrection. She was utterly vanquished. What a pity, such a fine girl. How wonderful it would have been had she become my granddaughter-in-law. Ain lamented. What is there to lament? Our Tang family's tradition has always been to marry 10,000-year soul beasts. My family rules cannot be altered in this generation. Tang Hao proclaimed with authority. A Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she pinched the soft flesh at Tang Hao's waist. Tang Hao feigned pain, engaging in playful banter with Yin for a while. Ancestor, ancestress. Tears streamed down Tang Xiaoyi's face as he glared at the two, exclaiming, Why didn't you arrive a moment sooner? My lizard has perished. You insolent brat. Is this how you treat your ancestors? Tang Hao Zeibut. I do not care for anything else. I only want my lizard. And Zhong Dao is dead. Tang Xiaoyi felt no gratification. First, his lizard was gone, and second, and Zhong Dao was not killed by his own hand. His hatred had shifted. He suspected that Tang Hao and Yin had merely watched as his lizard fell to Zhong Dao's sword, only intervening afterward to save him. Their intent was to force him into marrying that wicked woman. Is that even possible? No, it is impossible. Even though my lizard has died, my heart remains only for it. I shall wed no one. Yin and Tang Hao exchanged glances, as they indeed harbored that thought, uniting the child of destiny with Tang Xiaoyi to strengthen the Tang family. However, and she was a hindrance to this plan, observing Tang Xiaoyi's state, Tang Hao sighed, "You are indeed a lovesick fool, reminiscent of my youthful vigor. How commendable to be so devoted in matters of the heart. Do not be too sorrowful, lad. Have you forgotten? Reviving a deceased being is a trivial matter for us deities." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoyi recalled and turned his pleading gaze to Tang Hao and Yin. Yin stepped forth, utilizing her life force to resurrect the ancient lizard. Once revived, the ancient lizard reunited with Tang Xiaoyi. In that moment, Tang Xiaoyi regained his former vitality and confidence, embracing and kissing the gigantic lizard with fervor. "Thank you, ancestor, ancestress," Tang Xiaoyi expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. You are kin of the Tang family, and she is our daughter-in-law. I would never mistreat her. Tang Hao deeply, but ancestor, and Zhong Dao is dead. What about my divine examination?" Tang Xiaoyi questioned. Cough, cough. Tang Hao cleared his throat and said, "Divine examination? Is it not merely a formality? Within Zhong Dao's death, cannot we change the examination question?" "That makes sense, ancestor," Tang Xiaoyi acknowledged. "How about this? I will not employ the world's power, only 1/10 of my strength. If you can defeat me, I shall consider your divine examination passed." "That seems unwise. Ancestor, perhaps instead, you could refrain from using your world power, and I will withstand 3 of your strikes." Tang Xiaoyi proposed. "You arrogant brat. Have you lost your mind?" "Tang Hao Zet Bonde." "Ancestor, I merely wish to ensure I am not too far behind that wicked woman," Tang Xiaoyi retorted. "She survived 3 of your strikes. I wish to see if I can endure 3 as well." "Very well." With a single strike, Tang Hao sent Tang Xiaoyi reeling. Yin restored Tang Xiaoyi after he was flattened, and he felt an overwhelming humiliation. Why couldn't Zhong Dao withstand 3 of the ancestor's strikes, while he could not endure even 1? "You died and still do not allow me peace." Tang Hao gazed at Tang Xiaoyi's pitiful state with disappointment. Were he not family, he he would have long since departed. Nevertheless, despite Tang Xiaoyi's shortcomings, he was still of the direct lineage, and even if he was of little use, he had to be placed in the divine hierarchy. Thus, Tang Hao compressed his strength to 50%, yet still sent Tang Xiaoyi reeling. He reduced it to 30%, yet the outcome remained the same. Finally, with his strength at merely 10%, Tang Xiaoyi barely managed to withstand 3 strikes. Thus, the divine realm gained a supreme deity, King Tang Xiaoyi. This is the past of Zhong Dao's previous life. At this moment, Tang Hao was not yet the formidable master of a world he would become. He was still akin to a mere child, struggling to survive under the shadow of the martial soul hall, forced to drown his sorrows after his wife's death, retreating from his sect due to relentless pressures. These events had plunged Tang Hao into profound despair for 6 years, until one day he witnessed Tang San possessing both the blue silvergrass and the Haotian hammer as dual martial souls. Tang Hao was filled with excitement. Others remained oblivious. Even Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, was unaware. Only Tang Hao understood that Tang San's martial soul was not merely blue silvergrass, but the noble blue-silver emperor. The dual existence of blue-silver emperor and Haotian hammer, 2 top-tier martial souls within one individual, reignited Tang Hao's long-dormant desire for vengeance. Tang San could easily ascend to become a titled Douluo with a blue-silver emperor martial soul, eventually acquiring 1 or even 200,000-year spirit rings for the Haotian hammer. In the future, Tang San would surpass him, even outdoing his grandfather, becoming a new legend of the Haotian sect. When that time arrived, it would be Tang Hao's moment for retribution against the martial soul hall. The martial soul hall bears countless debts, and I, Tang Hao, shall one day seek recompense. Over the past 3 years, Tang Hao had shadowed Tang San, yet today he felt an unsettling premonition. Scanning his surroundings with spiritual perception, he could not identify the source of this unease. Tang San continued his daily routine of studying, training, crafting, and caring for rabbits without any sign of abnormality, allowing Tang Hao to ease his mind. Perhaps I have been overly sensitive. Ding. Detection of host interaction with the child of destiny, Tang San. Triggered long-term mainline task. Suppress Tang San and those associated with him. Task briefing. The host can influence Tang San's fortune by intercepting opportunities associated with him or sowing discord among his connections. Be advised, once his fortune declines to the purple level, the host may act to eliminate him. Note, to ensure Tang San's fortune remains, the Shura god has placed 7 locks of fortune upon him, preventing easy loss. However, the host's interception of his opportunities and actions against those around him will inevitably affect Tang San, potentially even destroying the locks of fortune upon him. Triggered task. Ancient techniques from another world. Task briefing. Tang San is a soul from another realm, possessing memories of ancient techniques such as Xian Tiangong and Xian Tianbao Lu upon arriving in Douluo continent. These are crucial for Tang San to establish the future Tang sect, and he values them immensely. Your objective is to seize or master these skills and disseminate them throughout Douluo continent, ensuring that everyone can practice Xian Tiangong. Task reward. Break 3 of the 7 locks of fortune placed upon Tang San by the Shura god. Trigger task. Suppress Xiao Wu. Task briefing. Xiao Wu is Tang San's destined partner and is pivotal to his future fortunes, being key to Tang San's dual deities. Suppressing or sowing discord with Xiao Wu will significantly impact Tang San's fate. Task reward. Break 4 of the 7 locks of fortune placed upon Tang San by the Shura god. 3 consecutive tasks triggered. However, to suppress Tang San will require a long-term effort, necessitating prolonged stealth around him to learn how he cultivates Xian Tiangong, Xian Yishou, and techniques related to hidden weapons. From there, one could steal knowledge and disrupt Xiao Wu, which also necessitates getting close to Tang San. They're the technique of splitting the soul of an angel. There exists a card of fortune transfer, which allows Qian Rinxue to seize the essence of a person close to a child of destiny, utilizing this card along with a differentiated soul. The individuals of significance to the child of destiny include Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong. Qian Rinxue can opt for Yu Xiaojiang, as he is the mentor to Tang San. Qian Rinxue possesses superior strategies to compel Tang San to relinquish his secret techniques, to sow discord between him and Xiao Wu, and even to manipulate his body to engage in actions that would provoke his mother's disdain, thus steering her away from the profound influence of Yu Xiaojiang. Nonetheless, such tactics are fundamentally disreputable, Qian Rinxue prefers to employ honorable means to make her mother recognize Yu Xiaojiang's true nature and liberate her from his influence. Dai Mubai is a secondary option. As the second prince of the Star Luo Empire, his very identity signifies immense value. For Qian Rinxue, usurping Dai Mubai and ensuring his victory in the conflict with his brothers would not pose a challenge. However, this choice was ultimately dismissed by her. The reason is simple. Dai Mubai has already gained notoriety in Suatawa City as the illustrious Silver Prince, entangled with no fewer than 10 women. Qian Rinxue understands that Dai Mubai's actions regarding the imperial succession are grossly irresponsible. He is not alone. He has a partner with whom he must confront a harsh fate. By abandoning his partner to indulge in debauchery, he embodies the very essence of a cad. Although he is the best choice after Yu Xiaojiang, Qian Rinxue finds him distasteful. As for Ma Hongjun, his reputation as the phoenix of the brothel speaks volumes, and his character pales in comparison to Dai Mubai. The women he pursues are merely instruments for his carnal desires, leading to significant harm to the village women. When these encounters inevitably end, the blame falls not upon Ma Hongjun, but rather on the women who cannot endure such treatment. His insatiable appetite for conquest is even more indiscriminate than that of Dai Mubai, as he would pursue any woman who exhibits willingness. While Dai Mubai's moral decay is of a mental nature, Ma Hongjun's is of a different kind entirely. Regarding Oscar, who may potentially inherit the position of the god of food, he is also a commendable choice. For Qian Rinxue, the target of possession is merely a tool. The god of food's title holds little allure. The primary consideration lies in the value this individual can provide. When compared to Ning Rongrong, who also serves a supporting role, Oscar falls significantly short. After consuming the Qilua Yujin, Ning Rongrong rivals Oscar in capability. And her affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School presents an opportunity for Qian Rinxue to infiltrate that sect. Hence, selecting Ning Rongrong over Oscar proves more prudent. However, Ning Rongrong's limitation lies in her lack of combat prowess, confining her to a supportive role. In the following period, Qian Rinxue fixates on observing Tang San as he forges hidden weapons, preserving the process through the use of a recording stone. At this juncture, Tang San is crafting weapons known as Silent Sleeve, Arrows, and Flying Claw, which he subsequently stores within his soul guide. Remarkably, when Qian Rinxue arrives, Tang San is engrossed in creating the finest equipment of the Tang sect, the Zhuge crossbow. Consequently, in his fervent endeavor, Tang San remains oblivious to the presence of an angelic shadow that meticulously observes his every action. After completing the Zhuge crossbow and arrows, Tang San ventures outdoors to test his creation upon a stone, where the sharp projectiles embed themselves deeply. Having witnessed Tang San's experimentation with these hidden weapons, Qian Rinxue begins to appreciate the significance of the Zhuge crossbow, which stands apart from mere hidden weapons. This refined equipment enables an ordinary person to wield hidden weapons with the strength to threaten soul masters below the spirit hall level. How could this not astonish Qian Rinxue? While soul guides serve specific purposes, hidden weapons possess a versatility that surpasses that of soul guides. If a vast army were to be equipped with such soul guides, what advantage could the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Legion possibly maintain? Possessing the knowledge of crafting hidden weapons, Tang San, if not inexplicably bound to a system, has the potential to rise and become a formidable adversary to the Spirit Hall. Subsequently, as Qian Rinxue continues to monitor Tang San, he fails to produce new hidden weapons, prompting her to delegate the surveillance task to her subordinates. However, their capacity to gather intelligence is limited, as Tang San is accompanied by Tang Hao. Meanwhile, with the establishment of the Time-Space Hall, the location of the Shadow Angel has been transformed into a workshop for the Time-Space Hall, overseen by Wang Yuan as the Hall Master, with Lu Gao serving as the Deputy Master. This facility is dedicated to the production and research of standard soul guides. Upon arriving at the workshop, Qian Rinxue presents the recording stone of the hidden weapons to Lu Gao and Wang Yuan. Although both have extensive experience with intricate soul guide, they are instantly captivated by the exquisiteness of the Zhuge crossbow. What a remarkable device! Lu Gao exclaims, astonished. This child has crafted such an intricate instrument. He is truly a born master craftsman. Young master, if you entrust this child to my master and me, I guarantee that in a few years, we will return a master craftsman with dual talents in soul guiding. You think I would expend my energy to nurture him just because he is Tang Hao's son? Qian Rinxue replies. Tang Hao's son? Lu Gao is taken aback. I am aware of the enmity between our sect and Tang Hao. I know you hold him in high regard, But this child is destined to walk a different path from ours. Indeed, it seems these hidden weapons were crafted by Tang Hao, Lu Gao reflects. It appears that I cannot compare to Tang Hao among the three greatest master craftsmen of our time. Clearly, Lu Gao attributes Tang San's ability to create hidden weapons to Tang Hao, and Qian Rinxue refrains from providing further explanation. After all, a mere 9-year-old child inventing hidden weapons is astonishing enough. The explanation of having a master craftsman as a father suffices. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan, observing the emergence of hidden weapons from the small child's hands, recalls long-buried memories. This is the hidden weapon of the Tang sect, created by the legendary founder of the Tang sect, the Sea God and Azura God. Qian Rinxue inquires, "Who among you can replicate this crossbow?" "Young master, you underestimate my capabilities," Lu Gao asserts. "This child has meticulously crafted this soul guide through each and every step, so how could I possibly be unaware?" Lu Gao strokes his beard. His focus may have shifted to soul guides, but as a true craftsman, he cannot resist the allure of hidden weapons. He meticulously notes Tang San's weapon crafting process and enters the forge. After a short while, he emerges with 3 finished pieces. Lu Gao presents one of the Zhuge crossbows, loading arrows and firing. Its power rivals that of the Zhuge crossbow in Tang San's possession. Esteemed Lu Gao, Qian Rinxue inquired, "Do the other 2 Zhuge crossbows possess any distinct features?" To begin with, allow me to address the crossbow in my possession. As Lu Gao commenced disassembling the device, he inadvertently triggered a safety mechanism, resulting in irreparable damage to its internal structure. He remarked, "I'm immensely grateful to you, young master, for allowing me to witness the casting process of the Luiying stone. Had you presented me with a complete crossbow to dismantle, I would have encountered the safety feature and been rendered incapable of proceeding. Consequently, the second crossbow is one from which I have removed the safety mechanism." With that, Lu Gao executed a dazzling display before Qian Rinxue's astonished gaze, swiftly disassembling the crossbow into its components, only to reassemble it into a fully functional Zhuge crossbow. Qian Rinxue nodded in acknowledgement, her attention shifting to the third crossbow. The distinction between the first 2 lay in their safety devices, while the third exhibited a remarkable divergence. This crossbow is a modified version inspired by the Tang Hao crossbow technology personally crafted by me. I have optimized its lethality, arrow storage, and other fundamental functionalities, Lu Gao proclaimed. After demonstrating the enhanced crossbow, he added, "This modified crossbow surpasses the original Zhuge crossbow in power. For craftsmen like us, lacking knowledge of such technology, the existence of crossbows remained unknown. However, once you impart this technology to me, I can conjure countless variations of it. If you provide me with a single concept, I can transform it into 100 or even 1,000, 10,000. Lu Gao boasted with pride. "Oh, what a delightful surprise," Qian Rinxue exclaimed. "Then, esteemed Lu Gao, I require you to furnish us with the standard blueprints for the crossbow of the Time-Space Palace and facilitate its mass production. It will prove invaluable in the future." Lu Gao nodded in affirmation, assuring her, "Rest assured, it shall be entrusted to me." Synopsis: Qian Rinxue, an indigenous figure, is the authentic version of herself, untainted by time travel or reincarnation, currently engaged in a national strategy task within the Tiando Empire. One day, she is unexpectedly bound to a system, which, under its guidance, reveals to her numerous truths previously unknown. As one of the principal antagonists in this narrative, the system-bound Qian Rinxue evokes a profound sense of hostility in the protagonist, Tang San, stemming from the world around him.